This stone sword has been sitting in the grocery store for 20 years without anyone showing interest. Everyone thinks this is a useless, broken weapon, yet I chose to spend all my savings to buy it. People around me laughed at me, calling me a fool with a missing brain, saying this broken sword would shatter with just a touch, let alone using it to fight monsters. However, I smiled faintly at their remarks. It guided me to awaken the mythical talent of transcendence, allowing me to upgrade the quality of an item once, without any cost. If I'm lucky, I might even upgrade a silver item straight to mythical quality. In my previous life, I was one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the God of Death. But I was tragically betrayed by my girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, and my best friend, who teamed up with many powerful figures to set a trap that severely wounded me. They aimed to seize the supreme artifact, the secret sword, which I obtained after single-handedly defeating the strongest divine beast in a deadly lair, said to have the power to reverse the rules. It could even reshape the physical body. In my dying moments, a mix of endless regret and hatred surged within me, vowing that if I were to be reborn, I would tear you all to pieces. When I woke up again, I found myself back as an 18-year-old awakened individual. I was wearing a pitch-black ring on my index finger, with ancient divine patterns that had faded. I never expected this artifact could truly reverse the flow of time. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in my mind, I vowed that in this new life, I would rectify all regrets and take revenge on Zhang Tang and Lu Ruyan, those two traitors. The host's killing intent reached a critical value, and the system bound the strongest class transfer, the God Slayer. The binding was successful, granting one lottery draw. Would you like to use it immediately? In the next moment, a roulette appeared in my mind, filled with countless small squares. My thoughts stirred slightly. I commanded the pointer to spin rapidly. It finally landed on a golden slot. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine talent, the talent of transcendence. It can upgrade any loot obtained from dungeons. To upgrade their quality, each item can only be transcended or indirectly transcended once. Seeing this scene, I was utterly shocked. This mythical talent could freely transcend items, which was simply terrifying. I slowly closed my eyes. A data panel appeared in my mind, showing that Su Chen's profession was in an unawakened state with the talent of transcendence. Golden skill, God Slayer's blade, legendary level, proficiency, return to innocence, shadow god level, all hidden, legendary level, eye of insight, legendary level. Looking at this panel, it felt like a thunderclap rang in my mind, stirring up a storm in my previously calm heart. A part of my skills had also been reborn with me. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice came from behind me. Hey, Zhongming, what profession do you think you will awaken to? I turned around and immediately focused my gaze. A graceful girl in white stood behind me, smiling gently. She tilted her head slightly, just as I remembered, her eyes like cold light. It was my deskmate, Jiao. My gaze softened instantly, as the scene from my previous life before my death replayed vividly in my mind, facing the overwhelming killing moves. Only Jiao stood in front of me, risking her life. It was only then that I realized she was the only one who had loved me all along, even willing to sacrifice her life for me, without any regrets. Seeing her again now, my heart was filled with countless thoughts. I had so much to say but didn't know where to start. Seeing the heat in my gaze, Jiao's face turned slightly red. Why are you staring at me like that? She had long harbored feelings for me and had hinted at it several times. But I had always turned a blind eye, knowing I only liked that school beauty, Lu Ruyan. This door has a screen. Are you just now realizing how beautiful I am? It's too late to tell you. With his hands on his hips, he playfully said, his face glowing in the sunlight. But what he didn't expect was that in the next moment, I took a bold step forward and gave him a tight hug. Ji Yao was completely stunned, standing frozen in place, her face slightly trembling and turning red. What are you doing all of a sudden? After releasing her, I wore a faint smile. My awakening would be terrifying. After saying that, I turned away. Despite having 1,000 words, I ultimately held them back. Ji Yao's face was flushed, her head slightly lowered as she stole glances at my back. She took a long time to regain her composure. Next up, Zhang Tang, hidden battle profession, Demon Hammer Warrior. Innate attribute level, 8 stars. The awakening teacher's words caused an uproar among the audience. I was surprised. This year, a genius with 8 stars appeared so quickly. Even the leaders seated around were taken aback by surprise. This is great. It's truly a good start for the year. I looked at Zhang Tang on the podium with a serious expression. His awakening was the same as in my previous life. Moreover, the Zhang family was one of the strongest families in the Dragon Kingdom, providing him with countless resources to reach a high level. Of course, I had helped him to some extent. In this life, I must eliminate him from the start to take revenge. Soon it was Ji Yao's turn. She quickly ran up to the podium and placed her palm on the monument. A faint gray smoke appeared. It slowly coalesced into an ancient scythe. It was engraved with many ancient magical runes. Hidden battle profession, purple spirit summoner, innate level, 7 stars. Seeing this, the crowd erupted again. No one expected that this beautiful girl would awaken such a profession. She awakened such a dark and violent profession. Next, it was my turn to go on stage. I walked up to the monument, took a deep breath, and placed my hand rested on it. In the next moment, the world seemed to shift. A terrifying wave unlike any other student suddenly erupted. All the teachers and students were stunned at that moment, and the dozen or so leaders present had trembling eyes. Could this wave signify the emergence of a genius with 9 stars or above? At this moment, I was also filled with wonder. Wasn't my initial profession an assassin? Yet the current atmosphere was not something a typical assassin could possess. However, in the next moment, the system answered this question. This system has bound a new profession for you. The terrifying aura in the world gathered and condensed, as if about to form a long sword. In the space of 3 feet under the clear breeze, fictional cracks appeared, and the sacred sword shadows buzzed endlessly. Awakening successful, I became the mythic class sword god. I felt a bit dizzy. This is actually higher than legendary class, at the mythic level. Who awakens to a mythic class right away? I must be the first in history. I immediately activated my passive skill to hide completely, disguising the sword god class as a similar sword master. This skill is the top-level disguise skill of the god of death, capable of deceiving even the heavenly beings. I absolutely cannot expose my sword god class. Otherwise, I would be embroiled in a lot of troubles. I understand the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing something valuable. Then, the phenomenon of the heavenly monument began to converge, ultimately forming a long sword of true energy. Gazing at the enormous long sword colored with celestial energy in the sky, the entire school fell silent as if turned to ash. After a long while, the awakening teacher announced the results with great difficulty. Su Chen's innate attribute level is 10 stars. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Innate attribute level 10 stars, what kind of monstrous talent is this? Zhang Tang's 8-star Warhammer warrior was already terrifying. I didn't expect another 10-star prodigy to emerge. Then the teacher continued, announcing my class, the hidden class sword master, which left the entire venue silent for a moment. After a long while, the crowd erupted again. Wow, I thought I was a swordsman. How could I end up with this class? Thankfully, I almost got jealous. The sword master does balance out his solid attributes. While rare, it's genuinely weak. People sighed, as the sword master and the insight class were quite similar, yet very different. Insight is a melee class. The sword master, however, can engage both at close and long range, being a hidden class that balances both martial and magical skills. The biggest drawback is that it is very weak in the early stages and requires more attribute points than other classes, so the sword master's combat power in the early game is far below that of ordinary swordsmen. However, upon hearing this result, my expression remained calm. After all, if my sword god class were to be exposed, it could bring both fortune and disaster, which is not what I wanted. Meanwhile, the leaders at the podium were also in an uproar. My goodness, a hidden class combined with innate solid attributes. Such a genius is rarely seen in the entire Xianjin clan. Although the sword master is very weak in the early stages, it becomes quite powerful later on, but it requires a lot of resources to build up. Only then can it achieve the most perfect growth. Director Zhang, go to the school warehouse immediately and fetch a water bomb. I want to give it to this student as a reward. The principal's expression was serious as he waved his hand. As soon as I stepped off the stage, I saw Zhang Tang and Lu Ruyan staring at me in shock. Zhang Tang's fists were clenched, his gaze dark. He was the young master of the Zhang family, meant to overshadow everyone in the school, yet all the attention was stolen by me. He slightly lowered his head and whispered something to Lu Ruyan. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face showed shock. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Don't worry, you won't have to endure for too long. At most a few years. Once we gain enough benefits from him, we'll look for a chance to stab him in the dungeon. Lu Ruyan then nodded, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. I watched all of this from a distance, although I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could guess the general idea. Seeing my cold gaze directed at them, they thought I was greeting them, and Zhang Tang waved his hand with a smile. With an expression that seemed harmless, Lu Ruyan tossed her hair, winking at me with charm, but deep down, she felt disdain. A poor loser is still a poor loser, even after awakening with full attributes, he still has to grovel before her, actively looking her way. What a loser. However, having lived 2 lives, I had long seen through her true thoughts. No matter how proud she was, she wouldn't live past tonight. I calmly walked back to my class's group. All my classmates had gathered around. Although the sword master class is not as strong as ordinary occupations, the allure of full attributes was undeniable. Many still approached to curry favor with me, some even trying to rekindle old connections. I merely smiled in response, knowing that you can recognize a person's face but not their heart. In this life, I won't easily trust anyone again. Yi Yao stood in the crowd, quietly gazing at me with a calm smile, showing no flattery. He liked Su Chen simply for the person he was, not for any ancillary value. The awakening ceremony continued, and the next students were mostly of ordinary talent, except for one who caught my attention, Yenze from class 3 to 4. He awakened as a 9-star hidden class, the Demon Hunter Ranger, which naturally caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, with my 10-star talent ahead, even if he is 9-star, he couldn't make much of a wave. I gazed at this 9-star talented student, lost in thought, recalling that in my previous life, Yenze had died in the novice dungeon. After the awakening ceremony, I returned to my dormitory and opened my personal profile panel. Su Chen, level 1, class sword god, uniquely gifted in the mythic realm with the source sword body of universal sublimation, skill, god of death's blade, fully hidden, and the eye of insight. I noticed another talent in my profile, the original sword body. After checking this talent, I gasped in shock. It allowed me to ignore restriction conditions, absorbing all sword skills, with all sword skill powers increasing by 300%. All sword skill speed increases by 300%, and the proficiency growth speed of all sword skills increases by 300%. As my realm improves, the effects can continue to enhance. Staring at these effects, I was dumbfounded. Not to mention anything else, just the sword technique's power tripling meant that even if I were given the most ordinary iron sword, I would be confident in soloing monsters below level 3. This is still without knowing any sword techniques. Moreover, I still have the skills from my previous life, so I can be considered a half-dual class user. If I encounter enemies I can't defeat with a sword, then I'm sorry. I can only pull out a dagger then. Tomorrow morning, the novice dungeon will descend, and all newly awakened individuals will be forcibly drawn in. In my previous life, I chose to avoid the hidden boss because it was too dangerous, but this time I must try it. I'm just starting out and need to gather as many resources as possible, so taking some risks is acceptable. As for Ji Yao, there's no need to worry. Based on my previous experience, he'll be safe and sound. I completed the dungeon with another team. Now it's time to think about revenge. A cold smile crept across my lips as I looked at the text message sent by Lu Ruyan on my phone. Su Chen, haven't you always liked me? I've changed my mind. I responded calmly, laughing as it was just like my previous life. It was these two text messages that led to Lu Ruyan and me confirming our relationship tonight. I quickly typed back, rooftop of the teaching building tonight. After the rooftop meeting concluded, I went outside the school, following my memory to a weapon shop. According to my recollections from my previous life, there was a stone-long sword in this shop, and if the outer stone was smashed, the true blade inside would be revealed. It was a common weapon of silver quality, but it was extremely cheap due to its rough exterior, so no one knew its value. I had to seize this opportunity to get it at the lowest price. My arrival caused quite a stir among the students, who whispered and exchanged glances. I pretended not to hear and walked straight to the counter. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s stepped out from the group of students and blocked my way. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and black stockings, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. She was very wealthy. Sorry, classmate, I mean no harm. I am Jiang Nan, the deputy director of the Jiangyan Group. Today, your weapon purchase here is covered by us. The Jiangyan Group will cover all expenses. As soon as these words were spoken, all the surrounding students gasped. This was indeed a big deal. Weapon shops are among the highest spending places in the world, and ordinary families, they simply cannot afford to squander money here. Looking at her enticing smile, I remained unfazed. Since it's all covered, may I ask Miss Jianglan, what do I need to give in return? Upon hearing my calm response, she looked somewhat surprised. She had already inquired about my background as a poor orphan without parental support, and assumed I would be financially strained when buying weapons here. But she did not expect that I would be unmoved by such temptation. It seems that Su Chen not only possesses exceptional talent but is also quite clever. You did well, I truly have a request for you. Zhang Lan smiled calmly and greeted the crowd. Then, a slender girl in blue stepped out. This was my sister, Zhang Yinqing. She wants you to team up with her and protect her while she completes the challenges in the novice dungeon. How about I help you buy a weapon? He said with a confident smile, his voice full of authority. I, however, was unmoved, sizing up Jiang Yunqing before me. There was a hint of pride in his demeanor. Although his talent was slightly inferior to mine, he was wealthy. I was no stranger to this. Only newly awakened transferees could enter the novice dungeon, and no family experts or bodyguards could enter. This meant that Zhang's second young lady would venture into dangerous territory without protection. In this case, a powerful expert is naturally needed for protection, and I was an excellent candidate. Thinking this, I smiled and stroked my chin, showing a harmless expression. Alright, I want to buy the Dragon Twin Cold Sword. As soon as I said this, Zhang Lan's eyes trembled. She never expected me to be so bold. The Dragon Twin Cold Sword was a rare diamond-grade weapon, the store's treasure, priced at over 10 million ling coins, and even she could not produce that amount immediately. The surrounding students were also slightly astonished. Is Su Chen's face a bit too thick? Although he is the attribute Rookie King, let's not forget his class is a very weak sword master in the early stages. That's a diamond-grade weapon. Whether he can even equip it is a question. Zhang Lan's eyes showed a hint of annoyance. My bold request put her in a difficult position. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression turned serious. Are you serious? With clear eyes, I nodded in feigned confusion, saying, I'm serious. Is there a problem, sister? This demeanor only made Zhang Lan feel frustrated, but she could not show it. For a merchant, weighing pros and cons is paramount. Although her family was wealthy, they could not spend money endlessly. Finally, she sighed and said, Sorry, Su Chen, can we switch to something else? The price of the Dragon Twin Cold Sword is indeed exorbitant. I don't think your current combat power justifies such an expense. If you change it to a silver quality weapon, I would be more than happy. I shook my head, my tone very firm. Then forget it. I only want this sword, no other discussions. Zhang Lan frowned slightly, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. Are you sure? However, my expression remained calm, not changing in the slightest. Sure, her eyes turned cold as she slightly shook her head. Alright, Yunqing, let's go. Zhang Yunqing's gaze became focused as he looked at me. This was the first time he had seen his sister not dominate in a negotiation, which made him feel that this classmate seemed to be not only exceptionally talented but also quite shrewd. After the two left, I took a deep breath. I had no intention of accepting this deal, but if I refused too bluntly, they would likely continue to pester me. That's why I mentioned wanting to buy the Dragon Twin Cold Sword to push them back. Plus, I was preparing to venture into the most dangerous area to hunt a hidden treasure. If I accepted the deal, I would have to bring Zhang Yunqing along to protect her. Then how could I go to that dangerous area? I navigated through the crowd, stepping forward alone to the counter, and said to a female attendant, Take down that stone sword. The female attendant looked slightly surprised, following my finger to look up. In the glass display case on the wall hung a lump of gray in the shape of a cross, pockmarked and unsightly. It vaguely resembled a common weapon prototype. It was almost just a weapon blank. Let alone injuring someone, it would be hard to even break something with it. The female attendant was quite surprised. Her red lips parted as she asked, Are you sure you want this weapon? Seeing me nod, the female attendant reluctantly began to operate the screen in front of her, lowering the display case. She presented the stone sword before me. I grasped the stone sword, weighing it in my hand, and a faint golden light flashed in my eyes as the Eye of Insight activated, instantly scanning the details of the stone sword. Weapon, stone blank, silver quality, a reward dropped by a fierce beast in a certain dungeon, containing a silver quality sword within. In my previous life, I witnessed a student buy this sword. He accidentally smashed the stone wrapping in the novice dungeon, revealing its true form. That's how I learned the truth about this sword. It's quite good. How much is it priced? I held the sword in one hand and asked, Classmate, according to our store manager's policy, on Awakening Day, you can receive a discount based on your awakening level. Transferees with an attribute level of 5 stars or higher can purchase weapons at 50% off. The original price of this stone sword is 1,000 ling coins, and the discounted price for you is 500 ling coins. I nodded slightly. This price was still within my range. After all, other silver weapons typically cost around 10,000. If I were to shatter the stone, the price of this sword would at least skyrocket tenfold. I currently had only 500 ling coins in total. After completing the transaction, this sword would become mine. Thank you for your purchase, the female attendant said, slightly bowing, her expression a forced smile. At that moment, the onlooking students were utterly shocked. Has Su Chen gone crazy? This sword, while cheap, is it capable of killing monsters? Buying such a stone sword is practically seeking death. However, among the crowd, a bespectacled male student appeared thoughtful. Stone weapons like these often dropped in dungeons, usually worthless trash that shatters with a single strike, but there is a very small chance that a stone-sealed weapon might appear, which could be quite valuable. Is he perhaps trying to gamble on this? However, this student's words did not calm the crowd. Instead, they provoked more mocking laughter. My father is also a blacksmith, so I know just how low that probability is. I dare say that all the stone weapons in this shop combined won't yield a single good item. Betting 500 ling coins on such a minuscule chance only proves he's a fool. Listening to the surrounding chatter, I indeed stopped, a slight smile tugging at my lips. Is anyone willing to take a bet? If I smash this sword and a good weapon comes out, you'll give me 3,000 ling coins, otherwise, I'll give you 5,000 ling coins. Who dares to come? My voice echoed throughout the store. Not just the students, even the female attendants thought I was crazy. The probability of a stone-sealed weapon is 1 in 1,000, even 1 in 10,000. Even the store manager and experienced blacksmiths couldn't see any magic in this stone weapon. Yet here I was, daring to gamble on such slim odds. This behavior was practically giving away money. In an instant, many students rushed forward, eager to participate in the bet. Ultimately, a burly male student moved the fastest, stepping up to me with an excited smile, as if he had already found money. I want to bet with you. Using the Eye of Insight, I scanned the student's information. Yang Ding, Level 1, Class, Tank Warrior, Skill, Full Power Strike. This guy was a familiar face. He was quite domineering in school, often bullying poorer students. In my previous life, I had even been tricked by him in the novice dungeon, so I felt no remorse for deceiving him this time. Let's sign a betting contract. My thoughts stirred, and a panel appeared in front of me detailing the bet. Once both parties signed, they could not back out. Even if I won, I would only receive 3,000 ling coins. If I lost, I'd owe 5,000. Moreover, the probability of getting a good weapon was already very low, no matter how you looked at it. For me, it was an unfair gamble. The students gazed in astonishment at this scene. Why was he so serious, even bringing a contract? If he lost and couldn't pay, the interest would skyrocket. With the contract in place, no one could play dirty. Yang Ding looked at the details, hesitating for a moment, but soon made up his mind. Facing such a large bet and not daring to gamble would not make him a true man. Moreover, 3,000 ling coins was nothing compared to his family background. This gamble was also to test my resolve, and he immediately signed his name on the contract. Yang Ding crossed his arms, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Go ahead and smash your stone. But I do have some doubts. You, poor loser, can you even come up with 5,000 for me? But he didn't finish that sentence. His expression shifted from smugness to extreme shock as, in that instant, I decisively smashed the stone in my hand. A crisp sound echoed throughout the weapon shop, and everyone stood frozen, the scene instantly silenced, turning the previous clamor into quiet. As the stone chips fell away, an ancient black steel sword emerged, 3 feet long, with dark red patterns flowing through it like blood. It was the Black Iron Crimson Wind Sword, silver quality, with the special suffix, Shadow Red, allowing it to absorb blood and heal wounds after injuring monsters. I scanned the sword's details with the Eye of Insight, feeling extremely satisfied. It could heal me by absorbing blood after wounding monsters, equivalent to having a mobile healer. Looking at the sword, all the onlookers seemed struck by lightning. After a long moment, one student incredulously said, "He really smashed out a top-tier weapon. And judging by its appearance, this sword isn't even bronze quality, it's at least silver level." When Yang Ding saw the sword, his face turned pale. He unconsciously took a step back in disbelief. No way! He struggled for a moment before managing to squeeze out 2 words. He thought it would be his moment of glory, but instead, he was outsmarted. I maintained a calm expression, shaking my hand at him as if I had anticipated everything. Yang Ding, pay up. He gritted his teeth in reluctance and said, "You got lucky." Then he transferred 3,000 ling coins from his account to me. There was no choice, this was the world's rule. The contract was set, even the King of Heaven couldn't break it. If he defaulted, every second would accrue massive interest, so he had no choice but to pay up now. I then slowly left the weapon shop, my face showing no signs of emotion the entire time. Yang Ding watched this scene, his face alternating between green and white, furious to the point of wanting to smoke. His voice trembled as he said coldly, "Su Chen, I remember you." After returning to my private dormitory, I placed the sword in front of me and activated my universal sublimation talent. A burst of divine golden light flickered to life. Suddenly, the long sword transformed before my eyes into the mystic steel blood sword, a silver quality item. Shadow Red can absorb blood to heal wounds after injuring monsters, and Blood Slaughter can temporarily increase all attributes after killing monsters, lasting for 30 seconds. Seeing this, I was incredibly amazed. This talent was truly magical, directly upgrading from silver lower quality to silver upper quality, and it even gained an additional special effect, Blood Snow. The sword's material became heavier and sharper. I glanced out the window at the sky, noting that it was time to meet Lu Ruyen. Meiji left the dormitory alone, walking slowly. A moment later, I stood on the rooftop, with an ordinary dagger in my pocket. To maximize the power of the God of Death's blade, the dagger would be most effective. Using a sword would significantly reduce the power. I intended to use my strongest move to kill Lu Ruyen. The place Su Chen arranged for us to meet was too remote. I saw Lu Ruyen approaching quickly, dressed in a simple black dress, unable to conceal her impatience in her eyes. Although I said I had changed my mind, I wanted to test you for a while before considering whether to be with you. This period will depend on your performance, she said. She revealed a somewhat meaningful expression. I smiled coldly without speaking. A test period, in essence, meant keeping oneself as a diligent servant, toiling day and night in the dungeon while handing over most of the benefits to her. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was, beyond redemption. My smile appeared somewhat bloodthirsty under the moonlight, sending a chill down Lu Ruyan's spine. Why do you look so terrifying? She suddenly realized I seemed different from before, but she couldn't pinpoint what was different about me at that moment. I approached her expressionlessly. The closer I got, the more she could feel the chilling killing intent radiating from me. She sensed something was off and began to feel afraid. Su Chen, don't come near me. She raised her hand defensively, slowly backing away. However, I ignored her completely, lunging forward in a swift motion while drawing a short dagger from my pocket. The moment Lu Ruyen saw the dagger, her eyes filled with horror. She never expected me to become so ruthless. Now she finally understood why I had arranged to meet her in such a remote place. In a panic, she shouted, "If you dare touch me, young Master Zhang Tang won't let you off." I deliberately feigned confusion, stopping in my tracks. Why do you mention Zhang Tang? Seeing my reaction, she thought I was intimidated. After all, the Zhang family. But they are one of the 3 most powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom. Even with my solid talent, I couldn't possibly compete with them. Let me tell you, it was young Master Zhang Tang who instructed me to get close to you. You must have guessed that by now. I don't need to pretend anymore. And think about it, how could a poor loser like you possibly make me change my mind? How ridiculous, just the mention of Zhang Tang's name makes you hesitate to act. Lu Ruyen was domineering, her smile cold and merciless. However, to her surprise, after hearing this, I did not tremble with anger. Nor was I shocked. I remained calm and said, "Very well, are you ready to die?" Upon hearing this, she froze. She had thought I was too frightened by Zhang Tang's name to act, which made her bold enough to insult me. But my calm demeanor made her feel a bit scared. "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I really don't believe you." Before she could finish, I struck. My entire being transformed into a blood-red flash, like a torrential river, instantly engulfing Lu Ruyen. She felt as if she were surrounded by a sea of blood and wet mountains, with endless vengeful spirits wailing around her. The blade perfectly sliced through her neck. In her eyes, there was only disbelief as all her arrogance vanished. Her body slumped weakly. I looked down at her corpse, feeling an immense sense of relief, but I also felt a wave of weakness and dazedness. This was a sign of my mental energy being depleted. The God of Death's blade consumed too much energy, and at my current level, I couldn't unleash its full potential. My breathing became heavy, and it took me a while to recover. I slowly crouched down and found her phone in Lu Ruyen's pocket. The first thing I needed to do was delete all the chat records between her and me. After erasing the traces, I crushed the phone with a snap. Then I turned and left the rooftop. Just as I returned to my dorm, I suddenly noticed a box outside the door, with a letter on it bearing the principal's signature. Inside the box were 2 items, a gold cleansing pill, which could refine the body and enhance physical attributes upon consumption, and it was quite valuable, effective only once for anyone. The current market price is 200,000 ling coins. The snakeskin black armor, of silver quality, made by an experienced armor craftsman. Wearing it allows for light, silent movement and is quite durable, capable of resisting slashing attacks. The market price is 5,000 ling coins. Seeing this, my eyes brightened. The principal was indeed generous. Not only did he give me a gold cleansing pill, but also a piece of defensive armor. It seemed he really wanted to protect me with all his might. Unfortunately, these 2 items were crafted by a blacksmith and an alchemist using various materials from Blue Star, not loot from the dungeon. My universal sublimation skill couldn't enhance these 2 items. Then I looked at the letter. "Hello, Su Chen. I am Principal Wang Tingshan. Inside the box is a water bomb I'm gifting you on behalf of the school, as well as a piece of silver quality armor I'm giving you personally. Additionally, I have increased your scholarship to 10,000 ling coins this year. You may stand in a high position in the future, but regardless, please don't forget your alma mater when you achieve success. I wish you a bright future." This was, in fact, a form of investment from the principal, but what he expected was not immediate benefits, but the returns after my growth. He was on a different level compared to someone like Lu Ruyen, who was short-sighted. Immediately, I swallowed the gold cleansing pill, and a faint glow emanated from me. My physical attributes gained an additional 100 experience points, promoting me to a level 2 transferee and granting me 10 free attribute points. I stood up, looking at my profile, and allocated all these attribute points to agility, as the sword class primarily focuses on speed and agility. This is quite similar to the assassin class from my previous life. Then I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, and fell into a deep sleep, having used the God of Death's blade, which consumed a significant amount of my energy. I needed to sleep to restore myself to peak condition. When I awoke, it was already the next morning. Opening my eyes, I was enveloped in a radiant blue light. In the next moment, my body suddenly vanished from Blue Star. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a forest, where the ecosystem was filled with a dangerous aura. I drew my mystic steel blood sword and began exploring. Suddenly, a scream echoed from ahead in the forest, a female adventurer's corpse. She had fallen from a tree, and from her wounds, it appeared she had been killed by a flesh-eating monkey. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted as a large, hideous monkey fell from the tree, its arms clenched together, forming a giant hammer to smash down towards me. My expression was icy as I took a cold sidestep, narrowly dodging the attack. I had anticipated this strike. The monster dropped the corpse to draw my attention and set up for a sneak attack. So, I decided to play along and bait the monster into striking. Then I raised my hand and slashed with my sword, instantly cleaving a massive gash into the monkey's head. However, it did not die on the spot. It let out a roar and lunged at me again. Seeing this, I was somewhat surprised. Even without using any skills, my weapon was of silver upper quality, combined with my high strength. How could a monster with ordinary agility still have fighting power? How could it possibly withstand damage and still have fighting power? I immediately used the Eye of Insight to scan the monster's information. Flesh-eating monkey king, level 3, strength 28, constitution 24, skill, slam. I suddenly realized that it wasn't an ordinary flesh-eating monkey, but the Monkey King. No wonder its size was so massive. It was far superior to ordinary flesh-eating monkeys. At the moment the monkey attacked, my figure vanished. As I reappeared, I was already behind it. With my current level, I could use my stealth ability to become invisible, moving at extreme speed to evade most attacks. However, the only drawback was that it only lasted for an instant and consumed a lot of energy. I appeared behind the Monkey King, stabbing perfectly into its brain from the back of its head, ending its life completely. A notification screen floated in front of me. Defeated the fierce beast, loot obtained, bronze lower quality, skill scroll. In the next moment, a message appeared in the world channel. Dragon Kingdom's Sword Master player achieved the first kill. The player received the title First Blood, and all players in Dragon Kingdom received a healing potion. A bottle of blood will be distributed to all Dragon Kingdom players, causing an uproar in the world channel. What? This year, it was our Dragon Kingdom's transferee who achieved the first kill. Could the Sword Master be that Su-Chun from the recent first batch? Su-Chen's expression was serious. In his personal profile, a title section appeared. First Blood, permanent all attributes +5, Su-Chen's current total attributes had reached 15 points. His agility had also reached 25 points. His combat power had increased slightly. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the skill scroll in his hand. Although it was only of bronze quality, he could elevate it. What he needed most now was swordsmanship. A thought crossed his mind. Sublimation of all things. The skill scroll in his hand immediately changed its appearance. It transformed into a silver quality skill scroll. Draw sword slash, low silver quality, sheath the sword. Focus your mind, and slash with one sword. Su-Chen's eyes sharpened. It had directly upgraded from low bronze to silver quality, crossing 2 small levels. His luck this time was truly exceptional. The sublimation of all things was a random evolution of items. If luck was good, it could even directly enhance a silver item to the mythic top level, but that probability was too small. In most cases, it would only upgrade one tier based on the current quality. Any item could only be upgraded once. Su-Chen looked at the skill scroll and immediately chose to use it. Acquired skill, draw sword slash, sword technique low silver quality, current proficiency, 0/1000. Su-Chen immediately sheathed his Xian steel sword. This sword technique required the sword to be sheathed to use. Then Su-Chen activated this sword technique. Buzz! Suddenly, a crisp sword sound flashed. He transformed into a blue sword light, slashing horizontally. This sword was incredibly fast. Its power was terrifying, cutting through the falling leaves in the air within a few meters around him. A shallow sword scar appeared on the ground. Boom! Ahead! A large tree with a diameter of half a meter crashed down, directly severed in half by this sword. Su-Chen was somewhat shocked. An ordinary silver quality skill shouldn't have such great power. After all, my attributes aren't very high yet. Could this be the effect of the origin sword body? All sword techniques' power increased by 3 times. Speed increased by 3 times. Indeed fierce. Su Chen was very satisfied. The skill consumption was not high, allowing him to use it multiple times. Proficiency plus 30. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Su Chen's expression was grave. Just by using it once, he had gained 30 points of proficiency, and this was without hitting a monster, just swinging in the air. If he used it dozens of times, wouldn't he easily break through to max proficiency? Truly ferocious. For ordinary people, proficiency would increase by a few points at a time, but Su Chen's was multiplied by 3. He sheathed the sword back into its scabbard, carrying it on his back. With this draw sword slash skill, he could immediately draw his sword and execute a slash in battle. His reaction speed would be extremely fast, and he wouldn't have to worry about sudden combat situations. He traversed through the dense forest with the long sword on his back. Along the way, a few small mutated wild monsters occasionally jumped out, all easily slaughtered by Su Chen. His combat experience was too rich. For the vast majority of monsters, as soon as they lifted their rear, he already knew what tricks they would use. You have slain a fierce tiger. Experience plus 80, you have slain a mutated wild rabbit. Experience plus 49, you have slain a heavy-shelled turtle. Experience plus 100, before long, Su Chen's level had risen to level 4. In total, he had gained a full 30 free attribute points, and he added them all to agility. Now, his attributes compared to other novice professions had reached a terrifying level. Su Chen, Strength, 15 points, Constitution, 25 points, Agility, 45 points, Spirit, 15 points, Luck, 15 points. The hidden boss will appear behind the Red Rock Cave. Su Chen's gaze was serious. I am currently in the northern part of the forest. It should take some time to arrive. He murmured. I need to speed up. He dashed forward at an incredible speed. The groups of monsters he encountered along the way were ruthlessly crushed. A large amount of loot was all stored in his space. There were many animal pelts, blood, and flesh. Also, some turtle shells and tough mutated beast bones. These were all excellent materials. After returning to Blue Star, he could hand them over to a blacksmith to forge equipment or sell them for a good price. Su Chen knew that the moment he left the dungeon, he would no longer be poor. He raced forward, running at full speed. With each monster he slaughtered, his level kept rising. Before long, he reached level 5. Swish! The sword draw technique was unleashed once again. Moreover, he obtained several brand new skill scrolls. Among them was a basic sword technique. Basic sword technique, bronze low grade, after use. Randomly awaken a sword skill of level 1 to 10. Su Chen directly used the universal sublimation to upgrade it. Sublimation successful. Thunderbolt sword technique, silver mid-grade, a lightning attribute sword technique. Powerful and focused on speed. This scroll was upgraded to silver mid-grade, surpassing the sword draw by a small tier. It far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. This would be his strongest skill so far. Su Chen grinned and crushed the scroll. Buzz! Suddenly, he completely learned this skill. With just a thought, a layer of lightning instantly wrapped around the Shin iron sword in his hand. Crackling sounds echoed. The power was terrifying, and the brilliance was dazzling. This elemental effect was like an enchantment, instantly elevating the sharpness and power of Su Chen's blade to a whole new level. Roar! At that moment, a gray-backed wild wolf appeared ahead. It charged towards Su Chen, clearly unaware of the word death. Su Chen raised his hand and struck with his sword. Whoosh! In an instant, the lightning flowed, and he completely slashed the monster down. Its head rolled away, and the wolf's corpse fell to the ground. You have slain the gray-backed wild wolf with 1 sword experience plus 123. Just as Su Chen was about to sheath his sword, a wave of bloody scent wafted from the dense forest ahead, and a howl of wolves. His eyes widened, and he gripped his sword tightly. Upon closer inspection, dozens of wolves were surrounding him from all directions. All were gray-backed mutated wolves. These mutated beasts were incredibly fast, with claws as sharp as steel, easily capable of tearing apart a human. Su Chen was slightly startled. I thought there was only one, but I didn't expect so many to come. He was a bit shocked. This was at least a small wave of beasts. He hadn't anticipated such bad luck. If it were an ordinary rookie team encountering this wave of monsters, they would be doomed. If it were just one person, they might as well wait to die. Should I use the stealth step to escape? Once activated, the stealth step was unselectable. Although there were many wolves, they couldn't stop him from breaking through. But with so many wolves, I can't bear to let them go. Su Chen licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He directly scanned the data of these wolves. Beast, gray-backed wild wolf level, 5 strength, 17 constitution, 24 agility, 25 spirit, 8 luck, 3 skill, claw strike. These wolves have quite high agility, but they're still a bit lacking compared to me. Su Chen had already given up on the idea of escaping. He decided to fight, because he had the Xian Steel Blood-packed sword. After killing monsters, he could immediately recover. Moreover, he also had a bottle of healing potion in his personal space, so he had his own support and was confident to fight. At this moment, these wolves were not wolves in his eyes. They were just heaps of delicious experience points. If he could slay this entire pack, he could at least level up several more times. I am the man who will challenge the hidden boss. How can I back down now? Su Chen's expression was icy, and he was resolute in his heart to fight them. Although this wave carried risks, the rewards were also substantial. Come! He roared and charged forward. Sheathing his sword, he drew it and unleashed a slashing strike. The wild wolves, emboldened by their numbers, attacked together. In that moment, the forest echoed with the howls of wolves. A woof! Growl! Fierce and bloodthirsty, Su Chen swung his sword, entwined with thunder, his figure moving at an unbelievable speed. His swordsmanship was 3 times that of an ordinary person. This pack of wolves, though quick in their movements, seemed rather childish in the face of Su Chen's swordplay. The Thunder Blade technique could be activated simultaneously with the Draw Sword Slash. This allowed its power to increase many-fold in a short time. In just a few breaths, he had slain several wolves. Blood and corpses littered the ground. Severed limbs scattered everywhere. You have slain a gray-backed wolf. You have slain a gray-backed wolf. You have killed 3 gray-backed wolves with 1 sword. Experience plus 150, proficiency plus 134, experience. Proficiency continuously climbed. Su Chen's expression remained cold. With a swift motion, he struck down. In that instant, he resembled a slaughtering machine. Blood flowed freely, splattering onto the surrounding trees and flowers. Su Chen's sword had a special effect. After killing a monster, it could temporarily enhance all his attributes. Thus, each time he killed a wolf, he could refresh this buff. This made his efficiency even more terrifying. Beasts are ultimately beasts. This pack of wolves was annihilated without a trace, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Suddenly, a fierce wolf king charged out. Its body was covered in silvery fur, appearing as if moonlight was cast upon it. This wolf was robust, not at all comparable to the others. Its speed was also terrifying. In almost an instant, it lunged in front of Su Chen. The wolf's vicious fangs were over 10 centimeters long. Su Chen, caught off guard, was actually grazed on the arm. He spun and sidestepped, barely avoiding a direct hit. "TSK, I actually got injured," he said, his expression grave. Looking at his arm, he saw 2 long bite marks, about 2 centimeters deep, blood flowing profusely. If he had been even a moment slower, he might have lost that arm. Fortunately, this monster's teeth were not poisoned. He immediately scanned the Wolf King's data. Silverback Wolf King. Level 6, Strength 34, Constitution 44, Agility 56, Spirit 6, Luck 3, Skills Silver Clawthroat Slash. Sharp Bite. Rapid Charge. It was actually a level 6 monster. No wonder it was so fast. The Wolf King's attack had not been enough to kill Su Chen outright. It landed, adjusting its stance, preparing for the next strike. It circled around Su Chen, eyes fixed on him. Su Chen looked at the wolf, expressionless. "Little Wolf King, you are strong, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent." He sheathed his sword and stepped forward. Su Chen was very confident. Despite his injury, he chose to take the initiative, because just moments ago, one of his skill proficiencies had maxed out. Draw Sword Slash proficiency reached 1000. Skill upgrade. Draw Sword Flash, Silver Intermediate, proficiency 1000/2000. Now he possessed 2 Silver Intermediate sword skills. He returned his sword to its sheath. Energy surged from his palm, directly infusing into the blade. In an instant, the entire sword shimmered with lightning. Whoosh! Su Chen transformed into a brilliant blue lightning shadow. The sword left a long mark. He slashed forward. This strike was too fast. The Wolf King didn't even have time to react before it was slain and fell to the ground. blood sprayed into the air, and the wolf's head rolled away. Wolf King slain. Experience points plus 500 sword drawing flash proficiency plus 145 thunder sword technique proficiency plus 100 loot, iron clawbones. Wolf King's heart at this moment. The Xian steel blood drinking sword began to thirstily drink the blood from its blade. Soon, it was completely clean. Then, a surge of warm power flowed through the hilt and into Su Chen's body. The wound on Su Chen's arm immediately healed at a visibly rapid pace. At this time, the surrounding wolves were filled with fear, and some of the more timid ones began to turn and flee. A chilling killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "You think you can leave after coming here?" His movements were too swift. He charged forward, pursuing the wolf pack. He moved like a ghost. This battle with the wolves rapidly raised his level. His level had already reached the critical point of level 9. One more level and he would be at level 10. Naturally, he could not let these wolf pups escape. With a swift motion, Su Chen struck down. His black clothes splattered with wolf blood. In the end, he did not let a single one escape. All the wolves were slaughtered. Those that tried to run were chased down and killed. The wolves were bewildered. They had never encountered such a ferocious bipedal beast. Wolves are ultimately foolish creatures, even with mutated intelligence. They aren't very smart. If they had scattered, maybe a few could have survived. But all gathered together. How could I not catch them all? Looking at the corpses of wolves strewn across the ground, Su Chen's expression remained calm. His personal panel showed a direct level increase. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. First transition task generating. Su Chen had directly advanced to level 10. He had slain far too many monsters. This leveling speed was truly invincible. Typical players, until the end of the novice dungeon, could only gain a few hundred experience points at most, and killing a few fierce beasts was the limit. Reaching levels 5 or 6 was already considered excellent. And yet, before this novice dungeon had even ended, Su Chen was already at level 10. The efficiency was on a completely different level. First transition task, kill the guardian of the Red Rock Cave. A powerful elite monster. Reward, promotion to first transition sword god. Su Chen's gaze grew serious. This first transition task was very good. He was just about to head to the Red Rock Cave. For ordinary people, completing the first transition task would allow them to undertake their first job change. For example, in the life profession of brewing, one could choose from various types of brewers, with the most powerful being the poison brewer. For swordsmen, they could choose from sword and shield warriors, swordsmen, sword masters, and so on. As for Su Chen, since he was already a sword god, the strongest profession, he could only follow one path to the end. First transition sword god. Second transition sword god. He would not change professions but would enhance his attributes and gain skill upgrades. He moved lightly, quickly making his way forward. At the same time, he opened his personal profile. Su Chen level 10, currently completing first transition task. Profession, sword god, mythical level. Unique in the world, strength, 15 constitution, 25 agility, 100 spirit, 30 luck, 15 talent, universal sublimation. Origin sword body skills, god-slaying blade, full concealment, hidden steps, eye of insight thunder sword technique, sword drawing flash. That's right, he had allocated most of his attribute points into agility. He also added some to spirit, as releasing skills required mental power. Agility attribute breaks 100. Gain sword god profession skill, sword master, passive skill, quality, low platinum proficiency, 0 out of 100. 000. You can equip any level of sword type weapon, ignoring all requirements. Moreover, all sword type weapons in your hands have their sharpness doubled. Su Chen's eyes glimmered slightly. This effect was quite powerful. It meant he could directly equip the highest level sword type weapons. Very good. Now I have several skills, and my attributes are terrifying. It's time to challenge the Red Rock Cave. Su Chen proceeded along the route he remembered. Once he defeats the hidden boss, this dungeon can be settled. By the way, I must hide my achievements. Su Chen thought to himself, activating all his concealment abilities. He hit his monster kill count and level completely. Full concealment is also a skill of the legendary class, the god of killing, and its effect is remarkable. Once activated, even the supreme rules of the dungeon cannot account for him. This means he cannot be ranked on the leaderboard. For now, he doesn't want to attract too much attention. However, no matter how much he hides, when the settlement occurs, the real ranking will still appear. By then, Su Chen's achievements will surely shock the world. But for now, he needs to keep a low profile, because during the battle with the hidden boss, he must not let anything go awry. At this moment, inside the novice dungeon, another team of job changers was gathering together. They had just exhausted themselves to death, killing 2 gray-backed wild wolves. These wolves are so fast. It was so hard for us to kill them. The experience from these wolves is too little, only 34 points. There's no way around it. We teamed up to share the experience. So naturally, we get less. A few of them were panting, gripping their battered novice daggers, exhausted and out of breath. Yang Ding was the captain of this group. He was tall and sturdy, with several scars on his body, blood flowing from them. At this moment, his face was icy, gritting his teeth. You guys are really useless. I'm the one doing all the work and taking the damage. And I still have to share the experience with you. I'm truly the biggest fool among fools. Yang Ding scolded the others. The group clenched their fists but dared not retort. After all, Yang Ding was the most talented among them and had the strongest combat power. He was also their big brother. Naturally, no one dared to argue with him. Damn, if it weren't for being scammed by Su Chen for 3,000 at the weapon shop, I wouldn't have to use this novice dagger. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. At that time, he only had 10,000, enough to buy a silver-grade weapon at most. As a result, he was scammed out of 3,000, and he didn't dare to tell his parents. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. Although he was a rich second generation, the money at home wasn't for unlimited spending. Brother Yang, why didn't you buy a bronze weapon to make do for now? This novice dagger is just too hard to use. Someone asked in confusion. What do you know? Yang Ding glared at him. Bronze weapons aren't much different from novice daggers. Yang Ding slapped him hard and said, all right, but after all this effort, we've only reached level 4. This efficiency is really not good. The group shook their heads and said, fortunately, this wild wolf dropped a bronze-grade bow. Xiao Wang, you're a ranger. Equip this bow immediately and become our main damage dealer. Yang Ding said. Although they complained, life still had to go on. They continued to move forward, killing monsters. Before long, their levels had increased quite a bit. They also looted several pieces of equipment. Yang Ding, exhausted, finally obtained a bronze-grade large shield. Wolf Bone Shield, Bronze, Constitution +5, a very tough bone shield that can help you get through the early stages safely. With this shield, he could better serve as a tank, resisting the monster's damage in the front line. His teammates also began to grow gradually. After moving for a while, suddenly, everyone frowned. Even Yang Ding gasped. They had stepped into the depths of a forest. Here, there were corpses everywhere. The corpses of wolves. A stench filled the air. Damn! A beast tied. So many corpses? Which team did this slaughter? Everyone was shocked. Yang Ding crouched down slightly, examining the wounds on the corpses. It's possible. It wasn't a team, but a single person. Because all the fatal wounds on the wolf corpses were made by the same type of weapon. A sword. It's also possible that it's an elite team of swordsmen. In any case, we can't fight them. I think we should take a detour. His tone was heavy. Although they had just found a few pieces of equipment and were now armed, Yang Ding still didn't dare to confront this elite team head-on. Soon, everyone began to move towards a secluded path. Fearing an encounter with that swordsman team, there had been many killings in the instance, and they hoped to avoid such a fate. In Xianjing City, at a high school, in the conference room, many senior officials from various schools stood with serious expressions. A virtual screen displayed in midair, and everyone was fixated on it. Novice Instance No. 144, Leaderboard, First Place, LV. 8, Li Chengguang, Second Place, LV. 7, Yanzai, Third Place, LV. 6, not only in Xianjing City, but also in several surrounding cities, the names of talented newcomers were listed. Yet, there was no mention of Su Chen. They searched through the top 500 and found nothing. What's going on? That student, although his profession is sword master, has full attributes by nature. Even if his skills aren't great, he should be able to kill a few monsters just by brute force, right? How could he not even make it into the top 500? Several directors spoke with serious expressions. They were referring to Su Chen, with innate attributes maxed out at level 10. Such a genius was extremely rare in the entire Blue Star. There was no reason for him not to be in the top 500, right? Principal Wang Tingshan crossed his arms. his expression extremely grave, his brows furrowed. He had heavily invested in Su-chen, hoping for the returns that his future growth would bring to the school. If Su-chen were to perish in the novice instance, it would be a heavy blow to the school. He remained silent, dark clouds gathering in his heart. Suddenly, a ghostly light flashed across the sky. A woman appeared, walking through the air. In the conference room, everyone's gaze sharpened. To be able to walk on air, she must be at least a 5th-tier expert. The woman quickly entered the conference room and landed on her feet. She stood with her hands behind her back, her expression emotionless. Wang Tingshan immediately stood up. "Vice Mayor, you've arrived." The other teachers and directors also hurriedly bowed. The woman nodded slightly. She was none other than the current vice mayor of Xianjing City, Ranling. "I heard your school has produced some good talents this year. I came here for that reason." And Ranling said slowly. She frowned slightly, glancing at the large screen. "However, I didn't see the student named Su-chen on the leaderboard at all." As soon as she said this, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Tingshan's forehead. He had already reported to his superiors remotely, informing Vice Mayor about a student named Su-chen who had awakened with 10-star attributes. Having innate 10-star full attributes was a significant event. If Su-chen performed well, even now, the school could benefit from funding from above. However, after waiting for a long time, Su-chen had not appeared on the leaderboard. This was in stark contrast to Wang Tingshan's confident assertions. The novice instance had been open for several hours. In any case, a genius should have stood out by now, while mediocrity would be buried. Wang Tingshan spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, Vice Mayorin. There's a detail I didn't disclose. The student named Su-chen, his profession is sword master. So, his early combat power might be a bit weaker." Before Wang Tingshan could finish, he was interrupted. "Sword master? Even if his profession is sword master and he's not strong in the early stages, it's impossible for him to be so far behind that he can't even make it into the top 500 of a single instance." And Ranling said with a serious expression. Wang Tingshan and the other teachers felt immense pressure. They couldn't understand it either. Could it be that Su-chen had such terrible luck that he fell into a pile of monsters as soon as he entered the instance and was killed instantly? If he really died in the instance, it would be a catastrophic loss. "Vice Mayorin, please don't be anxious. Besides him, our school has several promising talents this year." Wang Tingshan stepped forward, his expression serious. "Yan Zhe, with a 9-star talent, has awakened the hidden profession of Demon Hunter Ranger. He is the biggest surprise of our school this year, aside from Su-chen. Currently, Yan Zhe is fighting for the 2nd place on the leaderboard. He will be the best candidate for us to compete with the genius Li Qingguang from the neighboring city." Wang Tingshan handed over a list while speaking. "There's also a young girl who has awakened the hidden profession of necromancer. With a 7-star talent, her future achievements won't be lacking. She is currently ranked 19th. The heir of the Zhang family, young master Zhang Tang, also has the hidden profession of Warhammer warrior. With an innate 8-star talent, he is currently ranked 4th. Wang Tingshan recounted all the strong students this year, mentioning them one by one. Additionally, there is another student with an innate 7-star attribute, a hidden profession of shield warrior, named Yang Ding. He started off a bit slow for some reason, but he is now on the right track. He is currently ranked around 40th and has reached level 6. It can be said that the quality of our school's transfigurers this year is much better than in previous years," Wang Tingshan said sincerely, and Ranling's expression was calm. She merely nodded slightly. This student named Yan Zhe is indeed quite good. He is an unexpected dark horse." Her anger had subsided somewhat as she spoke slowly. "But, the newcomer from Woyang City, Li Qingguang, is simply too outstanding. He has an innate 10-star talent, and his profession is a hidden blade maniac. He is truly the best of the best among this generation." Vice Mayor An's gaze was very serious. "Li Qingguang has overshadowed all the students of our Xianjing city. Even Yan Zhe is in 2nd place. I just hope that someone from Xianjing can catch up to him, at least not lose too badly. If our Xianjing city ends up at the bottom again this year, then next year, we won't even have the qualification to let students join the Tower Association." At this point, a hint of worry appeared in Vice Mayor N's eyes. The talent of each graduating class affects the future of a city. The Tower Association is an organization of the Dragon Kingdom government, responsible for hunting magical creatures and guarding the borders. Once joined, it signifies boundless prospects. After joining the Tower Association, One can take on tasks and receive substantial rewards, with rapid improvement in strength. Each year, only absolute geniuses among the newcomers qualify to join. Each province has a varying number of slots, determined by the talent of the current students. The qualification for the Tower Association is extremely precious. At this moment, Wang Tingshan stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Vice Mayorin, our school has always adhered to a people-oriented educational approach. The students are well aware that they are not just fighting for themselves. What they bear is also the fate of our school, Xianjing City, and even the human race. Wang Tingshan's voice was powerful and resonant. This blue star is no longer a world exclusive to the human race. It is a world where myriad races coexist. Resources are limited, and competition is fierce. If the human race wants to continue, they must withstand the pressure. This requires all transfigurers to unite against the enemy. The fresh blood is the hope for the future of the human race. Therefore, the competition among newcomers every year is extremely fierce. It not only affects each individual but also impacts every aspect of the city and school. I believe in my students, so please believe as well. Upon hearing Wang Tingshan's words, and Ranling was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she took out 4 tokens from her bag and handed them to Wang Tingshan. I understand now, Principal Wang. These tokens are the qualification tokens for joining the Tower Association this year. Who you give them to is entirely up to you. The hope of our city rests on your students. Wang Tingshan took the token and nodded solemnly. This was a heavy burden. In fact, he was well aware that this year, Li Chengguang from the neighboring city was truly unstoppable. They had basically already lost. This Tian Tower token might be one of the last few from Xianjing City. Next year, there would be no more. At this moment, Su Chen was still engaged in fierce battle within the dungeon. He raced forward at an incredible speed. Finally, he arrived outside the Hongyan cave. It was a massive mountain, and the rocks were all blood red, looking extremely eerie, as if the strange blood had solidified into stone. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the surroundings. Several goblins charged out from the cave. They were small in stature, exuding an extreme stench. Their appearance was grotesque. Su Chen struck without mercy. With a few swift sword strikes, lightning erupted. He easily crushed these small monsters. Goblin slain x3, experience plus 302. Su Chen knew this was just an appetizer. Boom! A loud bang echoed. From within the cave, a massive figure burst forth. It was extraordinarily tall, over 2 people high. Its muscles coiled like a dragon. Its skin was deep green, resembling moss. It wore a tattered grass skirt that covered its vital parts. A profile appeared before Su Chen. Lizard Goblin Chief, Elite Monster, Level 10, Strength 105 points, Constitution 102 points, Agility 25 points, Spirit 8 points, Skills, Club Charge, Intense Fury, Venom Spray, Trample, a hybrid variant of lizard and goblin. It has a very robust physique and can spray venom, but its intelligence is lower than that of ordinary goblins. Looking at the Goblin Chief's hideous appearance, Su Chen frowned slightly. Was it too ugly? It was covered in hair and green filth. Just looking at it made him want to chop it down. Hukabakaji. The Goblin Chief let out a heart-wrenching roar upon seeing the bodies of the 3 goblins slain by Su Chen. As if it were mourning the death of its family. Its voice was deep and resonant, piercing to the ears. Su Chen felt as if his head was about to explode. Then, it charged forward with a fierce leap. The massive club in its hand swung like a great crescent moon. Su Chen's expression grew serious, his movements calm. He used agile footwork to evade. This Goblin King has too high a strength value and constitution. It will be very tough to deal with. With thick skin and flesh, I must fully utilize my agility to wear it down. Only then can I defeat it. Su Chen had already formulated a battle plan in his mind. After dodging this strike, the Goblin King continued its relentless charge. Its club swung wildly, stirring up dust and debris around. Huge trees were continuously smashed down by it. Su Chen remained composed, completely unflustered. He kept dodging passively. His speed was so fast that it was overwhelming. No matter how the Goblin King attacked, it couldn't touch a single hair on him. It could even be said that it couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. Gradually, the Goblin King began to tire. It was panting heavily. Yellow, foul mist escaping from its mouth. Hodu Long Ka, the Goblin Chief roared, choosing to use a skill. It drooled profusely, beginning to secrete toxins. It possessed the bloodline of a mutated lizard, allowing it to secrete poison. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. In that instant, his hand rested on the hilt of his sword behind him. Goblins are among the monsters with relatively high intelligence, so it was not surprising that they could speak. But Su Chen had no desire to know what it meant, because goblins were extremely brutal. They delighted in gnawing on human flesh for fun, torturing female knights, and imprisoning female adventurers. Such monsters were despised by all. Su Chen also loathed them. There was no need for communication, just kill. Put. In the next moment, the Goblin King spat out venom. Its corpulent body twisted, and a torrent of deep yellow liquid shot forth from its mouth. The toxicity was extremely strong. Wherever it passed, everything became incredibly sticky. Trees withered, and leaves fell. Even stones were corroded, leaving large holes. Moreover, the speed at which this venom was expelled was astonishingly fast. It was almost sweeping directly towards Su Chen. It was extremely difficult to evade. Faced with this attack, Su Chen remained expressionless. He summoned his mental energy, and a wave of psychic force materialized in his palm. It then spread over the hilt of his sword. The entire Xian steel blood-drinking sword was instantly filled with lightning. He directly activated the sword-drawing flash. His entire being charged forward, as if it were a suicidal attack. How could a mortal body withstand such intense poison? A twisted smile appeared on the Goblin King's ugly face. But in the next moment, its smile froze, because Su Chen's body actually penetrated through the torrent of venom unscathed. In that instant, his presence seemed to vanish from the world. His whole body transformed into a blurred shadow, his clothes billowing. He passed through the torrent of venom alongside the sword's shadow. Su Chen had activated the Hidden God Step. The Hidden God Step consumed a lot of energy, so he could generally only activate it for a brief moment. But that was enough. Once used, it became an unselectable state, directly ignoring the vast majority of attacks from the perspective of world rules. Therefore, this venom essentially missed him entirely. His body swept past the Goblin King's form. This sword strike precisely sealed its throat. The azure sword light transformed into a straight, long mark. It pierced through the Goblin King's neck. That large, thick green neck, layered with several layers of flesh, was cut open with a massive wound. Blood flowed profusely, deep enough to see bone. Dark green blood gushed out. The Goblin King fell completely. Su Chen's sword strike was too powerful. All sword techniques had tripled in speed and power. What monster could withstand that? Su Chen's face was icy cold as he violently flicked the sword blade. All the bloodstains remaining on the edge fell to the ground. Slay elite monster, lizard goblin leader, first transition task completed. Promoted to first transition sword god. All attributes plus 10, experience plus 1000, level up to level 11. Talent, origin sword body, mythical, effect increased, sword technique power increased, 10 times, sword technique speed increased, 10 times, sword technique proficiency increased, 10 times, reward obtained, 1 lottery spin. A series of notifications flooded into Su Chen's mind. He was shocked. The effect of the origin sword body had directly increased to 10 times. It was too fierce. If it had been 10 times from the start, he could have probably one-shot the goblin leader. Loot obtained, Goblin Leader's Treasure Map, Silver Midgrade Sword Technique Skill Scroll X1. Upon hearing this news, a sheepskin map fell into his hands. Su Chen focused his gaze. He was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect to find a treasure map. Treasure maps were a relatively rare reward in dungeons. As long as one found the treasure, they could receive rewards, which was relatively low risk. However, the drop rate for treasure maps was too low, making them highly sought after. Whether searching for treasure himself or selling the treasure map on the World Channel, both were excellent choices. Su Chen used the universal sublimation to upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map, gold low grade. There are many goblin leaders, but there is only one Goblin King. Do you want my treasure? I have buried them all in one place. Go find it. The treasure map marked a location. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It had directly upgraded to a gold quality treasure map. It seemed he needed to make a trip. The coordinates of this treasure map were located inside the Red Rock Cave. He could conveniently pick it up on his way to slay the boss. He tucked the treasure map into his pocket. In addition, the loot included a mid-grade silver swordsmanship skill scroll. He directly activated the skill of universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Acquired, high-grade golden swordsmanship skill scroll. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It actually upgraded directly to high-grade golden. only one tier away from platinum-level sword techniques. This would be his highest-ranked skill so far. He crushed it. Acquired skill, sword control, high-grade golden sword technique. Su-Chen smiled faintly, feeling very satisfied. He never expected to randomly obtain this skill. It was just right, as it could help him disguise himself as a sword master, making his cover truly seamless. The sword control skill allows one to control the sword blade to hover in the air with one's mind. Generally, only sword masters can learn this skill, but as a sword god, he could learn all sword-related skills. This skill is of a high tier, and even sword masters need to reach mid to late stages to learn it. This is also why sword masters are so weak in the early stages. However, Su-Chen, at only level 11, had already learned this skill. He looked at the description of the skill. Sword control, high-grade golden, proficiency, 0/30, 000. Control the sword with your mind, hovering to strike enemies, beheading from 1,000 miles away. To control the sword from 1,000 miles away, one's mental power must be extraordinarily high. For now, that was out of the question. However, with Su-Chen's current level of mental power, controlling the sword within 30 meters was not a problem. He focused his thoughts. Whoosh! The Xian Steel Blood Oath sword in his hand seemed to respond to his mental influence, starting to tremble. Then, it emitted a humming sound. It directly floated up. The sword blade reflected a cold light, hovering beside Su-Chen. Swish, swish, swish. The sword blade sliced, spun, and shot forth. It was as if it were an extension of his own body. In just a moment, the goblin corpse in front of him was reduced to a pile of mush. Limbs were scattered everywhere. It's a pity that when controlling the sword with my mind, I can't use the sword flash or thunder sword technique. These two skills currently require me to hold the sword myself to use, but I believe that in the future, I will be able to control the sword and activate all sword techniques. As long as proficiency continues to increase, anything is possible. Then, Su-Chen called out to the system in his mind. I want to draw a lottery. In the next moment, a familiar roulette appeared in his mind. Advancing to the first transition was equivalent to elevating to a major realm, so he received a chance to draw a lottery. The pointer began to spin rapidly. Finally, it stopped on a legendary level talent. Legendary is one tier lower than mythic, but still very good. Acquired talent, automatic training, legendary, all your skills will automatically increase in proficiency at a rate of 1 jump per minute. Sword flash proficiency plus 102. Thunder sword technique proficiency plus 70. Swordmaster proficiency plus 127. Su-Chen's eyes widened in shock. This truly meant getting stronger while lying down. Sheathing his sword, Su-Chen let out a deep breath. In fact, he had once thought about finding Zhang Tang in the dungeon and killing him, but this dungeon was vast, and Su-Chen and he were not in the same area. Trying to find him was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Far too difficult. So Su-Chen could only put this matter aside for now. This was the most rational choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion, but one must not let such emotions cloud their judgment, allowing hatred to drive them to lose their reason. If Su-Chen were to spare no effort, giving up leveling up and monster grinding to directly kill Zhang Tang, that would be a loss instead. Only those who can transform hatred into motivation are true masters. One day, Zhang Tang will die. Along with the Zhang family behind him, they will be eradicated as well. Su-Chen's gaze was calm as he looked towards the interior of the cave. He was preparing to step into the Red Rock Cave. At that moment, Su-Chen suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. His gaze sharpened slightly. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot towards him. It was a hidden arrow aimed at the back of Su-Chen's head. Su-Chen tilted his head slightly, skillfully dodging the arrow. The arrow embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk, coming to a steady stop. Su-Chen's eyes flickered with killing intent. Someone dared to ambush me. Su-Chen? He would not tolerate such a thing. From the craftsmanship of this arrow, it should be made by a ranger, using their passive skill, arrow crafting, along with materials to create it. Goblins could never produce such precise weapons. He could basically confirm that it was humans who were ambushing him. Just from the shape of a single arrow, Su-Chen could deduce who the enemy was. This was the mark of an experienced fighter. Su-Chen suddenly turned around and focused his gaze. He saw several people emerging from the bushes, each wielding different weapons. This was a team of job changers, a tank warrior, a ranger, and 2 mages, a small squad of 4. Su-Chen activated his inside eye and directly saw through the information of these individuals. What surprised Su-Chen the most was, There was a familiar face among this team. Yang Ding. Su Chen's expression turned grave. He saw that the faces of those people were clouded with grim expressions. What a coincidence to meet you here, Yang Ding said, a fierce look on his face. Su Chen, I didn't expect to actually catch you. He had been fantasizing about how he would take revenge if he encountered Su Chen in the novice dungeon. He never thought he would actually meet him. Yesterday at noon, he had been heavily beaten in a bet by Su Chen at the weapon shop. It not only humiliated him but also caused him to suffer a significant loss, preventing him from buying weapons and starting off at a disadvantage compared to others. I suppose you, like us, saw the corpses of that pack of wolves and were scared into taking the back road to get here, Yang Ding said coldly. Unfortunately, although you successfully avoided that elite swordsman team, you couldn't avoid us. What luck! It seems the heavens want me to deal with you. Yang Ding looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with unmasked murderous intent. Killing you in the dungeon doesn't violate any laws, and it's hard to trace, he sneered. His teammates also raised their weapons, entering a combat stance. 4 people surrounded him. If it were an ordinary novice, they would have already knelt down and begged for mercy. It was not uncommon for humans to kill each other in the dungeon. If one died here, it would truly mean death in reality. You think you can take me down with just the 4 of you? Su Chen looked around, his tone extremely calm. His gaze remained as tranquil as water, showing no signs of being intimidated. Such composure was truly rare. Boss, he seems a bit hard to deal with, one of the female mages said, looking somewhat fearful as she swallowed hard. Don't be afraid, Hua Mei, he's just putting on a show, sneered the ranger beside her. Su Chen, stop pretending to be mysterious. To tell you the truth, our brother Ding has already reached level 7 and just cleared a wave of wild monsters. We've all reached level 5, each with an average of 2 skills. You alone, as the weakest early-stage sword master, how can you fight? Said the other mage, tall and holding a broken wooden stick. His equipment was the worst among them. Clearly, he had bad luck and hadn't obtained any gear, still using a novice branch. However, mages did not have very high requirements for weapons. As long as they could cast spells, their power was formidable. Upon hearing their words, Su Chen merely smiled slightly, maintaining a demeanor of calm indifference. You, a level 7 and 8-star talent sandbag warrior, think you can kill me with a bunch of small-time thugs? Su Chen said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sandbag? You call my class a sandbag warrior? Yang Ding had never endured such a humiliating insult. Wait until I reach level 10, I will have 5 job choices. Sword and shield warrior, shield attacker, muscle berserker. Which one is not better than your early-stage trash sword master? How dare you call me a sandbag? Yang Ding recalled how he had always been at the front of the team, playing the role of a sandbag. He felt even more offended. However, when Su Chen heard his explanation, he merely picked at his earwax with indifference. Oh, a sandbag. Su Chen's cold words were the most likely to provoke anger. This made Yang Ding grit his teeth in frustration. It seems that only when death is imminent will you kneel and beg for mercy. Brothers, kill! Yang Ding shouted angrily. Although he has a 10-star talent, he is a sword master, the ranger said. I estimate that he hasn't killed many monsters by now. His level is extremely low, the male mage said. We can definitely take him down in an instant. Several job changers all took action. The ranger's attack came the fastest. He drew his bow and shot an arrow wrapped in dark red light. Su Chen stared at the arrow, showing no intention of dodging, because this was the skill, tracking arrow. No matter how he tried to evade, the arrow would catch up. So, he simply swung his sword. Crack! To an ordinary person, that arrow was an instantaneous attack, but to Su Chen, it was as if it were in slow motion, clear as day. His agility attribute was simply too high. With a flash of cold light, his sword directly split the arrow in midair. It was perfectly cleaved in half, scattering to the sides. Then, Su Chen stepped forward and charged ahead. He wouldn't hold back. Since you want to kill me, I will retaliate. In fact, when they had previously launched a sneak attack on Su Chen, he had already sentenced them to death in his heart. Put! Lightning coiled around Su Chen's palm. The azure electric current flickered in the air, arcs surging, dazzlingly bright. This power was even comparable to an ordinary mage's skill. With this sword, Su Chen charged out fiercely. His speed was at its peak. Whoosh! Before the others could react, Su Chen had already reached the ranger's face. It was evident what would happen to a ranged class being confronted by a melee fighter. Su Chen swung his sword without hesitation. Blood spurted into the air. The ranger was directly slain with a sword to the throat. He fell to the ground, completely dead. Su Chen's movements were too fast, directly bypassing Yang Ding, who was in the front line. The three people around were stunned. They truly did not expect Su Chen's actions to be so swift. His strikes were also so ruthless. There was not a hint of hesitation in killing. How could they know that this was not Su Chen's first time killing? As long as you are the enemy, it makes no difference whether you are a monster or a human. Su Chen had long since mastered a cold-blooded mentality towards his enemies. The remaining few felt a surge of anger. After all, a companion had died. The male mage finally activated his skill. He chanted something, completing the incantation. In mid-air, a fireball the size of a basketball formed and hurtled towards Su Chen. The smell of burning spread around. The high temperature created shockwaves. Su Chen felt bored facing this attack. Weak. Too weak. Fighting them was just a waste of his time. He originally just wanted to pass through the Red Rock Cave, kill the hidden boss, and avoid conflict. Why do people always like to seek death? His expression turned icy as he sheathed his sword. The electric current flickered. With a flash of his sword, he unleashed. In the next moment, he shot out like a bolt. The speed of this sword was too fast. In mid-air, that fireball was instantly shattered into smoke by Su Chen's sword wrapped in thunder. He did not stop. His whole body transformed into a streak of azure sword light, swiftly approaching and flashing past. He directly pierced through the male mage's body. This sword sealed the throat. Blood flowed out. He stared blankly, wanting to cast another spell. However, he found that he was already too weak to fight. His life force was rapidly fading. How is this possible? His dying words were filled with shock. In the end, he fell to the ground, lifeless, eyes wide open. The female mage and Yang Ding beside him were both utterly shocked. With just one skill, he had slain a full health player. This not only requires extremely terrifying attributes, but the skill attributes cannot be low either. From start to finish, Su Chen only drew 2 swords, and just so happened to kill 2 people. Basically, 1 sword for 1 person. This strength is simply outrageous. Could it be that Su Chen's level is already higher than Yang Ding's? Neither of them could believe this fact. Sword masters are supposed to be very weak in the early stages. Moreover, Su Chen had not formed a team, he was all alone. How could his leveling efficiency be so fast? Hua Mei, don't be afraid. It's just that his weapon quality is good. That's why he can fight like this. As long as I hold the front, and you output, he will definitely die. Yang Ding roared. He knew that the two of them were now in a fight to the death. There was no possibility of negotiation. So no matter what, they had to continue the attack. What he said made him believe it wholeheartedly. Okay, Qian Huayan nodded, raised her staff, and began to channel her mental power. In the end, she condensed a water spear, suspended in mid-air, ready to attack at any moment. Yang Ding charged towards Su Chen, raising his shield. His sturdy body moved, stirring up dust beneath his feet. The bone shield he held formed a barrier, protecting him within. At the same time, he gripped a 50-centimeter novice chopping knife in his right hand. Suddenly, he swung it down towards Su Chen. He was at the forefront, acting as a meat shield. Su Chen looked at the gleaming knife, remaining as steady as a mountain. He bent down to avoid the strike. Then, Su Chen turned and thrust out a sword, light as a feather. The reverse sword strike was incredibly fast. It was almost like lightning. It made Yang Ding's scalp tingle. He could only hurriedly raise his shield, taking Su Chen's sword strike head-on. This sword looked light, but its power was extremely heavy, directly sending Yang Ding, along with his shield, flying backward. What a terrifying sword. It wasn't even a skill, just a normal attack, and it slashed away more than half of his health. Yang Ding was shocked. He was a meat shield warrior, known for his thick health. Moreover, Su Chen's sword only struck his shield. How could its power be so great? He thought and thought, feeling puzzled. In the end, he could only attribute everything to Su Chen's weapon. It must be that sword, of too high a grade, enhancing his attributes. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he crushed a necklace on his chest. The necklace emitted a pure white glow. A mysterious power instantly shot out, enveloping Su Chen's sword blade. Su Chen could feel his sword slipping from his hand. The blood-drinking sword of Xian steel hung high in the air. and Su Chen could no longer touch it. Su Chen frowned slightly. Was this a one-time accessory? After being crushed, it directly formed a radiance, briefly controlling his weapon. This was a very expensive, luxurious piece of equipment. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. Yang Ding finally felt that he had the upper hand. He sneered. Humph, Su Chen, you really made me spend a lot. This necklace is a one-time equipment. Even with my family's resources, it would still hurt. Fortunately, the effect is powerful. After activation, it can control your weapon for more than 10 seconds. You're doomed. Hua Mei, kill. His expression turned serious as he ordered the female mage. Qian Huayan nodded and suddenly made her move. In that instant, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. The water spear in midair shot out directly. The speed was extremely fast. The mage's initial skill, water spear. Its power was strong. If it pierced the body, the water spear could instantly invade the blood vessels through the wound, rampaging within. For ordinary practitioners, being hit by the water spear meant losing combat capability. A glint of pleasure flashed in Yang Ding's eyes. It was as if Su Chen was already a dead man. However, in the next moment, whoosh, the suspended sword blade in midair suddenly trembled. It emitted a crisp sword chant. Then, it slashed down sharply, as if an invisible hand was gripping this sword. Whoosh, the sword wind was incredibly swift. With a swift motion, he shattered the water spear, transforming it into a handful of clear water that fell to the ground, merging with the soil. This strike was effortlessly neutralized. Su Chen stood tall, not even moving an inch. His gaze, however, was shifting. The pitch-black blood oath sword of Xian steel suddenly spun and flew back to Su Chen's side. The 3-foot-long sword hovered in front of him, quietly rising and falling. The blade seemed to rotate subtly, as if dancing in mid-air, following the direction of Su Chen's gaze. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ding and Qian Huayan were both petrified. Why you can control the sword. Yang Ding's voice trembled. This was clearly a late-game skill. How did Su Chen learn it? When one's level is insufficient, these wild monsters cannot drop late-game skill scrolls. Logically, in battles among early-game players, controlling the weapon equates to controlling the initiative. Once the weapon is lost, there is basically no room for resistance. Therefore, his necklace, which could control an enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, was his strongest life-saving trump card. He never expected that Su Chen had already learned to control the sword. Reclaiming the weapon from mid-air, Su Chen's expression was icy, his hand forming a sword gesture. He then pointed distantly at Yang Ding. Whoosh! The Xian steel sword transformed into a shadow, suddenly shooting forward. The blade sliced through the air, creating a ringing sound. The sound of breaking air echoed. Yang Ding clumsily defended against 2 strikes. In the end, thrust, a sword severed his head. He died completely, his body collapsing to the ground. Until his death, his eyes still held an expression of extreme shock. At this moment, the last female mage also turned pale. Qian Huayan sat down on the ground, trembling in fear, too scared to fight back. If one looked closely, they could see a stream of yellow liquid flowing out. She had literally wet herself. Su Chen stepped forward slowly, the 3-foot-long Xian iron sword floating beside him. At that moment, he looked like a black-robed sword cultivator, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. I was wrong. Su Chen, please, don't kill me. She looked at Su Chen, her voice trembling. I beg you. I'm willing to be your servant. It was all Yang Ding. Yang Ding made me attack you. I'm his teammate. I didn't dare to disobey. Facing this beautiful girl, Su Chen simply shook his head slowly. Some mistakes have no room for compensation. The moment you attacked me, you were already dead. The Xian steel sword flew into the air, inverted, and landed in his hand. Then, Su Chen struck decisively. The kill was swift and clean. Defeated a 4-person team. Experience plus 2088 loot, wolf bone hair bow, bronze low grade. Broken wolf bone shield, bronze low grade. Bone staff, bronze medium grade. Illuminating necklace, bronze low grade. Level up to 12. Su Chen was now a first transformation player. This progress was absolutely beyond everyone else. These pieces of equipment were merely a slight improvement for Su Chen. He had just killed monsters and had already dropped many bronze items, which he didn't even bother to use. Among them, only one piece of equipment caught his attention. That was a piece of accessory equipment dropped from the female mage. Illuminating necklace, bronze low grade. When worn, It can illuminate the surroundings when entering dark areas. For Su Chen, who was about to enter a cave, this was a good piece of equipment. He equipped it directly. Suddenly, he felt that the surroundings were indeed much brighter. He then turned to look inside the red rock cave. It's time to go in. He took a deep breath. Su Chen stepped forward and entered. Inside the red rock cave, it was very dim. Fortunately, with the illuminating necklace, he could see at least a little. The damp cave was still dripping water. Su Chen's expression was calm as he advanced slowly. Occasionally, swarms of bats flew by, their red eyes flickering, creating a terrifying atmosphere. He took out the Goblin King's treasure map from his pocket, holding it in his hand to examine. First, I'll take the treasure, then go kill the hidden boss. Su Chen had already planned his course of action in his heart. Following the coordinates of the treasure map, he ventured deeper. The paths inside the cave twisted and turned. Occasionally, mutated frogs and a few dark-feathered mining chickens would dart out, all of which Su Chen easily dispatched. Gagaga. With the last dark-feathered mining chicken slain by Su Chen, his level rose to 13. He allocated some of his attribute points to spirit, as well as a few to strength and constitution. His current attributes were as follows: Su Chen, level 13, 1455/5000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical. One of a kind in the world, strength, 30, constitution, 40, agility, 110, spirit, 70, luck, 25, talent, universal sublimation, original sword body, automatic cultivation, skills, God Slayer blade, full concealment, hidden steps, eye of insight, thunder blade technique, flashing sword draw, sword master, sword control. With his current attributes and skills, Su Chen was basically unafraid of the vast majority of monsters. The only relatively low attribute was luck. This attribute affected the drop rates of all equipment and resources, and also influenced critical hit rates to some extent. If he were a God Slayer class, Su Chen would definitely focus on increasing luck and agility. But in this life, he was a sword god. Luck was not a very important core attribute for him. Therefore, he decided to add to luck later. In the early stages, combat power is the most important. Hard strength is closely related to life. I'll add to luck later, Su Chen said firmly. With his spirit attribute reaching 70, it meant his sword control distance had already reached about 70 meters. This was already a very long distance. He moved freely through the cave, his speed very fast. Suddenly, he caught a strong stench. The tunnel ahead suddenly widened, resembling a small world. But there was a lot of excrement here. The stench thick, even faintly forming marsh gas. Goblin nest? He realized he had arrived at a very disgusting place, and his brows furrowed immediately. Sure enough, a few juvenile goblins sprang out from within. As soon as they saw Su Chen, they screamed and charged at him. Su Chen showed no mercy. With a thought, the sword blade left its sheath, hovering in the air, and flew out to slash. In an instant, several goblins were slain. Su Chen walked straight into the nest. The stench inside was extreme. The scene before him shocked him greatly. Many human limbs were scattered everywhere. Blood and foul odors filled the air. Some limbs were even roasting over a fire, already charred. It was clear that a player team had met a tragic end at the hands of these goblins. Goblins were the most brutal and bloody type of monster. It was normal for them to eat humans. What caught Su Chen's eye was a wooden rack deep in the nest. Several people were tied up on it, their clothes in disarray. Most were female players, already tortured and covered in wounds. Goblins had no females to reproduce. They had to capture human female players or other female animals and bind them in their nests. Fortunately, these women had not yet been violated. Because of Su Chen's earlier approach, the goblins here had been startled and rushed out to fight and meet their demise, including the burly lizard goblin leader. One could say that Su Chen had indirectly saved their dignity. Hearing footsteps, one of the girls slightly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, her expression turned to shock. Su Chen? She gasped weakly. Su Chen furrowed his brows, somewhat puzzled. This female player seemed to recognize him. He directly used the Eye of Insight to scan her information. Zhang Yunqing, level 5, 9-star talent. Profession, corpse-absorbing healer, hidden combat profession. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 9. Spirit, 45. Luck, 9. Skills, soul absorption. Healing, soul power, 0 of 450, exhausted. It turned out to be the second young lady of the Jiangyan Consortium. Jiang Yunqing. Su Chen had met her once before when her sister wanted to fund him to protect her safety in a dungeon. He never expected to see her here again. She looked utterly disheveled, covered in blood, with signs of being whipped. At first, Su Chen didn't recognize her. Fortunately, he had the eye of insight, which allowed him to see through the details of everything. I didn't expect to run into you here, Su Chen said, looking at the pitiful girl with a faint smile. Su Chen, please save me. She seemed to see a savior, tears welling in her eyes. Her team had gone through a bloody battle. She had witnessed all her teammates being brutally killed by goblins. She was the only survivor. She had many expensive life-saving items on her, but in front of the goblin chief, they were as fragile as glass, shattering at a touch. At this moment, all she wanted was to escape. Hearing her words, Su Chen lowered his head and pondered for a moment. In this rebirth, he was extremely cautious, weighing the benefits before doing anything. She was a corpse-absorbing healer, a rare hidden profession, a variant of a healer. She could absorb the souls of dead monsters to restore spirit power. Moreover, she could use that soul power to heal her companions' injuries. She was a supportive healer. The battle with the hidden boss would be very dangerous. If there was a strong support, the odds would be much higher. Plus, her talent was also very high, at 9 stars. Overall, she was worth saving. I can save you, but I have a request, Su Chen said seriously. Join my team and follow my commands completely. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunqing nodded in agreement, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Yunqing became a teammate. You became the captain. Su Chen directly raised his sword and cut the ropes binding her. She immediately collapsed to the ground, exhausted. After struggling for a moment, she managed to get up. Her wrists and body were covered in red marks, her face pale. Thank you. Her eyes reddened. At that moment, she wished she could repay Su Chen with her life. There was no way around it. What she had experienced was too terrifying. Captured by goblins and then saved. Anyone who went through it would be moved to tears. She took out a bottle of healing potion from her pouch and drank it in one gulp. All her injuries were almost completely healed. This potion was obtained because players from the Dragon Kingdom completed the first kill, which she had received. Su Chen didn't pay her any mind and instead walked over to several other trapped female players. He reached out his finger but found that these women had already lost their breath. Only Jiang Yunqing was fortunate enough to be alive now. Su Chen, let's hurry and leave this cave. Jiang Yunqing's small face was pale, her expression tense as she looked around. But Su Chen stood still, asking back, leave for what? Jiang Yunqing tightly gripped her ebony staff. This was a mid-grade golden equipment. After all, she was the young lady of the Jiangyan Consortium. Wealthy beyond measure, she had purchased golden quality equipment from the weapon shop. However, even with golden grade weapons, her team couldn't defeat the goblin chief. There's no time, Su Chen. There's still a goblin chief in this cave, and it's very burly. My teammates all died at its hands. Just now, the goblin chief heard the commotion outside and rushed out. I estimate it should be coming back soon, if we don't hurry and escape. Su Chen directly interrupted her. Don't worry, I've already slain it. This statement left her utterly shocked. How is that possible? You are alone, not even in a team, and you are just a low-level sword master. Her eyes were wide, a bit incredulous. She even thought that Su Chen was bragging. After all, she had personally witnessed how terrifying that goblin chief was. It slaughtered ordinary players, basically taking one down with each strike. Su Chen could actually solo it? No matter how she looked at it, it seemed too absurd. Su Chen directly presented the Goblin King's treasure map in front of her. This is the loot it dropped. The treasure map. Su Chen used this to prove the undeniable fact. Looking at the treasure map, her eyes widened, clearly stunned for a moment. She blinked twice, shocked beyond measure. In the end, she could only choose to believe. Okay, I believe you. You are really amazing. That Goblin Chief is a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something and asked, could it be, Su Chen, that you are the sword master player from the Dragon Kingdom who achieved the first kill? Su Chen nodded. She gasped. She didn't expect it to really be him. Su Chen, there are still many dangers in this cave. Besides the goblins, there are many other monster groups gathered. The best choice is still to leave, she advised. Su Chen's expression was calm as he said, don't say more, we have already made a deal. The condition for saving you is that you must join my team and follow my orders. Now I need to go deeper into the cave, and you must follow me. If you say more, I will tie you up and take you back." Su Chen's voice was cold as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing could only nod, but deep down, she was still a bit angry. Really, he didn't understand how to cherish a lady at all. "I am the second young lady of the Jiang'an consortium. If you were a bit gentler, wouldn't you have won me over? Then, once we get out, wealth and glory would be waiting for you. But now, you are still entangled in the interests of this dungeon. This Su Chen is really a blockhead." Sigh. Zhang girl sighed, feeling pity for his lack of understanding. In her hesitation, Su Chen had already moved forward without looking back, heading deeper into the cave. She looked around, feeling that it was pitch black here, filled with fear and eeriness. Alone, she really didn't dare. She could only quicken her pace to keep up with him, staying right by Su Chen's side, not leaving an inch. The two spent several hours charging forward. Su Chen moved quickly, hardly waiting for her. She had to run with all her might just to keep up with his speed. Inside the cave, countless monsters surged forth like a tide. After all, this was a hidden area, and the number of monsters was naturally dense. But those monsters were basically taken down by Su Chen with a single strike. Experience plus 78, experience plus 79, she was practically raking in experience. During this time, a group of small beast waves even rushed out. Over 20 bloodthirsty mutated cave salamanders were easily slaughtered by Su Chen alone. He moved through the cave, swiftly killing the salamanders, leaving them sprawled everywhere. Among them was even a salamander king, which Su Chen killed in an instant with a single sword strike, and he himself only sustained a minor scratch. Witnessing Su Chen's strength throughout, Zhang Yunqing was repeatedly shocked, her mouth agape, especially that flash of the sword. Under the influence of the origin sword body, both speed and power were multiplied by 10. The might was simply terrifying. After seeing that move with her own eyes, she felt her legs go weak. If Su Chen were an enemy, she would have been dead without a complete corpse by now. At this point, she was completely convinced of Su Chen. Just then, Su Chen walked slowly in front of her. "What are you dawdling for? Heal yourself," Su Chen said. Oh, okay." Zhang Yunqing hurriedly activated her skill. A purple light appeared in her palm. She drew the soul power from the large group of salamander corpses around them. Then, she infused it all into Su Chen's body. The wounds on Su Chen's arm quickly healed completely. The Xian steel blood-biting sword indeed had the ability to heal injuries, but it was very weak, not comparable to a true healer. That's why Su Chen would bring her along. "What level are you now?" Su Chen asked. "Thanks to you, I'm already level 10, and my first job quest has been generated. You need to kill an elite monster," she said a bit nervously. "Great, I'll help you complete the quest and you can change your job to Soul Healer," Su Chen said. She nodded, feeling a bit surprised. Among the first job options for a corpse healer, one of the choices was indeed Soul Healer. Not only could it heal teammates, but it also had some buff skills. Su Chen surprisingly knew so much about her profession. There were countless professions in the world, and to casually mention a first job branch required extensive knowledge. Su Chen was truly impressive in both combat and intellect. She secretly admired him. Although her family had poured countless resources into her education and enrolled her in numerous tutoring classes since she was young, she believed she was not as capable as Su Chen. And Su Chen came from a poor background. Relying solely on himself, he must have endured a lot of hardships, both mentally and in terms of combat. She fully acknowledged that Su Chen's strength was more than enough to be her captain. Directly commanding her to change to Soul Healer was a lifelong decision, one that could not be regretted later. So Su Chen's words were somewhat domineering. Fortunately, she had originally wanted to change to Soul Healer, so there was no conflict. Moreover, since Su Chen saved her life, she had no way to refuse. Su Chen walked over to the corpse of the Cave Lizard King and collected its meat. The meat of the Cave Lizard King was a rare delicacy, very delicious. He collected it into his space for future use. With the two of them teaming up, their margin for error was definitely higher, and their survival rate was also greater. But the only downside was that the experience points would be shared. However, Su Chen's level was too high now, and killing monsters in this novice dungeon wouldn't level him up much, so there was no need to feel sorry. Su Chen arrogantly claimed all the loot. After all, he was the captain. The experience points had already been split, giving her half. As for the loot, he naturally had to take it. After that, Su Chen took her to kill another elite monster. Completing her first job quest, she successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill. Block buff, bronze low grade. Designate a teammate, consuming mental power to continuously increase their block probability. Soon, Su Chen brought Jiang Yunqing to the Goblin King's treasure location. In Su Chen's hand, the map instantly transformed into flowing light, merging into the ground. Arrived at the treasure location. Please proceed to dig. Su Chen immediately activated the sword control skill. The Xian steel sword behind him floated up. Unsheathed, it flew down to slash at the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dust flew everywhere. The sword light flickered, and soon a large pit was dug out on the ground. A dark purple treasure chest lay inside. Su Chen lightly hooked his finger, returning the Xian steel sword to its sheath. He scanned the treasure chest's information. Scanning the treasure chest's information. Dark purple treasure chest level, gold low grade. Su Chen did not open it immediately. Instead, he activated the All Things Sublimation talent to upgrade the treasure chest. Upgrade successful. As long as it was a treasure in the dungeon, it could be upgraded. The appearance of the chest changed, forming flowing points of purple light, and its material became embedded with several transparent blue gems. Its size increased significantly. Dark Moon treasure chest level, platinum low grade. Su Chen stared blankly. Platinum low grade. It upgraded directly from gold low grade to platinum low grade. A significant quality increase. All Things Sublimation was too powerful. A platinum level treasure chest was definitely top tier. At least one item of platinum quality would be among the loot. Su Chen chose to open it directly. Open successful. Acquired Shadow Sword hairpin, platinum low grade. Shadow Sword footwear, platinum low grade. Shadow Sword armguards, platinum low grade. Shadow Sword trousers, platinum low grade. Shadow Sword cloak, platinum low grade. Shadow Flow longsword, platinum mid grade. Soul healer skill scroll, platinum high grade. X1. Looking at the series of prompts that popped up, Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had actually obtained a complete set of platinum low grade equipment. This was extremely rare. The sword was even more terrifying, being a platinum mid-grade weapon. His luck was truly extraordinary. He equipped everything immediately. Buzz! A strange vibrating sound emerged. In the next moment, a long sword appeared before Su Chen. This sword had an extremely peculiar texture, filled with dark purple patterns. Only the hilt was solid, while the blade was like a shadow, an ethereal material. He swung it through the air. Whoosh! The blade flowed, and in an instant, it sliced through the air before him, leaving a pitch-black mark suspended in midair. Looking at the sword's details, Shadow Flow longsword, platinum mid-grade, shadow storage. This sword can be stored within your shadow for carrying and can be materialized at any time when needed. Mental drain, shadows reflect the mind. This sword can injure the target's shadow, causing their mental energy to gradually deplete. Dark slash, while wielding this sword, all your slashing skills will deal an additional 50% shadow attribute damage. Holding this sword, Su Chen felt a significant boost to all his attributes. At the same time, he equipped the Shadow Sword set. His outer garments suddenly changed. From a black snakeskin coat, it transformed into a light gray robe. It bore some ancient dark runes, looking as if moonlight had fallen upon it. A subtle gray jade stone appeared in his short hair, tied with strands of hair, hanging just below his ear. A pair of gray armguards also appeared on his arms. Shadow Sword set, platinum low grade, 5/5 effect active dark sword surge. After equipping, all sword skills will gain an additional 50% shadow attribute damage, which can bypass physical defenses. Shadow slash, when activating sword skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow, causing an additional slashing attack, with power equivalent to your normal attack. Su Chen looked at the long list of descriptions, his heart filled with joy. This effect was truly impressive. An additional 50% shadow attribute damage, combined with the Shadow Flow longsword, it equated to 100% extra shadow attribute slashing damage. The only pity was that he couldn't further enhance these items with the Universal Ascension talent. Because these items were obtained from an ascended treasure chest, any item could only be ascended or indirectly ascended once. Su Chen's mind stirred slightly. The Shadow Flow longsword slipped from his hand and fell into the shadow beneath his feet. Sure enough, this solid longsword transformed into a pitch-black shadowy liquid, merging seamlessly into Su Chen's shadow, leaving no trace. As long as he wanted to use it, he could immediately draw the sword from the shadow. How practical, Su Chen thought to himself. To activate the Shadow Sword set's buff effect, he only needed to equip 5 wearable items. As long as he equipped all 5 pieces of shadow sword equipment simultaneously, he would gain the buff. The clothing, shoes, trousers, arm guards, and hairpin had already formed a complete set. This meant that even without the Shadow Flow longsword, using the Xian Steel Sword, Su Chen could still gain the full set effect bonus. Watching Su Chen don the complete set of equipment, Zhang Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Platinum-grade equipment could sell for at least 1 million in the outside world. Even as the second young lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, she felt that was a huge number. She was already too shocked to speak. "Take this scroll and use it," Su Chen said, tossing out a scroll. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum High Grade, X1 Platinum skills could only be learned by ordinary people at the 4th or 5th transition. It is easy to imagine how expensive a Platinum level skill scroll would be. Yet, Su Chen took one out and gave it to her for free. This left Zhang Yunqing extremely surprised. "You just gave it to me? This could fetch a good price in the market, worth no less than 1 million, she reminded him, hesitating as she took the scroll. She thought Su Chen didn't know its value, which was why he was giving it to her. However, Su Chen remained firm, his expression calm. There might be a fierce battle ahead. The better your skills, the higher our chances of winning. Money was just an external object to him. What good is having more money? Strength is what truly belongs to oneself. So he would do everything possible to prepare for the challenge against the hidden boss. Having one more skill could mean a greater chance of victory for Zhang Yunqing. Su Chen was well aware of how powerful that hidden boss was. Therefore, he would make every effort to be fully prepared. She didn't say anything more and immediately used the scroll. Use successful. Acquired skill, Soul Enhancement, Platinum Grade Skill, Proficiency, 0/300. 000 using soul power allows all team members to gain 200% increased experience. Seeing this skill, Zhang Yunqing was overjoyed. Wow, it's actually a late-stage skill of the Soul Healer. Soul Enhancement. As long as there are monster corpses, I can absorb their souls and increase the experience bonus. Su Chen, if you team up with me, even if I share some of it, I can still get 100% of the experience. She was so happy she could hardly contain herself. This skill was extremely rare and could help people level up quickly. Su Chen also smiled slightly. Great. With this skill, he wouldn't have to share part of his experience with her. Teaming up would still allow him to gain full experience. For other teams, this was something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. He considered himself lucky to have encountered such a rare soul healer. In the cave, Su Chen found a clean corner, made a fire, and cooked. Fighting in the dungeon was very exhausting. Su Chen had been battling for several hours and was already starving. He took out a piece of cave salamander king meat and washed it in a nearby spring. Then he took out 2 legs of the dark feather chicken, plucked the feathers, and roasted them over the fire. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. Roasted dark feather chicken leg, a delicious chicken leg, juicy and tender, with perfectly crispy skin. After consumption, increases 10 points of mental attributes, lasting 3 hours. There was also roasted cave salamander king meat, roasted crispy cave salamander king meat, light yellow cave salamander king meat. After roasting, undergoes a Maillard reaction, forming a layer of natural crispy shell, with an exquisite taste. After consumption, increases 20 points of physical attributes, lasting 4 hours. Zhang Yunqing was already starving. She grabbed the chicken leg Su Chen handed her and took small bites. But soon, she could hardly maintain her elegance. Because it was too delicious, she gradually began to devour it. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, you must first win their stomach. And Su Chen had clearly mastered this. She never expected that Su Chen would be such a good cook. In his previous life, Su Chen often fought in dungeons. Naturally, he had honed his cooking skills there, knowing how to use the limited ingredients and the most primitive cooking methods to create the most delicious dishes. Without any seasoning, he completely relied on temperature to bring out the natural flavors of the ingredients. After eating to their fill, both of their attributes received a significant boost. Although it wasn't a permanent effect, it was still quite good. Only truly delicious dishes could produce buff effects. Bad food usually had negative effects. Alright, it's time to look for the hidden boss, Su Chen thought to himself. He stood up and continued on the path with Zhang Yunqing. The two rushed deeper into the cave and soon found a crack. Su Chen swung his sword, shattering the cracked stone. Dust flew everywhere. A small exit revealed itself before him. A beam of sunlight shone in, dazzlingly bright. Su Chen and Jiang Yunqing stepped out. She felt a sudden clarity, the air much fresher. Finally out of this cave. She stretched lazily. Outside the cave was a vast forest. Many strange beasts could be seen moving about within it. In the center of the forest was a huge blood-red lake, where it seemed like boiling blood was churning. Gazing at this scene, Jiang Yunqing clicked her tongue in wonder. Su Chen's gaze was calm, but his expression unconsciously grew serious. Soon, they would be facing the hidden boss. Indeed, the Red Rock Cave was merely a shortcut. Exiting the cave, they would enter a new world. The hidden boss would appear in this area. The boss would respawn in the center of that blood-colored lake. Su Chen was silently timing in his heart. About an hour later, the hidden boss would appear here. It was extremely terrifying, with a very high level. Its combat power could be described as unstoppable. The Red Rock Cave was not the only entrance, it was just the closest one for Su Chen. This area also had other players. Su Chen knew about the hidden boss from his past life experience, because, in his previous life, the strongest job changer in their school, Yen Zhe, had died here. It was Yen Zhe who discovered the hidden boss, and before he died, he communicated through the channel to inform Su Chen of its location, allowing Su Chen to avoid this place. But he himself had died. It was not the hidden boss that killed him, rather, it was the genius from the neighboring city, Li Changwang, who had slain him. Su Chen remembered this very clearly. So now, he was also secretly on guard. That 10-star genius from Luoyang City was a ruthless character. At this moment, in a certain part of the dungeon, a survivor team was left battered and bruised. Don't kill me. We are all human compatriots, a male player said in terror. However, the next moment, he was slain with a single stroke, his head rolling away. I beg you, I'll give you all my equipment. Just spare my life. Another female player pleaded. Before them stood a job changer wielding a knife. He showed no mercy, his expression cold. Two useless fools, begging for mercy is useless. Swish, a blood-red blade light slashed out, incredibly sharp. In just a few breaths, he had killed two players. He wore a blue robe, with a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. Weaklings, there is only one path for you, death. Looking at the corpses beneath him, he even revealed a somewhat excited smile. It was as if killing thrilled him. He held a narrow-bladed long knife in one hand, his entire demeanor extremely dangerous. He was none other than the top expert of Luoyang City this year, Li Changwang. His initial profession was Blade Maniac, with innate 10-star talent, just like Su Chen. Thus, as soon as he appeared, he became a hotshot. After entering the dungeon, he stirred up a storm of blood and carnage. He crazily slaughtered players, because he discovered that killing high-level players yielded more experience than ordinary small monsters. For the sake of leveling efficiency and obtaining the first crown, he chose the method that provided the most experience. Everywhere he went, there were no survivors. Therefore, his leveling speed was also quite exaggerated. He had already reached level 13. His first job quest was completed. Now, he had advanced to a first-tier Blade Maniac. His combat power had risen to another level. The powerful Blade Maniac profession could choose to advance to Blade Fanatic, Blade Hero, Blade Cultivator, Blade Demon, and other professions. Or he could choose to advance to a first-tier Blade Maniac, without changing his profession, only increasing skills and attributes. This way, he would continue to refine one path. However, when it came to the third tier, there would be blade professions stronger than Blade Maniac, and that would be the time to change jobs. At this moment, there was also a girl in white before him. She held a massive scythe, propping herself up with it, her breathing heavy. It was Ji Yao. On her chest, there was a gaping wound, blood pouring out, a horrifying sight. It was inflicted by Li Chengguang's knife. At this moment, 3 skeletons wielding bone swords stood before her, guarding her safety. 3 was her summoning limit. But these 3 skeletal swordsmen were already battered and bruised, their bones shattered. The knife maniac Li Chengguang was simply too powerful. She and a few classmates had formed a team, progressing quickly, and had already reached level 7. However, just as they were about to leave this area, they were suddenly ambushed by Li Chengguang. She witnessed several companions die tragically at his hands, so at this moment, her heart was filled with a mix of anger and hatred. Li Chengguang, expressionless, gripped his long knife and slowly approached her. You are Ji Yao from No. 1 High School, right? Upon hearing this, Ji Yao's face turned icy. How do you know my name? Her lips were pale, her strength depleted, yet she had never begged for mercy. Before the novice dungeon opened, I had already obtained the list of all the geniuses from your school this year from the principal. I have studied your professions and talents. This dungeon is actually my hunting ground. Li Qingguang sneered as he spoke. The knife in his hand was also a low-grade golden weapon. His equipment was quite valuable as well. The knife maniac profession, combined with a 10-star talent, was extremely sought after. So before entering the dungeon, he had already received investments from various parties, including equipment, money, and skill scrolls. Thus, as soon as he entered the dungeon, his strength far surpassed that of others. Coupled with his extreme cruelty, treating people as monsters to farm, his leveling efficiency was terrifyingly high. Shenjing No. 1 High School, major universities in Nanmian City, several universities in Datong City, all are worthless. You are all too weak. It disappoints me greatly. You might as well turn into experience points, becoming my nourishment, allowing me to reach the peak. Li Qingguan's expression darkened as he spoke, slowly closing in on her. He had killed many players, not just in Shenjing City. Students from all cities had died at his hands. To him, they were all experience points. Ji Yao's frail body was already covered in wounds. Her clothes were soaked with blood. The only healing potion she had was already used up. She had long run out of resources. Li Qingguang, however, showed no mercy, his intentions clear. He held his knife horizontally in front of him, activating the knife maniac skill, blood blade horizontal slash, striking with precision. Whoosh! A terrifying blood streak appeared in midair. He swept past and attacked Ji Yao. This strike was meant to take her life. In this critical moment, Ji Yao remained extremely calm. She summoned her last bit of strength. A skeletal swordsman in front of her transformed into a flurry of blue soul shadows, suddenly moving forward to block the fatal blow. Meanwhile, she herself vanished, leaving her original position. The necromancer skill, corpse exchange. She swapped her position with the farthest corpse. Li Qingguang's sword slashed through empty air. Turning around, he saw Ji Yao's figure disappearing into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto his face. Little lamb, you can't escape. He activated his movement skill and quickly pursued her. Like a grim reaper, Ji Yao hurriedly fled through the forest. Her breathing was rapid, and she occasionally coughed up blood. Ultimately, she could only choose to escape into a cave. The cave was filled with blood-red rocks, looking extremely eerie, but to save her life, she had no choice but to dive in. To her shock, there were hardly any monsters inside the cave. Instead, it was filled with the corpses of monsters. Has someone been here before? Who is so strong? She was stunned. Even an elite team might not be able to kill so many monsters, especially in such a dark cave. She had no time to think too much and ran with all her might. Faintly, the sound of Li Qingguang's footsteps could still be heard behind her. Don't run away. His voice echoed in the cave. I will find all the geniuses from first, second, and third high this year and kill them one by one. I want to make sure that there will be no next year for you in Zhuangqing City, that you will never rise again. Li Qingguang's voice was somewhat mad and intoxicated, as if he relished the process of hunting. The sound grew closer, and Ji Yao felt increasingly desperate. If he caught up to her, she would surely die. Soon, Li Qingguang's voice was almost right next to her. Where are Su Chan and Yanzai? I heard their talents are one 10-star and one 9-star. Why don't you dare to fight me? But it doesn't matter. I will drag these two turtles out and kill them. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. His speed was too fast. The distance was closing in. Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart. The gap was getting smaller. Just as Ji Yao was about to be caught, a beam of light shone into the cave. An outline appeared ahead, blocking her path. Someone grabbed her and vanished into the darkness. Ji Yao felt sweat on her forehead, everything in front of her blurred, and then she left the cave area. It seemed as if that person had moved her several dozen meters. They hid in a patch of grass. When she focused her eyes, she saw that the person was a boy in green. He carried a large bow on his back, with short, neat hair and an impressive demeanor. Yanzai, the 9-star talent awakener from first high, second only to Su Chen. Although they were not in the same class, Ji Yao recognized him. You are Ji Yao from class 1, right? The professional necromancer? Yanzai asked calmly. Ji Yao nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. She was still a bit dazed. No need to thank me, we are all alumni. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die, Yanzei said. Although he appeared cold, he was kind-hearted. Yanzei, how did you end up here? Ji Yao asked. Yanzei's expression grew serious. That's a long story. I was originally in a team, but when I went out to get some spring water, I came back to find all my teammates had been killed. It was Li Qingguang. From my analysis, I believe he is too strong. I thought I wouldn't be able to defeat him, so I have been lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment. Ji Yao was shocked to hear this. You have been lurking and tracking him, planning to ambush him? Exactly. As he spoke, Yanzei took out an arrow that shimmered with a cold light from the quiver on his back and held it in his hand. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. I have been observing Li Qingguang in secret for a long time. He is a psychologically twisted class changer. A knife maniac, or rather a hunter. He treats this dungeon like an amusement park, hunting his prey everywhere, and he indeed has that kind of strength. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared in Yanzei's gaze. If we don't kill him, the casualties among our first high will be even more severe. Ji Yao thought for a moment and believed Yanzei's choice was indeed the best solution. He was a ranged class, a demon hunter ranger. If he tried to engage in close combat with a knife maniac, he would undoubtedly lose. So, an ambush was the only solution. What level are you now? Ji Yao asked. Yanzei replied. Level 10, I am currently completing my first job quest. I need to kill an elite level beast or higher. Hearing this level, Ji Yao was shocked. He was already at level 10. That speed was too fast. If it's you, you might really be able to kill Li Qingguang. I will do my best to cooperate with you and avenge my fallen classmates. A determined glint appeared in Ji Yao's eyes as she spoke. All right, Yanzei said. At the same time, their gazes pierced through the grass, assessing Li Qingguang in the distance. Stop hiding, come out and die, Li Qingguang said coldly, his voice booming. He looked around but couldn't find Ji Yao's location for a moment. Follow me. We need to retreat, this is not a good position for battle, Yanzei said. He quickly led Ji Yao away. While fleeing for their lives, Yanzei opened his personal panel and sent a message to Su Chen. Su Chen, I am Yanzei from Class 4. Although I don't know you, as a fellow alumnus, you are the most talented genius of Xinjing No. 1 High School, and I cannot hide this information. The knife maniac Li Qingguang from the neighboring city is hunting our school's students. You must avoid him. He is extremely strong. He is currently in the Blood Forest Lake area. After sending the message, Yanzei immediately closed the panel. Although they were strangers, Yanzei was a kind-hearted person. In other words, warm-hearted. He knew that a message sent casually could potentially save a fellow alumnus's life. As a student of No. 1 High School, he could not conceal this information. This was Yanzei's character. Yanzei led Ji Yao as they hurriedly fled, but they had not escaped for long. At the edge of a blood-red lake, a blade of light shot towards them, blocking their path. Whoosh! The blood-red blade was as swift as a startled swan. It flew directly towards them, slicing past Ji Yao's face. The air was cut open. If she had been a moment faster, she might have been pierced by the blade. A chill ran down her spine. Turning to look, she saw Li Qingguang approaching with an expressionless face. Humph, did you really think I couldn't catch up? You were wounded by my blade. I can track your location by the blade's aura. His face was grim as he fixed his gaze on Ji Yao. The blood-red long knife in his hand reflected a cold light. It seems we can't escape. Yanzei's brows furrowed, his expression icy. He began to draw his bow. Yanzei's large bow was a low-grade silver weapon he had crafted using a design and materials. It was called the tough bone bow. The arrow shot from this bow could inflict more physical damage and slightly increase his attack speed. This suited his profession as a demon hunter ranger, a class skilled in physical attacks. This profession despised magic and countered it, so its skills were primarily physical damage. Seeing the bow and arrows in Yanzei's hands, Li Qingguang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Oh, demon hunter ranger. Yanzei. He seemed a bit excited. Finally met you. The 9-star genius of No. 1 High School. He licked his lips, a hint of fervor in his gaze. A genius like you levels up quickly. You should already be level 10. You have the most experience points. After killing you, I will definitely reach level 14. He gripped his long knife and charged forward with incredible speed. Yanzei felt a surge of killing intent in his heart. He directly drew his bow and shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows gleaming with cold light flew from his bowstring, for tracking arrows in quick succession. Tracking arrows were a skill that all rangers would learn. Even hidden archery branch professionals would possess this skill, as it was the lowest level bronze skill, easily obtainable from skill scrolls. Yanzei's level was high, and his attributes were also impressive. Therefore, his arrows had considerable power. They created a sound of breaking air in mid-flight. However, when the arrows reached Li Changwang, he remained expressionless. With a sudden slash, he shattered all the arrows into halves. Not a single arrow could harm him. At this moment, Ji Yao also made her move. She consumed mental energy to summon 3 skeletal swordsmen. A pitch-black rune array appeared on the ground. The 3 skeletons crawled out from it. Their bodies trembled, making the sound of bone joints clashing. They looked terrifying. Wielding bone swords, they charged forward. Facing this assault, the knife maniac Li Changwang remained expressionless. He unleashed a brutal slashing skill, Chaotic Shadow 5 blades, bronze high grade. In an instant, several blade shadows appeared before him. It was as if he had grown countless arms, wielding his knife simultaneously. 5 streaks of knife light scattered in different directions. The 3 skeleton soldiers were immediately annihilated. Ji Yao was already heavily injured. Her mental energy was low, and the summoned skeletons lacked sufficient combat power. They were no match for him. The 3 skeletons couldn't even hinder his advance. Yanzei unleashed his strongest skill, Sealing Demon Arrow, bronze grade. This skill was exclusive to demon hunting rangers. It could shoot a massive soul arrow, and as long as the arrow hit, the target would be unable to use any ordinary skills for a short time. Once the arrow struck, there would be a chance to attack. Yanzei's eyes sparkled with determination as he drew the bow fully. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed. An arrow, glimmering like mercury, shot through the air, leaving a long trail behind. It aimed straight for Li Changwang's throat. Li Changwang was too arrogant. He didn't even attempt to dodge. Seeing this, Yanzei clenched his fists, his heart racing. There was a chance. However, Li Changwang shook his head inwardly. This arrow is quite good. It's a pity it can't hit me. He sneered coldly, then raised his blade, his expression icy. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, slicing forward. Whoosh! The speed of this strike was astonishing. It whipped up a whirlwind on the ground. Crack! The blade light slashed horizontally. It completely split the sealing arrow in 2, cleaving it down the middle. The arrow dissipated into specks of blue light. Yanzei was utterly shocked. This was his strongest skill, yet it was so easily countered. Was the gap between 10-star and 9-star talents really that vast? He wanted to draw another arrow, but in the next instant, Li Changwang had already closed the distance. Thud! Li Changwang thrust his blade, piercing directly through Yanzei's chest. Blood flowed. Ji Yao watched this scene, her face drained of color, her eyes filled with rage. Damn it! She swung her crescent scythe at Li Changwang. As a summoner, close combat was her weakness. Choosing to confront him head-on in her anger was a reckless decision. Li Changwang turned and struck directly at her shoulder. Ji Yao managed to block with her scythe, but still flew back in a disheveled manner. She coughed up blood, too weak to continue fighting. Li Changwang casually flicked his blade, blood splattering from it. His expression was cold as he glanced at the fallen Yanzei and Ji Yao, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Too weak, too weak. I heard that Shenjing No. 1 high school has several talented transmuters this year. I thought it would be fun, but it turns out they are all just rotten fish and stinking shrimp. He was extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. Even Yanzei, with his 9-star talent, seemed utterly unchallenging to him. It's simply a waste of my time. Now, you all must die. Li Changwang's gaze was cold as he slowly walked towards Ji Yao. A blood-red glow appeared on his blade. Ji Yao's health was already at its limit. If she were struck again, she would undoubtedly die. At that moment, she bit her silver teeth, anger flickering in her eyes. She didn't want to die, but facing such a strong enemy, she felt utterly powerless. Classmate Yanzei was also dragged down by her. Guilt filled her heart. In the final moment, she closed her eyes. The figure that appeared in her mind was one she had admired for many years. Su Chen. He came from humble beginnings but excelled academically, displaying unwavering resilience. Ji Yao always enjoyed secretly watching Su Chen study earnestly. Unfortunately, there would be no more opportunities in the future, and her hard-working parents, without her, would grow old and have no one to rely on. Thinking of this, Ji Yao couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness, tears streaming down her face. Li Changwang raised his hand. and the blood-red blade came rushing towards her. Despair blossomed in her eyes. Buzz! Suddenly, an out-of-place sound echoed around them. A sword chant rang out from afar. A pitch-black mysterious steel longsword transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards them. The sound of breaking air was deafening. This sword moved at an incredible speed. The air currents in mid-air were sliced apart, subtly forming two swirling vortices that spread out. The sword glimmered with a cold light, captivating the heart. In almost an instant, it pierced through. It directly shattered the blood-red blade light that Li Qingguang had unleashed. Li Qingguang himself was sent flying backward by this immense force. His expression was one of extreme shock. He staggered back 3 or 4 steps on the ground before barely managing to stop himself. To shatter his blade light head-on? This was almost impossible among newcomers. His face turned icy, disbelief filling his eyes. As the dust settled, a young man in a gray robe slowly walked out from the dense forest. He lightly curled his fingers. Whoosh! The black mystic steel sword flew back, hovering beside Su Chen. The mystic steel sword, rising and falling, emitted a series of crisp buzzing sounds. It was Su Chen. He had rushed over at full speed. His gaze was calm as he surveyed the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation here. To his surprise, Ji Yao was also present. In his previous life, Yan Zhe had been killed in a one-on-one duel with Li Qingguang. He never expected Ji Yao to appear here this time. It seemed that the events of this life would not be entirely the same as the last. People's relationships were like a vast web, intricately woven together. The butterfly effect could lead to many originally unrelated events changing. Su Chen stepped forward, drifting like a breeze, and instantly landed beside Ji Yao. He slowly crouched down. Su Chen! Ji Yao's voice trembled, her eyes slightly red. She couldn't even tell if she was dreaming. It's me. Su Chen reached out, gently wiping the blood from her face. At the same time, a hint of killing intent surfaced in Su Chen's eyes. Ji Yao's injuries were very severe. If he had arrived even a moment later, they might have been separated forever. His expression turned icy, and the sword hovering beside him trembled incessantly. The sharp cold light made him appear extremely terrifying. Zhang Yunqing followed closely behind Su Chen, running to catch up. She slowly raised her hands. In the next moment, a dark purple light surged within Ji Yao's body. Her injuries were slowly healing, and the speed was astonishing. This required at least a first-tier healer to possess such healing abilities. Ji Yao was extremely shocked. Su Chen had actually met such a powerful healer. Yan Zhe, witnessing this scene, was already beyond shocked. A sword hovering in mid-air? This skill is sword control? But this skill is a late-stage skill for swordmasters. How could Su Chen have learned it now? In an instant, he was filled with countless questions. His face contorted in pain as he clutched his chest, struggling to sit up, just tilting a few centimeters, and his heart could have been pierced. One could say that his life was a stroke of luck. Then, he saw Zhang Yunqing raising her hand from a distance. She was actually slowly healing his wound too. His expression was one of shock. This healer could treat 2 people at the same time? Impossible. Unless it was a first-tier or higher soul healer. Could they have such healing efficiency in the early stages? At this moment, Li Qingguang had already adjusted his stance. He looked at Su Chen, a serious expression in his eyes. All his arrogance and disdain had retracted, because he realized he had encountered a true opponent. Just now, he had taken Su Chen's sword control skill head-on. The power of that sword was unforgettable. He slowly raised his weapon. On the blade, a notch appeared. A hint of coldness surfaced in Li Qingguang's eyes. His sword was a golden-grade weapon. To create a notch in his blade required terrifying power and an incredibly strong skill. What he didn't know was that Su Chen's mystic steel sword was merely a silver-grade weapon. To damage a higher-grade weapon with a lower-grade weapon required overwhelming skill and attributes. If he knew this fact, Li Qingguang would be even more shocked. You are the 10-star sword master from Xinjing No. 1. Su Chen. Right. I have to admit, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen, his aura no longer concealed, erupting with a thunderous force. A mad slash. He was already at level 13, and in the entire dungeon, his current ranking was first. His killing intent surged, and he raised his blade fiercely. In this dungeon, only you are worthy to be my opponent, but that's all there is to it. You will surely die under my blade. He let out a sinister laugh, pointing his blade at Su Chen, challenging him. The sword master was not strong in close combat at the beginning. As long as he could get close to Su Chen, he could kill. Therefore, Li Qingguang felt no fear and struck directly. The blade glimmered with a blood-red cold light. He flew forward. Su Chen, be careful, Ji Yao said with a worried expression. In the distance, Yan Zhe under the tree was also watching this scene closely. His expression was tense, and he was not optimistic about this battle. Although Su Chen had come to the rescue, he was just a sword master. The combat power at the beginning could not possibly compare to that of a mad slasher. So both of them were filled with pessimism. Now they were seriously injured and unable to help, only able to watch. Su Chen looked at the incoming blade, his gaze calm. Such a weak blade. He sighed sincerely. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the arena was slightly taken aback. Facing the 10-star genius of Woyang City, Su Chen's words seemed a bit too arrogant, didn't they? Li Qingguang's eyes darkened suddenly. His eyelids twitched twice. Instantly, a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who dared to provoke him like this? It was simply seeking death. Along the way, he had killed countless people, treating students from several cities and major universities as wild monsters to slaughter. He considered himself invincible. A mere sword master could not possibly hinder his pace of hunting. Su Chen's words clearly enraged him. He struck with all his might. This blade carried an unstoppable momentum. Crashing down, I will kill you with one slash, making you, a mere sword master, recognize reality. His voice was icy, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Facing the full-force strike of the mad slasher, Su Chen stood firm like a mountain. He neither dodged nor evaded, standing his ground, unmoving. His expression was blank as he slowly raised his hand. He grasped the Xian steel sword that floated beside him. In the next moment, thunder flashed. Violet lightning surged and roared. The mysterious sound of the sword echoed all around. Watching this scene, Li Qingguang let out a sinister laugh. Humph, foolish dog. As a sword master, you choose to engage in close combat with me instead of keeping your distance. You are simply seeking death. The sword master was a profession that excelled in both ranged and close combat. To win, one must leverage the advantages of distance. Yet Su Chen chose to engage directly in close combat. How could he possibly be a match for the mad slasher in close quarters? So in his heart, Li Qingguang had already sentenced Su Chen to death. However, in the next moment, his expression froze, because Su Chen truly drew his sword. Buzz! In an instant, Su Chen slashed out. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving a brilliant sword mark in midair. Fast, incredibly fast. The original sword body, 10 times the power, 10 times the speed. It was simply overwhelming. In the same realm, with the same talent, it was impossible to withstand. Li Qingguang still did not realize that he was not facing a mere sword master profession, but a sword god. Li Qingguang's face turned pale with horror, unable to react. In the next moment, Su Chen was already in close combat with him. Crash! A loud sound erupted. The blade in his hand shattered in two, cut in half by Su Chen's sword. Then a massive wound appeared on his chest. Su Chen's sword had directly torn open his chest. The sword energy pierced through him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. What kind of sword was this? So fast that his eyes couldn't even capture it. Extreme shock filled his gaze. He was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Blood spurted into the air from his chest. His health was nearly depleted in an instant. It was truly devastating. Seeing this scene, the entire venue seemed petrified. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe both stared blankly, even somewhat dazed. How could this be possible? Wasn't Su Chen a sword master? How could his close combat ability be so terrifying? Jiang Yunqing, however, was no stranger to this scene. She had long witnessed Su Chen's terrifying strength. Along the way, even during the beast tide, Su Chen could easily slaughter them. Li Qingguang lay on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand, unsteadily raising his knife, only to find that his weapon was completely broken. He gasped in shock, utterly horrified. How is this possible? Su Chen walked towards him slowly, a cold frost swirling in his eyes. How is it not possible? He retorted. The true killing intent in his gaze was icy and calm. Looking into those eyes, for the first time, Li Qingguang felt a sensation in his heart. Fear. This was an emotion he had never felt before. In front of Su Chen, his killing intent seemed like child's play. This gaze was the gaze of a god of death. Su Chen approached with his sword, his expression frigid. Li Qingguang had severely injured Ji Yao, and for that alone, he had to die. The blade in Su Chen's hand flickered and surged with azure arcs of lightning. With the next strike, he could annihilate this madmanly. Li Qingguang stepped back slowly, his hair disheveled. In his eyes, there was still disbelief, unable to accept the fact that he had lost. He had been defeated in just one move. This had utterly crushed his confidence and pride. He refused to accept it and took out a bottle of red healing potion from his personal space. He gulped it down. His injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and his stamina also recovered. Impossible. That move of yours must have consumed a lot. You can't use it again. Right. You must be trying to intimidate me with this sword. I can't lose, he roared, charging forward again with his broken knife. He activated his strongest skill. Rainforest Quick Blade, Silver Low-Grade Blade Technique. The blade's momentum is like rain, continuous and unending. His knife transformed into a blood-red cold light, striking like raindrops. Su Chen remained expressionless. He sheathed his sword. With a flash, he drew it again. Su Chen slashed out a long mark, his figure turning into an afterimage, suddenly rushing out. This strike was entwined with lightning. It directly shattered the remaining blade in Li Qingguang's hand. This strike was faster, unmatched in speed. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous one. Seeing this strike, Li Qingguang's eyes seemed to be filled with turbulent waves, shocked to the extreme. There was actually a stronger strike? Why was Su Chen so strong? He truly couldn't compete. This shattered his worldview. In the next moment, Su Chen's blade had already slashed towards his throat. He awkwardly raised the knife handle to block this strike. Swish! Su Chen's strike directly turned his hand into minced meat. The knife handle shattered. However, although he barely blocked this strike, Su Chen's set effect was triggered. Shadow Slash. When activating sword skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow that delivers an additional strike. With this strike's power equivalent to your normal attack, a shadow, identical in appearance to Su Chen, emerged behind him like ink, almost overlapping. The shadow wielded an ink sword and suddenly slashed down. Swish! This strike was not physical damage. It was dark attribute damage. The blade swept across Li Qingguang's throat. Blood flowed, and he was utterly defeated. Li Qingguang knelt heavily on both knees. He was completely unable to fight any longer. No, this is impossible. I didn't lose, he murmured hoarsely, his lips trembling. He was pale, life rapidly fading from his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't believe the fact that he had lost. He had thought this dungeon was his hunting ground. Yet, unexpectedly, he was also the prey. Su Chen's strength shocked everyone. Su Chen looked down at him, his gaze calm. In fact, at the very beginning, his sword strike could have instantly killed Li Qingguang. But at that moment, Ji Yao was right in front of Li Qingguang, too close for comfort. To avoid harming Ji Yao, Su Chen chose to only defend against his attack. At this moment, Su Chen truly revealed his terrifying strength. The number one genius of Woyang City, the 10-star blade maniac. Is this all you've got? Su Chen said coldly. This statement was like real damage, causing Li Qingguang's eyes to tremble as if struck by lightning. Then, Su Chen swung his sword. This strike aimed at Li Qingguang's head, intending to completely annihilate him. Buzz! In that instant, a blue light flickered. A barrier appeared around Li Qingguang, shimmering like water, engulfing and enveloping him. Subsequently, Li Qingguang was directly teleported away. His figure vanished without a trace. Su Chen's killing strike missed. He looked at the empty ground, his expression grave. TSK, a life-saving accessory. He got away. Such protective gear, which combined a protective barrier and teleportation, was mostly one-time use. It was expensive, usually costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of arrival coins. It seemed that Woyang City had indeed invested heavily to protect this genius. Next time, not even 10 life-saving devices will save you. Su Chen sheathed his sword, speaking firmly. As long as the sword technique was fast enough, life-saving gear wouldn't even have time to activate. Su Chen was confident that by the next time he encountered Li Qingguang, his strength would reach that level. Perhaps it was also possible that he would never see him again. In this battle, Li Qingguang's heart had already been shattered. His hand had been severed by Su Chen, making it difficult to heal in the short term. His dignity, inner self, and pride had all been completely crushed by Su Chen. For a genius, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Li Chengguang might very well fall into despair, even needing psychological treatment. Su Chen turned and looked at Ji Yao and Yanzei. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you," Yanzei replied slowly after a moment of daze. His injuries had been healed by Jiang Yunqing by 50%, and he was no longer in life-threatening danger. Ji Yao's eyes were slightly red as she suddenly rushed forward and hugged Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yunqing pouted. "Humph, I didn't expect someone to get ahead of me. No wonder he was so cold to me." But she wasn't discouraged. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe is swung well, there's no corner that can't be dug down. "Su Chen, how are you so strong?" Ji Yao asked, still somewhat shocked. Su Chen shrugged. He was just too weak. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat speechless. Li Chengguang was weak? Then who in this world could be called a genius? But they didn't chat for long, because ahead, in the center of the blood-red lake, a huge vortex appeared. In the next moment, a knight clad in blood-red armor jumped out from it. He was several meters tall, looking like a giant. His robust body was covered in shimmering, cold armor. He walked on the water, striding towards the shore. A terrifying pressure rapidly approached. "Warning, hidden boss has appeared. Warning, hidden boss has appeared." Seeing this warning, everyone's faces turned pale. "Su Chen, we need to retreat. The hidden boss is too strong. It's too dangerous," Yanzei suggested, somewhat alarmed. "No." Su Chen stood firm, his expression calm. "Ji Yao, you and Yanzei go first. Jiang Yunqing and I will challenge the hidden boss here." That was his original plan. Seeing Su Chen's determined gaze, Ji Yao refused to leave. "I will challenge it with you," she said without hesitation. Yanzei beside her fell silent for a moment. Then, he could only let out a helpless sigh. "If we run away now, it would seem a bit cowardly. You all have such courage. I can only stay and fight." Although challenging the hidden boss is extremely dangerous, the rewards are also very good. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Ji Yao and Yanzei apply to join the team. Agree. Su Chen did not hesitate too much. Allowing Ji Yao and Yanzei to join the team was not part of the plan, but one must learn to adapt. With two more people, the probability of success would indeed be a bit higher. Suddenly, the blood-armored knight stepped out of the water. His eyes flickered with fierce light, seemingly filled with rage. In his hand, he wielded a massive thick sword. The sword was as big as a person. Who wouldn't be dazed by it? "Intruders must die," he roared, leaping onto the shore. The broad giant sword swung towards Su Chen. Su Chen sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Immediately, he scanned the boss's information. Hidden boss Blood Lake Guardian, Red Armored Death Knight, level 19, Strength 301 points, Constitution 250 points, Agility 102 points, Spirit 102 points, Luck 10 points, Skills, Heavy Armor Mastery LV 5. Thick Blade Slash, Water Howl Blade Gathering, Life Steal, Thick Blade Wave, Firm Skin. This terrifying attribute made his heart tremble slightly. It far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, Su Chen had never seen this hidden boss with his own eyes. Now that he saw it in person, he felt how terrifying it truly was. The attributes of the Red Armored Death Knight had already far surpassed the boss of an F-level novice dungeon. It could even rival the boss of an E-level dungeon. For ordinary newcomers, it was basically a dead end. If he had known this boss was so terrifying, Su Chen might have reconsidered whether to challenge it. But now, the situation was set, and there was no turning back. Su Chen pointed his sword, his mind stirring slightly. Whoosh! The Xian steel sword behind him floated up on its own. The pitch-black sword tip glimmered with a cold light, hovering in mid-air. With the sword control skill, he manipulated the sword to hover and confront the enemy. The tip of the Xian steel sword suddenly pointed at the Red Armored Death Knight and shot forward. Clang! The Red Armored Death Knight let out a furious roar and swung his sword fiercely. The inertia of the broad giant sword was terrifying. The Xian steel sword was directly knocked back, embedding itself in the ground. But in the next moment, the sword blade trembled and floated up again, continuing to slash forward. Under Su Chen's mental control, the Xian steel sword was like an unkillable cockroach. It kept flying forward, countering, circling, and blocking the giant sword of the Red Armored Death Knight. At the same time, Su Chen raised his hand in a grasping motion. A long sword as dark as ink rose from his shadow and landed in his palm. Platinum-grade weapon. Shadow Flow Long Sword. Seeing the way this sword appeared, Ji Yao and Yanzei were both surprised. This sword didn't even have a physical blade, the sword tip seemed to extend like a shadow. Very ethereal. Su Chen actually had such a weapon, it seemed he had quite the opportunity. Yanzei quickly stepped back, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. He was a ranged attacker and had to cover Su Chen from the back. His quiver was running low on arrows because he had used too many in the earlier battle with Li Changwang. He quickly drew out a novice short knife, casually cutting 2 branches that fell in front of him. Then, he raised his hand to grasp. All the branches transformed into brand new arrows, flying into his quiver. This was the ranger's exclusive skill, material extraction. It could convert any materials found in the wild into arrows. The stronger the material, the greater the power of the arrows. With arrows in hand, Yanzei immediately crouched down, his eyes sharp as an eagle, locking onto the red-armored Death Knight. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Tracking arrow. Shot out. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The arrow tips were shadowless, flying past. But when they struck the boss, the effect was minimal. These arrows, for such a massive red-armored Death Knight, were like toothpicks. Moreover, he was clad in heavy armor, making the effectiveness of such sharp weapons too poor. They couldn't even break through his defenses. Shattering instead. Ji Yao rushed to Su Chen's side, chanting a spell. 2 skeletal soldiers of the dead suddenly materialized from the dark magic array. They brandished their bone swords and charged fearlessly towards the boss. However, they were too fragile, under the weight of the giant sword. They couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered into pieces. Zhang Yunqing's expression was grave, her face slightly tense. She was not an attack-type class, so her best choice was to assist from the back. She quickly fled to a tree behind and raised her hands to provide buffs to the 3 teammates. Block buff, bronze designate a teammate, consuming mental power to continuously increase their block probability. She immediately activated this skill, increasing Su Chen's block probability. Su Chen watched this scene with a calm heart. Although these 3 teammates couldn't have a decisive impact on the battlefield, they were all doing their best to deal damage. To some extent, they could still slow down the boss's movements. As long as they could cause some obstruction, Su Chen had no high demands. He knew he was the main damage dealer. Gripping the Shadow Flow longsword in his hand, a cold light flickered in his eyes. The hidden boss is fierce. Ha! Today, I will slay the hidden boss. The blade flashed with a cold dark attribute. Su Chen made his move. He held the Shadow Flow longsword. His steps strange. He actually approached the red-armored Death Knight on his own. His fighting style was hardly that of a swordsman. Instead, it resembled a ruthless assassin. His strikes were cunning, his movements ethereal. These were combat techniques he had honed through countless life and death experiences in his past life. Not any skills, but his battle experience. Intruder, leave the blood lake. Get out of here, the red-armored Death Knight roared, swinging the great sword in his hand. Su Chen completely ignored him and directly activated the Thunder Sword technique. A brilliant blue lightning light surged forth. He struck diagonally, piercing forward to meet the attack head-on. This sword actually halted the boss's attack firmly. That massive stone sword was held back by such a small shadow sword, unable to advance an inch. In that moment, Su Chen was still activating the sword control skill. In mid-air, the Xian steel sword danced and slashed horizontally. The red-armored Death Knight, furious, could only pull back the stone sword to fend off the harassment of the Xian steel sword. He moved agilely, swinging the broad stone sword to knock the Xian steel sword away. Su Chen pressed the attack, not giving him a chance to breathe. Gripping the shadow sword, he struck wildly. The Xian steel sword flew in the air, assisting in the attack. His offensive was like a rain of blows. The speed of his sword strikes was incredibly fast. The explosive sound of the raging thunder was deafening, and white smoke billowed in the surrounding air. The 2 swords attacked simultaneously. The Xian steel sword circled around the boss, like a nimble killing tool, continuously launching harassment attacks. The Shadow Flow longsword carried dark attribute damage, which the stone sword could not resist. At the moment Su Chen swung his sword, the blade seemed illusory, slipping past the boss's block and directly striking his shadow. For a moment, the red-armored Death Knight found it hard to cope, retreating step by step. His burly body kept moving backward. The Shadow Flow longsword's affix effect, mental drain, took effect. The boss's mental power continuously drained away, equivalent to his blue bar being worn down. Many stone fragments fell from his massive stone sword. The boss's armor also gained some scratches. There's a chance. Ji Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Chen was too powerful. The hidden boss was actually being pushed back. Go for it. She cheered for Su Chen while summoning another skeleton to charge behind the boss and launch a sneak attack. In Yanzei's eyes, a murderous intent was sharp. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Sealing arrow skill activated. A massive arrow, like flowing mercury, shot out. It directly pierced into the boss's eye socket, where there was no armor for defense. This strike had a miraculous effect. For a moment, the boss was sealed from using skills and could not activate any abilities. Ji Yao's skeleton took the opportunity to strike wildly from behind, the bone sword piercing directly and jolting the boss's massive body. It then became furious, turning around with a single sword swing. The skeleton was instantly shattered. Ji Yao, after all, had limited stamina, and the summoned skeleton appeared somewhat weak, but it had, to some extent, reduced the boss's power. Su Chen's advantage grew larger. The red-armored Death Knight let out a painful howl, staggering back a few steps. Good. If this continues, we are sure to win. Yanzei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He continued to shoot arrows, a rain of arrows flying continuously. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression remained calm as water. Unlike everyone else's optimistic assessment of the situation, a shadow of gloom lingered in his heart. No, this won't do. The blood is too thick. This boss has too strong a defense, and its steel armor is incredibly tough. It felt like he was just scraping the surface. By now, the boss's health had only dropped by about 10%. Yanzei's sealing arrows were indeed effective, but they couldn't be activated continuously. Once the effect of this arrow faded, the boss would be completely enraged. Sure enough, in the next moment, the effect of the sealing skill disappeared. The red-armored Death Knight trembled with rage, its giant sword emitting a dazzling blood-red light. Intruders must die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, its strength was unquestionable. The king of this dungeon, it swung its great sword, activating a skill. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from its blade. Su Chen hurriedly swung his sword to block. Bang! The boss's terrifying power attribute took effect, sending Su Chen flying backward. A large patch of grass on the ground was smashed and uprooted along with him. Dust and mud flew everywhere. Su Chen furrowed his brows, adjusting his posture to barely stand firm. He was now covered in dirt. This hidden boss is, after all, a level 19 monster. The level difference is too great, he thought to himself. Although Su Chen was already level 14, undoubtedly the fastest level up among the newcomers, he was still too low in front of this red-armored Death Knight. This boss was absurdly powerful in both attributes and skills. Fortunately, he had the Origin sword body, which multiplied the speed and power of all sword techniques by 10 times. Otherwise, Su Chen would have been instantly killed long ago. Even ordinary dungeon bosses typically required teams of more than 10 to grind down over a long time. Not to mention, there were only 4 people here? Thus, the boss's health was dropping very slowly. Su Chen was also fighting very hard, but he never thought of giving up. He took a deep breath, trying to adjust his stamina consumption as much as possible. Then he focused his mind and activated the Thunder Sword technique, charging forward to swing his sword violently at close range. Su Chen's sword technique was incredibly agile. Moreover, he could occasionally trigger set effects. Dark shadows separated from his body, unexpectedly slashing out a few times. Shadow Slash. When activating sword techniques, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow that deals an additional strike, with the power of this strike equal to your normal attack. As long as the sword swinging speed was fast enough, the probability of triggering this Shadow Slash effect could be infinitely increased. So Su Chen knew he had to attack instead of defend to have a chance of winning. His sword swinging speed became faster and fiercer. It was like a gale. Gradually, he felt he had comprehended a new sword technique. New skill comprehended, Continuous Rain Sword, Silver Intermediate, Proficiency, 0/2000, the sword momentum is like a torrential downpour. Continuous and unending, capable of launching an excessive number of attacks in a short time, winning with speed. In an instant, Su Chen's sword momentum became even more ferocious. As long as he persisted in using his profession's weapon and gradually reached proficiency, he would occasionally comprehend new skills. What Su Chen obtained was a silver skill. For other practitioners, newly comprehended skills typically started at bronze level, but he came in with a silver level. This sword technique was indeed violent, with an extremely high number of slashes. The effect of the equipped shadow slash triggered wildly. The inky shadow followed Suchen's swordplay, unleashing a storm-like offensive. At this point, the boss's health was dropping rapidly. Within a few minutes, it was below 60%. Alright, at this pace, victory is ours. In the rear of the battlefield, Jiang Yunqing clenched her fists, exhilarated. Very good. Yanzei squinted his eyes, aimed, and continued shooting, but in the next moment, roar! The red-armored Death Knight let out a furious roar. With a stump, a massive shockwave spread out, briefly pushing Suchen back, then it struck down fiercely. The enormous thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be precise, it was the outer stone shell that broke apart, revealing the large blade within. This giant sword was like flesh and blood, filled with red barbs. This was the boss's true weapon, or rather, a new form. Then, the boss wielded this blood sword and charged at Suchen. Beneath the armor, his head could be vaguely seen, a mass of rotten flesh with two pairs of decayed eyes glowing ominously. The boss's face was filled with rage, already brimming with murderous intent. Both his speed and strength had increased. Suchen raised his sword to block. Bang! With a loud crash, Suchen was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. His expression was icy. Phase 2. Ha! He showed no fear, instead revealing a somewhat manic smile. The stronger the boss, the better the rewards. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation. Seeing Suchen injured, Jiang Yunqing hurriedly treated him. However, she had already expended a lot of energy healing Yanzei and Ji Yao's injuries. Her remaining mental energy, as well as the soul energy drawn from corpses, was quite limited. With insufficient stamina, the healing effect was naturally not strong enough. Although anxious, she had no other options at the moment. Suchen understood this as well. To recover faster, he simply took out a healing potion from his personal space and drank it in one gulp. This potion could instantly heal a portion of his injuries and then gradually restore the rest. After his injuries were mostly healed, Suchen regained his spirit and re-entered the battle. He fixed his gaze on the boss, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Revealing phase 2 was actually a good thing. It meant the boss was truly enraged. The red-armored Death Knight swung its giant sword and charged in a frenzy. It unleashed a very fierce boss skill, Thick Blade Slash. The broad blood-red sword was raised high above its head. With a step forward, it smashed down towards Suchen. The red light flickered on the blade. Its power was self-evident. Where the boss stepped, cracks appeared in the ground, indicating the ferocity of its power. Suchen's mind stirred, summoning the Xian steel sword to fly and attempt to block the strike. However, the moment the Xian steel sword made contact, it was sent flying. The giant sword carried terrifying inertia, its potential immense. It was likely a force of thousands of pounds. The tip of the sword slashed out a beam of blood-red light, hurtling towards Suchen. His gaze was icy, and he sheathed the shadow flow long sword. He stepped forward, actively charging towards the sword strike. It was utterly reckless. He intended to use the draw sword flash skill to confront it head-on. Normally, the red-armored Death Knight's movements were not large, as the armor completely encased its body. The heavy steel armor could turn most attacks into mere scratches, but when it used the Thick Blade Slash skill, its movements would become stiff, making it difficult to fully block all attacks. At this moment, the boss was raising both hands high, revealing flesh and blood at the joints of the armor. Suchen had to seize this gap to inflict maximum damage. Although the risk was great, the rewards were equally substantial. His body transformed into a streak of light, the sword mark slashing across the air. Whoosh! This sword strike was incredibly fast. The draw sword flash skill was fully activated. The terrifying sword scar transformed into a flickering stream of light, leaving a trace in the air. This sword strike unleashed a sound that tore through the air. Suchen directly swept past the boss's body. The deep blue sword scar precisely struck the gap in the boss's armor. Put! Dark yellow blood gushed out like pus. The boss's health was instantly reduced by more than half. Yet, Suchen suffered no injuries, because at that moment, he activated the Hidden God Step, an unselectable ultimate movement technique. In that instant, Suchen seemed to vanish, his body even appearing to lack substance, directly passing through the boss's blade. The red-armored Death Knight trembled, unable to contain his rage. His body was covered in wounds, his face twisted, and his entire body began to emit cracking sounds. The blood-soaked great sword in his hand began to deform. Eventually, it transformed into a massive hammer. The boss's voice distorted, letting out a howl of despair as he launched his final assault against Su Chen. Behind him, the blood lake bubbled as if boiling. The water began to form giant waves, rising to the heavens. Countless blood-colored lake waters coalesced into the shape of blades, dancing along with the massive hammer in his hand. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. He knew this was the boss's strongest skill, howling water-gathering blade. As the boss swung his weapon, he drew in a large amount of lake water, forming blood-water flying knives to attack Su Chen. Whoosh! 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 The blood-water flying blades, dozens in number, shot out. Countless traces of blood water remained in the air. Su Chen's expression grew serious, and he moved with extreme caution in that moment. He directly activated his fastest attack speed skill, Continuous Rain Sword. Suddenly, the Shadow Flow longsword in his hand unleashed countless streaks of pitch-black swordlight. Those flying knives, formed from the coagulated blood water, were all sliced apart by Su Chen. At the same time, he also activated the Xian Steel Sword, which floated beside him, cutting and blocking the flying knives. But there were too many blood water flying knives. This was originally a group attack skill, more than enough to take down a dozen players. No matter how strong Su Chen was, how could he possibly fend them all off alone? The number of flying knives increased, and gradually Su Chen began to feel overwhelmed. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and growled. Su Chen's figure flickered, preparing to activate the hidden god step again to forcefully evade. But doing so would also consume a terrifying amount of his mental energy. In a single battle, Su Chen could only activate the hidden god step for 1 or 2 moments at most. If he used it now, his mental energy would be depleted, making the subsequent battle incredibly difficult. Fortunately, at that moment, a dozen arrows shot in. It was Yanzei. He was also a 9-star talent ranger, with powerful and precise arrows. Those arrows shattered many bloodwater flying knives, relieving some of Su Chen's pressure. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't used the hidden god step. He could save this precious mental energy for the final blow against the boss. He swung the continuous rain sword while quickly charging forward. In that moment, lightning flickered on the blade in his hand. At the same time, he stepped forward. The floating Xian steel sword also landed in his hand. Su Chen's eyes glinted with killing intent, leaving no room for retreat. With his left hand gripping the Xian steel sword, he unleashed the Thunder Sword technique. With his right hand holding the Shadow Flow longsword, he executed the Blade Draw Flash. 2 mid-grade silver sword techniques activated simultaneously. Boom! The deafening sound of sword cries echoed around. A chasm appeared in the ground. Su Chen's figure transformed into a dazzling thunder sword light, slicing through in an instant. Put! The dual swords slashed. They directly shattered the red-armored Death Knight's helmet. Its head was completely exposed to the world. It was an extremely ugly flesh tumor, covered in withered wood and rotting flesh. It turned out that this red-armored knight was merely a vengeful spirit, lingering here due to a lingering wish. Its body had rotted away. Essentially, it was no different from the monsters summoned by necromancers. Its eyes stared blankly, and it knelt on both knees. The purulent yellow blood, like that of a rotting corpse, gushed forth. It merged with the blood lake behind him. Su Chen had successfully slain the hidden boss. In that instant, a message echoed through the world channel. Announcement: Hidden Boss defeated. A sword master player has slain the hidden boss. Dungeon settlement begins. Congratulations to all players. Prepare to return triumphantly. In an instant, a voice resonated in the minds of all players within the dungeon. Suddenly, discussions erupted like a super bomb. No, it can't be. Hidden boss? How is that possible? What the hell is a hidden boss? We haven't even found the shadow of a normal boss, and he killed a hidden boss? The first kill seems to be by a sword master too. Could it be the same person? This is ridiculous. This kid must be cheating, right? Damn. We haven't even leveled up much. This dungeon has only been going on for a dozen hours. This speed is simply outrageous. The discussions continued to escalate. Under normal circumstances, a novice dungeon takes several days and nights to find the boss's location, and then dozens of players gather their strength to challenge the boss. Even if a dozen teams challenge together, it would take a long time to whittle down the boss's health before defeating it. And it's only been a dozen hours since the dungeon started. Who the hell is that guy? At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Soon, the world rules began to settle. Player, Li Guangran, killed a passionate crazy rabbit and a bloodthirsty reverse feather chicken. A total of X4 monsters killed. Earned 401 clan coins. Player, Song Ju, killed a hairless claw cat. Earned 151 clan coins. Player, Jiang Xiaoyu, killed. Player, the discussions grew even more intense. At this point, players were no longer concerned about their own scores. Instead, they were more interested in who the slayer was. Damn! I only got 601 clan coins, and my level only went up to 4. I can't even face anyone outside. Sigh. He speedran the boss, and we got settled with the dungeon too. It's frustrating. Stop whining. Even if that sword master didn't speedrun, you wouldn't level up much, and you might even die at the hands of monsters. Exactly. This dungeon is fraught with danger. You could die at any moment from wild monsters. With a big shot speedrunning, we actually benefit from it. No risk, just lying down to clear the dungeon. But his speed is just too fast. If we can't level up, we can only go to the dangerous areas outside the city to challenge beasts. Sigh. The world channel was in chaos. At that moment, somewhere in the dungeon, a man wielding a long purple crystal hammer, dressed in luxurious golden armor, had an extremely grim expression. It was Zhang Tang. Behind him were several of the strongest new players, forming an elite team. Everyone looked grim. These teammates were all bodyguards arranged for him by his family. This was a team composed entirely of 8-star or higher geniuses. Moreover, Zhang Tang was fully equipped with golden level gear. Before entering the dungeon, his family had already provided him with this set of equipment, so his start was definitely faster than everyone else's. His strategy after entering the dungeon was simple. He aimed for first place. He searched the entire map for the boss, preparing to complete the boss kill and become number 1. Being the first in a novice dungeon could earn him the reward of bloodline power, which was a rare opportunity. Therefore, he hardly killed any monsters and was always looking for the world boss's location. However, before he could even find a trace of the boss, someone had already taken down the hidden boss. The dungeon settled directly, and he was forced to settle as well, exiting the dungeon. One could say that his rhythm was completely disrupted. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he would surpass that so-called blade maniac, Li Qingguang. Although he only had an 8-star talent, he had the foundation of the Zhang family. However, now, it was all in jeopardy. The plan was completely ruined. He was so angry he could hardly contain himself. Damn it! How is this possible? Who on earth is it? His voice trembled with rage. At the same time, there was something else in his heart that made him restless and confused. Ever since last night, he had been unable to contact Rin Xiaoman. What on earth had happened? Su Chen had no time to check the discussions on the world channel. In his mind, the sounds of notifications kept ringing. Kill hidden boss, red armored undead knight, all team members, experience points plus 6,292 each. Su Chen directly leveled up twice, reaching level 16. Zhang Yunqing was at level 13. Yan Zhe was at level 12, almost reaching 13. Ji Yao was even more terrifying, jumping from level 7 to level 10, a total increase of 3 levels. If it weren't for being stuck on the first transfer quest, she might have continued to level up. Yan Zhe also completed his first transfer quest, killing an elite level monster, and leveled up 2 times. The amount of experience was terrifying. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe were both a bit dazed. We succeeded. But how could the experience be so much? Ji Yao was very surprised. In a 4-person team, killing a boss shouldn't yield this much experience. At that moment, Zhang Yunqing stepped forward with a slight smile. My skill, Soul Enhancement, allows everyone in the team to double their experience. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhe was astonished. This skill was at least platinum level. It was still the novice dungeon period, and Zhang Yunqing had already learned it. With a financial group backing her, it was indeed different. He attributed the credit to the Zhang and financial group. But Yan Zhe overlooked the most important point. That is, novices enter the dungeon at level 1. At level 1, the strongest items they can equip are limited to gold level. She couldn't possibly have obtained a platinum level skill scroll from her family before entering the dungeon. Normally, only certain artifacts would have no level restrictions. Ji Yao was also slow to come back to her senses. The level increase was too much. Su Chen's expression was calm as he stepped forward to the boss's corpse. Here, a large number of items had dropped. Heavenly Stone Sword Skill Scroll, Platinum Low-Grade Sword Technique, Corrupted Heart Necklace, Platinum Low-Grade, Blood Lake Corpse Rot Soldier Summoning Technique, Gold High-Grade Skill Scroll, Death Whisper Bone Bow, Platinum Low-Grade, 10,000 Races Currency x40, 000, most of the rewards were Platinum level. As the team leader, Su-chan had the right to distribute the loot. He didn't think for long and immediately distributed the 10,000 Races Currency equally. After all, everyone had contributed. Each person received 10,000. The 10,000 Races Currency was a type of world rule currency that could be used not only on Blue Star but also in dungeons and the 10,000 Realms shop. It was the most liquid divine currency in the world. In the 10,000 Realms shop, one could buy anything imaginable. Rare bloodlines, ancient divine beasts, primordial talents, extraordinary skills, there was too much. Everything one could think of. One could say that the 10,000 Races Currency was the universal currency of this world. Distributed by world rules, it was precious and rare. At the same time, the 10,000 Races Currency could be exchanged for the arrival currency used for internal transactions among humans on Blue Star at a rate of 1 to 10. The arrival currency could also be exchanged back to 10,000 Races Currency at a rate of 10 to 1. Then, Su-chan used his universal sublimation talent to enhance all the loot. Sublimation successful. Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb Skill Scroll, Platinum Mid-Grade Sword Technique, Heart Soul Necklace, Platinum Mid-Grade, Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique, Platinum High-Grade Skill Scroll, Spirit Binding Corruption Bow, Platinum Mid-Grade, almost all upgraded to Platinum Mid-Grade. The Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique, item even upgraded to Platinum High-Grade. Originally just gold level, it had jumped to Platinum, making it the most significant upgrade among them. Selling a few million arrival coins is so easy. Su-chan's expression was serious as he scanned the information on these items. The soul necklace had a very powerful effect. It could increase the upper limit of soul power storage and improve absorption efficiency. The so-called soul power is a type of professional resource, equivalent to a blue bar. Taking Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing as examples, one is a necromancer and the other is a soul healer. Their skills require soul power to unleash their full potential. Soul power must be absorbed from corpses on the battlefield. Su-chan directly assigned this necklace to Jiang Yunqing. As a healer, she needed to continuously consume soul power, making this necklace the best fit for her. Although Ji Yao also needed to use soul power, she primarily relied on summon creatures for combat, so her own soul power consumption was minimal once she summoned monsters. Su-chan favored Ji Yao, but he also understood the principle of making the best use of resources. Now, the few of them had temporarily formed a small team, and he had to take responsibility, so he couldn't be reckless. Naturally, he couldn't be biased in resource allocation either. Then, Su-chan gave the Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique Platinum Quality Skill Scroll to Ji Yao. This skill could only be used by her profession, so Su-chan naturally handed it over to her. Once learned, this skill would allow her to summon a Blood Armor Undead Knight. That's right, it was exactly like the hidden boss, the Blood Armor Undead Knight. Of course, the combat power of her summon creature could not compare to that of a boss. Boss levels were very high, and they had special bonuses in attributes. What players summoned could not be that powerful. After all, they were weaker by a third when washed white. But it shouldn't be underestimated. Once summoned, this knight could definitely crush the vast majority of monsters and players of the same level. Clearing dungeons would not be a problem. As Ji Yao's strength increased, her summoned creatures would also grow stronger. One day, she could surpass a true boss. As long as she reached the 4th transfer, the Blood Armor Knight she summoned would have combat power comparable to that of a real boss. If she improved the proficiency of this skill, it could continue to evolve. The next level should be the Blood Crown King Guardian Sword Knight, from the Blood Lake Undead Summoning Branch. This was a higher tier Sword Guardian Knight, one of the dual swords that protected the king, with extremely violent combat power, reaching diamond level. Most importantly, this skill scroll had no level restrictions. The vast majority of skill scrolls required a certain level to learn. Silver skills required level 10, gold skills required level 20, platinum required level 30 or above. But after Su-chan used the All Things Sublimation talent to enhance this scroll, the effect changed, and it directly removed the level restriction. This allowed Ji Yao to learn this skill right now. Of course, All Things Sublimation did not completely eliminate level restrictions, these were random. Ji Yao took the scroll and suddenly crushed it. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized she had truly learned this skill directly. Even if you had a 10-star talent, The skills learned in the early stages had to start from the bronze level, no matter how strong the talent. Like the blade maniac Li Chungwon from Woyang City, his strongest sword technique was only low-grade silver. For most people, mastering a skill is a gradual process. From bronze to silver, to gold, it is a step-by-step upgrade. But Ji Yao, at level 10, had not even completed her first transfer quest and had already learned a platinum-level skill. If this were to be said, it would definitely drop jaws. After all, not everyone is Su Chen's teammate. Only he had the all-things sublimation talent. Su Chen then handed the spirit-draining bow to Yen Zhe. Yen Zhe was a demon-hunting ranger, and this bow was perfect for him. Yen Zhe took the dark red longbow and examined it closely in front of him. Spirit Subduing Corruption Bow, Platinum Mid-Grade, Level Restriction, 20 Class Requirement, Ranger Proficient in Bow Suffix, Corruption Arrow. When drawing the bow, you can transform corpses into arrows, increasing power and adding a 50% corrosion effect. Suffix, Spirit Subduing, consumes mental energy to give all arrows shot from this bow a random enchantment effect. Yen Zhe's eyes trembled, his gaze flickering. His original bow was merely a silver-grade weapon, and now, it had been directly replaced with platinum. This was something he had never even dared to dream of before. The only downside was the level restriction. He couldn't equip it yet and needed to continue leveling up. He put away the bow without hesitation and solemnly thanked Su Chen. "Thank you, Su Chen." His expression was serious, meticulous. "From today on, you are my comrade." He was well aware that in this battle, Su Chen had contributed the vast majority of the effort. He himself had basically only dealt a bit of damage from the back, yet Su Chen was willing to allocate such a weapon to him. One could say he had shown utmost kindness. Having someone like this as a friend was undoubtedly Yen Zhe's fortune. Su Chen nodded, saying nothing more. He then looked at his own loot. Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb Sword Technique, Platinum Midgrade, Giant Sword sinks into the tomb. Heavenly Fall subdues evil. Sword intent reaches the heavens, summoning a massive stone sword to crash down, dealing immense damage. Su Chen crushed it directly. Skill acquired. Proficiency, 0/200. 000. Su Chen raised his hand to grasp it. Boom! A shadow appeared in the sky, and then a gigantic black stone sword fell down. This stone sword was larger than a person. It was like a massive tombstone, deeply embedded in the ground. The enormous stone sword tombstone was incredibly heavy, shattering the ground beneath it. The black sword tomb was made of a material harder and denser than steel. Many incantations were engraved on it. Just relying on its weight could crush monsters. If the hidden boss were still alive, Su Chen could easily break its armor right from the start with this move. This was Su Chen's first platinum-grade active damage skill. He felt elated. At that moment, he noticed the bodies of everyone around him becoming ethereal and floating. The dungeon was concluding, and it was time to leave. "Su Chen, call me for the next dungeon," Yen Zhe said, shouldering the longbow. "Hey, Su Chen, thank you for saving my life. We'll meet again soon." Jiang Yunqing waved her hand, smiling brightly, her figure dissipating. Ji Yao stepped forward, brushed her hair, and looked at Su Chen. In the next moment, her figure also vanished. Su Chen himself entered a different space. Dungeon settlement in progress. Player, Su Chen slayed 33 Greybacked Wolf, slayed 12 Mining Dark-Feathered Chicken, slayed 24 Cave Salamander, slayed Cave Salamander King X1, defeated Hidden Boss X1, slayed. A large list unfolded. With frantic calculations, Su Chen's score kept rising. In the end, it was nearly off the charts. No damage passage area, Red Rock Cave. Super fast clear. First kill of the dungeon. Perfect challenge. Final evaluation, S rank title acquired, Newcomer King effect, all attributes plus 15. All skill proficiency plus 10% ranking settlement in progress. Then, a ranking list appeared before Su Chen. Novice Dungeon. ID #144 settlement ranking in progress. 10th place, Berserker Sun Xiaoyang. Level 7 9th place, Planter Li Qianlun. Level 8 8th place. This was the dungeon leaderboard. The top 10 would receive extra rewards, with the first place receiving the most generous prize. Su Chen's expression was calm. He basically already knew the outcome. He would undoubtedly be first. In the novice dungeon, reaching level 16. This was a level unprecedented and unrepeatable. At this moment, not just Su Chen, but also the players within the dungeon. Even on the blue planet outside, countless people are eagerly watching and waiting for this ranking. At this moment, the leaders of Xinjing know 1 High School are intently gazing at the leaderboard. What's going on? This year, the new novice dungeon number 144 has ended so quickly. It's not even been a day. Why is the settlement starting? Could there be a problem? Several school leaders stared blankly at the leaderboard. Normally, dungeons take several days, even a week, to complete. Yet this novice dungeon has been open for less than 24 hours. It's an astonishingly fast clear. In front of the school leaders, there is not only the leaderboard. Surrounding them are several rows of illusory large screens displaying the leaders of all the universities in the nearby cities. There are dozens of them. Every year, the novice dungeon is essentially a major competition. Teachers from universities in surrounding cities gather together to observe and discuss. On one screen, a cold laugh came from a university in Woyang City. Hee, teachers from Xianjing 1 High School. There's no need to be too surprised. This year's dungeon is settling so quickly. All thanks to our genius from Woyang 3 High School, Li Changwang. With a 10-star talent and the profession of Blade Maniac, he is truly invincible this time. I suggest you in Xianjing City cherish the last resources of this year, because next year, your qualification for the Tower Conference might not be guaranteed. The speaker sighed. It was Xia Shulong, the principal of Woyang 3 High School. If the qualification for the Tower Conference is revoked, it means that this city will no longer receive funding from the Dragon Kingdom government and will have no resources. It will be difficult to produce talented students, leading to a vicious cycle. Once fallen, there is almost no chance to rise again. Hearing the mockery from Xia Shulong, the teachers of Xianjing 1 High School all looked angry, but they had no way to refute it. They had to admit that Li Changwang was indeed formidable. This year, taking first place was practically a certainty, not just in Xianjing City, but in the 5 surrounding cities. There was no genius who could compete with him. A 10-star talent is one thing, but the most terrifying part is that his profession is Blade Maniac. This is one of the strongest hidden professions in the early stages, with extremely violent combat power. Wang Tingshan, however, remained calm. He was not angry at Xie Shulong's mockery. He maintained his composure. No matter what, they could not lose in momentum. His gaze was calm as he spoke loudly across the screen. Principal Xie, the matter is not yet concluded, so you need not speak so presumptuously. The quick settlement of this year's dungeon may not solely be due to your school's Blade Maniac. There are too many geniuses this year. Just speaking of the neighboring Nanmian city, there is a 9-star healer girl. In Songyu City, there are 8-star enchanters and many high-talent students. Our school also has a 9-star demon hunter ranger, Yan Zhe, and an 8-star magic hammer warrior, Zhang Tang. At this point, Wang Tingshan paused. And a 10-star sword master, Su Chen. Su Chen had not appeared on the leaderboard, so he estimated that Su Chen was either already dead in the dungeon or hiding in the dungeon, afraid to fight the monsters. Either way, it meant that Su Chen, as a student, had almost no future, but he still had to mention it, because Su Chen was a 10-star talent, the only child with talent equal to Li Changwang. He used him to boost the school's momentum. Rankings could be lost, but momentum could not falter. If it were in previous years, any one of these children could rightfully be the first. Yet this year, for some reason, so many top talents have emerged. The competition is too fierce, and their strength is stronger than in previous years. Clearing the dungeon faster is very normal. To hastily attribute all the credit to your Woyang 3 students seems a bit cheap. Wang Tingshan narrowed his eyes, his words sharp and revealing. I must say, as the principal, his judgment of the situation is quite ahead of its time. His words immediately garnered nods of agreement from other teachers and principals on the screen. Principal Wang is right. I agree. Several principals quickly rallied behind Wang Tingshan. However, Xia Shulong chuckled coldly upon hearing this. Ha, no matter what you say, Principal Wang, first place is still ours at Woyang 3 High School. Not only Li Changwang, but our school also has 2 students with 9-star talents and several with 8-star talents. His words were filled with confidence and pride. Woyang City is already a first-tier city, with more resources than Xianjing, so this year they have even more talents. The 2 principals should stop arguing. High talent and many good seedlings are a blessing for our human race. There's no need to quarrel over this matter. An old professor from another city said. Let's continue to look at the rankings. Wang Tingshan nodded and looked at the leaderboard. On the surface, He did not back down, and his words were sharp and confrontational, but in reality, he felt a twinge of worry in his heart. This year, a student must make it into the top 3 for Xianjing City to have a future. It must be a top 3. He had already begun to silently pray in his heart. The teachers from Xianjing City were also filled with tension. 7th place, Necromancer Ji Yao. Level 10, this name appeared on the leaderboard. The teachers from Xianjing No. 1 were taken aback upon seeing this name, followed by surprise. What a surprise! An extra surprise! This female student is a necromancer. Her talent is only 7 stars, which isn't particularly outstanding this year, but she has successfully ranked 7th. That's great. She really brought honor to our school. This girl must have worked very hard to kill monsters to reach level 10. Everyone began to imagine how hard Ji Yao must have worked. However, they had no idea that it was Su Chen who had slain a hidden boss, allowing her to jump directly from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance department adjusted his glasses and boldly announced, "This year's 3rd scholarship will be awarded to her." Several professors were also focused, staring intently at the screen. Meanwhile, the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School watched this scene with a sneer. Sigh, just a 7th place, and they're so happy. Xianjing No. 1 has really fallen. Xia Shulong slowly shook his head, mocking. His sarcastic words provoked hatred. Several principals glared at him, fists clenched. People wanted to retort but found it impossible. This year, Woyang City had a Li Changwon, so Xia Shulong was endlessly arrogant, suppressing other schools. His arrogance was reaching new heights. This had already caused much dissatisfaction. Several school principals had long harbored grievances against him. However, no student could defeat Li Changwon. In the adult world, one must speak with strength. Without students capable of defeating Li Changwon, everyone could only watch him be arrogant. 6th place, Sand Controller Wei Sha. Level 11, 5th place, Demon Hunter Ranger Yen Zhe. Level 12, upon seeing this ranking, several teachers in the Xianjing No. 1 office were overjoyed. Great, great, great! Our school has 2 students in the top 10. That's wonderful. Yen Zhe is 5th. That's fantastic. The teachers were ecstatic. However, Wang Tingshan's expression darkened upon witnessing this. This meant that their qualification for next year's Tower of Trials was gone. Yen Zhe was almost his only hope. This student had a 9-star talent and was a hidden class Demon Hunter Ranger. From profession to talent, everything was top-notch. Unexpectedly, he couldn't make it into the top 3. It's over. Everything is over. Wang Tingshan's gaze became somewhat grim. At this moment, Xia Shulong seized the opportunity to begin his cold mockery. He, Principal Wang. It seems the situation is not optimistic, he teased while looking at Wang Tingshan from the screen. His words were filled with provocation. It can already be concluded that you, Ijong, no, your entire Zhuangqing City will have no future. Next year, the qualifications for the Sky Tower in Zhuangqing City and the government funding will all be given to us in Woyang City. We will effectively have double the resources. Thank you. Our Woyang City will become stronger and stronger. He laughed joyfully. The more resources there are, the stronger the students can be cultivated. This way, they can maintain their status. As the saying goes, the droughts kill the dry and the floods kill the wet. This is the principle. Wang Tingshan listened to his words, his face turning ashen with anger. But he couldn't explode in rage. The principals of other universities in various cities were also extremely displeased and couldn't bear to watch. Yet no one could speak up for him. There was nothing to be done. The students under him lacked talent, and the principal didn't have the confidence to stand up for them. The leaderboard continued to flash. 4th place, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang, level 12. At this moment, the new players on the instant settlement page were all shocked. Zhang Tang? Could it be the young master of the Zhang family? One of the 3 great families of Longhua? You guessed right. It should be him. Also, he originally had an 8-star talent, and for a moment, the entire venue was filled with shocked voices. In the conference room, Wang Tingshan saw this name, his expression icy. This was yet another heavy blow to Wang Tingshan's heart. Zhang Tang, the legitimate son of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang. Even as the principal, Wang Tingshan had to smile and respectfully address him as young Master Zhang when he saw him. This shows how terrifying his family's power is. With the Zhang family's financial resources, they could provide him with the best equipment. After all, The Zhang family has so many resources. It's even possible that when Zhang Tang entered the instance, he already had a complete set of golden level equipment. Golden equipment is the strongest gear that newcomers can wear under level restrictions. With that, he could kill gods and Buddhas alike. With the Zhang family's foundation, it was normal for Zhang Tang's ranking to surpass that of classmate Yanzei. However, Zhang Tang was only in 4th place. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the principal's hope. Zhang Tang didn't even make it into the top 3. Alas, the most talented students from Zhuangqing Zhong had already appeared on the list. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding, he was utterly desperate. As for Su Chen, his name had never appeared on the leaderboard. He had no hope for this student anymore. Beside him, Xia Shulong was already overjoyed. Then, the leaderboard flashed again. 3rd place, Soul Healer Zhang Yunqing, level 13, The 3rd place is our Woyang Sanzhong's genius, Zhang Yunqing. This girl is the 2nd young lady of the Jiang'an Consortium. Her talent goes without saying. This further gave Xie Shulong the capital to be arrogant. Alas, it seems this year's top 3 will all be taken by our Woyang city, he said, beaming. Wang Tingshan gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. Then, the 2nd place was announced. Everyone's eyes trembled when they saw this name. 2nd place, Li Changwang, level 14. The moment this list appeared, there was quite a stir in the world channel. Li Changwang? The knife-crazy genius from Woyang City? What's going on? Why is he only 2nd place? No way. With the hidden knife-crazy profession and a 10-star talent, how is he only 2nd place? I remember just now he was in 1st place, how did he suddenly drop? Damn! Don't just look at the ranking. Even though he's only 2nd place, he's already level 13, that's terrifying. He completed the first transfer quest, that's too fierce. I'm only level 5. This is the gap in talent. But if he's already level 14 and only 2nd place, then what kind of monster is in 1st place? The discussions among the people were endless. In the conference room, all the principals and teachers were momentarily stunned, especially Xia Shulong. His expression was shocked beyond measure. How could it be 2nd place? He had high hopes for Li Chengguang, and Li Chengguang had received ample resources, directly entering the dungeon with a golden level weapon. How could he only be in 2nd place? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. Seeing that Li Chengguang was in 2nd place, many teachers and principals from other universities began to discuss among themselves. Could it be that there are hidden experts this year? No way. Is there a student whose talent surpasses Li Chengguang? Several principals found it hard to believe. Xia Shulong's expression was grim. At this moment, someone even began to mock him. TSK, Principal Xie. It seems this year, your Woyang No. 3 high school won't be able to take all 3 top spots. The principal of the South Cotton City Warrior Vocational College taunted. His words pierced Xie Shulong's heart like a needle. His face turned ashen, and he looked at the leaderboard with disbelief. He wanted to see who was in 1st place. How could someone overshadow his proud student, the blade maniac Li Chengguang? Then, the next ranking appeared. 1st place, Sword Master, Su Chen, level 16. Sword Master Su Chen, ranked 1st. The moment everyone saw this name, shock erupted like thunder in their minds. The venue fell silent. Only on the World Channel were players discussing the dungeon frantically. What the hell? How is this possible? Sword Master, the weakest class in the early game, only slightly stronger than a life profession. Su Wei. Oh no. Su Chen. He actually got 1st place. Did he cheat? Rematch. This guy isn't a noble. He doesn't have a family background to buy him godly gear. His own profession is weak. How did he get 1st place? Don't you know? He's a 10-star talent sword master, just like Blade Maniac Li Chengguang. Don't joke around, okay? A 10-star talent sword master and a 10-star talent Blade Maniac are not the same concept. The Blade Maniac can easily slaughter sword masters, yet the Blade Maniac got 2nd, and the sword master got 1st. If you say this, others probably won't believe it, but the supreme rules of the dungeon world won't lie. This is real. It's just too hard to believe. In the conference room, all the principals, teachers, and professors were stunned for a long time. Everyone's expression was one of extreme shock, especially Xia Shulong, who seemed like a different person. His eyes filled with disbelief. The previous arrogance had completely vanished. Wang Tingshan stared intently at the leaderboard screen in front of him. His shock was even greater than Xie Shulong's. He knew the situation of this student, Su Chen, best. Although he had 10-star talent, his profession was too weak, so no major forces were willing to equip and invest in him. Only he, as the principal, had given him a piece of silver-quality equipment. In this situation, Su Chen actually managed to become first. What kind of opportunity and strength did this require? Wang Tingshan looked at this scene, still unable to come to his senses. After a long time, he finally awoke from his shock. His fists were clenched so tightly they bled, and his heart was filled with extreme excitement. Good. Very good. He clapped and laughed. Looking at the leaderboard, his mood was like a roller coaster. He originally thought that this year, Xianjing No. 1 high school had no students in the top 3 and would have no future. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Su Chen who gave him a tremendous surprise. Not only did he enter the top 3, but he was also first. He accomplished what Yanzei and Zhang Tang could not. Xianjing No. 1 high school had a history of 50 years, and there had never been a student who ranked first in the novice dungeon. The novice dungeon was like the college entrance examination, with extremely fierce competition, and Xianjing City was originally a small city with very average teaching resources, making it difficult to have geniuses. Yet Su Chen did it. He successfully brought Xianjing No. 1 high school and the entire Xianjing City into the future. Next year, not only will there still be qualifications for the Tian Tower Association, but there may even be more. Next year, there could be 12 Tian Tower Association tokens distributed to the next batch of students. And all of this is thanks to Su Chen, who, as a senior, fought for his junior students. It can be said that he is the undisputed hero of Xianjing No. 1 high school, and even of all the students, principals, and leaders in Xianjing City. In the conference room, all the teachers were cheering with joy. In contrast, Principal Xie Shulong of Woyang City looked as if he had aged several years, his face pale. He could hardly believe this fact. No, it's impossible, he murmured. The students of Xianjing No. 1 actually took first place, since Li Chengguang did not secure the top spot. Next year, a portion of the educational resources from all universities in Woyang City would be transferred to Xianjing City. Every year, the total number of qualifications for the Tian Tower Association is fixed. It neither disappears nor increases. The stronger the students from a city, the more qualifications they will have the following year. Woyang City's performance this year was not bad, so they would definitely still have qualifications for the Tian Tower Association next year, and they wouldn't be completely down and out. However, a large amount of educational resources that originally belonged to Woyang City would be redirected to Xianjing City. At that time, he would definitely be held accountable by the mayor and many big shots in the bureau. It could be said that Xianjing City had achieved a great victory. At this moment, his heart felt like it was shattering. At this time, Wang Tingshan smiled slightly. He looked at Xie Shulong with an air of nonchalance. Principal Xie, how did your genius sword master get surpassed by my student? Wang Tingshan strolled leisurely, brewed a pot of tea, and said with a smile. The level of sarcasm was off the charts. Several teachers chimed in. Principal Xie, it seems your Woyang City isn't doing so well. Ha! I wonder if you can repeat that arrogant demeanor from earlier. The other principals from different cities were all smiling broadly. Principal Xie, why don't you contact that sword master student and hold a second-place speech conference? We would all be very happy to attend. Tisk TSK, Principal Xie, where's that arrogance from earlier? Suddenly so silent. We're not quite used to it. Everyone laughed. At this moment, Xie Shulong wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Still, the same saying applies, in the adult world. Facts speak for themselves. His student did not take first place and was surpassed by Xianjing City. So whatever he said would just be a defense. Now he was utterly humiliated and could only remain silent. He gritted his teeth and turned off the screen. He simply vanished from the scene. He just ran away. How boring. He left in disgrace. Woyang City didn't suffer too much loss, after all. They are a long-established big city with a wealth of talent. Even if they only got second place this year, they won't lose too many educational resources next year. It's just that a portion will be redirected to Xianjing City. This is normal financial flow. The teachers chatted casually. He just feels too embarrassed. He was so arrogant earlier, and now he's so uncomfortable. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. It was all thanks to Wang Tingshan that the principals from all cities and universities could vent their frustrations. This year, Woyang City had been in the spotlight, overwhelming all the universities. Fortunately, at this moment, the child from Xinjiang No. 1 took first place, which dampened his momentum. Principal Wang, what's the background of that sword master student of yours? Yeah, he's quite strong. We haven't heard you mention him before. Wang Tingshan merely revealed a meaningful smile. Ha ha, there's no need for you all to pry. I won't say anything. Actually, this student surprised me as well, he said. His words clearly did not convince everyone. The smiles of the crowd stiffened, believing that Wang Tingshan had anticipated this all along. He had intentionally hidden this card. TSK, Principal Wang. You actually hit a genius student. You rarely mention this student. I'll send 4 students with 7-star talents to trade with you for Su Chen's student status to be transferred to me. A group of principals said. Wang Tingshan merely smiled faintly, blew on his teacup, took a sip, and fell silent. He kept his achievements and fame hidden. The conference room was bustling with activity. At this moment, Su Chen, on the settlement page of the dungeon, looked at the panel in front of him. Ranked first, rewards opportunity to purchase low-level items at a discount from the 10,000 Races Store X1 Custom Title Card X1 30,000 10,000 Races Coins Random Bloodline Blessing X1 in the next instant. A brilliant light surged into Su Chen's body. His gaze shifted continuously. Bloodline. This was a powerful and rare force. He hadn't expected the reward to randomly grant a bloodline power. He wondered what kind it would be. In his mind, characters danced continuously. Newborn Vampire, E-Rank Bloodline, Wound Cell Restructuring, A. Dragon Clan Orphan, S. Earth Spirit Root Cultivator, E. Zombie Body, F. Human Saint Body, S. It was simply dazzling. Finally, the bloodline settled on a dark blue character, completing the random selection. Blood of the Lobster Man, C. An evolutionary branch of humanity from eons ago, now extinct on Blue Star. Your bloodline contains the gene expression of the immortal creature lobster, allowing you to shed your skin every 10 years to restore your youthful body, but your lifespan limit remains the same as an ordinary person. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression tightened. This bloodline is a bit hard to accept. Once bound to the Lobster Man bloodline, would his appearance change to resemble that of a lobster? That was his greatest concern. The effect was decent, equivalent to not aging. This effect was powerful, allowing him to shed his skin every 10 years and restore his youthful body. Su Chen directly used the universal sublimation to upgrade this bloodline. As long as it was a reward from the dungeon, it could be sublimated. Sublimation successful. Eternal youth, A. Your bloodline flows with thin imperial blood, ensuring you will never age. And your lifespan is slightly longer than that of an ordinary class changer. When your lifespan reaches its limit, you will still die in a youthful form. Su Chen was overjoyed. Fortunately, after sublimation, he was no longer a lobster. He wouldn't have to shed his shell. In the next moment, a vast and scorching power surged into his body. It lasted for a moment before dissipating. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling no difference. His attributes had not improved at all. I have eternal youth, but not immortality, he murmured. This bloodline offered little help in combat, so it was only rated A, but he was already content. Decades later, everyone would grow old, even the most powerful practitioners would become weak. Yet he would stand firm. Unfortunately, his lifespan was still the same as an ordinary person. This meant that on the day he reached the limit of his lifespan, Su Chen would still die. After receiving the settlement rewards, Su Chen's personal space increased by 30,000 10,000 Races coins, and there was a card, custom title card. He could give himself a pseudonym to show to others. This type of title card was extremely expensive, capable of selling for 1 million descending coins in the market. Su Chen had once been short on money, but now he was not lacking, so he chose to use it for himself. Su Chen picked a simple name, God of Killing. In his past life, he was the God of Killing. In this life, that would be his title. After equipping this title, it would not affect the effectiveness of Su Chen's other title attributes. From now on, all of Su Chen's actions in the dungeon would be replaced by this title. This way, he could conceal his actions, and even the dungeon settlement would not display his real name. This allowed him to remain low-key and protect himself. Su Chen preferred to keep a low profile. He looked at his personal profile. Su Chen, title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood. Rookie King, Level, 16, 2455/8000 Experience, Class, Sword God, Mythical. Unique in the world, Strength, 50, Constitution, 60, Agility, 130, Spirit, 90, Luck, 50, Bloodline, Immortal Body, A, Talent, Universal Sublimation. Origin Sword Body. Automatic Cultivation, Skills, God of Killing / Full Stealth, Hidden God Step, Eye of Insight, Thunder Sword Technique, Flashing Sword Draw, Sword Master, Continuous Rain Sword, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb. Su Chen had already allocated all his attribute points. With the First Blood title and the Rookie King title's attribute bonuses, his stats were now terrifying. He had no weaknesses in any aspect. The number of skills he possessed far exceeded that of other players at the same level. His agility had reached a staggering 120 points. The faster the agility, the quicker the speed. Therefore, sword techniques that required speed would be even more powerful. Thus, Su Chen could be considered invincible at the same level. The dungeon settlement was completely finished. Su Chen left the empty otherworldly space and appeared in his bedroom. Finally finished the dungeon. I'm a bit tired. Su Chen sighed and stretched lazily. Suddenly, two voices echoed in his mind. Skill, Flashing Sword Draw. Thunder Sword Technique Proficiency maxed out, skill upgraded. Flashing Sword Draw, Silver Quality, sheath the sword. Then perform a furious thrusting slash with strong penetration. The Thunder Sword Technique also upgraded to Silver Quality. Entwine Thunder Sword Technique, Silver Quality, can wrap thunder around your sword blade. Even if the blade is not in hand, it can still be activated. The upgrade of the Flashing Sword Draw skill felt like just a small enhancement to Su Chen, but the Entwine Thunder Sword Technique was a true qualitative change. It meant that Su Chen could remotely attach thunder damage to his sword while using sword control. That's quite powerful. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. His current strength was already terrifying. It wouldn't be long before he could undergo the second-class change. With the talent for automatic cultivation, he could increase his proficiency even while lying down, and his skills would continuously upgrade. He opened his personal space and looked at the vast amount of loot inside. All of it was dropped from the dungeon. Iron Claw Bones, Wolf King Heart, these two were forging materials dropped from the Silverback Wolf King, which could be used to craft or enhance weapons or other equipment. Mutated Cave Salamander Meat X18, this meat tastes excellent and can be sold for a high price. Additionally, there were a large number of materials, such as mutated black turtle shells, carnivorous ape claws, monster eyeballs, and many bronze-level equipment that Su Chen couldn't use. There were wolf bone bows, wolf bone shields, illuminating necklaces, etc., which Su Chen planned to discard. There were too many. He could list them all on the auction house. Su Chen took stock of his supplies and then listed everything on the auction house. He roughly calculated that when he sold all these items, he should be able to earn around 150,000 arrival coins. It could be said that he wouldn't be short on money for a while. In the Dragon Kingdom, 500,000 arrival coins could buy a house in a decent location. One can imagine that the purchasing power of 150,000 arrival coins was also very high. For an ordinary laborer, this amount of money would be enough to buy back his freedom, no longer being exploited, and could sustain a decent life for decades. For an ordinary class changer, this amount of money would also be enough to buy several powerful pieces of equipment. Su Chen looked at his personal profile. By defeating bosses, he had been awarded 10,000 universal coins. Then, by ranking first, he received another 30,000 universal coins. Now, he had a total of 40,000. This was a very precious universal currency that could be used in the universal shop to purchase anything he desired. Su Chen opened the universal shop and scanned through it. The dazzling array of items left him breathless. Equipment, weapons, divine beasts, elixirs, bloodlines. These were the main categories. Below them were more detailed classifications. For example, under weapons, the subcategories included knives, swords, axes, throwing darts, staves, and so on. All types of weapons for every profession were available. From the lowest white quality ordinary weapons to legendary grade weapons, the variety was rich. Of course, there were also types of firearms, guns. After the day of arrival, the physical rules of the world changed. Many of humanity's former firearms lost their effectiveness. For instance, missiles, guns, nuclear weapons, and so on, these technologies became completely unusable and were long abandoned. The current firearms were mostly postmodern technological weapons powered by some form of thermal energy crystal. The gun bodies and bullet materials were generally made from the corpses and bones of various magical creatures. Firearm-type weapons consumed bullets that were quite expensive, making them unaffordable for the average person. Crafting firearms also required a gunsmith with the relevant skills to create them. The vast majority of class changers used cold weapons. Now I have a complete set of platinum equipment, which is more than enough for my current level, Suchin said slowly while stroking his chin. Even if I bought diamond-grade equipment, I might not be able to equip it. Suchin was not lacking in weapons and equipment, so he did not continue browsing the weapon list. Instead, he looked at other items. There were simply too many things in the shop. Suchin skimmed through quickly. In the Divine Beast section, he found some magical beasts that piqued his interest. Living mutated venomous python egg, F grade, takes 90 days to hatch into a mutated venomous python larva. The mutated venomous python was a relatively common magical creature, appearing not only in dungeons but also lurking in the forests outside human cities. Although they were low-level and not high-tier monsters, they were highly lethal, with venom in their fangs that could easily be fatal. Most importantly, these snakes possessed strong evolutionary capabilities. By consuming the corpses of powerful magical creatures, they could continuously shed their skin and evolve. Having one as a pet would be excellent. However, this snake egg was only the lowest F grade, yet it was priced at 5 million universal coins. Suchen felt it wasn't very worthwhile. Moreover, the hatching time was too long, taking 90 days to hatch into a larva. The larva would need another year or two to grow up, and only then would it truly possess combat power. Clearly, Suchen did not have that much time to waste. After considering for a moment, he decided against purchasing the snake egg. However, there were other magical beasts available for selection. Young flame slime, a burning red slime that can cast low-level fire spells to burn enemies. When you are hungry in a dungeon, you can also eat it like jelly. It will automatically regenerate, serving as your portable food. Price, 10,000 universal coins. Adult mountain devouring python, a super mutated python over 20 meters long, capable of easily strangling most ordinary magical creatures below the 5th transition, making it an excellent choice for protection in dungeons. But it's best not to raise it in the city. Price, 6 million universal coins. Ancient ink blackbird egg, the fated blackbird, born to bring commerce. An ancient top-tier exotic beast. Price, 80 million universal coins. Suchen felt his scalp tingle. It was expensive. Way too damn expensive. Having just become the first in the novice dungeon, he only had 40,000 universal coins, enough to buy some F, E, or D grade exotic beasts. He thought about it and decided against it. Then, he focused his attention on bloodlines and skills. These two things could truly enhance himself, and he wouldn't mind spending any amount of money on them. After looking for a while, he immediately bought a swordsmanship skill. Mental Spirit Blade, silver grade, consumes mental power to condense an illusory sword blade, driven by willpower, floating in midair to injure enemies. With this skill, combined with sword control, it means Su Chen can control two swords simultaneously, killing enemies from the air. The sword control skill itself can also control multiple weapons in midair to kill enemies. However, the mental power consumption is too great, making it unsustainable. With this skill, Su Chen's long-range combat ability will see a significant enhancement. Most importantly, with this skill, I won't leave behind a murder weapon when I kill, Su Chen said solemnly. After the mental spirit blade kills, it can vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. In dungeons, killing doesn't require such means, but on Blue Star, having this skill makes things much more convenient. Su Chen then exchanged for a C-grade bloodline in the Extraordinary Bloodline shop. Self-healing factor, C, due to a special genetic inheritance. The number of cell divisions in your body can exceed the Hayflick limit. Effect, your self-healing speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. After taking damage, you can quickly heal at the cost of mental power. This bloodline grants Su Chen impressive self-healing abilities. Unfortunately, this bloodline is not considered a trophy, so it cannot be sublimated. But Su Chen is content. Su Chen has a wide array of powerful attack skills. His evasion technique includes the momentarily invincible Hidden God Step. He is strong in all aspects, except for self-healing. This is his only shortcoming. Relying solely on the meager healing from the Shin Steel Blood Sword is too weak. so he chose to exchange for a bloodline to compensate for his healing shortcomings. There are many bloodlines that can enhance healing abilities. However, they are either too expensive or have negative attributes. For example, vampire-type bloodlines allow for healing after bloodsucking, with a very fast self-healing speed. But becoming a vampire means a lifelong thirst for blood and an inability to see sunlight, which is a significant negative effect. Werewolves also have strong self-healing abilities, but the cost is losing rationality on full moon nights. After much consideration, Suchin still exchanged for this most practical self-healing factor. By consuming mental power, he can quickly heal without side effects. This will save a lot of healing potions. His universal coins were completely spent, just right to use up. A normal C-grade bloodline costs at least over 100,000 universal coins, but Suchan ranked first in the dungeon, earning a discount opportunity to purchase a low-tier bloodline, so he could buy a C-grade bloodline for less than 40,000. Suddenly, a message notification appeared on Suchan's personal panel. It was from the principal, Wang Tingshan. Student Su Chen, I am the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to discuss. Seeing this message, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. It should be related to the Tower Association. This has been a long-standing tradition. The Tower Association is a historically significant organization established by the Dragon Kingdom's government. Once joined, it essentially means becoming a registered class changer. Members can undertake dungeon tasks and hunting missions that ordinary people do not have the opportunity to access, gaining substantial rewards. Of course, such tasks are usually very difficult. I ranked first in the dungeon, the school must be benefiting from it as well. Suchin smiled lightly. He is experienced in society and naturally understands how all the networks of interests operate. Not only can he gain qualification for the Tower Association, but even next year, the younger students in the entire Xianjing city will receive more educational resources. Principal, I've said it before, invest in me, and you won't be disappointed, he murmured. Suchan then left the dormitory and headed to the principal's office. At this moment, in another city, Woyang City, in a luxurious high-rise building, a girl radiating white light returned from a dungeon. She landed at home, looking at the familiar surroundings, feeling as if she had been reborn. She let out a deep sigh. Ha! I survived. The novice dungeon was filled with danger. Even though she was the second young lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, she had almost died at the hands of goblins. Moreover, it would have been a tragic death after enduring humiliation and torment. So now, looking back, she still felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, I met Su Chen, otherwise, I would have truly been dead. At that moment, a few people pushed the door open. It was her parents and sister. Yunqing. Zhanglan's face lit up with joy as she quickly ran over. You did it! I was so worried. She rushed forward and gave her sister a big hug. Zhanglan was also a class changer and had participated in the battles of the novice dungeon. She knew how fierce those fights could be. A slight misstep could lead to a grave without a body, so she had always been very worried about her sister. Thankfully, Zhang Yunqing had survived. Zhang Yunqing nodded. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Then she looked at her parents with eager anticipation. Her mother was gentle, nodding slightly. Yunqing, your dad and I have heard, you even ranked third. Wait a moment, Mom will send you some pocket money. Zhang Yunqing's mother revealed a kind smile as she spoke. Although she was already in her 40s, she still had a graceful charm. Zhang Yunqing nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on her father. She had always looked forward to her father's recognition. Her father was Jiang Yongli, a director of the Jiangyan Consortium. He had always been a hardliner in the business world, defeating countless rival companies. One could say he was a man of iron and blood. Zhang Yunqing had never felt paternal love from him, only strictness. Yunqing, you have finally grown up. But today, Jiang Yongli unexpectedly showed a kind smile. His hair was slightly graying as he stepped forward slowly. Zhang Yunqing's eyes widened. She had never seen her father's smile. A support-type healer reaching level 13 in the novice dungeon is unprecedented. It has brought great fame to the Jiang family. Wonderful. No wonder you are my daughter. Jiang Yongli. He seemed extremely happy. He stepped forward and patted his daughter's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yunqing felt a weight lift off her shoulders, and her eyes turned red. Growing up, her father had always imposed strict education. She was rarely praised. In fact, she could tell that after the awakening ceremony, When her father discovered she was a healing class, he was very disappointed. Jiang Yunchang had always felt a lot of pressure. She had always been afraid of not achieving results. As the young lady of the Zheng family, she bore a heavy burden. She represented the family's face, so she had to forge ahead. Now, she finally had results. Her father was also proud of her achievements. She felt that she had finally made it. Father, actually, my reaching level 13 is not solely my own achievement, Jiang Yunqing said. Jiang Yangli nodded at her words. His smile slightly retracted, but the paternal love in his eyes did not diminish. Daughter, you don't need to say this, I already know. As a support-type healer, you obviously can't kill the monsters by yourself, you must team up. To bring you to such a high level, that student must not be an ordinary person. Tell me, who helped you? I will personally find someone to send him a congratulatory gift, Jiang Yongli said with a smile, his affection for her unhidden. He actually loved his second daughter, Jiang Yunqing, very much. However, he did not show it on the surface, because he understood that children in this world must have pressure to have motivation. If he spoiled her too much, Jiang Yunqing would fall into decline and achieve nothing. So he had always given her ample pressure growing up. Now that she finally had achievements, he no longer needed to apply pressure. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is wide. Let Jiang Yunqing develop on her own. As a father, all I need to do is provide her with the best support from behind. Jiang Yunqing nodded and immediately said, Dad, that person is a sword master named Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yangli frowned slightly. The one ranked first? The Su Chen who defeated our city's strongest 10-star knife man, Li Chengguan? There was a hint of shock in his eyes. He truly did not expect that his daughter would team up with him. He had originally thought that his daughter would team up with Li Chengguang or some highly talented student from the city. This was indeed unexpected. Not only him, but even his wife and eldest daughter, Jiang Lan, were surprised to hear this. Yunqing, are you saying that it's that ungrateful Su Chen who took you into the dungeon? Jiang Lan stepped forward, her expression somewhat incredulous. Isn't he very arrogant and rejected my offer? She asked in confusion. Jiang Yunqing fell silent for a moment before saying, Sister, this is a long story, but Su Chen is a good person, she said firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Lan frowned slightly but said nothing more. She had a very poor impression of Su Chen. However, since her sister praised him, she decided not to say much. She didn't actually have too many objections to Su Chen. After all, it's normal for young people to be arrogant. Jiang Yangli looked at his daughter, his expression serious. A sword master who can surpass 10-star knife man in leveling progress within the dungeon. This Su Chen really piques my curiosity. He squinted his eyes and said, Daughter, when you have time, you must tell me what happened in the dungeon. He spoke to Jiang Yunqing earnestly. He had a vague feeling that Su Chen was an extremely suitable investment target. He was a director of the Jiangyan Consortium and had fought in the business world all his life. Many companies had his investments in shares. He understood better than anyone the value of a powerful, yet to be discovered, talented class changer. It was like an undiscovered gold mine. If he could lay the groundwork in advance and win Su Chen's favor, the Jiangyan Consortium would have a powerful ally in the future. This way, when he passed away, his two daughters would also have protection in the world. Jiang Yunqing nodded. By the way, I will have someone send a big gift to that young man Su Chen later. After all, he took my daughter into the dungeon. So the gift can't be too light, or it would make my daughter seem less valuable. Jiang Yangli waved his hand grandly, laughing. At this moment, Jiang Yunqing weakly asked, Dad, what are you planning to give him? Jiang Yangli was extremely confident, smiling calmly. His hair was slightly graying, but he looked very assured. A high-quality golden weapon, worth at least several 100,000 descending coins. For a kid from a poor family like him, it would definitely be a heavyweight gift. He had already inquired about Su Chen's background and information beforehand, as the Jiangyan Consortium had many capable people and rich information channels. Deciding what gift to give based on the other party's social status was his usual style, achieving the best results at the lowest cost. A golden weapon was indeed a very good gift for an ordinary class changer. After all, for most people, the highest level loot in the novice dungeon was basically gold. Only a monster like Su Chen, with the ability to transcend everything, could obtain a large number of platinum-level rewards. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing was secretly speechless. She pouted, feeling very displeased. At this moment, she thought, "Dad, do you know what equipment Su Chen has in the dungeon? A whole set of platinum equipment. The value difference between that and your golden gift is tenfold. With something like that, Su Chen might not even look at it. Most importantly, Su Chen gave her a platinum-level skill scroll. Just this one skill scroll is worth several million descending coins." She suddenly felt that her father had underestimated others, so she slowly shook her head, her face filled with disappointment as she said, "Dad, Su Chen saved my life." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yongli's expression became serious, his smile fading. "I see." A glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He had saved his daughter's life. It seemed that the gift he had just prepared was indeed hasty. His evaluation of Su Chen had risen a level. After all, Su Chen was a level 16 class changer. He must have his own opportunities. Giving him a golden grade weapon was indeed a bit of an underestimation. He had been too busy lately, his mind too tense, and his judgment had been somewhat flawed. "Sorry, daughter. It was my oversight. I will have someone send him a reward shortly. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you." The moment Su Chen saved Zhang Yunqing's life, the meaning of this gift changed. It was no longer just a gift. It represented the weight of Zhang Yunqing as a daughter in her father's eyes. Therefore, he had already decided to spend some money to send a grand gift. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a suit, exuding an impressive demeanor, walked slowly from outside. He gently knocked on the door. "Chairman, there's an important meeting." Zhang Yongli nodded. "Yunqing, I have a meeting to attend later. You all rest at home first. Notify me if anything comes up." He then turned and left, closing the door. "Old Lei, what meeting is so urgent?" Zhang Yongli asked as he walked, his expression somewhat grave. The old man was named Lei Chen, a level 4 class changer. He was his personal secretary and bodyguard, as well as the financial steward of the Jiangyan Consortium. He had already notified that unless there was an urgent matter, they should not be disturbed today. Yet old Lei still interrupted. This indicated that the situation was very serious. Steward Lei's expression was solemn as he opened a panel in front of him. "Chairman, this matter is of great importance. The Zhang family has recently been targeting our crystal mining and sales business nationwide. They are competing for the market, even resorting to illegal violent means. Many of our merchants, branch managers, and wholesalers have been secretly eliminated by the Zhang family's assassins. We have suffered heavy losses during this time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongli's expression turned grave. The Zhang family is getting more and more outrageous. His gaze turned icy. The Jiangyan Consortium was one of the top financial groups in Long Country. He certainly could not tolerate this. A dark battle between a large consortium and a prominent family was slowly brewing. In Xianjing, at the first high school, Su Chen stepped into the school conference room. He saw the principal and several teachers had been waiting there for a long time. Besides him, there were also 3 students, Zhang Tang, Ji Yao, and Yan Zhe. The teachers couldn't help but smile when they saw Su Chen. "Su Chen, come here." Su Chen walked over to Ji Yao's side. Zhang Tang looked at Su Chen, a dark glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had already guessed who had killed the world boss. Who else could it be but Su Chen? From the start to the end of the instance, there were only a few hours. Even if the meat grinder had been slaughtering monsters in the instance, it was impossible to reach level 16, unless Su Chen had killed the world boss. Only in that case could he reach level 16 and claim first place. It was Su Chen who disrupted his plans, preventing him from killing the boss. He had taken away his rightful first place. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, filled with gloom. This novice instance was extremely important to him. It was an opportunity to prove himself to his family. Incredibly precious, yet it had been ruined by Su Chen. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy. It should be noted that although the Zhang family had extraordinary means and unfathomable depth, being one of the 3 major families in Long Country, they were not a united front internally. One could say that their influence was deeply intertwined. Although he was the legitimate eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianlong, it did not mean that he would inherit the Zhang family with absolute certainty in the future. With the elders and the council of directors in control, the Zhang family was not solely dictated by his father. Therefore, this novice dungeon was extremely important to him. He needed to demonstrate enough potential and strength to win over more people within the Zhang family for his own use. At this moment, besides resentment, he also felt confusion. Su Chen was just a swordmaster, even with a 10-star talent. He was weak in the early stages. How did he manage to kill the hidden boss? This was the greatest mystery to Zhang Tang. Another point of concern was the whereabouts of Ren Xiaoman. Ever since he sent Ren Xiaoman to find Su Chen, there had been no news. No means could establish contact. He also did not see Ren Xiaoman's name on the leaderboard after the dungeon settlement. Could it be that Ren Xiaoman was already dead? With this thought, Zhang Tang stepped forward and revealed a hypocritical smile to Su Chen. Su Chen, congratulations on taking first place. I have something to ask you. Have you seen Ren Xiaoman recently? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression remained calm. I haven't seen her. Just these 3 words, as plain as water. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Zhang Tang's eyes widened. A chill emerged in his gaze. You. He struggled to utter a word but ultimately said nothing. He took a slow step back, no longer engaging with Su Chen. Standing among the 4, he slightly lowered his head. No one noticed that at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the ground, filled with gloom. Indeed, he realized, or rather, Su Chen had never intended to hide it. Su Chen had always been Ren Xiaoman's devoted admirer, which was why Zhang Tang had sent Ren Xiaoman to approach and tempt him. However, now that he mentioned Ren Xiaoman's name, Su Chen remained completely unmoved, as if he had become a different person. This was truly abnormal. Anyone with a discerning eye could connect the dots and understand what had happened. He suspected that Su Chen had somehow learned about his plan with Ren Xiaoman. Su Chen must have understood his intentions and had already developed hostility towards him. There was no need to pretend anymore, nor to negotiate further. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, recalling Su Chen's earlier gaze. The indifference and ruthlessness displayed by Su Chen made Zhang Tang feel unfamiliar. He even suspected that Su Chen had killed Ren Xiaoman. This was not impossible. Su Chen was originally just a poor kid, yet he could become the first in the dungeon. This indicated that he was not as harmless as he appeared. Looking at Su Chen's eyes, which seemed to grasp everything, it was hard not to speculate that Su Chen was actually a meticulous thinker who had endured for many years. Such a person was the most terrifying. The more Zhang Tang thought, the deeper his murderous intent grew. If someone like Su Chen were allowed to develop, it would pose a significant threat to himself and even the Zhang family. A genius who could not be used for oneself was an enemy and must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would surely face revenge from Su Chen in the future. He resolved to find a time to have Su Chen killed. A cold smile crept onto his lips, and he was not overly worried about this matter. Although Su Chen had surprised him for a moment, that was all. A genius? The Zhang family feared no genius. The foundation of an entire family could easily crush this guy, like squashing an ant. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Tang out of the corner of his eye, his expression calm. He could roughly guess what Zhang Tang was thinking. Su Chen was completely unconcerned. To be honest, if circumstances allowed, at the moment they met, Su Chen wanted to use the instant sword draw to kill Zhang Tang in an instant, but he couldn't. There were too many witnesses here. The teacher and the principal were present. Most importantly, Su Chen was unsure what life-saving equipment Zhang Tang possessed. The Zhang family's foundation was deep, even more formidable than a giant like the Zhangyan Consortium. Zhang Tang must have extremely powerful life-saving gear. With his current strength, acting rashly might not guarantee a kill, so Su Chen held back. What he wanted was a single, fatal strike. If that wasn't possible, he would look for other opportunities. Su Chen had plenty of time. At this moment, Wang Tingshan stepped in front of everyone, wearing a smile that clearly indicated he was in a great mood. Ji Yao, Zhang Tang, Yan Zhe, and classmate Su Chen, you are the pride of No. 1 High School. I called you here today to announce something very important. As he spoke, Wang Tingshan waved his hand. A few teachers approached, holding 4 ornate boxes, and came before everyone. Su Chen opened the box and found a jade-white token inside, which depicted a pattern of a 100-layered golden pagoda. It was indeed the token of the Tower Association. This is the token of the Tower Association. Every year, there are a few slots available, and there are a total of 4 in Xianjing City. This year, our No. 1 High School has secured all of them. I will distribute them to you now, Wang Tingshan said with a beaming smile. Anyone could see that he was in an exceptionally good mood today. Thank you for your battles in the dungeons. From today onwards, you are officially graduates. The Tower Association is a heavy responsibility, representing boundless prospects. Soon, a senior from the Tower Association will take you to participate in the induction ceremony. As he said this, Wang Tingshan looked at Su Chen. It could be said that Su Chen single-handedly turned the tide and saved No. 1 high school. There was a deep appreciation in his eyes. He was even a bit impatient to see where Su Chen would soar in the future. At this moment, several young people dressed in modern, high-quality gear stepped forward from the side. Each of them had a Tower Association token at their waist. Clearly, they were the seniors sent by the Tower Association to escort them. "Come with us," one of them said, tapping the Tower Association token with their finger. Immediately, they vanished, entering a different dimensional space. Ji Yao was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected the token to have a teleportation function. Yanzei mimicked their actions and tapped his token. In the next instant, he disappeared from his spot. Zhang Tang and Ji Yao followed suit. Su Chen also tapped his token lightly. In the next moment, everyone entered a strange new space. It was a vast city, with buildings that exuded an ancient charm, reminiscent of the architectural style of ancient Manhwa. However, the sky here was a golden expanse, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The streets were bustling with people, all dressed in black robes and wearing tokens, who were all job changers. They carried various weapons and equipment, looking quite hurried. In the distance, there was a massive tower that soared into the clouds. It looked to be at least 100 stories tall. This is the headquarters of the Tower Association. The Tower Realm. The seniors escorting Su Chen said, "Everyone here is a member of the Tower Association. You can only enter here by tapping your token when you are not in combat and are within a safe area for humans. You cannot enter during dungeons or battles. This is a self-contained space. Very stable," the guide explained. "Next, follow me, I will take you to complete the induction ceremony." Ji Yao, Su Chen, Zhang Tang, and Yanzei quickly followed. Along the way, they could see many other young talents from different provinces, cities, and schools who had just joined this generation. This world was vast, with all kinds of facilities, auction houses, sword forging shops, equipment crafting stores. There were too many. This was a one-stop universal world where anything you wanted could be obtained here. But the main function was still to accept tasks. The essence of the Tower Association was, in fact, a bounty association. Soon, they crossed the street and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, there were many teams accepting tasks. The walls were adorned with a dazzling array of various bounty tasks. Su Chen's expression was calm, and there was no surprise in his eyes. In fact, one could say he was already quite familiar with this process. In his previous life, he had also joined the Tower Association. Several senior members responsible for guidance led Su Chen and the others to the innermost area. It was a luxurious hall, with several maids standing beneath a large screen. "Award these newcomers their membership tasks," said the senior member, bringing 4 people to the front. "All right," replied the woman, who was beautiful and wore a professional smile. She quickly moved her fingers, and the massive screen lit up with numerous task options. "New hunter recruits. Please choose your tasks. Completing any task will officially make you a member of the Tower Association." Her smile was enchanting, but her words were even more captivating. To officially join the Tower Association. These 7 words held immense power. Among the millions of job changers each year, only a few tens of thousands could join the Tower Association. Becoming a member meant unparalleled glory. It was the dream of all students. Task levels range from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, with S being the highest. As newcomers, you must accept and complete a task to officially become members. Your initial hunting level will be determined by the tasks you complete. "Now, choose your tasks," the woman said with a smile. Her voice had a subtle allure. At that moment, the several guiding seniors turned and spoke. "Classmates, we know you all have exceptional talents and have performed excellently in the novice dungeon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the qualification to join. But do not be arrogant, or you will die a terrible death. Even the lowest F-level task must be completed with full effort. We have been in the Tower Association for over a year and have witnessed too much death. We hope you can survive for a few more years," said a bearded senior with a serious expression. "All right, from here on, whether you 4 want to team up to complete a task or go solo is up to you. After completing the task, just return to the Tower Realm to submit it. Our guidance ends here. May we meet again by chance," the seniors said calmly as they turned to leave. For them, this was merely a matter of business. Once they had conveyed what needed to be conveyed, they departed. For members of the Tower Association, Time was extremely precious. Su Chen's expression was serious as he looked up at the menu. There were many tasks listed. At that moment, the servicewoman smiled and said, "Classmates, as newcomers, I suggest you take the lowest F-level task to complete the assessment. This way, your survival probability will be higher. Of course, if you want to challenge higher difficulty tasks, that's also possible. Completing a D-level task will qualify you as a Platinum Hunter. Completing an E-level task will qualify you as a Gold Hunter. Even the lowest F-level task will qualify you as a Silver Hunter upon completion. In the Tower Association, there is no bronze level. Which task to take is entirely up to your discretion." Su Chen stared at the task list, lost in thought. F. Hunt corpse-eating squirrel. Kill 3 corpse-eating squirrels in the forest outside Xinjing City. Reward, low-grade bronze skill scroll X1, E. Hunt bone copper statue. Kill 10 bone copper statues rampaging outside Xinjing City. Reward, high-grade bronze weapon X1, E. Collect corpses. Bring back 5 corpses of Tower Association members who died in the depths of the wilderness, so they are not left to rot. Reward, 1000 Wanzu coins, D. Hunt the Fury Flame Giant Bear. Kill a mutated white bear rampaging in the village outside the city. Reward, experience plus 10,000. 3,000 Wanzu coins. These tasks posed no challenge to him. The Tower Association offered generous rewards, along with a large amount of Wanzu coins and arrival coins, as well as many additional spoils. The higher the initial task level completed, the higher the hunter's level and privileges. Then, starting at a higher level than others is a significant advantage. Once the initial assessment is completed, it becomes very slow to level up again. Therefore, Su Chen decided to take on the highest level task available to newcomers. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said to the woman, "I want to take the D-level task in the 3rd row." As soon as Su Chen spoke, the female attendant's eyes clearly narrowed. D-subjugation of the Python King. Hunt a Python King in the wilderness forest of the Southern District. Reward, 10,000 ethereal coins. 1 random platinum skill scroll. Could this task be completed by a newcomer? That Python King was terrifying. Many had attempted to subjugate it and returned in defeat. But she did not ask further and directly helped Su Chen complete the task procedures. Her job was to handle paperwork for others. Advising against self-destruction was not within her responsibilities. Those who came to the Tower of Heaven were all exceptionally talented young job changers. Filled with pride, to be honest, she had seen many people like Su Chen. It could be said he was courting death. No matter how high his talent, it was impossible to challenge a D-level task right after coming out. This was the highest task a newcomer could take. Once completed, he would be directly assessed as a Platinum-level hunter. This was outrageous. At 18, a Platinum Hunter. It was simply a dream. In the past, she might have tried to advise him, but now she had turned a blind eye. For those seeking death, she had nothing more to say. She buried everything deep in her heart and quickly completed the paperwork. "Your task has been accepted. Please check your personal task information panel," she said with a forced smile. Su Chen nodded. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe both looked astonished. "Su Chen, you actually took on such a difficult task?" Ji Yao stepped forward and asked in surprise. "Even if we formed a team, the success rate would probably be low." "Su Chen, you are being too impulsive this time," Yan Zhe said with a serious expression. But Su Chen remained calm. "You are overthinking it. I never thought about forming a team. I will complete this task by myself." Yan Zhe was somewhat surprised. He thought Su Chen took on this task because the chances of success were higher in a team. He didn't expect Su Chen was preparing to challenge it alone. "No, the difficulty is too high. I will go with you," Yan Zhe said sincerely. He had genuinely come to regard Su Chen as a friend, so he was willing to face danger alongside him. Ji Yao also stepped forward and grabbed Su Chen's hand. "Su Chen, I want to go with you too." Su Chen shook his head, still insisting on going alone. "I will go by myself." The reason for his insistence was something the others would not know. This task was actually about reaping rewards. If he brought others along, it would only cost Su Chen experience and rewards. So naturally, he chose to go alone. Su Chen had the experience from his previous life. He knew a very secret piece of information. This task was actually very simple. That giant snake was indeed powerful, but every year around mid-June, it would enter hibernation. Ordinary snakes hibernate in winter, while that mutated giant snake hibernates in summer. This was information that basically no one else knew besides Su Chen. Right now, that giant snake was about to enter summer hibernation, Wouldn't it be easy for him to go and slay it? So he insisted on going alone. After completing this task, he would be able to claim all the rewards for himself. Ji Yao opened her mouth, wanting to persuade him again, but Su Chen extended a finger and pressed it against her red lips, silencing her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. There's no need to discuss this further. There will be many opportunities to team up in the future. I have made up my mind. Su Chen frowned. Then he said to the two of them, Ji Yao, Yan Zai, you two go find Jiang Yinqing to team up. Although she is from Ouyang City, she probably also received a token from the Tower of Heaven. Just as Su Chen was speaking, she arrived. In the distance, a graceful girl was jogging towards them, a token from the Tower of Heaven hanging at her waist. Su Chen, Ji Yao, Yan Zai. Far away, she was smiling and waving. She quickly ran over. I also got the Tower Association token. Let's participate in the novice mission. What do you say? Let's team up? She looked at everyone with a beaming smile. Yan Zai stepped forward and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Su Chen and surprisingly did not try to persuade him. Her watery eyes were filled with understanding. Su Chen, if you insist on going alone, then go. Unexpectedly, she did not try to dissuade Su Chen. Then she turned to Ji Yao and Yan Zai. Ji Yao, Yan Zai, let's team up, and let Su Chen go alone. We can take an E-level mission, and being rated as a golden level hunter is enough, she said to the two, because she was very clear about Su Chen's combat power, more than Ji Yao and Yan Zai. It could be said that she had 100% trust in Su Chen. If Su Chen insisted on challenging an impossible task alone, it must be for his own reasons. She did not want to disrupt Su Chen's plans. This was 100% trust. Ji Yao was finally persuaded. She nodded and said, all right, actually, we also need a real experience. Killing hidden bosses has mostly been Su Chen's main contribution. While we just floated along and have reached such a high level, we only have levels, but our combat experience and skills are not strong enough. So teaming up would actually hold Su Chen back. Let's team up first. Ji Yao agreed. Yan Zai could only nod in agreement. Su Chen smiled slightly and said to her, very well, then I'll withdraw for now and contact you after completing the assessment. Su Chen said. Then he quickly left. At this moment, Zhang Tang, who was nearby, was slightly shocked, but soon after, a cold smile crept onto his lips. He really did not expect that Su Chen would take on a task of this level. D-level. If a newcomer has no one to guide them, taking on such a task is simply seeking death. Su Chen had no backing behind him, so he thought Su Chen was too arrogant. He believed that Su Chen completely underestimated the difficulty of D-level tasks. The monsters in D-level tasks are generally not easier than the bosses in E-level or D-level dungeons. Even if Su Chen could achieve first place in the F-level novice dungeon, it would still be impossible for him to complete this task easily. Su Chen was indeed getting a bit carried away. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed that Su Chen was not some meticulous genius after all, just an ordinary person who could be proud and arrogant. Perhaps his first place in the dungeon was just luck. Such an opponent was not worth worrying about. Of course, he still needed to kill him. Su Chen had killed the hidden boss and disrupted Zhang Tang's novice dungeon plan. For this alone, he had to get rid of Su Chen. With this in mind, Zhang Tang secretly opened his personal panel and sent a message to a few trusted bodyguards in his family. Kill a person. Su Chen. He has taken on a D-level task and will go to the Python King's lair in the South District. You will wait there for him. He will go there within 10 days. Zhang Tang's trusted subordinates were all experts above the second transition. Having them kill Su Chen would be a piece of cake. Yes, understood, they replied. To be honest, even without an ambush, Su Chen was very likely to be devoured by the Python King, and there was no need for him to intervene. But to be safe, Zhang Tang still issued this order. He was a very cautious person. Young Master Zhang, you have arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Zhang Tang turned around. It was a middle-aged man. Zhang Fenglu, a third transition wave-step swordsman, an elder of the Zhang family and also one of Zhang Tang's personal bodyguards. Zhang Tang nodded. I want to take on a D-level task and complete the Tower Association's assessment, he said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fenglu's expression remained calm, and he nodded. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, and his combat power was also very formidable. Alright, as long as it's a task below sea level, I have confidence in keeping you safe. He smiled slightly and said. A glimmer of ambition flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. For Su Chen to take on a D-level task was akin to seeking death. But for Zhang Tang to take on a D-level task was perfectly reasonable, utterly commonplace. Why? Simply because he was the young master of the Zhang family. Backed by the Zhang clan, the novice dungeon could not accommodate family elders, so Zhang Tang had to rely on his own strength. However, the novice assessment task from the Tower Association was different. It didn't matter who you teamed up with. Thus, Zhang Tang could take on the highest difficulty tasks and let the family elders carry him to victory. It was safe and would qualify him as a platinum-level hunter. Why not? This was the power of the family. Su Chen walked alone through the streets of the Tower World. He made his way to a forge and found the owner there. Young man, what weapon do you want to forge? A burly man stepped out slowly and asked. Su Chen took out a pitch-black longsword and slammed it on the table. How much to upgrade this sword to golden quality? Su Chen asked. His blood oath sword was only of silver quality and was honestly a bit insufficient, so he chose to come here for an upgrade. The man picked up the blood oath sword, his expression serious. He flicked the blade with his finger. Clang! The sword sang clearly. Not bad, it's considered one of the better silver weapons. I can upgrade it to a mid-grade golden weapon. It will cost 70,000 ascension coins, the blacksmith said. Su Chen's expression turned grave upon hearing this. That was almost the price of buying a golden weapon outright. If I provide the base materials for enhancement, how much cheaper would it be? Su Chen asked. The blacksmith pondered for a moment. Well, it depends on the quality of your base materials. Su Chen smiled lightly at this. He directly took out many high-quality materials from his personal space. Iron-cutting Wolf King clawbones, heavy shell turtle shell, Lizard King toothstone, Goblin Leader's yellow tooth. All were hard base materials, extremely suitable for forging steel. The forge owner was shocked to see so many high-level materials. TSK. Young man, you don't look very old. Probably only 18. Where did you get so many high-quality materials? An 18-year-old novice class changer usually only completed the novice dungeon. The elite monsters in the novice dungeon were already very few and hard to encounter. For a newcomer like Su Chen to find and kill one was already a great achievement. Not to mention the element of drop rates. It's possible to kill many elite monsters and not get a single base material. Yet Su Chen pulled out so many enhancement materials from elite monsters. No wonder the blacksmith was so astonished. Su Chen merely smiled faintly and said, just lucky, I suppose. The blacksmith's expression turned serious, and he could only categorize this young man among the wealthy second generation. These materials of yours are quite good, they should be able to forge excellent steel. In that case, I might be able to help you enhance this sword to high-grade golden. The most expensive part of enhancement is usually the materials, but now you're providing them, so I can only charge a labor fee. 20,000 ascension coins. The owner stated a fixed price. Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately initiated the transaction from his personal panel. Some of his materials had already been sold in the trading market, and the gold coins were in his account, so he acted without hesitation. The owner accepted. Young man, come back in 3 hours to pick up the sword, he said. Su Chen nodded and left. An experienced blacksmith could upgrade a weapon quickly, in just a few hours. During this time, Su Chen planned to challenge the Tower of Silence. The Tower of Silence was the central building of the Tower World. It was said to be a supreme structure built by the world's rules. This sacred tower stood a full 100 stories tall. In human history, no one had ever reached the 100th floor. It is said that if you reach the 100th floor, you will be able to know the truth of the world and everything about the Day of Descent. In his previous life, Su Chen only managed to challenge the 80th floor. Each floor of the Tower of Silence offers different rewards. Progressively, the rewards become better. Moreover, the rewards are completely random, with all kinds available. They can help people become stronger quickly. Su Chen walked briskly forward. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Silence. Many young people had gathered here. For many of the new job changers this year, after obtaining the qualification for the Tower Association, the first thing they thought of was to challenge the Tower of Silence. In the Tower of Silence, one cannot die if defeated. You simply exit. However, everyone only has one chance to challenge the Tower of Silence each month, making it a precious opportunity. Su Chen's expression was calm as he approached the main gate. In front of the tall tower, there was a phantom screen displaying the rankings. Newcomer rankings: 1. Sun Xiaoyang, stopped at the 8th floor. 2. Wang Sha, stopped at the 7th floor. 3. This ranking displayed all the newcomers of this generation. Su Chen stretched his body, preparing to start the challenge. At that moment, many people walked out of the tower looking dejected. It was too difficult. I only made it to the 4th floor before I had to exit. What's that? I reached the 3rd floor and encountered a giant minotaur that knocked me away. I was instantly killed. You guys are lucky. I was easily defeated by that sword knight on the 2nd floor. It's too hard. Really too hard. But the rewards from the Tower of Silence are also very good. I'll be back next month. A group of people clenched their fists, filled with determination. At this moment, Su Chen noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. It was actually Li Qingguang. He held a dark green long knife in his right hand, a weapon of silver quality. After Su Chen had severed his previous knife, he had switched to this silver quality weapon. Moreover, his right hand bore some injuries, with 2 fingers cut off. The way he held the knife looked distinctly unnatural. In his eyes, there was a trace of fierce anger and resentment. He walked with firm steps toward the Tower of Silence. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted revenge. After losing his first place, all factions were extremely disappointed in him. Many investments were halted. The principal of Wuyang No 3 Middle School was even held accountable by various factions, nearly losing his position, and is now just the vice principal. This made Li Qingguang feel the pain of falling from grace. He attributed everything to Su Chen. This hatred fueled his rage. Thus, after obtaining the qualification for the Tower Association, he immediately rushed here, seeking the opportunity to grow stronger. Seeing Li Qingguang appear here, the surrounding players were somewhat surprised. Some approached to greet him, seeking to team up. They were trying to curry favor with Li Qingguang. After all, he was still a 10-star talent in swordsmanship. Regardless of being surpassed by Su Chen for 2nd place, he still held value. However, the goodwill from these people was met with Li Qingguang's indifference. He completely ignored everyone, walking alone toward the Tower of Silence. Naturally, where there were those who sought to befriend him, there were also those who mocked. Oh, isn't this the first genius, Li Qingguang? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've fallen so far? Li Qingguang, didn't you say you were going to slaughter the students of Nannian City and Xinjing City to ascend as the number 1 in Longhua? What happened to your hands being chopped off? Could it be that the monsters were too fierce? People laughed mockingly. Li Qingguang had been so impressive recently, single-handedly suppressing all the students. Moreover, the principal of Wuyang No 3 Middle School was also a talent who attracted hatred, notoriously arrogant and suppressing other schools. Now, everything had turned against him. Thus, Li Qingguang found himself in a very unfavorable situation, surrounded by jealousy, hatred, and those who reveled in his misfortune. He could be considered a fallen tiger. All the glory he once had turned into jealousy in people's hearts. Now, people naturally take pleasure in his decline and failure. There were many who kicked him when he was down. Li Qingguang, I remember you said back then that you would treat students like wild monsters to grind levels, right? How come now your hand is useless? Someone immediately noticed the injury on Li Qingguang's hand and struck a precise blow. People did not know who had caused Li Qingguang's wound, and they were somewhat curious. Upon hearing these words, if it were in the past, he would have been furious and rushed over to kill. But now, his expression was dark yet calm. In his heart, there was only Su Chen. He wanted to surpass Su Chen and kill him. Aside from this goal, there was nothing else. He resolutely walked into the Tower of Silence, his figure disappearing. Su Chen had been watching coldly from the side. He stood among the crowd, very low-key, not allowing Li Qingguang to notice his presence. In Su Chen's eyes, the killing intent was heavy. It's a pity that in this small world, the rules limit us from killing. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, the moment he saw Li Qingguang, he would have struck to kill him and then used the Shadow God step to leave without a trace. Su Chen shook his head, casting aside all distractions in his mind. He arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Silence and stepped inside. The moment he stepped in, the world before him changed instantly. The internal space of the Tower of Silence was completely separate. It could accommodate countless people to challenge at the same time, yet they would not affect each other in the slightest. This Tower of Silence could only be challenged by one person at a time. Before Su Chen was an ancient and elegant world inside the tower, resembling an arena. Several large characters hung in midair. First floor monster, purple-furred ferocious tiger. In the next moment, a gigantic mutated purple-furred tiger appeared in the arena. It immediately charged at Su Chen. Each level of this Tower of Silence had a boss-level monster. Su Chen remained very calm and immediately scanned the monster's data. Fierce Beast, purple-furred ferocious tiger level, 5 strength, 59 points constitution, 25 points agility, 25 points spirit, 13 points luck, 10 points skills, giant paw strike, bite. This was just the monster on the first floor of the Tower of Silence, and it had already reached level 5. No wonder those newcomers were easily defeated. Many people stopped around the 3rd level. Even the expert ranked 10th in instance 144 stopped at the 8th level. This shows the difficulty of the Tower of Silence. Unfortunately, today this tiger encountered Su Chen. A level 5 monster was truly not enough to be seen in front of him. Su Chen's gaze was icy as he raised his hand to grip. Buzz! Suddenly, a long sword floated up from his shadow. It was the Shadow Flow longsword. All of Su Chen's equipment was of platinum quality. Coupled with his level 16, killing this tiger was incredibly easy. In fact, he didn't even need to activate any skills. A normal attack would suffice. The tiger roared and charged over fearlessly. Su Chen stood his ground, his gaze calm. Whoosh! He slashed out with one stroke. The tiger's body crashed to the ground. Its neck was cut open, turning into specks of blue light that dissipated into the world. Experience plus 302. Su Chen gained a considerable amount of experience. Successfully passed the first floor. Please claim your reward in the center of the arena. A small wooden treasure chest appeared. It looked like it was made of bronze. It was the lowest grade of treasure chest. Su Chen directly used his ability to transcend all things to enhance it. This Tower of Silence could also be considered an instance. The material of the treasure chest instantly changed, and its appearance became a bit more high-end. Transcendence successful. Jinmu treasure chest, bronze medium, TSK. My luck is really bad this time. Only upgraded from low-grade bronze to medium grade. Su Chen murmured. Then, he kicked the treasure chest open and looked inside. A wooden ring engraved with intricate patterns appeared in the box. Loot, small power amplification ring, bronze medium. Wearing it can increase strength attribute by 5 points. Su Chen curled his lips. Better than nothing, I suppose. Such a small attribute was truly insufficient for him, but Su Chen still equipped it. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. After scavenging this loot, he immediately began the challenge of the next level. It was normal for the rewards on the first level to be poor. Su Chen was mentally prepared for that. The monster on the second level was a fierce flying bat, large in size. Its wings were covered in black fur, and when it spread its body, it could completely envelop a person. The bat's sharp teeth were chilling, and its eyes glimmered with red light as it flew in the air, occasionally emitting ultrasonic waves to attack Su Chen. This was a large-scale indiscriminate attack, causing continuous damage. But for Su Chen, it was nothing to worry about. He didn't even furrow his brow. He raised his sword and slashed. Buzz! The sword light flickered. Su Chen easily killed the monster. One could even say it was a one-hit kill. The reward for this level appeared before Su Chen as well. It was another bronze low-grade treasure chest. Su Chen directly used the universal sublimation to upgrade it. Sublimation successful. Shadow-Tide treasure chest, quality, gold high grade, this time. Luck was very good. Directly upgrading to gold level. Su Chen stepped forward, opened the chest, and took out the loot. It was a skill scroll. Hound step, gold high grade, level restriction, level 15, a quick, agile, and ethereal step that allows you to dramatically increase your movement speed for a short time. Like a hound, Su Chen immediately learned it. Then, he continued to challenge. With the new skill, Hound Step, his combat power received a significant boost. His movement speed became exceptionally swift, allowing him to easily dodge most of the monster's attacks. Coupled with the passive talent of the Origin Sword Body, all sword techniques' power was multiplied by 10. This made Su Chen virtually invincible. He pushed through the first 7 levels with overwhelming force. The progress was incredibly fast. Moreover, he kept advancing. At this moment, outside, everyone gazed at the screen in front of the Tower of Silence. It displayed the leaderboard. No. 4 Li Qingguang. 5th level, no. 3 Li Qingguang. 6th level, his name kept climbing the records. People looked on in surprise. Li Qingguang is indeed a 10-star sword madman. Even with a serious injury to his hand, he can still rush to the 6th level at such speed. So fierce. The expressions of the crowd were serious. they had to admit that Li Chengguang's strength was still there. Their astonishment was not over. In the next moment, the display on the list changed again. No. 2 Li Chengguang. 7th level, no. 1 Li Chengguang. 8th level, Li Chengguang. Breaks through to the 9th level. Directly to the 9th level. This speed was truly astonishing. People were amazed. How? How is he so fierce? Is he going to break through to the 10th level? People were astonished. Is this the strength of a first-turn sword madman? He's simply a monster. Is he going to get this year's platinum treasure chest? Given this momentum, it's highly likely. Every year, the first newcomer to break through the 10 levels of the Tower of Silence receives an additional reward from the supreme rules of the world, a platinum treasure chest. It can yield platinum-grade equipment. Such things are immensely tempting for new job changers. It signifies infinite possibilities, attracting every new batch of recruits. Every year, new job changers joining the Tower Association flock here to challenge it. However, ordinary players who have just passed the novice dungeon are usually only around level 8 or 9, making it extremely difficult to pass the 10th level. Even geniuses often stop at the 8th or 9th level. For anyone, this is an incredibly challenging trial. Some people, after being defeated, will fall into despair, and some will become braver in the face of adversity. Perhaps, the blade madman Li Chengguang is one of the latter. One person said. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had previously mocked Li Chengguang felt a chill run down their spines, remembering just moments ago, Li Chengguang's cold gaze. If in the future he grows stronger and stands at the pinnacle of the world, how could those who mocked him possibly escape? With this thought, everyone felt a sense of dread. The 10-star blade madman, Li Chengguang, was defeated by the sword master Su Chun from Xianjing 1, losing the top ranking. I estimate that after he obtains the platinum treasure chest, his strength will increase significantly, and then he will find a way to take revenge on Su Chen. That Su Chen is likely to face disaster. People sighed and spoke slowly. TSK, now that you mention it, I really am curious. Who exactly is that Su Chen? A mere sword master, such a weak profession in the early stages, actually managed to surpass the blade madman in the dungeon. He trampled the once mighty Li Chengguang underfoot. It's simply unbelievable. A commotion arose in the crowd, with everyone discussing animatedly. Right, now that you say it, I also find it absurd. That Su Chen either has incredible luck and stumbled upon some opportunity, or he truly possesses strength. Anyway, I personally lean towards the former. We have a good show to watch this time. Li Chengguang should make a comeback. I wonder who will ultimately prevail, him or the sword master Su Chun from Xianjing 1. Resources are limited, only one genius can be the strongest. At this moment, Su Chen was frantically slaying monsters in the dungeon. With a swift draw of his sword, he unleashed a powerful strike. A towering minotaur before him crashed to the ground. Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th level. You are the first player to clear the 10th level reward for this level. Platinum treasure chest then. A jade white chest appeared before Su Chen. It looked extremely noble, intricately carved with many mysterious patterns. Su Chen slowly sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. He had sustained some injuries, but he had successfully cleared the 10th level. That's right, he had succeeded in clearing the 10th level. His speed was astonishing. The monsters encountered by each person were different. So, there was indeed an element of luck involved. If you happen to encounter weaker monsters along the way, you might reach the 10th level even faster. But Su Chen had no luck. It was purely his personal strength. He gazed at the treasure chest and scanned it. Jade white treasure chest quality, mid-grade platinum. Su Chen directly activated the universal ascension. Ascension successful. Golden scale treasure chest low-grade diamond. The chest transformed, now adorned with golden scales and crystalline structures. It had actually upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This would be his first diamond treasure chest. Su Chen stepped forward and gently opened the chest with both hands. Inside lay a long sword. The blade had two colors. On the central part of the blade, there was a faint fracture mark. Dragon inlaid broken sword, long sword, short sword. Dual type weapon, quality, low grade diamond level requirement, 4th turn. Once a long sword, it broke in battle, splitting into two. It was then reforged by a craftsman using a precious dragon scale as the core, restoring the sword to its peak. This sword is incredibly sharp and can carry a fierce killing intent. Suffix fire scale. The center of this broken sword is inlaid with a fire dragon scale. providing a 200% fire attribute damage bonus. Severing Blade, the blade can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by the owner's will, to attack enemies from the air. Broken Blade, this weapon was once a complete long sword, thus it can be classified as a sword-type weapon, but after the blade's edge broke, it became a broken sword, the length of a short dagger, which could then be classified as a short sword or dagger-type weapon, commonly referred to as dual-type weapons. To his surprise, it was a diamond-grade sword. Su Chen's heart trembled slightly. Moreover, it was a dual-type weapon. This meant that this sword could benefit from his original sword body enhancement. Once the blade was activated and transformed into a flying sword, the main body could turn into a broken sword, essentially a dagger-type weapon. At that moment, he could unleash the Killing God's Blade. The Killing God's Blade was a skill of the Killing God class, which required a dagger or short sword-type weapon to unleash its full power. With this sword, Su Chen could seamlessly switch between the two forms of skills. His combat power would take a significant leap forward. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. He immediately grasped the sword in his hand and examined it closely. The texture was icy cold, yet there was a faint warmth to it. The blade was etched with lifelike dragon patterns. Near the hilt, the blade shimmered with a golden glow, while the tip of the blade had a simple gray hue of mysterious steel. The sword's level requirement was for the 4th advancement, but let's not forget, Su Chen had the passive skill of Swordmaster, which allowed him to ignore any restrictions and equip any sword-type weapon, so he could wield it freely. Su Chen focused his thoughts. Crack! The golden crack in the middle of the sword suddenly trembled. The longer part of the blade shot forward, transforming into a flying sword that danced in midair. It was very similar to the effect of sword control, but this was not a skill, it was an effect granted by the weapon itself. Su Chen could control the sword to fly and hover, slashing down enemies with his mind. What remained in Su Chen's hand was a broken sword. The angled cut had a natural sharpness, making the broken sword look like a dagger, perfectly formed. Holding the broken sword up to his eyes, Su Chen noticed that in the center of the crack, a fiery red dragon scale was embedded, perfectly set into the blade. Su Chen flicked his wrist, performing the action with elegance. Whoosh! The flying blade suddenly swooped back, hanging upside down before stabilizing against the broken sword, merging into a complete long sword. I wonder whose craftsmanship this is, it's exquisite. Relying on this dragon scale in the middle, it combines the flying blade and the broken sword. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the great wisdom of the blacksmith profession. Dragons are among the highest level monsters, incredibly fierce. Dragon scales are also super precious materials, and this sword contained a dragon scale. Therefore, the grade of this sword was certainly not low. When Su Chen swung it, flames would flow along the blade, adding fire attribute damage. Very good. Su Chen smiled slightly, gripping the sword as he moved to the next level. He would not stop at the 10th level. At this moment, inside the Tower of Silence, on the 10th level, the blade maniac, Li Changwang, was panting heavily after slashing down the armored knight before him. He was covered in wounds, having used his strongest skill, and had narrowly passed through. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 10th level. Hearing the words of the world rules, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ha ha, I passed the 10th level. Great! This year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th level would receive a platinum treasure chest. For newcomers, this was a very high-tier reward. As long as he could obtain it, he would surely rise. Remembering the humiliation he suffered in the dungeon, Li Changwang's heart was filled with gloom. He wanted revenge. Su Chen must die. Then, a few blue lights gathered before him, eventually forming a high-quality silver treasure chest. Li Changwang stared blankly, somewhat dazed. Why is it a silver treasure chest? Where's my platinum treasure chest? His voice trembled as he looked up to speak, but no one answered. The world rules would not concern themselves with a mere mortal. Could it be that someone else passed the 10th level before me? He could hardly believe it. In the end, he gritted his teeth and opened the treasure chest. Inside was only a silver-level necklace, and it wasn't even for his class. It was a damn mage's necklace. Li Changwang felt cheated, abandoned by the world, toyed with by fate. He trembled with rage and couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Damn it! Su Chen continued to advance, past the 11th level, past the 12th level, past the 13th level, past. His progress was too fast. It could even be said to be miraculous. Many bosses couldn't withstand his 3 strikes, compared to other new job changers, who basically stopped at the 6th or 7th level. Su Chen's prowess was even more terrifying. However, it was worth mentioning that after the 10th level, the combat power of the monsters on each level significantly increased. Su Chen felt this very clearly. The first 10 levels were basically training for newcomers, and the rewards for passing were all bronze chests. It was only after the 11th level that the real challenge began. Although Su Chen was clearing levels quickly, his wounds were also increasing. Here, recovery potions couldn't be used. He could only heal his wounds through his own abilities. Su Chen used his mental power to activate the self-healing factors in his bloodline. Soon, his injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. However, this was not a long-term solution. His mental power had already been depleted by more than half. I must conserve it, Su Chen said firmly. He chose to heal his injuries to a satisfactory level. Not completely. Otherwise, the consumption of mental power would be too great. He still needed to leave some mental power for skills to go further. He set his goal to at least break through the 15th or 16th level. Whoosh! Su Chen raised his hand and flicked it, condensing a mental spirit sword in midair. This was Su Chen's skill, the mental spirit blade. The blade was a deep blue, shimmering with light. Whoosh! It flew away, directly piercing through the eye socket of the boss in front of him. Then Su Chen himself, holding the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his hand, stepped forward. Poochie! This strike was ferocious. It directly decapitated the purple-skinned zombie monster in front of him. Congratulations! You have cleared the 15th level. Su Chen's breathing had become somewhat heavy as he slowly sheathed his sword. Before him appeared the reward for this level. It was a golden treasure chest. Su Chen used the universal sublimation to upgrade it. Storm Moon Chest Platinum Superior this time. Luck wasn't as good, only upgrading to Platinum Superior. Su Chen's expression was serious as he opened the lid. Inside the chest appeared a necklace. He picked it up and scanned the information. Stealth Necklace, Platinum Superior, Agility plus 50 when equipped. All your actions become silent. It directly added 50 points to agility. This equipment was quite powerful. Su Chen's current agility had already reached 130. With this necklace, it would be 180 agility. Su Chen equipped it immediately. Moreover, just now, Su Chen had cleared more than 10 levels of the Tower of Silence and leveled up twice. Now, he had reached level 18. He allocated all his attribute points to agility, bringing it to 200 points. After leveling up 2 more times, he could complete his second job change. Additionally, Su Chen had opened more than a dozen treasure chests, gaining a large amount of loot. However, many of the items were inferior to his current Shadow Sword set, so those items were basically only useful for selling or later breaking down into basic materials to strengthen his weapons. This Tower of Silence is rich in experience. I've leveled up to 18 so quickly. Although the monsters are getting stronger, I also feel a bit fatigued, but I can't give up. Su Chen gripped his sword, his gaze resolute. I can only challenge it once a month. I absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. I must give it my all. Su Chen clenched his fist, determined to push harder and continue climbing the tower. Outside the tower, the crowd watching the excitement was fixated on the record. Li Qingguang had rushed to the 9th level, leaving everyone in eager anticipation. Everyone was looking forward to whether he could reach the 10th level. But suddenly, a name surged to the top. Like a dark horse, it charged ahead. From the very bottom, it quickly ascended. Soon, it surpassed Li Qingguang. The name was Shashan. Player, Shashan cleared the 8th level. Shashan cleared the 9th level. Shashan cleared the 10th level. The title of Shashan replaced Su Chen's name. It charged through the rankings at lightning speed. People felt that in the blink of an eye. Su Chen was about to reach the highest peak. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone rubbed their eyes, some in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Are there still experts? Who is this person? Can someone explain how they can charge like this? Is there a bug? This person isn't just charging, they're riding a rocket. Right. Shashan? Who is Shashan? Forget about Xinjing City, Woyang City, Nanjian City. Even in our entire province, there's no list of geniuses that includes this Shashan. I've never heard of this name, have you? We've never heard of this name either. Could they be from another province? The crowd was stunned. They looked at each other in shock. They had originally thought that Li Qingguang's time of over 10 minutes to rush from the 1st to the 9th level was already terrifying. They never expected that the next moment, someone even more formidable would appear. Everyone looked up at this scene, some in disbelief. Su Chen's speed was simply too fast, charging all the way. Who exactly is this person? What kind of divine being? People's eyes were somewhat dazed, because after Shashin reached the 10th level, he didn't stop. Seconds later, he rushed to the 11th level. This meant that the player named Shashin was annihilating monsters along the way. Killing the 11th level's boss in one encounter was nearly impossible among newcomers. Even the blade man Li Qingguang had struggled for a long time at the 9th and 10th levels before barely passing. Could it be that this Shashin isn't a newcomer? Someone asked. It's basically impossible. The results in the Tower of Heavenly Silence are preserved. If someone has challenged it, then when they come back next month, they will continue from their last result. In other words, a powerful reclassed player cannot repeatedly challenge the previous 10 levels. And look closely. This is the newcomer leaderboard. Only the awakened of our current generation can be on it. Then, this Shashin is truly a monster. People's expressions turned somewhat fearful. That guy, is he really human? At this moment, Li Qingguang's name appeared at the bottom of the rankings. Player, Li Qingguang cleared the 10th level, ranking 2nd. This no longer stirred excitement among the people, because the platinum treasure chest had already been snatched by Shashin. Li Qingguang didn't get the platinum treasure chest. I wonder what his expression is like inside now. Ha ha, after all the hardships to break through the 10th level, yet didn't get the reward. If it were me, I'd probably go crazy. Some people had already begun to gloat. Amidst the crowd's shock, Su Chen's ranking continued to rise. Player, Shashin cleared the 12th level. When this news appeared, it sent shockwaves through the crowd, making everyone gasp. Everyone was utterly astonished. They never expected he could keep charging. The most terrifying part was that it didn't take long at all. This meant that the player named Shashin was still annihilating bosses even in the high difficulty areas beyond the 10th level. This was truly terrifying. Player, Killing God clears the 13th level, Killing God clears the 14th level, Killing God clears the 15th level. The continuous notifications left people's eyes numb. For a moment, the once noisy outside became eerily silent. People's voices trembled, unable to say anything more. At this moment inside the tower, Su Chen had already rushed to the 19th level. The boss here was a massive amethyst dragonblood rhinoceros. Fierce beast, amethyst dragonblood rhinoceros, level 23, strength 320 points, constitution 300 points, agility 25 points, spirit 15 points, luck 3 points, skills, dragon blood healing, crystal giant horn, ruthless crush, fearsome roar. This rhinoceros monster contains a portion of ancient dragon blood in its veins, a hybrid of dragon and rhinoceros from its ancestors. By this generation, the dragon blood is thin, but it still exists. Seeing the information about this monster, Su Chen's expression became cautious. This monster's strength was on par with the hidden boss of the novice dungeon, the Blood Lake Guardian. It would be quite difficult for him to succeed in the challenge, but Su Chen never thought of backing down. He raised his hand and unleashed the Skyfall Sword Tomb. Boom! A sword cry echoed through the heavens, and then a massive stone sword tomb fell down. The rhinoceros let out a roar and charged forward. The sword tomb fell, directly smashing the dragon-blood rhinoceros's waist into a pulp. Intestines spilled out, and blood gushed into the sky. The power was immense, but it was not what Su Chen had originally expected. It's too fast. It actually dodged. Su Chen's expression grew serious. He thought to himself. He had intended to strike its head. The Skyfall Sword Tomb was his most powerful sword skill at the moment. If it hit the head, it might severely injure or even instantly kill the monster. Unfortunately, it was a pity, but he still had to kill it. The rhinoceros charged over, its massive amethyst horns glinting coldly. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Chen quickly sidestepped while taunting. Dragon blood rhinoceros. I don't know what kind of heaven-defying dragon your ancestor was. It can actually take down a rhinoceros that rolls around in the mud all day. You produced this kind of hybrid bloodline. How ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Su Chen's voice was filled with mockery. This was a tactic. As long as he could win, Su Chen never hesitated to use any means. Provoking with words was a very effective method, capable of disrupting the enemy's attack rhythm and plans. He didn't know if this monster could understand human speech, but he still wanted to taunt it. It was worth a try, after all. Moreover, this monster's spirit attribute was as high as 15 points, even surpassing many humans. Su Chen guessed that it was very likely it could understand human speech. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Chen's taunts, the rhinoceros was filled with rage and charged forward with a roar. The amethyst horn on its head sparkled with dazzling light, then exploded. A beam of death ray shot towards Su Chen. Su Chen sneered. Humph, it really is a beast. Such an obvious provocation worked on it. It directly activated its most powerful skill. Knowing this move, Su Chen could deal with it without holding back. He activated the momentary hidden god step to dodge the beam, then raised his hand with a shake. Crack! The dragon-inlaid broken sword immediately shattered, the broken blade flying out, piercing the rhinoceros's eye and blinding it in one eye. Then Su Chen sidestepped into its blind spot, gripping the broken sword at an angle. At this moment, the broken sword became a short sword. He could unleash the killing god slash. This strike had to be an instant kill. A pure, ruthless killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Whoosh! This strike, with killing intent as vast as the sea, surged forth. Seeing this strike, the massive mutated amethyst giant horned rhinoceros actually showed a hint of fear, because this was a legendary skill, enough to make it tremble. The blood-red blade mark swept across in an instant. Put! A massive bull's head rolled to the ground. The purple crystal horn shattered and fell. The god of death struck with a knife, its power unmatched. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 19th level. Su Chen gained a large amount of experience. He directly leveled up to level 19. He was just one step away from level 20. His breathing became a bit rapid, as using the god of death's knife consumed too much energy. He then looked down at the ground. Loot, purple crystal rhino horn, platinum grade material, X1. This item was a rare forging material, perfect for making weapons. Su Chen immediately pocketed it. Then, a large treasure chest appeared before him. It was a high-quality golden chest. Su Chen directly activated the universal transcendence. Platinum grade. Su Chen opened the chest. Instantly, a design blueprint appeared. Platinum grade weapon, soul-slicing side blueprint X1 required materials. Any platinum grade core weapon base material X1 yellow 8 blood pump heart X1 water ghost vocal cords X1 refined steel dark iron. There were many materials, but most could be bought at the auction house. Not bad. I can make this scythe for Ji Yao. Su Chen smirked slightly. After securing the blueprint, he stepped directly into the 20th level. As soon as he entered the 20th level, the scenery changed. The ground was made of black volcanic rock, and molten lava surged on both sides of the path. A towering knight clad in lava armor stood ahead. He carried a massive hammer on his shoulder, looking incredibly fierce. He had his back to Su Chen and didn't even turn to look. You are only level 19, yet you can come to the 20th level? You are indeed strong. He turned around, his expression calm. But you are not my opponent. Please leave, the Lava Knight advised. Su Chen scanned his data. 20th level boss, Lava Knight level, 25 strength, 420 points constitution, 350 points agility, 280 points spirit, 158 points luck, 100 points skills, lava execution hammer, flowing armor, blazing fire. All attributes had no weaknesses. His agility was even higher than Su Chen's. A boss is a boss, although its level was only 6 levels higher than Su Chen's. The attribute difference was several hundred. Cold sweat formed on Su Chen's forehead. This boss was indeed too fierce. Even his proud agility attributes seemed insufficient before it. If he didn't activate the hidden god step, Su Chen feared he wouldn't be able to dodge even a normal attack. Su Chen was already at the end of his strength. He had gone through a grueling battle in 20 levels. His mental and physical energy were severely depleted. In the Tower of Silence, no food or potions could restore his state. He knew he was unlikely to win. But Su Chen still resolutely chose to attack and challenge the 20th level. How could there be miracles without trying? Su Chen gripped the Shadow Flow longsword in his left hand and the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right, suddenly charging forward. The Thunder Sword technique was fully activated. Terrifying lightning flickered. In his right hand, he executed the instant draw. At this level of proficiency, he could even use the instant draw without a sheath. Su Chen's figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight as he rushed through. The Lava Knight slowly shook his head, sighed, and swung his massive hammer. Crash! In that instant, lava transformed into a heavenly curtain, stirring up scalding heat waves. Su Chen charged into it, feeling a burning pain all over his body, and his health rapidly decreased. Ultimately, he was completely buried within, but a hint of shock appeared in the Lava Knight's eyes. because before Su Chen was defeated, those 2 strikes had also landed on him. His health dropped by 50% directly. "Challenger, if it's next time, you will definitely be able to defeat me," he said in shock, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Su Chen's vision went black, and before he could respond, he was already ejected from the Tower of Silence. Stopped at the 20th level. Current ranking, no. Reward settlement in progress. Su Chen's expression was emotionless. The ranking was like floating clouds to him. The rewards were what truly mattered. In this wave of challenges in the Tower of Silence, he had reached level 19, along with a large number of weapon and equipment rewards, and materials. Now there were additional settlement rewards. Finally, the reward settlement was completed. 50,000 Wanzu coins 100,000 descending coins flowing body step, diamond low-grade body skill. Su Chen immediately sublimated the flowing body step. Sublimation successful. Lingbo Weibu, diamond high-grade body skill, a super body skill from ancient times. Based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, moving in specific hexagram directions, making it unfathomable, light and swift, as if strolling leisurely, yet incredibly fast. It had directly upgraded to a diamond high-grade body skill. Su Chen was overjoyed. He crushed it and began to learn. He indeed had a golden grade body skill, the Hound Step. But that skill was not powerful enough for Su Chen. There was also a stronger body skill, the Hidden God Step, but that was ultimately a legendary grade skill, and with his current stamina and mental attributes, the consumption was too great. Each activation would consume a large amount of stamina. However, the Lingbo Weibu was different. He could use it multiple times in succession. At the same time, it was a high-grade body skill that could evade many attacks. In a chase, it would allow him to remain undefeated. In the future, he would use Lingbo Weibu regularly. When absolutely necessary, he would use the Hidden God Step to dodge critical attacks, which was the optimal solution. The Hound Step could be discarded. The iteration of skills was quite normal. After mastering this skill, Su Chen immediately felt an influx of countless hexagram knowledge and the ethereal visualization of body movements in his mind. Ultimately, he successfully learned it. Lingbo Weibu, Diamond High Grade, Proficiency, 0 out of 3. 000. Then, Su Chen left the Tower of Silence. He walked slowly towards the exit. "My sword should be forged soon," he murmured as he walked away. At this moment, outside the tower, people were watching Li Changwang's results. Li Changwang passed the 11th level. Wow, he can still fight? To be honest, Li Changwang is a bit fierce. He broke through the 10th level without getting additional rewards, yet continued to break through 2 more levels before stopping. What a monster! His mentality is good, but when he comes out and finds he's only second, having been surpassed by the Killing God by several levels, he might just break down. Li Changwang stopped at the 12th level. Li Changwang's final result was out. I estimate that when he comes out, his mentality will collapse. People said, even the strongest person can't withstand 2 massive blows in a row. Sigh. Li Changwang, he might not make it. I think he will be down for the count from now on. People slowly shook their heads, expressing their regret. At this moment, Su Chen's ranking was still rising. Killing God cleared the 18th level. What? He reached the 18th level. Killing God cleared the 19th level. Damn! A monster. A real monster. Who is this person? What kind of talent does he have? Li Changwang from Woyang City. Su Chen the Swordmaster from Xianjing City. Zhang Tang from the Zhang family. Yan Zhe from Jiuxing. Among our cities, perhaps all the geniuses combined don't compare to this Killing God. Killing God stopped at the 20th level. Current ranking. First, seeing this news, people almost held their breath. After a long time, they looked at each other in shock. A newcomer stopped at the 20th level. Unbelievable. Many second transformation experts can't even beat the 19th level. Yet a newcomer reached the 20th level. I really want to know who he is, but he must have used a title to replace his real name. People spoke in astonishment, their voices trembling. At this moment, there was another person outside, her expression extremely grim. She wore a red tight outfit, her figure stunning, and her face was filled with a cold light. Her name was Lu Na. Who on earth is this Killing God? He actually surpassed my brother Chen Guang. She bit her silver teeth, filled with resentment. All the scorching gazes, all the focus of the people, were on that Killing God. and that glory should have belonged to Li Changwang. Listening to the surrounding people's evaluations of Li Changwang made her heart bleed, but she despised arguing because she had long regarded these people as dead. Once her strength rose, she would immediately kill everyone here who had slandered Li Changwang. That's right, her mentality had already twisted. One could say she was a fervent fan. And Li Changwang was her star. Lu Na was a student from Xianjing City, but she was not from the same school as Su Chen. She was a student from a vocational high school. At this moment, her fists were tightly clenched. Filled with hatred, the knife maniac Li Changwang from the neighboring city had killed her sister in the novice dungeon. She had witnessed it with her own eyes, and she, due to her insufficient strength, could only hide in the grass and watch the whole process. The tragic death of her sister made her heart ache like a knife. The extreme sadness soon made her mind unable to bear it. Thus, her brain activated a self-protection mechanism. That hatred transformed into a strange obsession. Lu Na began to indulge in Li Changwang's powerful strength. The twisted admiration for the strong occupied the upper hand in her mindset. She even thought that the scene of Li Changwang killing her sister was somewhat cool. Perhaps this is what they call Stockholm Syndrome. In fact, deep down, Lu Na had long harbored resentment towards her sister. She was a 7-star professional, with quite good talent, but her sister was actually an 8-star, stealing all her brilliance. Her parents poured all their love and resources into her sister. Therefore, she never truly loved her sister from the bottom of her heart. It was just the constraints of worldly morals that trapped her. And when Li Changwang killed her sister in the dungeon, at that moment, the shackles in her heart, all the rules and constraints, were severed. Morality and familial ties, in her eyes now, were utterly meaningless. Li Changwang killed her sister, and she even had to thank Li Changwang. Overall, Lu Na was a little fan of Li Changwang. After the novice dungeon challenge ended, she immediately went to Woyang City to find Li Changwang, wanting to team up and challenge other dungeons together in the future. She wanted to be with Li Changwang forever. Being with a powerful person, she would also shine, but when she arrived, she found that Li Changwang had already fallen into despair. The way he exited the dungeon shocked all the students from Woyang No. 3 Middle School. His right hand, which held the knife, was covered in scars, bloodied, and the knife was shattered. It seemed that Li Changwang had been defeated by someone. She was also stunned at that moment. She would never forget the look in Li Changwang's eyes. What kind of gaze was that? Stunned, incredulous, desolate, painful, filled with hatred and anger. All of it. It made her heart ache. Looking at the ranking of that dungeon at the time, Li Changwang was defeated, becoming second place. That sword master named Su Chen had surpassed her knife maniac. This not only caused Li Changwang pain but also made her suffer. She would not allow anyone to be stronger than Li Changwang. She was also a 7-star professional, with decent talent. Therefore, she would challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence to increase her strength. Lu Na's dream was to assist Li Changwang and become the strongest. Her profession, coincidentally, was an assassin. She wanted to closely follow Li Changwang's footsteps and grow stronger. She wanted to help Li Changwang climb to the peak. It was this belief that made her fearless of challenges. She stepped forward with determination, slowly making her way into the Tower of Heavenly Silence. At that moment, an unremarkable young man walked past her, brushing shoulders with her. It was Su Chen. Su Chen bore no scars at all. It was impossible to tell that he was the one who had fought his way to the 20th floor, because his self-healing bloodline helped him heal all his wounds, big and small. In that fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, Lu Na felt a sense of astonishment. It was as if a bloodthirsty beast had walked by her, its aura terrifying beyond measure. It was just a moment. She gasped sharply and turned to look. Behind her, however, there was nothing. Was that an illusion? Su Chen had already disappeared into the crowd. That killing god, could it be him? Her breath quickened, disbelief washing over her. But his appearance seems to match that of Su Chen, the sword master from class 1. A sword master, so weak in the early stages, at most just lucky to have secured the first place in a dungeon. How could he possibly reach the 20th floor of the Tower of Silence? It shouldn't be him. She slowly shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her mind. However, the killing intent in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. In her heart, Su Chen still had to die, because he had surpassed Li Changwang. At that moment, another person wielding a long knife emerged from the Tower of Silence. Li Changwang. His eyes were dazed, even somewhat vacant. He walked out of the tower with slow steps. Like a walking corpse, Lu Na's eyes sparkled as if she had seen her idol. She rushed forward. Li Qingguang. But Li Qingguang seemed not to see her, brushing past her. I didn't lose. I didn't lose. At that moment, she could hear Li Qingguang's pale lips murmuring these words. Lu Na was momentarily stunned, her heart bleeding. She knew that Li Qingguang had suffered a tremendous blow. She quickly supported him and led him outside. Upon seeing the rankings outside the tower, Li Qingguang trembled all over. His eyes were shaking. Killing God. First place, 20th floor. His voice was filled with extreme shock, trembling, and confusion. It was possible to surpass him, but to surpass him by so many floors. This shattered his worldview completely. Li Qingguang lost his balance and fell to the ground, kneeling on both knees. The knife clattered to the ground, making a crisp sound. Then, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was somewhat deranged. The crowd around them, witnessing this scene, no longer mocked him, because it was simply too tragic. Once a hero, now utterly despondent, Su Chen walked slowly towards the forge, simultaneously opening his personal profile. Su Chen carrying title, Killing God, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level, 19, 5455/12,000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical, unique in the world, strength, 55 constitution, 60 agility, 200 spirit, 100 luck, 50 bloodline, immortal body, A. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, universal sublimation, origin sword body, automatic cultivation skills, Killing God's blade, all hidden, hidden God step, insightful eye thunder sword technique, instant draw, sword master, continuous rain sword, sword control, heaven's fallen sword tomb, spirit blade, light step. Su Chen arrived at the forge and found the blacksmith. How is my sword? Su Chen asked as he approached. The blacksmith drew a long sword from behind him. It's done. The sword before him was already completely different from the original Shen Steel Blood Oath sword. First of all, the blade was no longer purely black. Instead, it was a marvelous color formed by the fusion of multiple alloy materials. The base color was pure steel white, but under the sunlight, it seemed to shimmer with various colors, like some rare ore. At the same time, the length of the sword had also changed. It had become slightly longer than before. The tip presented a sharp 30-degree angle, looking incredibly sharp. The grip of the sword was made from wolf bone, wrapped in a layer of beast skin. Su Chen held it in his hand, feeling it was slightly warm and soft, very comfortable to hold. He scanned the sword's information. Golden edge sword, high quality gold, after being forged by the blacksmith using multiple composite materials. Its grade has been upgraded to gold level. This sword's sharpness and toughness have both risen significantly. Suffix, blood drink. When this sword injures a monster, it can absorb the spilled blood to heal the wielder's wounds. Blood oath, after this sword kills a monster, it can temporarily increase the wielder's attributes by 20 points for 1 minute. Alloy blade, the sharpness of this sword far exceeds that of ordinary high-quality gold weapons, even reaching platinum level. The original suffixes of the Blood Oath sword have all been retained. Moreover, an additional suffix effect has been added, alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword is unmatched by any other gold-grade weapon. Su Chen was very satisfied, swinging it a few times as the blade glimmered with a cold light. With the dragon-inlaid broken sword and the shadow flow long sword, he now had 3 swords, none of which were below gold quality. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was even diamond grade. It could be said that for a short time, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of weapons. Sheathing the sword, he felt quite good. Su Chen already knew what his peak state looked like. The shadow flow long sword in his left hand, the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right. At the same time, using the sword control skill, he could make the golden edge sword fly and slash at enemies. Plus, with the spirit blade, it meant he could control 4 swords simultaneously to slay foes. This was terrifying. It wasn't just a simple multiplication of 1 by 4. Don't forget, Su Chen also had the talent of the origin sword body, which allowed for a permanent increase in sword technique power. 10 times 4. That was 40 times. A person's lethality was basically equivalent to that of several small teams combined. The only downside was that Su Chen's mental power was insufficient. Simultaneously activating 4 sword skills was something other professionals wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even if Su Chen could manage it, the peak output would last at most a few seconds. I wonder when I can awaken the skill to master dual swords, Su Chen thought to himself. He then took out the dragon-inlaid broken sword and placed it in front of the blacksmith. "Boss, please make me 2 sword sheaths, 1 long sword sheath, specially made, 1 short sword sheath." Suchen planned to place the tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword, in its broken form, in the sword box on his back. The broken sword would be kept at his waist. This way, when facing enemies, he could catch them off guard, suddenly launching a pure blade from behind to slit a throat. Who could predict that? The boss took the dragon-inlaid broken sword, his eyes widening in surprise. "Young man, what quality is this weapon?" Suchen replied without changing his expression. "Low-grade platinum." This sword was his personal property, and others couldn't scan its data. Only someone like him with the skill of insightful eye could freely check others' information, even seeing their underwear clearly. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith raised the long sword in front of him, continuously marveling. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. This craftsmanship, this forging pattern, and it's just a low-grade platinum weapon?" The blacksmith's gaze became somewhat infatuated. He touched the broken parts marks with disbelief, but he didn't press further. After all, if a customer wanted to conceal the weapon's quality, he had no right to inquire. That was professional ethics. He didn't say much and immediately placed the weapon on the rack, measuring it with a series of instruments. Length, thickness, sword guard. This sword is too sharp. A regular wooden sheath probably won't hold up. I'll use blackstone ironwood to make these 2 sheaths for you. The price might be a bit high. 30,000 arrival coins, the blacksmith said, stroking his chin. Suchen nodded and spent the money without hesitation. Blackstone ironwood is a rare natural material, as dark as iron, incredibly hard, yet very lightweight. It is a very expensive material for sword sheaths, and this price is worth it. The boss didn't quote randomly. Soon, Suchen's sword sheath was completed. There were 2, 1 long and 1 short, the short one resembling a dagger sheath, hanging at his waist, while the long one looked like a sword, able to be carried on his back. The specially crafted sheath had a double-layer design, capable of holding part of the blade of the dragon-inlaid broken sword as well as the entire colored gold mysterious edge sword. The original sheath could be discarded. Suchen carried a long sword on his back and had the broken sword at his waist. Dressed in a gray long robe, he looked fully armed. "All right, it's time to hunt the giant snake." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suchen's eyes. He gently tapped the Tian Tower Association token. In the next moment, a transparent screen appeared before him. Suchen's task list was displayed on it. Desubjugation of the Python King location, southern region of Sichuan wilderness. Deepen the forest coordinates onto second turn Python King in the wilderness forest of the southern region. It has already swallowed several members of the Tian Tower Association, and its strength is terrifying, currently around level 25. Please exercise extreme caution. Reward, 10,000 ethereal coins. 1 random platinum skill scroll upon completion of this task. You will officially become a platinum level member of the Tian Tower Association. Consuming 10,000 arrival coins allows for teleportation. Do you wish to teleport to the task area? Suchen's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath and clicked the coordinate button on the screen. "Let's teleport directly, it's more convenient and quick." "I don't have time to waste," Suchen said firmly. In the next moment, his figure became ethereal and vanished from space. When he reappeared, he was already in a vast forest. The rain fell softly, and a damp scent filled the air. Surrounding him were the fragrances of fragrant grass and earth. The smell in this forest is truly pleasant. Unlike the lifeless city, Suchen said with a slight smile. This was the scent of nature. The air here was very fresh, completely different from the bloody stench in the frenzied tide forest instance. However, this was still the wilderness. Nowadays, Blue Star was filled with mutated ferocious beasts and monsters lurking everywhere. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave without a burial. Only the cities were somewhat safer. This meant that the danger level here was no less than that in the instance. Suchen frowned slightly and proceeded cautiously. He opened the virtual screen map and moved toward the task target location. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suchen arrived at a village in the wilderness. Some humans who had not awakened their professions would end up as laborers for life if they stayed in the city. To escape, many unprofessionals chose to flee to the wilderness and establish villages to live. However, such a life, while free, was also fraught with danger. They could fall prey to beasts at any moment. Upon entering the village, Suchen was immediately hit by a strong smell of blood and the stench of corpses. He looked around, There wasn't a single living person in this village. It was all corpses. There were about dozens of bodies, brutally killed here. The village was filled with ruins, as if corroded by something. The corpses all bore tragic expressions, almost all with eyes wide open in death. The elderly and children were not spared, all killed by some monstrous creature. Su Chen approached the body of a little girl. Crouching down to observe closely, he noticed that the villagers had some animal features, such as cat ears, mouse tails, and eagle legs. This is a half-beastman village. Su Chen's expression grew serious. In this world, various races coexist, including beastmen and elves, which is not surprising. He reached out and wiped a layer of slime off the wall. His fingertip immediately curled and rotted, with a distinct pain. It seemed to be snake venom. Perhaps this was done by my target, that giant python. Su Chen quickly left the village and ventured deeper into the dense forest. There were too many corpses in this village. The smell of blood would attract many unnecessary beasts. He needed to leave as soon as possible. Not long after, Su Chen found a pile of giant snake feces. It was enormous, surrounded by swarms of flies. It could be described as a massive pile of dung, taller than Su Chen himself. As soon as one got close, a strong stench assaulted the senses. Most importantly, within this pile of excrement were numerous human limbs and skeletal structures. They were still dripping with blood, a sight that was shocking to behold. Because snakes are cold-blooded animals, their digestive organs are not very powerful. Many bones, feathers, and leathery materials cannot be digested and are expelled with the feces. Su Chen was nearly choked by the smell, yet he stood his ground, using his inside eye to scan the information about this substance. Giant snake feces quality, trash distinctive snake dung, accompanied by a strong fishy and rotten odor, contains a large number of superbacteria. If dipped in a weapon, it can be enchanted with poison attributes within a week. This dung is still fresh. By examining its shape, it can be determined that the giant snake headed northeast. Su Chen's expression grew serious. It seemed he was very close to the giant snake. It can even be enchanted with poison attributes. This dung is indeed extraordinary, Su Chen muttered, stroking his chin. However, he had no intention of sticking his precious sword into it. Who knows? The enemy might not be grossed out yet, but he would be. Su Chen quickly moved northeast. Soon, he began to notice some bloodstains on the ground, as well as human footprints. Could it be that there are survivors in that small village? Su Chen speculated. Just right. If he found a living person, he could ask about the giant snake. Following the blood trail, Su Chen arrived at a secluded path. This path led directly to a cave. The cave was shallow, barely enough to shield from the wind and rain, with little space inside. Su Chen's expression was grave as he stepped in slowly. Upon entering, he discovered that a person was sleeping inside the cave. To be precise, it was not a person, but a half-orc, a young girl. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a pair of cat ears on her head. Dressed in animal skin clothing, she lay on the ground sleeping, her skin smooth and fair. There was only a simple grass mat on the ground. On her ankle, there was a long wound, blood flowing from it, already turning yellow and oozing, seemingly infected. Su Chen immediately scanned her information. Lia race, half-orc level, 3/0/300 experience points, class, assassin strength, 9 constitution, 9 agility, 27 spirit, 9 luck, 9 talent, catfolk bloodline. She is naturally agile, her agility attribute is 1. 5 times that of normal practitioners. Skills, silent steps. Claw strike. The bloodline of half-orcs is different from that of humans. They can awaken their classes earlier. Su Chen was somewhat surprised that this half-orc girl from the wild mountain village had quite a high talent. Reaching 9 stars, before Su Chen could make any move, he saw Lia's cat ears suddenly twitch. Then, she abruptly opened her eyes. With the agility of a startled rabbit, she leaped up, her movements quick and nimble. She took a step back, distancing herself from Su Chen, her body slightly crouched, her eyes filled with obvious hostility. She resembled a furiously puffed-up cat. Even in her sleep, she could be so alert. This was the keen hearing of a half-orc cat. In her right hand, she gripped a rough dagger. The fingertips of her left hand extended 5 sharp claws. Her dark red slit pupils fixed intently on Su Chen. With a hint of fear, she scrutinized Su Chen's appearance, clearly surprised. Human. Who are you? She asked cautiously. Su Chen looked at her battle stance coldly but did not draw his sword. Instead, he revealed the Tower Association token at his waist. Little girl, I mean no harm. I am here to hunt monsters, Su-chen said calmly. Upon hearing the words Tower Association, Leah's hostility finally subsided. Oh, so that's how it is, she realized, straightened her body, and relaxed her combat stance. She grew up in this wild village and had rarely seen humans. So, naturally, she held hostility towards Su-chen at first. However, the members of the Tower Association were different. This was an organization among humans that specialized in hunting magical creatures, and they were relatively friendly. During her time in the village, she had seen a few members of the Tower Association and was somewhat familiar with them. A giant snake had been ravaging the area around the village for several years. The Tower Association had sent several small teams, but they all perished in the snake's belly. You are here to hunt that mutated giant snake, right? Leah said. Su-chen nodded. Big brother, you should just go back. The Tower Association has already sent several teams, but those people, without exception, died in the belly of the giant snake. Despite her young age, her eyes revealed a kind of exhaustion. Moreover, you are alone. Don't go to your death. She looked at Su-chen and said seriously. Upon hearing this, Su-chen's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward and asked, Leah, do you know the whereabouts of that giant snake? The rhythm of the conversation was firmly guided by Su-chen. The little girl instinctively nodded. After all, being a half-beast, she was naturally naive. No, wait, why did I nod? And how do you know my name? The cat girl's eyes widened in surprise. Don't mind those details. I ask you, your village was slaughtered by that giant snake, right? Su-chen asked. Leah nodded, a hint of sadness appearing in her eyes. Yes, I am the only one who survived in our village. Her ears drooped, and her mood was very low. Half-beasts lived in tribal settlements, and their concept of family was somewhat vague, but even so, she still felt sadness. After all, they were villagers she had lived with day and night. She had witnessed the brutality of that giant snake. She cried alone in the cave for several days and still hadn't recovered. Do you want revenge? Su-chen asked. I want. She recalled the various companions and elders from her childhood, and her heart was filled with hatred. Say it more firmly. Su-chen encouraged her gently. I want. She bit her silver teeth, her emotions guided by Su-chen. Little girl, lead the way, and I will help you take revenge. Su-chen smiled slightly and said. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, looking relaxed. It seemed like he felt no pressure at all. This kind of action gave the impression that everything was under control, and his strength was unfathomable. The little girl looked at Su-chen in surprise. Big brother, are you really confident? She was still a bit scared. Trust me, I am stronger than those previous members of the Tower Association. I can kill that giant snake. Su-chen stepped forward, his expression serious, and promised. Upon hearing this, Leah clenched her small fists. In the end, she agreed. All right, I will take you there. I know where its lair is. I will take you there, Leah said. Gurgle. But immediately after, her stomach growled. Her face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. A growling stomach was very shameful among the half-beast race. After all, this was a race that took pride in hunting and eating meat. Hunger meant incompetence. Over time, this formed a unique culture among the half-beasts. Su-chen was also quite familiar with the culture of the half-beast race. In his previous life, he had a few half-beast teammates. His expression was calm as he immediately opened his personal panel. He purchased a fresh, crispy roasted leg of lamb from the shop, taking it out from his personal space. It was still steaming. Su-chen handed it directly to her. You are too weak right now, you might faint after just a few steps. Eat this to replenish your strength, Su-chen said. She looked at the leg of lamb, her eyes almost shining. After staying in this cave for several days, she was already starving. Thank you. As a half-orc, she was quite polite. She took the large leg of lamb, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to gnaw at it. The first bite left her in awe. The various spices like cumin, chili powder, and salt that humans used were things half-orcs had never tasted. For her, it was simply the most delicious thing ever. In no time, she had devoured the entire leg of lamb. It must be said, half-orcs are indeed fierce when it comes to eating. Afterwards, Su-chen bought a bottle of healing potion from the human shop and handed it to her. Your leg is injured, Su-chen said. She nodded. took the potion, and drank it in one gulp. Growing up in a village, the half-orc knew nothing of pleasantries, those were the hypocrisies of humans. Her heart was truly natural and pure. She finished the entire bottle of potion as if it were a drink. Soon, the wound on her ankle completely healed. "Thank you, big brother," she said, feeling invigorated and hurriedly expressing her gratitude. Su-chen smiled faintly. He wasn't worried about poison, she was really a silly girl. But it was good, being straightforward and guileless made her easier to manage. "Big brother, you are much better than those previous Tower of Heaven team members. They also rested in our village before hunting the giant snake and asked about some things. But they looked down on us half-orcs, acting all high and mighty. They even said our food was terrible." Leah clenched her fists, feeling a surge of anger. For half-orcs, saying their food was bad was a huge offense. Su-chen's expression remained calm. "Humans are indeed like that. From now on, you need to be careful, not everyone is as friendly as I am," he casually reminded her. The little girl took this to heart. "Let's go. I'll take you to find the giant snake." She darted out quickly, her movements agile. Su-chen followed closely behind, never leaving her side. The pair, one person and one cat, moved swiftly through the dense forest. Her movements were so nimble that she made no sound while running, and her speed was impressive. No wonder she managed to escape from the village and was the only survivor. Soon, Su-chen saw the traces left by the giant snake, the soft soil forming a huge crawling path. The fine rain continued to fall in the forest, making the ground very slippery. Without her leading the way, this trace would likely be washed away quickly, and finding the lair would require considerable effort. Su-chen only knew that the giant snake would hibernate in summer, but he wasn't clear about the exact location of its lair, so it was thanks to her. "By the way, big brother, I haven't asked your name." "Su-chen." "Okay, then I'll call you Manga from now on." A few hours later, the two arrived in a dark maple-colored forest. There was a special fragrance in the air. It was the scent of serpentine creatures, and only extremely large mutated pythons would have such a strong snake-bile smell. The air was filled with a bitter scent that made one feel nauseous. Su-chen's gaze turned cold as his hand slowly rested on the dragon-embedded broken sword at his waist. "Ming-gu, the giant snake's lair is just ahead," Leah said, bringing Su-chen behind a massive tree and speaking in a low voice. Su-chen leaned forward to look and saw a gigantic python resting among the dense foliage. Its body coiled, pitch black, covered in overlapping scales that resembled steel plates. It was extremely thick, roughly estimating its diameter to be over 2 or 3 meters. Its length reached several dozen meters. Coiled up, it looked like a dragon. It could be said to be a serpentine giant. Its eyes were tightly shut, with its head buried in the circular coil of its body. Sound asleep. Good. It was indeed hibernating. At this moment, if he could find its head and use the killing god blade, he could definitely deal a heavy blow, or even kill this giant python. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, his attack's critical hit rate would be very high. The agility attribute could increase the chance and damage of critical hits. When the enemy is weak, the critical hit chance will also be further enhanced. Su-chen was very confident that he could land a critical hit. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. Su-chen's gaze suddenly changed. The mission target was right in front of him, but he calmed down. Su-chen's eyes turned dark, because he sensed a wave of killing intent, and it was definitely not from an animal. Animals feel hunger and bloodlust before hunting their prey, but that is a hunt for survival. Killing intent is never this intense. Basically, only humans kill for the sake of killing. This killing intent was very distinct. Su-chen was extremely sensitive and immediately felt it. His eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his hand to grip. He drew the Shinfeng sword from his back. In the continuous rain of the rainforest, the alloy blade of this sword reflected a shimmering ink green. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword shot through the air. Whoosh! The Shinfeng sword transformed into a black light. Moving at lightning speed, it pierced directly towards the branches. Snap! A few drops of blood fell from the tree. They landed in front of Su-chen. At the same time, a muffled groan was heard. Leah's face turned pale. "Wah! What happened? Why is there blood?" She looked up at the branches. There, on a branch 20 meters high, crouched several illusory figures. They were clad in semi-transparent camouflage, almost blending in with the leaves. It was difficult for an ordinary person to spot them with the naked eye. One of the most robust figures had a huge wound on his shoulder from Su-chen's strike. Su-chen sneered. So there really is an ambush. He wasn't sure at first, he just sensed the killing intent and wanted to test it. He didn't expect to hit directly. It made sense, the area was dense with forest, where else could they hide besides in the trees? Damn it, we've been discovered. The people in the trees had cold expressions. They had originally planned to wait for Su Chen to engage with the giant snake before striking. That way, they would be foolproof. They didn't expect Su Chen to be so alert. We can only kill him now. 3 of them leaped down from the tall trees. At the same time, they activated their skills and attacked. Su Chen immediately scanned the information of these people. One was a brute warrior, one a frost swordsman, and one a barrier mage. All were second-tier professionals. Their skills were all powerful. The brute warrior was the first to attack, raising his giant hammer, which glowed red. He descended from the sky. This move was the brute warrior's signature skill, Heavy Strike. If it crits, it could directly smash a person's brain. Coupled with his second-tier attributes, an ordinary first-tier professional could die from a single hit. The frost swordsman followed closely behind, wielding a white long sword, with frost clinging to the blade, swirling with pale white mist. The 2 of them came crashing down from Su Chen's left and right above. As if that wasn't enough, the mage in the tree also condensed a massive ice spear and launched it at Su Chen. The 3 of them occupied a high geographical position, giving them a significant advantage. If not dealt with properly, just this one attack could completely kill Su Chen. Su Chen could dodge, but if he did, the half-orc girl would be crushed. Su Chen had high agility but wasn't particularly strong in defense. In other words, he couldn't dodge and couldn't take it head-on. The only remaining option was to counterattack. A cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, and his mind moved slightly. Whoosh! The Xianfeng sword in midair reversed and flew back into his hand. Then, he suddenly moved his steps. He directly activated the thunder binding sword technique. Boom! Thunder roared, and the light of electricity flickered, filling Su Chen's sword blade. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Clang! The brute warrior's hammer was directly parried by Su Chen. His eyes widened in shock. I am a brute warrior. My strength attribute far exceeds that of ordinary people. How could he possibly push me back with a single sword? Moreover, I am a second tier. His heart was filled with astonishment. He could only feel that the sword was enveloped with terrifying immense power. He was suddenly sent flying out. When he raised his hammer to look, he found a deep gash had appeared on it. His eyes were filled with shock. After Su Chen neutralized that move, he did not stop. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, he drew a long sword from the shadows. Shadow Flow Long Sword. The Shadow Flow Long Sword was activated by the sword control skill, floating in mid-air, emitting the sound of a sword's chant. In the next instant, it vanished into thin air, piercing directly towards the Ice Swordmaster. The flying Shadow Flow Long Sword left a pitch-black long trace in the air. From bottom to top, the sword body was like a solidified shadow, capable of penetrating physical defenses. Looking deep and terrifying, the Ice Swordmaster's eyes were filled with extreme horror. He had thought that victory was in his grasp and that he would definitely be able to kill Su Chen, with a brute force warrior attacking in front. How could Su Chen possibly launch a second move so quickly after neutralizing that hammer? This was simply inconceivable. The Ice Swordmaster's face was cold as he tightly gripped his sword. Humph! Even if you can launch a second move, what of it? I am a second transition, able to directly suppress your sword and slay you, he roared, twisting his wrist. A layer of ice shell was added to the sword blade, enchanting it with ice attributes, capable of freezing enemies. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, as if he felt certain of his victory. At that moment, he was even thinking about how much reward he would get from young Master Zhang after killing this kid. Would he save enough for retirement? He grinned, licking his lips, his smile bloodthirsty. Whoosh! However, he soon could not smile anymore. His expression completely froze, because at the moment his sword intersected with Su Chen's sword, his sword undoubtedly shattered. Then, that Shadow Flow Long Sword precisely pierced through his chest. A sharp pain surged, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His health plummeted. He fell heavily to the ground, crashing in front of Su Chen. His eyes were dazed, somewhat unable to comprehend. They were both sword-wielding professions, but he was a second transition. In terms of attributes and skill quality, he was superior. How could he lose to a newcomer like him? At this moment, the mage on the treetop also realized she had encountered a tough opponent. She waved her staff lightly, directly activating her most powerful skill, pouring all her mental energy into it without holding back. This kid can neutralize the killing moves of both of them. That should be his limit. This strike, even if it doesn't kill you, will heavily injure you, she said expressionlessly. After all, Su Chen had already unleashed 2 swords. Yet, her ice spear in midair suddenly shattered. This left her somewhat shocked. No, it can't be. When she focused her gaze, she discovered that a deep blue spirit blade had appeared within her deadly ice spear. It was formed purely from condensed mental energy. In an instant, Su Chen had used 3 swords to neutralize all killing moves. How could a first transition sword control master possibly take on the skills of 3 second transition professionals without a scratch? She stood on the treetop, her face filled with terror. She began to realize that something was off. This kid's true combat power was definitely not as simple as that of a newcomer. But before she could launch her next move, Su Chen had already acted. Whoosh! That mental spirit blade slashed through the air, flying towards her throat. Damn! This kid's swordsmanship is terrifying. Even more powerful than second transition swordsmanship, able to easily shatter my ice spear. If I get hit by this move, I will surely be heavily injured. She gritted her teeth, having no choice but to give up her attack and choose to activate a defensive skill. Barrier, buzz. A translucent magical field appeared in front of her, surrounding her completely. Su Chen's mental spirit blade struck fiercely. Crack! The mental spirit blade was firmly stuck at the edge of the barrier. Unable to advance an inch, she let out a cold laugh. Humph! A first transition is ultimately a first transition. My mental energy is so thick, as long as you can't kill me, I can keep wearing you down. Moreover, there are 3 of us here, and you only have 1. Below, Su Chen's expression was emotionless. Oh, is that so? Su Chen lightly curled his fingers. Whoosh! The power of the spiritual blade suddenly increased. The original sword body operated without reservation. 10 times the power. The power of the sword technique was originally enhanced by agility attributes. Although Su Chen's strength attribute was not high and he was weak in direct power contests, the power of his sword technique, under the enhancement of his extremely high agility attribute, combined with the original sword body, was comparable to a nuclear weapon. Boom! Suddenly, Su Chen's spiritual blade directly shattered her protective barrier. The barrier crumbled. The azure spiritual blade pierced through her neck. Half of her bone was exposed. Blood spurted into the air. Her eyes were filled with extreme horror as she gasped sharply. How is this possible? She murmured, and in the next moment, she directly activated an escape skill and fled for her life. She landed 10 meters in front of Su Chen, panting heavily. The teleportation skill of a low-level mage had a very short range, and even at the second transition, she couldn't escape too far. Fear appeared in her eyes. Her health points had plummeted. She hurriedly drank a potion, barely managing to recover. The 3 people looked at Su Chen, their hearts filled with shock at that moment. You are definitely not a first transition newbie. Damn it, this time we were completely tricked by the young master. Several of them gritted their teeth. Su Chen remained expressionless, having resolved 3 killing skills without even catching his breath. He casually flicked his hand, his movements graceful. The shadow flow sword in midair spun back, circling around him for protection. Then, the spiritual blade also flew to his side, rotating, surrounding, and floating around him. Leah, watching this scene, was dumbfounded. This human was surprisingly powerful, even a bit handsome. According to half-orc aesthetics, a man must be burly and strong, like an ox, to be considered handsome. Su Chen was thin and frail. How could he be associated with the word handsome in the half-orc sense? But after seeing Su Chen, she felt her aesthetic had changed a bit. How are you so strong? She asked in extreme shock, then immediately followed up with, who are these people, and why are they attacking you? She looked at the others with a face full of astonishment. Why are you all fighting each other? Aren't you from the same race? She cautiously ran behind Su Chen to hide while looking at the crowd. Su Chen remained silent and did not answer her. Fighting each other. Perhaps humans were inherently like this. You just mentioned the young master. So, they are assassins sent by Zhang Tang? Su Chen glanced at the others and said coldly. Saying this, he directly stepped out and stomped on the face of the ice swordsman in front of him, pressing his head into the mud. The swordsman's face contorted in pain and rage, gritting his teeth, trying to stand up, but he was a second transition. However, due to his severe injuries, he couldn't break free. In the end, he could only be firmly held down by Su Chen. He wanted to take out a potion to heal his chest wound. Slap! The spiritual blade flew out directly, shattering his potion. He couldn't heal his wound at all. After the shadow flow longsword pierced through his chest, his mental power would drain at any moment, so he couldn't even cast skills now. The brute warrior also had a wound on his shoulder, inflicted earlier by Su Chen's Shinfeng sword. Su Chen faced 3 opponents, unscathed, heavily injuring 3 second transition assassins. His movements seemed effortless. This level of strength not only surprised them but also filled them with dread. They couldn't help but look at him with some trepidation. You do have some strength. But we were just careless earlier. Do you really think you can take on 3? The female mage, struggling to lift her head, looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with killing intent. She had been severely injured by Su Chen's sword and was nearly on the brink of death. So, she directly drank her most important and precious vial of healing potion, worth 100,000 descending coins. It could instantly heal most injuries. If she hadn't taken that potion and instead used a regular healing potion, there wouldn't have been enough time to heal, and she would have died. Therefore, she was extremely furious. She had paid a huge price, and even if she killed Su Chen, she might not be able to recoup her losses. So, even if it was just to vent her anger, she had to kill Su Chen today. She raised her hand and clenched it, a green barrier appearing to envelop the Ice Sword Master. As a barrier mage, she was best at barrier spells, protective barriers, defensive barriers, healing barriers, confinement barriers. Whether it was for offense, protecting teammates, or restricting enemies, she could achieve it through barriers. The green barrier immediately separated the soles of Su Chen's shoes from the face of the swordsman. Then, it began to slowly heal his body. This swordsman was named Song Buching, and he had high attributes. His main focus was agility, with strength as a secondary attribute. Unfortunately, he had been severely injured by the Shadow Flow longsword and had long lost his strength, which was why he had to endure the humiliation under Su Chen's feet. Su Chen stared at the barrier, a hint of calm killing intent rising in his eyes. I didn't expect Zhang Tang to be so impatient. We just finished the novice dungeon, and they've sent someone to kill me already. Su Chen's expression was emotionless as he thrust the Shadow Flow longsword. Thud! This sword directly pierced through the healing barrier. Then, it struck through the Ice Sword Master's skull. This blow completely killed him. Song Buching died with his eyes wide open. The female mage and the brute warrior's expressions immediately trembled. One strike. Shattered Wan Yu's barrier. Damn! This guy is level 25. Close to 3rd transition. And even he couldn't do that. Only one sword. The brute warrior's face turned pale, and a hint of fear arose in his heart. At that moment, he was certain that this guy was definitely not a 1st transition professional. He might not even be a newcomer of this generation. Young Master Zhang Tang had given them this assassination task, which was essentially a death mission. Looking at his companion's lifeless body, he felt a sense of panic rising within him. When a person panics, their judgment in battle immediately slows down, and Su Chen was best at seizing these opportunities. His expression was cold as he raised his hand, gripping the sword blade. Then he stepped forward. The Lingbo Weibo technique was fully unleashed. His movements were so fast they were almost shocking, leaving after images. The pouring rain swirled around him, blown by the wind, almost forming a simplified diagram of rain divination. The ground beneath his feet rippled lightly. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen was already in front of him. The brute warrior looked at Su Chen, who was so close, and felt extreme horror. What kind of movement technique is this? How can it be so fast? Almost like teleportation. I need to activate the Iron Skin skill quickly, or I won't be able to withstand his sword. In that instant, these 3 thoughts flashed through his mind. He raised both hands and activated Iron Skin. Crack! Su Chen's sword struck directly at his neck. The sound of steel rang in his ears. Fortunately, I managed to defend. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Chen's sword had come without any defense, he would have died. But Su Chen's gaze remained calm. Iron Skin? He had anticipated it long ago. Using the Eye of Insight to see through everyone's skills allowed Su Chen to always maintain control of the battle. Cutting through iron was not difficult for Su Chen. He shook his wrist, fully activating the Thunder Sword technique. Whoosh! Coupled with the special properties of the Shadow Flow longsword, which could bypass physical materials and reach the source, causing shadow damage. Therefore, the brute warrior's Iron Skin had little effect. This sword directly sliced through his throat. No blood flowed out. Instead, a dark liquid began to seep. When the steel skin skill was activated, the blood in the entire body also underwent a transformation. The brute warrior stared blankly, unable to believe he had been slashed across the throat. His health instantly dropped by 60%. No, I can't die. I still have defensive skills. I still have healing potions. Right, I have teammates. Wang Yu, her barrier can definitely save me. The brute warrior turned to look, but he found that the female mage, Wang Yu, had long since fled. Su Chen's next strike followed. Or rather, it was not his own next strike, but the Shadow's sword. Su Chen triggered the effect of the Shadow sword set, delivering an additional strike from the Shadow. Swish! One sword beheaded him. The brute warrior fell as well. The female mage was in a state of panic, turning to flee. She had directly abandoned her teammate. Su Chen looked in the direction she was escaping, sneering coldly. He activated the Xian steel sword and chased after her. Su Chen could not leave a single survivor. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with despair. Her teleportation skill had a long cooldown, and her barrier could not hold. She also had no money to buy good survival gear, so there was only one way out: death. Su Chen soared through the air, slashing with his sword, moving at breakneck speed, pursuing her relentlessly. He shattered the raindrops in midair. The color of the Xian foam sword reflected Wang Yu's turning gaze in the air. Instantly filled with despair, she knew she could not escape. At that moment, countless resentful thoughts surged in her heart. Regret and anger intertwined. Damn Zhang Tang! She couldn't help but clench her fists, cursing inwardly. I, Wang Yu, was once the flower of Xinjing, a 6-star talent school beauty. Yet I devoted my best years to you, young Master Zhang Tang. What I gained in these 2 years was merely 100,000 descending coins, a pittance. In the end, I was even sent to carry out this assassination mission. It was simply a suicide mission, a way to send myself to death. The 2 family assassins accompanying her, while decent in strength, were nothing compared to Su Chen. They were merely delivering food. The Su Chen before her was not a sword master at all, but a monster. Zhang Tang either underestimated Su Chen too much or deliberately sent her to her death. She felt utterly broken and hopeless. Suddenly, a dazed look appeared in her eyes. It seemed she thought of something. Then, she let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me, she shouted, then raised her hand to cast a spell. An instant spell, a fire barrier. It ignited the tail of the giant snake in the distant lair. That's right, she chose to wake the giant snake before dying. This would ensure that Su Chen would die here too. Her frenzied actions made Leah, who was nearby, feel a chill in her heart. All her life in the village, all half-orcs were peaceful and simple-minded. Now, witnessing the bloody struggle among humans, she finally understood what cruelty meant, what madness meant. Even in death, one would drag down their kind. The human race was shockingly cruel to this extent. She felt a chill running down her spine. She recalled how she had once unhesitatingly taken Su Chen's things to eat and drink. She had been far too unguarded. Looking at Su Chen again, there was now a hint of wariness in her eyes. It could be said that at this moment, this half-orc girl had grown up. Swish! Su Chen's sword pierced her heart. She breathed her last and fell to the ground. Su Chen's expression was grave. He hadn't expected this woman to be so insane. If his sword hadn't killed her, she would have awakened the giant snake. And in the end, she would have died too. It could be said that this was a suicidal attack. In the next moment, a voice rang out. Kill the second-tier 3-person team. Wang Yu, Barrier Mage. Level 21, Song Buching, Ice Swordsman. Level 23, Li Meng, Brute Warrior. Level 24, Over-level Kill. Experience bonus received, experience gained, 13,000 points. Then, Su Chen's level directly rose to level 20. Su Chen immediately allocated all his attribute points to luck. Agility is already sufficient. Now I can focus on increasing my luck attribute. Many people believe that the luck attribute is useless. They think luck only affects the probability of item drops and does not directly enhance combat power. But Su Chen knows very well that luck is not just about item drop rates. It also influences the probability of critical hits, the chance of critical strikes, and critical damage. The agility attribute can also increase critical hit probability, but not as much as luck. Now, by focusing on both agility and luck, I will be able to deal critical hits with every strike in the later stages. At that time, I will be able to slay everything with a single sword. Moreover, my talent for transcending all things can also benefit from the luck attribute. Then, Su Chen heard a voice. Loot acquired, 30, 900 all races coins, 100, 000 arrival coins, silver inferior gloves, silver superior ring, gold superior warhammer, gold staff. All the items belonged to Su Chen. He collected everything into his pocket. This haul was far more rewarding than killing monsters. No wonder there are so many psychopathic murderers running rampant. Sword drawing instant slash. Thunder sword technique, skill proficiency increased. Sword drawing instant slash, gold inferior sword technique, concentrate and gather all your strength into a single sword strike. The power is terrifying. Surging thunder sword, gold inferior sword technique, concentrate lightning into the blade to enhance sword technique power. New sword techniques flooded into his mind. Su Chen could feel that their power had greatly improved. However, the continuous rewards did not lift Su Chen's spirits, because that giant serpent had already awakened. In the distance, the towering giant serpent raised its head with a roar. Su Chen could feel the ground around him shaking. The giant serpent seemed extremely furious, letting out a deafening roar. Player has reached level 20, second transfer task distribution in progress. Distribution successful, slay a monster of second transfer or above. This task was indeed quite unreasonable. It required a player without a second transfer to slay a second transfer monster. Only a profession like Sword God could have such a terrifying task assigned. Su Chen gazed at the giant serpent before him, a hint of killing intent rising in his heart. A second transfer monster was just right for completing the Tower of Heaven task and the second transfer task. Today, I, Su Chen, will step into the second transfer. Even if this giant snake awakens, it will be useless. Su Chen's expression turned icy as he pushed Leah away. Little girl, hide, don't hold me back, Su Chen said coldly, showing no mercy. Leah did not feel that Su Chen was being rough. Instead, she nodded. Okay. She twitched her cat ears and hurriedly fled. Upon seeing the giant serpent, she felt a bone-deep fear and dared not fight, so she understood that leaving was the best choice. This would allow Su Chen to fight with all his might, maximizing his chances of winning. She was filled with anxiety, hoping that Su Chen would definitely win. For the sake of everyone in the village, avenge them. Roar! The giant serpent opened its massive mouth, revealing its forked tongue. Its wide upper and lower jaws seemed capable of swallowing a small house whole. This giant serpent was terrifyingly huge, completely overwhelming Su Chen. Ordinary snakes do not roar, they can only hiss. But this snake, after multiple mutations, could emit a roar-like eerie sound that was extremely chilling. With that roar, all the birds and beasts in the surrounding forest scattered. Within a few miles, all the wild animals fled in panic. The giant serpent charged directly to the corpse of the female mage Wangyu and swallowed her whole in one bite. Its gaping maw even chewed up a large pit in the ground. One can imagine how terrifying the scene was. Su Chen stood tall, his expression unchanged. He drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist and held it in his hand. The Xianfeng sword spun in the air, circling around him. The spirit blade also whirled beside Su Chen. In his left hand, he held the Shadow Flow longsword. For swords were drawn simultaneously, and Su Chen's peak combat stance was unleashed without reservation. The giant serpent roared and charged forward. Its massive, serpentine body was terrifying beyond measure. Stirring up a fierce wind, the howling wind whipped around Su Chen, causing his clothes to flutter. Yet, he did not immediately evade this strike. Instead, he activated his insight eye to examine the data of this colossal monster. Giant venomous python, wilderness boss, level, 26 strength, 401 constitution, 350 agility, 157 spirit, 10 luck, 10 skills, tough skin. Slithering scales, corrosive venom, shedding, hell strangulation. Its level was even higher than that listed in the Tower of Heaven's quest, reaching level 26. The strength attribute had reached a terrifying 401, far surpassing the boss of the novice dungeon, the Blood Lake Guardian. When he fought the Blood Lake Guardian, Su Chen had 3 capable teammates, but now, he was alone. However, Su Chen stood firm, his heart unperturbed. The giant serpent was fearsome, but Su Chen had undergone tremendous growth in strength. He spun and soared into the air. His garments billowed. His figure was ethereal, like a dream, with movements so intricate that his steps resembled a dragonfly skimming the water. It was a seamless display. He soared above the giant serpent's head, raising his hand to unleash 4 swords. Swish, 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 swish. The Xianfeng sword, driven by the sword control skill, pierced through the air. The spirit blade spun, striking at the giant serpent's head. The shadow flow longsword in his left hand entwined with the thunder sword, crackling with electric light as it struck down. Simultaneously, the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right hand also slashed down. 4 swords struck together. They hit the giant serpent's steel-like scales, instantly creating sparks. One can only imagine how hard the serpent's scales were. Su Chen's agility attribute was exceptionally high, nearly 50 points above that of the giant serpent. Thus, evading the serpent's attack was quite simple for him. The giant serpent's furious charge could shatter even large trees, yet it could not touch the hem of Su Chen's clothes. This was the main reason Su Chen focused on agility, because of the high margin for error. If he had prioritized constitution, his vitality would indeed be higher, his physique stronger, making him more resilient, and his defense would be significantly improved. But no matter how high the constitution attribute, one would still take damage. When facing a sufficiently powerful enemy, enduring a single blow, even the highest defense could not withstand it. At such times, only by skillfully dodging could one survive. Su Chen believed that tanking attacks was never the optimal solution. Agility, on the other hand, allowed Su Chen's sword techniques to be more powerful and faster, while also enhancing his ability to evade attacks. It could be said to be a perfect attribute that combined offense and defense. With 200 points in agility, Su Chen could engage in battles beyond his level with such ease. Crack, crack, the 4 swords struck from different angles, landing solidly on the giant serpent's scales. Sparks flew. Su Chen could see with his own eyes the damage marks left by each sword. The layered scales, reflecting a metallic sheen and of considerable thickness, were indeed extremely hard. Under the enhancement of Su Chen's tenfold sword power, they surprisingly did not inflict much damage. The spirit blade caused the least damage, as it was not even a physical sword blade, merely a sword formed by Su Chen's mental energy. Barely slicing through a layer of the serpent's scales, the Xianfeng sword penetrated about 5 centimeters. The shadow flow longsword went in half a meter deep. Together, these 3 swords inflicted a total of 3% damage on the giant serpent. It could be said to be merely a scratch, but the dragon-inlaid broken sword was the strongest. Although this sword had a short blade, resembling a dagger, and only penetrated 10 centimeters, it was extremely sharp. It cut into the giant serpent's scales without any sense of resistance. The damage it caused was also the highest. Just this one strike made the giant serpent lose a full 4% of its health. The giant serpent let out a piercing roar, filled with extreme anger. To it, Su Chen's sword was no more than a toothpick, yet the pain was still very evident. Its serpent head suddenly turned, lunging at Su Chen with a bite. In its eyes, malice flickered. It seemed to believe that this move had already secured Su Chen's defeat. After all, this human had no wings. Without wings meant he couldn't change direction in midair. No matter how agile his movements were on land, they would be meaningless in the air, because one cannot step on air to move. The giant serpent's gaping maw opened wide, like an abyss. It could almost engulf Su Chen entirely. Su Chen could even see its tunnel-like throat leading straight to its stomach, filled with partially digested beast fur, severed limbs, and bones. Su Chen's gaze was sharp. He indeed had no wings, but I have sword control. Su Chen suddenly raised his 2 fingers. The Xianfeng sword flew back from the serpent's scales, abruptly reversing and stopping in mid-air. It hovered right beneath Su Chen's feet. Su Chen's mastery of the sword control skill had become increasingly proficient. He could now even precisely stabilize it in mid-air. Su Chen stepped directly onto the sword's body, using it cleverly for leverage. With a graceful spin, Su Chen suddenly retreated 10 meters. The movement was incredibly swift. Meanwhile, the Xianfeng sword was propelled into the giant serpent's throat by the reaction force of his feet. The giant serpent missed its strike but successfully swallowed the spiritual blade, which instantly vanished. The Xianfeng sword, however, pierced into its body. The serpent's gastric juices could indeed corrode the intangible spiritual blade in an instant, but it could not instantly corrode the Xianfeng sword. Thus, the Xianfeng sword was allowed to rampage violently within it. After dodging the giant serpent's strike, Su Chen landed on the ground. He immediately adjusted his stance, his eyes slightly moving. The Xianfeng sword began to turn and slice within the giant serpent's body. The serpent immediately felt a violent pain churning in its belly. The Xianfeng sword rampaged within it, spinning, moving, and slicing like a meat grinder under the influence of the sword control ability. The giant serpent let out a shrill scream, its head suddenly crashing to the ground. Boom! Dust rose everywhere. Its massive body fell, smashing many trees to pieces. Its eyes were filled with extreme rage. From the moment it was born, it had been enormous. Truly the king of the forest. Countless humans, mutated creatures, beasts, and job changers had perished in its massive jaws. For so many years, it had been continuously devouring. From the flesh and blood, it had absorbed countless nutrients, allowing it to grow so large, winding like a dragon. It was furious. No human had ever dared to harm it like this. Su Chen looked at its pained expression, his gaze calm. The serpent's scales were indeed hard, but its internal defense was still not strong enough. What does it matter how hard the scales are? I will attack your abdomen from the inside, Su Chen coldly thought. In this way, the giant serpent's evolved scales became meaningless. The giant serpent writhed in pain on the ground, its massive body rolling and thrashing wildly. For a moment, dust filled the air within 100 meters, and loud crashes echoed. Wherever the serpent's tail and limbs twisted, all the trees broke and fell, leaving deep ravines on the ground. Su Chen stepped back, watching this scene with cold eyes. At the same time, he was secretly urging the Xianfeng sword to slash violently within the giant serpent's belly. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss, but only the giant serpent knew how uncontrollable that Xianfeng sword was in its abdomen. Su Chen felt it wasn't enough. He raised his hand and activated the Skyfall Sword Tomb skill. A massive stone sword fell from the sky, crashing down. It directly smashed a part of the serpent's body, turning flesh into a bloody mess, and shattering its scales. After all, this was blunt damage, and even iron scales were hard to withstand. Soon, green blood began to flow from the giant serpent's mouth. The giant serpent's health points plummeted wildly, soon dropping below 70%. In the distance, Leah's eyes trembled. She hid behind a boulder, her heart racing. Minggu, he looks so frail. How can he fight such a terrifying giant serpent? A single person could take it on without losing ground. She was both amazed and puzzled. Su Chen's strength surpassed anyone she had ever seen in her life. Even the village chief, who had undergone the second transformation, had perished in the jaws of the giant serpent. Could this big brother be a third transformation master among the human race? She was deeply shocked by Su Chen's power. She focused intently on his combat movements and postures, wanting to learn from them. She also wanted to become strong, so she could protect herself and her friends. At that moment, a seed of desire for strength was planted in her heart. Roar! The giant serpent's roar was deafening. Suddenly, it glared at Su Chen and charged forward. Its massive mouth opened, and from its fangs, it spewed forth putrid, rotting liquid. Two streams of dark green corrosive venom shot towards him like lasers. Once contaminated, it could completely corrode a person's body. Moreover, this snake venom was definitely not an ordinary neurotoxin or blood-circulating toxin, nor was it purely a cytotoxin. These three types of toxins were the main types found in all snakes. In that instant, Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the data on the venom. He knew this was a mixed toxin, combining the characteristics of all three types. It could poison cells and muscle tissue, and even corrode blood. Just a drop on the skin would immediately circulate through the bloodstream, leading to death from the inside out in an instant. He had to avoid this strike. His mind stirred, and a brilliant blue spiritual blade long sword once again coalesced before him. The sword hovered in front of Su Chen, rapidly spinning around its center. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gradually, the sword transformed into a shield like a helicopter blade, deflecting the two streams of venom and slicing all the toxic liquid away to the sides. But the venom was too corrosive. Su Chen's spiritual blade quickly vanished, eroded by the venom. He could only use the wave step to evade, while fleeing and defending. He did not forget to urge the Xianfeng sword to slash inside the giant serpent's belly. The giant serpent let out an angry and painful howl, spraying even more venom. Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly cautious. The giant serpent's health was dropping quickly, but not quickly enough. He could even feel that his Xianfeng sword was gradually being corroded by the giant serpent. The Xianfeng sword was a high-quality golden weapon, indeed very sturdy, made from multiple alloy materials. However, that did not mean it could be soaked in the giant serpent's venom for long. At most, it could hold out for a few minutes, which should be its limit. Once the Xianfeng sword inside the giant serpent's belly was corroded and digested, he would fall into a passive position. He had to kill the giant serpent within this time frame. Su Chen's eyes turned icy as he urged the sword with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Xianfeng sword moved wildly within the giant serpent's body, its sharp blade slicing through flesh like a scavenger. Swimming inside, the sword's edge crisscrossed, and even the serpent's skin began to show wounds, blood spraying out. No, this snake is too large, Su Chen thought to himself. My Xianfeng sword is like a toothpick to it. After moving around inside for so long, I still haven't found a vital spot. Searching for the heart within such a massive serpent was like looking for a needle in the ocean. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its 7 inches. But this giant serpent's heart was neither at 7 inches nor in the chest cavity. It was likely displaced due to mutation. At this rate, he wouldn't have time to kill it. Su Chen also considered driving the Xianfeng sword into its skull to mash the giant serpent's brain, but that was impossible. The giant serpent had a skull that completely encased its brain. The skull was incredibly tough, and the Xianfeng sword couldn't penetrate it at all. Su Chen raised his hand and flicked it. The only organ that can directly access the skull is the eyes. Then I'll attack your eyes, Su Chen said coldly. Whoosh! A broken blade flew out from the sword box behind him. The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword spun out. Whoosh! This long blade, without a hilt, was sharp to the extreme. It shot straight towards the giant snake's eye, guided by Su Chen's will. In that instant, the giant snake suddenly closed its eyes. Its eyelids were covered with a layer of scales, hard as iron. Unfortunately, facing the diamond-grade dragon-inlaid broken sword, how could such thin eyelids resist? The dragon-inlaid broken blade was incredibly precise, piercing through the eyelid and slicing the steel-like snake scales in half. Blood gushed forth. The blade, accompanied by a spray of sparks, pierced through the giant snake's eye. Moreover, this strike dealt a critical hit, causing terrifying damage. It directly reduced the giant snake's health by 20%. Additionally, there was a 200% fire attribute damage bonus. The giant snake's single eye immediately ignited in a raging fire, charring and rotting half of its face. The giant snake was in extreme pain, unable to even spit out its venom. Then, Su Chen controlled the dragon-inlaid blade, driving it straight in, entering the giant snake's brain through its eye. Su Chen intended to use this dragon-inlaid broken blade to directly mash its brain, delivering a fatal blow. In that moment, the giant snake's body convulsed, and its skin suddenly became translucent, as if it had donned a layer of crystalline armor. Its entire body became soft. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Is this shedding skin? This giant snake had a skill called shedding skin. Once it successfully shed its skin, it could not only recover significantly but also elevate its strength to a higher level. At that point, it could even reach level 27 or 28. However, during the shedding process, it was extremely vulnerable. Shedding skin in battle was simply wishful thinking. Did it think it was a snake from the Shao family? The fact that the giant snake chose to shed its skin at this moment indicated that it was truly at its wit's end. With no other options left, Su Chen would never allow it to make a comeback. He held the sword with 2 fingers and pointed at it from a distance. Ding! The dragon-inlaid blade emitted a ringing sound. It directly turned the giant snake's brain matter into a mushy paste. Then it burst out from the center of its forehead, leaving a trail of blood. The giant snake collapsed with a thud. Its health dropped to 1%. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. Brain death did not mean bodily death. The muscles of the giant snake's body were still moving reflexively. Whoosh! That massive snake tail suddenly whipped towards Su Chen. Su Chen inhaled sharply. The giant snake's head was already destroyed, but its muscular body was still alive. Before dying, the giant snake's brain issued its last command, to strangle Su Chen. Thus, its body surged towards Su Chen with a roar. If it managed to bind him, the giant snake would unleash its most powerful skill, Hell Strangulation. At that point, Su Chen would definitely be unable to withstand it. Faced with the giant snake's final desperate strike, Su Chen was indeed a bit surprised. After all, very few creatures could perform such large-scale muscle movements after brain death. This giant snake was truly the strongest beast in the forest. Whether in fighting spirit or muscular strength, it was exceptionally fierce. Its nerves and muscle tissues were still attacking according to the last command from its brain, but Su Chen also felt a twinge of regret. Because he was too agile, the giant snake's strike could never hit him. Hell Strangulation is meaningless. Su Chen sighed. Suddenly, he stepped forward, deftly avoiding the hellish strangulation. But in the next moment, whoosh! The tip of the tail actually pointed at Su Chen and spat out a spray of venom. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This giant snake's tail could also spit poison. It was truly sinister. A mutated species. Indeed, a mutated species. Its methods were strange and deadly. Su Chen's mental energy was nearly exhausted. He was simultaneously wielding 4 swords in battle and using the Lingbo Weibo technique. Even a third transition couldn't withstand such consumption. If Su Chen had used the hidden god step, he would have long since depleted his mental energy. Now, both his mind and muscles were extremely fatigued. Su Chen estimated that he could still use 2 or 3 skills at most. Fortunately, the giant snake was also low on health. Su Chen raised his hand, gripping the Shadow Flow longsword, and activated the reverse sword draw slash. In mid-air, he slashed at the giant snake's tail, avoiding the venom. This strike successfully severed the giant snake's tail. Su Chen raised his hand and pulled the Shenfeng sword from the giant snake's belly from a distance. Whoosh! The black blade burst forth, slicing through the belly and spraying snake blood and corrosive liquid. Flying to Su Chen's side, the giant snake's life value dropped to 0. Kill successful. Congratulations, you have killed a level 26 giant snake. Loot obtained, Giant Snake Venom Fang X2, Giant Snake Scale Armor X1000, Second Transition Snake Gallbladder X1, Giant Snake Venom Testicle X1, Second Transition Task completed. Promoted to Second Transition Sword God. All attributes plus 10, experience gained, 15,020, promoted to level 21. Free attribute points plus 10, talent, original sword body, mythical, effect increased, sword technique power increased, 20 times, sword technique speed increased, 20 times, sword technique proficiency increased, 20 times, reward obtained, 1 lottery spin. Promoted to Second Transition Sword God. Su Chen felt his stamina recovering somewhat, but before he could celebrate his victory, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw a drop of snake blood on his arm. He didn't know when it had splattered on him. This snake blood brought an extremely scalding sensation. Despite all precautions, he had failed to guard against this. The snake's blood actually contained deadly poison. Su Chen had tried his best to avoid contact with the venom and blood, but the giant snake was too large, and the splattered blood was too much to evade completely. He decisively swung his sword, slicing off that piece of skin. He directly dug out part of the flesh, exposing bone. The excruciating pain still pierced through him, and the toxin seemed to have already entered his bloodstream. This toxin was a mixed type, capable of eroding nerves. Su Chen could feel his mental energy rapidly declining. About to hit rock bottom, his muscles began to numb. Su Chen's expression darkened. In that moment, he suddenly noticed that the giant snake's corpse was slowly writhing. Its crystalline skin seemed to be undergoing a transformation. It could shed its skin even in death? Su Chen truly hadn't anticipated this. Creatures unleash infinite potential in the face of death. At this moment, he felt a bit of respect for the giant snake's will to survive. If the shedding succeeded, perhaps this giant snake could be revived? It must be stopped. Su Chen raised his hand and summoned the dragon-inlaid sword back from mid-air, pointing it straight down. The cold blade tip aimed directly at the giant snake's head. This was his last strike before exhausting his mental energy. He had to completely kill this giant snake. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Su Chen. At the same time, there was a murderous intent. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He turned around and found a person standing behind him. It was a thin man in a black robe, wearing a cold smile. His face bore a long scar, making him look extremely ugly. He held a short knife, lunging toward Su Chen's neck. There was actually an assassin? Had he been lurking nearby all along? Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. At this critical moment, his stamina was already insufficient. He was left with only 2 choices. Use the dragon-inlaid sword to slay the giant snake, or fend off the fatal strike from the person behind him. The snake venom had nearly paralyzed his entire body, and Su Chen could not multitask. He could only choose one. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to withstand the man's strike. This was the only choice. Otherwise, if he died, there would be nothing left. He swung the broken sword in his right hand, channeling the Surge Thunder Sword, and intercepted the blow. Boom! Thunder flashed. This sword shattered the man's blade along with it. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was too sharp. The man's expression showed some surprise. After battling such a terrifying beast, you still have the strength to shatter my strike? It seems I've stirred up a tough opponent. He spat, seemingly displeased, but he showed no fear. It was clear that this man's strength was formidable. At the very least, he was much stronger than the previous second-turn assassins from the Zhang family. At this moment, behind Su Chen, the corpse of the giant snake also emitted a series of writhing sounds. It seemed to be on the verge of shedding its skin. The dragon-inlaid sword blade in mid-air, having lost the power of Su Chen's will, began to fall helplessly. Free fall. This strike relied purely on inertia. Its power limited. Given the current situation, this strike would definitely not be able to kill the shedding giant snake's corpse. At that time, it might revive. And now, facing this ruthless enemy, Su Chen had no time to spare. His mental energy could only activate one last skill, with snake venom paralyzing him. Although he had just advanced to the second turn, he had not regained much strength. Su Chen found himself in a very passive situation. Once the giant snake revived, he would be attacked from both sides. And if he killed the giant snake, who would deal with the assassin in front of him? Just at this moment of dilemma, a petite figure burst out from the surrounding dense forest. She stepped forward, her steps light, leaping high. Her delicate hands tightly gripped the dragon-inlaid sword blade in midair. Her hands were instantly drenched in blood. Her face was pained, yet she did not let go. Suddenly descending, she drove the sword blade deep into the giant snake's head. The entire blade was completely embedded. The corpse of the giant snake in the shedding process was utterly subdued. All muscle and nerve activity was completely obliterated. It could no longer shed its skin, dead beyond death. The newcomer was Leah. Her hands were nearly sliced through by the dragon-inlaid sword blade, with cracks even appearing in her bones. After all, there was no hilt. She could only grip the blade with all her might, but she knew this was the only chance. The giant snake had to be completely killed. Otherwise, Su Chen would face great danger, and she would be unable to take revenge. She had long wanted to kill this giant snake that had ravaged her entire village, so she chose to rush out. She no longer wanted to passively flee like she did back then when the village was slaughtered by the giant snake. From today on, she would no longer hide. The giant snake died, turning to ashes. Su Chen felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to make a choice. He could barely use his last skill, just enough to kill one person. Su Chen suddenly turned around and used his insight eye to scan the information of the suddenly appearing man in black robes. Dingpan, level, 27, occupation, disguiser, strength, 30, constitution, 50, agility, 80, spirit, 5, luck, 5, skills, ghostly concealment, veil technique, critical strike, a level 27 disguiser. One skill would be enough. A chilling smile crept across Su Chen's lips. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. In this world, only one person had ever seen such murderous intent, Ren Xiaoman, and this man was the second. I only have one strike left. Looking at the man before him, Su Chen suddenly said. The man, upon hearing this, drew the true blade from his waist. This was his real weapon. Kid, are you begging for mercy? Unfortunately, the reward for this D-level mission is too generous. I must have it. He sneered, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. But you can still be killed. Su Chen's eyes brimmed with overwhelming killing intent. In that instant, the man felt as if his courage was about to shatter. His smile froze in an instant. The next moment, he saw the most terrifying strike. In the distance, Leah was also shaken. Su Chen gripped the dragon-inlaid broken sword and suddenly charged out. His body transformed into a dazzling scar of death. In place, a shadow in a gray robe was left behind. A blood-red long scar cut across the air. Within a few dozen meters, withered branches and fallen leaves were all severed. Leah, witnessing this strike up close, felt her soul tremble. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Even that giant snake had not given her such a sense of oppression. Although this strike was not aimed directly at her, she was merely a bystander. Yet she could still feel that intense killing intent, deep, and filled with penetrating power. It scared her so much that she trembled all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was too terrifying. This sword scar had directly pierced through the man's body. His gaze suddenly froze. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. The god of death's blade, although not a sword technique but a skill of the god of death, was wielded with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. To some extent, it could gain a bit of the original sword body's power enhancement. And the god of death's blade was originally a legendary skill. Even a mere 10% enhancement would be immensely powerful. Not to mention the enhancement from the original sword body. Su Chen estimated that this strike of the God of Death's blade had at least received a fivefold enhancement in power and speed from the original sword body. Su Chen's current level, using the God of Death's blade, was far from the full version's power. It was even less than 1% of the full version. But after the enhancement from the original sword body, it already had a hint of the divine essence from back then. This strike could even kill a third transition. The black-robed man in front felt a wave of fear wash over his soul, as if his name had been written in the death book of the King of Hell. The saying goes, if the King of Hell wants you dead at midnight, who dares to let you live until dawn? He finally felt a chill in his bones, as if the God of Death was staring directly at him. In that moment, he felt his legs trembling. No, I can't. I have to escape. The expression he had maintained with ease finally dissipated. He was very experienced, having killed many people, with combat experience far exceeding that of most job changers. But facing Su Chen's strike, he was truly terrified. No one had ever made him feel such fear from the inside out. Never against opponents, bosses, or beasts. Never. This was the first time. He even lost all fighting spirit, only wanting to flee. But the process was too fast. The moment the thought emerged in his mind, Su Chen's sword had already pierced through his body. That bloody sword scar lingered in the air for a long time. His gaze was dazed as he touched his neck. No wound. He touched his heart. No wound. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had survived a disaster. I'm not dead. He felt his whole body. Finding no wounds, he forced a smile, revealing his yellowed teeth. It should just be a scare tactic. I'm not dead. Behind him, Su Chen remained expressionless. He raised his hand and lightly grasped. The Xianfeng sword flew back, returning to its sheath. The Shadowflow long sword merged into the shadows. He sheathed all his swords because the battle was already over. Ding! The last dragon-inlaid broken sword also returned to its sheath. Behind him, the black-robed man's body suddenly trembled. Blood gushed forth, soaring into the sky. Because this sword was too sharp, and the God of Death's blade was too fast, the wound only revealed itself afterward. In reality, Ding Pan's life value had long reached zero. His body was directly severed in half. His body fell to the ground. His organs shattered. The cut surface smooth as a mirror. The black-robed man breathed his last. Before dying, his eyes still held the joy of having survived a disaster. He didn't even realize he was already dead. Just one sword. One move, killing a full health opponent with residual health. Leah watched this scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. Su Chen single-handedly killed 3 people, then killed the giant snake. Now, he had killed another. After this series of battles, could he still stand tall? Too strong. In her heart, a mix of fear and admiration arose. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling his hands trembling. Under the paralysis of the snake's poison, activating the God of Death's blade was truly too difficult. A stream of nosebleed flowed out. This was the result of forcibly using a skill after exhausting all physical strength. Kill a level 27 player, defeated an enemy of a higher level. Gains 16. 092 experience, loot obtained, 100. 000 Wanzu coins, 500. 000 descending coins. Black crystal dagger, golden quality. Agile cloak, medium golden quality. Keen ring, white silver quality. Tower of Heaven token. Disguiser skill scroll, golden quality. All of this man's equipment belonged to Su Chen. Su Chen immediately spent some money in the descending store, using 50,000 descending coins to purchase a bottle of snake venom antidote. The bottle was in his hand, but before Su Chen could drink it, he felt darkness envelop him and fainted. His body had reached its limit. When Su Chen woke up again, he found himself resting on something soft and cool. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of lively cat ears. A pair of bright, watery eyes was looking down at him. Upon seeing Su Chen awake, her little ears visibly twitched. Leah seemed a bit flustered. Brother Ming, you finally woke up. I didn't know what to do, so I poured that bottle of antidote down your throat. Because you once gave me a healing potion that could heal wounds, I thought your potion would work similarly. So, Su Chen slowly sat up. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had been lying on this girl's lap. I feel much better. Thank you. Oh Su Chen said, patting her head. Her ears twitched again, seemingly enjoying the touch immensely. Su Chen smiled slightly, finding the little girl quite adorable. Should he take her as a disciple? After all, Her talent was decent, and she was also an assassin. If he taught her well, she might become a killing god in this life. The killing god was a legendary profession, just one tier below the sword god. One had to reach the 8th transition to advance to killing god. This unique profession could only have one in the world. In other words, if his disciple became a killing god, there would be no second killing god in the world. This would mean he could limit one of the most powerful combat forces in the world under his command. Preparing for the future. Su Chen hadn't thought about forming a faction yet, but what if he needed to in the future? Su Chen fell into contemplation. If Leah hadn't poured that bottle of antidote down his throat, he might have truly fallen into eternal sleep. She was a good child. Both her talent and character were commendable, but after thinking for a long time, Su Chen ultimately gave up. He believed he didn't have much time to teach. He didn't even have time to level up himself. So he decided against it. How long was I unconscious? Su Chen asked instead. A few hours, I guess. She counted on her fingers. At that moment, Su Chen noticed that there were many bloodstains on her fingers, as well as deep wounds that could be seen down to the bone. It was evident that she was still enduring pain. It was caused by the blade of the dragon-embedded sword. You were very brave back then. Su Chen praised. You helped me a lot, he said seriously. She nodded, her gaze suddenly firm. When a person truly becomes brave, that's when they grow up. That's what the village chief said when I was a child. I know. It's time for me to grow up too. Her eyes sparkled with a desire for strength. She had killed the corpse and the giant snake's shed skin, although she received no rewards or experience. She had been brave once. With the first time, there would be a second. Su Chen bought 2 bottles of healing potions and poured them over her hands. Soon, the wounds began to heal. Then Su Chen started sorting through his loot. He put all of the man's equipment up for auction. After all, it was a dagger, and he wasn't used to using it. All the items combined could sell for several 100,000 descending coins. How could this person have so many good things? Rich. Too rich. It's really strange. Su Chen's expression was serious. What puzzled Su Chen the most was that this man in the black robe actually had 100,000 One Clan coins. This amount was even more than his own. One Clan coins were the only currency that could be used to purchase items in the Wan Realm shop. They had a higher priority than the arrival coins used within the human race. Moreover, they were the only type of currency common to all clans. This meant that half-orcs, orcs, elves, and other races also used One Clan coins as currency. This person actually had 100,000. It was quite terrifying. How could a level 20 person have so much wealth? Su Chen found it a bit strange. Then, Su Chen knocked on the Man's Tower Association token. A virtual screen list appeared. Su Chen was shocked as soon as he looked. This Man's Tower Association token had dozens of completed historical tasks. The list was densely packed. Most of them were low-level tasks rated F, E, or D. How could a person in their 20s complete dozens of tasks? It was simply unbelievable. Then, Su Chen found a notebook among his personal items. This man had a habit of keeping a diary? Su Chen immediately judged that this person was not a decent person. A decent person wouldn't keep a diary. Flipping open the diary, Su Chen finally understood. It turned out that this was not a diary at all. It was a criminal record book. Each page clearly recorded his target subjects. Year X, Month 1, target 19-year-old student. Profession greatsword fighter. His Tower Association task was to kill a poisoned newborn-level vampire. In the wild mountains, very suitable for an ambush. Postscript, success, Year X. Month 12, target 21-year-old job changer. His task was to kill a mutated giant mosquito in the wild mountains. Task reward 40 million One Clan coins. Postscript, success, this June, target 18-year-old student. Su Chen. Key observation target. 10-star talent sword master. Lone wolf taking on a D-level task. The location just happened to be in the wild mountains. Very suitable for an ambush. Su Chen's expression grew serious. It turned out that this black-robed man, Ding Pan, was a criminal who killed indiscriminately. He observed those low-level Tower Association members, followed them to complete tasks. Then, at the last moment of their battle with magical beasts, he would emerge to slay both the person and the magical beast. He would seize the resources while simultaneously completing the task. A typical case of reaping the benefits of others' labor. In a way, this guy was a criminal genius. With such a mindset, it was no wonder he had so many resources and wealth. Su Chen initially thought he was the fourth assassin sent by the Zhang family. Now it seemed that was not the case. This guy had no connection to the Zhang family. He was just a murderer who killed people and intercepted task rewards. He was just unlucky to have been targeted by him. He has killed so many people, the Tower Association in the country must have noticed him. This guy might already be wanted. Su Chen carefully put away his token. If this person was indeed a wanted criminal, then with his token, he could claim the bounty reward. The reward for killing this person might be even more substantial than the task reward for killing the giant snake. It could be considered an extra gain. Su Chen also equipped one of this man's items, the Keen Ring. It could enhance a person's 5 senses and strengthen their perception of battle. A person has 10 fingers, so theoretically, they could wear 10 rings at the same time. But doing so would greatly affect the feel of holding a sword, so Su Chen wouldn't wear too many. He took off the ring that increased strength by 5 points and put it up for auction. This little attribute was of little use to him, but the ring could be sold for some money. Then, Su Chen opened the lottery wheel. Now his source sword body had reached 20 times its power. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. With another round of draws, his strength would rise to a new level. Raffle in progress. The golden pointer spun continuously. Finally, it came to a stop on an epic tier slot. 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma, epic quality, after consumption, randomly increases all attributes. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma. It can increase all attributes, and the values won't be small. The increased attributes will be permanent. It can be said to be the top-tier version of the Strong Essence Pill. The Strong Essence Pill can also enhance attributes, but it is only a golden quality pill. Why? One reason is that its effect is too weak. The most important thing is that it can only take effect once. The 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma, on the other hand, is different. It can be used an unlimited number of times. Moreover, its effect is countless times stronger than the Strong Essence Pill. This means that if you have enough resources and connections, you can obtain multiple 1000-year purple vein Ganodermas and use them to infinitely enhance your attributes. Of course, such a spiritual treasure is priceless, and there are very few in the entire Blue Star. Even if you have money, you can't get them. This is something that can only be dreamed of. Just having one is already a great satisfaction for Su Chen. He swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a scorching power flowed through Su Chen's entire body. He could feel it. His limbs and bones felt as if they were on fire. After a long time, the power was completely absorbed. Successfully absorbed 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma strength. Constitution, agility, spirit, and luck attributes have all been comprehensively enhanced. Su Chen immediately opened his personal profile. Su Chen carrying title, God of Death, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level, 21, 19455/21000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical, unique in the world, strength, 80 constitution, 80 agility, 240 spirit, 150 luck, 90 bloodline, immortal body, A. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, universal sublimation, original sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Death's blade, all hidden, hidden God steps, Eye of Insight surging thunder sword, instant draw slash, sword master, continuous rain sword, sword control, heavenly fallen sword tomb, spirit blade, wave step. All attributes have increased significantly. Su Chen could even clearly feel that his strength had greatly increased. His agility attribute was already far beyond that of ordinary people. Now, his constitution and strength attributes were not weaker than those of warriors of the same level. This was truly terrifying, equivalent to a polymath. Host has been promoted to the second transition. Universal sublimation talent unlocks hidden function. Any dropped loot can be sublimated or indirectly upgraded once. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Originally, only loot dropped in dungeons could be sublimated. But now, it was different. As long as it was dropped loot, it could be upgraded. This talent was originally given by the system. He didn't expect that with the increase in realm, there would be hidden benefits. What level would he reach when he transitioned to the third, fourth, or fifth time? Su Chen couldn't help but feel filled with anticipation. At this moment, another voice echoed in his mind. Proficiency capped. Spirit Blade skill upgraded Spirit Sword, low quality gold, proficiency, 3000/10,000. The power had increased again. With the automatic cultivation talent, Su Chen's skills could be improved at any time. He just had to lie back and wait for the harvest. Then, Su Chen counted all his items. Let's sublimated the loot. he thought. After the luck attribute was enhanced, the effect of the universal sublimation talent also saw some improvement. The probability of items being upgraded to a higher quality was noticeably higher. Giant Serpent Venom Fong Sublimated Corrosive Source, High Quality Platinum, a material that can continuously produce venom, as if it were still alive, can be embedded into equipment to permanently add poison attribute enchantment, and can also be used as material to forge weapons. Giant Serpent Scale Armor Successfully Sublimated. Pattern Scale of the Dragon, Diamond Grade. Low, high-grade forging material. Can be crafted into extraordinary soft armor-type clothing, easily resisting most knife cuts, and even capable of self-healing. With these two items, Su Chen decided to keep them, as they might be useful for crafting equipment in the future. After all, their quality was not low. He then began to refine the second turn Snake Gallbladder. Second turn Snake Gallbladder refinement successful. Ancient Snake Poison Gallbladder, Epic Grade. Low, dark green, deep, and crystal clear. The gallbladder of the wild snake dispels 1,000 poisons high-level detoxification material, requiring only a drop of juice to eliminate most toxins in the body, granting you a high-level immunity to toxins for a short period. If swallowed whole, it can instantly neutralize all poisons in the world. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Among all the items, the refinement of this ancient snake poison gallbladder was the most surprising to him. It had actually reached the epic level. This was the first epic item he had obtained. A drop of juice can detoxify, which means it can be reused. If swallowed whole, it can 100% neutralize all poisons in the world. An absolute life-saving artifact. Su Chen held the dark gallbladder in his hand. Feeling a surge of excitement, he raised it to his mouth and squeezed out a drop. The dark green gall juice, as clear as jade, slid down his throat, smooth and cool, and bitter, extremely bitter. It was indeed gall juice. Even Su Chen, with his high tolerance, almost vomited, but after enduring it, a calm comfort washed over him. All the heat and toxins in his body were completely cleared. With a tranquil heart, Su Chen's gaze became very serene. In his haste, the detoxification potion he bought from the shop was not of high grade, so there might still be some residual toxins in his body. But after swallowing this gall juice, he no longer had to worry. He was determined to keep this snake gallbladder for himself. He wouldn't put it up for auction. This thing could save his life in a critical moment. He continued to refine other spoils. Su Chen had basically refined all the items from the black-robed man Dingpan that could be refined. Notably, there was a skill scroll among them. Impersonator Skill Scroll, Gold Grade. High, Refinement Successful. Blood Surge Stab, Impersonator Skill Scroll, Platinum Grade. Low, Required Level, 20. A stabbing type knife technique that increases critical hit rate when using a dagger. Upon hitting, the enemy will bleed continuously, making it difficult to stop the wound, causing extremely high damage. Su Chen was not an impersonator, so he could not use the skill scroll. He put it away for himself. What he needed, he would keep. What he didn't need, he planned to put up for auction. The black-robed man Dingpan had a lot of wealth, roughly estimating. Once everything was sold, Su Chen would be able to obtain around 1 million arrival coins. 1 million arrival coins, converted into 10,000 ethnic coins, would still be 100,000. That was a considerable sum. Enough for any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom to live comfortably for the rest of their life. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he opened the ethnic shop. With Dingpan's money added, he now had a total of 170,000 ethnic coins in his account. Among his peers, he was already quite wealthy. Su Chen initially wanted to exchange for something, but after browsing for a moment, he ultimately closed the shop panel. His ambitions were too great. He no longer wanted low-grade bloodlines or talents. Ordinary items hardly caught his eye. At the very least, he wanted items above B-grade, and B-grade items required at least 500,000 ethnic coins. He would need to save for a while before he could afford them. At this moment, Su Chen stood up and glanced at the little girl. "Leah, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Leah, whose bright eyes had been shining, visibly dimmed a little. Her cat ears twitched slightly. Okay. She understood that they would eventually part ways. After all, they were not of the same race. She did not try to keep him. But, Brother Su Chen, I have one more question before you go. Leah walked up to Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is it? Su Chen carried a long sword on his back, his gray robe making him look thin. He was very patient with this girl. Ming-ge, why are you so strong? Leah asked straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Su-chen merely smiled slightly. In his past life, he was a god of slaughter. In this life, he was a god of swords. He was considered a half-godly powerhouse. Should he share this secret with you? Impossible. Even with Ji Yao, Su-chen would not reveal it. Persevere. Su-chen pondered for a moment and simply said 2 words. In fact, he himself didn't quite believe this answer. Persevere? There were too few things that could be changed by perseverance. Talent was enough to crush everything. A waste with 1-star talent, no matter how hard they tried, could never compete with a 10-star genius. An orphan without family power could never compete on the same stage as the young masters of those big families. This world was constructed that way. But one still had to persevere. Even if hope was distant, even if the probability was minuscule, one still had to persevere. Because as long as one persevered, there would be hope. And without perseverance, there would be no possibility at all. This was the extreme of possibility and impossibility. In his past life, even when forced to death, Su-chen refused to hand over the reverse path divine ring, choosing to burn with them. So he was reborn. This was the reward that perseverance gave him. Su-chen chose to share this experience with her. Perhaps these 2 insignificant words could not bring her immediate results. But upon hearing these 2 words, she nodded seriously, as if she had firmly etched them in her heart. If she were human, she would surely think that Su-chen was just brushing her off. And Su-chen indeed thought so. But for a naturally pure half-beast, there were no convoluted thoughts. Leah naturally took these 2 words as Su-chen's true answer. And this was her advantage. Leah felt it was somewhat profound, her gaze was serious, yet she still seemed to understand only partially. She knew that perhaps it would take her many years to truly understand what perseverance meant. Once, when her village was slaughtered, she was homeless, living in a daze every day. But now, she had a direction to move forward. No longer lost. I understand. I will strive towards the direction you mentioned. Her cat ears twitched slightly, as if she was invigorated, standing up straight. Lastly, I have one thing to ask. Then, she suddenly bowed deeply. Brother Su-chen, please take me as your disciple. I want to become as strong as you and learn your skills, especially that sword you used to slay the black-robed human. It was so cool. As she spoke, she seemed to be drooling. It was as if it were not a technique, but some kind of delicacy. Su-chen smiled lightly upon hearing this. Take you as a disciple? Sure, but I must remind you, humans are very evil. We eat all kinds of creatures. Su-chen's smile grew increasingly sinister, like a demon drawing closer. The sense of oppression became stronger, making Leah shiver. Ming-ge, don't scare me. She was a bit frightened, but Su-chen was serious. I'm not joking. Humans are terrifying. We eat half-beasts. Half-beasts like you are the ones we humans like to eat the most. I can name dishes like fragrant braised duck neck, crispy cat ears, roasted hawk legs, and spiced chicken feet. As she listened to these dish names, the bloody production process flashed in Leah's mind. She was so scared her eyes turned red. It was simply terrifying. The giant snake-killing half-beast villagers also swallowed them whole. How could they be made into dishes? It was too frightening. Then I don't want to be your disciple anymore. It's too scary. I don't want to go to the human world. The forest is more suitable for me. Her words were tinged with a sobbing tone. Su-chen's smile faded, but he was secretly delighted. Teasing this little girl was too much fun. However, what he said was indeed a mix of truth and falsehood. In the human world, half-orcs are not well received. If he were to bring her back, she would undoubtedly face disdain from all sides, leading to a lot of trouble. Moreover, there are indeed perverts among humans who enjoy eating half-orcs. Although they are extremely rare, they do exist. If he brought her back, her worldview would surely collapse, tarnishing her pure heart. Su-chen didn't want to attract so much trouble, so he used this method to scare her off. However, Su-chen was not completely heartless. He took out the disguise scroll from his personal space. At the same time, he also retrieved the black crystal dagger from the man in black. I can't be your master for now, he said, but I will give you this skill scroll and dagger. Leah had killed the corpse and the giant snake's shed skin, indirectly saving her own life. She deserved some recognition. He couldn't just brush it off because she was innocent. Besides, this could also be considered an investment. The principal of his school had once given him a powerful marrow pill and a set of snakeskin black clothing. That was the principal's investment in him. Now that he had resources, why couldn't he invest as well? Su Chen had become an investor. Leah was a good seedling. If she could become a high-level assassin in the future, she would be a strong asset for him. That would be his cause. It could be seen as a gamble. The black crystal dagger was originally of high-quality gold. Now, it had been upgraded by Su Chen to mid-quality platinum. Its new name was the Silent Stone Dagger. Moreover, it had no level restrictions. Leah took it and scanned it. Platinum. Platinum level. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Chen nodded. That's right. This dagger is very sharp, so be careful when using it. And this scroll requires a level of 20 and the ability to disguise oneself to cultivate. If you can reach the second transition, you can change your job to a disguise artist. If you can learn this skill, it means you have truly learned to persevere. At that time, perhaps we can meet again. Su Chen paused, uncertain if they would meet again, but Leah completely trusted Su Chen's words. She tightly held the scroll and the black dagger, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, okay, I will definitely persevere and make you, Ming-gu, see me in a new light. I want to become stronger and be your disciple. She was very excited. Looking up at the sky, the rain had cleared, and the sunlight poured down, warm and pleasant. When she looked again, the thin young man in the gray robe had disappeared without a trace. In the forest, she was left alone. She stood there, her gaze lost in thought. She put away the scroll and drew the dagger. Now, what should I do? She felt a bit lonely and desolate. The mentality of a half-orc is no different from that of a human, so she also felt boredom and loneliness. But she was an optimist and quickly cheered up. Moreover, she was already very familiar with life in the forest. This was the best place for her to grow. Let's hunt beasts to level up, she resolved. Then, she began her journey of leveling up. With the silent stone dagger in hand, hunting beasts became remarkably efficient. No one knew that she actually persisted in leveling up alone in the forest for a whole year, nearly traversing all the surrounding forests. As a result, all the beasts in the vicinity were terrified at the sight of her. A new beast king was about to be born here. Su Chen teleported back to the Tower Association. Arriving at the mission hall, there were hardly any people left. After all, the influx of newcomers had passed, and the flow of people had returned to normal. Just right. It's convenient to turn in the mission, Su Chen thought coldly. It's a pity that the air isn't as fresh as in the forest, he mused. Then he focused his mind, consuming some mental energy to heal all the wounds on his body, activating the self-healing factor in his bloodline. When he was poisoned by the snake, he had sliced off a piece of flesh from his elbow, and now the flesh there was healing at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, it was completely restored. The power of his blood vessels operated autonomously at all times, but actively stimulating it would speed up the healing process. The gray robe of the Shadow Sword set had strong defensive capabilities. The only drawback was that it did not provide full coverage, so he still had injuries. However, much of the venom and blood was blocked by the Shadow Sword cloak. That was why Su Chen's injuries were so light. It was also thanks to this platinum-grade equipment. If it had been an ordinary set, it would have been easily corroded by the snake venom. He then quickly walked towards the mission hall. Arriving at the window where he had accepted the mission, Su Chen's expression was calm. I want to handle some business, he said. In the hall, there were still some player teams lingering, scattered about. The people around slowly turned to look at him. That person is Su Chen? The Swordmaster Su Chen from Xinjing City, with a 10-star talent, a recent figure of great interest. I heard he accepted a D-level mission, and if he completes it, he will become a platinum-level hunter? Yes, absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Several small teams whispered among themselves. A 10-star talent, regardless of the strength of the profession, was an extremely rare genius. Therefore, Su Chen's name was known not only in Xianjing City but also among newcomers throughout the entire Zhongchuan province. Everyone was somewhat surprised. A newcomer dared to take on a D-level mission, and it seemed he didn't even have a team, he was a lone wolf. It was indeed a bit arrogant. This young handsome guy seems to overestimate his own strength a bit. Although a 10-star talent is strong, a D-level mission requires dealing with second transformation monsters. It's still too difficult. A female player with a hot figure, dressed in black velvet stockings, said from a distance, her gaze playful and meaningful as she looked at Su Chen. Her words drew a chorus of agreement. Miss Mo makes a very valid point. I also think so. Indeed. People nodded, their expressions serious. He wants to rise to the top and directly become a platinum-level hunter. He is very ambitious. I must admit, I admire him. A young man in white with a cold gaze said. I look forward to him leaving a significant mark in the history of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. As he spoke, a hint of hidden seriousness appeared in his eyes. Perhaps one day, he would also have a battle with Su Chen. He actually did not want internal strife, he only wanted to slay the demon race and beastmen, expanding the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. His ambition was to lead the entire human race to strength. He wanted to protect all the weak, but he knew that resources were limited. The human race was caught in the cracks of the struggle among the myriad races, and their situation was not good. The Dragon Kingdom also had few resources. Among geniuses, to become stronger, one needed to constantly fight and seize resources. It might not be a life and death battle, perhaps it was just a fight in some grand competition, but it would inevitably happen. He did not wish to lose. Mo Mei looked at him, smiled slightly, her eyes filled with unrestrained charm. Shen Bai, you jest. With your strength, I wouldn't last a few moves. Su Chen was able to level up to 16 in the novice dungeon, and while he certainly has his own means, his strength is not weak. This achievement is truly unprecedented. But leveling up quickly does not mean strong combat power. Profession is the foundation of everything. The Sword Master, in the early stages, is simply worlds apart from your exorcist in terms of combat power. She exuded a faint fragrance, possessing an innate charm. She was also a 7-star genius, and her family's influence was very powerful. However, there was a hint of her actively showing weakness to Shen Bai in her words, yet no one around refuted or was surprised. Because Shen Bai's talent was indeed terrifying, well known to all. Even without Mo Mei saying it, everyone knew she could not defeat Shen Bai. He deserved it. A 10-star exorcist, with that talent and profession, could easily push through in the early stages. In front of Nakagawa, all geniuses dimmed in comparison. Provincial champion level. When Shen Bai heard her words, he merely maintained a blank expression. He couldn't be bothered to respond. His gaze was as hard as iron. And at that moment, he was deep in thought. Opportunity? How ridiculous. Mo Mei, a member of a high and mighty family, truly loved to look down on others. She had never experienced hardship, her life was all arranged by her family. How could she possibly understand how difficult it is for an ordinary person to rise up? That Su Chen, an orphan without a family, managed to reach level 16 in the novice dungeon. What kind of perseverance, effort, and suffering did it take to achieve such a feat? Of course, there was opportunity, but it wasn't solely reliant on it. Although Shen Bai was the strongest person here, he was also the one who least underestimated Su Chen. Shen Bai and Su Chen were so similar that he felt a sense of kinship. It was this calmness, caution, and keen insight into the situation, combined with talent, that made him who he was. Shen Bai, he possessed an extreme level of calmness and clarity. His insight into everything was far sharper than that of his peers. Mo Mei's smile was alluring as she spoke slowly. Jian Su Chen, although he is handsome, whether he is just a pretty face still needs time to prove. You don't have to be in such a hurry to see him as a rival. Shen Bai, you have many enemies now, you should focus on the present. If it really doesn't work out, come to my family, I can shelter you for a few days. Ha ha. She leaned closer, humorously addressing Shen Bai. In the novice dungeon, Shen Bai had killed many monsters, but he had also provoked many young masters from prominent families. Those young masters liked to seize resources and spoils from ordinary newcomers. Shen Bai, with his righteous spirit, had stopped them all. So now, he was surrounded by enemies, yet he had no backing. He was like someone walking on the edge of an abyss. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. However, when faced with the olive branch thrown by Mo Mei, the young lady of the Mo family, Shen Bai completely ignored her. His expression was cold as he left alone. He was a lone wolf. His real name was Shinichi, because he often wore white clothes. He was also called Shen Bai. He had no family and came from the slums. He spent the first half of his life begging, barely surviving in the sewers. At the age of 10, he watched his mother die of illness because they had no money. Now, he shone brilliantly. Having endured much hardship, he had experienced it all. Therefore, He understood best how painful life was for those at the bottom of society. So, after awakening as a genius, his ideal was to help the weakest. TSK, so unromantic. Imome watched his departing figure and smiled faintly. Then so be it. After all, I still have a handsome guy. Saying this, she looked at Su-chan from a distance, her gaze akin to that of a predator admiring its prey. The people around her wore serious expressions, also gazing at Su-chan. I guess he must be here to withdraw a quest. Let's see how things develop. If Su-chan's withdrawal is rejected, we might be able to befriend him and successfully form a team. Right. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to have a top-tier genius friend. Some newcomers from the Tower Association whispered. Every year, only the top performers in the novice dungeon had the qualification to join the Tower Association. So everyone here was a genius. But even among geniuses, there were differences. Su-chan, with his 10-star talent, stood out among the crowd and was clearly worth their effort to win over. Although he had accepted a D-level quest and was bound to fail, people did not mock him. After all, he was a 10-star sword master, ranked first in the novice dungeon numbered 144. Once his strength was revealed, no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, Su-chan was very strong. What people feared most was that it was said Su-chan had reached level 16 in the novice dungeon. Yes, level 16. This achievement makes Su-chan the first person in the Dragon Kingdom throughout history. The high-ranking officials in Xianjing City have done their best to keep the news about Su-chan under wraps to protect this promising talent. However, there are too many players in the dungeon, and everyone can see the rankings, so Su-chan's results cannot be completely concealed. Soon, like wildfire, the news spread across the country. Among the younger generation of prodigies, it became widely known. Since the awakening day arrived, no one has been able to reach such a high level in the novice dungeon. Historically, there have been many 10-star geniuses, and they could only reach around level 12 in the novice dungeon on average. This year has seen a surge of talent, and one of the strongest prodigies, Shinbai, only reached level 14, yet Su-chan achieved level 16. Regardless of the strength of his profession, everyone had to regard him with some caution. However, no one believed he could complete a D-level task. After all, D-level tasks are indeed too difficult. Second transformation monsters, after all, are above level 20. Monsters' attributes are inherently higher than those of humans. The significant gap in levels and attributes cannot be compensated for by talent. I suspect he's here to withdraw from the task. Me too, people speculated, stroking their chins. In fact, many attributed Su-chan's ability to reach level 16 to luck. The term luck is quite clever. All unexpected events in the world can be explained by luck. In the dungeon, there are indeed extremely rare treasures that can appear. Once encountered, they can rapidly enhance a person's strength. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a student who obtained a sky-cutting grass in the novice dungeon, an epic-level sword forging material, and after selling it, he was set for life. 50 years ago, there was a newcomer who ate a fruit in the novice dungeon, directly increasing by 3 levels, and with a 5-star talent, reached level 7, ranking 8th in the dungeon. Even more astonishing, some obtained certain treasures in the novice dungeon that enhanced their star-level talent attributes. These are all documented historical facts. Therefore, although Su-chan reaching level 16 has made history, no one believes that his strength is particularly formidable. It might just be due to luck, right? If you say that luck is also a part of strength, that's another matter. Purely in terms of actual combat power, people are more inclined to regard Su-chan as a prodigy slightly stronger than an ordinary genius, placing him in the upper middle tier of geniuses. He might be on par with Mo Mei and Zhang Tang, or even stronger, but still a bit behind Shinbai. And even Shinbai wouldn't dare to say he could solo a D-level task monster. Su-chan? Even less so. Indeed, there are no useless professions, only useless job changers. This saying holds true. Occasionally, there are geniuses who can unleash powerful combat capabilities from seemingly weak professions. They believe Su-chan is indeed one of those people, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach level 16 solely by luck. But no matter how one plays their profession, they cannot break through the shackles of level disparity. Overall, people still view this matter pessimistically. D-level task monsters are not something a novice can defeat alone. Su-chan's hearing was very sharp, and he caught all the conversations around him. But he remained calm, having lived 2 lives. he was no longer swayed by such matters. In his heart, he only had his own goals. "I want to handle some business," he said quietly, gazing steadily at the female clerk in front of him, his expression calm and composed. The female clerk recognized Su Chen, this very familiar face. Her expression immediately turned a bit cold. "TSK, isn't he that 10-star sword master from Xinjing?" He probably realized the D-level task was too difficult and came to withdraw it, right? Every year, there are such naive newcomers who ambitiously take on high-level tasks, only to find they can't complete them and come back to withdraw, hoping to switch to lower-level tasks. She had seen this many times. Unfortunately, the rules do not allow for that. Once an initial task is accepted, it cannot be changed. If you cannot complete the initial membership task, then you can never officially join the Tower Association. It can be said that Su Chen has dug a pit for himself. She could only watch helplessly. At this moment, she was completely in a mindset of watching a joke unfold with Su Chen, but on the surface, she would not show it. After all, this was work. Moreover, even if Su Chen temporarily could not complete this task, it would not hinder his future rise. He was a 10-star genius. His future was limitless. She was smart enough not to casually provoke a future powerhouse. She merely maintained a cold expression and said, "Sorry, once the task is accepted, it cannot be withdrawn." Su Chen's expression was calm, his voice very restrained. "May I ask?" He then raised an eyebrow. "Who told you I wanted to withdraw the task?" His voice was icy. His tone was full of strength, echoing throughout the hall. Although he did not deliberately shout in anger, his unflappable voice resonated with authority at that moment. Upon hearing this, the female staff member's expression clearly froze for a moment. Then, she was secretly astonished. How could this Su Chen be so confident? Could it be that he really completed a D-level task? For a moment, various thoughts flashed through her eyes. It shouldn't be possible, right? She still dared not believe it, murmuring to herself, even if Su Chen could complete it, he must be relying on the power behind him. Anyway, she believed her judgment would not be wrong. But regardless of how Su Chen completed the task, it had nothing to do with her. She was only responsible for following the rules. "Alright, since you claim to have completed the Tower Association task, then show me your token, and I will check. If there is indeed a record, I will give you the task reward," the female staff member said with a serious expression. Su Chen slowly took out a dull-colored token. Upon seeing this token, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on her face. No matter how professional she was, she could not hold it in. A dull-colored Tower Association token. The 3 characters Tower Association on it did not glow with golden light. This type of token only had 2 possibilities. One was that the holder was already dead. The second possibility was that the other party had not yet completed the initial task. Once the initial task was completed, the Tower Association token would immediately light up. Therefore, it was clear that Su Chen had not completed the task. She felt extremely displeased, even retracting her professional smile. She believed Su Chen was toying with her. "Sorry, your token is still gray, the task has not been completed." She said it succinctly without further ado. She deliberately raised her voice so that everyone around could hear. The other newcomers in the hall all nodded secretly, showing no surprise. As expected, I guessed he hadn't completed the task. He even said he wasn't here to withdraw the task. He really is too proud for his own good. TSK. I feel embarrassed for him. Let's see how he ends up. Someone chuckled from a distance, watching the interaction between Su Chen and the staff member with interest. Seeing someone I once admired make such a fool of himself is truly unfortunate. A female player blushed slightly, feeling a bit sad. Su Chen was handsome and talented, naturally having many admirers among the younger generation. Su Chen was deaf to everything. He stared at the staff member and slammed the token heavily on the table. The sound was crisp. "Miss, it seems you misunderstood. This is not my token," he said calmly. The female staff member thought he was just being mysterious, but Su Chen's next words left her stunned. "It is a bounty token." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall stiffened. Anyone with even a slight understanding knew what a bounty token meant. Bounty tasks were extremely difficult to complete. They were usually assigned to ruthless murderers, and their levels were not low. Su Chen remained completely composed. He was fully aware of all the rules of the Tower Association. He knew a rule that very few people were aware of. Besides completing the initial task, There was another situation that could activate the qualifications for the Tower Association. That was to complete a bounty task. Moreover, there were no restrictions on the rank. The man in the black robe, Ding Pan, as a professional killer adept at intercepting targets, indeed had a bounty, which Su Chen had already checked beforehand. Furthermore, he was heavily in debt with blood, having killed dozens of people. His bounty rank was very high. By using his bounty task as the initial task, Su Chen could elevate his initial hunter rank beyond the original. This was equivalent to a hidden option. Ding Pan's bounty rank was C. Su Chen was very clear. Once he submitted Ding Pan's bounty task as his initial task, he would directly ascend to the diamond-level hunter. An 18-year-old newcomer. A diamond-level hunter. What a terrifying title. The highest rank task that an ordinary newcomer could accept was D, meaning at most platinum level. However, by completing a bounty task, a rare hidden option, Su Chen would successfully rise to diamond level. This was an absolute significant lead, because once the hunter rank was determined, it was very difficult to ascend. Suppose you completed an E-level initial task and were classified as a gold-level hunter. Then even if you completed 3 D-level tasks afterward, you might not necessarily be promoted to platinum level. Only if the initial task was D could you directly ascend to platinum level. This highlighted the importance of the initial task and the significance of ranking. The starting high or low of the Tower Association level represented 2 fates. Once Su Chen ranked as diamond, he would no longer need to take on low-level tasks and struggle at the bottom. He would have the right to enjoy more benefits and privileges, so he chose to submit the bounty task as his initial task first. Then he would submit the task of killing the giant snake to receive the normal reward. This way, he could maximize his benefits. Su Chen's move truly astonished everyone, especially the female clerk. A look of extreme shock surged in her eyes. She had worked here for over a decade and had never heard of such a precedent. She didn't even know there was such a rule. A bounty task could actually replace the initial task to complete the ranking. But Su Chen's determined gaze made her hesitate to refute immediately. At that moment, her eyes also caught sight of the Tower Association token hanging at Su Chen's waist. The token, covered by his clothing, was indeed Su Chen's own Tower Association token, and at that moment, the golden characters on the token had already lit up. It meant it had been activated. He really had 2 tokens. Moreover, the one at his waist had been activated. This indicated that he had completed that D-level task, just not submitted it yet. The Tower Association token was extremely important, symbolizing a person's identity in life. No one would easily hand it over. The fact that Su Chen could possess it indicated that he had indeed killed a wanted criminal of the Tower Association. This fact stirred up a storm in her heart. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but under the immense shock, her lips seemed pressed down, making it hard to speak for a long time. I need to consult with the higher-ups, she said, leaving her position. No one saw that her face had turned somewhat pale. She had never handled such business before. After a while, she returned with a middle-aged man. This man, dressed in a black robe, had an air of authority. He was clearly a high-ranking official of the Tower Association, similar to an experienced position. He stood with his hands behind his back and walked over quickly. Is it him? The man pointed at Su Chen and asked the female clerk. Yes, she nodded. This newcomer, I heard you want to use a bounty task as an initial task to complete the ranking? He approached Su Chen, standing behind the glass, his brow slightly furrowed, and said. Su Chen nodded. The man picked up Ding Pan's token from the window. The token had already dimmed, indicating that its owner was dead. However, after scanning it, Ding Pan's personal information still appeared. Indeed, he is a wanted criminal. Ding Pan, absolutely certain. Moreover, this is a C-level bounty. The task reward is a low-grade diamond treasure, the fortune fruit, and 50,000 universal coins. If Su Chen submits this task as an initial task, he will be able to obtain the position of a diamond-level hunter, a guaranteed leap to success. In our Tower Association, although we have this rule, it has never been enforced. This is truly the first time. The middle-aged man's expression was serious as he stroked his chin. In the many years since the establishment of the Tower Hunter Association, this was the first time. Setting this rule was merely to encourage newcomers to act bravely and to hinder wanted criminals. Actually killing a wanted criminal? No one expected that. After all, It is almost impossible for newcomers to kill bounty criminals. Every person on the wanted list is a ruthless and violent maniac. Each one is an experienced criminal expert. To some extent, it can be said that those criminals are more dangerous than mutated beasts. The middle-aged man had worked here for 30 years, and he had never thought that there would really be a day when this rule would be enforced. Su Chen's expression was calm, and he smiled faintly. In any case, a rule is a rule. I would appreciate it if you could assist me, he said. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he hesitated for a moment. Although he had the authority, this was indeed the first time. After pondering for a long time, he finally replied, "All right, after all, as Su Chen said, a rule is a rule." He had to help Su Chen, or it would be dereliction of duty. He raised his hand and waved. Then, a virtual screen appeared before him. Hunter, Su Chen, submit bounty task, hunt criminal Ding Pan sea level. Since this is an initial submission task, level completion is confirmed. Promoted to Diamond Level Hunter. Reward, 50,000 Universal Coins. Fortune Fruit, Low-Grade Diamond, X1. Following that, without pausing, Su Chen took out his token. I also want to submit this D-level task. The man nodded and tapped his finger. The screen changed. Submit hunt task. Exterminate Python King D. Reward, 10,000 Universal Coins. Random Platinum Skill Scroll X1. After consecutively submitting 2 tasks, all the task rewards flowed into Su Chen's personal account. Subsequently, his personal Tower Association token suddenly changed in material. From its original dull gray color resembling wood and iron, it transformed into a semi-transparent, crystal-like diamond token. The characters on it flickered with a deep blue glow. It looked noble and exquisite. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall was astonished. Diamond level. Someone looked bewildered. Then they reacted. Oh my god, Su Chen has been rated as diamond level. What on earth happened? Everyone was a bit frantic. Just a second ago, they were feeling embarrassed for Su Chen. The next second, their hearts were filled with shock. All the members of the idol teams looked over in astonishment. When they heard the words of the Tower Association's senior staff, they were utterly shocked. What's going on? It's too far away. I can't hear the specific details of Su Chen and the staff's conversation. How did he suddenly get rated as diamond? Could it be that he completed the D-level task? But that doesn't make sense. The D-level task is rated platinum, so how the hell is he diamond? He didn't go through the back door, did he? Or bribe the staff? People's shocked eyes were trembling. What nonsense are you talking about? The Tower Hunter Association is officially established by the Dragon Kingdom, with extremely strict supervision, and even has supreme rules involved. How could he go through the back door? Then, how did he get rated as diamond? In an instant, a huge question mark echoed in everyone's hearts. Among them, the most shocked was Moma. She had always been calm and composed. Her family had immense power, and she had seen various strong individuals and treasures since childhood. Very few things could astonish her like this. But today, she too was stunned, her eyes wide, her heart filled with shock. No, it can't be. Her voice was extremely low, murmuring in shock. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Su Chen was filled with disbelief. Even the newcomers she considered the strongest this year, Shen Bai, could not possibly be ranked at the platinum level. Yet Su Chen was directly classified as diamond. This almost reshaped her worldview. Even the well-informed Moma was still shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary members of the Tower Association team. They stared at Su Chen, dumbfounded. Su Chen seemed not to hear their exclamations and turned to leave alone. He walked through the loose crowd without stopping. His gaze remained incredibly calm, because everything was within his expectations. Thus, he could remain unflustered forever. Someone waved at him, greeting him, trying to get close, but Su Chen ignored them all. Cattle and sheep gather in herds, while wolves are always solitary. At that moment, a girl dressed in black velvet stepped forward and stood before Su Chen. It was Moma. Her figure was stunning, and she showed off her impressive physique without any reservations. Ordinary men would have to take a second glance, but Su Chen's gaze remained icy. Su Chen, how did you get classified as a diamond hunter? She was genuinely curious and couldn't help but ask. Su Chen's expression was flat as he replied, "Do we know each other?" His tone was commanding. Moma had always felt she could take the initiative in conversations. This was the first time she felt suppressed. Her smile became somewhat stiff. "We don't know each other," she said slowly. but I can offer you 100,000 arrival coins to buy this information. Are you willing to share? She stepped closer, wearing her signature seductive smile. Sensing the faint fragrance emanating from her, Su Chen frowned slightly. 100,000 arrival coins was small change for him now, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. I can tell you. But first, transfer the money. Su Chen smiled slightly as he spoke. Mo sneered inwardly, not expecting him to be a money lover. There are 3 types of men in the world: those who love money, those who love women, and those who love power. She could satisfy any of them. In other words, as long as she wanted, she believed she could manipulate any man in the world. Even Shinbai, who seemed so heartless, she knew was just a mask. As long as she could shatter his mask, she could still control him. And Su Chen, who seemed to have depth, was still unable to escape the temptation of wealth. Very well, she said with a smile. She immediately transferred the money to Su Chen. Go ahead. Seeing her expression, Su Chen knew she was just another self-proclaimed clever young lady. He didn't expose her. He took the money, and she satisfied her curiosity. Both parties were happy. As for how she viewed him internally, Su Chen didn't care. I completed a bounty task. It's that simple. After saying this, Su Chen quickly left. Before long, his figure disappeared from the scene. Mo Mei, upon hearing this, had a serious expression. A bounty task? She had already heard that Su Chen had submitted a bounty token, but now that she heard Su Chen say it himself, she dared to confirm it. I didn't expect the Tower Association had this rule. No one in my family ever told me. How could she know that even the largest families found it difficult to help a young genius complete a bounty task as an initial task for special submission? Even Zhang Tang didn't have that privilege, because it was something that could be encountered but not sought. Every criminal with a bounty was vicious and powerful. Each had their own means of survival and hiding. To kill them often required a huge price. And most importantly, you couldn't even find them. The world is vast. The entire blue star. Countless instances. Trying to hunt down a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And for low-level bounty criminals, like D-level bounties, chasing them down was less effective than completing the highest specification D-level tasks. So no one had ever used this rule. Only Su Chen. She turned her head to look, wanting to ask something more. But Su Chen's figure had already disappeared. Such a poor boy. Yet he didn't come to curry favor with her? She frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Why are they all so cold? Just like Shinbai. These 2 handsome younger brothers. Do they think they're really cool? Her expression was icy, her eyes slightly narrowed. There was a hint of amusement in her gaze, as if she had taken an interest. But at the same time, she felt a bit stubborn. Throughout her life, which man had not flocked to her? Being so indifferent only ignited her competitive spirit even more. There's a saying that goes, what you can't have is always restless. So in her heart, she felt a special desire to control Shinbai and Su Chen. Wanting to toy with them, she brushed her hair back, gazing at the horizon, and licked her lips. This year's talented peers are really interesting. Su Chen was walking on the streets within the world of the Tower of Heaven. I need to find a place to rest and deal with my spoils, Su Chen murmured. Soon, he found an inn named Under the Fat Goose Inn. The owner was indeed a half-beastman, sporting the head of an old goose, with a long duck bill, but a human body. He was dressed in a suit. Hello, may I ask what suite you would like to book? The man spoke with a serious expression, his voice very pleasant to hear. But Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He never expected to encounter a half-beastman in the Tower of Heaven world. A regular refuge room, Su Chen said, transferring 30,000 arrival coins. That's right, 1 room for 1 night costs 30,000 arrival coins. The land in the Tower of Heaven world is extremely expensive. Living here is naturally very costly. Being charged 10,000 ethnic coins is already quite good. The most important thing is that the Tower of Heaven world is almost absolutely safe. There are very few places in the world that can be considered absolutely safe. Su Chen had just killed a few of Zhang Tang's subordinates, which might have already drawn attention. He had to be cautious about his safety, so he chose this place. Soon, the fat goose led Su Chen to a room. Refuge room, specially designed for customers with privacy and safety needs. Please rest well. No one will disturb you, the fat goose said, then turned and left, locking the door behind him. As he left, Su Chen noticed that the goose-headed man's ankles were bound by 2 chains. and his wrists were bloodied from the chafing of the shackles. It turned out that this fat goose half-beastman was a slave. He was working here, not the owner. Half-beastmen have no human rights in the human world. They can even be killed or sold like animals at will. Su Chen immediately thought of Leah. Because of this, he had not brought Leah along. He did not regret that decision. Then, Su Chen began to count the items he had obtained from completing his tasks. The ethnic coins from the 2 tasks totaled about 60,000, plus the over 100,000 he already had. He now had over 200,000, nearly 300,000 ethnic coins. This number was quite terrifying. Su Chen had listed most of the items from the auction house, and they had all been sold. His balance of arrival coins was now over 1 million. He had no worries about food and clothing, that was for sure. Su Chen took out the fortune fruit. It was a diamond-grade reward for completing a sea-level bounty task. Normally, sea-level tasks wouldn't grant diamond-grade rewards. They usually offered mid or high platinum rewards. Only B-level tasks guaranteed diamond-grade rewards 100%. However, bounty tasks were different because those criminals posed a significant social threat. Killing them was considered a service to the public, so the rewards were quite generous. Sea-level bounty tasks had a high probability of yielding diamond-grade rewards. Su Chen directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Kiss of Fate fruit, diamond mid-grade, after use. Can randomly enhance luck attribute. Su Chen stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. After eating it, Su Chen immediately felt his luck attribute had been enhanced. Taking another look. Luck, 130. The luck attribute has directly reached a value of 130. The increase is significant. Su Chen is very satisfied. He took out the random platinum-grade skill scroll again and activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Soul Reaper Scythe, platinum high-quality skill scroll. Only professions with soul power can use it, allowing them to infuse soul power into the scythe, striking down enemies in one blow, directly injuring their soul. Not a skill for my profession. I'll find an opportunity to give it to Ji Yao. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. This skill does not restrict specific professions. As long as one can wield soul power, they can learn it. For example, Zhang Yunqing's soul healer and Ji Yao's necromancer, they can both learn this skill. However, Ji Yao is the one who primarily uses the scythe, so this scroll is clearly better suited for her. Skill, continuous rain sword, silver mid-quality, proficiency increased, skill advanced. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Storm sword, silver high quality, proficiency, 2000/3000, like a phoenix soaring, like a continuous downpour. The sword's momentum is like waves. He is not far from reaching the gold level swordsmanship. Most of Su Chen's other skills are above gold. Only this skill remains silver, but it will break through soon. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed that someone had sent him a message in his personal profile panel. He immediately opened it to take a look. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in surprise. The message was actually sent by Jiang Yangli, the chairman of the Jiangyan Consortium. Among job changers, remote communication and gift-giving are possible. Su Chen had long heard of Jiang Yangli's name. He is the chairman of the Jiangyan Consortium, the largest financial group in Zhongchuan province. Zhang Yunqing's father? Su Chen frowned slightly. Why would he send me a message? Is he going to play the "here's 1 million, stay away from my daughter" card? Su Chen couldn't help but smirk at his own unrealistic thoughts. Such things only happen in comics and novels. In reality, who among the upper echelons of financial groups isn't shrewd? It would be impossible to use such straightforward means. Moreover, since he saved Zhang Yunqing's life, she surely wouldn't say anything bad about him in front of her father. Su Chen clicked on the message directly. He had never had any thoughts about Zhang Yunqing, and no matter what message her father sent, he could handle it. As he read, his expression suddenly became serious. It read, "Hello, Su Chen. I am Zhang Yunqing's father, Jiang Yangli." Attached was a picture of his business card. "I heard from my daughter that you saved her life in the instance. As a small token of gratitude, I hope you will accept it. I also ask that you continue to look after my daughter in the future. I would be very grateful." At the bottom of the letter, there was a gift. Su Chen lightly tapped it, and it directly entered his personal space for storage. This item was a skill scroll, adorned with a ring of gem-like patterns. It was actually a diamond-grade skill scroll. The market value of a diamond-grade skill scroll typically ranges from 8 million to several tens of millions of descending coins. Such a heavyweight gift. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. What surprised him even more was the extremely polite tone of Chairman Jiang. It couldn't even be called polite, it was almost obsequious. He referred to himself as this humble one in the letter. A chairman of a major financial group, a man with a significant position in the business world of Manhwa, was so humble towards a young student like him? It was truly bizarre. Moreover, this gift was indeed too substantial. A diamond-grade item. Even if he saved his daughter's life, it still felt a bit too extravagant. The wording in his letter also carried a hint of entrusting, lingering words. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he pondered for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, Jiangyan Consortium, Jiang Yongli. I remember now. In my previous life, Jiang Yongli would die. It seems it was just a few months later. In his past life, Su Chen didn't know Jiang Yunqing at all and had no connection to the Jiangyan Consortium, so he was not familiar with these business matters. He had only heard of this small incident by chance, buried deep in his memory. Now that he could recall it, it was quite a feat. After Jiang Yongli's death, the Jiangyan Consortium still stood strong, but the person in charge had changed. Looking at his letters, it seems to carry a sense of a dying wish. Could it be that he already knew he was going to die? It seems he hoped that after his death, someone would take care of his daughter? So, he sent such an expensive gift, hoping to plant a seed of gratitude in his heart. Su Chen pondered the meaning behind his words. In the business world, internal strife is bloody and cruel, with assassination, framing, and slander occurring endlessly. For money, humans can resort to any means. Perhaps Jiang Yongli had already foreseen that his time was short. It seems the Jiangyan Consortium is deeply caught in some vortex. The expensive gift he sent was also a way to leave a backdoor for his daughter's future. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt a heavy heart. Although he had seen some clues, his current strength was too weak to intervene. First, take care of yourself, he murmured. He sublimated the diamond skill scroll. Sublimation successful. Drunken sword style, diamond quality, drink today. Be drunk today. The cold light crosses the sword purely. When you are drunk, enter the drunken sword stance. All sword techniques have a chance to add sword energy effects. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. It was actually diamond quality. Moreover, it was a stance skill. It could be activated when drunk. Sword energy is an extremely powerful additional effect in sword techniques. Usually, it requires very advanced skills to add sword energy, but this skill could allow all sword techniques to add sword energy effects. He immediately learned it. Then, he bought a lot of aged fine wine from the arrival coin shop. He stored it in his personal space. When needed, he could take it out to drink, in conjunction with entering the drunken sword stance. After that, Su Chen practiced the new skill in the training room of the inn. The training room was a virtual space for practicing skills. In the center of the room, there was a wooden dummy. He got drunk and entered the drunken sword stance. Instantly, his sword-holding posture became somewhat unsteady, but his sword technique grew increasingly fierce. Whoosh! He unleashed the storm sword. A pale white sword energy swirled and flew out, directly slicing the dummy into fragments. Soon, the dummy healed back to its original state. Very good. With this drunken sword stance, my combat power has greatly increased. Su Chen felt elated. He spent some money to extend his stay at the inn for a few more days. Then, he rested in the inn for a while, restoring his energy to its peak. Just in time, he could also wait for the provincial results to be announced. He opened his personal martial arts panel. Su Chen looked at his information. Su Chen, carrying title, God of Death, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level, 21, 19455/21000 experience, profession, Sword God, mythical level. World unique, strength, 80, constitution, 80, agility, 240, spirit, 150, luck, 130, bloodline, immortal body, A. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, sublimation of all things. Original sword body. Automatic cultivation, skills, God of Death's blade. All hidden. Hidden God step. Eye of insight, drunken sword style. Surge thunder sword. Blade draw instant slash. Sword martial master. Storm sword. Sword control. Heavenly fallen sword tomb. Spirit ling sword. Lingbo weibu. Su Chen was very satisfied. By the way, I should also deal with Rin Shouman's body. Now I have the means. Su Chen immediately exited the inn space and returned to reality. He took advantage of the night and made his way to the school's rooftop. Ren Xiaoman's body had already begun to attract flies. Su Chen directly slashed it into powder with his sword. Then, he purchased a large quantity of blood-cleansing liquid from the descending shop to wash everything clean. All traces had disappeared. From now on, I probably won't be back. Su Chen took one last look at the school, his brow furrowed. In the next moment, he returned to the inn in the Tower World. At that time, a new pop-up appeared. The Dragon Country Affairs Bureau sent a message. All new job changers, we solemnly announce at this moment, the results of this year's novice dungeon in Zhongchuan province have been compiled and are announced. A gleam of excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The provincial results were finally announced. The novice dungeon was essentially equivalent to the college entrance examination. Based on these results, one's future could be determined. And he, barring any accidents, should be first. Su Chen looked at the results sheet. It was densely packed, displaying the scores of all the newcomers this year. First place, Xianjing No. 1 High School. Swordmaster Su Chen. Second place, Tianhai Vocational School. Exorcist Shinishi. Third place, Woyang No. 3 High School. Blade Maniac Li Qingguan. Fourth place, Woyang No. 2 High School. Soul Healer Zhang Yunqing. Fifth place, Xianjing No. 1 High School. Demon Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang. Sixth place, Mo Family. Enchantress Mo Mei. Seventh place. As expected, Su Chen's expression remained calm. He was the provincial champion. The official announcement did not disclose each person's score level in the novice dungeon. After all, this concerned everyone's safety. So there were only rankings, without specific levels. This was also a protection for each batch of newcomers. This result immediately caused a huge stir throughout the province. Su Chen, the Su Chen from Xianjing. He got first place. Sword Master. Provincial champion. It's actually not Shinishi. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that he reached level 16 in the novice dungeon? Stronger than Shinishi. At this moment, on the World Channel, all students from Blue Star were discussing frantically. Terrifying, too terrifying. What on earth happened this year? Why are there so many monstrous geniuses? Even the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tang, only ranked 5th. These few people have even overshadowed the young master of the Zhang family. Simply terrifying. The words of the people revealed extreme shock. At this moment, on the top floor of the Jiangyan Consortium building, a middle-aged man in a suit looked astonished. Zhang Yongli was also staring at this list. My daughter, actually ranked 4th in the province. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Good. So good. Her score is much better than her sister Jianlan's back in the day. She has even surpassed the young master of the Zhang family. He was ecstatic in his heart. This meant that his second daughter would be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. He looked again at the first place. Calm down. I need to stay calm, he thought to himself, taking a deep breath. Yuncheng is just a support class. Being able to rank so high in the province is definitely thanks to Su Chen. This student, all alone, managed to achieve first place as the provincial champion, surpassing Blade Maniac Li Chengguang, surpassing the rising star Shenbai, and even surpassing the young master of the Zhang family. His future is limitless. He clenched his fists, preparing to find a time to have a good talk with his daughter. He must ensure she builds a good relationship with Su Chen. Currently, the Jiangyan Consortium was constantly at odds with the Zhang family and had conflicts with other major financial groups. He knew very well that he could suddenly encounter trouble. Everything was uncertain. He needed to prepare for contingencies. At this moment, the National Security Bureau, all the high-ranking officials and experts of the Dragon Country were closely observing a large screen in front of them. It displayed the strongest genius among this year's students. Not just Zhongchuan province, but the national results had also been released. Su Chen, whether in Zhongchuan province or across the entire Dragon Country, was first. Good. This child named Su Chen has outstanding grades. It simply reached an absurd level. A middle-aged man in a high position at the National Security Bureau, with a look of surprise in his eyes, said. He was Wen Tianlei, the director of the Security Bureau, holding a very high office. Whether it was matters of national security or the annual allocation of educational resources for transferees, everything had to go through him. His hair was slightly grayed at the temples, which suggested he worked hard every day for the country's affairs. He had always been someone who kept his emotions in check. However, today, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It was clear that he was genuinely happy. But soon, His expression returned to calm. The stern look on his face added an air of authority. He glanced around. In the novice dungeon, he has reached level 16. Moreover, he has taken on a D-level Tower Association mission. That's not all. He even completed a C-level bounty mission, successfully qualifying as a diamond-level hunter. All of this cannot be explained by luck alone. This child is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. His character, strength, skills, and talent are all top-notch. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he spoke. At that moment, a woman stepped forward from the crowd. It was An Ranling, the vice mayor of Xinjing City. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses and had a serious expression as she approached and said, "Director, this student is from our Xinjing City." Upon hearing this, Wen Tianlei slowly turned to look at her. "Vice Mayor An, do you have any information about this student?" Su Chen had always been relatively unknown, unlike Shinichi, who had revealed exceptional talent early on, so he was quite surprised and very curious. And Ranling pondered for a moment and cautiously said, "Director, this student, it's a long story. He is an orphan, academically excellent, and has always had a resilient character, living on scholarships without ever asking for help from anyone. He has achieved today's success without relying on parents or family, but entirely on his own. To be honest, his profession is sword master, and at first, I didn't think highly of him." At this point, she smiled faintly. "But he has indeed given us a surprise in Xinjing City, in Zhongchuan Province, and even in Longhua." There was a hint of pride in her words. After all, a genius like this was unprecedented. "Good, very good." When Tianlei lightly clapped his hands and said, "Such a talented child from a humble background is the most precious. In the future, he could become a pillar of Longhua. He must be well protected. Next year, the educational resources for Xinjing City will be increased threefold based on the rules." When Tianlei waved his hand and announced, "Vice Mayor An, the mayor position in your Xinjing City has been vacant for a long time. Next month, you will officially be promoted to mayor." He then smiled and said. Upon hearing this, An Ranling's eyes flashed with surprise. She had been working in the vice mayor position for several years without a promotion, and now, there was finally hope. "Thank you, Director." She restrained her inner joy and said with a serious expression. She then stepped back among the other senior leaders. At this moment, when Tianlei looked at the screen, this year, all provincial ranking rewards will be distributed as usual, except for one student, Killer, Li Qingguang. At this point, when Tianlei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze icy, "This student will not receive any rewards, even though he is in third place." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. However, many leaders had already anticipated this outcome and maintained their usual expressions. "Killer, Li Qingguang. This student was a murderer." That's right, the news had spread. In the novice dungeon, he didn't kill beasts but instead targeted fellow new transferees to gain experience. That's why his leveling speed was so fast. Li Qingguang was extremely insane, killing anyone he saw. But he wasn't very meticulous and let many live. Those newcomers who survived the dungeon then banded together to identify him. Thus, the information reached the National Security Bureau. When Tianlei was naturally furious. What everyone didn't know was that if Su Chen hadn't defeated Li Qingguang in the instance, his final ranking could have even surpassed Shinichi. But because Su Chen crushed him and then immediately killed the hidden boss, the madman Li Qingguang had no more time to level up. His final level remained at 13. At that moment, a man in the crowd suddenly stood up. He was the mayor of Woyang City. Sweat was on his forehead, and he looked extremely nervous. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Director, please reconsider. Li Qingguang from Woyang City. This student is a 10-star madman. His future achievements may not be lower than Shen Bai. Such talents are rare in our dragon country. Only a few emerge in a year." After being surpassed by Su Chen in the novice instance ranking, he has already suffered a heavy blow, and his spirit is somewhat dejected. If his provincial ranking reward is cancelled, I fear this child will be utterly discouraged and fall into despair. Our dragon country will lose a top genius. His words, however, made Wen Tianlei extremely displeased. "Genius? I actually hope there aren't such geniuses." He raised an eyebrow and said coldly. He was indeed intimidating without being angry. The people around didn't dare to breathe. At such a young age, killing like it's nothing. For the sake of future and levels, treating compatriots like beasts to slaughter. Such a person growing up will instead become a great threat to our dragon country, even to the entire human race. His expression was icy. What he did in the instance isn't explicitly against the law, it falls into a gray area. Fighting among each other in the instance is allowed, it's just that no one expected him to be so deranged. This child can only be said to have taken a wrong path. And for now, we can't forcibly capture him. Everything must be done according to the rules, even if he was the director. Newcomers need to fight each other to grow. The mutual combat in the instance was originally encouraged, so he couldn't impose a heavier punishment. Confiscating his provincial reward was already the limit. Third in the province, the reward for this achievement was enough to allow a newcomer to leap into a higher class, yet he chose to cruelly confiscate it. I have made up my mind, it's settled. As for future matters, let them develop on their own. If this student named Li Chengguang falls into despair, that's fine, it removes an unstable factor. If he can turn over a new leaf after being punished, that's also acceptable. The mayor of Woyang City looked grim and wanted to say something more. He really didn't want to give up on this student Li Chengguang, but before he could speak, he was immediately silenced by a glare from Wen Tianlei. You can't escape responsibility for producing such a student in Woyang City. You are suspended for a month. The mayor of Woyang City could only obediently retreat, no longer daring to speak. He was afraid of further provoking the other party. At that moment, a staff member walked over slowly. Director, we have received intelligence that several high-level job changers from Sakura country have secretly infiltrated our territory. They seem to be well-trained assassins. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianlei's expression became serious. Search for them, no matter what they are up to. We must root them out. At this critical time of the awakening graduation season, infiltrating our dragon country, they are very likely trying to assassinate our new generation of geniuses. Send people to protect them, he instructed. Yes, young people are the hope and future of the country. No matter what, they must be protected at all costs. Then, a trace of worry appeared in Wen Tianlei's eyes. Recently, the Eagle country had been flaunting its power. This year, there were many geniuses in Eagle country. With 5 10-star geniuses alone, they had already begun to overshadow Dragon country. Sakura country was also acting recklessly, constantly probing. Sooner or later, there would be a full-scale war. After Su Chen saw his results, he immediately opened his personal message inbox. The reward had indeed arrived. It was a bird egg. This bird egg looked filled with deep blue patterns, its material crystal clear. As soon as it was taken out, it felt slightly cold in the hand. Like jade. After scanning the information, blue feather cold bird egg C-class exotic beast can hatch into a cold blue feather bird, which can assist in combat and unleash ice spikes to attack enemies. Su Chen directly performed an upgrade. Upgrade successful. The bird egg instantly transformed into a pitch black material, looking extremely eerie. Nether bird egg S-class exotic beast can hatch into a murderous netherworld bird, helping you eliminate enemies on the battlefield. Hatching time, 90 days countdown. It had directly upgraded to an S-class exotic beast. With the increase in luck attributes, the sublimation of all things indeed became more effective. Such an exotic beast would sell for at least 100 million ethnic coins in the ethnic store. That's right, ethnic coins, not arrival coins. If converted to arrival coins, it would be worth at least 1 billion. The only downside was the long hatching time. Su Chen placed the bird egg into his personal space, quietly waiting for it to hatch on its own. He then opened the letter section. Countless admission letters had already been sent over, densely packed. In this world, there were no universities, only one hunting organization after another. After graduating from high school, one could choose to join one. The Sky Tower Association was an existence that transcended the hunting organizations, able to prioritize the admission of any genius. Afterward, one could join other hunting organizations. There would be periodic hunting organization competitions and the opening of dungeons. Except for the Sky Tower Association, each person could only join one hunting organization. Su Chen began to carefully select. He browsed through his admission letters. In fact, these hunting organizations were essentially equivalent to universities in this world. Once joined, there would be guides and some beginner gifts. Ability User Association, classmate Su Chen. Congratulations on achieving first in the province. We sincerely invite you to join us. We have over 3,000 members and more than 10 fourth-turn mentors to teach hunting. You won't be disappointed joining us. Bounty Hunter Association, Su Chen. Congratulations on achieving first in the province. The Bounty Hunter Association sincerely invites you to join. We have a large amount of high-level equipment, weapons, and skill scrolls available for free distribution. Lanxiang Hunting Gang, classmate Su Chun. The Lanxiang Hunting Gang sincerely invites you to join. We have plenty of dungeon information and can immediately send experts to team up with you for quick leveling. Heart of Victory. The Heart of Victory Association sincerely invites. Among them was also a Swordsman Association. Heavenly Spirit Sword Sect, classmate Su Chen. We heard you are a sword master. Extremely suitable for our Heavenly Spirit Sword Sect. Sincerely inviting you to join. There was also an Assassin Association. World of Humanity Bounty Association. This association specializes in completing various bounty tasks. Sincerely inviting you to join. The dazzling array of invitation letters made Su Chen's expression increasingly serious. After joining an ordinary hunting organization, one could of course withdraw and change organizations, but there was a 1-month cooldown period for switching teams, so Su Chen naturally had to consider carefully. You might ask, since he had already joined the Sky Tower Association, why would he still want to join an ordinary hunting organization? In fact, it was very necessary. The hunters of the Sky Tower Association were equivalent to civil servants, transcending all organizations and directly under the Dragon Kingdom. Members of the Sky Tower Association could prioritize accepting tasks. Additionally, based on the level of the Sky Tower Association, there were different rewards. However, the rewards from the Sky Tower Association were very limited, and no one would help you grow hand in hand. Moreover, there wouldn't be many opportunities to enter dungeons, one could only purchase them. Joining other hunting organizations was different. There would be dedicated guidance and a large number of rewards, and some organizations would even distribute skill scrolls, equipment, and other items for free to all new members. Someone like Su Chen, who ranked first in the province, was even more in demand. All the admission letters showed him great respect, using every means to entice him, but Su Chen almost ignored it all. Among them was even an association that spent a large sum, offering a platinum-grade skill scroll of a sword master, hoping Su Chen would join. This association was called the Shushan Swordsman Association, but Su Chen also ignored it, because in his heart, he had already made a choice. At this moment, he was looking for that team, he didn't want any other teams. This was also based on his experience from his previous life. I remember that organization, it seems to be called Black Kill? Su Chen remembered very clearly that this organization paid a high price to purchase the exploration rights to a dungeon. A D-grade dungeon. The Sea of Corpses Ice Nest. In the entire Dragon Country, there were fewer than 10 associations that purchased the exploration rights to that dungeon, and Black Kill was the only one that allowed immediate entry into that dungeon without any qualifications upon joining. Only by joining that association could one immediately gain the qualification to explore that dungeon, and in that dungeon, there was something Su Chen desired very much, epic level equipment. The fact that a D-grade dungeon had epic level equipment was an explosive matter throughout the entire Blue Star. The probability was extremely low, one could say it was 1 in 10,000. Therefore, this matter also made headlines in newspapers nationwide in his previous life. Su Chen had missed it then. This time, he was determined to obtain it. Epic level equipment. After a wave of sublimation, one could imagine how much Su Chen's combat power would increase. Since I have the experience from my previous life, I must take advantage of the information gap. Su Chen made up his mind to obtain that epic level equipment. He searched through the letters. Finally, he found that organization. Black Kill. Su Chen, we are a hunting organization that accepts bounty and demon-slaying tasks. With a small number of elite members, our hunting association has no complicated promotion processes, everything is simplified, with freedom as the priority. Even if you are only level 10, you can take our highest level tasks and enter the highest level dungeons. But those who join our organization, please remember our only rule, your life is your own responsibility. This organization was akin to free range, there would be no professional mentors or guides to help you grow. Su Chen actually preferred it this way. The strength of this organization was also very profound. Su Chen directly chose to join. Join successful. Player, Su Chen has become a member of Black Kill. Obtained, Black Ring, identity certificate of the Black Kill organization. Suddenly, a pitch-black ring appeared on Su Chen's left hand. He gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a dark screen appeared before him. Among it were a dozen mysterious figures dressed in black robes. They were all high-ranking members of the Black Kill organization, each with unfathomable strength. Upon hearing the news of Su Chen's joining, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They looked over at him through the screen. "You must be Su Chen?" One of the black-robed figures stepped forward and asked. His voice was peculiar, neither male nor female, but somewhere in between. Su Chen nodded. "Very good." A faint smile appeared on his face, which was very pale, but the upper half of his face was covered by the shadow of the black robe, making him look very mysterious. "The strength of our organization ranks among the top 100 in the entire Dragon Country. I believe you won't regret it." Then, the person raised his hand and flicked it. A pitch-black card merged into Su Chen's Black Kill ring. For all newcomers who join Black Kill, remember one thing: more effort leads to more rewards. This card records all the dungeons we have the right to explore, as well as the tasks and bounties available. Tasks and dungeons can be taken freely, ranging from the lowest E grade to S grade. Of course, our organization does not have F grade tasks or dungeons because the level is too low. The person smiled slightly, then suddenly became serious. "Within our organization, there are no level restrictions, no rules or regulations. There are no complicated promotion rules. As long as you want to, you can even enter an S-level dungeon and risk your life right now. And this is precisely the charm of our Black Kill. If you want to enter a dungeon and take on tasks, you can do it directly from the ring. Young man, enjoy the hunt." With that, the person waved their hand and closed the screen. Su Chen's expression turned serious. This Black Kill organization truly operates in a hands-off manner. They just provided a list of dungeons and tasks and left it at that. There were no welcome gifts, nor any instructions on precautions. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled slightly. "That's not too bad." He directly pinched the ring. Instantly, several pitch-black panels appeared before him. The ring displayed several illusory panels for handling business. To enter a dungeon, one must apply and pay from here. After all, the qualifications to enter these dungeons were purchased at a high price by the Black Kill organization. Even within the organization, if one wants to enter, they must pay. No demon hunting organization is a charity. Since you want to enter the dungeon to hunt monsters, level up, and seize opportunities, you must also pay the corresponding price. Compared to private purchases, the benefits of joining a demon hunting organization become apparent. It's cheaper. Take the E-level dungeons. For example, if you want to buy an entry slot individually, it would cost at least 500,000 arrival coins. But if the organization buys it and you become a member, entering the dungeon only requires a few tens of thousands of arrival coins. Su Chen briefly browsed through all the dungeons. E-Wreckage Jungle, 10,000 arrival coins. E-Steel Ruins, 20,000 arrival coins. E-Rotting Cave, 30,000 arrival coins. He had already lost interest in these E-level dungeons. He was already a second transformation sword god. Ordinary monsters were hardly worth his attention. Only D-level dungeons and above could help him level up quickly. He looked at another higher tier list. See Zombie Apocalypse City, 300,000 arrival coins. A Dragon Cliff, 1,000 arrival coins. B Zombie Tomb, 500,000 arrival coins. This Black Kill organization is indeed extraordinary, having so many dungeon entry qualifications. Su Chen stroked his chin, his expression serious. There were dozens of dungeon qualifications, roughly estimated. Among them, there was even one S-level dungeon qualification. S Blood Abyss, 10,000 arrival coins is the treasure of Black Kill. Su Chen estimated that only the president and a very few elites would dare to venture in. S-level dungeons are the highest specifications in the world, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. He even guessed that the president might not have ventured in either. Its main purpose should be to maintain the organization's prestige. It seems this Black Kill organization indeed has deep roots. Su Chen acted swiftly and immediately found the dungeon he was targeting. DC of Corpse's Ice Nest, 100,000 arrival coins. Su Chen directly purchased the entry qualification. 100,000 arrival coins were deducted from his account. Su Chen smiled faintly. Just right. The 100,000 I got for free from MOMA is equivalent to me not paying anything. Then, the information for this dungeon appeared. Sea of Corpse's Ice Nest difficulty rating, D description, a terrifying bloody valley where the monsters do not die and must be killed over and over again. Deep within the valley's nest lies the most terrifying challenge. Current player count, 3082. Do you wish to apply for entry? Su Chen steadied himself for a moment and purchased a large amount of supplies from the arrival store. Only then did he apply for entry. After all, supplies cannot be purchased in the dungeon. One must prepare logistics in advance. At this moment, a message from someone in Black Kill came through in the personal chat channel. Su Chen, you're still a newcomer. Are you sure you want to challenge a D-level dungeon? The voice sounded like a senior female. Her tone was cold and indifferent. Absolutely, Su Chen answered without hesitation. She responded next. Just right. Our Black Kill organization currently has a 3-person team exploring this instance. I'll let you join them and explore together. How about it? Following a senior is good for some support. Su Chen, upon hearing this, firmly refused. No need. I can explore alone. His voice was cold, seemingly unfeeling. In his past life, he had suffered betrayal from his closest ones. So in this life, how could he easily team up with strangers? Thus, he decisively rejected the offer. Well, then, I wish you a pleasant hunt. The other party did not persuade him further and directly approved Su Chen's instance application. After all, the Black Kill organization values freedom above all. In the next moment, Su Chen suddenly vanished from his spot. His figure blurred and slipped into the instance. At this moment, at the Black Kill headquarters, several high-ranking officials stood together. This newcomer named Su Chen seems a bit overly arrogant, said a woman in a black robe, her voice serious. Behind her, she carried a specially made ability sniper rifle. He should only be at the first transition level. How dare he challenge a D-level instance alone? Does he really think that being the best in the province makes him invincible? She felt a bit frustrated. She truly did not want to see a newcomer perish in the instance. It could be said that she was the softest-hearted person in the Black Kill organization. Another thin man smiled indifferently. This kid has a bit of my former style. The central leader, with a cold expression, spoke. Let him go. If he dies, then he dies. Our Black Kill does not lack elites. They did not know that Su Chen had already broken through to the second transition, but even with that breakthrough, fighting alone in a D-level instance was still a suicidal act. In F-level instances, most monsters were below the first transition, with occasional elite monsters reaching the first transition. In E-level instances, first transition monsters were common, and even second transition monsters began to appear. In D-level instances, the weakest monsters started at the second transition, with elite monsters likely being at the third transition. If he were to encounter a third transition monster, one could imagine the dire consequences. Thus, this female senior from Black Kill did not quite understand Su Chen's actions. Let's not talk about him anymore. A burly man in a black robe stepped forward and said, instead of worrying about this newcomer, we should think about this year's newcomer battle competition. All demon hunting organizations will send their awakened newcomers to participate. It is said that this year's champion guild will receive the exploration rights to 10 high-level instances. The champion themselves will also receive epic grade item rewards. Before the epic grade, all items were considered mundane. After the epic grade, the equipment levels became quite rare. Beyond epic were ancient, legendary, and mythical. Our Black Kill has always excelled in being few in number, being the most elite guild organization. But being few also means fewer newcomers. This year, counting Su Chen, there are only less than 10 newcomers joining. It seems difficult to win in the competition. The leader merely smiled slightly, as if everything was under his control. No need to worry. Everything will go as it should. I have already arranged everything. Su Chen felt his body float for a moment before gradually landing. He opened his eyes. He had appeared inside the instance. The first sensation was cold, an extreme chill. He looked around. What met his eyes was desolation. An icy world, with icebergs everywhere. The sky was filled with thick fog, and the ground was littered with frozen corpses, resembling a land of white bones. Ashes floated in the air, falling like snow. The geographical environment of this instance is surprisingly extreme. Su Chen thought gravely, slowly moving forward on the glacier. In the instance, there was no way to directly access the arrival shop or the myriad races shop to purchase supplies. He only had a thin shadow sword set, which had no warming function, making Su Chen feel a piercing cold in his back. Fortunately, his physical attributes were quite high, and this bit of cold, aside from making him feel uncomfortable, would not hinder his combat. Moreover, he had also prepared warm supplies in advance. Su Chen directly took out a pendant from his personal space. Warm baby pendant, low-grade gold, can help you maintain body temperature in extremely cold environments. Once equipped, he immediately felt warm. Suchen had just walked a few hundred meters when he suddenly heard a loud sound of ice shattering. In the next moment, a skeletal figure emerged from the ice cave in front of him. The first challenge had arrived. The foul-smelling skeleton awakened from its frozen state. It was already a corpse, yet it could still move. This was a creature that defied the natural laws of Blue Star. It was even more bizarre than most of the mutated beasts Su Chen had encountered. It wielded a bone sword and slashed fiercely at Su Chen. It still had remnants of flesh hanging from its body, looking like a half-rotten piece of cured meat. Su Chen directly scanned its data. Skeleton Sword Soldier Bloodline, Undead Level, 21 Strength, 187 Constitution, 40 Agility, 104 Spirit, 10 Luck, 10 Talent, Undying Body. After its death, the bones will gradually reassemble and revive. Unless severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skill, Corpse Split Slash, releases a necromantic shockwave that corrodes the flesh and blood of enemies, undead nerves. It cannot feel any pain, and its combat power will not fluctuate due to suffering. Blood Whiskers, its flesh can transform into long whiskers that pierce through your body. This kind of monster had distinct characteristics. It was highly lethal but very fragile. Its constitution attribute was only 40 points, after all. It was a skull, and with its flesh decayed, how could it possess strong defensive power? The skeleton sword soldier let out a chilling scream and swung its sword. At the same time, a dark gray shockwave flowed from its blade, shooting towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression was cold as he stared at the skeleton before him and drew the Shinfeng sword. The alloy material of the Shinfeng sword emitted different cold glows depending on the surrounding colors. In the icy world, it shone with a faint blue light. Swish! He slashed with the sword. That gray necromantic shockwave was already terrifyingly powerful, even shattering the ice blocks on the ground, creating a long gash. But facing Su Chen, he was a man with a source sword body. After the second transformation, his sword technique's power was multiplied by 20. Su Chen raised his hand and struck with his sword. This move seemed ordinary, yet its power was terrifying. It easily shattered and neutralized the shockwave. Then, Su Chen charged forward. Lightning flickered on the blade. The Thunder Surge sword was unleashed, directly shattering the skull of the undead. Red and yellow brain matter splattered everywhere, but Su Chen noticed that this undead had not yet fallen. The brain matter on the ground began to gather like living worms, crawling up its body from its feet and wrists, seemingly trying to heal its head. Undead truly lived up to their name, the hardest race to kill. Just as Su Chen was about to unleash his next move to finish off the undead, it moved. Crack! A huge crack appeared in the center of its ribcage. He could even see its decaying internal organs clearly. Then, dozens of blood-red tendrils formed in its chest cavity, whipping and piercing towards Su Chen. Dozens of these flesh tendrils were tough and sharp. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and his grip on the sword suddenly changed. Change of move. Storm Sword. His sword speed suddenly increased, as if countless sword shadows had appeared. The sword light fell like rain, violently slashing away. All the flesh tendrils were chopped into minced meat. With the 20 times speed enhancement, Su Chen only needed one sword to simultaneously counter dozens of blood tendril attacks. It was evident how fast his sword strikes were. At the same time, he raised his left hand, pointing with the sword, slightly lifting it. Whoosh! From the sword box behind him, the dragon-inlaid broken blade suddenly shot out. It directly pierced towards the chest of the skeletal monster. Undead skeletons have no weaknesses, so even if their heads are shattered, they can still attack. The only way to temporarily kill them is to sever their limbs. The dragon-inlaid broken blade, trailing a plume of fiery light, circled around its body a few times. The golden-white sword light flowed. In the end, it severed all the limbs of the skeletal monster. It was left with just a solitary torso, collapsing to the ground. It was temporarily dead, losing its ability to move. The blood whiskers could not be used either. However, its limbs were still writhing towards his body, trying to heal themselves. The vitality was indeed tenacious. To completely kill the undead, one must kill it again during its resurrection process. Interrupt its resurrection. Su Chen directly gripped the Shinfeng sword and thrust it out. This strike was merely an ordinary attack, yet it completely pierced through the monster's body. Its heart was slashed open. Its resurrection process was directly interrupted. All the blood, flesh, and bones on the ground ceased to writhe. It stopped all movements and died completely. Kill Skeleton Swordsman experience gained plus 1802 level up to 22. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su Chen allocated all these points to his luck attribute. At this moment, another prompt sounded. Skill, Thunder Surge Sword proficiency increased. Upgraded to mid-grade gold. Thunderous Flowing Sword / quality, mid-grade gold proficiency, 10, 000/20, 000. The power was significantly enhanced again. Su Chen was very satisfied. This skill was originally of the same quality as the Blade Draw Instant Slash. However, because Su Chen frequently used this skill, while the Blade Draw Instant Slash was almost only used at the start and to finish off enemies, the proficiency gap gradually widened. After the skill evolved, Su Chen hadn't had the chance to demonstrate it yet to see its power. In the next moment, he heard a strange sound of bones writhing. Su Chen looked ahead. He saw several small ice hills cracking. The transparent, crystal-like ice sealed many skeletal undead within. On the ground, there were also many skeletons frozen into dry bones. They sensed the presence of a living person and immediately awakened. A total of 7 or 8 undead skeletons charged towards Su Chen. Ugh! Hiss! Their throats emitted a sound that was a mix between living beings and the dead, making one's eardrums extremely uncomfortable. Su Chen held his sword, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. To him, these monsters were all living experience points. His sword gleamed with cold light, and he drew it to attack. The spirit sword spun. The Xianfeng sword slipped from his hand, flying out with the sword control technique. At the same time, the dragon-inlaid broken blade was unsheathed, its broken blade spinning in the air, igniting flames that scorched the skeletons' bodies. The flames inherently countered these undead souls, causing significant damage. Meanwhile, Su Chen activated the brand new Thunderous Flowing Sword Slash. The color of the thunder turned mixed with a hint of blood red, appearing even more violent. Soon, all the skeletons were slain on the ground. Kill Skeleton Swordsman x1, kill Skeleton Mage x1, kill Skeleton Spearman. In the end, Su Chen killed them all. Experience gain 14400. Loot, Soul Extinguishing Array Skill Scroll. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. The skill scroll seemed to have some use. He immediately scanned the information. Soul Extinguishing Array Skill Scroll quality, upper grade silver class restriction, classes with soul power description, after a 10-second casting time, can condense a large magic array in front, completely killing the undead monsters that are in the process of resurrection. Su Chen frowned slightly. This skill couldn't be learned by him, because it wasn't a sword technique. It couldn't trigger the effects of the origin sword body, and he couldn't forcibly learn it. Moreover, a 10-second casting time is too weak. In battle, timing is fleeting. Which monster would stand there foolishly, waiting for you to cast for 10 seconds? Forget that. Let's enhance it first. Su Chen directly activated the talent of Universal Enhancement. Enhancement successful. Holy Weapon Enchantment, Universal Skill Scroll, quality, Platinum Superior. After use, it can add holy attribute damage to weapons, dealing fatal damage to undead monsters with holy attribute attacks, preventing them from resurrecting. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The holy attribute is the damage type that counters all evil entities. As long as he kills the undead with holy attribute damage, they cannot resurrect. This would save him a lot of stamina. No need to kill them twice. He directly enhanced a silver scroll into a platinum level. Moreover, it transformed into a universal skill scroll, removing any class and level restrictions. This is the benefit of having a high luck attribute. Su Chen crushed it and learned the scroll. In the next moment, the method to activate it appeared in his mind. He focused slightly. The mysterious blade of the Xianfeng sword in his hand immediately manifested several golden runes. The golden, radiant runes filled the blade. The entire sword shimmered with golden light. Using this sword, now enchanted with holy attributes, to slay the undead monsters of this world would yield great results. Su Chen hadn't had time to admire these runes. Crack, crack. Soon, the surrounding ice hills shattered one after another. The sounds of Su Chen slaughtering the skeleton undead were too loud, awakening more frozen remains. Hiss. The frozen skeletons began to awaken continuously. More skeleton undead charged towards Su Chen fearlessly. There were about a dozen of them. Their figures were hidden in the thick fog, appearing vaguely, extremely terrifying. The skeletons surrounded him from all directions, attacking. Fortunately, Su Chen had the Eye of Insight, and his vision far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to see through the fog. This dungeon really has a lot of small monsters, Su Chen said calmly, and he drew his sword. The spiritual sword condensed and he swung the blade fiercely. All his weapons were enchanted with holy attribute brilliance. This allowed him to quickly kill the undead. After a few minutes, Suchen finally slaughtered all the skeleton undead here with overwhelming force. His level also reached 23. Suchen allocated all 10 attribute points to luck. Now his luck value had reached 150 points, with a super high agility attribute combined with luck. Suchen's critical hit rate was now very high. Against these skeleton minions, he could even say every strike was a critical hit. As long as their level didn't exceed his by much, he could basically one-shot them with a single sword strike. Slaughtered a large number of second transformation skeleton undead, loot obtained, undead minion treasure map, gold medium. Suddenly, an ice-sealed parchment scroll appeared in Suchen's hand. The ice-sealed scroll was transparent, clearly showing the writing on the parchment. It was the map of this dungeon world. Suchen immediately activated the universal enhancement skill on this treasure map. Enhancement successful. Treasure map of the red-eyed sword skeleton, platinum superior. Description: it is said that there was once a red-eyed undead swordsman in this world, whose combat power was extraordinary, slaying countless players. He hid everything in his burial place. Suchen's eyes sparkled with surprise. The treasure map could be said to be his favorite loot. Why? Because items obtained through treasure maps can trigger the universal enhancement twice. There is a limitation to universal enhancement. It can only take effect, or indirectly take effect, once on any item. For example, after enhancing a treasure chest, the items inside cannot be enhanced again. However, treasure maps and treasure chests are counted independently. The treasure map merely indicates where the treasure chest is located and does not have a direct causal relationship with the chest. So I can first elevate the treasure map to obtain higher level treasure chest location information. Then, after finding the treasure chest, I can elevate it once more. It's equivalent to having elevated it twice. Now this treasure map has been elevated to platinum quality. So once I find the treasure chest, I can upgrade all the chests at once. This means that the final items will at least be of diamond rank. Suchen immediately followed the direction of the treasure map and rushed over. He moved quickly, gliding effortlessly. The Lingbo Weibo is a very powerful technique, not only providing terrifying speed in an instant to evade enemy attacks but also suitable for long-distance travel. With a speed comparable to certain mounts, Suchen soon passed through several large icebergs. However, when he arrived near the location marked on the treasure map, his expression suddenly sharpened. Here, he saw several corpses, and they were not undead. They were all humans, all players. The bodies were gruesome, seemingly injured by some icy weapon. This treasure map is not simple. Suchen opened the internal communication channel of this dungeon, wanting to find some useful information. There are so many small monsters in this dungeon. Leveling up is so enjoyable, but the only downside is that the environment is too cold. The heat consumption is too great, and the monsters here are all skeletons with no meat, no beast meat to eat. If this continues, our team will have to exit the dungeon and re-enter, and it will cost us another 100,000 arrival coins. Everyone, I have 10 skeleton bones. I want to exchange for a warming device. Who is willing? I want one too. I'll offer 50,000 arrival coins. Trade with me. On the World Channel, people were chatting casually. All of them were players in this dungeon. This dungeon was not only purchased by the Black Kill organization for entry qualifications. Other demon hunting organizations also bought qualifications. And not just from the Dragon Country, but players from other countries as well. There were also other races, including elves, orcs, and so on. So there were a lot of players in this dungeon. At least over 3,000, all fighting inside. This dungeon had been open for a while, and many people had been leveling up here for several months. Indeed, for a D-level dungeon, the time to strategize and clear it is generally very long. Finding the boss can take several months. Killing the boss also takes time. Therefore, D-level dungeons can often last a very long time. Suddenly, Suchen's expression tightened as he saw a useful message. A player named Yumian said, "Everyone, I have an important message. The treasure hunter in my team has detected a leaked treasure chest location. Coordinates 1294, 2018. But I must seriously warn you, there is an elite monster guarding it. If you go there, you will undoubtedly die. That place is a trap. Yumian, the treasure chest is a trap, guarded by an elite monster. A week ago, I sent a few team members there, but none returned. And according to the messages my team members sent me before they died, There are many human corpses nearby. That elite monster is definitely very strong, having killed many people. His words immediately caused a stir. Su Chen's eyes also narrowed at this message, because those coordinates were exactly where he was. He didn't expect there to be a treasure hunter nearby who had already found the location of the treasure chest. It seems he needs to hurry up and dig out the treasure. Otherwise, someone will come to compete for it. He looked back at the World Channel's chat. Ha! A clumsy trick. There are many detection-type professionals in this dungeon. You must be afraid they will also discover that treasure chest, so you simply released false information in advance to scare us away, right? The analysis above is correct. I think so too. There are definitely no purely good people in this world. That player named Yumion. You don't have to pretend. You're afraid that position will be exposed, deliberately spreading false information. It seems that treasure chest must be of high grade. Otherwise, you wouldn't go to such lengths. Brothers, charge. If you don't let us go, we will go anyway. Like a heavy stone, it fell into the water, creating ripples. On the World Channel, a large-scale discussion erupted. People began to flock to the location of the treasure chest where Su Chen was. Su Chen's expression was serious, his eyes glinting with cold light. I need to speed up. This dungeon was vast, and it would take time for people to arrive. But who knows? There might be someone nearby? So Su Chen quickened his pace, hurrying to seize the treasure. He advanced, sprinting along a trail of blood. Along the way, there were indeed more and more human corpses. At least a dozen people had died here. Their wounds were all identical. Everyone had frostbite-like cuts on their chests. It seemed to be caused by some sharp weapon made of condensed ice. Moreover, the corpses all had darkened faces, as if their life force had been drained. On the ice surface along the way, there were large amounts of blood, forming a stream of ice, winding forward. It pointed the way for Su Chen. After spending over an hour, Su Chen finally arrived. This was a peculiar mountain forest. All around were bamboo groves formed from ice and snow. The transparent tall bamboos were lifelike, like one ice sculpture after another. But the edges of these bamboos were sharp, seemingly cut intentionally by someone. Su Chen focused his gaze. At the center of the bamboo grove was his platinum treasure chest. The chest was embedded beneath the central ice surface, clear as new. However, before Su Chen could rush up to open the treasure chest, suddenly, a thin skeletal corpse stepped out slowly from the front. It was different from other skeletons. It exuded a dangerous aura, with an overwhelming sense of pressure. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered with killing intent. Its limbs were long. Two withered hands each held a long sword. Su Chen recognized it at a glance. This skeleton was the one marked in the treasure map's name. Red-eyed sword skeleton, elite monster, bloodline, undead level, 31 strength, 484 constitution, 302 agility, 508 spirit, 108 luck, 58 talent, undying body. After its death, the bones will gradually reassemble and revive. Unless severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skills, dual-wield mastery, in life. It was a powerful dual-wielding swordsman, and even in death, it possesses the formidable power to wield two swords simultaneously. Undead nerves, it cannot feel any pain, and its combat power will not fluctuate due to suffering. Dual sword frenzy, unleashes ultra-fast attacks with dual swords. Corpse poison sword chi, wounds inflicted by its sword will immediately rot, producing corpse poison that attacks the heart of decay. It is one of the more powerful monsters of the undead bloodline, able to revive at a faster speed after death. Soul-cutting sword form, the sword techniques it learned in life. Dual swords flowing with fierce power. Description: in life, it was an awakened player of the undead race, but after its death, it fell into a state of unawareness, devoid of emotions, only wanting to slay all who dare approach the icy bamboo grove it personally carved out. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This wild monster was actually a player in life, a class changer just like himself. Indeed, among the myriad races, there exists the undead race. They are one of the highly intelligent races, naturally possessing powerful undead spellcasting talents. Their spirit attributes are very high, even comparable to elves. Coupled with their unique resurrection ability, this leads to their combat power far exceeding that of humans after awakening. But this race also has its flaws, as they are half-dead beings, lacking vitality and unable to cultivate any skills related to life force. Moreover, during the resurrection process after death, if disturbed, they may fall into a state of mindless decay. The red-eyed dual-sword skeleton before me is clearly one of those fallen. It is equivalent to a dead warrior. It has become no different from wild monsters, a beast that knows only slaughter. There are no emotions of any intelligent beings. When it comes to killing, there will absolutely be no psychological burden. Su Chen drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist. Dealing with such a third-tier monster requires caution. So as soon as Su Chen arrived, he used his most powerful sword. He initially thought it was another monster, but unexpectedly, it was the red-eyed sword skeleton itself. Even in death, it could still fight, guarding its treasure. The treasure map indeed only marked the location, which does not mean it is safe here. Su Chen was mentally prepared, his body had not yet moved. However, the red-eyed skeleton took the initiative and charged forward. Its figure was incredibly fast, leaving a long trail of afterimages. A unique clicking sound emanated from its mouth, and its steps were swift. The long sword in its left hand looked as if it were forged from a millennium of profound ice, appearing as thin as a cicada's wing, yet undoubtedly extremely sharp. The long sword in its right hand was pitch black, seemingly forged from obsidian, looking exceptionally powerful. The two swords had completely different styles, but both were formidable. The gray, decaying sword light slashed toward Su Chen. Su Chen did not retreat a step and charged forward. He swung the dragon-inlaid broken sword with a fierce slash. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blue sword shadow, cutting across. The terrifying sword energy tore through the air, almost ripping it apart. The decaying sword energy slashed out by the dual sword skeleton was instantly shattered by Su Chen. A hint of surprise flickered in its deep blood-red eyes. It had slaughtered so many humans but had never encountered such a powerful swordsman. With the enhancement of the original sword body's 20 times sword technique power and speed, even though Su Chen's stats differed from those of the skeleton, he could still easily contend. Su Chen's sword slash directly pierced through the skeleton's body. His sword technique was terrifying, not only destroying the sword light emitted by this elite skeleton but also severing its left arm with a single strike. The hand holding the sword was completely pierced by Su Chen, separating it from the torso, revealing the blood-red decayed flesh inside. The red-eyed dual-sword skeleton's pupils trembled violently. Then it spun around, grasped its severed shoulder in mid-air, and pressed it back onto its body. The flesh and blood fused, healing back to normal. Su Chen's gaze was incredibly calm. He had long known about the terrifying healing abilities of the undead race. His sword strike, of course, could not inflict much effective damage. A pure killing intent flashed in the red-eyed skeleton's gaze. It was finally going to get serious. After witnessing Su Chen's sword strike, it finally understood that this human player was not to be trifled with. Countless dark streams of light flickered on its sword blades, the death aura of the undead race. The death aura clung to the blades, bestowing a powerful pressure upon its dual swords. In the next moment, the dual sword skeleton unleashed its extremely violent sword technique, Dual Sword Frenzy. The black and white swords in the skeleton's hands danced like a pair of dual demons, an endless stream of death aura transforming into sword shadows and cold light, closing in on Su Chen. All living beings would turn into rotting flesh under its blades. However, facing this move, Su Chen showed no expression at all. He didn't even draw his second sword. Instead, he fought the dual sword skeleton with just this one dragon-inlaid broken sword. The stormy sword technique unfolded. In an instant, Su Chen seemed like the bodhisattva of 100 hands, slashing out countless sword lights before him. Clang, 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 clang. The sky was filled with ice shards and sparks bursting forth. In the air, the sounds of evaporating mist and clashing metal intertwined. Su Chen's sword was too fast, blocking all attacks. He was completely unscathed, not a single wound on his body. He faced the dual swords of the red-eyed skeleton head-on with his storm sword. There was a hint of shock in the skeleton's gaze. This human could actually use one sword to counter two of its own, and it showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Su Chen's momentum was continuously growing. Su Chen's sword strikes became fiercer with each swing. Storm Sword Proficiency plus 808, Storm Sword Proficiency plus 1118, Su Chen's skill proficiency was skyrocketing. The reason he chose to use a single dragon-inlaid broken sword against this elite skeleton, without drawing a second sword, was that he felt it was a great opportunity, a chance to rapidly elevate the level of his storm sword. With his original sword body, even at a much lower level than his opponent, he was confident he could hold his ground with just one sword against two. Moreover, this opponent's skill was very similar to his storm sword, both featuring extremely fast attack speeds. By using these two skills to counter, exchange blows, learn, and refine, his skill proficiency would soar. Soon, Su Chen's storm sword completed an upgrade. Skill proficiency maxed out. Leveling up. Storm sword, low-grade gold, but it wasn't over. Su Chen continued to swing his sword. Proficiency kept climbing, because this enemy's level far exceeded Su Chen's. The experience and proficiency he gained would have a correction bonus. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swung his sword with all his might. Each strike transformed into proficiency. Skill proficiency maxed out. Leveling up again. Swift wind and rain slash, mid-grade gold. Su Chen was still slashing. He felt exhilarated and even let out a few hearty laughs. Yes, he had found the joy of battle. The red-eyed skeleton felt immense pressure facing this man. What was happening? Wasn't I supposed to suppress you with my level and attributes? Am I not an elite monster? Why am I being beaten down? The red-eyed undead skeleton was a fallen creature, devoid of wisdom, but perhaps some remnants of self-awareness lingered. At this moment, an incomprehensible blood-red expression surged in its eyes. It couldn't understand why Su Chen's combat power had suddenly skyrocketed. The same sword technique was continuously evolving. The clash between the two continued for several rounds, hacking at each other for several minutes. The icy landscape within a few meters was marked with deep sword scars. The surrounding icy bamboo forest shattered inch by inch. Where they passed, nothing remained. At first, Su Chen was retreating step by step, but now, he began to push the skeleton back. The intense sword momentum gradually forced the dual-sword skeleton's weapons to show cracks. Su Chen's sword was, after all, a diamond-grade weapon, coupled with fire attribute enchantments and Su Chen's holy attribute enchantments. This made his dragon-inlaid broken sword extremely sharp, easily slicing through platinum-grade weapons. Skill proficiency maxed out. Leveling up. Swift wind and rain kill, high-grade gold. At this moment, Su Chen's skill had actually risen to high-grade gold. The speed of this upgrade was terrifying. Su Chen's sword-swinging speed suddenly received a massive boost. The two long swords of the dual-sword skeleton were gradually being hacked to pieces, covered in wounds. It let out a furious roar. No human had ever dared to suppress it like this. Its entire aura surged violently, a gray-black dark moonlight emerging from within. Its two swords formed a crescent moon, slashing towards Su Chen's neck. It changed its move to soul-cutting sword form. Its most powerful sword technique. The two long swords crossed, enveloped in an unstoppable momentum, slashing towards Su Chen. In that instant, Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. A broken blade shot out from the sword box behind him. Whoosh! The sharp blade of the dragon-embedded broken sword transformed into a streak of fiery light, slashing towards the skull's head. The sound of the sword cutting through the air was crisp and pleasant. This strike pierced directly through the brain of the red-eyed sword skeleton, shattering its brain matter. Flames ignited, momentarily setting its headless neck ablaze. The fire damage was extremely high. Its health immediately dropped by more than half. At the same time, a shadow overlapped within Su Chen's body, suddenly striking out. It triggered the effect of the shadow sword set, Shadow Slash. The shadow blade sliced through the skeleton's body again, reducing its health to below 36%. The original sword body was terrifying, with immense power. For elite monsters like this, with thick blood and high defense, it usually required one or even several teams to defeat them. Often, numerous adventurers needed to bombard it with a plethora of skills to kill it. But Su Chen, alone, could quickly slay it with just one or two skills. The damage he dealt alone was equivalent to that of 10 people. This was the terrifying aspect of the original sword body's 20-fold sword technique power. Su Chen estimated that with one more strike, he could completely subdue this skeleton. But this skeleton was incredibly tenacious. Despite suffering 2 heavy blows from Su Chen, it continued to move. Its headless body still maintained the posture of the last strike, charging towards Su Chen. The soul-cutting sword form was this skeleton's strongest skill. It crossed its dual swords, enveloping them with unmatched soul sword energy, slashing towards Su Chen. Su Chen's head was right in the center of the crossed sword's aim. Once the dual swords slashed through, with Su Chen's fragile body, he would undoubtedly be decapitated, meeting his end. Even if Su Chen could block the physical aspect of this strike, he could not withstand the death energy swirling around it. Once contaminated, his skin would immediately rot and decay. Therefore, Su Chen exercised utmost caution against this strike. His gaze turned icy as he sheathed his sword in that instant. He spread his arms and took a slow step back. This posture was akin to presenting his neck for slaughter. In the next moment, he activated the hidden god step. Whoosh! Suddenly, his figure transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the world. Everything about him, his breath, existence, and form, completely dissipated from the mortal realm. It was as if he had been blurred from the world's rules. He directly entered a state of silence. Even if the enemy's attack penetrated Su Chen's body at that moment, it could not harm him in the slightest, because this was a rule-level step. Once activated, it was an unselectable state. In this instant, no perception or detection method could sense him. The red-eyed sword skeleton's strongest strike passed directly through Su Chen's body. Su Chen's health, however, did not drop even a single point. He remained unscathed, standing firm in the icy wilderness. The skeleton's eyes showed a mix of shock and anger. Why hadn't it succeeded in killing him? It had clearly struck. But how could a third transformation elite monster understand a legendary level skill? In the next moment, Su Chen directly activated the high-grade Golden Gale Rain Kill. The frenzied sword strikes fell like raindrops, continuous and unending. The red-eyed sword skeleton, having wielded dual swords for a lifetime, had never seen such a ferocious sword momentum. It could only use its dual swords to frantically parry the sword techniques. However, its moves were like a lone boat in the vast sea, constantly rocked by the raging waves in the face of Su Chen's nearly unparalleled swordsmanship. Put, whoosh, buzz, the symphony of sword sounds rang out. In the end, more and more wounds appeared on its body, and the sword imbued with holy attribute runes by Su Chen brought it to its knees. Its bones shattered, and putrid blood flowed out. Its body writhed, bones cracking, as if it still wanted to revive. One had to admit, this skeleton was indeed an elite monster. Its resurrection speed was astonishingly fast. Su Chen estimated that in less than 5 seconds, it would be able to resurrect and stand up to continue fighting. However, Su Chen delivered one final, decisive thrust. Put! This strike was bathed in golden holy light. The ruthless end extinguished its hope of resurrection and concluded its pitiful fallen life. It pierced directly through its heart. Its eyes were dazed. The red murderous light within dissipated. The rotting body of the skeleton turned to ashes, completely obliterated in this instance. Su Chen raised his hand and waved. The dragon-inlaid broken sword returned to the sheath at his waist. The dragon-inlaid sword in midair also turned and flew back. The skeleton was dead, but its twin swords remained, embedded in the ice and snow. One black, one white. Slay the red-eyed sword skeleton, elite monster, experience gained, 34. 800 level up to 24 gain 10 free attribute points. Su Chen immediately allocated all these points to luck. The luck attribute was now 160. Then, he looked at the spoils from the skeleton. Loot acquired, Twin Sword Mastery Skill Scroll, low-grade gold, X1 White Thin Sword, low-grade platinum, Black Heavy Sword, low-grade platinum. The spoils from this skeleton were quite generous. Su Chen first picked up the scroll and held it in his hand. He directly activated the Universal Sublimation. Sublimation Successful Twin Sword Mastery, high-grade gold. When attacking enemies with 2 sword-type weapons, it can increase the attack speed of the twin sword. Su Chen learned it immediately. Suddenly, many basic techniques for dual swords appeared in his mind. If twin sword mastery reached the platinum level, it would undergo a qualitative change. Therefore, Su Chen was filled with anticipation for the future growth of this skill. Then, he picked up the 2 swords on the ground. One black, one white. The white one was as thin as ice, while the black one was thick and heavy. One sword blade was transparent, looking like crystal. The other was pitch black, heavy to the touch. The 2 swords had completely different styles. This also contributed to the formidable combat power of the red-eyed sword skeleton. Its sword techniques were very peculiar. The left and right hands wielded different swords, resulting in one being light and quick, the other heavy and slow. After fighting it, Su Chen gained a lot. He directly sublimated the 2 swords. Because these 2 swords were full of nicks from his strikes, they were already severely damaged. Without sublimation, they would be nearly unusable. Sublimation successful. Mystic Ice Sword, mid-grade platinum, Inkfall Sword, mid-grade platinum. After sublimation, the wear on both swords was restored. Their properties were also different. Mystic Ice Sword, mid-grade platinum, a blade of mystic ice with very high sharpness, containing some magical power of the undead. Suffix Mystic Water, this sword is formed from condensed mystic ice. After wear or damage, it can be instantly restored to peak sharpness by pouring water over it. Suffix Frostbite, possesses ice attribute enchantment. After cutting an enemy's wound, It can instantly freeze the wound, preventing blood flow and causing necrosis of the limbs. The mystic ice sword was very useful. Inkfall sword, mid-grade platinum, a longsword forged from ink steel. Heavy and powerful, capable of easily cutting through heavy armor. Heavy mystic, this sword is very heavy, capable of adding 78.1% blunt damage to enemies. Moreover, this inkfall sword itself had a strong sharpness. Holding both swords, Su Chen felt as if they were extensions of his own body. He swung them casually, feeling no sense of sluggishness. After all, with the twin sword mastery skill, he was now a dual sword master. He stored both swords in his personal space. Then, Su Chen quickly walked towards the location of the high-grade platinum treasure chest. A hint of eagerness surged in his eyes. He could hardly wait. He arrived at the frozen spot, raised his hand, and shook it. Whoosh! The mystic-edged sword behind him suddenly shot out. It pierced the ground, shattering and slicing through the ice blocks. Before long, a deep pit was dug out, revealing the treasure chest within. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. The exterior of this treasure chest underwent a tremendous transformation. It became encrusted with various purple gemstones, the material crystal clear, resembling a large crystal treasure chest. He scanned it thoroughly. Cold sealed sword skeleton treasure chest quality, diamond medium. This means that whatever is opened from this treasure chest will at least contain a treasure of diamond medium quality. Su Chen's strongest weapon, the dragon inlaid broken sword, is only of diamond low quality. Su Chen rubbed his hands and was immediately ready to open it. But in the next moment, a few killing intents came from behind him. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of light shot towards him from behind, directly striking Su Chen. That's right, it was an ambush. There were arrows from rangers, light waves from mages, and sword lights from warriors, colorful and full of murderous intent. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, and he didn't even look back. He knew that if he turned around, it would be too late to dodge. He glanced down at the ground. In an instant, he used the reflection on the icy surface below to determine the source of the attacks from behind him. With a sudden step, he swiftly dodged. His light and airy movements were like strolling in a garden. And in a moment, he shifted 10 meters to the side. All the attacks were avoided, striking the diamond treasure chest instead. Fortunately, the chest was sturdy and showed no signs of damage. If a person had stood still, they would have been turned into a pincushion. Su Chen sighed slightly. He was still a step too slow. He had intended to grab the treasure chest and quickly flee from this troublesome place. He turned around, his eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. He saw several small teams rushing over, surrounding Su Chen completely. There were about a dozen people in total, at least 5 small teams. They all wore malicious smiles on their faces. A hint of seriousness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected that someone would arrive just as he was opening the treasure chest. Fortunately, these people hadn't shown up while he was fighting the dual sword skeleton. Otherwise, he would have been caught between humans and monsters, and it would have been difficult to handle. It was also possible that they had been lying in ambush all along. They just hadn't revealed themselves, choosing to wait until he had killed the monster guarding the treasure chest before coming out to reap the benefits. How shameless! Su Chen's stamina had already been significantly depleted. After all, he had just used the Hidden God Step once. Skills like Hidden God Step and Killing God Slash, being legendary level skills, would drain a large portion of his stamina with just one use, regardless of how high his mental attribute points were. As long as his level wasn't sufficient and his overall attributes didn't meet the required values, forcibly using skills beyond his level would consume a tremendous amount of energy. These two skills were like bottomless pits. Su Chen took a deep breath. He knew a great battle was about to unfold. He slowly placed his hand on the dragon inlaid broken sword. He showed no signs of retreat, even when facing so many people. Brother Sword Master, you've worked hard. Let us help you collect your loot. Yeah. Look at this treasure chest. How heavy it is. You must be out of stamina. You definitely can't move it. Bro, let's retreat first. We'll help you deal with it. The people smiled lightly. Everyone looked at Su Chen with ill intentions, their eyes flashing with greed. This group had tall and short members, men and women, handsome and ugly, but in their eyes, there was a common glint. Greed. It was a desire shared by all humans. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, seemingly unable to wait to drive Su Chen away and seize the treasure chest. But they didn't attack immediately. Instead, They tried to persuade Su Chen to give up voluntarily. They wanted to avoid a fight as much as possible. After all, Su Chen was a stranger to them. His strength was completely hidden. They didn't know that Su Chen was only at the second transition, and none of the members of these small teams were below the third transition. After all, only those above the third transition would dare to step into a D-level dungeon. They regarded Su Chen as a very difficult opponent. Little did they know, Su Chen's level was much lower than theirs. Su Chen's gaze was cold, showing no signs of leaving. He merely stared at the crowd with a cold eye. "Are you sure you want to rob me?" Su Chen asked. Hearing this, everyone merely smiled indifferently. "This swordsman brother, your strength is indeed impressive. We have all seen it, but with so many of us here, even if you grew 8 arms, you still couldn't win." A woman in red stepped forward, sneering. Another small, thin man with a sharp voice also stepped forward and said, "That red-eyed skeleton killed so many monsters, yet you managed to take it down alone, which is enough to prove your strength. A fierce person like you, even if surrounded by more than a dozen of us, could definitely take one down before you die, and none of us want to be that unlucky one." The words of the crowd were filled with caution towards Su Chen. Their earlier ambush had been easily dodged by Su Chen, which meant he was not completely out of options and still had some strength left to fight. "It is precisely because of this that we haven't made a move. We advise you to leave. It's for your own good." The woman in red stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "After all, you must understand, even if you could take one down before you die, it doesn't mean you can survive. Once a fight breaks out, our probability of death is 1 in 16, and yours is 100%, so we will bet without hesitation." She stepped forward, her pressure erupting. The red fabric swirled around her. She was a level 34 Fire Fist master, with extremely exaggerated attributes and a multitude of skills. Su Chen remained silent, looking around. This group had gathered spontaneously, surrounding him, wanting to kill and seize treasure. Human nature is truly bare. In the dungeon, killing is not against the law, so such things are very common. Su Chen had seen plenty of this. This group was mostly above level 32. Each person's attributes were very high. Their professions and skills varied greatly. Fighting against such a diverse group of enemies is the most dangerous. Su Chen knew very well. It was impossible for him to defeat and kill all these people alone, but carving out a bloody path was not impossible. A fierce light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he directly took out a flask of wine. Seeing the flask, the crowd's expressions changed. Could it be a secret potion for a temporary boost in cultivation? "Everyone, be careful. It seems he wants to go down with us." The atmosphere instantly became tense. At that moment, a man in a black robe suddenly looked surprised. He stared at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock. Wait, everyone. I just realized. This guy is only level 24. His words immediately sparked astonishment among the crowd. This person was a treasure hunter and could detect the enemy's profession and level information, so he had discovered Su Chen's level. As soon as he said this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then, a few people immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of expert this was. So it turns out to be a reckless rookie. Only level 24. How weak to enter a D-level dungeon. That's quite fresh. Looks like he was just bluffing earlier. Maybe even his solo kill of the elite monster was due to some temporary attribute boosting potion. This kind of newbie can be crushed with just a flick of the hand." A few people sneered and launched their attacks at Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze remained indifferent. He gulped down the wine. The intoxication surged to his heart. The sword energy also surged. The Fire Fist master, the woman in red, named Zhuo Shuhong, wore a red outfit. Each of her hands bore a red claw, made of a special material that looked like flowing flames. With a shake of her hands, flames wrapped around her fists completely. She was the first to move. The fiery fists, flowing with flames, shot a red shadow towards Su Chen. Earlier, she had witnessed Su Chen single-handedly take down the dual-sword skeleton while lying in ambush. That was why she had been so wary of him. But when she learned that Su Chen's level was only 24, all her inner doubts vanished. She resolutely chose to strike hard. The battle between Su Chen and the dual-sword skeleton looked fierce, but perhaps that skeleton wasn't actually strong? Maybe it was just for show. Levels don't lie. As long as there are treasure hunters to detect, they can basically find out. and equipment with hidden data is extremely rare and precious. Someone who has undergone the third transfer wouldn't casually pull it out. So she basically believed this was Su Chen's true level. With such a low level, she naturally had the confidence to easily crush him. At just over 20 years old, reaching the third transfer, her talent was quite impressive, and she naturally had her own confidence and pride, so she was completely unafraid. Behind her, there were several other job changers who joined her in the attack. Among these people were burly warriors and sword-wielding fighters. There was even an enchanter. He raised his hand, and all their weapons were imbued with different elemental attributes. These people shared the same thoughts as Zhuo Shuhong. Their intense hunger for the treasure chest made them eager to kill Su Chen and share the spoils. Moreover, killing a player could yield a lot of experience and loot, definitely more than killing wild monsters. With so many people here, the contents of that diamond treasure chest might not be enough to go around. So killing Su Chen now, gaining a bit of experience, would be an excellent bonus. At other times, you would never find such a good opportunity to kill someone. No one wanted to miss out. Su Chen looked at this scene, his expression unchanged. He didn't dodge. Instead, he tilted his head back and took another sip of wine. He drained the jug completely, savoring the intoxication in his heart. At this moment, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Everyone's movements became clear and visible. Su Chen's swordsmanship power rapidly surged in that instant. He hadn't drawn his sword yet, but he could feel it clearly. He slightly bent forward, gripping the dragon-inlaid broken sword at his waist. He felt the hilt trembling violently. Crack, crack, crack. The sword at his waist shook madly, causing Su Chen's hand to tremble violently as well. It was as if he couldn't control this sword. It seemed like the sword wanted to break free from its sheath. Watching this scene, the crowd sneered. What are you doing? Not dodging at all? Kid, are you so scared that your hands are shaking? Bro, if you can't even hold your sword steady, you might as well give up the treasure and save your life. They spoke, but their actions showed no sign of stopping. They had no intention of letting Su Chen go. All their attacks surged in from all directions, surrounding Su Chen. The attacks hadn't even hit yet, but at that moment, the ice beneath Su Chen's feet began to crack. This was the Super Millennium Glacier in the dungeon. Extremely thick, frozen with countless skeletons and souls, suppressing them so they couldn't move. One can imagine how solid this ice was. The fact that it could be shattered was enough to show how terrifying their attack pressure was. Su Chen could even feel a sense of breathlessness. This was a precursor to a death attack, a spontaneous reaction of the body. The hair all over his body stood on end. After all, it was a large group of third transfer experts. Any random hit would be unbearable for Su Chen. He was a typical high attack, low defense type. Even if his swordsmanship was powerful, he was indeed not very good at defense. But he remained extremely calm. He always believed that attacking was the best defense. If he couldn't withstand it, then he wouldn't take a single hit, right? Su Chen had been frantically increasing his agility attribute for this very day. Moreover, why was his hand shaking? Everyone guessed wrong. It wasn't trembling out of fear. It was trembling from the sword energy. At this moment, he was filled with intoxication, and a vast sword energy flowed over the blade. Hidden in the sheath, it was just waiting for him to strike. To brew this strike to perfection, Su Chen had been forcefully suppressing it. Concentrate all the sword energy within. This is precisely the most powerful release of the sword draw instant slash. Only after gathering strength can one achieve the most terrifying power. Su Chen had never used the sword draw instant slash after gathering strength before, because there had never been an enemy capable of prompting him to do so. Today, he finally encountered an excellent opportunity. Su Chen's gaze was icy, his expression always devoid of emotion. The trembling of his hand grew increasingly intense. At the same time, the attacks from the crowd all converged before him. The distance to Su Chen's body was less than a meter, especially Zhuo Shuhong's fiery fists, which were almost striking just a foot in front of him. Several strands of Su Chen's hair were burned to ashes by the scorching wind of the punches, yet he remained unmoved, almost terrifyingly calm. Even under the siege of the crowd, his eyes remained tranquil. His combat experience surpassed that of everyone present combined. Therefore, he could always make the best judgment, unshaken by emotions, until Zhuo Shuhong's fist was just an inch from Su Chen's face, until the spinning flying axe of the dual-axe warrior flew a meter in front of Su Chen's forehead, until all the attacks from the crowd approached Su Chen to the extreme. Almost in the next instant, Su Chen was about to be crushed on the spot. He finally moved. Boom! A terrifying current surged from his sword blade. The moment he drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword, the dragon-inlaid sword blade from the sheath behind him also flew forward, aligning perfectly with the broken sword, merging into a complete long sword. The complete state of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Its sharpness was unmatched, capable of shattering all platinum-grade weapons. The brilliant azure current erupted with a thunderous roar. Within the current, it was entwined with blood-red electric light and the golden flames of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The three colors intertwined, looking terrifyingly fierce. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder rumbled and flashed. In an instant, Su Chen slashed horizontally. A long sword mark appeared in midair. Or rather, it was a tangible sword energy, shaped like a crescent moon. It slashed diagonally outward. In an instant, it traversed the scene, flying out over 100 meters. This sword energy surged forward, directly piercing through several bodies. It shattered Zhuo Shuhong's half-body. Her eyes, which had just a second ago held the joy of imminent victory, were now completely blank. Her entire body was cleaved open by Su Chen at an angle. That brilliant thunderous sword energy severely injured her. Her gaze was dazed, filled with disbelief. The intense pain shattered her confidence in that moment. And her life points dropped to 0 in an instant. Life rapidly drained from Zhuo Shuhong's eyes. I haven't lost. I'm at the third transition. The third transition. I can't die, she murmured, her eyes vacant. But soon, her limp body collapsed to the ground. Bright red blood stained the ground. She was instantly killed by a single sword, crushed on the spot. Swish! The sound of the sword echoed for 100 meters around. Su Chen's sword was terrifying. It killed Zhuo Shuhong without pause. His entire being, enveloped in sword energy, shot out horizontally for dozens of meters. In mid-air, the three-colored thunderous sword energy lingered for several seconds before dissipating. The icy surface on the ground formed a long, deep melting trench. The edges of the trench were marked with charred black electric scars from the explosive arcs. Everyone who had attacked Su Chen, standing before him, bore the brunt of this sword. This sword at least struck 6 people. Blood spurted into the sky. Watching this scene, the eyes of everyone around were filled with shock to the extreme. This sword directly killed 2 people. Zhuo Shuhong and the enchanter in the distance were both instantly slain by a single sword. These 2 had vacant eyes, unable to close them in death. Their bodies fell to the ground. Their entire forms were completely shattered. All defensive equipment was utterly ineffective. The few who survived were not in a good situation either. Where the sword energy made contact, wounds were visible to the bone, blood gushing wildly. This is the terrifying power of sword energy, capable of penetrating many defenses. The berserker coughed up a large mouthful of blood, sent flying by the sword strike. The sword energy pierced through his chest, shredding his lungs. He was the strongest and most robust meat shield among this group, with the highest health. Yet, facing Su Chen's sword, he was gravely injured. The swordsman who had just charged at Su Chen had his belt and sword severed in one blow. His upper and lower body were directly separated. Fortunately, he had a life-saving piece of equipment that generated a barrier. Otherwise, he would have died too. He quickly took out a bottle of expensive instant healing potion to mend his injuries, narrowly avoiding death. Otherwise, his health would have dropped to 0 in an instant. Several others who had attacked Su Chen were also severely injured to varying degrees. Only about 6 had struck, while 10 others had yet to make a move. In that moment, those few realized that they were the real fools. The truly calm ones had been watching coldly from the sidelines. The berserker's face turned ugly as he suddenly turned to glare at the treasure hunter who claimed Su Chen was only level 24. Damn treasure hunter! You deceived us! How could his sword technique be so powerful if he's only second transition? The swordsman's gaze darkened, fixating intensely on the treasure hunter. You dared to trick us into attacking. I will kill you. The dual-axe warrior was also trembling with rage, slowly approaching the treasure hunter, looking as if he wanted to smash him to pieces. The treasure hunter, witnessing this scene, felt his scalp tingle. I didn't deceive you. This player is named God of Death. He must have used some title to replace his name display. My skill level isn't high enough to see his class and specific information. I can only see his level. I really didn't lie, he hurriedly explained. He was a profession with little combat ability. If targeted by the crowd, he would definitely die a miserable death. Impossible. If he's only level 24, then what's with the power of that sword technique? You definitely deceived us. You just wanted to trick us into attacking. The treasure hunter was on the verge of tears, trembling as he extended a hand. Brothers, I need to clarify something. Right now, this guy has already leveled up to 26. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Su Chen, surrounded by attackers, had actually leveled up. Because he had slain 2/3 transition players, he gained an incredibly rich amount of experience. Thus, he leveled up twice. This was true. What the hell kind of nonsense is this? If what you say is true, a second transition, after drinking a few sips, became this fierce. Regardless, you treasure hunter are suspicious, kill him first. The swordsman's eyes were icy as he drew his blade. His injuries had just healed, and in a fit of extreme anger, he struck out. He directly killed the treasure hunter, severing his head. The strike was indeed decisive. The treasure hunter was purely a support class, with very weak combat power. Moreover, this guy was unfortunate enough not to carry any life-saving equipment. Thus, he died completely. After killing the treasure hunter, those who had been severely injured by Su Chen spat on his corpse. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to this treasure hunter. He definitely deceived us. A few of them said fiercely, while frantically pouring healing potions into their mouths. The dead cannot speak, and the treasure hunter had no way to argue. Su Chen looked at everyone, his posture slightly swaying. Internal strife? He said lightly, laughing, yet his steps seemed a bit unsteady. It appeared as if he had truly gotten drunk. His drink was a low-grade golden liquor purchased with arrival coins, with an extremely high alcohol content. One sip could instantly knock out a normal man. Su Chen, being a class changer with high physical attributes, found ordinary alcohol hard to intoxicate him, but having downed an entire gourd of this super strong liquor, he could quickly enter a tipsy state. This allowed him to rapidly trigger the drunken sword technique. The others who had yet to make a move looked on in shock, stunned by the scene. This person is really ridiculously strong. With this strength, he is probably at the peak of the third transition, nearly a fourth transition expert. One sword instantly kills 2/3 transition fighters and heavily injures 4 others. I can't even do that. Immediately, a serious expression appeared on their faces. Everyone, be cautious in your actions. None of us can underestimate him any longer. Let's all attack together and completely suppress him, leaving him no chance. The crowd spoke in unison. Everyone furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with great apprehension. They looked at Su Chen with newfound respect. Although Su Chen was strong, the temptation of the diamond treasure chest was too great. No one was willing to back down at this moment. All of them suddenly charged at Su Chen. A full dozen third transition experts attacked together. Those who had been heavily injured by Su Chen also regained their strength and came to attack him. They wanted to reclaim their honor. This time, they had learned their lesson and used their fastest techniques. They aimed to prevent Su Chen from gathering strength. No matter how powerful Su Chen's sword was, they believed he couldn't use it multiple times in a short period. And indeed, as long as they didn't give him time to gather strength, Su Chen's sword draw would not be able to kill a third transition fighter in one strike. Moreover, at that moment, a massive wave of attacks was already engulfing him. He could no longer attack, he had to defend. So Su Chen chose to use the Gale Rain kill. The violent sword shadows swept from his hands, forming a dense stream of swords in front of him. Most of the attacks were defended against. At the same time, countless sword energies flew out, slashing at the enemies. Under the drunken sword stance, all sword techniques had the chance to attach sword energy, greatly enhancing their power. The sword light flickered like raindrops, blocking many attacks, but Su Chen still retreated step by step. There was no choice, there were too many enemies. The crowd gradually advanced, surrounding him. Give up. If you leave now and abandon the treasure chest, we might spare your life. Friend, don't hold on desperately, there are so many of us. You can't possibly win. Someone shouted. They didn't quite understand why Su Chen was so stubborn. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us. Someone sneered, mocking him. Watching this scene, Su Chen seemed to recall the past. In his previous life, he was cornered and killed by Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman at the edge of the Death Cave instance, and that memory surged back to his mind. Humanity is inherently greedy. In an instance like this, where there are no constraints, they quickly become extremely cruel. All of their attacks were incredibly fierce. A large group of third transition experts, with high cultivation levels, Su Chen fought beyond his limits, struggling to fend off the onslaught. The blade in his hand was at its peak speed. At the same time, he activated the spirit blade. The mysterious sword from the sheath behind him flew out, hovering to slash at the enemies. With his left hand, he grasped the Shadow Flow long sword, pulling it from the shadows into his left hand. Su Chen activated his sword techniques with both hands simultaneously. With mastery over dual swords, he could use both hands to execute the Gale Rain kill. The chaotic sword shadows danced wildly in front of him. The mist in the air was shredded into powder. Sword energies crisscrossed, madly slashing out. Many bodies were injured by the sword energies. At the same time, Su Chen also took out the black and white twin swords from his personal space. Using the sword control technique, he slashed at the enemies frantically. Controlling multiple weapons at once consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Su Chen's stamina seemed to be burning rapidly. The crowd gradually sustained injuries. They gritted their teeth, looking at Su Chen with disbelief and anger in their eyes. They never expected Su Chen to resist so fiercely, using offensive sword techniques to defend while attacking. He truly intended to fight them to the death. At this rate, it seemed that before Su Chen died, he could take down not just one, but possibly several of them. But at this point, there was no possibility of negotiation. Everyone unleashed their full force against Su Chen. Put, swish, wounds began to appear on Su Chen's body. Some skills penetrated his sword barrier and hit him. The enemy's attacks were too dense. And soon, Su Chen was hit by the offensive. While using the Lingbo Weibo to dodge, he activated the Jifeng Chiyu kill defense, already doing his utmost to hold on. But the second transformation, after all, had its limits. Su Chen's health dropped directly to 50%. At the same time, he found himself at the very edge of the treasure chest area. If he retreated another 10 meters, he would leave the area where he could pick up the treasure chest. Su Chen did not want to give up this treasure chest. This was the reward he deserved for slaying the elite monster. These people were truly shameless. Anger surged in Su Chen's heart. A terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes, startling everyone. Look at that gaze, he must be at the end of his rope. Everyone, give him the final blow. The intensity of the crowd's attacks suddenly increased. Su Chen was forced to retreat step by step. At the same time, he could even feel an invisible force beneath his feet starting to slow his movements. Among the crowd, there were binding-type mages. This was a support-type combat skill. Mud foot technique. It could make a person unable to move an inch. Su Chen's Lingbo Weibo speed suddenly slowed down. Then, a dark red chain appeared from midair. Binding chain. It shimmered with magical brilliance, wrapping around Su Chen's arms, trying to bind him tightly. Su Chen's sword-swinging speed immediately slowed down. To save his life, he could only quickly redirect the spirit blade and Xianfeng sword for defense. After all, there were too many enemies, and the attacks were numerous and chaotic, surrounding him from all sides. Su Chen could only passively defend. Now his stamina was severely lacking. Fortunately, he still had 20 attribute points left. He had just leveled up twice and gained free attributes. He had to admit that killing players indeed granted high experience. It was even more than killing that third transformation skeleton monster. Su Chen directly leveled up to 26. He immediately allocated these attributes to his mental power, slightly recovering some stamina. This way, he could use a few more skills, increasing his chances of survival. At the same time, Su Chen's proficiency in the sword draw instant slash also increased. Sword draw instant slash proficiency plus 21,187, promoted to golden upper grade. Sword draw instant kill, golden upper grade, this time. He gained an enormous amount of proficiency, directly rising from golden lower grade to golden upper grade. The increase in a skill's proficiency was actually related to how many enemies you had slain with that skill. Su Chen had just used the sword draw instant slash and hit many people, all of whom were at the third transformation. Using this skill to kill enemies beyond his level and causing high critical damage naturally led to a significant increase in proficiency. Moreover, the Thunderstorm Flow Sword Slash also rose to golden upper grade. Because Su Chen's previous sword draw instant slash had incorporated the Thunderstorm Flow Sword Slash, its power was so fierce. Sword of Thunder, golden upper grade, Su Chen's combat power received a significant boost. His expression was icy, gritting his teeth, and he swung his sword frantically. The Jifeng Chiyu kill suddenly elevated its realm once again. Crazy Rain Shattering Phoenix Sword, platinum lower grade. Suddenly, his sword momentum became even more chaotic. and the sword energy rained down like dense and violent raindrops. A crescent-shaped pale white smoke sword energy continuously swept across the field. Many people suffered injuries, large or small. The sword energy's penetrating power was too strong. The drunken sword style skill was incredibly powerful, allowing Su Chen's combat power to surge dramatically in a short time. While fighting, Su Chen also took a moment to check his attributes. Su Chen, title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood. Rookie King, level, 26, 15/26,000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical. Unique in the world, strength, 80, constitution, 80, agility, 240, spirit, 170, luck, 160, bloodline, immortal body, A. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, sublimation of all things. Original sword body. Automatic cultivation, skills, God of Killing blade. Full concealment, hidden God step. Eye of Insight, Dual Sword Mastery, Drunken Sword Style, Holy Weapon Enchantment, Thunderstorm Sword, Instant Kill with Drawn Sword, Storm Shattering Phoenix Sword, Sword Master, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb, Spiritual Spirit Sword, Light Wave Step. He had just recovered 20 points of spirit, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Su Chen estimated that he really couldn't hold on any longer. He had to preserve the last bit of spirit to escape. He felt a deep unwillingness, but life was always the most important. A surge of anger welled up in his heart, and he firmly remembered everyone's faces. In the future, he would take revenge one by one, just as Su Chen was in despair, ready to abandon the treasure chest and flee. He suddenly felt a sharp glint in his eyes. He saw a vague shadow appearing behind him, hundreds of meters away. It was extremely blurry. If not for the Eye of Insight, Su Chen wouldn't have seen it. In the next moment, a dim gray light inexplicably emerged, enveloping Su Chen entirely. It was as if half the rain surrounded him. His body instantly turned formless, and even his breath disappeared. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This was the concealment transmission technique. It could simultaneously make the target invisible and teleport them away. It consumed a great deal of energy and was a very rare high-level skill. Someone was protecting him. After Su Chen became invisible, everyone immediately lost their target. He was able to catch his breath. In fact, Su Chen's hidden God step could also make him invisible, and its effect was even stronger. Not only could it conceal him, but it could also evade all attacks. If he wanted to escape the battlefield, Su Chen had a way. However, the hidden God step consumed all his spirit in an instant, so Su Chen was always reluctant to use it to flee. He was unwilling to give up the treasure chest. That was why he persisted in the bloody battle. Damn it, that guy disappeared. Someone looked around, frantically launching wide area attacks, but they didn't hit Su Chen. Covered by the invisibility spell and still moving, Su Chen instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Is this invisibility a skill or a treasure? This kid is too hard to kill. Or, does this guy have accomplices? Forget it, let's not worry about him. Let's grab the chest first. He should have been scared off by us. Brothers, each to his own ability. Now, there are no obstacles at all. In the shadows, someone sneered coldly, having long since taken advantage of the chaos to sneak over to the treasure chest behind. Some had already begun using skills to strike the ice surface, trying to dig out the treasure chest. Damn it, while we kill that swordsman, sneak over and grab the treasure first. Die, someone struck out, starting a chaotic attack. The scene instantly turned into a mess. Colorful skills erupted like a tidal wave. People began to fight to the death among themselves. Many were severely injured. Everyone, calm down. Someone realized that if this continued, a large-scale melee would break out, and many would die. But the chaos was so overwhelming that no one could hear the advice anymore. The temptation of the diamond treasure chest was too strong. Internal strife was almost an inevitable outcome. Everyone exerted their full strength to start slaughtering each other. For the treasure chest, they would stop at nothing. Just a second ago, they were united against a common enemy, and the next second, they were trying to kill each other. Su Chen stood invisibly at the limit distance for picking up the treasure chest, his gaze dark as he watched this scene. He felt that in the next moment, he would be teleported away by this concealment transmission technique, leaving this battlefield. The treasure chest, was he really going to hand it over? He clenched his fists tightly, feeling utterly unwilling. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he abruptly took out a scroll from his personal space. Right, The holder of the treasure map has absolute priority in picking up any treasure chest. Although they are within the range to pick up the treasure chest, they cannot compete with me since they don't have the treasure map. As long as I stand in the area, I will have the highest pickup priority. Su Chen had been surrounded and attacked by multiple people earlier, and he hadn't had the chance to use the treasure map. Now, under the protection of invisibility, he could finally use this treasure map to forcibly pick up the treasure chest. He directly took out the treasure map and squeezed it. Suddenly, the treasure map transformed into a blue light and vanished. The blue light, like starlight, shot forth and shattered the ice covering the treasure chest. In the next moment, a blue light flashed over the treasure chest. Detection, you have arrived at the treasure map location. Do you want to pick up the treasure chest? Without hesitation, Su Chen clicked, yes. In the next moment, the treasure chest vanished into thin air, directly entering Su Chen's personal space. At the same time, he teleported away, leaving everyone on the battlefield in a state of confusion. Everyone was too preoccupied with the chaotic battle, but at the same time, each person's peripheral vision had been fixed on that treasure chest from the beginning. So when the treasure chest disappeared, the scene naturally froze for a moment. Many people stopped their fighting. What happened? How did the treasure chest disappear? This is impossible. I was watching it closely. No one was near it, and there was no aura approaching. The berserker's face turned ugly. Shocked. I set up a formation near that treasure chest. No one could get close. Who picked it up? A mage said. Step forward. Who is it? All the job changers shouted angrily at that moment. They began to suspect everyone standing beside them. In that moment, everyone was an angry Azura, mercilessly slaughtering their own kind. Even members of the same small team began to fight each other in anger. Because at this moment, the person standing next to you could be the one who secretly took the treasure chest. Everyone raised their weapons in fury and attacked each other. Meanwhile, Su Chen had long since escaped. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone, stop. It must be someone with the treasure map who picked it up. As soon as these words were spoken, a glimmer of reason flashed in everyone's eyes. Right, the treasure map has the highest pickup priority. Hiss, what you say does make sense. The pickup range of the treasure map is much farther than ours. Damn it, who is it? The glimmer of reason in their eyes flickered for a moment before instantly turning into greedy killing intent. They looked around, their eyes flashing with cold light, seemingly trying to search the crowd for who had taken the treasure chest. The fighting continued. It could be that swordsman called the God of Killing. He might have picked it up while escaping, but it's also possible he hasn't left yet and is among us. Or perhaps, the holder of the treasure chest is right here among us. In any case, we must kill until someone voluntarily hands over the treasure chest. Kill. The scene was chaotic, and everyone fought with deadly intent. After today, less than half of those present would survive. Su Chen was teleported nearly 100 meters away by the invisibility technique. In this dungeon, the white mist was extremely thick, obscuring vision. Basically, anything beyond 50 meters was invisible. So after Su Chen escaped, he was basically safe. He immediately activated the light step technique and quickly fled, distancing himself from the battlefield. Looking back, they were still fighting among themselves. Loud crashes and screams echoed continuously. Su Chen's expression was cold as he said, "Very well, keep fighting, even if you are left with only half. I will take my revenge one by one." He clenched his fists tightly, sheathing all his swords. He had memorized the faces of everyone here. At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation for the diamond treasure chest. There was also a hint of curiosity. Who exactly had saved him? Su Chen rushed for several miles. Finally, beside a cold ice lake, he saw a young man. He had a head of messy short hair and was wearing a light blue long robe. In his right hand, he held a long ebony staff. The quality was undoubtedly high. Su Chen immediately scanned his information. Yumian, race, half-elf, level, 37, 0/300 experience points, class, Misty Mage, strength, 47, constitution, 50, agility, 27, spirit, 363, luck, 82, talent, magical affinity, he has the blood of half-elves flowing through him, granting him exceptional intelligence and a strong affinity for magic, skills, stealth transmission, heavenly river storm, liquid ice formation, falling waterfall, rain barrier technique. Appearance disguise technique. It turned out, he was a half-elf. Indeed, a half-elf, the child of humans and elves, not accepted by human society, nor by the elven race. considered to have tainted blood, but this person was very intelligent. He had learned the appearance disguise technique, concealing the characteristic pointed ears of half-elves. This way, he could live freely in human society. Except for someone like Su Chen, who possessed the eye of insight and could irrationally detect all information, it was difficult for others to see through his true race. No wonder he could use stealth transmission. This was a skill that could only be learned at the 4th transition. Because he was a half-elf, he could learn it at the 3rd transition as an exception. Each race's skill tree is different. Compared to humans, elves have a much stronger learning ability for magical skills. Moreover, the innate spirit power of elves is higher than that of humans. When a human first awakens at level 1, the upper limit of their spirit attribute is 10 points. For elves, it is 20 points. This alone shows the magical talent of elves. Why did you save me? Su Chen stared at him and asked flatly. Yumian slowly turned his head to look at Su Chen. He extended a hand. My name is Yumian. His voice was very pleasant, deep and resonant. This is the advantage of the elven race. As long as you have elven blood flowing through you, you naturally won't look ugly. Any elf, by human aesthetic standards, is top-notch in appearance. However, this half-elf player named Yumian did not resemble the elegant and noble image people had of elves. Instead, he was filled with a sense of despair. He had stubble, messy hair, and his mage robe was covered in stains. As he leaned closer, one could even smell a faint scent of alcohol on him. Killing God. Su Chen shook his hand. Exchanging names. Knowing each other's names allowed for remote communication. Su Chen used his title in place of a real name, which had the same effect. Killing God? That title is a bit chilling, he said with a slight smile. He knew Su Chen was using a title, not a real name. Then, his expression became serious. He stared at Su Chen, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and said, I saved you, not for any other reason. I have a few friends who died at the hands of that elite dual-sword skeleton. You have avenged me. Moreover, at this point, Yumian paused. I was the one who lured those people here, wanting them to kill the elite skeleton. I let you fall into this disaster, so I bear a great responsibility. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened slightly in surprise. This guy was indeed clever. He had deliberately mentioned on the World Channel that there was a treasure chest here, but it was guarded by elite monsters, warning people not to come. In reality, he was exploiting people's rebellious psychology. If he had said there were no monsters, only a treasure chest, people would have thought there was a trap and would not dare to approach. He truly had a firm grasp on human nature. By the way, I can also look for opportunities to see if I can reap the benefits and seize the treasure chest. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The so-called mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This rain sleep is the oriole. This plan can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Chen looked at him, feeling a wave of wariness in his heart. This rain sleep had no trace of a spirit's aura at all. Instead, he resembled an ordinary, disheartened man. He must have gone through some story. I saw earlier that you have a treasure map. You have the highest pickup priority, so I know that as long as I can rescue you, you can bring the treasure chest along. Rain Sleep said, his eyes slightly squinted, as if he were a schemer. Su Chen's expression was calm, and he made a decisive move. He directly took out the diamond-grade treasure chest from his personal space. It was indeed no problem for him to escape and save his life, but without Rain Sleep, he wouldn't be able to get this treasure chest. Therefore, he was entitled to a share. The heavy treasure chest fell to the ground. The crystal-clear chest was embedded with various diamonds. Su Chen's movements were very decisive, without a hint of hesitation or doubt. Revenge for revenge, kindness for kindness, this was Su Chen's nature. Without you, I wouldn't be able to get this treasure chest. So, you can choose one treasure to take with you later, Su Chen said solemnly. You aren't as shameless as other humans, Rain Sleep replied with a calm expression, appearing composed on the surface. But in reality, he was sweating internally as he watched Su Chen's actions, because the moment he mentioned the treasure chest, Su Chen suddenly raised his hand. It was hard not to misinterpret that Su Chen wanted to kill him and keep the treasure chest for himself. Fortunately, this player known as the God of Death, a sword master, wasn't that evil. He felt he hadn't misjudged him. After all, Rain Sleep had seen Su Chen single-handedly kill a skeleton swordsman and fight fiercely against that group of people. His posture was truly exceptional, so he didn't dare to underestimate Su Chen's strength and was always on guard. He was a mage, weak in close combat. If Su Chen launched a surprise attack at this distance, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Human? Hearing brother you say that, it seems like you aren't human, Su Chen joked. Although he knew Rain Sleep's true race, he didn't expose it. Everyone has their own secrets. Rain Sleep just smiled it off. Then, Su Chen's expression became serious. No matter what you get from the treasure chest, you can only take one. After all, I did most of the work. His expression was grave as he spoke slowly. In his past life, he had been open-hearted to others but was betrayed. So in this life, he naturally prioritized his own interests. Rain Sleep nodded upon hearing this. It was already quite fair. After all, Su Chen had given him the right to choose first. This was actually more precious than other treasures. The diamond chest might only yield one diamond treasure, while the others could be platinum grade. The value gap between platinum and diamond was like heaven and earth. Being able to choose first meant he could definitely take the most valuable treasure. Alright, let's open the chest, he said. Su Chen directly opened the treasure chest. Opening diamond treasure chest. Frost alloy, diamond grade forging material, dragon slaying technique skill scroll, diamond grade sword technique, vampire potion, platinum grade, a total of 3. Looking at these items, Rain Sleep frowned. None of them were items for a mage. The drop rate of items depended on each person's luck value. Because Su Chen's luck attribute was too high, the items that dropped were basically usable by him. Su Chen quietly stared at him, waiting for his choice. It seemed that he would choose the frost alloy. This was a diamond-grade forging material. Weapons forged with it would at least be of diamond quality. It might even reach epic level. TSK. There's nothing I can use. Rain Sleep frowned deeply. He was silent for a moment, then finally took a step back. I won't choose. His words surprised Su Chen slightly. He actually chose to give up diamond-grade loot? Was this person perhaps a madman? Are you sure you don't want to choose anything? Su Chen's voice was serious as he asked. Although you don't have your professional equipment and skill scrolls, the frozen alloy is a good thing. It can be used to forge a diamond-level staff. Upon hearing this, Yumian shook his head slightly. Brother killing god, do you know how much it costs to have someone forge a diamond-level weapon? Su Chen's eyes flashed with realization. Indeed, he hadn't considered that. Su Chen had seized the assets of the wanted criminal Dingpan and was basically not short on money. He had accumulated his wealth through plundering players. But for others, the arrival coins in 10,000 races coins were very precious. A third transformation person usually had at least a standard golden level weapon. Those using platinum weapons were rare. Diamond level weapons were even more expensive. The equipment on Yumian wasn't particularly good. One could even say it was somewhat impoverished. He might not even have the money to forge one. This half-elf, not accepted by either the human or elven races, was very poor and dejected. Being third transformation didn't mean he was wealthy. It only indicated that he had worked very hard to level up and was older than most. An ordinary blacksmith can't even refine steel of this quality in the furnace. They can't even break it down. I would need to find a blacksmith of at least 4th or 5th transformation to successfully refine it. The price would be at least 1,000,000 arrival coins or tens of thousands of 10,000 races coins. I can't afford that. He let out a bitter laugh and said, but if you sell it, you can get a good price. Su Chen continued. However, Yumian shook his head firmly, as if he had made up his mind. No. Then, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. I want you to owe me a favor. Su Chen was taken aback by this statement. A diamond-level item in exchange for a small favor. If this got out, others would surely think he was a fool. Are you serious? Su Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. Yes. Yumian nodded gently. You're still young. Probably not even 20 years old, and you can hold your own against so many third transformation experts. You must have 10-star talent, right? Su Chen fell silent, not answering him. In the future, you will definitely have a bright future. I believe you will be worth more than a piece of diamond-level iron. As he said this, a hint of sorrow appeared in Yumian's eyes. It seemed he had something weighing on his heart. It felt as if there was something pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Diamond-level items couldn't help him. Only a stronger presence could assist him, and that matter was very important, forcing him to exhaust all means to seek hope. It even drove him to be willing to give up his diamond-level spoils. Su Chen felt an infinite curiosity arise within him. What had this mysterious young man experienced back then? His entire demeanor was extremely dejected, and his eyes seemed filled with great sorrow. No wonder he reeked of alcohol. Since you insist, I won't say more. Su Chen's expression turned cold, and he could only accept all the items from the treasure chests. A favor, light or heavy, was the most peculiar thing. It could be worthless trash or the most valuable treasure in the world. This Yumian was truly a born gambler. He insisted repeatedly, and Su Chen couldn't persuade him further. Su Chen couldn't just force the treasures onto him. He could only grant him a favor, taking all the treasures for himself. He wouldn't lose out no matter what. This is your choice. Su Chen put everything away and then curiously asked, "What do you want my favor for?" Yumian remained silent for a long time before finally walking away. "You will know in the future, brother killing God. Until we meet again." With that, he left, his figure disappearing into the mist, gradually fading away. Su Chen stood in place, his expression serious. He had never heard of this mysterious young man, but he knew their paths would surely cross again in the future. This person appeared dejected, but there was a certain elegance that shone through. Su Chen had a certain admiration for him. He also quickly walked away in another direction. After all, just a few miles behind him was the place where that group was fighting, and it was possible that someone might escape here. Su Chen only wanted to sort through his treasures now and didn't want to engage in another battle with them. The main issue was that his stamina had not recovered much. Arriving at an ice cave, Su Chen took out some firewood from his personal space. Then, he pierced the firewood with the dragon scales of his dragon-inlaid broken sword and ignited it directly. He took out several large T-bone steaks and placed them on an iron grill to roast. Su Chen's current physique and strength attributes had both reached 80. This meant that his physical endurance and energy consumption were almost 8 times that of an ordinary person. After a fierce battle, his stomach was empty, so he naturally needed a big meal to fill up. While the beef was still roasting, Su Chen took out the 3 items he had obtained from the diamond treasure chests. He instinctively wanted to use the universal ascension to upgrade them, but then he realized it wouldn't work. He suddenly remembered that the treasure chest had already been ascended once, and items that had been indirectly ascended could not be ascended again. He first took out the vial of potion. Vampire potion, platinum quality, level restriction, level 35 description, an extremely rare potion, with a pure orange-red texture, in which many liquid cells seem to flow. It requires several experienced alchemists and wizards to work together, using rare materials such as vampire blood, menstrual blood, human blood, high-level beast blood, and 100 withered grass, to brew. Effect, after drinking, within 1 hour, transform into a servant-level vampire, gaining the racial talents of the vampire clan, Sunlight Fear, pale body, blood-sucking demon, Sunlight Fear, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, being directly exposed to sunlight will cause the body to spontaneously combust and perish completely. Pale body, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, all physical, strength, and agility attributes will double. Blood-sucking demon, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, one can absorb the blood of any living creature, quickly heal any injuries, and has an extremely low chance of stealing a random skill from the target. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The vampire potion was too powerful. He had originally thought that the potion's name only suggested a blood-sucking effect, but he never expected it could actually transform a person into a vampire temporarily. The true value of this potion was definitely far beyond platinum quality. If it were auctioned off, it would be worth as much as diamond-grade equipment. Vampires, among the myriad races, are an extremely powerful and ancient race. They rank among the top in the myriad races. They possess vast knowledge and incredibly strong physical abilities. However, this race has a significant flaw. They cannot reproduce through normal means and can only transform living people into servants using their blood. Therefore, their numbers are fewer than those of the undead, elves, and orcs. To ordinary people, the vampire clan is very mysterious. There is even a big question mark over whether they truly exist. Many people regard this race as a legendary story. They have long hidden among the human race, elves, and other major races. They never go out during the day and only move at night, seeking opportunities to hunt and kill. Su Chen recalled that in the city of Xinjing, where he lived, there had often been bloodthirsty murders, very similar to those of vampires, for many years. Yet, the murderer had never been caught. Su Chen didn't know much about vampires, but he had seen and learned a lot in his past life, so he knew more than the average person. At the very least, he knew that vampires were definitely not fictional but truly existed. This vial of potion could temporarily transform a person into a servant-level vampire. It seemed to be a low level, merely the second tier among vampires, but Su Chen was very clear that this was already powerful enough. The formidable abilities that vampires should possess begin to manifest at this level. Flipping through his memories, Su Chen recalled that in his previous life, he had read a compendium of various races within the Dragon Kingdom's government. It detailed the rough profiles of the major races. He had also seen the records about the vampire clan. This race is divided into several major tiers, with a strict hierarchy. The weakest is called newborn. This refers to a vampire that has just been transformed. If a newborn has poor talent, they will be extremely weak even as a transferee, and they will remain forever at the newborn level. Newborns do not possess the ability to transform other beings. They are the weakest of the last generation of vampires. The second tier is called servant. Servant vampires have begun to possess powerful physical abilities, rapid speed, and the ability to heal through blood consumption. They can consume essence blood to transform living beings into newborns. The third tier is called young master. Vampires at this level have begun to awaken their unique abilities. Some vampires can read emotions, while others can teleport. They can consume essence blood to transform living beings into servants. These three tiers are considered the ranks of ordinary vampires. The real highlights come afterward: elders, longevous, and ancients. There are a total of 6 tiers. Elders in the previously mentioned tiers can only survive for a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. No matter how much blood they consume, they will still eventually perish from physical collapse. However, starting from the longevous, vampires can maintain immortality through blood consumption. Among them, the ancients are the most powerful vampires, regarded as immortal beings. Ancients can transform longevous. Longevous can transform elders. Elders can transform young masters, and young masters can transform servants. This race operates on a lower-tier transformation system. In other words, top-tier ancient vampires can regard all vampires as their servants. The moment of transformation, your body will be filled and altered by vampire cells, capable of healing all cancers, injuries, and ailments. Therefore, having this vial of potion means that Su Chen can, in an instant, recover from a near-death state to his peak. This is equivalent to a life-saving potion. Moreover, it lasts for only 1 hour. There is no need to forever fall into the state of a fearsome creature that dreads sunlight. This is simply a tremendous surprise. Su Chen carefully stored this vial of potion in his personal space. If one day he had to use it, he would do so without hesitation. Vampires are one of the most terrifying races. Any vampire feels like a boss-level existence. Because they are ancient beings, many myths and legends about them had already circulated long before the day of awakening arrived. Subsequently, Su Chen took out the alloy steel. It was extremely heavy. This piece of steel appeared to have a very peculiar texture. It had 2 colors of patterns intermingling and shimmering. There was a dark red, like flowing lava. There was also an icy blue, like the waves of the sea. The reflection of the 2 colors highlighted the extraordinary nature of this steel. Holding it felt alternately scalding hot and bone-chilling cold. Melted cold alloy forging material, diamond quality, a forging material of extremely high rank. It can only be condensed at the center of a millennium glacier. Equipment crafted from it will not be of lower quality than diamond level. Melted stone, weapons forged from this steel will carry fire damage. Cold stone, weapons forged from this steel will carry ice damage. Hidden effect, crafted by an extremely skilled high-level blacksmith. It may fuse the 2 properties to create hidden characteristics. Su Chen's expression grew serious. This steel is quite powerful. I wonder if it can be fused with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The effect would definitely be impressive. However, just thinking about it made him feel a pang of pain in his wallet. Just a moment ago, he felt quite wealthy, but the subsequent expenses would directly consume a large portion of it. In fact, this was also Su Chen being unaware of the blessings he had. With a second-tier cultivation, he aimed to forge a diamond-grade weapon, which, of course, would be costly. If it were 4th or 5th tier, using diamond-grade weapons would be the norm. The materials dropped by ferocious beasts during that period could easily cover the expenses when sold. Su Chen was spending beyond his means, so the costs were indeed high. He pocketed the piece of steel. Then, he immediately took out a skill scroll. On the ancient yellow cover, 3 large characters were inscribed, Dragon Slaying Technique. Su Chen quickly scanned the details of the scroll. Dragon Slaying Technique Sword Skill Scroll, Diamond Low Grade, Level Restriction, Level 40, The Dragon Weeps in the World. Take my sinking sword to subdue the evil insects. Effect: a single sword strike releases golden sword energy, inflicting high armor-piercing damage, with extremely domineering power. Suffix: stopping dragon force against large monsters. This move's power is enhanced, the larger the enemy, the greater the increase in power. Limit: 1000%. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This sword technique actually had a suffix effect. Skills rarely had suffix effects, generally, only equipment would have them. Skills with suffixes were all incredibly powerful and exceptionally unique. Su Chen immediately crushed the scroll, thoroughly mastering the skill. Suddenly, countless techniques surged into his mind. He grasped it directly. With his original sword body, he could break through level restrictions and learn it immediately. I have acquired a diamond-grade active sword technique. This would be Su Chen's strongest active sword skill to date. He stepped out of the ice cave and casually summoned a mental spirit blade. He sliced off a section of ice from the ground, condensing it into an ice sword. Then, gripping the sword, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed. Whoosh! Boom! A heavy, thunderous sound erupted. The thick fog around him sank several inches with that one strike. A terrifying golden sword energy burst forth, sweeping horizontally before him. It formed a magnificent semicircular golden glow, directly covering a radius of several dozen meters. The sword energy was scorching hot, evaporating much of the surrounding fog. After a long while, it finally dissipated. Su Chen focused his gaze. The ice sword in his hand had shattered and melted into water, unable to withstand the overwhelming sword energy. Terrifying. Too terrifying. With this sword, I might really be able to slay a dragon with ease, he murmured. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a meaty aroma. His T-bone steak was ready. He hurried back into the cave and scanned it. Grilled T-bone steak, medium rare, bronze low grade. The exterior is crispy, while the inside is juicy. Truly a top delicacy. It contains double the protein of regular beef, capable of replenishing the energy needed for an entire day. After consumption, increases strength by 10 points for 10 minutes. Effects of similar foods do not stack. Su Chen blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected it to have a grade. This was just an ordinary piece of steak, yet he had grilled it into a bronze low-grade delicacy. It seemed his culinary skills were improving. Most importantly, he had grilled 8 such steaks, more than enough to replenish his consumption for the day. He had only added the most basic seasonings like cumin, chili powder, and coarse salt to create such a delicious dish. This was thanks to his precise control over the cooking process. Many people believed that grilling meat required oil to lock in the juices, otherwise, it would be very dry. But Su Chen had extensive experience. He used slow heat to roast, charring the exterior to a crisp while preventing the internal juices from escaping, effectively stewing the meat in its own juices. Moreover, the meat had natural fat on the outside that could seal in the juices, so there was no need for additional oil. With this almost entirely natural cooking method, Su Chen could make any ingredient delicious, ensuring his taste buds never suffered. He immediately dug in. Soon, he devoured the steak, fully restoring his stamina to peak condition. Afterward, Su Chen took out some equipment. Previously, Su Chen had killed 2 third transformation players. One was the Flame Fist Master, Zhuo Shihong. The other was a male enchanter. Both of them had been slain by Su Chen with a charged sword strike. He had obtained all their possessions and even leveled up twice, reaching level 26. This was not Su Chen's fault, they were the ones seeking death. The male enchanter didn't seem particularly wealthy, but Zhuo Shihong was indeed quite valuable. This woman had a slender figure and a somewhat enchanting face. It was unclear how she had acquired her wealth. Perhaps she sold her body. None of this concerned Su Chen. Once it was in his possession, it was his. Her pair of gauntlets was a platinum-grade weapon. No wonder they looked like flowing flames. Extraordinarily brilliant. Su Chen took all their belongings out and laid them before him. He uniformly used universal sublimation to upgrade them. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. The wonderful and melodious sounds made Su Chen unable to help but grin. Their value had multiplied several times. Selling these items would easily bring in over 1 million arrival coins. Although these two weren't like Ding Pan, who made a profession out of killing for wealth, they were still third transformation players and had likely engaged in their fair share of dubious activities. They just weren't as extreme as Ding Pan. The resources on them were slightly less than Ding Pan's but still quite impressive. Su Chen tidied up a bit and picked out several better spoils. Flame Flow Tiger Claw, Diamond Low Grade, Equipment Requirement, master of fist techniques. Description: an extremely powerful type of gauntlet weapon forged from pure flames in various materials. If one is not a fist technique practitioner, holding this claw will result in burns. Suffix: pure flame, converts all fist attack damage into fire attribute damage. Suffix: flame flow, all your fire attacks have significantly increased range and power. The flame gauntlet had been upgraded to a diamond grade equipment. Its effect was strong, allowing all fist attack damage to be converted into fire attribute damage. This meant physical attacks could be transformed into burning assaults, capable of breaking through most armor defenses. Take the dual sword skeleton, for example. Its dual swords were ferocious and relentless, continuously attacking. It could also dismantle and block many of Su Chen's sword techniques, rendering most player attacks ineffective. Su Chen had to exert some effort to defeat it, but with the effect of this claw, it would be different. Converting physical attacks into fire attacks would directly bypass the dual sword skeleton's sword technique blocks. For instance, Su Chen's sword technique relied on sharpness to determine whether it could cut through an enemy's armor or bones. If the sword damage were converted into fire, there would be no need to worry about the sharpness of the strike, as all the power of the swing would transform into high temperatures to burn the enemy. The greater your attack power, the higher and more violent the temperature of the flames produced. No matter how fast the sword block, it couldn't stop the all-pervasive flames. This weapon was truly powerful. Unfortunately, Su Chen couldn't use it. There were restrictions, only fist technique practitioners could equip it. Sword techniques couldn't be converted, only fist skills. So Su Chen could only use it as an example to demonstrate the strength of this gauntlet. Either break it down for materials or sell it. After all, this was a diamond low-grade gauntlet. On the market, selling it for 8 million arrival coins, or even over 10 million, would be easy. But Su Chen preferred to exchange it directly for 10,000 races coins. It should be worth around 700,000 to 800,000, because 10,000 races coins were more precious and versatile. The arrival coin shop was indeed a convenience store, with a rich variety of items. But compared to the 10,000 races shop, it was simply lacking. The 10,000 races shop could purchase everything. Bloodlines, talents, and the like can almost only be found in the 10,000 realms shop. In the arrival shop, under normal circumstances, one can only purchase some daily necessities, healing potions, food, sports cars, houses, and some ordinary equipment. Of course, the arrival shop occasionally holds large auctions. The arrival auction is a large trading event for humans held every 3 months. During this event, some items put up by players will be available, which can provide some rare items through unconventional means. It supports transactions in arrival coins, and of course, it also supports transactions in 10,000 races coins. However, the arrival auction is not held every day. Moreover, even for auctions held by the arrival shop, many rare items still only support transactions in 10,000 races coins. So compared to the 10,000 races mall, the arrival shop still feels like a small convenience store. Theoretically, arrival coins can be exchanged for 10,000 races coins at a rate of 10 to 1, but in reality, it is hard to find someone willing to make the exchange. After all, 10,000 races coins have stronger liquidity and are rarer. Arrival coins, on the other hand, only circulate within the human race, so exchanging them is very difficult. The best option is to sell rare equipment directly in the form of 10,000 races coins. This pair of gloves, if I listed on the exchange directly, a price of 700,000 10,000 races coins seems a bit low, but a price of 1,000,000 10,000 races coins is too high. There might not be anyone willing to buy it, and it could remain unsold for a long time. Su Chen fell into deep thought. He needed money urgently. He couldn't afford to delay. He needed to sell it quickly, but if he set the price too low, he felt he would be at a loss. Yet, a way to avoid loss while selling quickly seemed to exist only in one form: participating in the auction house. Auctions are based on bidding, and the highest bidder wins. Therefore, an item is almost guaranteed to sell for its maximum value, as long as the item is good enough. Moreover, the selling speed is very fast. After making up his mind, Su Chen put away the gloves. He planned to return to Blue Star to participate in an auction once he obtained the epic item from this dungeon. Besides these gloves, he had also refined many high-value pieces of equipment, all of which were spoils from the dead. When sold, they would definitely make Su Chen wealthy. ensuring he wouldn't lack money for a long time. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the cave shook. Several gigantic skeleton monsters appeared at the entrance. Their jaws made a grinding sound, as if they couldn't wait to rush in and slaughter. It seemed they had caught the scent of roasted beef and charged over from several miles away. Just in time. I should level up too. Su-chen smiled calmly and drew his weapon. All along, Su-chen had not focused much on leveling up, prioritizing equipment farming instead. Now, after fighting in the D-level dungeon for a long time, he could clearly feel the disadvantages of being underleveled. Low-tier players challenging high-tier monsters is not simply about having their attributes suppressed. You will experience a pure intangible sense of pressure. This is the power brought by the world's rules, suppressing all those who dare to challenge beyond their level. It will leave you gasping for breath. Even if your skills are of high rank and you can fight above your level, over time, both your body and mind will not be able to sustain it. Therefore, Su-chen needed to quickly raise his level to a suitable degree for this dungeon. Only then could he continue to fight. There was still a long way to go to the general area where the epic item was located. It was a dark blue ice cave, different from the surrounding icy colors. It was said that it might even be underwater? This reminded Su-chen of the mythical underwater city, Atlantis. It would take about a week to reach there. Su-chen was not very clear about the specific information regarding that epic item. After all, he had only heard of it occasionally in his past life, but he only needed to reach the general area, and that would be enough. After all, an epic level item, one can imagine that the moment it appears, there will definitely be a phenomenon in the world. As long as the distance isn't too far, it should be felt. Su-chen needed to ensure that his level was sufficient to face the upcoming challenges. At the very least, he had to be able to survive and take away that treasure. This was also the fundamental purpose of his entry into this dungeon. His gaze was serious as he looked outside the cave at the three elite skeletons rushing towards him. They all had green eyes, flickering with a ghostly light. Their dry hair resembled straw. Their bodies were covered in rotting flesh like dry ash, and their tattered battle robes were in shambles. Their weapons were all rusted. One could only imagine how long they had been frozen. Each skeleton wielded a heavy, massive weapon. Standing in the center, the largest skeleton monster was over 3 meters tall, with thighs as thick as barrels. It walked on the ice, leaving deep dents in its wake. It held a giant flail in its hand, capable of smashing a whole person into a pulp. Its body was covered in layers of heavy steel armor. Its size, the luxury of its equipment, and its attributes were the highest among the three skeleton monsters. Its strength attribute reached a terrifying 650 points. Su-chen had no doubt that this hulking skeleton could easily take down the second transformation giant python he had encountered before. With just one strike, its flail should be able to crush that second transformation giant python to the core. Just this one skeleton monster was terrifying enough. The problem was, the other two skeleton monsters beside it were not to be underestimated either. They were both elite monsters. The skeletons on the left and right each wielded an ancient warhammer. They were also over 2 meters tall, looking like giants with their broad shoulders and thick waists. These three skeleton monsters were all third transformation. Generally, elite monsters appear alone. It was indeed rare to see elite monsters appearing in groups. Fortunately, Su-chen's stamina had recovered to its peak, otherwise, he would have had to run. The warhammer skeletons on the left and right suddenly took the initiative to attack. They leaped up, cracking the ice beneath them, and charged forward. The massive hammerheads swung towards him. Su-chen remained unfazed, scanning their information in that instant. Left, right Guardian Warhammer Undead, Elite Monster, Bloodline, Undead, Level 33, Strength 424, Constitution 302, Agility 108, Spirit 10, Luck 8, Talent, Undying Body. Upon their death, their bones will gradually reassemble and return to life. Unless they are severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skills: Twin Battle Warriors. These two Warhammer skeletons are twins. They can communicate telepathically and have perfect coordination on the battlefield. Corpse Poison Hammer Wave. The wounds inflicted by their hammers will immediately rot, causing corpse poison to attack the heart. Berserk Hammer Technique. Their attack power will surge after being injured. Su-chen's expression grew serious, and he immediately focused all his attention to respond. These two skeletons were slightly weaker than the hulking skeleton in the center, but they were still very strong. He directly drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Then, he raised his left hand, gripping the Shadow Flow long sword. Clang! The Xianfeng sword behind him unsheathed and slashed diagonally. The spirit sword also fully condensed. Su Chen simultaneously controlled 4 swords to deal with these 2 skeletons. 2 swords for each monster. He had already shown them great respect. Swish, 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 swish. The spinning blades in midair were like annoying drones, frantically slashing at the 2 hammer skeletons, continuously reducing their health points. Although their strength attributes were high and their hammers were large, their movements were not fast. By the time they swung their hammers, Su Chen could already strike several times. He flicked his fingers, and the spinning blades slashed wildly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spirit sword, at an incredible angle, lunged forward, catching the left skeleton off guard. It directly penetrated its left eye socket, completely shattering the eyeball. The 2 warhammer skeletons let out a piercing and furious roar. Due to telepathy, all the sensations of pain were shared. Spirit Sword Proficiency plus 1242 promoted to mid-grade gold. Mind Blade, mid-grade gold, concentrate intent into a blade, sharp enough to cut down enemies. The appearance of the sword blade changed, as if it were engulfed in a layer of pale white mental flame, looking even more powerful. When controlled by thought while soaring through the air, it left behind a trace of mental residue. Very impressive. The 2 skeletons, unable to contain their rage, increased the force of their hammers. Their movements became significantly faster. Bang! Bang! The 2 massive hammers came crashing down towards Su Chen's body. The violent wind pressure made Su Chen's hair flutter. These 2 great hammers, combined with inertia, weighed at least over 1,000 pounds, even 10,000. Even with Su Chen's 80 points in physical attributes, he couldn't withstand it head-on. Otherwise, he would be reduced to nothing but bone fragments. His body would instantly turn into ketchup, the very thinnest kind. Su Chen immediately changed his stance, crossing his dual swords, while the 2 swords hovering in midair suddenly flipped and spun around. They formed a marvelous overlapping sword formation. The 4 swords crossed each other, resembling a bizarre support structure, yet possessing the most perfect mechanical characteristics. He forcibly resisted the 2 giant hammers, but Su Chen also felt a violent tremor in his hands. His wrists numbed. He had exerted all his strength to dissipate the force, yet still felt his head buzzing. In that moment, a hint of a somewhat crazed smile flashed in his eyes. He, it's not that terrifying, is it? He, it's not that terrifying, is it? Su Chen's smile was like that of Ashura. The power of swordsmanship was fundamentally enhanced by agility attributes. Of course, strength also provided a boost, but not as much as agility. Only professions like blunt weapon users or fist fighters had the highest strength attribute bonuses. Swordsmen could also invest in strength, but that would lead down a different path of a berserk swordsman. With his extremely high agility attributes, Su Chen's sword techniques were not only fast but also incredibly powerful. They could even rival the skills of certain pure strength-type monsters. Coupled with the 20-fold enhancement of the original sword body, it was not surprising that he could withstand these hammers. I could use the hidden god step or the lightweight step to evade, but not knowing the true power of your attacks makes it impossible for me to have a clear understanding and confidence in the subsequent battle. The attributes scanned by the Eye of Insight were ultimately just paper data. Su Chen, a master of his craft, had experienced countless battles. He knew that the true power of an attack could not be deduced from mere data. One had to consider skill effects, the enemy's level of anger, emotions, status, types of monsters, muscle density, and other precise measurements. The Eye of Insight could only provide a rough range. Therefore, the only way to perceive how heavy the opponent's attack truly was to feel it personally with his own hands. So I choose to take it head-on. Only then can I defeat you at the fastest speed, Su Chen said firmly. However, he couldn't completely withstand it. Boom! In the next moment, the deep green light flickered in the eyes of the 2 skeletons, directly enhancing the power of the hammers once again. Su Chen's sword could no longer hold up in an instant. His palms were shattered, blood oozing out. After all, it was the attack of 2 elite monsters with power values exceeding 400 points. As a swordsman, being able to withstand it for a moment was already his limit. He couldn't completely block it, but Su Chen remained completely unfazed. He suddenly retracted his sword and stepped back 3 paces. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he gracefully evaded the hammer. Boom! The giant hammer crashed down, scattering the thick mist, creating a large pit in the ice surface. That's enough. I know exactly how heavy your attacks are. It's merely at the level of inflicting serious injury. A chilling killing intent gleamed in Su Chen's eyes. He spoke lightly. But what does it mean to be injured at the slightest touch? It means that the opponent's attack is so devastating that even a scratch can cause a massive loss of health. This is what is called being gravely injured at the slightest touch. Only extremely heavy weapons, combined with a significantly high strength attribute, can possess such power. If one were to be struck on the shoulder, the entire scapula along with the arm and upper chest would explode into a mist of blood. If struck on the thigh, the entire femur and leg would shatter. Yet, Su Chen showed no fear at this level of attack. His voice was exceptionally calm. In his eyes, there was no panic, only a hint of a murderous smile about to erupt. He already knew how to kill. These two skeletons were too slow. Even if their skills were blocked, they had no other tricks up their sleeves. They could only futilely increase their strength. Very foolish. This was the information Su Chen had gleaned. He had chosen to take their attacks head-on just to obtain this information. Now, he could fight based on this knowledge, striking down his enemies in one blow, testing the enemy's trump cards and weaknesses, then waiting for the right moment to strike for a quick kill. This was Su Chen's fighting style. It focused purely on the efficiency of slaughter and the decisiveness of a single strike. The act of testing information seemed to slow down the pace of battle, but as the saying goes, a slow tongue does not reach its goal. In fact, knowing oneself and the enemy allows one to defeat the opponent more swiftly. Su Chen was well versed in the art of combat. His figure suddenly shook, his clothes fluttering. He unleashed the light wave step, charging towards the two skeletons. Su Chen's figure transformed into a gray shadow, circling around them as he ran. Occasionally, he slashed out a few swords. Su Chen also used sword control to summon two additional swords, the Xianbing sword and the Maluo sword, the two weapons of the dual sword skeleton. These two swords were also extremely powerful, on par with the Shadow Flow longsword in quality. Their sharpness was exceptional. Cutting through the flesh of these two elite skeletons was not difficult. Coupled with the intent to condense blades, the Xianfeng sword, and the blades in both hands, Su Chen was now simultaneously controlling 6 swords to attack. Even though his mental strength had reached 170, he could not sustain it for long. The consumption was terrifying. 6 swords were wildly slashing. He aimed to end the battle quickly. In mid-air, dark blood gushed forth. The health of the two hammer skeletons was rapidly decreasing. New wounds appeared on their bodies. The two skeletons were instantly dazed. They couldn't even see where Su Chen was. Maintaining this high-speed movement, he continuously launched harassment-style attacks, wearing down their health. It could be said that he was attacking their greatest weakness. How the hell do we fight this? There's absolutely no way to counter. The two hammer skeletons shared a mental connection and let out furious roars. They could only choose to swing their massive hammers, starting a 360-degree indiscriminate attack on the ground around them. Since they couldn't hit him, they could only swing wildly. They refused to believe they couldn't kill him. The two skeleton monsters frantically hammered the floor. Soon, the icy surface shattered into large pits, and mist rose and dispersed. However, Su Chen's light wave step was of diamond-level agility. Not only was he incredibly fast, but he also moved with utmost grace. His steps were ghostly. No matter how densely they attacked, they couldn't harm Su Chen in the slightest. Not even the hem of his clothes was touched. Before long, Su Chen had reduced their health to below 10%. He aimed to end the battle quickly, because his enemies were not just these two skeletons. In the distance, the bulliest chain hammer warrior was still watching intently. Once he was besieged by the 3 monsters, he would definitely be unable to withstand it. Therefore, his tactic was to use the fastest speed to slay these two skeletons. Then he would focus entirely on dealing with that skeleton warrior. The two hammer skeletons were furious. Their health had dropped to a critical point. After enduring a few more attacks, they would die right here. So they became enraged. They triggered their passive skills. Furious hammer technique. After they are injured, their attack power will surge. Now their health is extremely low, and the power of the hammer is terrifying. Boom! They smashed downwards beside them with all their might, directly creating a giant pit over 10 meters deep in the ice surface. Sharp and jagged shards of ice shot out, scattering in all directions. If a person stood here, they would undoubtedly be pierced into a sieve by the indiscriminate splattering ice spikes. But Su Chen was too agile, choosing to wield the storm-shattering phoenix sword to shatter all the ice debris. At the same time, he summoned 6 swords to attack the two warhammer skeletons. Put! The sword blades pierced through, Each skeleton's head was firmly impaled by 3 swords. Su Chen had infused all his weapons with Holy Attribute Enchantment damage. Holy Weapon Enchantment. This was the skill he mastered that was most effective against undead creatures. Using holy attributes to slay them could directly ignore their undead resurrection talents. Sure enough, the 2 Warhammer skeletons were instantly annihilated, collapsing to the ground with unclosed eyes. All the undead aura on them dissipated. Unable to heal anymore, the corpses completely turned to withered bones. Unable to rise again. Slay 3 turn elite monster x2 experience plus 34221 cross-border kill extra bonus plus 10,000 experience level up to 27. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su Chen's level rose again. Moreover, he was just a little experience away from leveling up to 28. Su Chen estimated that if he killed the last elite monster, he should be able to level up twice in a row. Reaching level 29, he first allocated all the attribute points to Spirit. He had too many skills to manage now. Each battle consumed a large amount of mental power, so he needed to raise it a bit higher. His mental power immediately reached a value of 180. He could even rival some mages. This was the benefit of his innate 10-star talent. Each level up granted him more attribute points to allocate than others, and over time, the gap would only grow larger, even allowing him to fight above his level. After the 2 skeletons fell, Su Chen immediately obtained some loot. Elite Undead Soul Ash Alchemy Material, Gold Quality, Tattered Battle Robe, Platinum Quality. Su Chen collected everything. He had no time to refine them now. He set his sights on the tallest undead outside. It stood over 3 meters tall, its strength far surpassing that of the 2 Warhammer undead. It was staring at Su Chen with hollow eyes. It had witnessed the slaughter of its 2 subordinates by Su Chen, yet there was still no fluctuation of emotion in its gaze. It slowly approached, the massive chain hammer in its hand beginning to spin slowly. Whoosh! The sound of the chain hammer's links resonated like a whisper of death. Although its armor was tattered, it still revealed a hint of noble steel, indicating its level was definitely higher than that of the twin Warhammer undead. Boom! The War General skeleton moved. It swung the chain hammer in its hand like a shooting star, flying towards Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. So fast. In an instant, the chain hammer was crashing down right in front of Su Chen. He had thought that with such a massive skeleton, its speed would be a shortcoming, just like the 2 Warhammer undead, but now it seemed otherwise. He suddenly urged 6 swords to block. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 swords in midair spun back, meeting the chain hammer. At the same time, his dual swords crossed to block. Clang! A loud sound erupted. The iron hammer tilted a few inches. Su Chen managed to use the wave step to evade the blow, but he felt as if his arms had been struck by lightning. Completely numb, his eyes were filled with shock. That blow just now consumed so much of my stamina. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more stamina Su Chen had to expend to block. He immediately scanned the data of this skeleton. Upon seeing it, Su Chen was stunned. Withered Warlord, Elite Monster, Bloodline, Undead Level, 38 Strength, 830 Constitution, 502 Agility, 208 Spirit, 10 Luck, 8 Talent, Undying Body Skills, Soul Drain. As one of the elite leaders of the Undead Legion, it can absorb part of the power from the souls of the dead around it for its own use. Flail Mastery, it has executed countless enemies with flail-type weapons, having mastered them long ago. Wind-like Flail, when using flail weapons, half of its strength value will be added to its speed. Death Strike, locks onto an enemy with the flail, launching a powerful automatic attack. Liberation Sweep, completely releases the chain of the flail, performing a 360-degree sweep that annihilates all living beings within a 67-meter range. Automatic Defense, its control over the flail has reached perfection, allowing it to automatically block enemy attacks with the flail. As if it were effortless, this withered warlord is different from other monsters just by its title. Warlord. The weight of those 2 characters needs no further explanation. Just in terms of skills, it has several, far surpassing ordinary elite monsters, especially the skill Soul Drain, which is simply overpowered. Just now, Su Chen scanned it and it only had 600 points of strength, but now it has over 800. It must have absorbed the souls of those 2 Warhammer skeletons, gaining a boost. Su Chen realized that this monster's combat power absolutely exceeded his expectations. But this only excited him more. If he successfully kills it, he could gain more experience points. Even leveling up to 30 in one go is not impossible. Killing enemies across borders grants extra experience points. Su Chen felt no fear, only 100% calmness. The stronger the enemy, the more composed he would be. He raised his hand directly, activating 6 weapons, and launched a flurry of attacks. Swish, 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 the sword light flickered. Su-chen fully activated the light step, circling around this undead warlord, launching harassment-style attacks. For now, he still didn't know what the monster's weakness was. His goal was to probe for its weakness. However, this skeleton monster was indeed a bit too strong. It stood firmly on the ice, its legs planted solidly. Then, with a flick of its wrist, its robust body moved with surprising agility. The flail flowed with its arm, forming an iron curtain that completely enveloped it. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of iron chains was dense and muffled, producing a sound of breaking air. Su-chen's simultaneous attacks of slashing, chopping, stabbing, and flicking with the 6 swords were all precisely neutralized. Every sword blade, once swung, would be knocked back by that iron hammer. This is its skill automatic defense. It can automatically block all attacks. It's truly too overpowered. This skill is even more troublesome than its other skills. Coupled with its wind-like flail skill, it's simply invincible. Wind-like flail, when using flail weapons, half of its strength value will be added to its speed. This monster's strength attribute reached 830, half of which added to its speed, equating to 415 points of agility. This resulted in its flail swinging speed reaching its peak. Combined with the automatic blocking skill, even with Su-chen's source sword body enhancement, it was difficult to break through its defense in a short time. TSK, a bit troublesome. Su-chen's expression grew serious, a sense of caution rising in his heart. This monster is hard to fight. Roar! The skeleton warlord let out an angry roar, seemingly very irritated by Su-chen's high-frequency attacks. It suddenly stepped forward, gripping the chain handle with both hands, and shook it violently. Clang, clang, clang. The flail struck towards Su-chen's head like a living snake, precisely aimed. It abandoned defense and chose to attack actively. It wanted to completely kill this player. It didn't care at all about Su-chen's attacks that felt like mere tickles. After the monster kills a player, it can also become stronger. The rules of this world are very fair. Being a player does not mean you are the protagonist of this world. Active attack? Very good. Su-chen directly controlled 6 long swords. In the brief moment when it actively attacked, the 6 swords finally struck its body. However, this skeletal war general was covered in a layer of fine steel armor, and its flesh was tough. Even when the 6 swords hit, it was difficult to inflict serious damage. Its health barely dropped a layer of skin. Instead, that chain hammer transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards Su-chen's forehead. In the next instant, he was about to be smashed into a pulp. Su-chen immediately activated the hidden god step. At this distance, using the light wave step might still result in being hit. Although the hidden god step consumes a lot of energy, it is the most reliable method. Buzz! Su-chen transformed into a shadow, vanishing for dozens of meters, disappearing from the world's rules. This strange movement skill directly evaded that strike. In the hollow eyes of the skeletal war general, a hint of shock and killing intent emerged. After all, it was a legendary movement technique, reaching an extraordinary level. This step even left it somewhat bewildered. It immediately chose to unleash its most powerful attack skill, Liberation Sweep. With a flick of its wrist, the 67-meter-long chain hammer suddenly extended completely. It transformed into a massive steel chain, spanning the entire battlefield. Like a shooting star, the iron chain was heavy, covered with layers of steel spikes, capable of shattering even a 1,000-year-old glacier. Then, it gripped the chain hammer tightly and spun its body. Boom! The chain hammer began to rotate violently with the movement of its arm. It was like a 67-meter-long steel knife, wildly swinging across the battlefield. Wherever it passed, chaos ensued. This skill was 360 degrees. In other words, there was basically nowhere to hide. There was only one way to avoid this move: jump into the air. Su-chen stepped forward, fully activating the lightest move of the light wave step. He became a gray shadow, leaping up over 10 meters in an instant. At the same time, he used the sword control technique to summon several swords, forming a platform. He stepped on the swords in mid-air, rising to over 50 meters in height. At this altitude, the sweeping attack of the chain hammer could not reach him. Su-chen watched the opponents move from above. Indeed terrifying. It was like a master of clearing ice. The sweeping of the chain hammer was like a compass, leaving behind a scene of devastation. pockmarked and chaotic, the violent gusts blowing away the thick fog. On the battlefield, a large circle with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared. If a team of job changers were challenging now, they would definitely be wiped out. Su Chen was rapidly thinking about how to break the deadlock. This elite monster was more terrifying than any monster he had encountered before. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He noticed a detail, a very subtle detail. On the chain of the war hammer and the hammer spikes, there were countless sword marks. They were made by his earlier 6 swords. Although this war general's body was powerful, its weapon seemed to be of low quality. Su Chen felt that he was about to touch upon the method to break the deadlock. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was as if he had thought of something, and he immediately realized. That's right, all of this monster's skills revolve around that chain hammer. Whether it's automatic defense, sweeping, wind-like chain hammer, or weapon mastery, they all center around that chain hammer. Without that hammer, it would hardly be able to use any skills. Su Chen had a bold idea in his heart. That was to not attempt to attack its body first. Instead, he would directly destroy its weapon. Once it was weaponless, this elite monster would be no threat. As he descended from the sky, Su Chen made up his mind. Let's do it! He raised his hand. From the sword box behind him, the dragon-inlaid broken blade spun towards him, merging into the broken blade, condensing into a complete diamond-grade long sword. With this sword, I can definitely cut his chain hammer to pieces. Su Chen raised his hand and activated his strongest sword technique. He unleashed it downward. Dragon-slaying technique. Su Chen fell from the sky, sword held vertically. A sword strike descended from the heavens. In a daze, it seemed as if the sound of dragon roars echoed all around. A brilliant golden sword aura flowed out from his hand. In an instant, it nearly engulfed the vision of the skeletal war general. What skill is this? Its vocal cords had long since rotted, so the sound that came from its throat turned into a vague, decayed roar. It immediately activated the automatic defense skill. The hulking body stomped down with a thunderous crash. It spun around and raised its hand, sending the massive chain hammer flying towards Su Chen. Swinging from below, it aimed to intercept this sword strike. Indeed, it fell for the trap. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Although its hammer was powerful, it was still unlikely to block the dragon-slaying technique enhanced by the 20-fold boost of the original sword body. Moreover, this monster was quite large. The additional effect of the dragon-slaying technique was triggered. Stop the flood against large monsters. This move's power is enhanced. The larger the enemy, the greater the increase. Cap, 1000%. This monster, while not extremely large, stood at 3 meters tall, but compared to an ordinary human, it was already quite imposing. Thus, this sword strike had some degree of power enhancement. The power of this strike reached approximately 140%. Clang! The giant hammer shot upward like a bolt of lightning, forming a straight line. It collided head-on with Su Chen's sword. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted. It resonated for miles around. A dazzling golden sword aura slashed through the air, filling half the sky. It descended from above. The skeletal war general's chain hammer weapon was directly cleaved in two. Along with it, the several dozen meters of steel chain were all split in half. Its weapon was utterly destroyed. This terrifying sword strike did not stop there. It directly struck the ground. On the icy surface, a massive sword mark appeared, stretching for dozens of meters. It was several meters deep. The ravine was filled with melting ice water. The temperature of the sword aura was so high that it melted the ice. This golden sword aura solidly struck the body of the war general. Its upper half instantly shattered. Its eyes widened in shock, and it stumbled back a step, narrowly avoiding death. But its health had dropped significantly. The might of Su Chen's sword strike was overwhelming. Nearby, some adventurers were witnessing this scene. At that moment, several small teams were battling monsters in the distant icy forest. One person looked up and saw the golden sword aura spanning the sky. "Hey, what is that?" he exclaimed in shock. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and looked over. All of them gasped in astonishment. "Whose skill is this? It's descending from the sky. How cool is that?" The people were too far away to see Su Chen's appearance, only catching a glimpse of a tiny figure swinging a hand to unleash a golden blow. "Hey, Captain, do you know of a sword technique that descends from the sky?" A female adventurer said in shock. "Could it be the Buddha's divine sword?" "Unlikely. That's the most famous ancient-level sword skill. It wouldn't appear in our small D-level dungeon. But this skill shouldn't be of low quality either. It could be a diamond-level sword technique. That person might be a peak third transformation expert, here to level up. Brothers, let's take a detour. We must not disturb this great being, or we'll be in big trouble. People hurriedly left, not daring to approach the area. There are differences even among the third transformations. Starting from the third transformation, the skill tree begins to provide core skills for each profession. So the gap in combat power between each level is very apparent. Within a few miles, all the adventurer teams had unanimously chosen to take a detour and leave this place. At this moment, the location of the diamond treasure chest guarded by the red-eyed dual-sword skeleton was surrounded by corpses. The fighting had ceased. Damn it! More than half of us are dead, and we still haven't found the treasure chest. Could it be that the one who picked up the chest really isn't among us? The crowd gritted their teeth, their fists clenched, drenched in blood. After a bloody battle, they had not obtained the treasure chest, and their anger had reached its peak. Hey, Liu Gang, do you think the treasure chest was really taken away by that swordsman while he was invisible? Otherwise, we've been killing for so long and still haven't found it. It's just too strange, one person said to the berserker. Liu Gang, a burly figure, stroked his chin, lost in thought upon hearing this. He had just torn several people apart and searched their bodies thoroughly, yet he had not found the chest. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression turned grave. I have to admit, it's very possible. It's probably 8 or 9 out of 10. It could be that sword master who took the chest. Right, he had a treasure map, I saw it earlier, so it must be in his hands. The crowd's voices turned icy, gritting their teeth, seemingly furious. Everyone, stop the infighting and killing, they shouted loudly. Originally, there were more than 10 people here, but now only 8 remained alive. What was supposed to be a mission to kill and seize treasure had ended up like this. They had not obtained the chest, and many had died. Truly unlucky. Everyone felt a deep anger in their hearts. That kid played us for fools. Damn him. Boom! Suddenly, a massive golden sword aura flashed in the distant sky. Through the thick fog, one could vaguely see a silhouette. One could only imagine how sharp that sword aura was. A few people looked up and immediately saw the scene. Hiss! Look over there. In the sky, a golden sword aura is visible from miles away. Who could have struck that? The crowd's eyes widened in shock, and they couldn't help but gasp. In this D-grade dungeon, most were third transformation job changers. There were certainly fourth transformation powerhouses, but they were relatively few. Out of 20 people, it was unlikely to find even one fourth transformation. Moreover, fourth transformation powerhouses generally trained deeper in the glacier dungeon, where higher-level monsters were more abundant. It was quite rare to see them here. The power of that sword is ridiculously fierce. At the very least, it's a diamond-level sword technique, right? Diamond-level skills require at least level 35 to learn, and they're worth a fortune. Even fourth transformation players might not be able to afford them. Everyone, it seems I should withdraw first. This place is not suitable for staying long, a short disguised person said. He transformed into a transparent cloak and vanished from the scene. One by one, a few others also left. Sigh. Killed a few people and gained a bit of experience. That's good. Though I missed the diamond treasure chest, what's meant to be will be. Everyone, until we meet again. A group of ragtag individuals quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Only 3 people remained on the field. The burly berserker, Liu Gang, was covered in scars from his battle with Su Chen, always standing at the forefront. Alongside him were the dual-axe warrior, Wang Lafu, and a bare-chested, muscular blind monk, Zhao Xing. All 3 had strong professions, and their levels were above 34, definitely among the top tier in this dungeon. These few had previously crossed paths with Su Chen. Humph, it's good that the riffraff have left. Liu Gang snorted coldly and said, "Are you two also leaving?" Liu Gang asked. Wang Lafu shook his head. "I'm not leaving. That sword master is heavily injured under our siege and can't run far. We might still be able to catch up now. If we miss this chance, there will never be such a good opportunity again. That's a diamond treasure chest, I can't possibly let it slip by. He's heavily injured and can't escape far." He raised his hand and clenched it. The flying axe embedded in the distant ice immediately turned back and landed in his palm. "I think so too," said the bald, blind monk, frowning deeply with one hand raised. His face was full of flesh, and there was a sinister aura swirling between his brows, making it clear he was no ordinary monk. Now we can basically confirm that the diamond treasure chest is on that swordmaster from earlier. He shouldn't have run far. Let's pursue with all our might. We should still have a chance to find him, Lu Gang said. No matter what, the allure of the diamond treasure chest was too strong, and everyone was still unwilling to give up. However, Brother Lu, this dungeon is so vast, the three of us might find it difficult to search, Wang Lafu said with a serious expression. At that moment, the blind martial monk smiled calmly, his eyes holding a hint of mystery. You two need not worry about this matter. I have a way. I waited until that group of weak-willed rabble left before telling you. I want to ensure that the teammates chasing that swordsman are all the elite. That way, the treasure won't have to be divided too much. As he spoke, a screen appeared before him, displaying the details of one of his skills. Fist mark, unique skill of the blind martial monk. After hitting an enemy with a fist, a lingering force will remain in their body for 12 hours. When the monk opens his eyes, he can track the direction of the target. Upon seeing the skill, Wang Lafu laughed. Ha ha, Brother Monk is indeed impressive. Lu Gang still frowned. But I saw that you didn't successfully hit him with your fist during the fight. How will you track him? The monk smiled slightly. Although I didn't hit his body, I successfully hit his clothes. That's enough. With that, he opened his blind eyes. A hint of red light flashed in his gaze. The trio immediately began rushing toward Su Chen's location. The golden sword energy in the air fully extended before dissipating after a long while. Su Chen landed with a spin, his clothes fluttering. He held his sword with a graceful posture, pointing his arm toward the skeletal war general. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds fell behind Su Chen, one after the other. The moment they struck, they created two massive deep pits in the ice. It was the heavy chain hammer that had been cut in half. It had been completely severed by Su Chen's dragon slashing technique. This chain hammer had accompanied the war general through many battles. If converted to a class changer's weapon, its rank would at least be platinum level. But facing Su Chen's incredibly sharp dragon inlaid broken sword, along with the enhanced power of the dragon slashing technique, it was undoubtedly cleaved apart. The skeletal war general stood up slowly, its massive body moving awkwardly. A hint of shock flickered in its hollow eyes. It had never imagined that a human could sever its sturdiest weapon in one strike. The upper half of its body had been split open by the golden sword energy, revealing the gray, rotting flesh within. It forced itself to stand upright and raised its hand. Crack, crack, crack. Its entire skeleton emitted loud sounds, while several streams of deathly magic dust swirled around it. The deathly dust merged into its wounds, completely healing its body. The undead clan truly lived up to its reputation of being immortal and indestructible, like an unkillable cockroach. Such severe injuries were almost entirely restored in an instant. The cracks in its bones had healed. Healing is useless, without a weapon. You've lost, Su Chen said flatly, murmuring. His voice was low, and the opponent couldn't hear him at all. But that didn't matter. After all, the undead couldn't understand. In the next moment, Su Chen stepped forward, his entire being transformed into a gray long shadow, swinging his sword to strike. The storm rain shattering phoenix sword unfolded. At the same time, the shadow slash effect of the shadow sword set was triggered. Countless pitch-black ink shadows transformed into Su Chen's corporeal afterimages, trailing behind him as they circled the towering giant undead, delivering slashes. Put, swish, swish, buzz. The symphony of sword sounds echoed. Su Chen simultaneously wielded 6 swords in a chaotic flurry. Meanwhile, behind him, countless shadowy swordsmen, resembling ink stains, followed his movements to strike. These shadows lacked facial features. Their outlines were indistinct. Yet it was clear they held long swords. The shadowy slashes danced, swirling in ink-like fluidity, adding a touch of blended color to the expanse of white ice. The strikes of the shadow swordsman were sharp and graceful, akin to the most arrogant and solitary ancient painter, wielding a black ink brush to create a masterpiece. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen slashed furiously. Indeed, without a weapon, this war general was nothing but a live target. Its skills like automatic defense, mace mastery, and others required the mace to be effective. Once it lost the mace, it was like fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Soon, its health dropped to 40%. It swung its fists wildly, trying to resist Su Chen's sword, but to little effect. Gradually, its body was covered in sword marks, several bones shattered, and chunks of rotten flesh were sliced away. The already damaged ancient armor was now riddled with gaps. "No need to struggle," Suchen said coldly, his expression flat. The blade in his hand continued to slash with ferocity. In that moment, a flicker of anger ignited in the war general's eye sockets. Suddenly, it stomped its foot and let out an enraged roar. It lunged directly towards the distant bodies of the left and right hammer skeletons. What is it trying to do? Su Chen wondered, a hint of confusion in his heart. But soon, that confusion vanished. Before him unfolded a scene of utter horror. Even Su Chen had to acknowledge the ferocity. The war general lifted the two hammer skeletons' bodies as if they were mere chicks. Then, with a sudden force, it yanked out their spines, along with the eye sockets and skulls. Black bone ash and rotten flesh fragments splattered everywhere. Its massive arms gripped the two large skeletal spines and twisted them into a single large chain. This spine, along with the shoulder blades and the arms of the two corpses, formed a double-headed long chain mace. At both ends, skeletal arms still clutched the hammers. Although the length was far less than its original weapon, it still measured over 2 meters. It counted as a mace, and a double-headed one at that. As long as it was a mace, it could unleash its skills. Suchen truly did not expect it to resolve the situation of having its weapon shattered in such a manner. This elite monster was incredibly fierce. Roar! The war general let out a roar, swinging the skeletal spine mace towards Suchen. This newly crafted mace had 2 hammerheads for attacking. Suchen dodged one hammer, but the other came crashing down in an instant. It was simply overwhelming. Compared to before, there were even more changes. The war general directly activated Death Strike. The double-headed mace surged towards Suchen like a 2-headed dragon. This time, no matter how he dodged, the mace locked onto his head firmly. Still locking on. Interesting, but that's all there is to it. If struck, his head would explode in an instant. Suchen's gaze was icy, yet he remained remarkably calm. He executed a light step, floating up and retreating several dozen meters, completely escaping the range of the opponent's attack. If it were a 67-meter-long iron chain mace, this maneuver would indeed be difficult to evade due to the long pursuit distance. But now, its mace length was only 2 meters, even if it could automatically lock on. The range was severely limited. It transformed from a long-range attack into a close combat skill. So it was destined that he could not catch up to Suchen. Soon, Suchen began his attack. He still used the old method, not attacking the undead itself, but targeting its weapon. As long as this bone chain hammer was shattered again, it would be weaponless once more. Before long, Suchen employed his old trick again and successfully shattered its spine chain hammer. This thing was not very resilient. Once again, it was left without a weapon. Suchen repeated his technique and began to slash wildly. Soon, he completely killed it. The Shadow Attribute damage bonus from the Shadow Sword set, the Fire Attribute bonus from the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword, and the Holy Attribute bonus from the Holy Enchantment skill. Under the multiple attribute bonuses, Suchen executed a sword draw instant kill. It pierced through directly. Finally, he completely killed this elite war general monster. Put. Slay the undead war general, elite monster, experience points, 38. 000, cross-border combat bonus, 23. 800 experience. Suchen's level immediately rose to level 30. He advanced 3 tiers. Since he was originally at the peak of level 27, just a few experience points away from level 28, it was essentially equivalent to leveling from 28 to 30. Gained plus 30 free attribute points. Third transfer task distribution in progress. Third transfer task distribution completed. Task content. Upgrade the following 3 skills to Platinum quality: Sword of Thunder, Golden Superior, Sword Draw Instant Kill, Golden Superior, Sword Control, Golden Superior, Reward, Promotion to Third Transfer Sword God. Gain Random Bloodline X1. This task turned out to be surprisingly simple. It wasn't about hunting monsters, but rather improving skill proficiency. I was really lucky this time to get such a task. I should be able to promote to the third transfer soon. Suchen clenched his fist. Filled with excitement, he raised his hand and waved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 swords hovered in the air. Using the sword control technique to whip the corpse, the remains of the undead war general were cut to shreds. Sword control, skill proficiency maxed out. Promoted to low-grade platinum. Technique, sword control, low-grade platinum, proficiency, 30, 000/100, 000, using the technique of sword control. It surpasses ordinary skills. The underlying logic of the sword control skill underwent a qualitative change. Originally, sword control was purely manipulated according to skill rules, somewhat rigid. But now, after the upgrade, it was influenced by the heart technique. The so-called technique is the words of the heart. It means that Su Chen could now manipulate it with the technique in his heart. The current sword control had gained a few more degrees of fluidity. Its power increased significantly, and the speed at which he controlled the sword blades with his mind also accelerated many times over. Su Chen felt very satisfied. Sword control is almost the skill I use most frequently, so I've accumulated a lot of proficiency. So just a few casual slashes at the corpse can give me hundreds of proficiency points, allowing it to upgrade to platinum level. Now, the only problem left is the Sword of Thunder and Sword Draw instant kill skills. Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. These two skills had just been upgraded to Golden Superior, and it hadn't been long, so he still needed some experience to reach platinum level. Sword of Thunder, proficiency, 23, 092/30, 000, Sword Draw instant kill, proficiency, 24, 861/30, 000. If he was only a few hundred points short, Su Chen could easily use the skill on air or corpses to fill up the proficiency. But if he was a few thousand points short, it wouldn't be that simple. Practicing skills on air and using them in actual combat yielded completely different amounts of proficiency. The difference was several times over. Empty swings required dozens of uses to max out proficiency. In actual combat, he might gain several thousand proficiency points with just one or two uses. If he were to quickly increase proficiency now by repeatedly using skills on air, his mental and physical energy would soon be depleted. Su Chen didn't have that much stamina to waste. In this copy, danger lurks everywhere, with monsters all around. Exhaustion means vulnerability. He didn't want to be ambushed by monsters without the strength to fight back. Forget it, let's play it safe for now. Anyway, I have an automatic cultivation talent, so my proficiency will grow on its own at any time. Even if I do nothing, I can meet the task requirements within a day. There's really no need to rush, Su Chen said solemnly. Haste makes waste. At this moment, he looked at the battle general's corpse, riddled with wounds. The loot list appeared. Exquisite armor synthesis fabric, platinum low grade, giant bone chain hammer, platinum high grade. He saw the skeletal remains of the battle general twist and automatically morph into a massive skeletal chain hammer. Entering Su Chen's personal space. It's the first time I've seen a corpse's bones turn into a platinum-grade giant weapon. Su Chen first took out the hammer. The gray-black bones were interlocked like chains forged from steel, about 7 meters long. The hammerhead was a skull of the undead, heavy and hard. Swinging it felt immensely powerful. Su Chen casually swung it a couple of times. Bang! Boom! It shattered the ice surface. This weapon was indeed quite impressive. Without the enhancement of the original sword body, it could still break the ice, which indicated it was no ordinary item. However, this weapon required proficiency in chain hammer skills to unleash its maximum power, and Su Chen was not a master of chain hammer weapons, so he couldn't bring out the true power of this hammer. Let's enhance it a bit. If there are still equipment restrictions, I'll sell it, Su Chen said solemnly. Enhancement successful. The appearance of the hammer underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire bone chain became much thinner. Moreover, layers of gray soft bone resembling vertebrae appeared on it, making the chain look as if it were still alive. Each time it was swung, gray-black smoke would slowly swirl around the chain links. The hammerhead also changed significantly. From the original massive undead skull, it transformed into a condensed triangular bone hammer. Small yet exquisite, but heavy. The sharp edges were filled with gray-black, mixed with the texture of ice steel. It had an oddly deep blue hue and the unique gray-white texture of bone. Withered bone meteor chain hammer weapon, diamond mid-grade, usage requirement, proficiency in chain hammer skills, description, a chain hammer forged from the bones of an elite undead general, infused with heavy killing intent, capable of crushing all weak beings. The chain can shrink and extend at will, resembling the spine of a living snake, with a maximum length of 10 meters. Affix bone legacy, this bone contains the will of the undead general, allowing the user to temporarily gain the chain hammer proficiency skill while holding it. Corpse impact, inflicts a large amount of decay attribute damage upon hitting. Guardian spirit hammer, this chain hammer will activate the automatic defense skill. It can automatically block all attacks directed at the holder. Like a spirit snake, Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He had originally planned to sell this weapon, but upon seeing the affix attributes, he immediately changed his mind. This hammer, its effects were too powerful. With the built-in chain hammer proficiency skill, it meant he could equip it without any restrictions. Even Su Chen, as a swordsman, could use it without hindrance. He gripped the hammer's handle and immediately felt a chill. After enhancement, the entire hammer had shrunk considerably, looking more like a chain whip, easy to carry. When fully retracted, it was very short, even able to be tucked behind his waist. The moment I held it, I felt my strength attribute increase by at least 100 points. Su Chen murmured. The attribute boost of this weapon was also quite impressive. This withered bone meteor, its most powerful affix effect should be the Guardian Spirit Hammer, which can protect me at any time. I wonder if it will work when I wear it instead of holding it. Su Chen decided to conduct an experiment. He tied the chain hammer to his waist. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, the Xianfeng sword behind him flew out of its sheath, aiming for his shoulder. He was going to use sword control to attack himself. Su Chen was ruthless. The sword was indeed aimed at his shoulder. Showing no signs of stopping, he truly intended to hit himself. After all, he had the self-healing bloodline, so there was no need to worry. Clang! A loud sound echoed. Clang! Another loud sound followed. The chain hammer behind Su Chen shot out like a live snake, whooshing from his waist. It was like Su Chen's tail. It struck fiercely against the Xianfeng sword at his side. The Xianfeng sword trembled violently, as if struck hard. It was sent flying upside down, embedding itself in the ice several dozen meters away. The effect of the Guardian Spirit Hammer had truly been triggered. Even without holding this weapon, I can activate this effect. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This was definitely a huge delight. This is incredible. It's like an automatic defense mechanism that can protect me at any time. Even if I take a nap in the wild, few monsters can harm me. Su Chen felt elated. He directly treated this weapon as a treasure. He no longer intended to sell it and decided to keep it for himself. This weapon would be a great help in battle. Crack, crack, crack. After the chain hammer blocked the strike, it immediately emitted a series of dense sounds of bones clashing and twisting. Then it shortened, automatically returning to his waist, completely retracting to the length of a dagger. It fit perfectly on Su Chen's belt. The triangular pointed hammerhead hung behind him, slowly rotating as if searching for anyone daring to attack its master. Su Chen recalled all his swords and then took out another trophy. Tattered battle robe, platinum low grade. This was an outer garment that dropped when he killed the two skeletal twins with giant hammers earlier. It was somewhat tattered, covered in decaying dust. However, this garment was extremely tough, with quite good defensive capabilities. The affix effects were decent as well, but Su Chen's shadow sword outer garment was of slightly better quality, so he did not change into it. Instead, he chose to undergo a sublimation first. If the attributes after sublimation were very good, then he would consider equipping it. Sublimation successful. Corrupted battle garment, platinum high grade. Description: an ancient battle robe that has endured countless hardships. Affix: remnant soul thread. When equipped, greatly enhances defense against necromantic magic. Corrupted bone stitch. When equipped, greatly increases resistance to decay and dark attribute damage. Su Chen stroked his chin, contemplating for a while, but still did not change into it. This garment primarily provided defense, and with his shadow step and Lingbo Weibu, he generally wouldn't get hit. If he changed into it, he would lose the bonuses from the shadow sword set. It would be like losing a watermelon for a sesame seed. Therefore, Su Chen naturally wouldn't change into it. He could only store the equipment away. Then, he took out a piece of exquisite dark green fabric. Don't underestimate this piece of cloth, it was a platinum item. Exquisite armor synthesis cloth, platinum low grade, one-time item, after use. It can fuse two small armor type equipment into one, enhancing quality. Limited parts, arm guards, footwear, belts, crowns, level limit for fused items, platinum low grade. Su Chen had used this kind of item before, so he was quite familiar with it. It could fuse two different pieces of equipment together to obtain a brand new piece, and it could inherit the original equipment's affixes to a certain extent. Of course, it wasn't 100% inheritance. As the saying goes, you have to give up something to gain something. There was a possibility of losing affixes. However, the probability of enhancing the equipment's quality was very high. Overall, it was a pretty good item. Unfortunately, this can only merge small armor. Large armor like cloaks cannot be fused. Sublimate, Su Chen said solemnly. Sublimation successful. Platinum outer garment synthesis fabric, platinum quality. One-time item can merge two pieces of armor with a quality not exceeding platinum level. Limited parts, cloak, arm guards, footwear, belt, crown merged item level limit, platinum quality after sublimation. It became much more powerful. Now, any armor within the platinum quality could be merged. Large armor cloaks could also be fused. Suchen immediately took out his shadow sword cloak and placed it on the left. Then he took out the damaged cloak he had just sublimated. The corrupted battle garment. This time, I might lose the effects of the shadow sword set. But you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. It's worth a gamble. I hope to synthesize a diamond-level equipment. Suchen's expression was serious, though he felt a bit nervous inside. However, even in the worst-case scenario, he could accept it, because even without the shadow sword cloak, he still had the shadow flow longsword. Coupled with the other 4 pieces of armor, he could still trigger the 5 of 5 shadow flow set effect. So this gamble was very worthwhile. The risk wasn't too great. Synthesis successful. The 2 cloaks instantly merged into one. Corrupted sword shirt, diamond low quality. He truly synthesized a diamond equipment. Suchen's luck attribute was too high, so he had an extremely high success rate in everything he did. He was in a great mood. He immediately checked the details of this equipment. Corrupted sword shirt, diamond low quality. Description: the shirt is marked with crisscrossing scars, stitching that would startle even gods. A diamond level cloak with powerful defense and a certain enhancement to sword techniques. Affix fusion stitch: this garment has a strong inclusivity, able to be considered as any part of a set. Undead defense: wearing this garment creates an invisible field around you that can resist some undead magic. When undead magic attacks approach, it decays naturally, reducing its power drastically, or even causing it to disappear completely. Corrupted sword chi: after wearing this garment, your normal attacks have a 30% chance to add corrupted sword chi, dealing high corrosion attribute damage. Suchen's eyes trembled slightly. He immediately put the garment on. The garment was somewhat tattered, appearing as a thin gray cloak. It was covered in crisscrossing scars. The collar had some decay, resembling a layer of ash. After putting it on, Suchen looked extremely imposing, like a specter that had just emerged from a coffin. It looked tattered, but in reality, this garment was incredibly tough. Suchen lightly sliced it with his sword twice, but couldn't cut through it. One can imagine how much harder it would be for others to break through. And most importantly, the last affix effect. Corrupted sword chi: normal attacks have a chance to add corrosion attribute damage. This was a great thing. Although the skill couldn't trigger, the normal attacks having a chance to trigger the corrupted sword chi was still very strong. Corrosion attribute attacks would immediately cause the flesh around the enemy's wounds to decay upon hitting, directly undermining their defenses. The power of decay could act on any material. Steel armor, iron sheets, and dense steel shells could all be corroded. Once decayed, they would become brittle and easy to break through. This was almost equivalent to the power of time. Even steel and profound ice would decay under sufficient time, so it could be considered a type of affix ability that weakens any enemy's defenses. Fusion stitch was also a strong affix. It meant that this garment was equivalent to a universal outer garment, capable of triggering all set effects. Suchen's shadow sword set effect was preserved. Moreover, for a long time, he probably wouldn't need to change cloaks. Even if he obtained other sets in the future, he could continue to use this garment. By the way, there's still one last trophy. Elite Undead Soul Ash Alchemy Material, gold quality. This also dropped from those 2 Warhammer Undead. This alchemy material is of no use to me. Why not try to refine it further? Suchen directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Interest-free dead soul alchemy material, diamond quality. Description: the core energy extracted from the heart of a deceased elite undead. A non-physical magical substance, and an excellent tool for suicide. It possesses immense power, and when mixed into a potion, it can provide temporary immunity to death for 0.1 to 1 second. Direct ingestion effect, instant death. Suchen looked on. His eyes slightly widened. He actually upgraded from gold quality to diamond quality. His luck was truly off the charts. However, to refine such a potion, the alchemist must possess extremely high skills. If a very strong alchemist were to maximize the effects of this material, it could provide temporary immunity to death for a full second. Time is almost just a fleeting moment, but, many times, a moment is enough. If faced with a particularly powerful killing move, This item could guarantee immunity once. A bug-level rare material. It must be kept for his own use. This thing might save his life in the future. Su Chen carefully stored it away. Suddenly, Su Chen frowned slightly, hearing footsteps coming from the surrounding mist. Zhao Xing, are you sure he's in this direction? This place seems very close to where that golden sword energy was. We shouldn't provoke that hidden expert. Don't worry, my skill sensing is very accurate. It won't be wrong. The blind monk, with a confident expression, opened his murky blind eyes and looked around. And I can assure you, the master who unleashed that golden sword energy has already left. Because there's only one aura here, and that's the aura of the killing god. The dual-axe warrior Wang Lafu nodded, a somewhat sinister smile appearing on his face. That's good. With only him left, we can fight freely without worrying about disturbing that expert. Only Lu Gang remained, his gaze icy, his tall figure slightly hunched, moving very cautiously. He had always felt that something was off, but for the sake of the diamond treasure chest, he endured it. The temptation was too strong. Suddenly, everyone saw a massive corpse ahead. It was the war general's remains, cut to shreds by Su Chen, with no bones left, just a pile of rotten flesh. Hiss! This undead monster is so huge, it must be of a very high level. That previous golden sword energy was likely aimed at this undead. The group's expressions grew serious as they stepped forward. As they approached, they saw a massive sword mark on the surrounding ice, stretching for dozens of meters. TSK, so fierce. We'd need to be at the peak of the third transition, or even the fourth, to have such skill power. The group continued forward. Finally, breaking through layers of mist, they saw a familiar figure. The young man was slender, surrounded by 6 long swords, slowly hovering. He had his back to them, wearing a tattered robe, with disheveled hair like ink. His entire presence was incredibly imposing. It felt as if an invisible killing intent was swirling around. The 3 of them shivered instinctively upon seeing Su Chen. This was the killing intent forged through countless battles, pure and refined. The moment Wang Lafu saw Su Chen, his eyes widened in shock. This can't be the master who unleashed the golden sword energy, right? Monk, didn't you say there was only that kid here? He glared angrily at Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing, however, smiled calmly. Brother Wang, take a closer look. Wang Lafu cautiously stepped forward to observe closely. Only then did he realize that this was the sword master from before. His clothes were so tattered. He must be severely injured. Being able to escape to this place is indeed the limit. So it was him. Good. It seems that expert has indeed left. Wang Lafu stepped forward with a sinister smile, scolding Su Chen. Kid, don't think that just because you've changed your clothes, I won't recognize you. Su Chen slowly turned around. There was no surprise in his eyes, only an immense calm. Oh, so it's you guys. I was just worried I couldn't find you. Su Chen had originally planned to kill each of those who had attacked him for revenge. He didn't expect these 3 to come looking for him. It really saved him some effort. The only thing that disappoints me a bit is that only the 3 of you came? I can't catch them all at once. As he spoke, he lightly flicked his fingers, and 6 flying swords slowly circled around him. A wicked smile adorned his face, his tattered gray robe exuding a decayed aura. He looked like a generation's demonic sword cultivator. The few people looked at Su Chen, their faces only showing cold sneers. Humph, putting on a show, Zhao Xing said, stepping forward. Tell me, where is the diamond treasure chest? As he spoke, he suddenly closed his murky blind eyes. Then, he raised his arms, which were covered in Buddhist scriptures, appearing to flow with golden light, full of explosive power. Clearly, he had entered a combat stance. The blind monk relied on his ears for battle, as he had no vision. He would only occasionally open his eyes when using skills. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, standing tall. A dozen people couldn't take me down before, and now you 3 dare to come looking for death? Su Chen said, his expression calm and unhurried. Hearing this, Wang Lafu laughed heartily. His beard couldn't hide his smile. A pair of heavy axes weighed in his hands. Though he was short and stout, his imposing presence was extraordinary. Little brother, what's your title? The god of killing, right? To take such a terrifying title? I wonder who you intend to scare. It's truly childish. He mocked with a sneer. Immediately after, his expression turned extremely sinister. All traces of laughter vanished. Kid, let me give you one last piece of advice. Don't waste your effort. You can't scare us. We've already fought with you and know your strength. Your power is indeed formidable. If you're not careful, you might actually kill a few experts, but it's just a momentary burst. After being besieged by a dozen people, you've long since run out of stamina, and your mental energy is probably exhausted. The hidden injuries on your body won't be few either. Right now, you are at the end of your rope. Continuing to hold on is meaningless. Quickly tell us the location of the diamond treasure chest, and we will spare your life. The dual axes in Wang Lafu's hands were already swirling with dark axe energy, ready to unleash their skills at any moment. Throughout, only Lu Gang, who stood to the side, remained silent. His face was always grim, secretly preparing for battle. He had a feeling of ominous premonition, but now that the battle was about to begin, he couldn't back down, so he stepped forward, his towering figure swelling. Fortune favors the bold. Fight! Watching the three of them poised for action, Su Chen remained expressionless. He stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. The blind monk Xiaoxing stepped forward, coaxing gently. We are only seeking wealth. In life, it all comes down to interests. As long as you hand over the diamond treasure chest, we will not forcefully kill you. After all, we have no blood feud. Choose one, your life or the treasure, he said generously. Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Chen's face slowly faded. You three, he shook his head with a sigh, as if feeling regret for their lack of understanding. Do you still not understand? At this point, whether there is a blood feud or not is no longer for you to decide. It is I who believes there is a blood feud. His gaze had turned extremely cold. Even if you don't kill me today, I will still kill you. After saying this, he actually chose to take the initiative to attack. 6 long swords flew out in a swirl, transforming into a torrent that shot towards the three. The 6 swords slashed together, and both their power and speed had qualitatively improved compared to before. The three immediately felt an overwhelming difficulty in defending against them. Clang! Bang! Crack! Each of the three used their own skills to defend. Even a light, ordinary slash from the enhanced sword skill of the origin sword body required them to exert all their strength just to barely block it. No! It's impossible. You've just escaped from the siege of over a dozen people in a sorry state. How could you recover so quickly? Aren't you injured? The others said in disbelief. Even with healing potions, it was impossible to be completely unscathed. Moreover, I feel like his skill's power has not diminished but increased. Damn it! How could the power have surged so much? The three exclaimed unconsciously. They had no idea that Su Chen had already leveled up to level 30. His combat power was now vastly different. Although Su Chen had not immediately allocated his attribute points, the gap between levels had indeed narrowed, and the rule suppressing Su Chen had weakened. Thus, he could exert his full combat power. Naturally, he was much stronger than before. The blind monk swung his fists, activating the skill, Air Force Fist. He defended against the attacks of the Xianbing sword and the Maluojin. The materials of these two swords were different, one light and one heavy, making it feel like he was fighting against two completely different types of enemies. It was extremely difficult to defend. Soon, he was injured. His wrist and shoulder were cut by the Xianbing sword. This directly triggered the affix effect of the Xianbing sword, instantly causing his wounds to freeze and necrotize. The intense pain made the blind monk grimace. He was not a high monk, he was merely a martial monk by profession. He never practiced vegetarianism or recited scriptures, and meditation was out of the question. So he was just an ordinary person, with weak willpower. Soon, he was howling in pain, gritting his teeth just to keep fighting. Wang Lafu was not faring any better. The Shadow Flow long sword and the Xianfeng sword were slashing at him with rapid attacks. His dual-axe warrior was not a speed-type class but one focused on strength. Although his attack power was great and known for its ferocity, his defense was not strong. Faced with such fast sword techniques, he found it extremely difficult to cope. Soon, his body was covered in sword marks, blood flowing profusely. The most terrifying part was that the Shadow Flow long sword had dark attribute damage. Some attacks could penetrate his defenses even if he blocked them with his axe, directly harming his body. His health was rapidly depleting. Lu Gang was alone, dealing with the dragon-inlaid broken sword and the long sword formed by the skill, mind-condensed blade. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was the hardest to deal with. It was a diamond-grade weapon, extremely sharp. He roared, his body sprouting beastly fur, and he became significantly larger and more robust. He was not a pure berserker but a branch class of berserker, the Beast Berserker. Many skills could beastify his body. enhancing his combat power. He roared again, trembling all over, transforming into a standing tiger. His fingertips grew sharp claws. He resisted the slashes of the dual swords with all his might. But soon, he was injured all over. The dragon-inlaid broken sword even ignited the beast fur on his shoulder, burning him and making him howl in pain. Su-chan stood in place, a cold smile on his face. When he was over level 20, he could kill a third transition with the 20-fold power boost of the origin sword body. Now that he was level 30, he was almost half a step away from truly entering the third transition. This was what was called the half-step third transition realm. For these people to fight him was akin to seeking death. He had been worried about not having enough proficiency and lacking strong enemies to use his skills to kill. Now, these people had delivered themselves right to his door. As long as he used the skills, Sword Draw Instant Kill, and Thunderblade, to kill them, he would immediately gain thousands of proficiency points. Completing the third transition task was right in front of him. In the past, the sword control skill made it difficult to manipulate 5 swords simultaneously. To simultaneously focus on controlling the mind blade, making its 6 swords hovering in the air, was even more challenging. Even if one could manage it, the power would be greatly diminished. So in the past, Su-chan would hold 2 swords in his hands and use 4 swords to fight in the air. But now, his sword control skill had evolved to platinum quality, and it was more than enough to simultaneously wield 6 swords to strike at his enemies. The terrifying sword light flickered, constantly splitting and cutting. In this icy world, more blood was splattered. Due to the extreme cold, the blood spraying from the wounds of the 3 men immediately froze into ice pillars, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Damn it! Something's not right. Lu Gang, Wang Lafu, this kid is way too damn strange. His strength is indeed much stronger than before. It really isn't an illusion. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along? The blind monk's face turned grim as he gradually began to retreat. Wang Lafu and Lu Gang also realized that something was off. No matter what, we have 3 people on our side. We cannot lose. Kill. Even if we get injured, we must take this kid down first. That's a diamond treasure chest. They actually began to recklessly attack, even at the cost of injury, to fight Su-chan desperately. Watching the 3 of them in their frenzied state, Su-chan had grown tired of the game. It was time to end this battle to avoid prolonged troubles. He raised his hand and waved. He summoned the 6 swords, striking with full force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of wounds doubled. The few of them gradually began to tire. In this icy world, the rate of physical exhaustion was much faster than in normal conditions. Their earlier desperate defense had long since run out of strength. That was why they chose to fight to the death. Otherwise, they would eventually be worn out. In contrast, Su-chan remained calm and unhurried. However, there was not a hint of carelessness in his eyes. Although his swordsmanship was formidable, he could never be overconfident. That was just his cautious nature. Most importantly, he was very clear. His stamina was indeed about to be completely exhausted. After all, he had just gone through a difficult and perilous battle. He had single-handedly taken down 3 elite undead monsters, and then immediately fought these 3 without rest. He had even used a diamond skill, the dragon slashing technique. Su-chan had not had the chance to rest. The wheel battle was a significant drain on his stamina. Now, he was left with only a little mental energy. However, taking down these 3 was more than enough. Su-chan lightly curled his fingers. Whoosh! 2 swords flew and landed in his hands. Boom! A deep blue thunder erupted. Within the lightning, a few strands of blood light mixed in, looking filled with a violent aura. Holding the dual swords, he simultaneously controlled the 4 swords hovering in the air, launching long-range slashes to block all escape routes for the 3 men. He forced them into a straight line as much as possible. This way, Su-chan could use the sword draw instant kill technique to take them all out in one strike. Wang Lafu and the monk Xiaoxing were entirely focused on fighting Su-chan to the death, completely unaware that they had been forced into a straight line. Only the beast warrior Lu Gang noticed this first. Although he was burly, he was sharp-minded and perceptive. No, something's not right. He furrowed his brow, slowing his charge slightly. Not good. He's trying to force us into a straight line. He immediately shouted, warning the 2 around him. He quickly recalled Su-chan's earlier use of the sword draw instant kill. That sword skill was extremely terrifying and incredibly fast. Coupled with the flickering thunder, a single strike could kill 2 third transformation fighters and severely injure several others. Su Chen had used that move to kill the Flame Fist Master and an enchanter earlier. Now, Su Chen was intentionally using flying swords to force the three into a line, clearly intending to use the same trick again. As he spoke, Su Chen had already slightly bent his body, sheathing his sword, and began to assume the sword-drawing posture. What good was it to notice? It was already too late to evade. The four swords had already blocked their escape. The terrifying sound of the swords echoed around them. Su Chen's hand began to tremble with familiarity, as if he could hardly control the sword intent. The instant draw and kill could certainly be executed in a flash, even without a sheath. However, the power after charging was the greatest. No matter how tough the three warriors were, it would be difficult to kill them in one blow without the charged instant draw. To ensure absolute safety, Su Chen chose to maximize the damage. His charging motion was extremely handsome, with electric light flowing around him. Seeing this familiar posture, even Wang Lafu and Zhao Xing, who were usually slow, realized it. Damn it! If he uses that move, we won't even be able to trade our lives. Let's retreat. Wang Lafu's face turned ugly as he suddenly wanted to pull back. After all this effort and injury, we've closed the distance. Now we have to throw it all away. The blind monk gritted his teeth, his face dark. He was a melee class, and Su Chen's flying swords made him extremely uncomfortable. After finally getting close despite his injuries, he was just about to strike, but now he had to retreat. He felt bitter inside. This sword master, clearly at a similar level as himself, why were his skills so troublesome and fierce? However, at the moment he retreated, he suddenly felt a chilling sword edge sweep past his ear. Whoosh! A spray of fresh blood flowed. A sword slashed from behind, directly severing one of his ears. He let out a scream. Turning to look, he saw four swords already beginning to slice and spin around the three of them, forming a sword formation that tightly bound them, leaving no room for escape. He was actually prepared. To ensure that this move hits, he used the flying swords to block our retreat in advance. Wang Lafu's face was shocked, and he had also severed a tendon in one foot, unable to escape. This kid is young, yet his combat experience is so rich. The calm LV gang's eyes showed a hint of horror. He felt as if everyone was like puppets on strings, all their actions anticipated by Su Chen. Damn! We can only fight him. If we forcefully retreat, we'll only be cut to pieces by the flying swords, and then we'll be at his mercy. In that case, we might as well use our lives to crush him. Wang Lafu was also furious. After all, he was covered in wounds. There are three of us, we should be able to survive one or two. Use your fastest skills to interrupt his charge. The three immediately activated their fastest skills simultaneously. The blind monk unleashed his water-flowing fist. He stepped forward, as if walking on flowing water, with a layer of Buddhist light swirling around his fist, smashing towards Su Chen's head. Wang Lafu threw his dual axes, flying towards him. LV Gang transformed into a cheetah, using his utmost speed to charge at Su Chen, opening his massive mouth. Very good. We have a chance. We won, the others said. Hearing the three approaching, Su Chen patiently waited. At the critical moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He drew his sword. Whoosh! Crash! Thunder roared and flashed. A terrifying sword mark swept out. Su Chen's dual swords in both hands simultaneously activated the instant draw and kill. The power was terrifyingly immense. It directly slashed out a sword mark over 10 meters long, shattering the ice surface beneath. It perfectly penetrated the bodies of the three. Even the dual axes spinning in the air were shattered. Their eyes were blank, still unable to react. No, impossible. How could he charge so fast this time? Previously, Su Chen had charged for several seconds before successfully killing Zhuo Shuhong. Now, however, he had charged for less than 2 seconds before striking to kill. And the power was not weaker than that previous sword at all. Wang Lafu and Zhao Xing were both stunned. Filled with horror, they instinctively wanted to pull out healing potions to drink. However, their health points had already dropped to 0. In the next moment, they fell to the ground, unable to close their eyes in death. They didn't even have time to say their last words. Only one life remains. Lu Gang. He is a beast berserker, and his level is the highest among these people, reaching 35. At the moment Su Chen's sword struck him, he transformed into a turtle, barely blocking the blow, but he was still low on health. Half of his body severed. He was sent flying, unable to rise again, covered in blood. He looked at Su Chen with a face as if seeing a ghost. Su Chen remained expressionless. slowly walking to stand before him, looking down at this dying man. In that instant, a series of prompt sounds echoed in Su Chen's mind. Sword Draw Mastery plus 4,480, Thunderblade Mastery plus 3,991, Skill Advancement. Hidden Sword Slash, Platinum Low Grade, the sword is sheathed, concealing its edge. The sword intent accumulates, unleashed in an instant, unmatched in power. Furious Thunder Enchanted Sword, Platinum Low Grade, Raging Thunder attaches to the blade. A single slash can obliterate enemy defenses and paralyze their bodies. The two skills instantly upgraded to Platinum level. Task requirements completed. Third transition task completed, promoted to third transition Sword God, Origin Sword Body Full Effect, increased to 30 times, all attributes plus 10, gained 1 chance for a roulette draw. Promoted to level 31, gain 10 free attribute points, currently a total of 40 free attributes. Please allocate them as soon as possible. Task reward distribution in progress. Random Bloodline X1, in the next moment, a screen appeared before Su Chen. Various characters began to flash rapidly on it. His gaze was irresistibly drawn in. Bloodlines are incredibly powerful abilities, second only to talents, and are generally permanent effects, so he was very much looking forward to it. Various bloodlines flickered before his eyes. Several times, he even glimpsed mythical level bloodlines. In the end, he obtained a brand new bloodline power. Gained bloodline, Jade Marrow Bonebee. Jade Marrow Bonebee, your bones are inherently tough, flowing with marrow as smooth as jade. Effect, your bone toughness is greatly enhanced, even surpassing steel, and your bones possess a strong self-repair ability. Suddenly, Su Chen felt that the bones within him had become significantly tougher. Marrow is the essence of all blood within the body. The moment the marrow was reshaped by the bloodline power, Su Chen's strength surged considerably. Unfortunately, this bloodline cannot be sublimated, as it is a task reward, not a drop. Although after the sublimation of all things, there is no requirement for it to drop from a dungeon, it still requires loot to sublimate, and task rewards cannot be considered as dropped loot. The meaning of loot is that it must be obtained through exploration, combat, and victory. Only then is it considered loot. Task rewards, in essence, are a form of reward. He then immediately allocated all his attribute points, a total of 40 free attribute points. He allocated 20 points each to strength and constitution, perfectly reaching the 100 threshold. Then he distributed the remaining 20 points to luck. With the additional 10 points from the promotion to third transition, his attributes now had no weaknesses. Now, with this, Jade Marrow, bloodline, even his defense had become strong. Su Chen felt that his combat power had undoubtedly risen to a new level. Su Chen, title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood. Rookie King, level, 31, 1420/31000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical. Unique in the world, strength, 100, constitution, 100, agility, 250, spirit, 190, luck, 190, bloodline, immortal body, A. Jade Bone Marrow, B. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, universal sublimation. Origin Sword Body. Automatic cultivation, skills, God of Killing Blade. Full concealment, Hidden God Step. Eye of Insight, Dragon Slaying Technique. Dual Sword Mastery. Drunken Sword Style. Fierce Thunder Enchanted Sword. Hidden Sword Slash. Holy Weapon Enchantment. Storm Shattering Phoenix Sword. Sword Master. Technique, Sword Control. Heaven Falling Sword Tomb. Intense Solid Blade. Wave Step. After the third transformation, each level up requires hundreds of thousands of experience points. Compared to the second transformation, it has increased tenfold or more. Su Chen is very clear that his leveling speed in this dungeon will be greatly reduced. For him, the speed of leveling will slow down. In reality, other players have always leveled at this speed. It can only be said that he is a man accustomed to cheating. Su Chen prepared to quickly obtain the epic item in this dungeon and then withdraw. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the powerful strength of the third transformation. Then, he looked down at the scene before him. Lu Gang lay on the ground, too terrified to speak. He never expected that Su Chen would kill both of his companions so quickly. He was a calm beast warrior, already over 30 years old. In his life, he had experienced many battles. He had done both bad and good things, making him an extremely complex man. This was the first time his life faced an absolute threat. All the calmness in his eyes vanished, replaced only by panic. This is the instinct of living beings. When you are close to death, All rationality cannot suppress your fear. He lay on the ground, struggling to take out a healing potion, wanting to drink it. However, Suchen kicked his healing potion to pieces. The bottle fell to the ground, the potion crystallizing into blood-red ice, merging with the earth. His expression instantly turned to despair. He slowly crawled backward, his movements extremely awkward. "Why you? How can your strength be so strong?" he asked in horror, his voice trembling. "Why ask so much when you're about to die?" Suchen said expressionlessly, stepping forward to grasp the suspended Shenfeng sword. With a graceful spin, lightning flickered on the blade. He was about to use the newly evolved Fierce Thunder enchanted sword to completely crush him. This was a platinum-level sword skill, with extremely fierce effects. The sky was filled with flickering thunder, mixed with bloodlight, looking ominous. Once struck by this sword, he would surely die on the spot. Watching this scene, Lu Gang's face turned pale. "Wait, don't kill me, god of killing brother. Let's clear our grudges from now on. I don't want the diamond treasure chest anymore." Suchen frowned. "Who is your brother? Die." The blade flowed, striking down. The terrifying lightning shattered the surrounding ice surface, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Lu Gang's eyes narrowed, his expression turning extremely fierce. Suddenly, countless barbs grew from his flesh, twisting grotesquely. "Come, let's die together." A ruthless determination appeared on his face. "I have transformed into a half-pufferfish, half-hedgehog using my beast transformation skill. In the moment of my death, I will self-destruct, and the steel spikes formed from my flesh and ribs will shoot out." This meant that at the moment of his self-destruction, his body would be mutilated, a suicidal attack that would harm 1,000 enemies while inflicting 2,000 on himself. At that time, within 100 meters, everyone will suffer, and it might even disturb that strong person who unleashed Golden Sword energy. "You arrived here before me, so you naturally know how terrifying that expert's sword technique is. Once he arrives, I will use my last ounce of strength to tell him that you have the diamond treasure chest. Even if I die, you won't be able to take it with you." As he spoke, a somewhat mad and desperate expression crossed his face. This was his final threat. However, Suchen remained calm. "Is it possible that I am the one who unleashed the golden sword energy?" At these words, a look of endless horror appeared in Lu Gang's eyes. "No, it can't be." Before he could finish his last word, Suchen drew his sword. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, abruptly stopping. Suchen's blade swept past his body. His charred torso fell to the ground, his head severed. In that moment of killing, Suchen lightly said, "I forgot to tell you, that golden sword technique is a skill that dropped from a diamond treasure chest. And I just learned it." Upon hearing this, Lu Gang's eyes were filled with unwillingness and rage. The diamond treasure chest he had longed for truly dropped a powerful skill. Yet, he was unable to enjoy it. Moreover, because of his greed for this treasure chest, he lost his life. In the end, his head fell to the ground, and he was completely dead. Player killed, Beast Warrior. Lu Gang, experience gained plus 32,190. Suchen's expression remained calm. He gently flicked his hand, and all the flying swords returned to their sheaths. Self-detonation? Too weak. As long as the sword's speed is fast enough, you can't even self-detonate. Suchen looked at his corpse and said indifferently, "Now, the origin sword body could provide a 30-fold increase in sword speed and power. In the same realm, how could the opponent fight back? There was simply no contest." He then looked at the 3 corpses in the arena. The loot list immediately appeared. The entire wealth of the 3 individuals was included. These people weren't particularly wealthy, but they had quite a bit of equipment, materials, and gold coins. Suchen had also gained a lot. The loot list was fairly rich. However, high-quality equipment was somewhat lacking. Among the 3, there was only one piece of platinum-grade equipment. Lu Gang's outer garment was made of a very strange material, feeling like beast skin. There were also a dozen healing potions and some miscellaneous equipment, food materials, and so on. Suchen first used the universal sublimation on this large pile of items, sublimating them all at once. Sublimation successful. Lu Gang's beast skin coat evolved into a superior platinum outer garment. Beast skin fusion coat, superior platinum, equipment restriction, beast transformation class professionals, description, and outer garment crafted using extremely cruel methods, requiring the fur of various mutated creatures such as blood cows, crocodile turtles, smoke-toothed horses, and magic horned sheep to be sewn together. It must be skinned and sewn while the mutated monsters are still alive to create this equipment. The leather coat is warm, as if it were still alive, and when worn, it quickly envelopes the entire body, almost merging with your skin. Suffix, living flesh fusion. This coat seems to still be alive. When worn, it can merge with your skin, allowing you to transform into a beast without harm. 10 beast hairs. This coat integrates the fur characteristics of 10 different monsters, providing additional bonuses when the wearer uses the beast transformation skill. Blood curse power. The resentment of being skinned alive is condensed in the clothing. When wearing this garment, you can heal your injuries by gnawing on the flesh and blood of living creatures. This coat became stronger after evolution. Originally, it lacked the last suffix, but now it had one. Its value immediately multiplied several times. Suchen collected all these spoils, preparing to sell them in the future. His personal space was down to half. TSK, my personal space is running out, he murmured. For a third-tier professional, the personal backpack space has 300 slots. For a second tier, it would be 200 slots. For most people, this is definitely more than enough. But Su Chen had too much equipment. There's no need to worry too much, there's still more than half left, which is enough for now. After going out, I'll look for equipment to expand my personal space, he said. Then, he began to gaze into the distance. The great battle had ceased, and the thick fog that had been dispersed around them gradually closed in again. Fortunately, Su Chen had brought a compass. This was a magical device with a needle that could always point towards the direction of the rising sun. By holding this disc, one could discern the direction, even in the vastness of the glaciers. Unless this replica world had no sun, one could always find their bearings. In his memory, the location of that epic item was to the south. He immediately quickened his pace and rushed over. It is said that there is a patch of ice with a completely different color. If you shatter it and dive into the water, you can find an ice cave beneath. The epic item is within. I need to hurry. Su Chen moved swiftly. He dashed forward, activating the wave step technique. After the battle, his stamina had been severely depleted. However, with the talents of Jade Bone Marrow and Self-Healing Factor, his stamina recovery speed was remarkably fast. As he traveled, his stamina gradually returned to its peak. This was also thanks to the several steaks he had eaten earlier, which provided him with a substantial amount of energy. Along the way, monsters frequently awakened from their frozen state, attacking Su Chen, but he either dodged them or killed them in one strike, handling everything decisively without slowing his pace. However, after reaching the third tier, the experience required for leveling up was immense. Su Chen had killed several monsters along the way but had not managed to level up. After 5 days, Su Chen finally found the location. It was 2 days earlier than he had expected. As soon as he arrived, he saw a vast expanse of deep blue glaciers. The ice surface looked like an abyss, exuding a strange, eerie bluish hue. The air was filled with a pungent, fishy smell, extremely overwhelming. As he looked around, he saw countless frozen fish corpses. Most of them were mutated, man-eating fish. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Beneath the ice, there were also countless frozen mutated fish. These frozen fish were terrifying in appearance, with sharp teeth, red eyes, and steel-like scales, their gills swirling with black mist. Some fish were covered in steel-like spines, resembling hedgehogs, measuring over 2 meters long, encased in the glacier. They looked like sculptures. Other mutated fish had fused with skeletal remains, their bodies pockmarked and filled with rotting flesh. In the distance, there was even a mountain of decaying fish corpses. At his feet lay many human skeletons, completely stripped of flesh, as if they had once been human transmuters who had stepped here, but all had turned to bones without exception. Finally found this place. But why are there so many mutated fish here? Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the data on these fish. Mutated carnivorous fish school, frozen state, description, monsters with terrifying combat power. Appearing in groups, they can swim through the air, and their sharp teeth can shred any reckless transmuter. Warning, do not disturb them. Turning his gaze, he saw another group of fish. Gray-backed shark-shelled fish, frozen state. Dragon blood-skinned fish, bone-melded fish. Too many to count. This icy region was like a massive graveyard for monstrous fish. Su Chen's expression tightened as he began to search around for any caves beneath the ice. He moved cautiously. However, the ice was too dark to see what lay beneath, so Su Chen could only advance. He stepped on the frozen bodies of the mutated piranhas as he moved.
The wave step technique was an incredibly subtle form of movement, allowing him to glide silently and lightly.
It was not just a technique but also a form of lightness skill. Thus, he could disturb these fish schools not at all.
His steps were as delicate as a dragonfly touching the water.
Su Chen had gradually come to understand the characteristics of the monsters in this world. They were mostly in a frozen state.
As long as he could avoid waking them, he could largely avoid combat.
Only the undead skeletons are relatively special monsters. They can sense the life force of surrounding creatures and awaken,
which is unavoidable for Su Chen.
However, he can successfully avoid these fish schools and monsters of other races. So many strange fish attacking in groups.
Even I can't handle it. Avoiding them is the wisest choice. Su Chen's swordsmanship is strong,
but when dealing with such densely packed monsters, he is also quite wary. It's like a peakboxer who cannot kill a swarm of wasps with a single punch. He would still get stung all over.
Soon, Su Chen rushed deep into this icy domain. There were not as many ice fish in the center as on the outskirts. However, in the center of this icy area, there was an extremely intense aura of death. The mist in the air had turned deep blue. Within this mist, it seemed to be filled with poison. Every breath Su Chen took felt like a mysterious, excruciating pain sweeping through his lungs and coursing through his veins. Moreover, his physical strength was suppressed by the thick mist. Cough, cough. This is so choking. Is the mist here starting to be toxic? Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he spoke. Suddenly, he began to hear sounds of battle. Looking ahead, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw a large group of people engaged in a chaotic fight. The dark blue mist enveloped the area, making it almost impossible to see. He could only vaguely make out that there were not just humans on the battlefield, but several other races as well. It was a multi-party melee. Su Chen activated his inside eye. Buzz! Suddenly, golden light flickered in his eyes. He pierced through the mist, seeing everything with utmost clarity. On the left side, there was a group covered in dark green, with rough, lizard-like skin. Their tongues were shockingly long. They were the lizard men. On the right side was a stout group of dwarves. In total, there were 8 of them, all of considerable level, with fierce combat power. The surrounding ice surface was in disarray, clearly affected by the battle. This fight had been going on for a while. The awakened lizardmen and dwarves had teamed up to corner a small human squad. The 3 humans were in a state of being besieged. Ha ha, humans, you have your day now. A very strong dwarf leaped high, swinging a phantom of a massive hammer. It came crashing down. Die! His great hammer was unmatched in power, smashing down and shattering a large area of ice. The 3 besieged humans hurriedly activated their skills to defend. However, they were in a pincer attack. Although they managed to block this heavy blow, they could not fend off the attack from behind. Behind them, a lizard man swung its tail and swept through. The massive green tail seemed to be empowered by some skill. Its power terrifying. The attack came from behind. The 3 humans spat blood and were sent flying. The thick mist here weakened human strength. Damn it! This mist weakens our human strength but doesn't weaken the lizardmen. They have lived here for generations and are already familiar with this mist. These dwarves also have ways to mitigate this poison. We might really be done for this time. 2 men in black robes struggled to stand, spitting out blood, their faces extremely pale. Captain, what should we do? Is there a chance to escape? Among the 3, the youngest seemed to be a girl. She looked terrified and appeared very inexperienced. She was likely a newly awakened novice, because she was protected by the 2 men. She had not sustained serious injuries, but her body was covered in wounds, already drenched in blood. She tightly gripped the illusory spell blade in her hand, her face full of tension. But the 2 men were also on the verge of collapse. Escape? I'm afraid there's no chance left. Our stamina has been severely weakened by the toxic mist. They can easily catch up. Xiao Ju, I'm sorry. The middle-aged captain's eyes showed some regret. He had promised to bring the novice girl here to level up. In the end, it led to her demise here. Damn it! Another lean man said with a cold expression, gritting his teeth. He held a long staff engraved with many ancient runes. If it were just a small squad of lizardmen, we could handle it. But the dwarves came out and surrounded us. What a damn misfortune! The dwarves and lizardmen gradually closed in. An ugly smile hung on their faces. TSK, didn't expect there to be a woman. An old dwarf sneered, greedily rubbing his hands together. Not bad looking. What a bonus! The lizardmen also grinned, their green scaly skin full of wrinkles. They were all dressed in various types of gear. quite intelligent. Aside from their skin color and physique, they were not much different from humans. In the distance, Su Chen watched the scene with an indifferent expression. A foreign race hunting humans? Nothing unusual about that, he murmured calmly. For these ugly races, human women were an extremely scarce resource. Why? Because of their strong reproductive capabilities. They can give birth. Female lizard men die after 3 births, but human women can reproduce indefinitely. Only death from old age can end it. Most importantly, human women are very beautiful. Even in the aesthetic standards of lizard men and dwarves, they are still considered good catches. Thus, human women naturally became highly sought after. Just as humans would domesticate half-orcs as slaves, other races would also domesticate humans as slaves. This world is a brutal survival of the fittest. Humans are of mid-tier strength among the myriad races. Although humans have no innate talents, they excel in learning ability, and their numbers are vast, with strict rules and laws. This has formed a unique ability to grow stronger. Under normal circumstances, other races would not dare to provoke humans easily. However, when human numbers are low and they are isolated, the situation changes. Just like now, this human squad had entered the deepest area of this dungeon, arriving at the territory where lizardmen and dwarves level up, isolated and helpless. Naturally, they were besieged. Su Chen coldly observed this scene, showing no intention of intervening. The environment here was complex. Surrounding them were endless mutated giant fish, forming a death zone. Once caught in a fight, if they accidentally awakened the mutated giant fish in the outer area, it would be certain death. Being attacked by tens of thousands of mutated giant fish, one could imagine the scene. Moreover, there was a thick poisonous mist here. From the conversation of these few people, it seemed that other races had ways to be immune to this poison, while only humans would be affected. If Su Chen acted heroically, he would find himself in deep trouble. He was only here to search for epic-level items, not to seek death. Su Chen was just about to bypass this area, but in the next moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The human squad consisted of 3 people. They were all dressed in black robes. Most importantly, they all wore a pitch-black ring on their hands. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. He had just noticed this detail. This ring, is it from the Black Kill? Su Chen used his inside eye to scan, and it was indeed true. This squad was from the same organization as him. He never expected to encounter them here. When entering the dungeon, the Black Kill Elder had warned Su Chen that there was a squad from Black Kill leveling up here, asking if he wanted to join. In his previous life, it was this Black Kill squad's Shadow Staff warrior who ultimately obtained that epic level item. In his previous life, it was this Black Kill squad's Shadow Staff warrior who ultimately obtained that epic level item. After returning to Blue Star, he was immediately reported and widely publicized. This person even participated in lectures, earning a fortune. Su Chen still remembered his appearance. It was exactly the same. For some reason, Su Chen always felt that his face had a hint of treachery. Perhaps having been betrayed before, Su Chen was extremely sensitive to this kind of atmosphere. When he first entered this instance, he refused to follow the advice of the senior Black Kill and chose not to join this small team. He wanted to rely on his own strength to find an epic level item. At that time, he wouldn't have to share the spoils with others. But now, he felt that this epic level item was indeed a bit hard to find. After arriving in this area, he had no other clues, and this icy domain was so vast that he was likely to miss it in the end. Should I just step in to save them first? That way, I can find clues faster. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Although the risk was high, it seemed he had no choice but to do so. Su Chen took out the ancient snake's poison gall and drank a drop of the bitter bile. Suddenly, all the toxic mist in his body was cleared, restoring him to peak condition. The icy bile allowed Su Chen to temporarily become immune to these blue poisonous mists. Su Chen's hand slowly rested on the sword hilt behind him. There were many enemies here, all above level 35. Just as Su Chen was about to take action, he calmed down again. He felt something was off, as if he had missed some details. No, that's not right. At this critical moment, Su Chen became extremely calm. He released the sword hilt and thought to himself, looking at the situation, these few people are in a situation where they are bound to die from being besieged. Su Chen frowned. In my previous life, I didn't save them here. Yet that Shadow Stick warrior survived until the end and obtained the epic level item. How did he do it? Even if I made changes in this life, causing a butterfly effect. The probability of affecting this instance world should still be minimal. Could they escape by their own strength? Su Chen concluded in his heart. He decisively withdrew. If he intervened and changed the course of events, the epic level item might never see the light of day again. Boom! 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 The lizardmen and dwarves launched a full-scale attack on that small team. A massive amount of skills surged forth. The world was filled with dazzling colors, all from the brilliance of skills. The thick poisonous mist around them was blown away. Captain Black Kill suddenly charged out, unexpectedly blocking in front of two team members. He activated a skill, and his body suddenly grew larger. At the same time, he spread his arms and bit through a necklace around his neck. Buzz! In an instant, a brilliant light formed a barrier, protecting him within. A one-time platinum item, a defensive barrier necklace. The barrier formed was of extremely high strength. However, facing so many attacks, even platinum defense was hard to withstand. Bang! As expected, the barrier shattered after resisting about 10 skills. The captain was instantly pierced by countless beams of light. The lizardman's venom and the dwarf's giant hammers simultaneously smashed his body. His limbs were almost reduced to a state of decaying flesh, making it extremely difficult to stand. With countless wounds, his chest had a large hole. One person blocked all the attacks. With his last breath, he protected a wave of team members, but he also died. He turned to look at the Shadow Stick Warrior Man and the Curse Blade Girl behind him. Bu Ju. Yang Hui. I apologize. His eyes were filled with despair, and a trace of regret crossed his face. The newcomer girl in the team, named Bu Ju, was brought by him. Bu Ju had just upgraded to the third transition and had only joined Black Kill for a year. Logically, she should have been stabilizing and leveling up in an E-level instance. Yet he had boasted and brought her here, failing to ensure her safety. It was truly careless. Now, with the entire army wiped out, he had to bear 90% of the responsibility. His heart was filled with endless regret. Unfortunately, he was powerless to turn back the tide. In the end, he died from lack of breath. Standing firm until death, he could be called a hero. He stepped forward to protect his team members. This man was a true man. Su Chen secretly admired him. In his previous life, he would have done the same, but after experiencing betrayal, his heart had long since changed. Colder than stone. If there was anyone in the world who could soften his heart even a little, it would only be one person. Ji Yao. She was the only one. Now, the only living beings left on the field were that female Curseblade Master and that male Shadow Staff Warrior. Su Chen had already secretly scanned the strength of these two individuals. The female Curseblade Master, Bu Ju, was at level 33. The Shadow Staff Warrior, Wang Yanghui, was a bit more formidable, reaching level 39, just a step away from level 40. His strength surpassed all the lizardmen and dwarves present. He was already an experienced job changer, an old veteran of the Black Kill. However, the few could not withstand the many. How will these two survive? Su Chen began to speculate in his heart, wondering how the situation would ultimately reverse. In the next moment, things indeed took a turn. Su Chen's gaze trembled in shock. The development of this situation greatly exceeded his expectations. He saw that group of lizardmen and dwarves drawing closer. The expression on Wang Yanghui's face kept changing, seemingly in extreme struggle. Finally, he gritted his teeth, as if he had made a certain resolution. He suddenly stepped back, retreating behind Bu Ju. Miss Bu was in a state of extreme panic, her frail body trembling all over. Brother Yanghui, what should we do? Should we escape? But they have surrounded us. Before she could finish her sentence, in the next moment, her eyes went blank. Wang Yanghui reached out a hand and forcefully pushed her from behind. She stumbled and fell directly in front. Everyone, I will hand her over. Let me go. Wang Yanghui lowered his head slightly and said. His face was twisted, as if he had made a tremendous decision to say this, so he spoke with heavy breaths, as if his mind had already twisted. Seeing this scene, the lizardmen and dwarves burst into laughter. Hiss hiss hiss. Kak. Humans, truly are humans. The lizardmen let out strange laughter. It's making my stomach hurt from laughing. Your race really knows how to abandon companions. How shameless. The dwarves also let out hearty mockery. Bu Ju's eyes were filled with horror and fear. She never expected to be abandoned in the end. How could this be? She turned her head, looking at Wang Yanghui in disbelief. No, it can't be. Brother Younghui, we've been leveling together for over a year. I beg you, don't abandon me, she cried, tears streaming down her face, filled with despair. I beg you, don't abandon me, Bu Ju pleaded. But Wang Yanghui had a twisted expression, slowly backing away, completely ignoring her. He was getting further and further away from her. He shouted to the group of lizard men, "Dear lizard friends, our team previously stole your lizard eggs, and we apologize for that. But it was all her doing. The eggs are on her." He pushed all the blame onto Bu Ju. Bu Ju's face turned ugly, her lips completely pale. She no longer spoke, knowing she had been completely betrayed. Her heart was like dead ashes, slumping to the ground, no longer even trying to explain. She looked like she was at the mercy of others. In reality, the lizard eggs were not stolen by her. It was Wang Yanghui. But now, explaining was meaningless. She was too weak to resist in front of this group. It would be better to leave a trace of mental strength than use a skill to commit suicide. Even in death, she did not want to become a breeding machine for the lizard race. Su Chen watched the scene from a distance, almost unable to contain his applause. "Ha ha, brilliant, truly brilliant." Su Chen laughed. In his eyes, killing intent gradually flickered. Seeing this man, Su Chen thought of Zhang Tang, Ren Xiaoman. It was like history repeating itself. He seemed to see the scene of his own betrayal from years ago. Yes, this was the only solution. He should have guessed it long ago. How foolish. Wang Yanghui, this shadow staff warrior, ultimately obtained an epic level item through betrayal. The bad guy, in the end, received the best outcome. The good people, however, ended up with no complete corpses. The world is simply too ironic. The so-called good people are rewarded, and the bad people are punished. It's all just a tale for children. Su Chen had long understood this truth. Reality proved it time and again. Su Chen's smile was somewhat deranged, but his eyes were filled with an extreme intent to kill. Anyone who looked at him would feel a chill run down their spine. You humans are indeed a fragmented and despicable race. No wonder you were looked down upon by all the other races. A lizard man stepped forward and shouted angrily. Just look at your own human nations. They've split into dozens. The number of nations is several times more than that of the elves, beastmen, dwarves, and our lizard men combined. Endless internal strife. Truly a race that only cares for itself, capable of turning against its own kind. The lizard men and dwarves slowly closed in, laughing loudly. They used the most foul words to mock the human race. Wang Yanghui watched this scene without a hint of anger, devoid of any bloodlust. Instead, he wore a fawning expression and said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please make way? I swear, you will never see me again. This female companion of mine is beautiful and talented, whether as a slave or for sale. She is worth a lot." The lizard men agreed. "Humph, if you hand over this woman and reveal the whereabouts of our lost eggs, then you can leave. We lizard men are clear about rewards and punishments. Despicable humans, get lost," the young lizard men said coldly. But the three old dwarves disagreed. Several dwarves, their faces filled with anger, moved forward to completely surround Wang Yanghui. "No, no way. You can't leave. A cowardly scoundrel who fears for his life must die without a complete corpse." They gripped their hammers tightly, gradually closing in on Wang Yanghui, seemingly eager to tear him apart. Dwarves are also a branch of the human race, living for hundreds of years. Like humans, they are rich in emotions. The lizard men are a cold-blooded race, only able to feel fear, pain, ruthlessness, and calculation. They do not understand what hatred is. But the dwarves, like humans, possess a rich emotional spectrum, so they know how to despise evil. Seeing such cruelty and betrayal of their own kind, the dwarves were furious and wanted to kill him. They couldn't be stopped. The lizard men shrugged at this scene. They, not understanding why the dwarves were angry due to their different races, simply laughed it off. "Consider yourself unlucky," the lizard men sighed. "You saw it too. It's the old dwarves who want to kill you, and we can't stop them. Just wait to die." The lizard men watched the scene with glee, their green vertical pupils revealing a strange smile. The lizardmen's green faces combined with human features created a chilling sense of fear. Wang Yanghui's expression darkened. "Damn it, even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. You forced my hand," he roared, activating his most powerful skill. Shadow Break and Crash Staff. A massive shadowy ape appeared behind him, wielding a giant staff. Smashing downwards, it directly created a large pit over 10 meters in diameter in the ice behind him. He fell right into it. Below was all icy water, bone-chillingly cold. The moment Wang Yanghui fell in, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. But this was the only way to break through the encirclement of the dwarves and lizardmen. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to dive deeper into the water. The lizardmen were astonished. They had lived in this world for a long time, just as humans had lived on Blue Star for many years, so they knew best how terrifying the underwater was. Has he gone mad? Under this water, there are all kinds of mutated fish monsters. Creak, creak, a madman. Now he'll die even worse. What a fool. In the distance, Su Chen, witnessing this scene, suddenly realized it truly was a case of finding something after a long search, effortlessly obtained. It turned out that the entrance to the icy cave was right beneath Wang Yanghui's feet. In order to escape, he shattered the ice surface and plunged into it, seeking a glimmer of hope. By chance, he stumbled upon an epic-level item. Su Chen instantly understood everything. So, the epic-level item was right in front of him. It was time for him to take action. The dwarves watched this scene, only able to spit out a few lumps of old phlegm into the ice in frustration. Running pretty fast. At least you died quickly. Humph. If he fell into our hands, he would probably wish for death but be unable to die. The dwarves were a clan of craftsmen, best at forging various torture devices and weapons, truly exceptional in their craft. Then, the dwarves stepped forward, beginning to fight the lizardmen for Buju. She had fair skin, a curvy figure, and was very fertile. Lizardmen, this woman belongs to our dwarf clan. We helped you defeat this human team. That's right. Several old dwarf men, all over 100 years old, were filled with ugly age spots. Their short, stout bodies reeked of alcohol. Although one of them was a robust warrior dwarf, he was even uglier than a cow, with a face full of scruffy hair. Just thinking about her fate made Buju tremble like a leaf. Whether she fell into the hands of the lizardmen or the dwarves, there would be no good outcome, and she would lose all dignity. The lizardmen, upon hearing this, refused to back down. Dwarves, I thought you were reasonable. It was clearly us lizardmen who attacked this team first, they said coldly. The old dwarf's face turned icy as he swung a large hammer. Then let's fight. They stepped forward, each activating their skills to strike at the lizardmen. The lizardmen also took a fighting stance. A look of determination flashed in Buju's eyes. She bit her silver teeth, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, brother. I can't go back. Crying, she plunged the cursed blade into her chest. She wanted to end her own life. Buju wanted to end her own life. The blue cursed blade in her hand flickered with a faint light as it aimed for her heart. The lizardmen and dwarves, witnessing this scene, were utterly shocked. She still has mental strength left. Not good. This woman wants to take her own life. Both sides, entangled in battle, were powerless to stop her. Too late. Damn it, such a good woman. And she's going to waste. The old dwarves spat, their faces filled with heartache. But it wasn't for her death, they were only lamenting the loss of a good slave. Clang! In the next moment, an extremely domineering long sword flew in, slashing down. This sword, perhaps it couldn't be called a sword. Rather, it was a blade swirling with flames. It was fast to the extreme. In an instant, it shattered the cursed blade in her hand into pieces. She was also shaken by the terrifying sword energy, suffering internal injuries and spitting out a mouthful of blood, but at least she survived. She looked around in shock and fear. Her last bit of mental strength had been exhausted. If she lived, she would endure endless torment for the rest of her life. In the breeding lair of the lizardmen, all women were bound to stumps with their limbs severed. The dwarves would show no mercy either. Despairing, she looked around, searching for the one who was so cruel to her. A hint of sorrow even appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a young man appeared as a black shadow, stepping lightly forward. In an instant, he landed in the center of the scene. His speed was astonishing. The chaotic wind, mixed with ice and snow, whipped against his tattered cloak. The young man's disheveled hair flew wildly, creating a mysterious yet powerful presence. He raised his hand and grasped. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 long swords flew out in a complex array, intercepting all the attacks from the dwarves and lizardmen. Originally, there were 6 swords, but don't forget, the dragon-inlaid broken sword can split into 2. Thus, there were 7 swords. The terrifying power of the swordsmanship, enhanced by 30 times the original sword body, was truly fearsome.
Even though Su Chen's sword control power had been divided into several streams,
weakening it considerably, he was still able to firmly block all attacks.
The 4 lizard men and 3 dwarves present were all held at bay by the sword's edge.
Unable to move,
the commotion and momentum of all skills had completely extinguished. The battlefield, which had been tense and ready for conflict,
suddenly fell silent. For a moment, everyone stared in shock at Su Chen.
"Who goes there?"
several asked. In an instant, the skills of so many third-tier masters were neutralized, and this person's strength was simply terrifying.
"4th-tier sword master,
God of Death," Su Chen replied flatly, coldly.
He introduced himself with a confident and indifferent tone,
as if dismissing everything. Indeed, in his previous life,
he had reached the 8th tier through his own strength.
Without exceptional temperament and courage, how could he have achieved that? Thus, Su Chen's demeanor, pretending to be a 4th tier, was absolutely beyond anyone's suspicion.
Hiss,
HSSS.
4. Hiss tier.
Oh no!
4th tier. The young lizard men were so frightened that their tails curled up. The old dwarves were also astonished, their beards bristling.
The God of Death, though they had never heard of this title, was terrifying.
4th tier.
That realm was even more frightening. Combined,
it was simply terrifying. Su Chen was actually only at the 3rd tier.
However,
his skills were so powerful that even if he exaggerated, no one dared to test him at that moment.
Suddenly, his appearance firmly subdued everyone.
The crowd slowly retreated, their expressions cautious.
"This human master, may I ask why you intervened? Could it be that you are this woman's companion?" one lizard man asked solemnly.
They were all young lizard men, speaking in youthful tones,
even possessing a somewhat refined scholarly air. However, paired with the lizardman's green skin,
it appeared somewhat ugly.
Su Chen and Bu Ju were both human,
so it was natural for them to speculate that Su Chen was Bu Ju's companion.
"No," Su Chen shook his head. "I simply cannot stand by while someone betrays. Even less can I tolerate the pitiful betrayed dying with resentment. I just gave her a chance," Su Chen said flatly. In fact,
his main purpose for coming was to dive underwater and pursue Wang Yanghui,
to seize an epic-level item. Saving this woman was truly a simple task.
This matter held no benefit for him.
But what is the purpose of living a life? Struggling to level up? Is it to pursue profit for a lifetime? Not at all. Ultimately, what one seeks is a carefree existence. After gaining absolute power,
one should act according to their heart's desires,
releasing all the pent-up feelings within, to strive to shape the world into the way one wants it to be. This is the meaning of becoming stronger. Su Chen's current strength had already taken shape. In this D-level dungeon, he was almost unafraid of most battles. Naturally, he no longer needed to be so cautious. Occasionally venting was also beneficial for his state of mind. Su Chen's words left Bu Ju in shock.
She forcibly suppressed the trembling of her delicate body and turned to look over.
Countless job changers died in neglected corners every day. Deep in such a desperate situation,
she had never hoped to survive.
Not being tormented was already the best outcome. Yet, unexpectedly, a turn of events. "Sani, Senior, thank you, she cried, tears streaming down her face,
but there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. She was unsure whether Su Chen was truly a good person.
Su Chen looked younger than her, yet she naturally regarded him as a senior. After all,
with such strength, it was almost impossible for him to be younger. There were many items in the world that could delay the aging of appearance. This was quite common. Hearing Su Chen's words, the dwarves' expressions were wary, yet they did not yield an inch.
"Human, do you intend to forcibly protect this girl?" Su Chen's expression remained calm, silent. Everything was unspoken.
The group of young lizard men gradually calmed down, their faces growing serious.
"This elder of the human race, although you are a 4th transition, very powerful, but don't forget,
this dungeon is a place where our Misty Lizard clan has lived for generations. We have survived here for over 100 years and have already formed a tribe. If you dare to kill us, you will also die. Our clansmen will avenge us.
We, the Lizard clan, are not without 4th transition experts, and this area is almost all our territory,"
a few lizard men said proudly. They puffed out their chests,
even as blood beads formed on their foreheads from the sword's edge, refusing to bow their heads. The dwarves also gripped their hammers tightly. "That's right, and even if you are a 4th transition, you are not invincible. Your profession has strong attack power, but your defense is a weakness. There are 7 of us here, we are not without a chance. The old men's voices were extremely deep. There are 7 of us here, we are not without a chance. There was no choice, high-quality human women were too valuable. Even if they faced great risks, they wanted to fight for a chance. Buju's talent was 8 stars, which could sell for over 1 million dwarf coins in the dwarf market. Converted to 10,000 races coins, it would be around 100,000. Facing the arrogance of the crowd, Su Chen remained expressionless. He raised his hand and waved. Whoosh! In mid-air, a blade of thought condensed, a deep blue long sword, its edge cold, flew out from his hand. Now, he could condense a second blade of thought simultaneously. Everyone thought this human expert was going to kill them. The crowd trembled in fear. They had spoken boldly just now, but in reality, they were not confident at all. They only wanted to bluff Su Chen, to test if he was really a 4th transition. If it came to a fight with a 4th transition, the casualties would be extremely heavy. They were also betting on whether this so-called god of killing would fight them for this woman. No one expected Su Chen to act so decisively. The lizard men tightened their tails. The dwarf elders were also shocked, their eyelids trembling, hastily activating their defensive skills to shield themselves. They were all terrified and in a sorry state. Watching this scene, Su Chen smiled lightly. They were truly scared out of their wits. However, Su Chen's sword did not strike at them. Instead, it directly pierced into the ice surface. It dove down through the large ice hole that Wang Yonghui had smashed. Wherever it passed, the water was split in 2. The blade was too sharp. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the sword cutting through the water flow was crisp as it descended. Finally, a semi-transparent deep blue long sword emerged from the water. Along with a splash of fresh blood, Wang Yonghui appeared from the ice surface. His chest was pierced by the sword, leaving him feeling cold to the core. He was forcibly pulled away from underwater by this sword. Back to the shore. Put! The blade of thought flickered and hummed, soaring into the air. It finally plunged fiercely, pinning Wang Yonghui to the ground. He let out a scream. Suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face horrified. He struggled desperately but could not get up. The blade of thought had directly pierced through his chest. How could he escape? Wah! What happened? He was soaked through. Like a drowned rat, Wang Yonghui used all his strength to dive underwater, trying to escape as much as possible. Just when his oxygen was about to run out, he suddenly discovered an underwater ice cave. It was truly a dead end, but then a glimmer of hope appeared. He thought he might defy fate and escape from here. He even began to think about how to return and take revenge. How to make these lizard men and dwarves pay 1,000 cuts. But in the next moment, a long sword pierced through his body, bringing him up from underwater. He looked around in a panic. Finally, he saw Su Chen. The swordsman in tattered robes looked cold-eyed. Who are you? You are also of the human race. Why do you want to harm me? I clearly escaped. I clearly survived. Damn it! Damn it! His voice was hoarse, filled with endless rage. He pounded the ground with his fists, his body covered in frostbite, blood streaming down. Su Chen's expression was calm as he raised his hand and waved. A sword formed from his concentrated will fell into his grasp. The blade was a deep blue, swirling with the power of intent. With a mere flick of his hand, countless slashes erupted. Just ordinary attacks, without using any skills, pure basic attacks. Yet they were incredibly fast. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the sword danced like a phoenix. This exquisite swordplay left everyone present in awe. Is this an ordinary attack, or a skill? How can it be this fast? Su Chen's sword became a blur, forming a curtain of blades. Everyone there involuntarily swallowed hard, their hearts racing. Too fast. This sword-swinging speed is no joke. It's truly at the 4th transition. Terrifying. Even our clan's chaotic steel phoenix hammer technique isn't this fast. The dwarves quickly reached a conclusion. Su Chen's original sword body now had a speed enhancement for swordplay that reached a staggering 30 times. It could be said that even with basic attacks, Su Chen's strikes were like a torrential storm, relentless and unending. Just the speed of his basic attacks was enough to crush most other attack speed skills. In the end, Su Chen's sword directly sliced through Wang Yonghui's body, almost stripping away all his flesh and bones. Yet he still clung to a final breath, surprisingly not dead. This series of basic attacks triggered the effect of the decaying sword robe's affix. The decaying sword chi completely corroded the rotten bones and mangled flesh of Wang Yonghui's wounds.
It was as if his bones turned to water, like a decaying corpse. Wang Yanghui didn't feel much pain, because Su Chen had even severed his nerves. So, he only felt numbness. His gaze was vacant, staring at the sky. Traitors must die, Su Chen said coldly at last. Then, he raised his hand and clenched it. Boom! A massive shadow approached from the air. Finally, it crashed down. It was the Skyfall Sword Tomb, a gigantic sword, like a stone tablet, inscribed with countless intricate runes, fell down. It crushed Wang Yanghui into a puddle of flesh, completely annihilated. Slain a level 39 Shadow Staff Warrior, gained 130,000 experience points, loot acquired, Black-Handled Soul Binding Staff, Platinum Superior, Warm-Up Combat Suit, Gold Superior, 6 Smash Annihilation Staff Skill Scroll, Platinum Medium, Lizard Folk Holy Egg, Platinum Superior, Rebreather Mask, Silver Inferior. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he waved his hand. The blade of intent immediately dissipated. Looking around, his gaze remained indifferent, as if he had just crushed an ant. This kind of aura, along with the decisive killing intent he had just displayed, left everyone feeling terrified. Do you still want to stop me? Su Chen raised his head high, calm and composed. He didn't torment Wang Yanghui for long. He only gave him a moment of pain before killing him. Although this man was despicable, he was merely trying to survive. To be honest, the vast majority of people in the world would make the same choice in such a situation. It was just that Wang Yanghui happened to encounter Su Chen. This traitor made Su Chen very displeased. So, he died. Just that simple. If it were someone else, having gone through everything Su Chen had, they would surely detest betrayal deeply. They would want to capture and torture people like Wang Yanghui and Ren Xiaoman for years. But Su Chen's mindset was already on a different level than ordinary people. For him, death was enough. For traitors, death was tranquility. Spending time torturing them would only be a disadvantage. Su Chen's ambitions were even greater. However, perhaps Zhang Tang could still be tortured a bit. Su Chen killed Wang Yanghui, partly to relieve his own feelings, and partly to intimidate everyone. That's why he used the most brutal method of execution. Do you still want to stop me? Su Chen's voice remained calm, yet it was filled with an indescribable pressure. More turbulent than a roar, more oppressive than silence. This tone made one involuntarily feel fear. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent for a long time, not daring to speak again. Well, we, the lizard men, can let this girl go. A young lizard man stepped forward and said, but there is one condition. Before it could finish, Su Chen directly threw out a dark green egg, resembling a stone. This holy egg was engraved with dense, rune-like spots, still flickering with a green glow. You attacked them for this, didn't you? Su Chen said. The lizardman's eyes widened in surprise as it hurriedly took it, carefully cradling it in its arms. Yes, that's right. They looked somewhat anxious and even excited. This was the treasure of their tribe, finally returned. Su Chen slowly said, you were all deceived by this stick warrior. He is the one who stole your tribe's holy egg. Only his professional skill, Shadow Step, can silently infiltrate your tribe. And this girl was framed. Su Chen's gaze was calm as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Bu Ju's eyes turned red. Not only had she survived, but she had also cleared her name. She had truly encountered a benefactor. A few lizard men were taken aback. I didn't expect he would deceive us. We almost let him escape, then our holy egg would have been lost. If the tribe finds out we let him go, it would be a death sentence. Oh my, this is truly chilling. Su Chen looked at them and said indifferently, you are so easily deceived by his words, you really are foolish. The lizard men, however, were not angry upon hearing this. Instead, their eyes were filled with joy. The holy egg had returned. What did it matter if this human warrior scolded them a bit? Finding the lost holy egg was the glory of the tribe, a great achievement. When they returned, they would be heavily rewarded, and might even be honored as warriors of the Wukka tribe. These lizard men were quite young, only about 10 years old, equivalent to 20-year-olds among humans. At this age, being honored as a warrior was a great honor for their family. All the female lizard men of the tribe would be available for them to choose from. So, they were all grinning from ear to ear. All right, we will keep our promise and let this woman go. Friend, your name is the God of Death, right? They spoke with goodwill. All hostility towards Su Chen had completely vanished from their eyes. Su Chen nodded. Thank you. This holy egg is the treasure of our tribe. You helped us retrieve it.
aiding our entire clan. You will be a friend of our Wooka lizardmen tribe. A robust lizard man stepped forward, extending its tail in a gesture of handshake. Friend,
let me introduce myself. I am the son of the chief of the Wooka lizard tribe,
Tuwa Zhan.
I now formally invite you to our tribe for a gathering. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. But Suchen caught a hint of extremely concealed killing intent in its gaze.
A feigned warmth? Ha! What a pity! This was like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong. Suchen saw through it at a glance. These lizardmen had ulterior motives.
I have long heard that lizardmen are hospitable, as long as one is a good person.
Even if they are human, you are willing to accept them. Seeing it today, it is indeed so.
Suchen played along and did not refuse. He simply smiled lightly,
as if actively turning enemies into friends. Well then, I will come to your tribe tomorrow for a brief chat.
He stood with his hands behind his back,
nodding and smiling.
It was as if he had fallen into their trap.
Tuwa Zhan secretly sneered,
the dark green vertical pupils gradually gathering gloom.
On the surface, however, it still showed goodwill towards Suchen. Ha ha, very good. Friend, when I return, I will report to the elders and my father. We will prepare a generous reward for you. You must come.
Then, a group of lizardmen quickly left. The lizardman tribe is a very warlike race.
One might even say they are single-minded.
To be timid without fighting is a great taboo. So at first,
they would rather die than not battle Suchen.
But after witnessing the overwhelming power he displayed,
they backed down.
They realized that if this battle would surely lead to their deaths, then even if the tribe could avenge them later,
it would still be a loss, right? Once dead, they are simply dead.
These lizardmen are all young, their beliefs not as pure as those of the adult lizardmen.
In any case,
the outcome wasn't bad. They obtained the holy egg.
Thankfully, they didn't end up dead. On the way back,
a few lizardmen felt quite pleased with themselves.
Halfway,
one lizardman said to the captain,
but don't you think this holy egg looks a bit strange? It has a fishy smell? It's not as round as I remember.
One lizardman stroked his chin and said seriously.
The chieftain's son, Tuwa Zhan, looked profound and coldly said, Humph, what do you know? The holy egg is supposed to smell like this.
The others quickly echoed.
That's true.
We've never seen a holy egg up close. Only the chieftain and the elders have the right to touch it, so we can't judge if it's real or not.
Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to deceive us. Besides,
he couldn't possibly find something that looks exactly like the holy egg to replace it. What are the odds of that?
Then, the conversation shifted, and they asked, Tuwa Zhan, do you really think this human dares to come to our tribe as a guest? Tuwa Zhan, full of confidence, smiled and said,
He, I promised him a treasure. He will definitely be tempted.
Humans, a greedy race like him, can't resist temptation.
Once he comes, he will face the combined assault of our 3/4 turn elders.
If it comes to that, my father,
the level 49 tribe chieftain,
will also take action.
This human will surely die. His expression was dark as he sneered.
The surrounding young lizardmen burst into loud laughter.
Hiss,
foolish human, does he really think that after threatening us lizardmen, he can have a good ending? So naive.
When the time comes, we must turn him into fine roasted meat and enjoy it.
Human flesh is also a rare delicacy.
This human is powerful. Using our tribe's ancient methods to make him a slave puppet would be nice too. Their words were filled with malice. Lizardmen are not a kind race to begin with.
Unfortunately,
they were still too inexperienced. In terms of cunning and strategy, they were like infants in front of Suchen.
Suchen watched their departing figures with a smile.
Although he didn't hear what they said,
he could guess most of it. He had already prepared a backup plan. Did these young lizardmen really think that was the holy egg?
The real holy egg was safely stored in Suchen's personal space. He still remembered the 2-turn giant snake he had slain back in the day.
That giant snake had actually produced a venomous testicle, big and foul-smelling.
No one wanted this thing. It couldn't be sold on the World Channel, so it had been sitting in Suchen's backpack.
Suchen found that this thing looked very similar to the lizardman's holy egg. On a whim, he decided to throw it out. Unexpectedly, these lizardmen really didn't recognize it.
He played them at their own game.
What kind of person is Suchen?
A treasure falls into his hands,
and he can still give it away? That's a fool's dream.
After the lizardmen left, Suchen looked at the few dwarves. His gaze was filled with threat.
Without the lizardmen's alliance,
they no longer dared to fight Suchen to the death.
Only the 3 old dwarves remained, and if they fought to the death with Su Chen, their chances of winning were too slim. For the sake of a human woman, would they disregard their lives completely? To be honest, while Bu Ju was quite tempting, she wasn't tempting enough to that extent. So, after weighing the pros and cons, they immediately gave up. Fine. I'll admit you're strong. One elder gritted his teeth and said, "We're leaving." In a standoff between 2 armies, it only takes the collapse of one side to cause a total rout. Su Chen's method was very clever, successfully avoiding a major battle. A few short old dwarves quickly fled the scene. With their short arms and legs, they actually ran quite fast. Their stout figures, clad in heavy armor, created a stark contrast. The sight was somewhat comical. These dwarves were not the original inhabitants here, like Su Chen. They had come to this instance to level up. So, there was no need to worry about them returning with reinforcements. The only concern for Su Chen was the lizardmen. Once they discovered the eggs were fake, they would definitely send someone back. But Su Chen had no choice but to let them go. He couldn't kill everyone here, because if he engaged in battle with the lizardmen and dwarves, it would undoubtedly create a huge commotion, disturbing the surrounding schools of fish. Those terrifying bloodthirsty monster fish were sleeping, numbering in the thousands. Once awakened by the sounds of battle, they would surely devour everything. Those fish could swim in midair, and whether in pursuit or in terms of lethality, they were unmatched. Su Chen was about to dive into this water area to search for an epic level item. If he disturbed the underwater fish, his plans would be ruined. This was a choice he had to make. These lizardmen have lived here for generations, they know the dangers of this place best. Once I dive into the pool, they probably won't dare to come down. So, it actually won't have any impact. This epic level item is still mine, it is a must-have. Su Chen pondered in his heart. At that moment, Bu Ju slowly stood up. She looked pale as she gazed at Su Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear and gratitude. "Senior, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am willing to work like an ox or a horse to repay you." She kept crying and thanking him, her voice hoarse. This was a life-saving grace, beyond repayment. Su Chen's expression remained calm. It was just a casual act. He raised his hand, revealing a black ring on his fingertip. The black ring. This was the identification of the Black Kill organization. Upon seeing the ring, she immediately realized. So it's a senior from Black Kill. That's great. Seeing that he was from the same organization, she felt relieved, tears streaming down her face. "Don't get too close, I said it was just a casual act." Su Chen's voice was cold. Saving her was indeed just a casual act. The main point was that saving someone from the same organization, as long as it could be proven, would also earn him rewards from within Black Kill. All organizations have reward mechanisms for unity and mutual assistance, and elite groups like Black Kill were no exception. So saving her was also beneficial for Su Chen. "I advise you to find a safe non-combat area immediately. Exit the instance, and don't come back in. It's very dangerous here," Su Chen said coldly. Bu Ju was slightly taken aback. "You won't let me join your team? I want to follow you," she said with admiration on her face. Su Chen was a top-tier powerhouse, she wanted to cling to him. As she spoke, she felt her nose running from crying and quickly wiped it, looking a bit embarrassed. Su Chen was at a loss for words. This girl looked delicate, but her personality was a bit silly. He scanned her information. Buju race, human level, 33, 1768992/330000 experience points, class, Spellblade strength, 45 constitution, 30 agility, 120 spirit, 180 luck, 10 skills, spirit spellblade, blood transformation, beast slaying, light step, ethereal blade shift. No, too weak. She's already at the level of a burden. Su Chen glanced at her information and shook his head. The Spellblade class was very similar to the Swordmaster class. It wasn't strong in the early stages, it would only become powerful after the 4th transition. Unless Su Chen had lost his mind, he wouldn't take her along. She didn't have the experience amplification ability like Zhang Yunqing, and her support skills were not up to par. Therefore, Su Chen could not take her along. Bu Ju looked disappointed and somewhat self-reproachful. Why? Wasn't she strong enough? Alright, fine. I will listen to my senior and leave here. Thank you for saving my life. She bowed respectfully to Su Chen and then quickly left. Her petite figure soon disappeared from this icy domain. Afterward, Su Chen stepped forward slowly, looking down at the bone-chilling ice cave. His gaze shimmered with golden light as he activated his inside eye. Yet, he couldn't see through, the underwater was too mysterious. After all, the inside eye was not a X-ray vision. It seemed that only by personally diving in could he know what lay beneath. It's as deep as an abyss, truly profound and terrifying. Su Chen gazed at the pool, his eyes calm. For the sake of an epic great item, he would leap in without hesitation. Oh right, I still have a roulette draw opportunity, obtained from the 3rd promotion. I wonder what dangers lie beneath the water. I must be fully prepared. System, I want to draw, Su Chen said firmly. A huge roulette appeared in his mind. Lottery start, the pointer spun continuously. Finally, it stopped at an ancient quality talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient grade talent, auxiliary profession unlocked. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. It was 1 tier lower than legendary quality but higher than epic. Quite good. Auxiliary profession unlocked, ancient superior, your body's genes awaken, allowing you to carry a 2nd life profession. Effect, you can unlock an additional life auxiliary profession. Please choose a new auxiliary profession. Planter, Array Master, Weapon Smith, Armor Smith, Grave Digger, Enchanter, Affix Master. It's actually a 2nd profession. This is extremely rare. Or rather, there hasn't been a single case in the entire Dragon Kingdom. At least, in his previous life, Su Chen reached the 8th promotion and had never seen a dual profession individual. So, he believed he might be the first in history. With dual professions in hand, the world would be his. Great! With a life profession, I can almost be called omnipotent. Whether in battle or for supplies, I can be self-sufficient. No need to rely on others. Then, a dense list appeared before Su Chen. All the auxiliary professions compatible with his body emerged in his mind for him to choose from. There were dozens of options. Su Chen was dazzled. If he hadn't touched the awakening steel, he would need to do so to awaken a 2nd profession, but he had already touched the steel. His entire body's cells and genes had resonated with the rules of heaven and earth, becoming a professional. So, he could choose his profession freely, which might be considered a bug. It was unclear whether it was due to the system's influence or the allowance of the heavenly rules. After all, it was Su Chen's first encounter with such a situation. He couldn't care less about the details. He had no time to ponder the principles behind it. He focused all his thoughts on selecting a profession. He stroked his chin, his gaze shifting. Weaponsmith, this profession is derived from smith, considered a mid-tier life profession. It abandons other unnecessary forging abilities, specializing in weapon crafting, with the ability to decompose and refine materials. It can also combine weapons to forge brand new quality equipment. Armor Smith, in contrast to the weaponsmith, this profession can only forge armor. Both of these professions are excellent, allowing for the free combination of materials to forge equipment. Whether for personal use or selling, the profits are quite considerable. Smithing is one of the more lucrative professions on Blue Star. After all professionals have a demand for forged equipment. So, there is no lack of market. Choosing either of these 2 professions means there will be no shortage of money to spend. Moreover, the weapons forged are also quite good for personal use. Only one can truly understand their own needs. However, Su Chen silently kept these 2 options in mind without making an immediate choice. There should be better options. Su Chen looked towards the next profession. Enchanter, a hidden life profession. This profession is very special, lying between life professions and combat professions. It is one of the few life professions that possesses some combat abilities. They can enchant weapons and equipment, enhancing additional attributes. Furthermore, they can provide attribute bonuses to teammates and their own weapons and equipment on the battlefield. They can add complex effects such as attack speed, poison attributes, fire attributes, and more. It is a diversified profession that combines support and combat. This profession is also quite good, and Su Chen included it in his alternatives. Su Chen found himself in a dilemma, struggling with choices. It's a pity that I can only choose a life profession. That's true, if I could choose a 2nd combat profession, then this talent wouldn't be ancient level. It should be able to reach legendary quality. The rewards from the roulette draw cannot be upgraded using the talent of universal elevation, because the universal elevation talent can only upgrade loot that has been dropped, or obtained from mining, materials gained from fishing, and items dropped from monsters all count as loot. All of these can be upgraded. However, the roulette draw is a direct reward given by the system and does not count as loot. Su Chen felt very content. A life profession is already quite good.
His gaze swept over numerous professions, his expression constantly changing. Grave digger, alchemist, brewer, poison maker, these are all relatively powerful life professions, generally at the strength of second transition. After all, Su Chen was born as a sword god profession, with extraordinary physique. Therefore, the professions he could choose from were not ordinary. Leather hunter, labor emperor, these two professions are even equivalent to third transition life professions in strength. Upon seeing the labor emperor profession, Su Chen's eyes sharpened. Labor emperor? Su Chen had extensive knowledge and could name almost all professions in the world, but he had truly never heard of the labor emperor profession. He checked its details. Labor emperor, hidden life profession, initial dual skills, labor spirit, when you are hired by others, all the profits you create for them are doubled, and your earnings increase by 20%, limitless body, your chance of sudden death is reduced by 80%. Description: this is an extremely suitable profession for laborers, capable of quickly providing high returns for your employer, and your income will also increase significantly. However, the skill tree of this profession is entirely beneficial to the employer, providing no advantages for personal strength, so please choose carefully. This profession is probably only suitable for those laborers, those without transition talents, who can only work 12 hours a day, must engage in high-intensity labor to survive. If they had this talent, their wages would immediately skyrocket. It is easy to imagine that their quality of life would also improve. Unfortunately, laborers do not have the qualifications for transition and possess no talents, so they cannot become labor emperors. Therefore, this profession is essentially useless. For those transitioning, this talent is too weak, a mere trifle. Su Chen took a glance and immediately kept his distance from this talent. What labor emperor? Slave emperor would be more fitting. Su Chen would never choose this. He continued to select. There were dozens of professions, all extremely suitable for Su Chen. He first selected all the hidden professions among them. Hidden professions have richer and more powerful skill trees, often allowing for faster growth. They are much stronger than ordinary professions. Therefore, Su Chen naturally prioritized selecting from hidden professions. The bone melter, master of death, blessed blacksmith, cursed blacksmith, symbol maker, formation master, and many other hidden professions are available for selection, each with a wide variety. The name bone melter is quite cool and very unique. It is a hidden profession that evolves from the grave digger. It possesses the ability to extract materials from the corpses of monsters and other job changers. The stronger the corpse, the more powerful the materials that can be extracted. There is even a chance to extract top-tier materials, though this comes with high requirements for the quality of the corpse. Moreover, the bone melter can later advance to become a corpse driver, capable of refining the corpses of monsters and humans into puppets to fight for them. It is a very powerful life profession. In the later stages, a corpse puppet can be sold for a very high price. The blessed blacksmith and cursed blacksmith are also high-tier forging professions, one righteous and one evil. The blessed blacksmith can add powerful positive affixes to all forged equipment, while the cursed blacksmith can add curse-type affixes. Curses are a very special type of affix, often providing terrifying negative effects, such as instant death upon injury or increasing one's bleeding rate tenfold. Under the influence of such curse affixes, the bearer will find it extremely difficult to move, needing to tread carefully to survive. This greatly reduces the margin for error, making even the slightest mistake potentially fatal. However, the accompanying benefits are extraordinarily perverse, far exceeding the ordinary affixes of the blessed blacksmith. Although curse affixes come with negative costs, the positive effects they provide are also incredibly powerful. Thus, the cursed blacksmith is a profession where risk and reward coexist. In the end, Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he decided to choose the cursed blacksmith. Risk and reward coexist. This profession is very strong. Moreover, this profession is extremely rare and highly valuable. The bone melter is good, but I don't lack materials. After all, I have the ability to refine everything. Su Chen immediately chose the cursed blacksmith. This profession can later advance to powerful roles such as demon blacksmith, evil refiner, and blood blacksmith, promising a bright future. Job change successful. Acquired second auxiliary profession, cursed blacksmith. Detected that the host has reached level 31. Based on the current strength level, you have gained 2 skills of the same quality for this profession. Then, 2 skills appeared before Su Chen. Forging power, platinum quality, a core skill that all forging professionals possess.
capable of consuming materials to decompose, fuse, create, and repair various materials and equipment. Cursed Blacksmith Special Profession Bonus, you can add curse affixes to the weapons you forge, possessing negative attributes and powerful benefits. The current level allows you to forge items with a maximum quality of platinum. Then, he felt a surge of intense power emerge from within him, along with a wealth of forging knowledge flooding into his mind. The details of the second skill also emerged. Extraction Technique, low-quality platinum. You can extract residual power from monster corpses, rare materials, and other objects, forging a temporary weapon from them. Using this temporary weapon will continuously consume mental energy. When the mental energy is exhausted, the weapon will shatter. This temporary weapon is treated as a normal weapon and can trigger all your skills and profession effects normally. The strength of this temporary weapon is determined by the level of this skill and the quality of the object you extracted. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. This skill is incredibly powerful. A life profession can actually assist him in battle. This extraction technique can extract temporary weapons for his use at any time. He immediately began to try to activate it. Su Chen looked around and finally set his sights on Wang Yanghui's corpse. He raised his hand and grasped. Whoosh! Wang Yanghui's corpse trembled in the air. Then, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and the blood within his body seemed to explode. Surging out, it condensed in mid-air, hardening into a vague sword embryo, blood-red and eerie in color. Wang Yanghui's corpse immediately withered and dried up, as if all the life essence had been drained from him. Su Chen felt that this sword seemed to resonate with his thoughts. He immediately used all his mental power to concentrate and control it. He held his hands in a virtual grip, striving to forge the sword into the shape he desired. Crack, crack, crack. The blood-colored long sword actually began to take the form he envisioned, gradually being molded. Then Su Chen started to mix in the forging power. He added the special curse suffix of his profession to it. This was not a guaranteed success, but Su Chen's luck attribute was very high, so the probability would naturally increase. Suffix attachment successful. The forging power was truly miraculous. Before long, a long sword measuring 4 feet appeared before Su Chen, floating in mid-air. The sword's body was entirely blood-red, as if formed from flowing blood, exuding a sense of oppression. Su Chen raised his hand and grasped the sword. Instantly, he felt a strong metallic smell of blood wafting into his nostrils. At the same time, the arm holding the sword ached faintly. Su Chen swung the sword casually, slicing through the air. Boom! The ground's mysterious ice shattered with a blood-red streak. The residual blood on the sword's edge seemed to merge with the cracks in the ice below. It was too sharp. It worked! This temporary sword has quite a bit of power. Su Chen was very satisfied. It should be about as sharp as the Xianfeng sword. If he had stronger corpses or materials, he could probably extract even stronger temporary weapons, but at the same time, he felt his mental power rapidly depleting. This was normal, because forging skills consumed a lot of mental power. Every time materials were decomposed or weapons forged, it required a tremendous amount of mental power, even more than combat professions. A forging profession couldn't just create weapons recklessly every day, otherwise, one would be rich beyond measure. Many forgers had to spend days and nights just to barely forge a weapon, so one could imagine how massive the consumption of mental power was for such a lifestyle profession. Su Chen immediately scanned the information of this sword. Yanghui Blood Sword, temporary weapon, description, a temporary weapon extracted from the corpse of a level 39 Shadow Staff warrior, possessing great sharpness, and can further enhance its sharpness after absorbing blood. Curse, Shadow Warrior, negative effect, while holding this sword, you will continuously lose health, losing 1% of your health per second. Beneficial effect, this blood-colored blade contains the shadow power of the Shadow Staff warrior, allowing you to enter a transparent state while holding it. Attacks made in this transparent state will increase critical damage by 200%, and the transparent state will be after one attack. Su Chen focused his gaze and found that his entire body had indeed disappeared. His hands and clothes had all turned transparent. It was similar to an invisibility ability. So powerful. However, the negative effect was also quite extreme, losing 1% health per second. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt it was worth it. After all, invisibility was a very strong buff. As long as one didn't make noise, few could detect you. In assassination and combat, this was a divine skill, and losing health every second could easily be compensated with healing potions. Overall, there was a trade-off. So this is the curse. Very good. With this skill, I will no longer have to worry about weapons in the future. Even if all my weapons break, I can create temporary ones. I can mold weapons anytime, anywhere.
The only downside is that this skill consumes too much mental power. Suchin could only maintain this temporary blood sword for a little over a minute before feeling that he had lost a small half of his mental power.
This consumption was indeed a bit too much, but after all, it was a powerful skill that created something out of nothing. Extremely exquisite and with a complex mechanism. Theoretically, it is even more difficult to achieve than the simple destructive effects of some combat skills. A larger consumption is also normal.
Once the skill continues to evolve and reaches epic or ancient levels,
is it possible to create thousands of swords out of thin air with just a wave of the hand? That would be the return of 10,000 swords to their origin. Su Chen couldn't help but feel his heart race. Then, he flicked his wrist. He dispelled the temporary weapon. Crash! The blood sword instantly shattered and dissipated into a puddle of fragmented blood-colored ironstone. Falling to the ground, he felt no attachment. After all, it was a temporary weapon and would eventually be dispelled. With blood loss every second, along with a huge consumption of mental energy, Su Chen naturally couldn't maintain it indefinitely. Now that there were no enemies, it was too wasteful to keep it up. This temporary weapon creation skill was best used in combat. Su Chen decided on his profession and then took out all of Wang Yanghui's spoils. He used universal sublimation to perform a round of upgrades. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. The sounds echoed continuously. The value had multiplied several times. That stick had also upgraded to a diamond-grade quality. It could fetch a good price. Then Su Chen arrived before the deep pool and took a deep breath. The preparations are almost complete. It's time to go in. He took out the ancient snake's poison gall, tilted his head back, and squeezed out a drop of liquid, swallowing it down his throat. It had been several minutes since he last ingested this gall, and the effect was about to wear off. The toxicity immunity provided by the gall could only last for a short period, so to be safe, Su Chen swallowed another drop now. This way, he could ensure everything would be foolproof. Gain temporary buff, high-level toxic immunity, lasting for a short period. There might also be severe toxins underwater, so Su Chen was very cautious and made this preparation. Then, he took out a piece of equipment. Respiratory mask, silver mid-grade. This was the equipment dropped by Wang Yanghui, which could enhance mental energy recovery speed when worn. Let's see if I can transform it into an underwater diving mask. Su Chen had just changed his profession to a cursed blacksmith. He used forging power to dismantle the elements and materials within the mask. He removed the useless parts, forming a basic substrate. A gray-black mask appeared in mid-air, surrounded by many white glows, which were the forging power. Then, Su Chen took out many beast materials from his personal space, including mutated wild boar lung, highly toxic fish gills, cartilage tendon rope, and so on. These were materials he had long possessed but had not been able to sell. He didn't expect they would come in handy today. Su Chen had leveled up in the novice dungeon, killing many different types of mutated beasts, so he had plenty of beast materials. He carefully used the forging power to combine these materials. This was a task that required extreme caution. A slight mistake would ruin all the materials. Other profession blacksmiths usually have tools like hammers, furnaces, and machine tools to assist in forging. That way, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. A blacksmith's machine tools, hammers, and furnaces are like a swordsman's sword, they are their weapons. However, Su Chen currently had no forging tools. He could only purely use forging power for the modification, without any auxiliary tools. It was clear that this would require a significant amount of consumption. In the end, he was drenched in sweat, but he succeeded. Forging successful. Gained Gill's mask, silver high grade. Wearing it allows you to breathe underwater. There are water quality requirements. If the water is too impure or toxic, it cannot extract oxygen from water molecules. The effect was quite good. Success is success. But, the mental energy consumed in combining and forging equipment is a bit too much, isn't it? Su Chen murmured. He was somewhat shocked that the mental energy consumed in officially forging equipment was several times more than that of refining technique. It seemed he definitely couldn't forge equipment in combat, otherwise, it would be seeking death. Only the refining technique, this temporary weapon creation skill, could still be barely used in battle. Life-related professions are indeed life-related professions. Using them in battle is simply not feasible.
the consumption is too great. After putting on the mask, Su-chen immediately felt that the sound of his breathing had changed. His lungs also trembled slightly. The air he inhaled carried a bloody scent of beast materials. His requirements were not high, as long as it worked, that was enough. Ready, we can go in. Epic item, here I come. He waved his hand, sheathing all his swords. Then, he dove in headfirst. He leaped into the icy cave, submerging underwater. He instantly felt the bone-chilling cold water enveloping his entire body. It was as if countless steel needles pierced through every pore of Su-chen. The temperature underwater was at least several degrees below zero. Ordinary job changers would not last a few minutes in this environment before dying. Fortunately, Su-chen had high physical attributes, so he wouldn't die immediately. But he couldn't last for several hours either. If it were normal water, it would have frozen at this temperature long ago. However, the water in this dungeon had a special texture, and its physical properties were different from those on Blue Star. So, it hadn't frozen at this temperature. The thick ice above blocked out the sunlight. The underwater environment was extremely oppressive. Su-chen tried to move deeper. In the icy water, he could see many traces of blood. These bloodstains were left by Wang Yanghui's previous injuries, surprisingly providing Su-chen with a direction. Because the temperature was too low, the water flow was calm and inactive, so these bloodstains had not been washed away too much. Following the bloodstains should lead him correctly. Su-chen slowly descended. He felt his speed was too slow, so he simply raised his hand to grip. Whoosh! The Mo Luo sword from his personal space floated out. Using his sword control skill, he manipulated the sword to fly in front of him, spinning as it moved forward. This was the heaviest sword Su-chen owned. The heavier it was, the more it could stir the water, creating a small whirlpool. This sword cleared the path ahead. Su-chen was able to advance easily without fully bearing the pressure of the water. He closely followed his sword, diving deeper. In fact, he could have grabbed the sword's hilt and used the sword to carry his body, allowing him to shoot out several meters in an instant. However, that would consume a lot of mental energy. He could only use it for a moment. That was his limit. Because, theoretically, the sword control skill had not yet reached the level where it could carry his own body. It was like trying to pull yourself up by your own hair. The sword control skill was the same. This skill needed to be elevated to a very high realm before it could carry oneself to move or fly. What Su-chen could do now was briefly use the sword blade to step on air. Pausing for a moment, he often used this trick to change his position in mid-air, but maintaining it for a long time was very difficult. To conserve mental energy, Su-chen decided to proceed slowly. After all, he had the mask and could breathe underwater. Su-chen swam leisurely in the water. He held his breath for 5 minutes, feeling he was nearing his limit. Let's test the effectiveness of this mask, he thought to himself. Then, he began to breathe underwater using his lungs. Inhale, exhale, bubbles surged. It worked. This mask really allowed him to breathe underwater. However, the conversion rate of air was somewhat low. Breathing was very heavy and laborious. Because this water area was not clean, it was filled with frozen mutated fish. Su-chen had seen many schools of mutated fish along the way. Many of the fish were highly toxic, gradually contaminating the water with poison. So, breathing was very strenuous for Su-chen. But he didn't have high demands. As long as he could breathe, that was enough. After a few minutes, Su-chen reached the end of Wang Yanghui's bloodstains. In the dark water, he had to activate his inside eye to barely see. But, Su-chen did not discover any signs of epic items. There was nothing here, only the tranquil flow of water surrounded him. The underwater was pitch black, without the inside eye. Su-chen couldn't even see the path ahead. What's going on? Did I go to the wrong place? Su-chen was filled with astonishment. There was no trace of the epic artifact here. Where did I go wrong? His brows furrowed, and he felt a bit worried. He activated his inside eye and scanned the surroundings. The water was unremarkable, with no anomalies. Calm down, calm down. All clues point here. I must not have gone wrong. The more critical the moment, the more I need to keep my composure. Think carefully. What details have I overlooked? Su-chen's brow tightened, his eyes sharp as he searched around, but he still found nothing new. In the underwater environment of low oxygen and high pressure, every breath was extremely heavy, which made his thoughts even clearer. He took a deep breath. Sometimes, vision can actually affect a person's judgment. He closed his eyes. With his eyes shut, the overwhelming visual information was gone. and all of his brain's perception and attention focused on his limbs and skin's sense of touch. He raised his hand and grasped. The inkfall sword returned to his personal space, no longer disturbing the surrounding water flow. Suddenly, the sensation of the water flowing and pressing around his skin became incredibly clear. Su-chan savored it carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to catch something. His eyes snapped open. Just now, he felt many extremely subtle water currents swirling around him. Like eddies, they were contradictory and flowed in an extremely strange manner. They seemed to gradually dissipate, canceling each other out. Yet these water currents, faintly, pointed in the same direction. The water flowed over his fingertips, brushing against his skin, like a gentle breeze, but Su-chan still caught it keenly. Because his agility and mental attributes were so high, his perception also improved. All the details could not escape his eyes. Could it be that the place where this epic artifact is located moves? Could it be a moving cave? A massive object moving underwater would create a huge vacuum, causing the water to form eddies. It would take some time to disappear. Fortunately, he arrived early. Su-chan believed his judgment was correct. He immediately followed the direction. He advanced deeper, continuing downwards for 400 or 500 meters when he felt the pressure of the water, making his lungs feel like they were about to burst. But he persisted. Finally, he sensed a powerful repelling water current, crashing towards him like waves. How could there be such intense water flow in the depths? This was too abnormal. It indicated that a massive object had appeared out of nowhere ahead, occupying the physical space of the surrounding water, thus repelling it outward, forming a water flow impact. Very good. The direction is correct. Su-chan thought firmly. He continued to move towards the direction from which the water was repelling. Su-chan took out the inkfall sword again to resist the waves crashing towards him. He pushed forward with all his strength. Finally, he descended to a depth of 1,000 meters underwater. This was extremely deep. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded from the pressure at this depth. Fortunately, Su-chan was a class changer. Before him appeared a massive crystal cave. The cave emitted a shimmering green light, looking ancient and mysterious. Su-chan immediately used his inside eye to check the cave's information. Lizardman Heritage Cave, Ancient Relic Landmark. This massive cave is inscribed with spatial magic runes, capable of teleportation every 10 hours. No wonder this D-level dungeon had been open for so long without anyone finding it. This underwater cave relic actually moved on its own. Every so often, it randomly changed its location. This was outrageous. The area of this dungeon was vast, and the world beneath the ice cave was no different from an ocean. Finding such a cave here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, he had the advantage of information and followed the clues here. Su-chan immediately exerted all his strength and swam over. Then, in the water, he used the Lingbo Weibo technique. Splashing sounds echoed. In an instant, the water beneath his feet revealed a mysterious wave pattern. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a Taiji diagram, rotating and spreading outwards. This wave pattern provided him with a forward thrust. Su-chan was able to leap up and, in a moment, stepped forward, jumping into the cave. The moment he entered the cave, the surrounding water rushed away. Inside the cave, there was air. Su-chan stepped into the cave. The solid ground beneath his feet gave him a sense of safety. He was able to remove his mask and took a deep breath. It felt incredibly refreshing. The walls of the cave were covered with numerous intricate runes, glowing with a green fluorescence. The walls seemed to be made of some natural crystal, smooth and transparent, with signs of human carving. Influenced by the static pressure of the deep water, they remained undamaged for years, indicating how hard the material of this cave was. Inside the cave, there was an ancient musty smell mixed with a faint fragrance. The combination was quite strange. Su-chan stepped forward, slightly twisting his wrist. The ink-drop sword in the water behind him suddenly trembled, spinning out and gracefully floating beside him. As he ventured deeper, the space became increasingly spacious. There was a hidden world within. Finally, a closed large door appeared before Su-chan. The massive stone door looked heavy and majestic, covered with countless ancient alien languages. Su-chan couldn't help but fantasize about how many secrets were hidden behind this door. He approached the door and began to explore how to enter. Finally found the relic cave. The epic artifact is very likely behind this door. It can be said to be within reach. Su-chan's expression grew serious, suppressing his burning heart. But obtaining the epic level inheritance is not that simple. The closer he got to the end, the more cautious he had to be. For Su-chan now, Caution was his motto. Generally, relic inheritances will have trials to assess whether the intruder has enough qualifications to obtain the secrets. It could be a battle, or a puzzle, or it could be a test of knowledge. Faith. There are many types. If one fails the trial, there are often death traps that will completely annihilate them. I must be careful. Su Chen stood before the door, gently tracing it with his fingers. The rough stone door was hard and thick, made of a very special material. Standing 5 meters tall, it was truly magnificent. Forcing it open was not advisable. Even with the enhancement of his source sword body, it would be difficult to destroy such an ancient relic. Even the dragon slaying technique wouldn't work. Since this relic is an ancient inheritance of the lizardmen, it is very likely that understanding the lizard language is necessary to pass. But I am not proficient in the lizard language. I have only dabbled a bit. I can only take it one step at a time, Su Chen said solemnly. He raised his head and observed the ancient stone door with his eyes. It was covered in green moss, but the ancient language on the door was still clearly visible. He planned to use his limited knowledge of the lizard language to forcefully read these inscriptions. The higher one's mental strength, the stronger their memory and comprehension. This meant that one could learn an alien language more quickly. In his previous life, Su Chen had reached the 8th transformation, with an extremely terrifying mental strength. He had communicated with lizardmen from other factions in his past life, so he retained some understanding of the lizard language in his mind. Although he was not proficient, he had some knowledge. He could barely understand a few phrases. 1,000 years, treasure, jade, solution, life. Su Chen read in a difficult to understand language. He couldn't recognize many of the intermediate characters, so he was reading in a fragmented manner, but he could roughly grasp the meaning. The lizardmen were an extremely ancient race. However, they had experienced too long a lineage, resulting in a significant loss of knowledge. Many young lizardmen of the new generation have forgotten the ancient language of the lizard tribe. For example, Tuajan and the others communicate in the language of all races. Whether they still know the lizard language is uncertain. Among the Wooka faction of the lizard tribe, perhaps only a few elder-level old ones still remember the true lizard language. Fortunately, in his previous life, Su Chen had dealings with high-ranking elders of other lizard tribes. Of course, they were not from the Wooka faction, but from another faction of lizardmen. Su Chen looked towards the center of the giant door. There, he saw a circular groove that seemed to perfectly fit the sacred egg of the lizard tribe. It seems that the sacred egg needs to be embedded in there, Su Chen said with a serious expression. From the hints above and the groove, it seemed correct. He immediately took out a huge oval luminous egg from his personal space. It looked about the same size as Su Chen's head. The entire egg was dark green, appearing bright and radiant, like a piece of high-quality jade. The outer shell was layered, intricately embedded with countless scale-like patterns, and inscribed with many secret texts of the lizard tribe. Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the information of this sacred egg. Wooka Lizardman Sacred Egg, Platinum Quality. Description: the sacred egg is a treasured heirloom of all lizardman races. No matter which faction of the lizard tribe, there will be such a sacred egg stored in the tribe. Usually, only the tribe leader and elders have the right to view it up close, as it is a symbol of holiness. It is generally formed by several elder lizardmen from the founding generation of the faction, who condensed their life essence before dying, containing a large amount of energy, with even a 0.1% chance of giving birth to a lizard guardian beast, B-class exotic beast, triggering a judgment once a year. Once a certain lizardman faction is lucky enough for the sacred egg to hatch, it will be a great celebration, meaning that the bloodline of this race can be promoted to a higher existence among the lizardman race. Affix, historical residue. The sacred egg of the lizard tribe has various functions, one of which is to record the migration history of this faction. Affix, Wooka sacred skill. The diamond-level skill of the ancestors of the Wooka faction is stored within the engraved runes of this sacred egg, and only lizardmen with sufficient talent can comprehend it. To this day, no lizardman has successfully inherited this skill. Hidden affix, key. This sacred egg seems to be able to open a certain door. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. This sacred egg concealed a skill within it. Unfortunately, only lizardmen could learn and comprehend it. Moreover, it also had the ability to open a door. This further confirmed Su Chen's speculation. Unintentionally, Su Chen's fingers brushed against the sacred egg. A line of text appeared before him. The Lizardman clan, in the ancient and long-standing inheritance, has diverged into many branches. The Wooka clan is one of them.
living in icy and snowy regions. Their bodies evolved to be toxic, and their skin became hard and thick, gaining cold resistance. The ancestors of the Wookiee clan came to this world to suppress a super boss and entrusted their descendants to protect the seal and prevent outsiders from entering this sealed area. Suddenly, a ghostly green historical trace emerged, vivid and lifelike. Scenes reflected from within the sacred egg projected before Su Chen. In the images, a gigantic monster formed by the aggregation of thousands of strange fish roared and slaughtered everything. That was definitely a boss-level monster. Then, several high-level lizardmen formed a great formation and worked together to suppress it in this frozen land. Those lizardmen were the ancestors of the Wookiee clan. It has been over 100 years since then. This world has gradually developed into a D-class dungeon. So that's how it is. Su Chen immediately understood what had happened in this dungeon's past. The ferocious beast formed by countless strange fish should be the final boss of this dungeon. This information was very important. It counts as an extra gain. I didn't expect this holy egg to provide me with the boss information for this dungeon. Su Chen felt a bit surprised. Moreover, he saw on the screen that an ancestor of the Mist Kaka tribe had unleashed a holy skill, named Ghost Scale Cold Cut, Diamond Low Grade. It could condense a massive lizard scale to slice through a large area of the battlefield. It was this move that had heavily injured the Wan Yu boss back in the day. Apart from Su Chen, there shouldn't be many lizardmen who had seen this technique. I have almost understood everything about this holy egg. It's time to open this door, Su Chen said solemnly. After the door opens, we'll see if we can take this holy egg, then we'll try to see if we can elevate it. Su Chen spoke with determination. If this holy egg could be elevated and the holy skill became unrestricted by race, then Su Chen would have struck gold. After all, judging from the screen, the skill Ghost Scale Cold Cut, Diamond Low Grade, was quite powerful. If he could get it for free, it would be a huge win. He stepped forward and pressed the holy egg into the door. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Countless characters on the massive stone door started to flicker. Then, a ghostly green light began to swirl. All the murals and runes on the stone walls of the cave erupted with beams of light. Eventually, they coalesced into an illusory figure of a lizard man. The figure was tall, dressed in a black robe, and surprisingly, it was a long-haired female lizard man. Her hair was white, and her scales were wrinkled, suggesting she was quite old. Child, you have come. I wonder which generation of my descendants you are. This relic is the true legacy I left before I died and transformed into a holy egg. Among them is an epic-level secret treasure. I left a moving rune, making this place extremely difficult to discover, because I hoped to delay some time. When the tribe has developed sufficiently strong, you will find this relic. Otherwise, you will not have the strength to protect the epic-level item. Su Chen could not fully understand the ancient language of the lizard man, so he could only grasp the general idea. Rest assured, I have not left any deadly traps here. After all, only my descendants can open it. But you still must have enough courage and patience to pass the test. After obtaining this treasure, you must take on the responsibility of subduing the Wan Yu evil demon, ensuring no future troubles. At #UN%. Then came some incomprehensible chatter that Su Chen could not understand. After the lizard man gave a few final instructions, the illusion dissipated. Soon after, a grinding sound came from the stone door. The rune door swung open with a loud bang. Countless dust particles floated down. Once the dust settled, the world behind it was revealed. It was an ice crystal cave. Inside, it was filled with various enhancement crystals. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He first approached the stone door and retrieved the holy egg. After the holy egg was removed, the door remained open and did not close. Very good. The holy egg can still be kept. He held the green holy egg in his hands and performed universal elevation. Elevation successful. Heritage holy egg, diamond low grade. The appearance of the entire egg suddenly changed. From a dark green lizard man scale egg, it transformed into a deep blue holy egg. The material became more transparent, resembling crystal, clear and sparkling. The lizard man language and runes on it all disappeared, replaced by runes that all races could understand. Scanning data. Heritage holy egg, diamond low grade. Description: a holy egg containing vast life essence, with a 1% chance of hatching a B-level exotic pet. Triggered once a month. Martial heritage holy skill. This holy egg contains a random combat skill of diamond low grade. Any race can learn and comprehend it, but they must have sufficiently strong comprehension ability.
Su Chen's gaze sharpened. After this egg evolved, the probability of hatching an exotic pet increased from 0.1% to 1%, and the judgment of time changed from once a year to once a month. This is equivalent to increasing the probability of hatching a strange pet by more than 100 times. It is worth noting that this holy egg has been in the lizard tribe for over 100 years without hatching any strange beasts. One can imagine how low the probability is, to the point that it can be said to be almost impossible to hatch. After evolution, at least there is some probability now. Moreover, the skills within can also be learned by humans. Su Chen immediately placed the holy egg in front of him, closed his eyes, and focused on understanding it. His comprehension ability is extremely powerful. After all, Su Chen has lived 2 lives, and his soul power is on a different level compared to ordinary people. Additionally, he has rich experience in learning skills from his previous life. He has walked all the way to the 8th transformation, constantly learning and changing various combat skills, totaling thousands of types. Therefore, his learning ability is naturally very strong. After a few minutes, Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Comprehension successful. Acquired skill, weapon counter, diamond low grade. In the next moment, a powerful skill was engraved in Su Chen's mind. Weapon counter, diamond low grade, a powerful counterattack skill that can be activated with any weapon. Usage, use a normal attack to offensively negate the incoming enemy skill. Any physical, magical, or mental attack from the enemy with a power lower than the total of your normal attacks will be precisely reflected back to the attacker at 80% of its original power, and you will ignore the effects of this attack. Su Chen looked at this skill, his eyes slightly surprised. Strong, too strong. All it takes is a normal attack to slash the opponent's attacking skill, and it can be completely reflected. This effect is truly extraordinary. It purely replaces defense with offense. The strength of this skill is absolutely comparable to the dragon slaying technique, although it can only be triggered by a normal attack, and the skill cannot take effect. This is the biggest limitation. However, if it can be activated with a skill, then this technique would definitely surpass the diamond level. In fact, when it comes down to it, this isn't really a big limitation. After all, the information didn't say it can only be triggered once with a normal attack. If one normal attack can't reflect the power to suppress the opponent's attack, then I can just use several normal attacks in succession, right? Su Chen smiled lightly, speaking casually. He is experienced and very sharp, quickly catching the most bugged aspect of this skill. That is, it can be triggered multiple times with normal attacks. If one normal attack cannot reflect, then just perform several normal attacks. As long as his sword swinging speed is fast enough, he can slash out dozens of strikes before the opponent's skill hits him, gathering them together to trigger simultaneously. The power of that would be rare in the world. Su Chen was very satisfied. He looked towards the stone door behind him. He stepped directly inside. His steps were steady, listening to that lizard man's ancestor. It seems that his epic treasure is very powerful, even able to contend with that 10,000 fish monster boss. Let's see when the time comes. If it works, I might as well take down the boss of this dungeon. Su Chen walked forward slowly, his anticipation growing. After entering the stone door, Su Chen first came to the sides of the road, shattering all the enhancement crystals around and collecting them into his personal space. He obtained about a dozen enhancement crystals. They were of good quality, with some white impurities swirling in the core, giving a cool feeling when held in hand. Enhancement crystals are a rare forging material that can be used to forge weapons, and they can also be used to enhance weapons, increasing core attributes, and even have a chance to elevate affixes. He scanned the grade of these enhancement crystals. Enhancement crystal, first grade. Consuming enhancement crystals can upgrade equipment. The enhancement level cannot exceed the crystal level. First grade enhancement crystals can enhance equipment to a maximum of +1 grade. Second grade enhancement crystals can enhance to +2 grade, and so on. Su Chen directly activated his talent for the sublimation of all things. He sublimated this batch of crystals entirely. Suddenly, several of the crystals transformed into small, shattered pieces of deep blue. A few others turned into dark green crystals. Finally, there was one that became a dark yellow crystal. In total, 10 pieces were upgraded to Tier 2 enhancement crystals, 4 pieces to Tier 3, and 1 piece to Tier 4. Normally, when an ordinary adventurer finds enhancement crystals, they need to leave the dungeon and return to a blacksmith to enhance their weapons. But Su Chen could skip this step. He began the enhancement right on the spot.
He drew his dragon-inlaid broken sword. The blade spun and came together. He raised his hand and grasped it, and the forging power surged forth, merging the blade with several Tier 2 enhancement crystals. This was a physically demanding task that required extremely careful operation, because enhancing a weapon could potentially damage it. If he failed, not only would the weapon not be enhanced, but its quality could also drop. If luck were to worsen, the weapon might even shatter completely, becoming unusable. So Suchen had to ensure that he could succeed. Crack, crack, crack. The crystals gradually fused with the blade, and the enhancement was finally successful. Enhancement successful. Dragon inlaid broken sword +2, dagger. Short sword dual type weapon, quality, low diamond, flame scale. The center of the broken sword is inlaid with a fire dragon scale, providing a 250% fire attribute damage bonus. Severing edge. The blade of this sword can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by the owner's will. Broken blade. This weapon was once a complete longsword, so it can be classified as a sword-type weapon. However, after the severing edge broke, it became a broken sword, with the length of a short dagger. Thus it can be classified as a short sword or dagger-type weapon. Commonly referred to as dual-type weapon, enhancement +2 additional bonus, weapon sharpness and hardness increased by 50%, not bad. Suchen nodded to himself. Even one of the affixes had upgraded. Flame scale was originally called fire scale, which provided a 200% fire attribute damage. Now it had changed to 250%. Coupled with the additional increase in weapon sharpness and hardness by 50%, the attributes of this sword were now very formidable. This enhancement consumed a total of 7 Tier 2 enhancement crystals. Then, Suchen used all the Tier 3 enhancement crystals to upgrade the sword to +3. Its power surged once again. Forging power proficiency +459. Unfortunately, I can't enhance it to +4, because I only have one Tier 4 crystal, which is definitely not enough, so I'll have to save it for now, Suchen said solemnly, storing the crystals in his personal space. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Dual Sword Mastery Proficiency +238, Skill Upgrade, Dual Sword Mastery, Low Platinum. Your mastery of dual swords has reached a level where your hands and mind respond in unison. Suchen's lips curled slightly. This automatic training talent is truly impressive. I can improve my proficiency just by standing still. He then checked his personal profile again. Suchen, title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood. Rookie King, level 31, 253892/310000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical, unique in the world. Curse Blacksmith, secondary profession, strength, 100, constitution, 100, agility, 250, spirit, 190, luck, 190, bloodline, immortal body, A. Jade bone marrow, B. Self-healing factor, C. Talents, universal sublimation. Original sword body. Automatic cultivation. Secondary profession unlock, God of Killing, Killing Blade. Full concealment, Hidden God Steps, Eye of Insight, Sword God, Weapon Parry. Dragon Slashing Technique, Dual Sword Mastery. Drunken Sword Style, Fierce Thunder Enchanted Sword. Hidden Sword Slash, Holy Weapon Enchantment. Raging Rain Shattering Phoenix Sword. Sword Master. Technique, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb. Intense Solidification Blade. Lingering Wave Steps. Curse Blacksmith, Forging Power. Essence Gathering Technique, experience is almost full, nearing 81%. He will soon be promoted to level 32. The number of skills is terrifying. Thanks to Suchen's frenzied monster slaying over the past few days. At level 31, he already possesses nearly 20 skills and 4 talents. He also has 3 bloodline powers. Even the most powerful young masters of the Dragon Kingdom cannot achieve such rapid growth. No matter how many rare materials are piled up, it is difficult to accomplish. Yet Suchen has achieved this solely through his own strength. In this life, one could say the future is vast. Suchen stepped forward. After passing through a narrow corridor filled with enhancement crystals, a huge room appeared before him. The moment he entered, a hidden rune on the ceiling flashed violently. A green light shone down, penetrating Suchen's body. Suchen could feel that this restriction scanned his strength. This was a strength assessment array, which would automatically trigger upon someone's arrival. It seems that the traps here will assess the strength of the visitor, he thought. The strong face powerful tests, while the weak face relatively easier challenges. That is why the shadow of the lizardman ancestor said there would be no life-threatening danger.
unless your combat power was far below what your level should be. Thinking this way, it made sense that the shadow warrior Wan Yanghui could pass this trial. He is level 39, with strong combat power, but his condition is too weak, heavily injured. His scan strength assessment should not be high, so he might only face a dozen or several dozen skeleton undead. I have full concealment. What can a lizardman ancestor with a power of around 5 turns scan out? Su Chen frowned and said firmly. He had absolute confidence in his full concealment. Looking into the cave, it was at least several hundred meters wide. The walls were sharply defined, as if crafted by a ghostly hand. The stone walls above were inscribed in the lizard language with 4 large characters: brave ones obtain treasure. It seemed that battle was about to begin. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he prepared himself. He focused on the far end of the room. There, at the deepest part of the area, stood a massive platform. On it rested a golden pocket hourglass. Golden sand flowed within, radiating an extraordinary sanctity. Could that be an epic level item? Before Su Chen could think further, a sound erupted. Crack, crack, crack. The dangerous sound of ice shattering echoed around the room. Beneath the ground, the earth crumbled. Countless frozen skeletons roared to life, crawling out from the ground. They sensed the presence of the living, and the decayed bones that had slept for 100 years began to revive. They stood up, each wielding different weapons as they approached Su Chen, dense and numerous. There were hundreds of skeleton undead. This entire room was actually a trial ground for storing skeleton undead. The ice that sealed them was inscribed with runes, capable of awakening different numbers of undead based on the previously scanned restriction rating. This ensures that future generations will not suffer casualties, determining the trial's content based on strength. It seems that this lizardman's ancestor was a powerful runemaster. Moreover, her personality was extremely gentle. She truly made me cry. But for Su Chen, this trial was a bit exaggerated. The number of undead was too great. This group of skeletons moved at varying speeds, some fast, some slow, as if they were still adapting to their newly revived bodies. They emitted hoarse roars, all converging towards Su Chen. A putrid stench filled the air. The hundreds of skeleton monsters present shared a common trait: there was a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. It seemed they could not wait to slice Su Chen into 1,000 pieces, to devour him alive and quench their thirst. Why are there so many? Su Chen's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he remembered something. Earlier, when he was being scanned, he had activated the full concealment skill. This indeed could hide all of his attributes. But it was precisely because of this that the scanning restriction mistakenly judged him to be a super strong individual. After all, only someone extremely powerful could conceal all their information. This fact made the challenge Su Chen faced so terrifying. It was a top-tier trial with specifications maxed out. TSK, I didn't expect to shoot myself in the foot, Su Chen thought, his gaze serious, truly not expecting to face such a situation. So many skeletons were indeed troublesome. Even Su Chen found it challenging. Most importantly, among this group of skeleton monsters, there were 5 large elite ones. The 5 elite monsters had all reached level 39. The strongest elite monster Su Chen had previously slain in this dungeon, the Withered War General, was only level 38. And now, less than a day later, the difficulty of the challenge he faced had increased geometrically. 5 level 39 elite monsters, plus hundreds of ordinary undead skeletons, were attacking. All were peak second transformation or third transformation monsters. A rough glance revealed at least 200 to 300 monsters. Not a single ordinary undead had a level lower than 25. The sheer number and high levels of the monsters were one thing. The most troublesome part was that they were all undead monsters, capable of reviving automatically. It was easy to imagine that this would be an extremely prolonged tug-of-war. The trial tested not only combat ability but also endurance. It had to be both hard-hitting and persistent. Fortunately, Su Chen's original sword body had now reached a 30-fold power increase, so he was not in despair. Facing this scene, he was instead filled with fighting spirit, because this was precisely a great opportunity to level up quickly. More monsters meant more experience points. Su Chen took a deep breath and drew his long sword. With his hand and sword pointing, he gently wiped the blade. Buzz! Several dark golden runes flowed vertically, shimmering and inscribed on the sword's edge. Holy attribute enchantment. Using this skill to slay the undead would yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were anyone else facing this situation, let alone a third transformation,
Even a fourth transformation powerhouse would probably struggle. Turning around and fleeing might be the best choice. But Su Chen was not afraid at all. He lightly weighed his sword. Swish, swish, swish. The dark-edged sword in his hand danced out several sword flowers, swirling like a flying dragon. Then he charged forward. At the same time, he drew the Shadow Flow Longsword. Left hand Shadow Flow Longsword. Right hand Dark-edged Sword. Both were enhanced with the Holy Attribute enchantment. Su Chen did not hesitate, using lightness skills to dive into the enemy ranks. He directly plunged into the corner with the most undead. The endless army of skeletons surged forward, almost ready to swallow him whole. Su Chen moved gracefully, his dual swords dancing wildly. The storm-shattering phoenix sword struck out with a thunderous slash, fast beyond compare. Buffed, 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 put, crash, crash, crash. Bones shattered, corpses dissolved. Countless skeletons perished beneath his sword. The sword light, enhanced by the holy attribute, shone with a pure golden color, looking radiant. Su Chen's dual swords danced like a powerful meat grinder. With his swift steps like a gliding wave, he maintained rapid movement. In just a few seconds, he had circled the arena, slaughtering many skeleton monsters along the way. The ground was littered with corpses, creating a path of bones. Those undead couldn't even hope to resurrect. Su Chen did not use all his swords at once because he knew this would be a prolonged battle. If he activated all his weapons and sword techniques simultaneously, he would quickly exhaust himself. Suddenly, an elite undead wielding a large shield charged at him with quick, small steps. Su Chen recognized it at a glance. This was the shield warrior's skill, Stone Shatter Charge. It carried a powerful impact, raising its shield to smash down on Su Chen. Its massive and heavy body resembled a small mountain. If hit, he would be reduced to a puddle of flesh. Its assault was indiscriminate. Everything in its path, including its allies, was crushed and sent flying, causing chaos. Fortunately, the undead could resurrect, otherwise, this charge would have saved Su Chen a lot of effort. Su Chen swung his sword, the ethereal blade shimmering, his gray tattered robe fluttering. He did not evade or dodge the strike. Instead, he changed his tactic. With a tremor of his right hand, the Xianfeng sword flew from his grasp, and under the influence of his sword control, it began to protect him from the surrounding undead. This allowed him to focus entirely on countering the charge. At the same time, he drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword, his sharpest weapon. Su Chen gripped both swords tightly and began to unleash a flurry of normal attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The flashes of blades formed an impenetrable wall of swords in front of him, with dragon scales glowing amidst the chaos. Clang! In the split second when the sword met the large shield, Su Chen had already unleashed 21 strikes. His agility was extraordinarily high, and the speed of his swordplay was absurd. With so many normal attacks stacked, the power was enough to crush the momentum of this charge skill. He successfully triggered his diamond skill. Weapon rebound. Buzz. A crisp, eerie sound echoed across the battlefield. A pale white light burst forth from the blade in front of Su Chen. The rebounding white light spread out, striking back against the towering body of the large shield undead, sending it and its shield flying. This impact knocked down a large number of undead behind it. The white light from Su Chen's rebound was blunt damage, not sharp damage. This was the strongest aspect of weapon rebound, capable of reflecting the type of attack back without changing the damage type. It allowed Su Chen, as a swordsman, to deal various composite damages such as physical, magical, blunt, and poison. His damage type did not depend on how many skills he had, but rather on how many skills his enemies possessed, using their own methods against them. It is said that the force of action is mutual. Thus, the massive elite monster flew backward over 10 meters, and logically, Su Chen should have endured a tremendous force. However, Su Chen remained unaffected. The ground beneath him cracked slightly, but he stood firmly in place, his robes billowing, exuding an extraordinary grace. All the effects of that charge were perfectly neutralized. The large shield elite undead instantly lost 23% of its health. Moreover, the giant shield in its hand was ignited by the fire attribute of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The already decayed and riddled old wooden shield quickly caught fire, turning into a pile of ashes, and it lost its weapon. Other elite monsters charged forward as well. However, although the weapon of the large shield undead was destroyed, it was not affected in the slightest. With a wave of its massive hand, countless undead gathered around, climbing up its towering 5-meter frame along its arms. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton minions twisted their bodies and bones, using their own bones to fill in and form a brand new flesh and bone shield. Stronger in hardness, it was still writhing, emitting painful moans. This was the skill of the Great Shield Skeleton Undead. Absolute command. For undead minions that were of a lower level than him, and were neither players nor elite monsters, he held absolute command. As long as it was theoretically possible, they had to obey his orders. It was impossible for heaven to fetch the moon for him, but helping him recreate a great shield with a physical body was quite simple. After reconstituting his weapon, he charged forward once more. The 5 elite monsters attacked together. The offensive was overwhelming. They surrounded Su Chen. One of the elite monsters, wielding a bone spear, unleashed a pitch-black necromantic spell, directing it towards Su Chen. The beam of light approached at an incredible speed, its lethality surging, the first to close in. Fortunately, Su Chen triggered the passive affix effect of the decayed sword robe. Undead defense. An invisible field surrounded him, capable of resisting some necromantic magic. As the necromantic attack drew near, it would naturally decay, its power drastically reduced, even vanishing completely. Buzz! A strange sound echoed beside Su Chen. Like a hoarse wail, the invisible field next to him trembled. Then, it coalesced into a pale stream of light, rushing forward to defend. The necromantic beam that the undead mage poured forth instantly withered and shrank, as if it had experienced decades of time in an instant, its color becoming impure. The Black Death energy dissolved, its magic power decayed. That beam ultimately became a translucent magical attack, almost ineffective. Su Chen merely needed to swing his sword lightly to nullify it. But even after blocking this strike, it was not over. The other 4 elite monsters had already arrived before him. Their attributes were exaggerated, and their skills were fiercer than the last. The Great Shield Undead executed a Death Shield smash, descending from the sky, crashing down towards Su Chen. The Greatsword Undead gripped its weapon with both hands, spinning towards him like a massive top, its sword light swirling around, resembling a storm sweeping in. The spear-wielding elite undead, clad in blue armor, danced with its silver staff, charging like a bolt of lightning. The last one, the Scythe Undead. It was the most terrifying of all 5 elite undead. It could actually summon a wave of deathly black mist, coalescing into a shadow that enveloped Su Chen. The area was vast. Once shrouded by the black mist, Su Chen would rapidly lose health and be afflicted with a weakness debuff. The elite skills were too numerous, the momentum too grand. The ground around them trembled. This time, Su Chen chose to evade battle, because there were too many minions around, surging like a tide. They had completely surrounded Su Chen. He was trapped in a perilous situation. In this state, he could not fully immerse himself in the fight against the elite monsters, or he would inevitably be ambushed. He decided to clear the minions first before dealing with the troublesome elite monsters. He took a step, his figure leaping, and in an instant, he sidestepped out. Only a residual shadow remained in place. He directly escaped from the center of the elite monsters' siege. He completely avoided their onslaught. He arrived at a secluded corner, the final center where the minions gathered, and began to slaughter. He gripped his dual swords tightly, the Shenfeng sword dancing in mid-air, slashing and cutting around him. In the flickering cold light, severed arms and shattered bones flew out. Countless undead were subdued, turning into complete skeletal remains. Su Chen still felt the efficiency was lacking. He simply took out his strong liquor and downed it in one gulp. A dizzying sensation surged to his head, but it had not completely intoxicated him yet. If it were during his second transition, a single drink would have put him in a drunken state. But now that he had entered the third transition, his physical capacity had increased, and this liquor was relatively low in grade. He needed to drink several times. Su Chen drank 3 more gulps before finally feeling a refreshing intoxication. He raised his sword directly. Buzz 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 buzz. Under the frenzied sword speed of the storm-shattering phoenix sword, the sword light also flickered and shot out. Countless sharp sword energies coalesced into entities, flying out to slash. The drunken sword style skill was triggered. All skills have a chance to trigger the sword energy effect. Su Chen is very lucky, so the triggering probability has greatly increased. Basically, for every 3 strikes, 1 will carry sword energy. The flying slash of sword energy decimated the undead, leaving them in disarray. The ground around him was littered with corpses. Before long,
A group of undead had all become souls under Su-Chen's sword.
Slayed a second-tier sword soldier undead. Experience plus 1340. Slayed a second-tier dual knife undead.
Experience plus 1240. Slayed a level 25 useless undead. Experience plus 298. Slayed a third-tier shield soldier undead.
Experience plus 12,302. Slayed a third-tier swordsman undead. Experience plus 11,853. Slayed. Soon, Su-Chen's experience points skyrocketed. Suddenly, he leveled up to level 32. Leveled up to level 32.
Gained 10 free attribute points. Great.
I just killed a few dozen skeletons and leveled up to 32. From what I can see, if I wipe out all the undead,
I should be able to reach around level 34.
Or even higher.
A gleam of excitement flickered in Su-Chen's eyes.
However, while fighting, his stamina was depleting rapidly, and his mental energy was burning fast. He had to allocate all the 10 attribute points he just received to mental energy. It restored a little of his stamina.
But facing the endless tide of skeletons, Su-Chen felt that this little boost was merely a drop in the bucket. It's a pity that items to restore mental energy are too rare. Otherwise, I would have prepared some in advance.
Su-Chen gritted his teeth and continued to kill fiercely.
Health potions were everywhere. But potions or items to restore mental energy were extremely scarce.
Slayed a second-tier undead. Loot, bone knife, slayed a second-tier undead. Loot, low-level health potion, slayed a third-tier undead. Loot, rotting footwear, slayed.
Su-Chen looked at the densely packed loot list and suddenly his gaze sharpened. He had a bold idea in his mind.
With so much loot, why not kill while using the universal sublimation talent to enhance these items? If I'm lucky, I might create a potion that restores a large amount of mental energy, and then I can hold on.
Su-Chen thought to himself. He even felt a bit crazy for this idea. This act of fighting while sublimating the loot in his personal space required a strong ability to multitask.
Fortunately, he was already good at focusing on two things at once. Moreover, the drop list from these undead monsters was already very rich. Su-Chen decided to go for it,
killing while crazily upgrading the items in his personal space.
Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful.
Gained coagulated blood potion X1, gained hard bone knife X1, gained scarred bone greatsword X1, gained.
The slots in his personal space were almost full, but Su-Chen couldn't stop.
He was killing with great enthusiasm. Experience points were rising rapidly.
10%, 40%, 70%, 99% leveled up again.
Leveled up to level 33, gained 10 free attribute points. After slaughtering more than half of the undead army, victory was in sight. But Su-Chen's mental energy was also about to be exhausted. He allocated the 10 attribute points he just received to mental energy again. His mental energy broke through the 210 mark. Before he could feel happy, he suddenly saw a terrifying scene in the distance. He saw the pile of completely dead undead bones he had slaughtered slowly gathering together,
as if they were being resurrected.
How is that possible? I mostly used holy attributes to slay them. Even elite monsters shouldn't be able to resurrect.
Su-Chen's eyes trembled. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with his inside eye, he saw the clue.
A winding trace of magical energy extended from the scythe-wielding elite undead's hand.
It was using magic to resurrect these minions. This hidden magical trace was invisible to ordinary people. Only Su-Chen's insightful eye could capture this. Su-Chen immediately scanned the data of this undead.
Scythe combat undead, elite monster, bloodline, undead level, 39 strength, 120 constitution, 490 agility, 290 spirit, 680 luck, 300 talent, undying body skills, death side slash, wide range sweep, causing sharp damage. With additional undead magic damage, undead energy conservation, passive skill, reduces the spirit power consumption of all its undead magic by 60%, endless flow, passive skill. Its spirit power recovery speed changes from 1 jump per hour to 1 jump per minute. Black mist permeation, a black mist filled with death magic energy, capable of autonomously condensing and pursuing enemies. Corpse resurrection, it can resurrect completely dead undead remains as long as the body is intact.
But this skill consumes a large amount of spirit power. Restrictions, must be a lower level than it, and not a player or an elite monster's ordinary undead. Su-Chen immediately judged that this elite monster was the most powerful in the field. There was no doubt about it. Its spirit power reached an astonishing 680. High spirit power not only means you can cast more skills at once but also affects your natural spirit power recovery speed. For a newly awakened beginner, this recovery might be negligible. But now, it was worth mentioning. Su Chen could recover about 21 spirit power per hour. If he wanted to recover faster, he would need to use sleep to replenish it. But this undead elite monster was different. With a spirit power of 680, it could recover approximately 68 spirit power per hour. However, under the influence of its skill endless flow, it changed to 1 jump per minute. This meant its recovery speed increased by 60 times. It could recover 4080 spirit power per hour. It was practically inexhaustible. It only needed to control the casting frequency and could almost continuously use its skills. No player of any race could have such a terrifying energy-saving skill in the early to mid-game. Only elite monsters could possess it. Its profession was also very powerful. Scythe combat could be chosen by players for their job change. For example, Ji Yao could choose Scythe combat at her 4th job change. This profession abandoned all summoning abilities to specialize in melee and undead magic. The most troublesome part is its corpse resurrection skill. Su Chen's expression turned icy. Even undead that had been completely killed by holy attribute damage could be resurrected by consuming spirit power through magic. It turned large groups of undead into tenacious warriors, as resilient as cockroaches. It was simply outrageous. Fortunately, Su Chen had left most of the corpses incomplete. Otherwise, its resurrection capacity would have been even greater. Su Chen decided to kill it first. Otherwise, he would fall into an endless cycle of attrition. He raised his hand from 100 meters away. Boom! A massive stone sword fell from the sky. The heavenly falling sword tomb skill was activated, crashing down directly towards the head of the scythe combat undead. It had to dodge and defend, interrupting the resurrection process. Su Chen aimed to ensure it couldn't resurrect a single undead before killing it. Braving the risk, Su Chen resolutely charged forward. He stepped directly into the encirclement of the 5 elite monsters. The dragon-inlaid broken sword in his hand immediately snapped. The sword tip flew out first, slicing towards the scythe undead's head. Buzz! The sword tip ignited with flames, slashing towards the scythe undead's skull. Its rotting skeletal face sneered coldly, swinging the scythe horizontally. Whoosh! The death scythe slash skill was triggered, accurately intercepting Su Chen's sword tip. But the sword blade was extraordinarily agile, flying back and continuing to attack relentlessly. It aimed to prevent it from using the corpse resurrection skill, which was Su Chen's fundamental goal. Along the way, the skeleton monsters attacked Su Chen, blocking his advance. But now, the army of the undead has lost more than half of its numbers, with corpses scattered everywhere from Su Chen's slaughter. The undead on the battlefield have become sparse, significantly reducing the threat, and their density is far from what it was at the beginning. This is why Su Chen dares to confront those few elites with all his strength. He charges forward, completely ignoring the attacks from the surrounding undead minions. He doesn't even need to defend himself, because he has a weapon tucked behind his waist. The withered bone meteor chain hammer can automatically activate the guardian spirit hammer affix. Its chain links clink and shimmer, wildly striking and whipping behind Su Chen like a spirit snake, deflecting all attacks aimed at him. However, against an overly dense onslaught, it cannot intercept everything, so Su Chen still needs to pay some attention to his back. Fortunately, he faces no real danger and successfully reaches the vicinity of the elite monsters. A massive wave of small monsters surges in from behind. Facing a group of monsters while challenging 5 elite foes is no small risk, but Su Chen has no choice but to do this. He stands tall, gripping his twin swords tightly. With a few graceful turns and intricate footwork, he advances several meters with the ripple step. Arriving before the scythe-wielding undead, he directly activates the hidden sword slash. With both swords sheathed, Su Chen moves as fast as lightning. He simultaneously activates hidden sword slash with both swords. Thunder flashes, and the fierce thunder enchantment on the sword is also activated. Both are platinum level skills, and when combined, their power is terrifying. Plus, Su Chen is using both swords at once. The power is significantly enhanced. Boom! The thunder roars deafeningly. Fierce lightning mingled with bloodlight swirls around the sword blades. Su Chen strikes directly. There is no sound of sword cries. Only a flash of lightning replaces the sound and light of the sword swing. The effect of drunken sword style is also triggered. A pale white sword energy flows out, aimed straight at the scythe-wielding undead. It can be said that 3 major skills are being unleashed simultaneously, all to kill it. Under the 30-fold power boost of the original sword body, Su Chen's combat power is truly terrifying. This sword cuts through, directly annihilating 7 or 8 small monsters along the way.
The body of the scythe-wielding undead is cleaved open, rotten flesh and shattered bones spilling out.
Its eyes are dazed, somewhat incredulous. Su Chen's sword has directly reduced its health by 72%. Since it is not a defense-oriented elite monster, its health is relatively thin.
This further highlights the might of Su Chen's swordsmanship. If it were another team of third transformation players facing such an elite monster, it would take at least dozens, if not hundreds, of skills to kill it. After piercing through its body, Su Chen immediately strikes with a second sword at lightning speed. The Holy Attribute enchantment is activated. A layer of golden brilliance swirls around the dragon-inlaid broken sword. It penetrates its skull completely. A decisive kill. Slay the scythe-wielding undead elite experience plus 67890 loot, Grey Bone Scythe, Platinum low grade, Muscle enhancement potion, Silver high grade, X1 after this greatest threat is dead. Su Chen shows no joy on his face, because the remaining elites are furious. The 4 elite monsters unleash powerful skills, attacking Su Chen. The momentum is overwhelming, and the killing intent is palpable. They surround Su Chen tightly in the center, leaving him nowhere to escape. Moreover, they are all using large area skills to kill the scythe-wielding undead. Su Chen took a huge risk and plunged into the very center. So now, he has nowhere to evade. The ripple step, a diamond-level movement technique, is already too late. Reluctantly, he activates Hidden God Step. Su Chen's already limited mental energy is completely exhausted. His body transforms into an unselectable blurry shadow. Those attacks penetrate Su Chen's translucent form, yet he remains unaffected. He directly disappears from the rules level, as if he has teleported to a distance. As a shadow, Su Chen lands on the ground. A trickle of blood flows from his nose. This is a sign of mental energy depletion. Is this my physical limit? Su Chen murmurs, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He had just sublimated a lot of loot, yet he had not obtained any items related to restoring his mental power. It was as if the heavens were out to get him. Sigh. I can only use my most precious item, the powerful vampire potion. After using it, he would directly turn into a vampire within an hour. All his statuses would be fully restored. That way, Su Chen would definitely be able to pass this challenge. But that item was extremely precious and could greatly enhance combat power. Moreover, it had no side effects. Su Chen had intended to save it for his life in the future. But now, forced by the situation, he had no choice but to consume it. I once told others to keep moving forward. I, of course, must practice what I preach. Su Chen clenched his fist tightly, gripping the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He made up his mind. He took out an item from his personal space. Muscle enhancement potion. This was dropped by the battle scythe undead. Sublimate it. One last push. If I fail, I'll use the vampire potion. Su Chen held onto the vial tightly and directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Acquired, adrenaline injector, diamond quality, check the details. Adrenaline injector, diamond quality, one-time item, containing various elements, including a large amount of pure adrenaline, temporary physical enhancement liquid, and body enhancement liquid. Effect, closes pain receptors, deducts 95% of life value limit. Now your actions will not consume stamina or mental power. Duration, 3 seconds. Cost, after the effect disappears, your body will suffer significant trauma, determined by the number and quality of skills used beyond the limit during this time. But it will not be fatal. Su Chen's eyes trembled. An adrenaline injector. It had directly upgraded from silver quality to diamond quality. It spans several major grades. Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens do not completely abandon a person. Su Chen laughed to the sky, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He was truly blessed with luck. This substance could only be extracted before the awakening day when human technology was at its peak. It was a kind of stimulant. After the awakening day, physical rules changed, and all technological principles became ineffective. Modern humans had no means to extract this substance anymore. It had almost been completely lost. This substance is secreted in small amounts in everyone's body, capable of making one excited and strong. Just 0.3 milligrams could pull a half-dead person back to life, forcibly extending their life. It could even save someone from cardiac arrest. In the past, doctors would inject this liquid into critically ill patients. It was known as a temporary life-saving miracle drug. Before the awakening day, there was a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. What does it mean to use adrenaline? The answer, it means you can go to the underworld and punch King Yama, then run back.
For ordinary people, an overdose of this substance would cause blood pressure to skyrocket, leading to a brain hemorrhage and death. But for someone like Su Chen, the dose he could withstand was multiplied countless times. Roughly speaking, this syringe contained at least 20 milliliters. Su Chen, however, did not hesitate and directly injected it into his arm. Injection successful. Injection successful. Suddenly, a wave of searing hot liquid flowed from his arm into his heart and limbs. In an instant, his whole body felt cold, and all pain disappeared. Su Chen felt an endless power surge within him. His mental power was restored to its peak. The cost was that his life value was reduced to only 5%. The side effects of this potion were extremely terrifying. This meant that if he took another hit, he would basically be doomed. But, since my physical strength is limitless, how could I possibly be injured? Su Chen's voice was indifferent, as if he had lost all emotion. He lightly stepped, his figure transforming into a shadow, dissolving into the rules of heaven and earth. In the eyes of all the undead, Su Chen's entire aura changed in an instant. From sword god, he became the god of death. The hidden god step was fully activated. It could be used infinitely, uninterrupted, always maintaining the unselectable, invincible state. In these 3 seconds, Su Chen was invincible among his peers. He moved forward directly, crossing the battlefield, summoning 4 swords to slash. He crazily slaughtered the surrounding undead skeletons. The twin swords in his hands also swung with his movements. But that wasn't enough. He further activated his secondary profession skill, weapon refinement technique. He raised his hand and grasped, extracting the blades from the bodies of dozens of nearby undead skeletons. They stood suspended in midair. Dozens of swords floated, and with a thought from Su Chen, they began to slash chaotically. The entire battlefield was suddenly filled with the wretched howls of skeletons. They were slaughtered into disarray. Broken bones and severed limbs flew everywhere. Su Chen laughed. He laughed boldly and freely, his tattered robe billowing as he traversed the battlefield. He felt as if he had returned to the peak of his previous life. The legendary skill could be used infinitely. This feeling was simply exhilarating. At the same time, his dragon-embedded broken sword suddenly trembled, and the blade fell down. The broken sword was held in his hand, like a dagger. Su Chen was about to unleash his strongest skill. It wasn't a sword technique. It was the method of slaughter. God of Death's blade. Su Chen's expression was emotionless. He drew his blade directly. Ding! A crisp sound resonated throughout the cave. In the next moment, he transformed into a blood-red storm. Countless afterimages flickered like the wind. A long scarlet blade mark lingered in midair. 3 elite monsters were pierced through their bodies on the spot, dying instantly. In a straight line, dozens of small undead were also wiped out. Even the walls and formations of the cave were severed in several places. Dust fell, and rubble crashed down. This strike did not have the holy attribute enchantment attached, yet it still annihilated them all, rendering them unable to resurrect. Because, with the God of Death's blade, killing them once was equivalent to killing them 7 or 8 times. The power was so violent that dying once was not enough to bear it. They were still short several lives. This was the terrifying aspect of legendary skills. Killed a second-tier undead. Experience plus 1,397, killed a third-tier undead. Experience plus 12,892, killed a third-tier undead. Experience plus 9,087, killed a second-tier undead. Experience plus 800, killed a third-tier elite undead. Experience plus 42,792, killed a third-tier elite undead. Experience plus 70,722, killed. Su Chen's experience from killing monsters had decreased somewhat, because he had already advanced to the 3rd tier. If he were still at the 2nd tier, killing a 3rd tier elite monster would yield at least around 80,000 experience points. That was due to the previous level compensation for killing enemies of a higher tier, which no longer applied. But the amount of experience was still considerable. Su Chen directly leveled up to 34. Then he casually grasped. Countless temporary long swords in midair suddenly stabbed down. Like a torrential rain, they pierced many small monsters, turning them into hedgehogs. There was only 1 second left. Su Chen's speed was astonishing. He intended to use this last second to kill all the undead. He turned, grasped the dragon-embedded broken sword, and waved his hand. Dragon slaying technique was activated. A massive golden sword aura instantly filled the battlefield. It severed all the undead in half, including the last large shield undead. All were killed together.
This strike had the ability of Holy Attribute Enchantment attached. All the undead turned to ashes, becoming severed limbs. There was not a single living soul left in the area. Su-chan leveled up again, advanced to level 35. Su-chan allocated all 20 attribute points gained from leveling up twice to his mental power. His mental power reached 230 points. Then, the effects of the potion completely faded. A massive sense of weakness swept over him like a tide. Along with it came intense pain in his internal organs and limbs. Su-chan felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered. At the same time, blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Every pore in his body was oozing congealed blood. Su-chan felt his whole body tremble, every cell experiencing intense pain. He could barely hold the dragon-embedded broken sword steady. The sword blade fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Acquired title, Undead Slayer. Effect, you gain a dominating intimidation against weaker undead races. Acquired loot, bone armor, low quality gold. Acquired loot, dark bone great shield, low quality platinum. Acquired loot, dragon bone giant sword, medium quality platinum. Acquired loot, blue silver bone spear, high quality gold. Loot, countless messages popped up, and Su-chan reaped a bountiful harvest. But he could no longer sort through these spoils. The cost of his body being overloaded was too severe. His consciousness blurred, plunging him into darkness. He fell straight to the ground. When Su-chan suddenly awoke, he felt a splitting headache. His entire body was covered in dried blood, sticky and unpleasant. He forced himself to tilt his head back and gulp down a healing potion, which finally began to restore him. Then, Su-chan took out a large bucket of water and poured it over himself, washing away the grime. The smell of decay from the ashes and corpses finally disappeared. Fortunately, I have the self-healing factor, bloodline, otherwise, whether I could wake up would be a question. Su-chan murmured. He could still feel the lingering pain, which made his expression grave. His mental strength had recovered somewhat. He cautiously activated the self-healing factor bloodline, gradually healing all his injuries. When he opened the list, Su-chan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. It's already been over 20 days, more than half a month. My injuries are indeed serious. He let out a bitter laugh. There was no helping it, after all. It was a legendary skill. He had forcibly activated it and sustained it for so long, so the cost was naturally heavy. Fortunately, after hardship comes sweetness. An epic great item was right in front of him, within reach. Su-chan's eyes burned with desire as he looked ahead. There, 10 meters away, on a high platform, a golden hourglass rested. Petite and exquisite, it seemed crafted from crystal diamonds. The sand within was made of golden grains, but it was only the size of a palm. Su-chan quickly stepped forward and grasped it in his hand. Acquired epic great item. Su-chan immediately scanned its information. Time dilation hourglass, medium quality epic, a creation worthy of an epic. Capable of influencing the physical rules of the world to a certain extent, possessing the power to slow down time, and can be reused. Effect, invert the hourglass to immediately slow down time within a 10-meter radius by 3 times. During this period, you are unaffected. Lasting for 3 seconds, requires time energy to recharge. Once fully charged, 24 hours. It can be used again. Su-chan's eyes trembled, almost unable to believe what he saw. An item that could influence time. This thing was actually only of epic quality. Time is one of the fundamental rules of the world, far more profound than elements like wind, fire, and earth. Even space cannot compare to time. After all, there are many space spells, but very few time spells. Rarely is there anything that can affect this rule. This item truly exceeded his expectations. The effect was terrifying. What does it mean to slow time by 3 times? Conversely, it means that for all his enemies, Su-chan's speed would unconditionally increase by 3 times. The faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy, which translates to greater power. This means Su-chan's speed and power could be considered to have increased threefold. Moreover, this is calculated after the source sword body. That is the most terrifying aspect. Furthermore, within 10 meters, all enemy attacks would appear to slow down in his eyes, giving him more reaction time. I wonder what the effect will be after sublimation. Su-chan grinned, unable to contain his excitement. All things sublimated. Sublimation successful. Time condensing hourglass, high quality epic. Time flows and condenses within the hourglass. Golden grains shaping the passage of time. An epic heirloom treasure capable of slowing the flow of time. Effect, inverting the hourglass will immediately slow down time within a 30-meter radius by 9 times. During this period,
you will not be affected at all, and the duration lasts for 3 seconds. After use, write the hourglass to let the sand flow back, and you can recharge with the power of time. Once fully charged, it can be used again. Charging time, 24 hours. After sublimation, the effect underwent a qualitative change. It was further enhanced by 6 times, achieving a total of 9 times slower. The range was also increased to 30 meters. Suchen carefully stored this treasure in his personal space. This was definitely a life-saving skill. With this, even if faced with a 4th or even 5th turn killing move, he was confident he could defuse it. After enduring countless hardships, it was finally worth it. Subsequently, Suchen checked his spoils. There were too many items, over 300. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, all were present. There were even several pieces of diamond equipment. It could be said he was as rich as a nation. Of course, it was unlikely to rival major countries like the Dragon Kingdom, Sakura Country, or Eagle Country, but for some smaller nations, Suchen's current financial power could already stand on equal footing. For instance, those tiny countries with only a few hundred people. Generally, not every skeleton would drop equipment. Typically, the loot drop rate for these ordinary monsters is around 30%. This means that if you kill 3 monsters, you might only get 1 piece of equipment. However, Suchen had killed an overwhelming number, and with his luck attribute enhanced, the drop rate was higher than average. So overall, his loot was still quite abundant. His personal space was already filled to the brim. Suchen unified all these items for a massive sublimation. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Hundreds of messages flashed, and Suchen's ears were about to develop calluses. This sublimation process consumed more than half a day of his time. Just in time. During this period, he had also healed most of his injuries. After consuming a few bottles of healing potions, he gradually recovered. Once all the loot was sublimated, Suchen roughly counted his items. There were over 200 silver and bronze pieces, dozens of platinum pieces, less than 10 diamond pieces. Suchen first took out several platinum pieces and placed them in front of him. Then, he activated the forging power skill. He began to decompose them one by one. Decomposition successful. Decomposition successful. After only decomposing 2 pieces of equipment, Suchen felt a significant drain on his stamina. Indeed, life-related secondary professions cannot be operated continuously. The consumption is too great. Decomposing high-hardness equipment like platinum naturally consumes a terrifying amount of stamina. Even if you use combat skills to chop this platinum material, it might not be easily broken. So, it's easy to imagine that maintaining the integrity of the material while splitting it apart is even more challenging, requiring extremely delicate operations. The high stamina consumption, however, also brings considerable rewards. Suchen gained a substantial amount of proficiency. Forging power, proficiency plus 40923. This skill does not have the 30 times proficiency bonus of the origin sword body. Yet, it can still rapidly increase proficiency. Why? This is something unique to Suchen, because he has a large number of high-quality equipment to practice on. The proficiency increase of the forging power skill is closely related to the quality of the equipment being forged. Decomposing high-level equipment like platinum naturally provides a large amount of proficiency. Similarly, decomposing and forging silver-level equipment yields much less proficiency, perhaps only a few hundred to 1,000. If it were diamond-level equipment, the proficiency gained would be even more. Other life-class professionals simply do not have so many high-level equipment to squander, but Suchen does, so he can increase his forging power skill level at an astonishing speed. It can be said that he is indirectly using high-quality equipment to feed this skill. Suchen continued to decompose. He wanted to elevate this skill to diamond level. That way, he could upgrade the dragon inlaid broken sword. He aimed to reforge and elevate the dragon inlaid broken sword to diamond midgrade. Now he had plenty of time. The several platinum gear pieces in front of him suddenly shattered, turning into large chunks of pure steel. Decomposition successful. Decomposition failed. Decomposition failed. That's right. This skill also has a failure rate. Failure would still provide proficiency, but only 1/10. Equipment that failed to decompose would turn into black charcoal, so it was easy to imagine that the consumption of the forging power skill was indeed quite large. However, Suchen didn't mind at all. He took out many pieces of equipment and decomposed them one by one. If he ran out of stamina, he would just sit down and sleep. After spending about a few days, he had decomposed nearly a dozen platinum pieces of equipment. The skill had risen to diamond low grade. Then he decomposed another dozen platinum pieces and 4 diamond grade pieces. What a lavish expenditure! His forging skill had finally been upgraded to diamond mid-grade. Su Chen's dragon slashing technique didn't even have such high proficiency. Su Chen looked at the information on his forging power skill. Forging power, diamond mid-grade, proficiency, 592974/2 million. You can now forge and decompose diamond mid-grade equipment. Now your success rate for all forging actions is doubled. Very good. He took out his dragon inlaid broken sword. Gently, he split the 2 sword blades apart. The fiery red dragon scale was firmly embedded within. It looked extraordinarily magnificent. Blood red. Su Chen wanted to forge and upgrade this sword. The core of the dragon inlaid broken sword was this dragon scale. Without this dragon scale, perhaps this sword would never reach diamond quality. This was Su Chen's most handy weapon, and he naturally wanted to upgrade it. He waved his hand. Crack, 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 crack. In his personal space, many high-level materials that had been decomposed floated in mid-air, ready for him to command. The warm flame hard iron and rigid mechanics support structure decomposed from the flame flow tiger were all suspended in the air. The sublimated grey bone giant sword had also decomposed into death ash and death quality steel. Not to mention that a frost alloy, diamond mid-grade, he had obtained from the diamond treasure chest, along with a large amount of materials decomposed from some platinum-grade equipment. Over 20 types of steel floated dazzlingly before Su Chen. After resting for a while to recover his stamina, he made sufficient preparations. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. All the steel, as if needed by some invisible force, began to gradually melt and burn spontaneously. This was the forging power, capable of burning steel with mental strength. This way, the essence could be refined. Of course, the premise was that these materials had to be his own possessions. If it were an enemy's weapon, he certainly couldn't use forging power to directly disintegrate it in battle. Otherwise, life professions would turn into a fierce batch of combat professions. However, there have been a few powerful forgers in history. When the forging power skill reaches its peak, you could even refine all things, directly disintegrating the enemy's equipment. But such forgers are extremely rare throughout history, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. Even if all the countries of Blue Star were combined, there were hardly a few. Su Chen looked at the materials before him and cautiously began to act. Even the most experienced forgers have a failure probability when forging diamond-grade equipment. This is my first time forging such high-quality equipment, so I naturally have to be more careful. Moreover, the dragon-inlaid broken sword is my most useful weapon. I don't want to fail in forging and destroy it. Su Chen frowned tightly, his expression serious. He concentrated 100% of his mental energy, his gaze like a torch, fixated on these materials. After consuming half a day's time, he finally refined the essence from the steel. This process cannot be interrupted. Therefore, he must complete it in one breath. During this process, the mental energy must flow steadily and gradually. Unlike in combat professions where a large amount of mental energy is consumed in an instant, the consumption of mental energy during forging is like a meandering stream, very slow. Only with such meticulousness can it be sustained for a long time. Looking at the flowing golden essence of steel, Su Chen used his inside eye to scan a wave of data. Frostfire alloy essence can provide weapons with dual ice and fire damage, and can protect the weapon even if the forging fails. Its grade will not drop below diamond. Death ash essence, a type of bone ash, also a high-level forging material favored by the undead. Weapons forged with it will have a higher probability of obtaining high-quality curse affixes. Warm flame heart iron essence, weapons forged with it will have flame damage that comes with special protection, preventing harm to the holder and allies. Sharp jade, weapons forged with it will be sharper. The properties of various materials were scanned thoroughly by the inside eye. This helped Su Chen to control better. Using this legendary skill to assist in forging allowed Su Chen to achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, he even felt more confident than those high-level forgers, because even 5th and 6th transition forgers would probably not dare to say they absolutely understood every material, but Su Chen dared to say so. Therefore, his success rate would be higher. He then began to combine and forge. A phantom hammer appeared in his hand, formed from the power of forging. He held this hammer, combining and folding the steel, gradually merging it with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. This was already an extremely difficult task, not to mention Su Chen's madness.
He actually wanted to melt together more than 20 completely different types of steel. To fuse more than 20 types of steel at once, even a fifth transition forger would probably not dare to be so reckless. But that was Su Chen's character. With risk comes reward. Sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead, his expression serious, hammering down with each strike. I want to retain the broken sword's edge affix because it's very useful and handy, but the sharpness and control must be taken to the next level. Pure fire attributes are a bit dull, why not guide a bit of the cold attribute from the frostfire alloy? Su Chen murmured, already envisioning the prototype of his weapon in his mind. Finally, after spending several days, the sword blade began to take shape. The sword body started to reflect a cold light. Su Chen felt victory was within reach, but suddenly, the sword blade began to tremble violently. Many steel materials ignited spontaneously. Su Chen's mental energy was also about to be exhausted. The dragon-inlaid broken sword flickered in two colors, sometimes resembling ancient ice, sometimes like molten lava. Not good. The materials are repelling each other. The properties are unstable. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, shock filling his heart, cold sweat breaking out. He had combined too many materials. And finally, a problem arose. Fortunately, at this moment, the frostfire alloy and warm flame heart iron stood out. These two materials could protect the weapon and maintain stability, but they couldn't hold out for long. Su Chen gritted his teeth and made a decision. Extremely decisive. He raised his hand and melted in two swords. One black and one white. From his personal space, ancient ice sword, inkfall sword. Both of these were platinum-grade weapons that Su Chen often used. He really liked these two swords. But now, he had to sacrifice them. These two weapons were a natural pair, possessing complementary properties. Using these black and white twin swords as a sacrifice might stabilize the situation. Sure enough, the originally restless dragon-inlaid broken sword gradually calmed down. The cold currents and fiery rays split apart, gradually flowing naturally to both sides, without interference. After consuming another 2 days, Su Chen finally succeeded. At the moment when his mental and physical energy were completely exhausted, he successfully upgraded the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Forging successful. Critical hit triggered. Weapon quality limit increased. Forging power proficiency plus 700. 000 inch acquired weapon. Frost flame death scar broken sword. Diamond quality. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. I can't believe forging equipment can also crit. With a high luck attribute, not only can I increase the critical hit rate in battle, but it also works for crafting professions. My forging power is only of diamond mid-grade, and under normal circumstances, I can only forge diamond mid-grade weapons, but after the critical hit, I forged a diamond high-grade weapon. Incredible! Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. It was worth consuming so many high-level materials. Then, a beautifully crafted longsword fell into Su Chen's hands. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, heavy and sharp, fitting perfectly in his grip. Su Chen even felt as if the sword could change weight according to his thoughts. The weight was unpredictable. Moreover, the sword's material was special, resembling something just pulled from ashes, with irregular gray flame marks on it. The entire sword was not pure black or pure steel, but a unique color between gray and black steel. It was like a weapon enchanted by the undead clan. With a gentle swing of the blade, a gray-black shadow trailed behind. Extremely unique. In the center of the blade, there was a prominent horizontal crack that caught the eye. Su Chen raised his hand and shook it. Crack! The blade split apart. Just like the dragon-inlaid broken sword, the dragon scale embedded in the middle changed its appearance. The dragon scale from the dragon-inlaid broken sword had altered in material. Now the size of a fingernail, it looked exquisitely detailed, with the unique patterns of scales on it. The original fiery red dragon scale transformed into a two-colored dragon scale. One half was ice blue, the other half fiery red like lava. After the core dragon scale changed in texture, the entire sword's properties also shifted. The sword's edge was the most special. The left edge resembled being inlaid with ice, made of a transparent material like profound ice, emitting a chilling white mist, seemingly at an extremely low temperature. The right edge, however, was forged from red iron, as if melted steel at 1,000 degrees. The two edges were different, an absolutely top-tier weapon. Among diamond quality, it should be hard to find an opponent. Even, it felt like it could be taken to participate in a forging competition. Su Chen thought he could easily secure a top 10 position.
The forging competition was a long-standing event where any forged weapon could participate. After evaluation by the judges, rewards would be given based on rankings. Su Chen weighed the weapon in his hands and checked its details. Upon seeing it, he immediately gasped. Frost Flame Death Scar Broken Sword, Sword. Short sword dual type weapon, agility plus 100, luck plus 100, quality, diamond high grade, class requirement, sword class profession. The sword burns with initial gray scars. The two edges merge fire and ice thinly. An ancient broken sword, embedded with a dragon scale. Later refined and upgraded by a handsome blacksmith using dozens of high-level materials like melting cold alloy, death ash, and warm flame hard iron, creating this diamond peak weapon. Curse Death Gray Scar, negative effect. When you hold this sword, each time you take damage, a layer of death scar will stack. Upon reaching 10 layers, you will die instantly. The layer count resets to 0 after leaving combat. Beneficial effect. When using this weapon to damage enemies, each attack will add a layer of death scar. When the death scar reaches 100 layers, the enemy will die instantly, ineffective against boss. Layer count disappears when the enemy leaves combat. Frost Flame Dragon Scale. The center of this broken sword is embedded with a dragon scale that perfectly merges the attributes of the melting cold alloy, gaining this hidden suffix, which can add massive ice and fire dual attribute damage to this weapon. Split Edge. The blade of this sword can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by the owner's thoughts. Broken Blade. This weapon can be classified as both a sword and a short sword. Frostfire Heartguard. The ice and fire damage added to this weapon will not harm the wielder or their allies, but the blade can still inflict damage. Lightweight Heart's Desire. When this sword was forged, a light sword and a thin sword were melted down, inheriting the ability to be light and responsive. When wielding this sword, you can freely control its weight with your thoughts, from as light as 1 gene to as heavy as 1,000 genes. Su Chen looked at this information, his eyes flickering slightly. His expression became somewhat dazed. Instant death effect. Instant death. This was one of the most terrifying affixes. Although it could not affect bosses, it could affect elite monsters. Moreover, it could also affect players. That was terrifying enough. No, I was wrong. This sword, if entered into the forging competition, would definitely rank higher than the top 10. At the diamond level, it should be able to take first place. This sword had a full 6 affixes. A weapon with 2 or 3 affixes was already very good. 4 affixes would be considered high quality. 5 affixes would be classified as exquisite. And a weapon with 6 or more affixes, that would be a work of art. Moreover, one of them was a curse. Cursed affixes were very precious, capable of multiplying the weapon's value several times over. Su Chen estimated that if this sword were sold on the market, its value could already rival half of an epic equipment. But this curse has a very terrifying side effect. If I get injured more than 10 times, I will also die. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't dare to use this sword. But Su Chen felt no significant pressure, because he himself focused on agility, with extremely fast speed. Avoiding most attacks was already part of his combat routine. If worse came to worst, he could use Shadow Step to forcibly evade. So this side effect posed no threat to him. He still dared to use this weapon long term, and it also has an effect of plus 100 agility and luck. That's too fierce. My current agility and luck are only around 200. Which is almost a 50% increase out of nowhere. The improvement to his combat was immense. Choosing the cursed blacksmith profession was indeed the right choice. Moreover, the weapon's ability to sever and break was retained, which was very practical, allowing for easy switching of weapon lengths. Su Chen sheathed the Frostfire Deathmark blade. When I reached the 4th transition, this profession can also evolve into a Heart Demon Blacksmith, Blood Blacksmith, etc., even more powerful. Then, Su Chen took out his Shenfeng sword. This sword was merely a high-quality gold weapon, and it was somewhat lagging behind his level. It was the weapon he loved to use during the period right after his awakening, but now it felt outdated. It was just the right time to enhance it. Su Chen took out some leftover materials and fused them with forging power. In the end, the forging was successful. Weapon upgraded to Platinum Mid-Grade. A brand new black sword landed in Su Chen's hand. Blood-sucking Black Edge sword, quality, Platinum Mid-Grade. A weapon that has been upgraded through multiple forges. Exceptionally sharp. It can absorb the blood of enemies, possessing powerful healing abilities. Blood Drink. After wounding a monster with this sword, it can absorb a large amount of the spilled blood, significantly healing the wielder's injuries. Blood Oath. After killing a monster,
It can temporarily increase the wielder's all attributes by 50 points for 1 minute. This effect cannot be stacked. Layered forging pattern. The sharpness of this sword can reach platinum high grade. Very good. Su Chen nodded to himself. Su Chen sheathed the newly forged black edge sword, but he noticed a problem with his sword sheath. The Frostfire deathmark was too sharp, his sword sheath could not bear it, especially the tip of the sword, which had pierced through the sheath under the pull of gravity and slid down. Su Chen's expression grew serious, and he had to forge several new sheaths again. Still following the previous specifications, he used up all the remaining steel materials. He directly crafted several sword sheaths made of black jade, smooth and exquisite. They matched Su Chen's entire demeanor perfectly. Once equipped, Su Chen resembled a master swordsman. Now it's all good. With all the swords returned to their sheaths, Su Chen let out a deep breath. The equipment has been upgraded, and my level is quite high now. This dungeon run was quite good. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth as he stretched lazily. He had been extremely exhausted these days. After a bit of rest to recover my mental energy, it's time to head out. He then prepared some food, and after eating, he restored his mental energy. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed that there were hundreds of unread messages in his personal email. I haven't communicated with the outside world much during this time. I should check the messages. With a thought, a screen appeared. The first message was from a man. Name, Jiang Yongli, chairman of the Jiangyan Consortium. What does he want from me? Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit hesitant, and immediately clicked to open it. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition. As the message appeared, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. It was a video message. In the video, a broad-shouldered middle-aged man sat in his chairman's chair, at the very top of the Jiangyan building. His expression was calm as he stared into the camera. Su Chen, hello, I am Yunqing's father, Jiang Yongli. What I'm about to say, I don't expect you to follow completely. After all, it's unrealistic to ask a freshly graduated young job changer to deal with a huge family entrenched in Long Country. I don't have any deep ties with you. However, I still hope you can remember these words. At this point, he let out a bitter smile, his voice tinged with self-mockery. A once great business figure had now fallen to the point of entrusting hope to a recent graduate. Truly a decline. Su Chen's expression grew serious. He could already see some clues from Jiang Yongli's facial expression. This man is going to die. Or rather, he knows he is going to die. This was the gaze of someone about to meet their end. Su Chen had killed too many people. He recognized all the characteristics of those facing death. It must be said, Chairman Jiang indeed had some dignity, managing to speak with such grace and politeness even at the brink of death. Calm and composed, unruffled. No wonder he had held a high position for so many years. In the video, Jiang Yongli crossed his hands, his brow furrowed, and said, firstly, the Jiangyan Consortium has gradually been hollowed out in the years of confrontation with the Zhang family. I have exhausted all means, yet I am powerless. As soon as he said this, Su Chen's eyes flickered. The Zhang family? So it was the Zhang family behind this. Truly powerful. After all, one was merely a business consortium, while the other was an old family with significant influence throughout Long Country. There was indeed a gap in strength. Although the gap was small, it still existed. Sometimes, the battle between colossal entities only requires a slight difference to crush like a landslide. All of the Zhang family's power has been slowly eroded. I can only watch helplessly as the business empire passed down from my ancestors is legitimately occupied by others. However, I am not surprised. In fact, I had anticipated this day years ago. I just didn't expect our collapse to come so quickly, even faster than I had anticipated. So fast that I couldn't manage to preserve much. At this point, his expression turned somewhat cold, seemingly filled with anger, but it ultimately did not erupt. But I have done my best to preserve some valuable items from the assets, which I believe can help you, and they have been placed in your attachments. I don't ask for much. I don't expect you to help my daughter reclaim the assets. I only hope you can ensure their lives. How you do it doesn't matter. You can hide them in the ends of the earth or in some remote dungeon. As long as you're alive, that's enough. Su Chen frowned slightly. The situation was unexpectedly severe? Was this really a last-minute entrustment? I've finished what I wanted to say. He did not plead with Su Chen for a promise, nor did he say anything unnecessary. He knew that promises were the most meaningless things. Therefore, he had not placed all his hopes on Su Chen. He had sent videos to many people and left behind legacies. He had sent this message to friends, teachers, and classmates that Jiang Yunqing knew. He hoped that among these people, there would be at least one who could be grateful and repay kindness. Just one. One would be enough, even if it wasn't a loss. Then, in the video, an old man entered from outside the door. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked to be of a very high realm. This old man was named Lei Chen. He had once been Jiang Yongli's secretary, housekeeper, and bodyguard. Chairman, it's time for you to face death. Lei Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his tone heavy, his voice was hoarse and aged. He slightly raised his wrist, and a purple lightning flickered, condensing into a long sword. It looked terrifyingly powerful. Indeed, Lei Chen had defected, the closest housekeeper to Jiang Yongli, who had diligently served the Jiangyan group for decades. The person he trusted the most had betrayed him. One can imagine how terrifying the Zhang family's infiltration methods were. Looking at Lei Chen, Jiang Yongli slowly stood up. Old Lei, I didn't expect you to have broken into the fifth transformation. It seems the Zhang family's conditions are indeed generous. He squinted slightly and said, no wonder you would betray me. Lei Chen nodded. Thank you for your understanding. After all, I've been stuck at this realm for over 20 years. He paused, sighed, and said, I'm sorry, Chairman. Saying this, he stepped forward slowly. The lightning sword hovered up, pointing at Jiang Yongli. In his old and murky eyes, there was a hint of hidden apology and guilt. Facing death, Jiang Yongli merely smiled, showing no fear, and stepped forward to meet him. Old Lei, there's no need to apologize. You giving me the last 10 minutes to leave a final message and make arrangements is already enough for me. You have also taken on great risk. Moreover, with the Jiangyan group being dismantled to this extent, your betrayal is actually a helpless act to preserve your life. Jiang Yongli stared at Lei Chen, speaking firmly. There was not a trace of resentment in his eyes, because he also understood that the current situation was ultimately due to his own lack of ability. Even if housekeeper Lei had not betrayed him, there would have been others to assassinate him. I believe that the mere desire to advance to the fifth transformation is not enough to make you betray me. The fundamental reason is to survive. Upon hearing this, old Lei was actually somewhat moved, his eyes reddening. He had watched Jiang Yongli grow up. To him, Jiang Yongli was almost like a grandson. But for the sake of survival, he had to take action. Please rest assured, I will do my best to protect the two young ladies. After saying this, Jiang Yongli nodded, wanting to say something more. His mouth opened slightly, but in the next moment, that dark purple violent lightning sword had already pierced through his heart without hesitation. It was swift and decisive. Jiang Yongli's expression froze, kneeling in silence. A few seconds later, he breathed his last. Then the violent lightning shattered his lungs into pieces, leaving only a charred head. There was no choice, Lei Chen had to be ruthless. He needed to create the illusion of fierce resistance from the other party. Jiang Yongli was also a transmuter, but over the years, he had devoted all his energy to business. Therefore, his realm was simply not able to contend with Lei Chen. Then Lei Chen grabbed his hair, lifting the head, and left. In the end, the video completely shut down. The video sent to Su Chen was the last one, so only Su Chen watched the entire process. He must have used some high-level customized equipment to send these messages. Once he dies, it will automatically disconnect recording and send it out, then destroy all local evidence. This way, no one can trace who he sent the messages to. This kind of equipment is rarely crafted by anyone. Looking at his haggard appearance, it seems I'm not the only one who received a gift. Su Chen quickly made his judgment. He can't possibly place all his hopes on a newcomer like me. He must have made other preparations. After watching the video, Su Chen felt little turmoil in his heart. He had grown accustomed to the parting of life and death. Yet, he still felt a measure of respect. This middle-aged man was truly a steel-hard warrior, facing death with composure. I didn't expect that in less than a month, Jiang Yunqing would go from a rich young lady to a poor girl. Su Chen murmured. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Moreover, her future situation might even be worse than that of a poor orphan, because she and her sister theoretically held inheritance rights to the Jiangyan consortium. No matter how the Zhang family dismantled their family's power, this fact would be hard to change. If they didn't die, the Zhang family could never fully occupy the Jiangyan consortium without feeling uneasy. It would always feel incomplete. So the two of them must die. Once Jiang Yongli dies,
there would be no one to protect them.
The Zhang family would face no obstacles.
Even if they inherited some of the last assets from Jian Yunli now,
They would likely be forcefully stripped of them soon. The sisters were targeted by the Zhang family, and their lives were truly numbered. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he began to ponder whether to help.
Forget it, let's first see what Chairman Jiang has given me as a gift.
He then opened the attachment section to check what Jiang Yunli had gifted him.
Upon seeing it,
His eyes widened in surprise.
it was an epic piece of equipment.
A pair of bright silver earrings. He took them out to examine.
Scanning the data.
Piercing earrings, epic low grade, dropped after killing a black edge or living monster.
Exquisite and lightweight.
Does not affect combat. Wearing it grants you an immediate 20% permanent armor penetration.
This is a very precious attribute. As the name suggests,
It allows all your attacks to gain a proportional value of armor ignoring effect.
in other words,
When your sword strikes the opponent, their armor only reduces 80% of the attack damage.
the remaining 20% will directly penetrate the armor and strike the opponent's body.
This means that even if the opponent wears some ancient level armor that completely resists all attacks, Su Chen could still kill him. For enemies with thick blood and high defense,
This attribute is simply godly. A very,
very precious attribute.
generally, 1% armor penetration exceeds the effect of dozens of points in strength attributes. 20% penetration may not seem high,
But for such a precious attribute,
this value is already terrifying.
the increase in damage is absolutely immediate. It may not have much effect against squishy targets, but when attacking high defense enemies,
One can almost gain a proportional percentage damage boost. Su Chen's eyes trembled as he immediately sublimated this equipment.
edge stone earrings,
Epic mid-grade, this strike carries piercing power, breaking armor with a steel edge.
wearing it grants 40% permanent armor penetration. The value increased again.
It was almost equivalent to half of the armor being penetrated. For Su Chen, there would be no more tanky enemies, only squishy ones. He immediately put them on.
Feeling a surge of penetrating power rise in his heart,
He quickly checked his attributes.
Su Chen, title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood,
Rookie King.
Undead Slayer, level, 35, 152856/350000 experience, profession, Sword God, mythical,
The only one in the world.
Curse Blacksmith, secondary profession, strength, 100, constitution, 100, agility, 350, spirit, 230, luck, 290, bloodline, immortal body, A,
Jade Bone Marrow, B, Self-Healing Factor, C, Talent, Universal Sublimation, Original Sword Body, Automatic Cultivation,
secondary profession unlock, God of Killing, Killing Blade,
Full Concealment, Hidden God Step, Eye of Insight, Sword God, Weapon Parry, Dragon Slashing Technique, Dual Sword Mastery, Drunken Sword Style, Fierce Thunder Enchanted Sword, Hidden Sword Slash, Holy Weapon Enchantment,
Raging Rain Shattering Phoenix Sword,
Sword Master, Technique, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb,
Intent Condensed Blade, Wave Step, Curse Blacksmith, Forging Power, Essence Weapon Technique, permanent buff effects as follows, Edge Stone Earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. Su Chen's current attributes are truly terrifying, especially the luck and agility attributes,
which received a boost from the Frostflame Broken Sword, an additional 100 points out of thin air.
This is indeed a bit of a bug. Carrying it on his back counts as equipment, so even if Su Chen uses other weapons, he still has these bonuses. He then stood up and slowly left the cave. I originally expected to stay in this dungeon for about 10 days, but I didn't expect the trials before this epic item to be so difficult.
I spent double the time,
although the time spent was a bit more than expected.
But in any case, the result is good, Su Chen said firmly.
He stepped out of the cave.
At the same time,
he continued to browse his messages.
Ji Yao sent the most messages, totaling dozens. Su Chen,
I have good news for you. I broke through to the first transition. Yan Zhe and Yun Xing have also broken through to level 13.
This was a message from over 20 days ago. Hey, reply to me. Are you acting cool? Q_Q. Then there was a cute emoji. Su Chen, which dungeon are you in? Yun Cheng, Yan Zhe,
and I have completed this Tower of Heaven task.
Why haven't we heard from you yet? Su Chen, you haven't run into trouble, have you? We've all gone to the new dungeon to complete our tasks.
Ji Yao was getting more and more worried.
It's been over 10 days. Where on earth are you? I'm about to reach the second transition. I should be catching up to you. Just reply if you're alive. Even the aloof Yenzei sent a message. Su Chen, if you encounter difficulties, just send a coordinate. He only had this brief sentence. If Su Chen really had difficulties, one could imagine they would abandon everything to come to his aid immediately. But Su Chen never replied, because he was in a coma. Then, the most recent message was from 3 days ago. Su Chen, something happened at Yunqing's home. This time, Ji Yao's tone was extremely anxious. There are assassins chasing us, and we are in the corrupted mountain village dungeon. Fortunately, this dungeon has a complex environment. Yenzei is leading us to escape and hide, but it probably won't last long. We might have to say goodbye forever. I have feelings for you. After that, there was no further news. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened as he read these messages. He noticed that Jiang Yunqing had never sent him a message. Only Ji Yao and Yenzei had. The Zhang family is indeed swift and ruthless. He narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, it's likely that before Jiang Yangli died, the Zhang family had already set up their schemes in advance. They blocked all communication capabilities between Jiang Yunqing and her sister. Such transmuters are not uncommon. Like programmers, who can understand all rules as coding languages and influence them. People in this profession, upon reaching the fourth transition, possess the ability to intercept all messages sent to a specific target. You think you sent it, but in reality, it never went through. There are also sealing mages who can block all communication abilities of a targeted individual. Although the Zhang family has been infiltrated, undermined, and disbanded, they were once a colossal force. Jiang Yangli had many old friends in his lifetime. It's impossible that every single one betrayed him. Therefore, once Jiang Yunqing and her sister Jiang Lan have the ability to contact the outside world, they will surely be able to find someone to protect them. There will always be those who remember old ties and help the descendants of Jiang Yangli. Those people, who are qualified to be Jiang Yangli's old friends, naturally possess considerable strength. Hiding two people is a piece of cake. To prevent this situation, the Zhang family had long since sealed off their communication abilities. 3 days ago, they were chased by assassins. Now they have probably encountered misfortune. The Zhang family. Su Chen clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. These few people were his only friends in this life. At least for now, they were sincere towards him. Ji Yao even sacrificed her life for him in her previous life. I hope Yenzei is smart enough to help them hold on a little longer. Su Chen prayed. Yenzei was always calm and intelligent. He hoped he could shoulder the burden. Su Chen needed to find them and eliminate those Zhang family assassins without leaving a trace. Then, it would be time to deal with Zhang Tang. The Zhang family had always been too overbearing. It was time to strike back. Now, Su Chen's strength was sufficient. It was time. He directly used the Lingbo Weibu technique and rushed out of the cave. This cave was considered a dangerous area, and there was no way to exit the instance. It had to be a safe area. After passing through the narrow cave, he arrived outside the cave entrance. Su Chen was immediately dumbfounded. Wait, why does this location look different from when I came? Before coming, he was still underwater. Now, stepping out of the cave, he found himself directly on the shore. The feeling of stepping out of the cave just now, it was as if I was in a teleportation array. Right, the lizard clan's ancestor was extremely meticulous. She must have set up this formation in advance. After completing the challenge and obtaining the treasure, the offspring could return directly to the tribe without having to swim up from the seabed. Su Chen turned around to look. The cave was indeed no longer behind him. It was completely empty. They really set up a teleportation array at the entrance. The moment he stepped out, Su Chen had completely left the cave. If it were a remote area, that would be fine. Su Chen could instantly exit the instance. But now, he found himself in the very center of the lizard clan's tribe. She was really too meticulous, even directly arranging the teleportation point within the tribe. A strong, strange fishy smell surged to his nostrils. The air was filled with swirling green blood mist. All around were the icy houses of the lizard clan. There were densely packed hundreds of them, inscribed with ancient lizard clan language. Surrounding them were the beast skin banners of the Mystka tribe. In the distance, he could even see the sacred altar of the lizard clan. On the ground there, lay a snake egg that had long been smashed. They must have already discovered that what they received was a fake holy egg. There were also many lizardman corpses lying on the ground. The ground was soaked with green blood. These corpses clutched weapons, their eyes wide open in death, looking tragic, their bodies covered in signs of being gnawed at, leaving them unrecognizable. Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar came from the sky behind him. The sound was eerie and mournful. It was as if millions of mutated beasts were simultaneously roaring, creating a layered sound. It was extremely dense, with a very high frequency. Su-chen felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. He turned around and immediately his eyes trembled. The sky was dark, densely packed with countless large fish gathering in the air. They could swim in the air, blocking out the sunlight. The world was shrouded in gloom. It formed a vast army. These fish were the ones from the previously dormant ice fish field. They had all awakened. The entire tribe was now completely surrounded. There was no way to escape. It had turned into a core battle area. Now, Su-chen could not perform the exit operation from the instance. Warning, warning, you have entered a hidden boss battle area. Please prepare for battle. The voice of the rules made Su-chen's gaze turn icy. Damn it, right now. He just wanted to exit the instance because Ji Yao and the others were in urgent need. But looking at the situation, it seemed he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. This boss was too large. It wasn't a single entity but a boss formed by a swarm. Countless monstrous fish swam through the air, overwhelming and dense, burying the surrounding area for miles. It was impossible to see the end. It was all a battlefield. To think of soloing a boss like this was a fool's dream. After all, this was the hidden boss of a D-level instance. Even a 4-turn team would probably struggle to take it down in a short time. While Su-chen was pondering, he heard the roar of the lizardmen ahead. Fellow compatriots, we, the Wukka tribe's lizardmen, have guarded this place for 100 years, just for this day. To completely eradicate this beast that brings disaster to our land is the mission given to us by our ancestors. Kill. Today's battle is for supreme glory. We shall become warriors. Kill. Charge. However, before those young lizardmen could finish their words, several massive monstrous fish burrowed into their mouths and directly turned them into a puddle of flesh. It was a true gutting. All the fish were filled with sharp teeth, their scales dripping with venom, looking fierce and terrifying, like vengeful spirits. Covered in green blood, they devoured and slaughtered without restraint. The sky was filled with a dense swarm of mutated piranhas, making it feel like a nightmare for those with a fear of crowds. The lizardmen were all class changers, naturally strong and possessing powerful self-healing abilities. Even if their arms were severed, they didn't need healing potions. They could fully recover in just a few days. This was their clan's innate ability. Moreover, they had some resistance to poison. Some lizardmen could even breathe fire. It was said that lizardmen were a mutated race with thin dragon blood, so occasionally, one or two among them could spit fire. But even with hundreds of lizardmen fighting with all their might, it was difficult to gain the upper hand in this catastrophe. A single lizardman could at most kill a dozen fish before being bitten to death. The lizardmen's defense line was continuously retreating in panic. Their homeland was on the verge of destruction. Chief, what should we do? Are we really going to be exterminated today? Father, are we going to die here today? A few people at the front line asked. The burly chief, upon hearing this, maintained his composure and shouted loudly, "What are you wavering for?" He knew he couldn't panic. He was the backbone of everyone. We are the Wukka tribe. His voice was as strong and resonant as steel. He had a few wrinkles on his face, already a middle-aged man, holding a great sword. He was the chief of this tribe, Tuogang. He was now over 30, the middle age for a lizard man, equivalent to a human in their 40s or 50s. The Tuogang that Su-chen had encountered before was his eldest son. The chief's gaze was steady, gripping the sword tightly, staring intently ahead. His level was as high as 49, the peak of the 4th turn. He was a native of this instance. He was the backbone of the resistance against these fish monsters. Every strike of his was unmatched in power, capable of killing numerous fish monsters. He swung his arm, charging to the front. Wukka's young warriors, we are trapped with nowhere to escape. Battle is our ultimate destiny. Pass the order down. Kill. After this battle, those who survive will be directly granted the title of warrior. Chief Tuogang shouted loudly. His words were accepted by several elders, who immediately relayed the command. The chief has decreed, survivors will be directly made warriors. Fight! 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 The voices spread across the sky. All the lizardmen were instantly filled with excitement, fighting fiercely. Hundreds of lizardmen charged out, a vast sea of them, their battle cries echoing to the heavens. After all, It was the title of warrior. For the lizardmen, this is the utmost glory. As long as they can obtain this title, they die without regrets. This is the value system of the lizardmen. The weapons of the lizardmen are powerful. After all, they have accumulated experience from hunting wild monsters in this realm for many years. They have always been preparing for the final battle. They possess some ancestral records that reveal certain characteristics of these fish monsters. The most notable feature is that they are covered in deadly poison, so they are extremely cautious, not even daring to let splattered blood touch them. Su-chen watched the scene from a distance, his expression icy. He drew the frost flame deathmark sword and held it in his hand. How could these fish monsters awaken? I shouldn't have disturbed them. From beginning to end, Su-chen had been very careful. Could it be that this group of lizardmen, after discovering the holy egg was fake, angrily returned and accidentally awakened the fish swarm? Su-chen's expression was filled with suspicion as he pondered. Just then, the lizardman warrior Tuajan suddenly stiffened, turning to look over. It's you! How did you end up here? The moment he saw Su-chen, he was filled with uncontrollable rage. He immediately turned to his father, the clan leader. Father, it's this person who swapped our clan's holy egg. Upon hearing this, Tua Gang also turned his head, shock filling his eyes. He thought his son was speaking nonsense. After all, using a casually found snake egg to exchange for a warrior title was a guaranteed profit. His son always loved to play such tricks. No one knows a son better than his father. He understood this best, so he didn't believe Tua Zhan's words at first. But now, seeing a human suddenly appear in the tribe, could it be that his son was telling the truth? Human, is what my son said true? He looked at Su-chen and spoke loudly. As he said this, he raised his hand to make a gesture. A group of elders immediately stepped forward to protect him. The bloodthirsty fish monsters gathering around were temporarily held back. The clan leader was able to bring Tuajan to Su-chen, frowning as he inquired. The holy egg is extremely important. If they could find it and learn the lizardman's sacred skills, they might still have a chance. Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, Su-chen's expression remained calm as usual. Lizardman friend, you may have misunderstood something. He absolutely could not admit it. He could not hand over the holy egg. Once he did, his act of stealing the sacred object would be confirmed, and he would definitely be besieged. In the relics of that shadow stick warrior, I only found that green orb, which I handed over to you. If that thing isn't your holy egg, then I don't know where it went. Su-chen dared to say this because he had never taken out the real holy egg in front of Tuajan. He had directly seized the relic from Wang Yanghui's corpse. Then he took out the snake egg, swapping it out. Su-chen's words caused Tuajan to doubt himself for a moment. But soon, his gaze became more resolute. Impossible. It was that team who stole the holy egg. We chased them for a long time before we found out all the evidence. Su-chen raised an eyebrow and suddenly stepped forward. Is there a possibility that they had already taken the holy egg out to deal with it? He frowned and interrupted the other party's words. He actually took the initiative to approach. He stood tall, his expression composed. This was a very confident body language in negotiation, capable of unconsciously pressuring the opponent. After all, that was a team, not just one person. Perhaps they have other accomplices? What significance is there in you questioning me here? Su-chen's expression was cold as he spoke. He absolutely could not get into a conflict with the lizardmen here. They were numerous, and once a fight broke out, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. These lizardmen were not mere skeleton monsters, they were all advanced class fighters with a variety of strange skills. Fighting against such a diverse army with completely different professions and skills was extremely troublesome. Su-chen needed to save Ji Yao and the others. He had no time to waste here, so he had to find the most secure and swift method to resolve this without any risk. Upon hearing this, Tuajan fell into deep thought. He had to admit that what this human said did make some sense. The clan leader, Tua Gang, quietly watched the scene from the side, his expression serious. With a heavy gaze, he lowered his head in contemplation. In his green eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. It seemed that his son's experiences were indeed true, but this human, with a calm demeanor and no sign of guilt, appeared completely unperturbed. He was experienced and wise, yet it was difficult to determine whom to trust. With a great enemy looming, he found himself in a dilemma. This matter had to be dealt with quickly, there was no time to delay. Tuajan, still unwilling to back down, stepped forward and asserted, "Human, you do have a point. but to deceive my clan leader father, I fear it's not enough, because there's a huge loophole. That is, how can you prove that you are not one of those humans' allies? You are of the same race and just happen to appear near our tribe. It's too coincidental. Do you think that by killing that man, you can clear your suspicion? You should know that humans are best at abandoning their teammates in the face of life and death. Just like that man abandoned that female teammate to escape. Perhaps when you killed that guy in front of me, it was all an act, just to save that woman. Tua Zhan's words were fiery. Su Chen, however, remained completely unflustered, as if everything was under his control. He simply smiled calmly. Ha ha, brother Tua Zhan, what you said can be explained in one sentence. His laughter was filled with utmost confidence. That is, I am here. Upon hearing this, Tua Gang's eyes suddenly sharpened. He was evidently somewhat persuaded. If I really swapped and embezzled your clan's sacred egg, how would I dare to come back? Returning to your clan's tribe would be seeking death. I am clear in my heart and have no guilt, which is why I dare to come here, Su Chen said earnestly. With these words, Tua Zhan was momentarily speechless. This logic was impeccable. In fact, Su Chen was secretly sweating coldly. He was betting that these people hadn't seen how he had teleported from the cave. Tua Gang flicked his wrist, and a massive broadsword spun up, coiling in his lizard-like tail behind him. The muscles beneath the scales of his tail bulged, looking full of explosive power. Tua Gang's combat strength was dozens of times stronger than his son Tua Zhan, bringing immense pressure to Su Chen. Then, Tua Gang stepped forward with a steady pace and asked Su Chen, "Human, your logic is clearer than my son's, so I am willing to listen to you. Now, I want to ask you one last question. Since the sacred egg was not stolen by you, and you have no ties with our lizard clan, then, why are you here?" As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in the clan leader's dark green pupils. "Young man, remember, please answer carefully, this concerns your life." His eyes narrowed slightly, and a pressure of peak fourth transition emanated from him. If Su Chen's answer could not completely convince him, he would not hesitate to swiftly kill Su Chen. There was only one way to prove the truth 100%. That was to kill the other party and directly search his personal space. With a great enemy at hand, there was no time to waste. This action was decisive, yet it was also the most effective and swift solution. After all, they were of a different race. They were humans, so killing them wouldn't be a pity. Even if there was only a 10% chance that the sacred egg was on this human, killing him would not be a loss. Better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. Su Chen's expression was cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately replied, "Clan leader, it's very simple. I came here to kill the boss." This answer made Tua Gang's dark green eyes slightly narrow. "You people in this world have already formed a copy. I'm sure you know that. I'm just an ordinary player here to level up. This boss is a hidden boss. Too tempting. Once defeated, I will gain a considerable reward and experience points. That's why I came here." At this point, Su Chen's gaze fixed on Tua Zhan, and he said lightly, "Moreover, brother Tua Zhan, don't forget, you previously invited me to gather with your tribe. Have you forgotten this matter?" Su Chen's response was flawless. He appeared to be completely truthful. While speaking, Su Chen also weighed the gray-black long sword in his hand slightly. The quality of the blade was exceptional, reflecting a deathly gray gleam. This indicated that the weapon was of high quality. Su Chen's demeanor was impressive, suggesting that his strength was formidable as well. With this unassuming action, Su Chen conveyed to the chieftain, "I am not easy to deal with. If you insist on killing me, it may take some time, and with every minute and second of entanglement, your tribesmen will die in vain." This psychological warfare was effortlessly suppressive. Most importantly, Su Chen's thought process was incredibly fast. All his responses were instinctive, without hesitation. His adaptability was extraordinary. In the end, the chieftain raised his hand and sheathed the broadsword. "Young man, you have convinced me." Su Chen's words were truly brilliant. On one hand, he used subtle movements to indicate his strength, making the other party somewhat wary. On the other hand, he implied that he shared the same goal as his tribe. They both aimed to kill the boss. Now, with a great enemy at hand, they needed to gather allies as much as possible. If Su Chen helped, perhaps he could save a few of the lizardman's children. At this moment, this matter was even more tempting to Tua Gang than the holy egg. Life and death were paramount. As the chieftain, the lives of the children were his greatest concern. If he made a wrong decision today, it could lead to the extinction of their tribe. Therefore, he chose to handle this matter cautiously. One word: stability. Tua Zhan beside him turned pale. Father, don't listen to his cunning arguments. Humans are the most cunning species. Tua Zhan's words were not finished. The chieftain shot him a fierce, serious glare. Tua Zhan could only obediently fall silent. Even if we retrieve the holy egg, what then? The chieftain's gaze was icy as he reprimanded. Our tribe has spent 100 years, and not a single person has comprehended the holy absolute skill. Not one. Even if we reclaim the holy egg now, what can it do? Can it help us survive this crisis? In the end, isn't it because you led people back in anger, disturbing the fish monster? At this point, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Tua Zhan was scolded into silence, filled with self-reproach. The chieftain's pressure was truly strong. Our ancestors once said that we should prepare for hundreds of years before challenging the fish demon to have a glimmer of hope. Now it has been advanced by so many years. It's simply, sigh. Today, our Wukka tribe is at a critical juncture of life and death. We must fight with all our strength and cannot afford to complicate matters. Back to the battlefield, the chieftain commanded coldly. Tua Zhan clenched his fists and ultimately returned to the front lines obediently. He charged forward dozens of steps, advancing 100 meters, leading the charge into the fish monster, roaring and swinging his great iron sword, crazily hacking at the fish monster. It seemed he was venting his anger in the battle. Among the younger generation of lizardmen, Tua Zhan was considered quite strong. Once he charged in, morale immediately surged. The young lizardmen began to fight with all their might alongside him. Even those heavily injured did not retreat. If the chieftain's son fought to the death, how could we back down? Then, Tua Gang looked towards Su Chen. Human, you say you came here to kill the fish monster. Then please make your move. He gripped the broad blade tightly, his expression stern, eyes slightly narrowed. There was a hint of threat in his words. Of course, Su Chen replied calmly. Then, he directly executed the wave step, swinging his sword and charging forward. Indeed, killing the fish monster was the optimal solution now. This fish monster boss had already engulfed this area, surrounding everything around it. Even if Su Chen attempted to escape, he would have to fight the fish monster at the edge. It would be better to just kill it directly. There were so many lizard men united. This choice would be quicker and more assured. Su Chen was not fighting alone. Moreover, the chieftain was also watching him closely. If he did not engage in a fierce battle with the fish monster, it would raise their suspicions. Su Chen plunged into the battlefield, waving his hand. Whoosh! The black blade sword hummed as it left its sheath, suspended in the air. Under the influence of the sword control power, it autonomously flew out and slashed. The pitch-black sword light cut through the air like water, creating several long streaks in midair. The black blade sword was incredibly sharp and had a blood-sucking effect. This blood-sucking effect was originally a defensive suffix to heal the wielder, but by a stroke of luck, it also increased damage. Because the moment the blade cut through the wound, the sword would activate the blood-sucking suffix, directly draining all the blood from a specific area of the opponent's body. It was easy to imagine that the damage would naturally increase significantly. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, and the spirit blade also slashed out. The long sword formed from concentrated azure mental energy sparkled with brilliance, incredibly sharp, easily piercing through the scales of these fish monsters, instantly slicing them into sashimi. Su Chen gripped with his left hand. Whoosh! From the shadows, a pitch-black long sword emerged as if rising from the water, shimmering with black waves, landing in his palm. He drew the frost flame death mark with his right hand, with two swords in hand, and the mystic blade and spirit blade still in the air. 4 swords were unleashed. Su Chen transformed into a storm, his steps light yet seemingly leisurely. In an instant, he reached the forefront of the battlefield. In that moment, he alleviated a lot of pressure from the lizardmen. The chaotic sword lights swirled and danced in the air, dazzling to behold. That is a human. How could a human help us? He must be a class changer here to level up. So strong, his strength should be on par with the elders. He looks about our age. We can't fall behind. The young lizardmen, all hot-blooded youths, were immediately stirred by Su Chen's valiant fighting spirit, igniting their desire for victory. Su Chen's expression was serious as he went on a killing spree. He was anxious, too anxious, so he unleashed all his killing moves.
Slay Bloodthirsty Fish Monster X3, gained experience points 1408, Slay Spiny Pufferfish X4, gained experience points 2502, Loot, 200 Poisonous Fish Spines, Slay Poison Tail Needlefish X1, Slay Venomous Mutant Swordfish X1, Slay. The only regret was that Su Chen's black and white dual swords had already been fused into the Frostflame Broken Sword. So now, he could only activate 4 swords simultaneously. But, one thing should not be forgotten. He had a blacksmithing skill. Refinement technique. Su Chen raised his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A sound like steel humming echoed. In the next moment, several beams of light flowed out from the bodies of many lizardmen. Additionally, many fish monster corpses also coalesced into long swords. A total of 3 temporary weapons were formed. Lizard Bone Green Blade, temporary weapon, Poisonous Fish Bone Sword, temporary weapon, Fish Scale Soft Sword, temporary weapon. 3 swords of different colors spun out, swirling around Su Chen. He pointed with his hand and gently waved. At the same time, his eyes sparkled. Suddenly, all 3 swords flew out, dancing wildly in the air, slashing at the fish swarm. In an instant, the sword shadows darted about, leaving one breathless. The terrifying efficiency of the massacre left the Lizardman clan in awe. Tua Zhan, on the ground, stared at the swirling sword shadows in disbelief. How can this human be so powerful? Even the elders probably can't match him, only my father can fight him. Tua Zhan clenched his fists, filled with shock. Clearly, he's about my age, Tua Zhan estimated based on appearances. He had seen Su Chen instantly kill Wang Yanghui, so he had some expectations. But he never imagined Su Chen would be this strong, far beyond his expectations. After upgrading the skill sword control to platinum, Su Chen could easily manipulate multiple swords simultaneously without losing power. Su Chen set a goal for himself in his mind. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, he would kill this boss and then leave this dungeon. Behind him, the Lizardman clan leader Tuo Gang watched Su Chen fight with his back turned. This person is indeed quite strong. With this human ally, perhaps we can survive this great calamity, he murmured, feeling a bit relieved that he had made the right decision. Ancestors, please bless us. His expression was devout as he used a large blade to cut open his forehead. Blood flowed out, splattering onto the great sword. Then he swung the blade, scattering the green blood into mist that spread throughout the area. Boom! A tremendous surge of enhancement power radiated out, transforming into glowing specks that flowed over everyone. The combat power of all the lizardmen received a massive boost. Speed and strength increased significantly. This is the clan leader's skill. So much power. I feel like my physical abilities have increased by at least 30%, the lizardmen exclaimed. This was Tuo Gang's first time using this skill. He had just comprehended it at level 49. Bloodline Inspiration, using blood as a catalyst, enhances all allied units of the same race in a wide area. When this skill is activated, it continuously drains health, and for every ally that gains a buff, it increases the health drain by 0.1% per second. Su Chen recognized this skill. It was a skill of the Blood Blade Warrior class, crucial in team battles. However, the percentage health drain was terrifying. It was impossible to maintain for long. Each person lost 0.1% health. With over 300 lizardmen present, that meant a health drain of over 30% per second. Tuo Gang would surely die in less than 4 seconds, right? Su Chen was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected him to use such a skill. Just as he hesitated, a furious roar came from behind Su Chen. Tuo Gang charged forward. He rushed to the front line, standing 50 meters to Su Chen's right, wildly swinging his large blade. He protected some young ones behind him. In his hand was an extremely thick, pitch-black cleaver, nearly the size of Su Chen himself. It was commonly known as a horse-slaying sword. This weapon was incredibly heavy. Every swing Tuo Gang made sent out a massive green blade aura. His scales were dark green, but one could see the bulging muscles beneath. With a casual swing, the blade aura flew and slashed over 10 meters, the aura seeming to burn, inscribed with the sacred language of the lizardmen. This sword technique was not merely for cutting, it was like hammering. Because the blade was too heavy, it lost its sharpness. The blade aura was mixed with a blood-red glow. Each strike could smash dozens or even hundreds of monster fish into minced meat and mush. Su Chen felt inferior in terms of this area attack. Aside from the dragon slaying technique and the drunken sword style, he realized he had very few skills with such a wide range. Yet Tuo Gang had such a large attack range with every ordinary attack. This was the gap between the peak of the fourth transition and the third transition. It was like a chasm. Indeed, Su-chen had a 30-fold increase in sword technique power, but he still held a great deal of caution towards Tuogang, the burly Lizardman clan leader. After all, the opponent was nearly at the peak of the fourth transition. Before the fourth transition, everyone was weak. Once the fourth transition began, it marked a watershed moment. The strength of a fourth-tier profession is fundamentally on a different level compared to those of the third tier. By the time you reach the fourth tier, you can already encounter some core skills of the profession, even skills from the mid to late stages. You might see second-tier characters challenging third-tier ones, or first-tier characters challenging second-tier ones, but you rarely see third-tier characters challenging fourth-tier ones because it's just too difficult. Su-chen could at most challenge level 41 or 42, and that would be quite a stretch. The power of peak fourth-tier skills is simply not on the same level as third-tier skills. It's a qualitative change. Su-chen estimated that if he really fought against Tuogang, it would likely be a 50-50 chance, and he might even find himself at a disadvantage. He would have to fully activate his origin sword body, along with many diamond-level skills, forcibly suppressing with lower skill quality just to have a chance to fight back. If he wanted to solo kill, there was only one way to do it, and that was to use the Killing God's Blade. After all, this was a challenge that exceeded more than 10 levels. Even a certain young master of the Shao family wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Fortunately, I cleverly resolved the incident of stealing the holy egg. Otherwise, being double-teamed by the lizardmen and the boss would definitely lead to a miserable death. Su-chen thought coldly as he looked ahead. A dense swarm of bloodthirsty blackfish surged forward like locusts. In just a few blinks, several lizardmen were gnawed down to their bones, but Tuogang was simply too fierce in his position. Those fish could never break through. The fish swarm, which surged like a tide, was actually forced back by Tuogang, creating a huge vacuum gap. The ice surface shattered under his fierce wind. His heavy and powerful blade was enough for one person to match dozens. Just as Tuogang's health dropped to 10%, he suddenly trembled, letting out a roar. His green muscles bulged, making his body appear as if clad in armor, and then a violent blood light spread from within him. Buzz! A strange sound echoed. In the next moment, the rotting flesh of the shattered fish in the air was drawn towards him, absorbed by his skin and flowing into his body. A flash of blood light flickered, and his health began to recover wildly. He killed while frantically absorbing blood, refining the corpses into health to restore himself. Several lizardman elders raised their hands and formed a formation, enveloping Tuogang within it, further enhancing his combat power. Tuogang looked like a fierce god. Roar! He let out an ancient lizardman language, akin to a beast's roar. His upper body's clothing burst apart, revealing his entire body covered in ancient tribal tattoos. This middle-aged clan leader was indeed fierce. He could be said to be a treasure sword that had not aged. For a moment, his health maintained at 80%, neither up nor down, losing 30% health per second. Yet he could maintain at 80%. This blood-sucking ability was simply terrifying. Even a platinum-level black-edged sword couldn't absorb like this. Su-chen's eyes narrowed. Right, I almost forgot. The profession trait of the Blood Blade Warrior is its powerful blood-sucking ability. Other professions use mental power to release skills, but the Blood Blade Warrior consumes very little mental power for skills, instead using health points as the cost to release skills. What this brings is their powerful blood-sucking ability, allowing them to sustain long battles. However, even so, there were not many Blood Blade Warriors as fierce as Tuogang. He could maintain the battle enhancement buff for the entire clan while keeping his health very healthy. With a teammate like this, it was stable. Su-chen's gaze flickered, feeling quite invigorated. This clan leader was strong. With him around, they could definitely crush the myriad fish monsters faster. But he couldn't slack off. He had to resolve this quickly. Su-chen focused on the group of fish monsters ahead and activated his Eye of Insight. Only by thoroughly understanding the information about this boss could he fight better. Ice Lake Devourer, King of 10,000 Fish, Hidden Boss, Level 49, Current Health, Unharmed, can only be harmed after entering the second phase. 5-dimensional attributes, incapable of measurement. Group Monster Boss. Current phase attributes cannot be measured. Skills: Air Swim, all fish can swim in the air. Dominating Will, all fish monsters are led by a common main consciousness. Bloodthirst of 10,000 Fish, any fish that gnaws on flesh will immediately heal a random companion's wounds. Bone Melting Poison, every fish's fangs, scales, and blood contain deadly poison.
with a very high toxicity level. If contaminated and not detoxified, death is certain, with the time of death depending on level. Lower levels die faster, while higher levels can last longer. Bone spike chaos, poison-laden fish shoot out, severely injuring enemies. Thousand scales poison rain, a large-scale slaughter skill. After casting, thousands of fish fly into the air and self-destruct, with scales coated in poison raining down like a storm, annihilating all enemies on the battlefield. Hidden phase true form of the giant fish demon. When 10,000 fish are slain, all fish will gather and coalesce into a massive fish demon. All skills of the boss evolve in this phase. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. This boss was truly terrifying. Group bosses were extremely rare in both of Su Chen's lives. He had hardly seen a few. He never expected to battle such a fearsome fish demon today. The most troublesome skill of this boss was the Thousand Scales Poison Rain, a large-scale area attack. If the boss were to use this skill carelessly, Su Chen could survive, but the hundreds of young lizard men on the battlefield would likely be wiped out. At that point, Su Chen would be left isolated and helpless. He had the source sword body, but after all, he was only at the third transition. To attempt to solo kill this D-level dungeon boss was, to be honest, nearly impossible. So he needed these lizard men. Su Chen furrowed his brows and said solemnly, and the most despairing point is, at this stage, all our attacks are in vain. We cannot inflict even a bit of damage on the boss. Everything is merely paving the way for entering the second phase. Su Chen gripped the sword hilt tightly, feeling his fingers tremble. Fortunately, these lizard men did not possess the Eye of Insight skill. Otherwise, once they scanned this truth, they would surely feel immense pressure. Su Chen swung his sword more frantically. Isn't it just 10,000 fish? The greater the storm, the more experience the fish have. Su Chen, will not rest until the end. Within 10 minutes, killing this fish boss was still his unchanged goal. He had to break through this dungeon. Su Chen charged to the front, shouting loudly, "Warriors of the Lizard Clan, I have an important message. We must kill 10,000 fish before this boss reveals its true form. Until then, all our attacks are in vain. Please give it your all." Su Chen's voice echoed across the battlefield. Although this would bring them greater pressure, it would also provide greater motivation. The warriors hesitated for a moment. Then their dark green eyes became resolute, nodding in agreement. This human must have used some skill to scan this precious information. I find it highly credible. Yes, he is also in battle. There's no reason for him to deceive us. If we die, he will die a miserable death too. A few lizardman warriors exchanged glances and said, "Hoof." Tuo Zhan was somewhat displeased but merely snorted coldly. He had to admit that Su Chen's information might save many of his kin. Personal grudges had to be set aside for now. Most importantly, he called us warriors. A few lizardmen's eyes sparkled. Warriors were equivalent to comrades among humans. It was the most honorable and supreme title, representing absolute recognition. The way Su Chen called him a warrior was like honey on his lips. So sweet. It directly captured all the young lizardmen. Damn. He actually called me a warrior. My father has never called me that. Someone said with a hint of a sob. I'm crying. We lizardmen fight our whole lives just for this recognition. Warrior. Warrior. He actually thinks I'm a warrior? I've been a coward my whole life. Suppressed by the elders. Looked down upon by my parents. Bullied by my brothers. Ignored by the clan leader. Detained by the battle elder after school. Only he called me a warrior. Damn it. I'm going to fight with all my might. Damn. Why am I getting fired up? If I kill one more fish today, it won't be a disgrace to this guy calling me a warrior. The lizard men of the Wooka tribe instantly seemed to be injected with adrenaline. They all charged forward. Some even rushed to the front of the elders, Su Chen, and the clan leader. They were fighting with their lives, even if their bodies were riddled with wounds. Battered by the fish monsters, no one gave up swinging their weapons. There were mage lizardmen, berserker lizardmen, and tank lizardmen. All professions were fighting with all their might. Even if they were dying, they had to take down a few more fish. Each one was more spirited than the last. Each one more manly. Su Chen knew this was all because of his call of warrior. He had done it intentionally. He had dealt with lizardmen before and knew the value of the title warrior. Calling a lizardman a warrior was equivalent to giving a human a million without any strings attached. It was like awarding someone the Nobel Prize before their awakening day. This joy, this pride of being recognized, was the exclusive adrenaline of the lizardman tribe. The effect was incredibly powerful. It could even bring a substantial boost in combat power. The clan leader watched the scene of all the children fighting. momentarily stunned.
His green pupils trembled slightly.
A bit surprised. Can it really be done this way?
He had never thought of inspiring these young warriors with the title of warrior.
After all,
the lizard tribe was very conservative and ancient. As the clan leader, he had to set an example and abide by the rules throughout his life. The title of warrior was worth its weight in gold and could not be casually bestowed. So even facing such a great battle, he did not abandon the rules. But Suchen had no such constraints. He spoke casually, without any real significance.
Yet it helped immensely. Very well, our Wukka tribe will definitely win. Tuagang frowned, his face icy.
He was a true warrior, declared by the previous clan leader himself. Therefore, he was the strongest lizard man here.
To protect the younger generation, he was even willing to fight to the death.
His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he wielded his broadsword.
The overwhelming pressure of his level 49 spread out with a roar.
The surrounding fish monsters were immediately drawn to his power and charged at him.
Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of monstrous fish surged forward, engulfing him.
They formed a dense sphere, filled with writhing monsters.
If they could devour Tuagang, the boss might level up to 50. At that point, the game would end.
No, clan leader, you can't die. Clan leader, elder, hurry and save the clan leader. The lizard men were on the verge of tears.
In that moment,
they heard Tuagang's voice from within the encirclement of fish,
resolute and powerful.
Our Wukka tribe must leave this dungeon and return to the lizard tribe.
We must shed the title of the exiled sinner and let the Wukka tribe return to our ancestors. We must complete the main tribe's punishment task and return to the tribe.
Ancestors, I want to fulfill your dream. Slay the fish demon,
and gain the main tribe's recognition for the Wukka tribe.
In my generation, Tuagang howled to the sky, his voice filled with battle intent. With a whoosh, he spun and unleashed a terrifying skill. Shockwave Blade was a simple name for a skill, but it was a platinum-grade skill. Unleashed by a powerful warrior who had undergone 4 transformations, the might was simply terrifying. The pale white blade aura transformed into shockwaves, spreading outwards. It shattered hundreds of monstrous fish in the sky into fragments.
Tuagang, bloodied, appeared before everyone, his braids in disarray.
Chieftain,
so strong, to annihilate so many fish with a single strike. Tuagang's expression was icy, gritting his teeth as he continued to fight. By now,
they had collectively killed over 1,000 fish. Victory was within reach. He raised his hand and gripped tightly, his body spinning outwards. The massive broadsword coalesced into a dark green phantom of a blade,
over 3 meters long.
As his body spun rapidly, the platinum-grade skill, Frenzied Lizard Tail Slash, activated. His tail wrapped around the blade, and with a sudden motion like a whirlwind, he slashed out. The blade aura formed a gigantic tornado vortex, sucking in countless monsters around and turning them into mush.
The power of the blade aura was no less than that of sword energy.
This sword was extremely heavy, yet it spun at such a high speed that it even stirred the air into a strong wind.
Beside him, Suchen couldn't help but click his tongue at the sight. This chieftain is strong. With him, the boss battle will be much easier.
Having a powerful teammate feels so good.
In this life, Suchen often played the lone wolf. Now, he finally remembered the feeling of having teammates.
Next, with this sword, I'll send you directly into the second phase.
Suchen casually shook his hand. Ding!
The frost flame broken sword emitted a crisp sword cry.
Then he leaped into the air,
using several suspended swords as steps,
overlapping and floating upwards. He bent down and ran, stepping on the sword blades to ascend.
The light wave step was like a startled swan,
taking several steps into the air.
Amidst the chaotic shadows of the fish swarm,
Suchen stood tall in the sky, his posture upright, hair billowing.
The tattered cloak rustled. He swung his sword.
In the next moment, a massive dragon's roar echoed through the air. It was as if a real dragon let out a mournful cry before being slain.
Slash!
Dragon! Formula!
Buzz! A golden light burst forth in the air, the brilliant sword energy resembling a crescent-shaped blanket,
covering the heavens and the earth.
The golden sword energy was only a thin layer,
obscuring the clouds.
Thousands of fish were slaughtered. Countless blood splatters rained down from the sky. This sword's range was immense,
extending 70 to 80 meters. It spanned the air. Countless fish monsters exploded, torn into countless fragments by the frenzied, scalding sword energy, some even igniting spontaneously. The left half of the fish monsters was completely frozen into frost sculptures, then shattered into icy dust. The other half ignited, turning to black ash and vanishing. The frost flame broken sword Zathix was triggered. In an instant, the sky was filled with ice blue and blazing fire, flashing and intertwining. After the sword energy dissipated, Su Chen landed, casually flicking the sword blade, exuding utmost elegance. Everyone present was left speechless at this scene. Judging from the special effects, Su Chen's sword was even more terrifying than their chieftain's skill. The level of coolness was not even comparable. Of course, the number of fish monsters killed by both was roughly the same. However, Su Chen's skill was a diamond grade 1, and its shock value was indeed more overwhelming. How can a human's skill be so terrifying? Could it be that their race's skill tree is different from ours? Humans seem to lack any racial talents. How did he manage that? What exactly is his profession? Even the elders don't have skills with such a wide range. People exclaimed in shock. Tuozhan snorted coldly and said, "Humph, they've never seen the world. His profession is most likely a swordmaster. His skills are just flashy. How could their power compare to my father's?" The lizard warriors calmed down a bit upon hearing this. That is indeed. Grandiose doesn't necessarily mean powerful. There are plenty of skills that are just for show. Indeed, Tuogang, as their chieftain, held an unparalleled status in their hearts. He was a level 49 class changer. One step further, and he would reach level 50. 2 more levels, and he could almost break into the 5th transformation. 5 transformations. That is definitely a master level powerhouse. But Su Chen is too young. No matter how strong he is, it is unlikely for him to break through to the 4th transformation at this age. So there is still a huge gap between him and their clan leader. After calming down, everyone stopped marveling and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the battle to defend their homeland. After Su Chen landed, his gaze was icy. This sword of mine has enough power to kill at least 1,000 fish, but there are no signs of entering the 2nd stage? It should be just a few more. Slay long-tailed poison band fish x3, slay fawn-toothed redwood fish, slay. The continuous prompt sounds rang out. Gained experience points x680, 000. Su Chen immediately leveled up twice, reaching level 37. He quickly allocated 20 free attribute points to his mental strength, bringing it to 250. Suddenly, the school of fish seemed to boil, jumping in mid-air as if stranded. Then, thousands of fish soared into the sky. Their bodies gradually swelled, as if they were about to explode. Su Chen's eyes widened. This is the 1,000-scale poison rain. Once this ultimate area attack is unleashed, all the lizard men will die. Only Tuogang and a few elders can withstand it. I'm afraid I will also have to expend a lot of mental strength to survive. It must be interrupted. Just as Su Chen was about to act, a female lizard man, in her final moments, wielded her spear and pierced through a fish monster's body. The female lizardman's gaze was desolate. Blood spewed from her mouth, and she died from the deadly poison. But with her life, she successfully killed the 10,000th fish. Su Chen had killed thousands, and Tuogang had also slain thousands. Together with the hundreds of lizardmen fighting to the death for these few minutes, they had collectively killed thousands of fish. The greater the number, the greater the power. Finally, they reached 10,000. In mid-air, all the poisonous scaled fish that were about to explode suddenly disintegrated, their skills interrupted. What a great interruption! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, the sky and earth changed color, and the fish monsters let out a shrill yet mixed roar of anger. Few people have likely heard the sound of fish. It was terrifying enough to stop a child's night cries. The dense school of fish began to converge towards a central point, like a raging tide, like a vast river flowing. As the fish gathered in one place, they gradually coalesced into a supergigantic blood-colored monster fish. It was formed by the bodies of thousands of monster fish stitched together. One could even see many fish in the central area being crushed and rotting. Pus and juices flowed. Toxic water splashed everywhere. Finally, a grotesquely distorted giant piranha hovered in mid-air. Its massive body resembled a giant ship. Judging by its size, it was at least 100 meters long. Its scales were thick and bloodied, covered in mutated patterns. This is it. The true appearance of this fish demon recorded in the ancestral murals. Exactly the same. So terrifying. The lizard man warriors trembled in fear. Tuogang's body also shook. The clan leader Tuogang's expression darkened as he gripped his large knife tightly.
What he witnessed today made him realize that the terror of this fish demon far exceeded the records in the ancestors' murals. Its body was covered in writhing fish, dense and rotting. It was as if a creature had crawled out from hell. How strong must our ancestors have been to successfully seal this fiend back then? Could it be that our Wukka clan was also a prestigious family back then? Tuogang furrowed his brows, pondering silently. Forget it, no need to think so much. Now that this fiend has been sealed by our ancestors' formation for 100 years, its strength has already diminished greatly compared to 100 years ago. Today, we must completely kill it to honor the painstaking arrangements of our ancestors. Tuogang roared and charged forward. He wrapped his tail around the broad horse-slaying knife, transforming into a green whirlwind, rushing forward, unstoppable. Beside him, the ancient runes of the Lizardman clan flickered, enhancing his power. These are the enhancements given to him by the elders. Several elders, all at the fourth transition, come from different professions. There are support-type formation masters and combat-type elemental mages among them. They are all quite old, around 40 years of age, with wrinkled faces and white beards. At 40, they are equivalent to 60 or 70 in human years, nearing the end of their lives, already in their twilight years. Therefore, the elders do not hesitate to risk their lives, charging out alongside the clan leader. After all, they are close to death. Dying in battle is the most honorable way for the lizardmen. The faith of these elders is extremely pure, even more so than that of the young. So no one shrinks back. Children, fight! Several elders encouraged in unison. They led the charge, fighting with their lives. Colorful skills shot forth. Su Chen, on the side, did not immediately take action. Instead, he scanned the data of this boss. It was in the second phase, and the combat power of the fierce demon was rising. He had to act cautiously. Ice Lake Devourer King of 10,000 Fish entered second phase, level 49 current health, 100% strength, 1,800 points constitution, 1,640 points agility, 829 points spirit, 1 point luck, 1 point skills, air and water freedom. Its massive body can swim through the air and can treat air as water, generating waves out of thin air to amplify skill power. True master of 10,000 fish, all fish monsters are governed by a common master consciousness, and now the 10,000 fish have gathered. It has become powerful. Bloodthirsty demon fish, every piece of its flesh is composed of numerous living poisonous fish, making its entire body an organ of attack, including its scales. When any fish bites into the flesh of a class changer, it greatly heals the boss's own injuries. Soul dissolving venom, its entire body is infused with deadly poison. Once contaminated, death is almost certain, and the higher the player's level, the slower the poison's effect. 10,000 scales poison rain, the boss's strongest skill, separating tens of thousands of fish from its body to self-destruct, causing scales laced with venom to rain down and obliterate everything. Living fish swarm armor, its surface is covered with dense mutated fish. They will devour any attacking force that attempts to approach, weakening the attack power. Tail slap, 1800 points of strength, 1,640 points of constitution. Su Chen was truly stunned. This health and attack power were simply off the charts. 4-digit strength and constitution attributes, absolutely thick blood and high attack. Even if this boss stood still in front of Su Chen and let him strike, he would have to hit for a while. The constitution attribute not only represents health and defense but also affects the hidden attribute of self-healing. It is well known that all living beings have self-healing abilities. Even ordinary humans quickly scab over after a wound, and cells autonomously heal the flesh. Increasing the constitution attribute also enhances self-healing ability. And with this boss's constitution attribute reaching this value, it means that even without blood-sucking skills, its wounds can automatically heal at an astonishing rate. Its attack power is also terrifying. A casual normal attack could potentially take Su Chen out in an instant. After all, it is a fourth transition boss. It was originally meant to challenge multiple teams of fourth transition strength. Normally, a single fourth transition team would struggle to take it down. Typically, such hidden bosses require a dozen or so class changers of the same realm to work together to defeat. This is what is known as a raid boss. And for Su Chen, a third transition individual, to get involved is truly a challenge beyond his level. Far too difficult. The attributes are far more terrifying than I expected. Today's battle will be extremely difficult. Su Chen gritted his teeth, gripping the sword tightly. Looking around, the lizardmen warriors of the Mist Kaka tribe had been slaughtered, scattered and broken, with only a little over 100 still capable of fighting. The rest were injured, crippled, or dead. Everywhere were the green bodies of lizard men. This fish demon is considered one of the most terrifying types among the 4-turn bosses. Its level is the same as that of the clan leader, Tugan, both at level 49. However, the total attributes of one person versus one monster differ by several times, even more than 10 times. After all, apart from strength, Tugan's other attributes are not high. This is normal. At the same level, monsters' attributes are inherently enough to crush several similarly leveled job changers. Su-chen knew that this battle would result in heavy casualties. But, what does it matter how thick your blood is? Su-chen said fearlessly, his brow furrowed, speaking in a low voice. In 10 minutes, I will slay you. My goal remains unchanged. 4 minutes have already passed. 6 minutes left. That's enough. Su-chen's feet danced lightly as he flew forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 temporary weapons beneath his feet, the lizard bone green blade, the venomous fish bone sword, and the fish scale soft sword, served as suspended steps. He advanced in overlapping strides, paving a path for himself. This allowed him to ascend step by step, charging toward the fish monster boss. The light wave step indeed made his body lighter, allowing Su-chen to move at incredible speed, gliding as if flying close to the ground. But ultimately, he could not truly take flight. So if Su-chen wanted to engage in close combat with this boss that swam in the air, there was only one way. That was to use his sword as a step and fight in the sky. The sword could not support Su-chen in the air for long. That was natural. However, it could still hold him up for a brief moment. This was the underlying logic that made this method feasible. Su-chen stepped onto the sword blade and soared into the air, gripping his dual swords. The black-edged sword and the thought-condensed blade danced around him as he moved. Flying in the air, one person wielding multiple swords charged toward the boss. The lizard men watching this scene all trembled in their eyes. This person really isn't afraid of death. The young warriors gripped their weapons tightly, panting heavily, yet no one retreated. My parents have already died in battle. No matter what, I cannot let their efforts go to waste. Today, we must slay this boss. My brother and sister are also dead. I am the only one left in my family. We must win, even if it means death. We must kill it. We've finally entered the second phase. Let's work together. If we kill him, we might level up. With the clan leader and elders here, we will definitely win. Everyone encouraged each other as they charged toward the towering boss, like a swarm of ants. But before they could finish speaking, whoosh! Suddenly, the fish swarm on the boss's surface coalesced into a spiraling long whip. Like a 100-meter-long needle, it shot out. A female elder of the mist lizard tribe did not dodge in time. She was pierced through her body. The attack organ formed from the fish swarm exploded within her. Boom! Countless fish swirled up, exploding from her body. In an instant, the elder was devoured, reduced to nothingness. A 4-turn elder was obliterated in one strike. This was the gap in strength. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Elder, killed in an instant? How is that possible? The elder is a 4-turn. In an instant, all the excitement dissipated, and a shadow of despair enveloped everyone. Even 2 young female lizard warriors, whose faith was not strong enough, dropped their helmets and armor, turning to flee. The fear in their hearts shattered their reason. However, although the myriad fish monsters coalesced into the boss's main body, it did not mean that the surrounding fish monsters' encirclement had vanished. There were still thousands of fish surrounding them, making escape impossible. Those few who fled were instantly devoured by the edge fish monsters. Watching the tragic death of their companions, the lizard warriors felt their limbs go weak. Su-chen's expression was emotionless. Boss battles were inherently like this. Not to mention this was a D-level dungeon, where the difficulty was already extremely high. Death and injury were nothing unusual. He rushed a few steps to the boss, swung his sword, and struck. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder enchantment sword was powerful, flashing with lightning as its blade slashed wildly. Su-chen tilted his head back and drank a few mouthfuls of wine, activating the drunken sword technique. He maintained his movement in mid-air while circling around the boss, unleashing the raging rain-shattering phoenix sword. This was the skill with the highest attack frequency, combined with the sword energy effect of the drunken sword technique. Suddenly, he resembled a mobile artillery platform, crazily slashing out crescent-shaped sword energy in an unending stream. However, the boss's health didn't drop much. There was no helping it. Its health was just too thick. And there was one more crucial thing, the fish scale armor on the boss's surface. These fish were alive and covered in sharp teeth. When Su Chen's sword energy approached, the fish would open their mouths to bite,
shattering the sword energy and diminishing its power.
A single sword energy had to endure the gnawing of dozens of fish, which significantly weakened its impact.
Thus, the actual damage dealt was reduced.
Fortunately, I have the sharp stone earrings,
which are incredibly useful. 40% armor penetration. No matter what kind of living fish armor it was,
there would still be 40% of the sword energy damage penetrating through to strike the interior.
So, in just under 10 seconds of output,
Su Chen managed to make the boss lose nearly 4% of its health. That was already quite impressive. While Su Chen was fighting with all his might,
the clan leader Tuogan was not idle.
He had already charged to the position of the fish head, fighting with all his strength. With a swing of his large blade, a massive green blade phantom coalesced, rising high above him.
Mountain Splitter Blade creates a large blade phantom, dealing bonus damage to large bosses. This strike came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom.
The airborne boss was actually pushed back by the tremendous force by more than 2 meters.
Beneath Tuogang, the 1,000-year-old thick ice on the ground cracked open a huge gap. The boss directly lost 5% of its health. Not bad, Su Chen thought to himself. As expected of the D-level dungeon's native clan leader, Tuogang was indeed fierce. After all, if he didn't have some strength as the clan leader, how could the Wukka tribe survive in this desolate land? Normally, Blood Blade warriors had skills that were the color of red blood, but clan leader Tuogang was a lizard man, and his blood was green, so the skills he conjured glowed a dark green. This added a unique sense of pressure. The two others also rushed over, fighting with all their might. Tuogang slammed his large blade and shouted to the warriors behind him, "Warriors, what are you hesitating for? The fate of the Wukka tribe rests on this one strike." The two surviving elders also shouted in their aged voices, "Warriors, do not let the sacrifices of your fathers, daughters, and siblings be in vain." The combined assault of several strong fighters yielded significant results, indicating a chance of victory. Coupled with the clan leader and elders' shouts, it finally reignited the fighting spirit of the Lizardman warriors. Among them, only Tua Zhan did not waver, because he was the clan leader's son. He closely followed his father, outputting as much damage to the boss as possible. Although young, Tua Zhan's thoughts were still somewhat naive. However, his admiration for his family and father was very pure. Su Chen moved on the sword blade, circling the boss and outputting damage frantically. He couldn't afford to stop. Because the sword control skill couldn't maintain his hovering for long, he could only use the sword blade as a stepping stone, stepping and moving to avoid falling. Amidst his full output, Su Chen suddenly caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood and decaying poison. He raised his arm, and his expression sharpened. He noticed that his skin was starting to sprout purple hair and fungal spots, beginning to rot. This boss's toxicity is so intense that even the surrounding air is laced with deadly poison? Su Chen was utterly shocked. He immediately took out his ancient serpent poison gland and squeezed out 3 drops of liquid. Drinking 3 drops at once was bitter beyond measure. But the moment he swallowed, all the toxins in his body dissipated. He gained temporary high-level immunity to toxins. Truly an epic great item. Its effect was remarkably strong. Moreover, the most impressive part was that this serpent gland had the ability to self-cultivate. It can continuously produce snake bile. As long as Su Chen carries it, he will never fear toxic attacks in the future. However, the snake bile can only produce 5 or 6 drops at a time, just enough for Su Chen to detoxify himself. The Lizardman warriors can only fend for themselves. The surrounding toxic mist is so thick that, apart from the elders and the clan leader, these Lizardman warriors will soon all be dead. In less than 3 minutes, they will be completely wiped out. They are truly exchanging their lives for victory. Su Chen's expression was icy. To be honest, if it weren't for these lizardmen, Su Chen would definitely want to run away. Alone, he could never defeat this boss. Now that I have this group of lizardmen helping me share the boss's attack power and attention, I can unleash my full output. This is an extremely precious opportunity. I must kill this boss before the lizardmen are exterminated. Once all the lizardmen are dead, the boss's attention will be entirely focused on Su Chen, and he will be under immense pressure. Su Chen let out a low, furious roar and swung his sword. He unleashed the dragon slaying technique once again. This diamond-level skill consumes an enormous amount of mental energy. After using it this time, Su Chen had very little mental energy left, but he had to use the sword to break the boss's defenses and create an opportunity for Tuogang to deal damage. Now, Apart from Su Chen, the strongest on the field was the clan leader Tuogang. However, the clan leader did not have the sharp stone earrings and lacked the ability to penetrate the live fish armor, so most of his attacks were negated. If Su Chen wanted to end the battle quickly, he had to coordinate. He raised his hand and waved. Ding! A crisp sound of the sword echoed across the battlefield for 100 meters. The golden sword light surged forth, and the majestic sword mark was as substantial as reality. Boom! The boss let out a mournful cry. Directly struck by this sword, the enormous golden sword energy was blinding. All the lizardmen gasped in shock. The usually calm clan leader Tuogang couldn't help but tremble in his pupils. Su Chen's expression was icy as he gripped the sword and poured all the sword energy into it. A boss of such massive size naturally triggered the affix of the dragon slaying technique. Stop the flood. The larger the enemy's size, the greater the power increase. With a maximum of 1000%, current power increase, 670%, that is a 7 times power boost. The sword energy was overwhelming, roaring like a mountain collapse and tsunami, devastating everything in its path. This sword, while not capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, was the strongest sword Su Chen could unleash at the moment. The trollfish boss was struck hard. It let out a roar and was sent flying back 7 or 8 meters, even sliding across the ice. Countless fish on its surface were shredded into mush by this sword, splattering everywhere. Its body revealed a horizontal gash, blood gushing out. Although the wound was not deep, just a broken scale, the internal feeling was still abyss-like, filled with writhing fish, resembling countless maggots. A long, pitch-black blood trail, several meters long, appeared on the ice, with toxic water flowing, dyeing the ice a dark red. The horizontal wound on the boss's body stretched almost from head to tail. The power of this sword was too great. For a moment, the live fish armor couldn't fill that massive long wound. The sword energy from the drunken sword style is determined by the power of your skill. The stronger the skill triggered, the greater the power. Using the dragon slaying technique with a 7 times power increase, combined with the sword energy from the drunken sword style, 2 diamond level skills stacked together, the demon fish king instantly lost 22% of its health. This damage was truly immediate. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The affix effect of the dragon slaying technique was indeed a bit too fierce. If it hadn't triggered the 7 times power boost, even the dragon slaying technique couldn't have dealt such high damage. The clan leader Tuogang couldn't help but exclaim. He actually dealt such a large wound with this sword. We must seize this opportunity to severely injure the boss. It has completely regarded Su Chen as an ally of the Mist clan in its heart. Without Su Chen, it might not have even entered the second phase yet. So, there is a bit of gratitude in its heart. This sword strike can only be executed by a 4-turn expert. This person is so young, almost the same age as Xiao Zhan. Yet he is already 4-turn? At his age, I was probably only at the mid-level of 3-turn. After this battle, if I survive, I must recruit this person. This person has limitless potential. With such an ally, the Mist clan will have no worries about growing in the future. Even if they are from a different race, what does it matter? Even if they are human, it doesn't matter. Friends are always welcome. The battle today has caused heavy casualties within the clan. One elder has died, and he himself might also be seriously injured. This is just the present. Later, all the elders might even die. The Mist clan is severely weakened. If he dies too, then his son Tuozhan will take over the tribe, and it will definitely be in turmoil. At that time, external support will be needed to stabilize the situation. Moreover, the main clan might also engage in intrigue here. This world is too complex, and the next generation of young lizardmen is too naive. Tuogang is very clear that he must pave the way before he dies. He roars, his passion surging forth. He strides forward, dragging the enormous heavy saber behind him, leaving a long deep ravine in his wake. With each step he takes, the saber seems to grow heavier. This posture is the platinum grade skill, dragging blade stance. The dragging blade technique is an ancient combat stance for large sabers, where the heavy blade is dragged behind, using inertia to unleash hidden power during battle. It can be said to be the unity of the blade and the person, moving with the blade. This move appears slow and clumsy, almost like slow motion, and sways awkwardly, yet its power is immense, opening and closing with great force. It can significantly amplify the power of all skills. Moreover, it can change the form of all skills. Tuogang charges straight to the boss,
raising his blade to deliver several brutal slashes.
Boom! 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 Each strike is a powerful sword skill.
The green blade light is inscribed with flickering runes,
and the impact is extremely exaggerated. The boss lets out a hoarse howl, gradually being pushed back. Tua Gang is indeed a level 49 expert. His full force attack is remarkably effective. After Su Chen breaks the boss's armor, he can directly attack the core, maximizing the damage.
Coupled with the attacks from the lizard warriors nearby,
the boss's health quickly drops below 63%, but Tua Gang's own health also instantly falls to 15%.
Blood Blade warriors consume health when releasing skills. Dropping from 80% to 15% indicates that he has used several powerful skills.
Generally, Blood Blade warriors do not let their health drop below 40% during battle,
or it becomes very dangerous. But Tua Gang knows that now Su Chen has finally shattered the boss's living armor, creating an opportunity for him to deal damage.
He naturally cannot let this chance slip away. Enduring some risk is worth it.
He grits his teeth and roars. Absorbing the monster remains on the ground to recover some health. Then he unleashes a furious sword technique once again. The lizard warriors are also fearless, charging forward. They all use their skills to attack.
Don't forget, this is a D-level dungeon. Even the weakest natives start at 3-turn. Strictly speaking, their levels are similar to Su Chen's, and some are even higher. With so many 3-turn lizard warriors, their damage cannot be low,
so they must not be underestimated. They hold great importance in this battle.
After several seconds, the boss's health decreases again. The boss finally becomes completely enraged.
It is the hidden king of this dungeon,
sealed for 100 years,
and has endless rage that has nowhere to vent.
Even after slaughtering hundreds of lizardmen, it cannot quell the hatred in its heart.
These ants dare to injure it severely. They are simply seeking death.
It gently swished its tail. Bang! The surrounding air was stirred up,
creating a massive wave of turbulence,
like a giant whale swinging its tail in the water.
Dozens of lizardmen instantly exploded into a mist of blood.
It sounds easy to say,
but one must understand that this was a group of third-tier warriors.
Before them,
a large group of living third-tier warriors turned to nothingness. The shock of it was terrifying beyond words.
The fourth-tier boss was truly absurdly powerful.
It suddenly flapped its body,
leaping up, like a fat dragon trembling menacingly in the air.
Its living scales began to churn,
blood rolling,
creating a waterfall of blood in midair. The blood and venom dripping from its body only highlighted its brutal savagery.
Then, its injuries gradually healed.
Quick, press the attack.
An elderly lizard man with white hair roared, but in the next moment, he fell,
losing several teeth. He then began to spit blood continuously, his whole body shaking violently as if he had suffered a stroke. The surrounding lizard warriors also let out waves of painful groans.
Everyone knelt down, spitting blood.
The blood they expelled turned pitch black.
Tua Gang turned to look and felt a heavy weight in his heart. Poisoned? Most of the warriors were poisoned.
They had been too close to the boss just now. Only a few dozen ranged fighters were lucky enough to avoid the poison.
Elder, tribe leader, so painful, so hurt. Aha!
The shrill screams echoed hoarsely from the younger generation of lizardmen.
Before long,
a large number of them died, and it was a death filled with intense suffering.
This poison brought immense pain. Even the tribe leader's son, Tua Zhan, looked dazed, kneeling and unable to rise. He was also poisoned. As a melee fighter, his level was higher than the others, so he didn't die immediately,
but he was not far from death.
The two elders, witnessing this scene,
were both on the verge of bursting with rage.
Yet,
they too suddenly spat blood,
kneeling and unable to rise. The fourth-tier elders were severely injured by the poison. Tua Gang's heart was bleeding.
The tribe was like a big family. All the lizardmen were like his children. The elders were like his teachers.
Now,
with the tribe suffering heavy casualties,
he felt immense sorrow.
Suddenly, he felt a slight numbness spreading throughout his body. He raised his hand to look. His entire body was unknowingly covered in purple veins. As the tribe leader, he was also
poisoned. Tua Gang stared intently at his blade, gritting his teeth, unable to believe this fact. His level was higher, so he didn't immediately lose his fighting ability.
He could hold out longer than those third-tier children,
but sadly,
he knew his time was also limited.
This fish,
the air around is actually poisonous.
Tua Gang swung his great sword,
his eyes filled with even more resolute fighting spirit.
Since death was inevitable,
there was nothing more to worry about.
Fight with his life. He roared and charged alone towards the boss. Su Chen soared through the air on his sword, closely pursuing the boss to deal damage. He wielded multiple weapons, the blades swirling and dancing in the air, slashing and stabbing at the boss. His mental energy was also burning wildly, leaving him with little left. Not good. The lizard warriors are almost all dead. Only a few dozen remain. In today's battle, this tribe is nearly facing extinction. Su Chen felt heavy-hearted, realizing he couldn't kill the boss within 10 minutes. If the lizard warriors stayed far away, they couldn't attack the boss. If they got too close, they would be poisoned to death. This challenge was truly too difficult. Everyone could only fill the gap with their lives. Only Su Chen had the ancient snake's poison resistance. Only he could ignore the poison. Ji Yao is being hunted by the Zheng family assassins. How can I continue to stay here? Damn boss. Su Chen's expression turned icy, sweat dripping from his forehead. As he swung the frost flame broken sword, creating afterimages, the ominous thunder coiled around the blade, emitting irregular flashes. Yet it did not disperse, instead remaining within a specific range, with arcs of electricity dancing in the air. This condensed thunder, dazzling and brilliant, was the most damaging. But this boss was truly a blood cow. No matter how strong Su Chen's attacks were, they could not inflict decisive, massive damage. Moreover, it was healing itself, and no matter how much he attacked, its health remained almost unchanged. At this rate, it seemed they were headed for a war of attrition. Suddenly, the boss trembled all over and unleashed a skill attack. Thousands of fish within it exploded, sending countless poisonous spines flying out, over 10,000 in total. An indiscriminate 360-degree wide-range attack, densely packed. If struck, one would likely die instantly. Su Chen gritted his teeth, activating his sword control skill, maneuvering multiple swords to fly down and intercept the attack aimed at several lizardmen. Clang, 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 clang. The blades shattered the spines, saving 5 or 6 people. His sword speed was indeed fast enough. This was not out of kindness, it was because the lizardmen were valuable combat power. A single lizard warrior's strength was indeed weak, but when dozens combined, the damage they could inflict on the boss was not inferior to Su Chen's. Su Chen himself barely defended with his Stormbreaker sword, ultimately only one spine piercing his shoulder. With a 30-fold speed boost from his original sword body, he could almost intercept all of the dense attacks. But still, some got through. Your deathmark layers. Unfortunately, Su Chen was immune to toxins. His only concern was the number of deathmark layers. Exceeding 10 layers would mean his immediate death. Su Chen's actions immediately earned him the goodwill of everyone. Thank you. Thank you. A few survivors, looking at the densely packed poisonous spines on the ground, were filled with dread. They shouted to the sky, expressing their gratitude to Su Chen. Without his sword protection, they would have undoubtedly been turned into sieves. Even Tua Zhan had to lower his head, no longer showing any defiance towards Su Chen. He had forcibly endured the poison and was left without combat strength. Had it not been for Su Chen, he would have died just now. Su Chen remained expressionless, offering no response. To leave this place quickly and save Ji Yao, he had to do his best to save others. It was a risk he had to bear. The last 2 surviving lizard elders, though poisoned, were still doing their utmost to protect the young warriors. The 2 elders even spread their arms, using their bodies to shield a warrior from all the poisonous spines. But Su Chen and the elders could not save everyone. Many others were pierced by the toxic needles and died, their bodies turning to pus. The number of Wukka warriors was once again reduced by more than half. Su Chen gritted his teeth, estimating his remaining mental energy. I have less than 30 to 40% mental energy left. This battle is in jeopardy. His heart sank. Perhaps he could only use his final killing move? The God of Death's Blade. No matter how much mental energy he had left, using the God of Death's Blade would immediately exhaust him. This was also the reason he had not used it from the start. The boss still had a lot of health remaining. At Su Chen's current level, even the God of Death's Blade would likely not be able to kill it in one strike. As Su Chen pondered, he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure coming from below. It made his entire body tremble. What powerful skill was brewing? He looked down and immediately saw the clan leader, Tuo Gang, his eyes trembling as he gazed at the last 2 elders before him. The 2 elders were covered in purple fur and rotting flesh, their time running short. Tuo Gang, we, the Wukka clan, have reached the brink of destruction. The 2 elders knelt, unable to rise, their voices old and trembling.
The intense pain from the poison made it impossible for them to speak coherently.
Their words coming out in fragments.
Only by exerting all their strength could they utter a few words.
Now, we are also poisoned.
You will use our lives as a sacrifice to unleash
that skill, no matter what.
We must win this battle and protect the children of the younger generation.
Even if it's just one more, we cannot let them perish. The young are hope. We are willing to die. The two elders spoke in unison.
In their eyes, there was a steadfastness that embraced death.
Upon hearing this, Tuagong's eyes turned red,
and his fists trembled. He had discovered a special skill of platinum quality in his early years,
its power nearly rivaling that of diamond level. This was a secret known only to the elders.
By fully activating it with his 4-turn realm,
its power would surely deal a heavy blow to the boss. It would be even stronger than that human's previous golden sword energy attack. All of Tuagong's attributes were focused on strength.
Coupled with the bonuses from his entire equipment, his strength attribute had reached a terrifying 680 points or more.
Even Su Chen's agility, boosted by his main attributes,
was only 350 points, nearly half of Tuagong's. This was the gap in realms.
Tuagong was well aware that the power of this skill was astonishing,
but he had never used it,
not even once in his life, because this skill had a fatal flaw, a truly fatal one, not a metaphor.
It required someone to voluntarily sacrifice their life to be unleashed.
The higher the realm of the sacrificer,
the greater the skill's power.
If two 4-turn elders sacrificed their lives,
then the power of this skill
would be greatly enhanced.
Even Tuagong himself did not know how powerful it could become.
Don't hesitate, child. Make your move.
The elder's face was filled with pain,
their body covered in purple long hair, already beginning to decay and disintegrate.
Pus flowed everywhere,
making them look ugly and hideous, devoid of dignity.
They referred to Tuagong as a child because they were older than him,
akin to his teachers.
All right,
Tuagong, heartbroken,
gritted his teeth and raised his blade to strike.
Without further words, he was extremely decisive. Swish, the blade sliced through, directly severing the necks of the two elders. In an instant, all their suffering was ended. The elders left with satisfied expressions, departing peacefully.
The young lizardmen warriors who were still alive behind them trembled at the sight.
The clan leader personally ended the elders' suffering? In front of Tuagong,
the bodies of the two elders fell to the ground.
Then, all the essence of life along with their blood flowed into Tuagong's long knife. The corpses transformed into pure life force.
The brilliance of the blood condensed into skill runes,
inscribed in the air,
and the terrifying power erupted forth.
Wait, it seems not so simple. Look at the clan leader's blade. What is the clan leader doing?
Everyone's gaze converged.
What is this skill? The clan leader has never used it before,
they exclaimed in surprise.
Everyone could feel the terrifying power coalescing. Within 100 meters, the wind swirled, and Su Chen's messy hair flew up.
He immediately scanned the information about this skill. Clan Guardian / Platinum Quality Great Blade Skill. The Great Blade gathers the power of life to form a massive blood blade that can slay evil spirits. It must be activated by a willing sacrifice of life from a fellow clan member,
and its power is amplified based on the sacrificer's realm.
Suffix, life sacrifice. If the caster voluntarily sacrifices up to 50% of their remaining lifespan, the power of this skill can be exponentially increased.
Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
It was a skill that could only be used at the cost of sacrificing life, regardless of profession,
weapon, realm, or quality.
As long as it involved sacrificing living life,
without exception, the power was extremely terrifying, because life is the most precious thing in this world. To sacrifice life, it is evident that the power must match this cost. Not to mention, the affix effect of this skill is also terrifying.
It can sacrifice one's own lifespan to further enhance its power.
Tuagong is already poisoned, a dying man.
He will undoubtedly choose to sacrifice the maximum lifespan,
which is a full 50%. To unleash this move, Su Chen realized that this skill could potentially turn the tide of battle.
Then, he saw a massive blood-red phantom blade coalesce in Tuagong's hands.
It almost pierced the sky, at least 30 to 40 meters long. The blade was thick, resembling a small mountain. It looked almost solid,
formed from the vertebrae of the lizard tribe,
carrying an earth-shattering pressure.
The enormous blade made it difficult for Tuagong to support it with both hands,
causing his body to bend down.
The ice beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, revealing how heavy it was. This power was so immense that even he found it hard to bear. His body rapidly grew wrinkles, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. His once dark, long hair turned white as snow. He opened his mouth and roared in the ancient language of the lizard tribe. What does it matter if the holy egg is lost? I will spill blood and burn my life. My battle intent soaring, abandoning my ancestors. This move must kill the Plague King. The holy egg was stolen. The ancestral holy techniques lost. Since the ancestral holy techniques are gone, I will create a new holy technique. From today on, this move will be the new guardian holy technique of my Wukka tribe. Tuagong roared and swung the massive blade. Boom! 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 The ice beneath his feet began to crack like a spider web, densely packed. Eventually, a long gash appeared in the ice, stretching 100 feet. The mountain-like blade smashed toward the boss's head. The boss let out a bloodthirsty roar, and schools of fish leaped from its body, swirling and rushing out in a dense mass. They covered the entire sky, like a stinking river blocking the moonlight. In the next moment, tens of thousands of fish exploded above people's heads. Everything within a kilometer was engulfed by the torrential rain. But the raindrops were not water, they were highly toxic scales. Each drop was a scale, sharp scales of various colors, each carrying different kinds of poison, fell from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of them. It was like a torrential downpour. The sound of scales slicing through the air was deafening, piercing the ears and causing immense pain to the soul. This was not a battle, it was a catastrophe. The pressure from the level 49 boss was truly terrifying. At that same moment, Tuagong's strongest skill struck solidly against the boss's body. Boom! 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 In an instant, the boss's body was hit as if by a colossal hammer, flying back several dozen meters. Its rotten flesh mixed with blood and splattering everywhere. The giant fish fell from the sky, smashed to the ground by that massive blade. For the first time, it let out a wail. Its living fish-like armor shattered, revealing a huge gash. Its body nearly cut in half. Its enormous body slid back on the ice, black pus splattering out like a small river, covering the ground in black poison. Even on the other side of its back, a massive wound appeared, pierced through by an invisible blade. Truly terrifying. The boss's health dropped directly to 32%. This strike was incredibly brutal. The boss's armor shattered, exposing its core. It was a huge, fat parasite wriggling inside the giant fish. It looked like a giant maggot from the deep sea, covered in pus. It appeared weak and vulnerable. In this state, even an ordinary person's great sword could severely injure it. This would be the best opportunity to slay it. Is that the core of this monster? Su Chen immediately used his inside eye to scan. True body of the king of fish was indeed its true form. So weak and ugly, it only appeared powerful by controlling the myriad fish. Now, with Tuagong's strongest strike, its shell was shattered, finally exposing it. This was the best opportunity, without a doubt. The boss's health was running low, and Su Chen knew that his final strike would determine victory or defeat. If this blow failed to completely annihilate it, giving it a chance to recover, it would be over. I must kill it. Su Chen's expression was icy as he raised his hand and clenched it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the flying swords immediately surrounded him, protecting him within. They formed a barrier of flying swords, swirling and slashing beside him. Clang, 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 clang. Shattered scales flew out, turning into fragments. They shattered, blocked, and isolated all the poisonous rain of scales. As a result, Su Chen could no longer protect the lizardman warriors, but he didn't need to protect them anymore, as they had reached the final moment of battle. His own strike was the most important. He had to fully protect himself. He couldn't use the hidden god step to evade the poisonous rain because his mental energy was insufficient. He still needed to reserve it for the killing god blade. Under the protection of the flying swords, Su Chen approached the boss. Ding! The frost flame death mark in his hand emitted a crisp sound. It separated directly. The broken blade was gripped in his hand, just like a dagger from his past life. His wrist trembled slightly, activating the suffix effect. Light as a feather, control the weight of this sword freely, from the lightest 1 gene to the heaviest 1,000 genes. He reduced the weight of the sword to the lightest 1 gene. For Su Chen's strength value, it felt like holding a piece of air. If it were a sword technique, perhaps a heavier weight would be more appropriate. But the assassin's way is to be light, maximizing agility. In the next moment, he drew his sword.
A frenzied killing intent instantly spread across the heavens and the earth. Everyone present felt as if a phantom of a killing god appeared before them, followed by a violent river of blood rushing towards them. Rubbing their eyes, they realized it was an illusion. Su Chen's strike had no special effects. Only a blood-red long mark remained. Absolutely plain and unadorned. Absolutely returning to simplicity. It pierced through the boss's body. Whoosh! Su Chen's strike was too fast. So fast that it was a matter of life and death in an instant. Almost an absolute moment. That massive mass of maggots disintegrated in an instant. Then, the entire colossal creature made up of fish collapsed with a thunderous crash. A shrill scream wailed from the mouths of countless fish, all their gills flapping wildly as if they were suffocating. Ultimately, the fish turned into rotten flesh and flying ash, vanishing from the mortal realm. On the battlefield, only a large pool of muddy blood and a rain of fish scales remained. The terrifying power of the legendary skill, Killing God Blade, was fully manifested. It allowed Su Chen, a third transition player, to possess the ability to slay a fourth transition hidden boss. No other skill could have ended this scene in a single blow. Only Killing God Blade. It was even more formidable than the dragon slaying technique after its power was multiplied. Su Chen's mental energy was completely exhausted, and he felt a warmth at the tip of his nose. Gently touching it, he found he was bleeding. The three temporary weapons spinning in the air suddenly shattered, scattering across the heavens and the earth. Without mental energy to maintain them, the temporary weapons from the essence gathering technique immediately collapsed. Moreover, Su Chen's sword control ability could no longer be activated. The poisonous rain of scales continued to attack. Without the protection of the flying swords, Su Chen could only grip his weapon and swing it to fend off the torrential poisonous rain. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of the dense rain continued. Though the boss was dead, the skill it activated in its final moment. The rain of poisonous scales still fell like a waterfall. The poisonous rain poured down, and no one could escape. It was a continuous skill. The range was vast, with nowhere to hide. Only through defense could one survive. Clang, 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 clang. The sound was crisp. Su Chen swung his sword desperately to defend. It was too strenuous, as he had no mental energy left to activate skills. He could only rely on the super-fast speed of ordinary attacks to barely block the poisonous rain. Crack, crack, crack. Even though the hard scales were like steel, they were still shattered. The moment the frost flame's severed sword made contact, sparks flew from the scales, and they even dissolved into ashes. The temperature of the blade was too high. The damage from the cold and hot blade was such that these scales would shatter at a mere touch. First frozen and brittle, then shattered by high heat. Who could withstand that? Suddenly, behind Su Chen, a hammer shot out like a spirit snake, helping him shatter the surrounding poisonous rain. Guardian Spirit Hammer? Su Chen's expression brightened slightly. Yes, this thing is the most loyal, able to defend automatically without the need for mental energy. After about 10 seconds, the poisonous rain finally dissipated. Su Chen had already been pierced by 4 scales, almost triggering the deathmark effect. Fortunately, with the end of the battle, the deathmark buff reset to 0. The overcast sky gradually cleared, and sunlight shone down. Successfully defeated hidden boss. Experience plus 1552663. A 4-turn boss typically provides around 3 million experience points. However, due to the large number of participants in this battle, the experience shared with Su Chen naturally seemed a bit less. Nevertheless, Su Chen was the one who dealt the highest damage in the entire fight, so he received a slight bonus. Thus, his share of experience was still somewhat more than the others. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, Su Chen said coldly, his eyes narrowing. Surviving the ordeal, he turned to look. The scene before him made his pupils tremble slightly. The ground was covered with toxic scales, densely packed, leaving no place to step. In the center of the lizardman crowd stood a towering man. His body was covered in toxic scales, riddled with wounds. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, flesh and blood a mess. His back was pierced with scales, resembling a hedgehog. The clan leader. To a gang. He was pale, his body rotting, deeply poisoned. Leader, why did you save us? Leader, leader, you can't die. You are much stronger than us. How can you sacrifice your life for our survival? We are all powerless, powerless. Some cried out in despair, pounding the ground. Father, Tuajan crawled over, tears brimming in his eyes. Only about 20 warriors remained alive, all protected by Tuo Gang, who had exhausted his last ounce of strength. After severely injuring the boss with the Guardian clan's dominating slash, he had also depleted his stamina. He saw the poisonous rain falling from the sky and immediately judged it to be the boss's strongest skill. If not stopped, the entire clan would perish. He decisively turned to protect his kin. However, after using the Guardian clan's dominating slash, he was completely drained of energy, unable to continue fighting, utterly weak, so he could only burn his life essence, forcibly using his last skill, the frenzied lizard tail slash, and it was a halved version of the skill. A skill with diminished power was insufficient for killing, but enough for protection. He transformed into a whirlwind, swirling all the scales, shielding his kin. Like a large umbrella, he shattered all the scale rain, but he was also gravely injured. With only a breath left, he protected everyone, but not himself. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept by. The icy wind cut against his face like a knife. The ground covered in toxic scales finally vanished with the boss's defeat, turning to ashes and blowing away. Hundreds of thousands of scales disintegrated. The ice surface returned to its neatness, but it was ultimately too late, because those who were meant to be hit had already been struck. The residual poison in their bodies would not disappear. Little friend, clan leader Tuo Gang spoke weakly to Su Chen. Thank you. You. Then, blood burst from his throat, preventing him from speaking further. He fell into a semi-conscious state. Tuo Zhan crawled beside his father, using his last breath to speak to Su Chen with great difficulty. Human, kind, take all of the boss's spoils, as a token of our gratitude. With his father on the brink of death, the elders destroyed, and himself gravely injured, Tuo Zhan now understood that he was the one with the greatest voice in the tribe. He was already poisoned and would soon follow his father into death. Therefore, at this critical moment, he had to use his authority to express what his father wanted to say. Indeed, although his father had not spoken, Tuo Zhan had grasped it. He knew that the Wukka clan was severely weakened and needed a powerful ally. He intended to use gifts to win over Su Chen, regardless of whether this human could truly help their tribe in the future. He had to make this attempt. At this moment, the hearts of the father and son truly connected. Tuo Zhan understood the bigger picture. He transformed from a reckless youth into a steady leader and warrior. The clever trick he once thought of to lure Su Chen to the tribe to meet his demise now seemed childish. He feared it had long been seen through. In front of Su Chen, he felt like a fool. At that moment, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating bitter laugh. Growth was encapsulated in that instant. Tuo Zhan even no longer wanted to pursue whether the holy egg had been taken by Su Chen. Even if Su Chen had indeed taken it, he would act as if he didn't know and could not ask further, because the Wukka clan no longer had the ability to fight Su Chen. In this situation, pretending not to know and stubbornly trying to win him over was the best choice. Appropriate compromise was what the so-called bigger picture was about. Tuo Zhan suddenly understood. After all, once his father died, it would become the new holy egg. The surrounding warriors had no objections. After all, Su Chen had determined the outcome of this battle, effectively saving their clan. Therefore, he certainly had the absolute right to take the spoils. Su Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Tuo Zhan to make such a decision. This young man had long harbored dissatisfaction towards him, which was written all over his face. But after this battle, his mindset seemed to mature significantly. Naturally, Su Chen would not refuse. The list of spoils appeared. King's Poison Scale Item, Diamond Low Grade, Royal Poison Scale Item, Diamond High Grade, Decayed Heart Material, Platinum High Grade, Hardfish Corpse Sword, Platinum Low Grade, Bloody Meat Pulp Warhammer, Platinum Low Grade, Mental Control Maggot Egg Exotic Pet, Platinum Medium Grade, Frost Resistance Skill Scroll, Gold Low Grade, Bone Blade, Frozen Blood Gel, Rainbow Fish Meat, Bone. A dense array of dozens of spoils emerged, the list stretching long. It was truly luxurious. Just the diamond items alone numbered 2. Diamond items were incredibly precious. The Tuo Gang clan leader, who was close to the peak of the 4th transition, didn't have a single diamond item on him, highlighting their rarity. And this boss had dropped 2 directly. Even if several teams came to share, everyone would still benefit. Su Chen didn't have much time to choose. He immediately selected the most valuable and useful items for himself. He couldn't take everything. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Su Chen had always implemented a 3-light policy. It was simply because his personal space was already full. He had no time to clean it out, he was in a hurry to save Jiao, so he could only take a portion and make a quick decision. He took the following items: Royal Poison Scale Item, Hard Fish Corpse Sword, Mental Control, Maggot Egg, Exotic Pet, Rainbow Fish Meat, X1 Tundicate Heart. Material. His space was packed to the brim, unable to fit even a single hair. Seeing that Su Chen only took a portion of the spoils, all the lizard men were utterly shocked. They opened their mouths, unable to close them for a long time. They were even more astonished than when they saw Su Chen kill the boss with a single strike. Humans, one of the greediest races, actually only took a portion of the spoils. Heaven help us, this is unbelievable. Tuajian stared at Su Chen with disbelief written all over his face. Then Su Chen quickly walked towards Tuagang, the clan leader, and Tuajian. Human, I only ask that you can become allies with my clan. From now on, as long as my clan has food and drink, you will have a share. Even if in the future you are cast out of the human race like my ancestors were, we will leave you a place to rest, a way out. Tuajian looked at Su Chen, gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of the poison, and said, although my Wukka clan is not considered a righteous faction, we have been guarding this wasteland, suppressing this fierce demon, sacrificing several generations. It is even possible that we have indirectly saved many of your human race's transmuters. I ask you to forget past grievances. Tuajian lowered his head, but before he could finish his words, Su Chen said lightly, don't speak as if you're giving a dying speech. Did I say I would let you die? This statement was extraordinarily domineering, leaving Tuajian stunned. He couldn't understand why Su Chen would say such a thing. Was humanity truly so evil that they wouldn't even listen to the last words of a dying person? Even if humans were cunning and wicked, they couldn't be that evil. The little goodwill Tuajian had towards Su Chen instantly vanished. Su Chen ignored him and directly took out a pitch-black object, resembling a miniaturized snake's testicle. It was the ancient snake's poison gall. The gallbladder fluid shimmered with a crystal-clear glow. Su Chen held it above the clan leader and squeezed out a drop into his mouth. Then he squeezed another drop for Tuajian. Once ingested, the violent detoxifying effect coursed through Tuajian's body. He was stunned as if struck by lightning. No way. This kind of poison can be cured. What kind of quality item is this? Who is this man? What is this? Tuajian trembled all over, unable to believe it. You will definitely survive. But your father's fate is up to chance, Su Chen said nonchalantly. By the way, I am called the God of Killing. He revealed his title. From now on, this clan could contact him remotely and send messages. It was a form of acceptance of Tuajian's overture. Then, Su Chen directly exited the instance using the system rules. His figure vanished in an instant. It was swift and clean, without any unnecessary movements. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Because Su Chen's time was too precious. The lizard men were very ancient and powerful. This race had a history older than that of humans and was one of the strongest among the myriad races. The Wukka clan was so small only because their ancestors had been exiled here, like being sent to the frontier. Now that they had completed their punishment, returning to the lizard main clan would immediately allow them to grow stronger. At that time, they would become a significant force. If Su Chen wanted to confront the Zhang family, he certainly couldn't fight alone. The simplest philosophy in life is to gather more friends and reduce enemies. Since it was such an easy task to win people's hearts, why not do it? After all, the snake gall would be able to brew gallbladder fluid again in 24 hours, never running dry. Although Su Chen had taken their sacred egg, saving their clan also cleared the debt. Of course, he would never reveal that the sacred egg was with him. Secrets are always secrets. Some things are best left unsaid. After Su Chen left, Tuajian held his father. He watched in disbelief as the purple poison evaporated from his father's body, and his skin returned to normal. He was shocked beyond measure. It was truly a miraculous detoxifying medicine. He immediately poured the best healing potion into his father's mouth. Tuagang's breathing returned. He was truly saved. The previous Tuajian would never have imagined that this cunning human would ultimately become his savior. He even saved his father's life. What a twist of fate. In that moment, all grievances vanished, leaving only gratitude. The two had once had conflicts, but today all was completely resolved. He stood up and loudly announced to all the surviving warriors, "Everyone, from now on, our Wukka clan has a life and death ally. He is human, he is of a different race, and perhaps it is possible that our Wukka clan will never have contact or negotiation with him again. In the future, We may not be able to fight side by side, because our two races are too distant,
but his achievements are undeniably real.
in this battle,
He played a crucial role. Each of your lives has a part of his contribution.
I want you to swear an oath of blood. From today on,
His friends are our friends.
his kin are our kin.
His interests are our interests. Our swords are his swords.
No one shall betray him.
Of course, all of this is based on the condition that he does not betray us.
Then,
Tuajan used a small knife to cut his palm, green blood flowing out.
the oath of the lizard men cannot be violated.
It is imposed by rules, like a tangible rope that constrains them. No one hesitated, they all followed his actions and learned.
Yes, yes, yes. Tuajan had once been young and reckless, using his wits to try to harm Su Chen.
The lizard men are indeed not a kind race. Even somewhat evil, they love to eat human flesh and enjoy refining other races into puppets.
Some say lizard men are extremely cunning and love to scheme. Others say lizard men are extremely naive and simple.
It is very complex, with varying evaluations, but all races share a common consensus about the lizard men.
That is, this race is unwavering in gratitude and loyalty.
They are straightforward in their dealings, which is one of their few good qualities.
Soon, an illusory white light surrounded them,
and all the lizard men were about to exit the dungeon.
Is this,
The hidden boss has been defeated.
and we are going to exit the dungeon? We are leaving here, returning to the main clan. Great! The lizard man warriors cheered with joy. Dungeon settlement in progress.
In front of Su Chen was a vast expanse of white void. This was the settlement space. At the moment he killed the boss,
All players in this D-level dungeon would exit and complete the settlement.
he stared at the virtual screen in front of him. Player, God of Death Slade Undead Skeleton X578 Slade Elite Undead X9 Slade Monster Fish X2582 Slade Beast Monsters.
The list unfolded. Su Chen's evaluation score skyrocketed. Obtained Diamond Treasure Chest.
Acquired Hidden Relic Treasure.
Dealt a fatal blow to the hidden boss. Lone Wolf.
Final evaluation, S-level settlement reward, randomly upgrade 3 skills by 1 level.
In the next moment, 3 voices echoed in Su Chen's mind. Weapon parry. Refining technique.
Sword Master 3 skills unconditionally upgraded.
Then,
New skill information appeared before his eyes. Sword Master, passive skill, quality, mid-grade platinum proficiency, 90.
000/200.
000 You can equip any level of sword weapon, ignoring all requirements. All sword weapons in your hands have their sharpness doubled.
All sword weapons in your hands have their durability doubled.
All sword weapons held by you will automatically repair scratches and blade damage over time.
Good.
The proficiency before the skill upgrade was retained.
After all, this skill was about to upgrade anyway.
If the proficiency reset to 0 after the upgrade,
That would be quite unprofitable. The next skill made Su Chen very excited. Refining technique, cursed blacksmith skill, quality, mid-grade platinum proficiency, 44. 000/200.
000 You can extract residual power from monster corpses, rare materials,
and other objects, forging a temporary weapon from them.
The strength of the temporary weapon is determined by the skill level and the quality of the object you refine.
The transformation technique does not introduce any new affixes or effects. However,
the temporary weapons refined by this skill are inherently dependent on the skill level,
so their strength is certainly increased. The last one is a low-grade diamond,
elevated to a mid-grade skill.
Weapon counter.
Dominant sword counter, diamond mid-grade, a powerful counterattack skill that can only be activated with a sword.
When activated,
you can use a normal attack or skill while holding the sword to offensively negate incoming attacks.
Any enemy physical, magical,
or mental attack with power lower than your normal attack or skill will be precisely returned at 90% of its power.
After the elevation, it can actually be triggered with a skill. This is indeed a pleasant surprise.
The biggest shortcoming of this skill was that it could only be triggered by a normal attack, and it had to exceed the opponent's attack power to counter it,
which was quite limiting. But now,
with the involvement of skills, it can be countered using skills as well. The practicality has naturally increased significantly.
Su Chen was very satisfied.
He checked his profile. Su Chen, carrying title, God of Death, active titles, First Blood,
Rookie King,
Undead Slayer, level 37, 302856/3700000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical,
unique in the world.
Cursed Blacksmith, secondary class, strength, 100, constitution, 100, agility, 350, spirit, 250, luck, 290, Bloodline, Immortal Body, A.
Jade Marrow Bone, B. Self-Healing Factor, C. Talent, Universal Elevation. Origin Sword Body. Automatic Cultivation.
Secondary Class Unlock, God of Death, Death God Blade.
All hidden. Hidden God Step.
Eye of Insight, Sword God, Dominant Sword Counter.
Dragon Slaying Technique. Dual Sword Mastery. Drunken Sword Style. Fierce Thunder Enchanted Sword. Hidden Sword Slash. Holy Weapon Enchantment.
Raging Rain Shattered Phoenix Sword.
Sword Martial Master. Technique, Sword Control. Heaven Falling Sword Tomb. Intent Condensed Blade. Wave Gliding Step.
Cursed Blacksmith, Forging Power. Transformation Technique, permanent buff effects as follows: Sharp Stone Earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. His expression was serious as he lowered his head and pondered.
The flow of time in the settlement space is slow,
almost equivalent to being still compared to the outside world.
I finally don't have to rush anymore, just in time to sort out the spoils.
He took out a dark purple scale and held it in his hand.
King's Poison Scale Item, Diamond High Grade. Suchin directly used Universal Elevation.
Elevation successful. Deadly Poison King's Scale Item, Epic Low Grade, thick enough to dye the pond.
Deadly enough to subdue the Mad Dragon. A hard, sharp scale with extremely potent toxicity.
It can be used as a harmful item or as forging material, capable of imparting terrifying toxicity to finished weapons.
The toxicity that an epic grade item can carry is undoubtedly terrifying. Suchen put away the poison scale.
Then he took out a long sword.
Suddenly,
a strong smell of rotten fish filled his nostrils.
Looking at the shape of this sword, he was stunned.
This sword resembled a long,
frozen ribbon fish corpse, covered in fin-like serrations. The tip was the fish's head, looking extremely bizarre. Suchen directly proceeded with the elevation. Elevation successful.
Golden Pattern Swordfish Exotic Pet. Sword, Diamond Low Grade, a living golden pattern soft sword.
As if it has no bones, can bend freely, covered in magnificent golden scales, incredibly sharp, and can even fly out to harm others automatically. But is it a sword-shaped fish? Or a fish-shaped sword? That is a question.
Hungry being, it can consume and digest all substances,
including ores, equipment, monsters, flesh, and toxins, accepting everything.
When you do not feed it for a long time, this sword will feel hungry, leading to a decrease in sharpness and hardness.
When you feed it, its strength is temporarily enhanced. If it goes too long without food, it will die,
completely shattering and collapsing.
Scale Edge Evolution. After it gnaws on sufficiently precious and powerful objects, it will permanently enhance its sharpness and even its grade,
with a chance to inherit the attributes of the devoured object. Air swimming. This fish can swim freely in the air,
moving at incredible speed, rivaling flying swords.
Suchen held the warm golden scaled sword in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly.
A living weapon? This is quite novel. It's both a sword and a strange pet. Suchen had never used such a weapon before.
The sword was magnificent and resplendent, its blade covered with a layer of golden scaled fish skin,
looking like a work of art. There was no fishy smell, only a scent of gold and steel. Suchen gave it a gentle shake. Buzz. The blade suddenly bent, lifting its head.
One could even faintly see the curved skeletal traces of a fish's spine along the blade.
At the same time, a blood-red eyeball appeared at the tip of the sword. It resembled a ruby.
The fisheye rotated within,
seemingly surveying the surrounding world.
This sword did not exhibit many fish-like characteristics. It looked like an exquisite sword.
Only upon closer inspection could one see the blood-red eyeball and the slightly moving fish scales.
Strange pets usually require a drop of one's own blood to tame them.
Moreover, some strange pets have stubborn personalities and may not be tamed,
depending on the owner's strength.
Suchen murmured,
immediately biting his finger to squeeze out a drop of blood,
which fell onto the blade. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless fish scales slightly lifted, allowing the blood to seep in,
as if they were thirstily sucking it up.
Then, the entire sword stood upright with a clang, trembling slightly.
The bond was successful.
Suchen,
well-versed in such matters,
immediately understood.
He focused his thoughts.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade instantly curled and elongated, slicing through the air ahead with the movement of his wrist. The coordination was seamless, truly flawless. Moreover, it required no thought from Suchen. It automatically adjusted to become the perfect blade posture. It's quite useful. Suchen relaxed his grip and stepped back. Whoosh! The blade suddenly came to life. Like a nimble fish, soaring into the air. It swam agilely in midair, looking this way and that. When Su Chen beckoned, it flew back, coiling around his arm, soft and boneless. You're a living being, so you can't be stored in the system space, you'll have to stay with me. How about this? You can coil around the outside of my scabbard. Su Chen commanded. The blade suddenly raised its head, as if responding to the order, and with a whoosh, it swam to Su Chen's back. When it sensed the aura of the frost flame broken sword, it shivered in fright and quickly avoided it. It chose to swim next to the black-edged scabbard. Climbing up, it spiraled around the outer shell of the scabbard, fitting perfectly. Only a red eyeball remained exposed, rotating flexibly. It looked completely harmonious, as if the golden scale decorations were naturally engraved on the scabbard. It didn't dare approach the frost flame broken sword. Instead, it only dared to coil around the scabbard of the black-edged sword. Perhaps it was because the frost flame broken sword, being of diamond quality, exerted too much pressure, making it too afraid to come close. Su Chen stroked his chin, feeling a bit amused. This sword truly is a living being. Afterward, Su Chen spent several dozen seconds enhancing all the loot dropped by this boss. He took out the loot to examine it. Will control maggot egg strange pet, diamond low grade, and extremely rare maggot that, after being nurtured for a period, can stealthily burrow into the flesh and brain of an enemy, spying on and manipulating their will and memories. Remaining hatching time, 24 hours. Hatching conditions, human body temperature environment. This thing will definitely come in handy in the future. Su Chen tucked the white egg into his sleeve, waiting for it to hatch. He took out another item. Heart of orange blood item, diamond grade, a peculiar small heart that can continuously produce orange-red blood for 24 hours. This blood possesses healing abilities far beyond ordinary healing potions. Just a few drops can quickly heal serious injuries. Su Chen immediately squeezed out a drop and let it fall into his mouth. Suddenly, some minor wounds on his body healed completely. It really works well. The effect is almost instantaneous. Much better than healing potions. I'll save it for later. Su Chen stored it in his personal space. Now, with the ancient snake's poison detoxification and the heart of orange blood for healing, he was practically invincible in terms of supplies. Lastly, there was a piece of fish meat. Colorful fish meat material, platinum grade, a rare high-level cooking material with various colors. Each colored part of the fish meat comes from different fish species and can provide different enhancement effects. The blood red part is top-grade mutated tuna meat. The orange part is supreme mutated salmon meat. And the black meat chunk is high-quality anglerfish meat, self-regrowth. As long as this piece of fish meat is not eaten all at once, it can regenerate infinitely, never running out. Delicious enhancement. Dishes made from it have an increased probability of producing high-level enhancement buff. Su Chen held the large piece of fish meat. His eyes slightly widened. The fish meat was colorful and shimmering. Originally weighing 1 ton, it had been sublimated into such a small piece, almost the size of Su Chen's torso, but it was enough for several people to eat at once. There were at least dozens of colors on it, with distinct patterns. This meant there were dozens of different fish meat chunks. If his cooking skills were good enough, he could use this chunk of meat to create many different culinary enhancements. Common food enhancements like attack, defense, and experience boosts could all be provided by a single dish. Su Chen could even create enhancement effects when grilling steak. Using this piece of meat, the effects would be even stronger. Suddenly, the golden patterned fish soared behind him, lunged forward, taking a big bite out of the fish meat, creating a large hole. Then all the scales on its blades slightly lifted, making a satisfied sound. Well, stealing a bite, are we? Su Chen smiled slightly but didn't stop it. After all, this piece of fish meat could heal. Sure enough, the bitten-off chunk of meat began to slowly wriggle, seemingly healing itself. Su Chen immediately stored it in the system space. I've almost sorted out the loot. I might as well take this time to recover some stamina. Su Chen didn't stay too long, recovering just under 10% of his mental strength. But it was enough for him to move. It's time to go back. A white light enveloped him, and Su Chen left the settlement space. He appeared inside a room. This was the place he had been before entering the dungeon. The Fat Goose Inn. Ah! A girl's scream echoed through the room. Su Chen opened his eyes and found a girl changing clothes behind a virtual screen. She had a stunning figure, with a well-defined silhouette, and was slightly taller than the average girl. The room was filled with a mature woman's fragrance. She hurriedly threw on a black outfit, grabbed her weapon, and issued a soul-chilling question. You, who are you? Her voice was startled. extremely pleasant, yet tinged with fatigue. Through the virtual screen, Su Chen couldn't see her face clearly, but he could hear her breathing heavily. Her tone was somewhat flustered, anxious, and unreservedly filled with extreme killing intent. The easy display of killing intent indicated her situation was very dire. Her panic suggested she was likely someone seeking refuge here. After all, the Fat Goose Inn, located within the Tower of Heaven realm, was one of the few absolutely safe places. Many people would come here to avoid trouble. Judging by her weapon, it seemed to be a shotgun. Her profession should be a gunsmith. But Su Chen didn't have time for in-depth communication with her. Moreover, he was completely uninterested. He had no time to waste. He had to go save Ji Yao immediately. Quack, quack, quack. Sorry, I am the butler of this inn. I wanted to ask if you need our specially made free grilled steak? Su Chen pinched his nose, pretending to be the Fat Goose butler, and said, "No need, get lost, no one is allowed to disturb me." An angry voice came from behind the screen. Yes. Su Chen took the hint and turned to rush out the door. This move successfully avoided a confrontation. As he passed through the inn's lobby, the Fat Goose manager immediately stopped Su Chen. It moved quickly, the shackles on its feet clanging. The inn had a barrier inside, enhancing its power. It was not only the butler here but also the security of the inn, holding multiple roles. To be able to manage the inn alone in the Tower of Heaven world, its strength was indeed unfathomable. Guest, you are still in the inn? I searched everywhere and thought you had already left, so I opened the room for the next guest. This has caused us great trouble. Please explain. The Fat Goose manager's voice was filled with shock. Such situations rarely occurred in the inn, marking a serious dereliction of duty on its part. I entered a dungeon in my room, so you couldn't find me. I have urgent matters now. Step aside. Su Chen's expression was cold as he spoke. Then, he sidestepped and tried to bypass the Fat Goose manager. Rushing towards the door. Bang! An invisible barrier knocked Su Chen back, making it impossible for him to rush out. A barrier? And of a high grade. Difficult to break. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he turned to look at the butler. The suited Fat Goose walked over leisurely, hands behind its back, its demeanor calm and unhurried. A multi-space ceiling barrier, personally set up by my boss. This guest, you only purchased an 8-day stay, and you have seriously overstayed. According to the rules, an extension requires double the room fee. Please pay the 660,000 arrival coins for the extension compensation. Otherwise you cannot leave here. Its voice was very calm, yet it had a nasal tone that made it hard to take seriously. I was in the dungeon. Does that count as an extension? Su Chen's expression was icy. Yes, the old goose said earnestly. Because when you exit the dungeon, you will return to the inn, causing trouble for new guests, so you must be held accountable. Under normal circumstances, guests who choose expensive refuge rooms at a great cost are usually in life-threatening situations, such as being hunted or wanted. Otherwise, no one would choose such an expensive inn. Renting an inn is originally for refuge. In such cases, no one would enter a dangerous dungeon world. That would be putting their life at risk, and you are the first to do so. Normal people, even if they want to take risks in a dungeon, would check out first, otherwise they would face huge penalties for overstaying, and you clearly forgot to check out. The old goose paused, then continued. After your room limit expired, you did not choose to renew, and you disappeared, so I naturally assumed you had left, and assigned it to other guests. This matter is also my dereliction of duty, so I have already reduced your compensation by half. The Fat Goose said sincerely. I will conceal part of this from my boss, so I can receive less punishment, and you can pay less compensation. This is all I can do. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brows and said no more. He decisively paid the money. Su Chen had often stayed at the Fat Goose Inn in his previous life, but this was indeed the first time he entered a dungeon while at the inn. It was a lapse in his understanding of the rules, and he could only bear the consequences. He currently had just over 1 million arrival coins, and he spent more than half of it. The high-level equipment, loot, materials, and items he had obtained in the dungeon had not yet been sold. Once sold, it would at least bring in tens of millions of arrival coins, and the myriad coins could also sell for several million. So he wasn't too bothered by this amount of money. After paying, he immediately left the inn. This time, there were no barriers to stop him. The old goose stared at Su Chen's back, shaking its head and sighing. Alas, the compensation is so high, just to deter customers and prevent this kind of situation from happening. Yet it still occurred. The streets of the Tower of Heaven world were bustling. Cars flowed like water around, with many job changers walking and chatting. The noise of people was deafening. Suchen had been dealing with lizardmen for a while and hadn't seen so many living people in a long time. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the arrival shop, looking for a mental recovery potion. But such things were indeed valuable yet scarce. After searching for a long time, he found nothing. After all, this item could save lives at critical moments, helping you turn the tables. Even if it did appear, most people would keep it for themselves and wouldn't sell it. After searching for a long time, he finally found an alchemist willing to sell a spirit recovery pill. Spirit recovery pill X2, gold quality, price, 170,000 arrival coins each. Item description, fair to all. Top tier spirit pill. Instantly restores a large amount of mental power upon consumption. Trust me, your opponent definitely doesn't want to see you suddenly pull out a spirit recovery pill when your stamina is depleted and turn the tables on them. A young chubby man was shouting in the World Channel, putting in a lot of effort. Suchen felt that he had the aura of a swindler, and the price was outrageous. It was simply taking advantage of scarcity to hike up the price. However, Suchen said nothing and immediately purchased the 2 pills in full. He had just experienced a fierce battle, and his mental power had only recovered about 10%, which was far from enough. He needed to save Ji Yao and had to restore his peak stamina, otherwise, he would be in trouble too. He spent 340,000 coins to buy the 2 pills. His arrival coin wallet immediately became thin, but fortunately, Suchen still had quite a few 10,000 races coins left. You bought 2 spirit recovery pills from the alchemist Xianquan. In the next moment, Suchen opened the teleportation map. His movements were fluid. Teleport to the corrupted mountain village instance. Suchen thought to himself. Ji Yao had mentioned that they were doing the Tower of Heaven task in that instance. Although he didn't know the exact coordinates, Suchen was prepared and had a way to track them once he entered. Corrupted mountain village difficulty rating, description. The corruption disease has infected the villagers here. There are no humans left. Only mad and terrifying villagers who have long turned into beast-like monsters. Current player count, 34,082. Would you like to spend 50,000 arrival coins to purchase entry qualifications? This instance had a relatively low difficulty, yet the entry qualifications were so expensive, requiring 50,000 arrival coins. This was the plight of a lone wolf. If he had purchased the entry qualifications at a low price through a guild, it would generally only cost around 10,000. Unfortunately, the Black Kill organization that Suchen joined did not have exploration rights for this instance. He could only buy it himself. There are quite a few players in this instance. It seems the newbies are leveling up inside. Suchen did not hesitate and made the payment. Entry qualification purchase successful. Then Suchen spent 1,532 arrival coins for the teleportation fee and was directly teleported in. If he had purchased the entry qualifications through a guild, it would require approval from the guild's higher-ups. However, if he bought the qualifications at a high price himself, no organizational approval was needed, and he was directly allowed by the rules. In the teleportation passage, Suchen took out the 2 spirit recovery pills and swallowed one directly. He did not undergo sublimation because he couldn't. After the talent for sublimation of all things advanced, the condition of needing to obtain it from an instance had indeed disappeared, but he still needed loot. Items purchased in the shop, if they were produced by life profession practitioners, did not count as loot and thus could not be sublimated. For example, swords forged by blacksmiths or potions made by alchemists did not count as loot. However, if the items purchased from the shop originated from drops and had not gone through synthesis, forging, or other processes, then Suchen could sublimate them. For example, natural ores, weapons and equipment dropped by monsters, etc., are all considered loot. Even after being sold in stores, they can still be sublimated. The stone-sealed sword that Suchen bought at the beginning is one such example. The requirements for the talent sublimation of all things are very subtle. However, Suchen can now clearly judge whether the requirements are met. This pill, for instance, is a manufactured item, not loot, so it cannot be sublimated. After swallowing a pill, Suchen felt that his mental energy had only recovered less than half. Not much at all. TSK, is this what that fat guy meant by massive recovery? What a scam. Looks like I need to eat too. Suchen swallowed them all and immediately recovered a large amount of mental energy. It was almost 80%. That's enough. Suchen clenched his fist. In the next moment, a dark and eerie haze appeared before him. Suchen firmly stepped on the ground and was transported into the dungeon. It was a ruined village, a desolate wasteland filled with severed limbs and even rotting adventurer corpses. The environment here was extremely sinister. The air was thick with the stench of decay. Around him, there seemed to be faint sounds of the undead wailing and moaning. The moon in the sky was blood red. Suchen took out a dark blue crystal bird from his personal space. Friendship tracker one-time item, silver grade. When crushed, a transparent illusory bird will appear, flying towards a close friend you designate. It will dissipate when it approaches the other person within 1 kilometer. Effective range, within a diameter of 100 kilometers. This was dropped by a skeleton that Suchen killed and had already been sublimated. He crushed it directly. A glowing blue little bird immediately flapped its wings and hovered in midair. Find Ji Yao, Suchen said firmly. The bird instantly soared southwest at high speed. Very good. It seems I didn't come to the wrong dungeon. Moreover, I am within 100 kilometers of Ji Yao, so I'm lucky that this item has successfully taken effect. Suchen followed the blue bird, rushing forward. In the night, his figure was incredibly fast. With the silent steps technique, he transformed into a pitch-black shadow, darting through the village. Even the sound of his footsteps was minimal, almost inaudible. Suchen didn't know how long he would have to run. Ji Yao and the others could be at the 100-kilometer limit or less than 5 kilometers away. Everything was unknown, but at the very least, the tracking bird being effective indicated one thing: she was still alive. This E-level dungeon was one level weaker than the D-level dungeon that Suchen had cleared. Ordinary monsters could basically be killed with a single sword strike, but he still couldn't be careless. The attack power of elite monsters was still very high, and they might have some troublesome traits, such as poison or disease. He remained fully focused, his gaze calm as water. He kept an eye on all directions to prevent any mishaps, determined to reach her as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the ruins of the village ahead collapsed with a loud crash. Dust scattered everywhere. From within, a dust-covered white-skinned villager sprang out. It was still alive, but had lost all reason. Its body, enhanced by the corruption disease, had gained combat power equivalent to a first transformation. It could no longer be called a human. Instead, it was a decaying corpse with crazed, blood-red eyes, indistinguishable from a monster. Its body was covered in festering sores, and its rotting skin peeled off like dry leaves. Suchen immediately scanned the monster's data. Corrupted villager, level 11, strength 128, vitality 79, agility 42, mental 0, skills, bloodthirsty bite, painful claw, corruption infection, disease howl. A common villager from a barren mountain village. It transformed into a terrifying monster after being infected with the corruption disease. The villager moved like a living dead, its gait strange, covered in white ash, rubble fragments, and oozing pus and blood. It charged towards Suchen with a twisted roar. Suchen remained expressionless, a thought flickering in his mind. Golden scale, eat it. Faced with such a first-turn monster, Suchen no longer needed to take action himself. His voice was low, and his running motion did not falter. He directly swept past the monster. The rotting villagers thought Suchen was afraid. Its face was grotesque, mouth wide open, chasing after Suchen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden streak of light shot out from the sheath behind Suchen. The golden patterned sword danced in midair, the soft blade twisting and turning. Then it suddenly charged towards the decayed monster. The golden scale patterns reflected a faint golden glow under the moonlight, directly wrapping around the villager's head. On the sword's body, the arranged golden fish scales began to slightly curl up, resembling sharp serrated edges. Then the soft blade started to coil around the monster, spiraling downwards. Crack, 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 crack. Blood and pus splattered everywhere. In just a few seconds, a large living monster vanished in an instant. Not even bones were left behind. Only a few yellowed, foul-smelling teeth remained on the ground. It wasn't that the golden patterned sword couldn't bite, but rather it found this thing too disgusting to have any appetite. On those teeth, a few strands of flesh were still embedded. The golden patterned fish sword turned and flew into the air, satisfied and glowing with brilliance. It wanted to show off its neat battle achievements to its master, but when it turned around, its blood-red eyes went wide in shock. Damn it!
The master had already run hundreds of meters away, not waiting for it at all. It immediately exerted all its strength and swiftly darted over, finally catching up to Su Chen's side. It coiled back around the sword sheath, writhing as if digesting the delicious meal it just had. The golden patterned swordfish has eaten a decayed villager, gaining a temporary suffix effect, corrupted sword edge, for 10 minutes. This sword adds 10% corruption damage, experience plus 470. It had only eaten a first turn monster, not even an elite one, yet it could gain such a temporary buff, which was acceptable. Coupled with Su Chen's decayed sword shirt, his corruption damage would be very high within these 10 minutes. He charged forward without stopping. This village is so big, I've run several miles and still haven't left the boundary. Could it be that this dungeon is all villages? No wonder Ji Yao said the environment here was complex, and the assassins hadn't caught them for a long time. Only in such a complex place filled with houses could one possibly hide. If it were a plain or glacier dungeon, there would be no way to evade. At this moment, Su Chen passed by a graveyard. Dozens of tombstones stood here, with small mounds of graves rising slightly. Roar, hiss, painful groans came from the graves. Dozens of decayed villagers crawled out from the tombstones. Their bodies had almost been decomposed by the soil, already dried and horrifyingly rotten. There were old people, children, all with grotesque faces. This place resembled a hell on earth. They crawled towards Su Chen with their red eyes. Surrounding him, Su Chen remained expressionless, making a direct gesture. Golden scale, eat them fiercely. Buzz, the golden patterned swordfish suddenly spun out. Indeed, it hadn't followed the wrong master. There was plenty to eat. It seemed extremely excited, swimming in mid-air, then transforming into a golden light, swiftly darting across the entire battlefield. It gnawed at those villagers until they were riddled with holes, all the flesh going into its belly. The golden scale was both a sword and a strange pet, possessing a certain level of self-awareness. Therefore, the best part of using this weapon was that Su Chen didn't need to expend any effort. It could automatically slay enemies while Su Chen himself drew the black-edged sword and executed basic attacks. He moved at incredible speed, advancing with the light wave step. His goal was not to exterminate these villagers, because his level was too high. Killing low-level monsters had already resulted in experience decay. The rewards gained were almost negligible, so his goal was to break through. Su Chen raised his hand, and in an instant, 5 swords slashed out with incredible speed. Among them, 3 swords were infused with the decaying sword energy damage from the decaying sword shirt, directly annihilating large swathes of monsters. You like decay, don't you? Then let it rot even more. Their bodies were already decaying, and now they were severely injured by the corrupting sword energy. It was easy to imagine they turned to ashes in an instant. Su Chen gracefully weaved through without pausing for a moment. He closely pursued the blue bird. Behind him, the golden scaled sword followed closely, coiling around the sheath, its scales glowing brightly. It killed all the dozens of villagers. Su Chen gained 9,000 experience points. Each villager was worth about 300 experience points. For a newly promoted second-tier novice, this was quite a lot. But for Su Chen, it felt a bit lacking. At this moment, deep within the dungeon, a small team of 3 was huddled in the ruins of a house. There were bloodstains on the ground, and everyone was severely injured, extremely weak. They had been fleeing in a desperate scramble for many days, surrounded by numerous assassins, and had long run out of supplies. All healing potions had been consumed. Yan Zhe's injuries were the most severe. Half of his arm had been severed, and he had lost a lot of blood. His consciousness was hazy as he leaned against the wall. Sitting, he had to rely on sheer willpower to avoid fainting. Ji Yao held a broken scythe, her lips pale, standing by the window to assess the situation around them. Her lively eyes scanned the area. The messages we've sent out during this time seem to have been blocked, with no one responding. Even Su Chen hasn't replied. The fighting within the dungeon is permitted by the rules and laws. No one will come to save us. This time, it seems we really might die in here. Ji Yao bit her silver teeth, her eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness. It's all my fault, dragging you down with me. Jiang Yunqing's eyes were filled with guilt, her fists clenched so tightly that blood oozed from her palms. Yan Zhe, you mustn't die. It's all because of my family's troubles that I've put you all in danger. She walked in front of Yan Zhe, crying as she spoke. Yan Zhe, with a pained expression, forced a bitter smile. You don't curse me. At least,
I've advanced to the second tier, no matter what. I shouldn't die from a severed arm.
The vitality of a second-tier practitioner is not on the same level as that of an ordinary person.
Even with a severed arm or leg, they wouldn't easily die unless treatment was delayed for too long. Although Yanzei claimed he wouldn't die,
anyone could see that his current state was poor. He was just being stubborn.
What if a second tier's physique is tough?
A severe injury like a severed arm, if left untreated for a long time,
could still lead to infection and death.
Jiang Yunqing knew that Yanzei was merely comforting himself. She bit her lip,
blood trickling down. How about I go out and let them capture me? Then you can take the chance to escape. After all, their target has always been me.
Jiang Yunqing gritted her teeth,
resolute, and immediately walked towards the door without looking back.
Ji Yao,
stop her. Cough cough, Yanzei hurriedly said, but suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Without needing him to say anything, Ji Yao had already stepped forward and grabbed her. Yunqing, don't blame yourself. She approached,
wiping Jiang Yunqing's tears with her mage's sleeve,
speaking softly. If it weren't for your soul enhancement skill,
which doubled our experience points, we wouldn't have leveled up to the second tier so quickly.
This past month, being with you has been very happy. We are willing to bear all of this with you. Friends should help each other.
She showed a cute smile and gently hugged Jiang Yunqing.
Yanzei also said softly, dying with friends, I have no regrets. Yunqing, we don't blame you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing became even more determined to leave.
Hey, do you two know? You're so carefree about dying with me.
Instead, it makes me want you to live even more. Her eyes reddened,
and she suddenly broke free from Ji Yao's hand,
resolutely walking towards the door. After all, her father was dead, her family was gone,
and she had little attachment to this world.
At that moment, Yanzei spoke up. Fine, if you want to go, then go.
He forced himself to sit up straighter,
nonchalantly, but you need to understand, the people outside might have skills to search for memories. Once they catch you, they can find me in Ji Yao's hiding place. Moreover,
they have taken everything from your family and are doing such despicable things. They definitely don't want this to be exposed. Everyone involved must die. So it's not just you, everyone related to you must be wiped out. They have already seen the three of us together. Even if you go out to die, they won't spare me and Ji Yao. Yanzei said firmly.
If you want us all to be exterminated, then go ahead. Cough, cough, cough.
After saying so much in one breath, he broke into a violent cough, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yanzei was not just missing an arm, his lungs had also been pierced by a blade. Every breath was excruciating pain for him. He was the most severely injured. Under the pursuit of the assassins, it was Yanzei who repeatedly turned the tide and stepped forward. After several narrow escapes, it was truly perilous. There was even one time when Yanzei lured a team of assassins into a lair filled with elite monsters. Then, he teamed up with Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing to surround and kill, successfully taking down a third-tier assassin. Killing a third tier with a second tier,
though the means were not honorable, was indeed impressive.
They gained a lot of experience.
Now, their levels had all reached around 23.
If it weren't for the coincidence of strategies,
environment, and monster constraints,
Yanzei would not have been able to keep the two of them alive for so many days.
Luck played a major role,
while the other part relied on Yanzei's meticulous thinking.
The two complemented each other, both essential, but now, they had truly reached their limit. If an assassin found them now,
they would have almost no means of countering.
Even Yanzei had not prepared any backup. All their items were used up, and everyone was injured. Yunqing, don't forget, you still have your sister.
Ji Yao stepped forward, her expression serious as she advised.
She's currently missing, maybe she's still alive? Even for her sake, you need to live well. Jiang Yunqing was finally swayed. She calmed down, returned to Yanzei's side, and sat on the ground. I'm sorry, I was indeed impulsive.
She took out a water bottle and fed Yanzei a few sips.
So now, what should we do? She asked. Outside the window, a light rain began to fall, bringing a chill to the room.
The rain was very strange,
with a murky yellow color. Ji Yao stood by the window,
gently shaking her head as she said,
there really isn't much we can do.
These people have a wide range of skills. They can even designate such a vast area around us as a combat zone. They make it impossible for us to even exit the instance.
It's truly omnipotent.
There might even be fourth-tier assassins among them. To send people with levels higher than ours to assassinate us is indeed a heavy investment, Ji Yao said with a somber expression. Deep in her eyes, there was also some fear of death and attachment to the world. Deep down, she didn't want to die. Grandma, and Mom and Dad, were all waiting for her to come home. Moreover, she had just reached the second tier and had finally caught up with Su Chen. She hadn't even had the chance to show off to him yet. Now, she was about to die. She forced a bitter smile, ultimately hiding her sadness in her heart. She knew she couldn't show any fear. Right now, she was in the best condition among the three. If she broke down, everyone would despair. What about asking other players for help? Jiang Yunqing asked. It's not feasible. This dungeon is an E-level dungeon, and most players are like us, second transformation newcomers, while the killers, the lowest, are third transformation experts. Yanzei shook his head and said, letting them come is just sending them to their deaths. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying loud noise erupted from above, shattering the tranquility of the three. A large hole suddenly broke through the roof of the ruined house. The blood moon poured down, its light dazzling and enchanting. Discovered! Yanzei's face turned grim, his eyes narrowing. He quickly grabbed the bough beside him. A scarred man descended from the sky. He wore a black tight-fitting outfit, and his hands were shackled with enormous chains. Those chains were not instruments of restraint but his weapons. Little mice, so you were hiding here. You really made me search hard for you. He let out a sinister laugh, his voice hoarse as if a thick phlegm was stuck in his throat. He was tall and robust, standing at nearly 2 meters. He greedily stared at the three, licking his lips, as if he were not looking at three living beings but at the rewards within reach. He was not an official killer from the Zhang family but a rogue. The Zhang family had posted a bounty on the dark web, revealing Jiang Yunqing's location. Anyone could participate in this hunt. Whoever could kill Jiang Yunqing would receive a huge reward from the Zhang family. If he could capture her sister, Jiang Lan, along with her, a double kill of the sisters would triple the reward. Unfortunately, Jiang Lan's whereabouts were still unknown, and the Zhang family had no leads, but he was already satisfied with just killing one. A lifetime of wealth and glory was right in front of him. Enough for him alone. No, for his whole family. Even his entire clan could live worry-free for the rest of their lives. No more need to fight for survival in dungeons. Wu Meng's hands trembled, the chains clinking with a crisp sound, radiating powerful waves of energy. Yanzei gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up, but he had no strength left and fell directly to the ground. TSK, it seems that the sword Wang Chang gave you before he died had quite a bit of power. Wu Meng stared at Yanzei, slowly approaching, mocking him. A few days ago, Yanzei had used a trick to lure a killer into a trap. That killer was surrounded by a group of elite monsters and was ambushed by the three, dying on the spot. The swordsman was named Wang Chang, who was originally Wu Meng's teammate. It was Wang Chang's desperate sword before he died that pierced Yanzei's lung, making it impossible for him to breathe normally. The damage from that sword was even more severe than a severed arm. Because of the difficulty in breathing, his blood lacked nutrients, and he couldn't recover his mental strength. Honestly, I don't feel sorry for such a useless person. He shrugged and said, they were all just temporary allies gathered for the sake of the bounty, so there was no real emotion involved. But I don't feel good either. Wu Meng's expression darkened, and he spoke slowly, word by word. He began to step closer to the three. His face was covered in scars, inflicted during that battle when he was bitten by the tide of elite corrupted villagers. It cost me an extremely expensive detox potion to avoid getting infected with that disgusting corruption disease. What a blood loss. As he said this, he spat out a thick phlegm, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was indeed a third transformation expert, but facing dozens or even hundreds of corrupted mutated elite monsters, he didn't dare to be reckless. So at that time, he had no hesitation in abandoning that teammate and running away. You really are quite cunning. Managing to find a place where so many elite monsters gather, you must have some brains and a bit of luck. I won't heal the scars on my face just to remember the humiliation you little bastards brought me. A third transformation expert, severely injured by a few newly promoted second transformation kids. If this got out, he would undoubtedly lose face. A great shame indeed. I must kill you all. I must rise to greatness. I must. After making a huge profit, only then will I start to heal these scars, which will become the motivation that drives me. He spoke, his tone growing increasingly terrifying, his expression becoming more and more twisted. His desire for money made him willing to kill 3 young men and women who had just turned 18. He was halfway through his words when suddenly, a gray-black magic circle formed behind him. A massive blood-red armored knight emerged from the formation. The knight stood over 2 meters tall, even larger than him. The red-armored Death Knight swung a gigantic stone sword, striking down with a fierce blow. The dark gray sword's shadow whipped up a howling wind. Bang! Wu Meng was directly struck in the waist and flew backward, crashing into the wall. His agility was not high, as he belonged to the warrior class, so he couldn't evade the attack. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why say so much? Ji Yao said coldly, her voice like silver bells. Ugly monster. Who cares what you think? She had limited stamina, only about 60% left. After using this platinum-level summoning spell, her mental energy was nearly depleted. But she had to put on a strong front to intimidate her enemies. Jiang Yunqing immediately raised her staff, casting several buff spells on Yanzei and Ji Yao. Parry buff, silver mid-tier, designate yourself and up to 3 teammates, continuously consuming mental energy to increase their block probability by 30%. Agility buff, gold low-tier, continuously consuming mental energy, providing a 50-point agility attribute bonus to yourself and up to 3 teammates. Pain removal, gold high-tier, continuously consuming soul energy, providing a pain-ignoring effect to yourself and up to 3 teammates. The white, blue, and black lights flashed over the several of them. Using 3 buff spells simultaneously was also a huge drain for Jiang Yunqing. Her hands were trembling. After receiving these 3 buffs, Yanzei finally managed to regain some combat ability. He forced himself to stand against the wall, drawing his bow and aiming at Wu Meng. He had already lost an entire arm. Under normal circumstances, he would be unable to draw the bow and shoot. Fortunately, he had learned a new skill, floating bow technique. This allowed his bow to float in front of him, following his movements. This way, he could use his remaining hand to knock an arrow and draw the string. In fact, the true use of this skill was to have 2 bows floating in front of him, allowing him to draw and shoot with both hands, greatly increasing his output. But now, this method of use solved his immediate crisis. Yanzei's eyes surged with killing intent. His single arm pulling the bowstring trembled violently. His body was too weak. Wu Meng spun around and landed firmly on the ground. Damn! His face twisted in rage as he suddenly broke the shackles on his hands, turning them into 2 long whips of iron chains. He hadn't expected Ji Yao to dare to take the initiative and make him look so disheveled. Moreover, Ji Yao's words, "ugly monster, no one cares what you think," ignited a fire of anger within him. He had been ugly since childhood and had never held a woman's hand in his life. This was also why he craved money so desperately. Therefore, Ji Yao's words undoubtedly struck a nerve. Angering me will only make your end more miserable. After all, the Zhang family never specified how to kill you. As long as you're dead, that's enough. Which means, I can torture you little beasts to death. He roared, charging forward. He was incredibly strong, with very high attributes and a substantial health pool. The red-armored Death Knight summoned by Ji Yao struck him solidly in the back with a sword, and the injury was surprisingly not severe. He only had some bruises. If a normal second transformation player had taken that hit, they would likely have shattered their spine and become completely disabled. Jiang Yunqing took 2 steps back, her gaze slightly focused, forcibly casting an aggressive spell. 10,000 Ants Heart-Devouring Technique. Gold low-tier unleashes a wave of magical energy. The target will feel the excruciating pain of 10,000 ants devouring their heart for 1 second. This skill could make the opponent experience a heart-wrenching agony. Those with weak willpower will instantly lose their ability to act, becoming easy prey. It may seem like just a second, but for the victim, every moment of excruciating pain feels like a year. In battle, a moment of losing consciousness can determine the outcome. This is her new second-class profession. The Soul Healer's skill. This profession is an advanced class of the Soul Healer. Not only can it use the buff-type skills of the Soul Healer, but it can also learn attack skills from Soul Mages. It can be said to be a profession that combines support and combat. The magic of the 10,000 Ants Heart-Devouring Technique shot out like a stream of light, aimed at Wu Meng's head. He raised his hand to whip it with chains. Crash! A deep blue gust of wind struck out, directly shattering the magical energy. The crimson magical energy exploded, turning into specks of fluorescence, vanishing with the wind. The 10,000 Ants Heart-Devouring Technique was instantly dispelled. His steel chain weapon was specially made, capable of even attacking intangible magical energy. Jiang Yunqing gasped in shock.
The skill she had just learned was shattered with a single touch. The gap between second and third classes was indeed insurmountable. In her astonishment, Wu Meng had already charged in front of Ji Yao. He gritted his teeth at Ji Yao, filled with overwhelming hatred. She was the most troublesome summoner on the field. If he could just take her down, everything else would be easy. Ji Yao focused intently, staring hard at Wu Meng, and issued a command to her summon knight, "Protect me." The red-armored Death Knight, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive stone sword, had a dried skull beneath its armor, long since a corpse, with eyes glowing red like those of the underworld. Protecting its master was its greatest mission. The Death Knight suddenly charged forward, swinging its giant sword at Wu Meng to protect its master. Wu Meng sneered, turning around and throwing a punch. Boom! His iron chain spun around his arm, increasing the inertia of his arm to over 1,000 pounds. Then he threw a punch, activating a skill. The chain steel fist surged with even greater impact. The immense power created ripples in the air. This punch actually sent the red-armored Death Knight staggering back several meters, its steel armor scraping against the ground, creating sparks, its stance unsteady. The towering Death Knight, clad in heavy armor, was quite heavy, yet he could push it back with a single punch. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. The red-armored Death Knight was merely a summon creature. Its current combat power was no match for a true boss. It was difficult to withstand such a terrifying third-class expert. Moreover, the red-armored Death Knight was originally a first-class boss. Even if the boss itself came, it might not be able to handle the third-class Wu Meng. Wu Meng did not stop. Stepping forward, with a shoulder charge, he rushed towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao wanted to use a teleportation spell, but it was too late. A summoner caught in close combat with the enemy would surely meet a grim fate. In that moment, Yanzei narrowed his eyes and released the bowstring. A black-feathered steel arrow shot out, imbued with magical properties. During the novice dungeon, Su Chen had given him the spirit-binding corruption bow, a platinum-grade weapon. It had two affix effects, one of which was spirit binding. Spirit binding consumes mental power to allow all arrows shot from this bow to produce random magical effects. A trickle of bright red blood flowed from Yanzei's nose, clearly the result of exhausting his mental power to forcibly draw the bow. He was too severely injured, his current state was too strained. Whoosh! The arrow shot towards Wu Meng, exploding upon nearing him. It formed a translucent golden barrier, enveloping Ji Yao within. It turned out this arrow was not an attack enchantment, but a protective one. Wave barrier. Wu Meng saw the barrier and did not stop his movements at all. Humph! The resistance of an ant. One strike is enough to break it. He was unconcerned, smashing into it with his shoulder. Crack! The barrier shattered like glass in an instant. His shoulder slammed hard into Ji Yao's chest. She felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, spitting out blood and flying backward. Severely injured. Cough, cough, cough. She fell heavily to the ground, struggling to get up, coughing out a mouthful of blood. This strike was too brutal. If it weren't for Yanzei's protective barrier, she would have fainted right here from that blow. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand. The broken sickle in her hand was tightly gripped. The little girl looks quite good. I can let you live a few more minutes later. But the price? I'm afraid it will be quite tragic. Wu Meng sneered, a hint of lewdness flickering in his eyes. Damn, he's too strong. Jiang Yunqing was extremely anxious. Yanzei's gaze flickered with calculation. He thought rapidly. We have fought against Wu Meng. His strength is among the best even among third-turn masters. He came alone, without reporting to anyone, probably to pocket the bounty. Alone. Wait, that's right, he is by himself. To pocket the reward. He didn't bring anyone with him, and he probably hasn't sent out our location. Greed led him to make this decision. This means that as long as we defeat him, we still have a glimmer of hope. Yanzei's expression was grim, his eyes flashing wildly, his brain operating at full capacity. In such a weakened state, his consciousness was already hazy, and he felt extremely fatigued. But, he is so powerful. How can we kill him? This is fundamentally impossible. If the three of us were at our peak, perhaps we could fight. But now, I am basically incapacitated. A dead end. A dead end. Yanzei gritted his teeth, biting so hard that blood oozed, his face icy. It was truly difficult to come up with a way out. Just as Yanzei hesitated, Ji Yao seemed to suddenly think of something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her bright eyes. She looked at Jiang Yunqing and shouted, Yunqing, you must escape. Go to the place we discussed earlier. If you can escape, he can't kill us, Ji Yao said, revealing a meaningful look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing's expression changed in shock. She hesitated in her heart. What is Ji Yao talking about? Escape to the place we discussed earlier? But we didn't agree on any place at all. This is already a deadlock. Where can I escape to? She did not immediately refuse but pondered in her heart what Ji Yao's intention was. Ji Yao was very clever. She must have her own thoughts. As long as I escape, he can't kill Ji Yao and Yanzei? Suddenly, Zhang Yunqing realized, and she understood immediately. It took just a moment. The three of them had completed many Tower of Trials tasks together, and they had long been in close cooperation. So in an instant, she grasped Ji Yao's true meaning. That is, Wu Meng's true target is me, not Ji Yao or Yanzei. If he can't kill me, then he won't be able to collect the bounty. And if I run away now, Ji Yao pretends to know where I am going. Wu Meng must spare their lives and slowly interrogate them. This was also a last resort. Zhang Yunqing knew that this time she really had to escape. It was for their lives. If she didn't leave, Yanzei and Ji Yao would die immediately. This hard-won plan must not betray Ji Yao's heartfelt intentions. This time, she had no hesitation. Zhang Yunqing's gaze was resolute as she immediately stepped forward, heading for the back door window. Seeing Zhang Yunqing trying to escape, Wu Meng's eyes turned fierce, and he directly swung out a long chain whip, aiming to bind her to death here. The chain was wrapped in a layer of vibrating energy, its power immense, slicing through the air. In that instant, the red-armored Death Knight lunged forward, slashing out with a sword. It struck the chain, cleaving it down and pinning it firmly to the ground. All the knight's strength was concentrated in that blow. This strike was incredibly powerful, even more so than before. As Ji Yao raised her hand, she exhausted the last bit of her mental energy, momentarily increasing the power of her summon. It was incredibly difficult for a second tier to control a third tier, so Ji Yao had to give it her all. A second later, Wu Meng used another chain whip to shatter the knight's stone sword. Finally retracting his weapon, he rushed to the broken window and looked outside. Zhang Yunqing's petite figure had long since disappeared. Her skill provided her with a 50-point agility bonus, making her speed ethereal. Typical new job changers only had 5 points of agility, but she had 50 now. Coupled with her original agility, her speed was beyond that of ordinary people. Wu Meng was furious. Damn it! I will torture you to death, and I want you to tell me her whereabouts within 30 seconds. He walked towards Yanzei and Ji Yao, the shackles on his hands scraping against the ground, creating a chilling symphony. Don't worry, my methods of torture will make you remember this for eternity. His face was twisted, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The fat duck he had in hand had flown away, and he was naturally furious. Ji Yao and Yanzei, however, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, they wore faint, relieved smiles. To be honest, we don't know her whereabouts either, Yanzei said, his eyes even showing a hint of calmness. He looked at Ji Yao and praised. Ji Yao, you are so clever. I didn't expect that in the end. It would be you who broke the situation. Put. Yanzei suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seems I've lost too much blood, and my mind isn't clear anymore. I should have thought of this method earlier. His mouth was full of blood, and his smile was somewhat deranged. After Zhang Yunqing left, the buff effect disappeared, and intense pain surged through his entire body. As long as she can live, that's good, Ji Yao murmured. She was dressed in simple necromancer robes, now covered in mud. Her originally fair skin was already marred with scars, blood streaming from her body. But this strong girl showed no sign of pain on her face. She looked at Wu Meng with a winner's calm smile, as if she had won. What are you laughing at? You don't really think you've won, do you? Ji Yao's expression infuriated Wu Meng. My methods of torture will make you beg for death. With that, Wu Meng stepped forward, striking with both whips. The iron chains pierced through Ji Yao's body. It was swift and decisive. She suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her lungs and lumbar spine pierced by the shackles, leaving 2 large holes in her body. Excruciating pain surged, and she could not stand, having to kneel on one knee, breathing heavily. Blood stained her thin robe, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. We have no idea where she is. Even if you torture me to madness, I won't be able to tell you. No matter what, you won't be able to claim the bounty. She wore an incredibly resolute expression. still smiling. At that moment, Yanzei felt a tremor in his heart. Miss Ji was so strong.
No wonder Su Chen liked her so much.
Indeed, Yanzei knew that Su Chen liked Ji Yao. Su Chen had shown no attempt to hide it. So along the way, Yanzei took great care of Ji Yao, allowing her to land many finishing blows on monsters, so she could gain more experience. After all, Su Chen had saved his life, so he had to protect those Su Chen cared about. At this moment, he was filled with guilt, hating himself for not having the ability to protect her. He could only watch helplessly as she was tortured by the enemy. Ji Yao smiled, but tears filled her eyes, not because of the pain, but because of her father, mother, and grandmother. She would never see them again, would she? Just as she was in despair, footsteps echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a person appeared outside the window.
When she saw this person, her eyes widened in shock,
staring intently at her. Yunqing, why are you back?
Zhang Yunqing's eyes were dazed, her expression one of despair.
I'm sorry, I was captured by the Zhang family.
She wore a look of desolation on her face,
and after speaking,
she knelt down and could not rise.
She sobbed uncontrollably. In the next moment,
more than a dozen assassins from the Zhang family emerged from the shadows.
They had surrounded the dilapidated little house. The leader was a middle-aged man,
carrying a strange disc on his back,
embedded with countless ancient characters. This man was a professional ancient language programmer.
At the 4th transformation level,
he possessed the ability to manipulate everything,
even briefly altering the physical rules within a certain area.
This profession was extremely rare, a hidden profession among hidden professions, with very high strength.
Zhang Yunqing had barely taken a few steps before she was caught. The assassins from the Zhang family watched as she ran out of the dilapidated house and captured her on the spot.
Very good. Everyone is here, the ancient language programmer said, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly stating, "It was worth my time and effort to set up the area blockade." At this moment, Wu Meng's expression was unpredictable as he stepped forward.
He had originally wanted to kill Zhang Yunqing alone to claim the bounty.
However,
the Zhang family members had also heard the commotion and rushed over.
It seemed the noise from the earlier battle had been too loud. Wait, esteemed masters of the Zhang family, Wu Meng said, forcing himself to speak.
I found Zhang Yunqing first, you can't just take the credit.
The ancient language programmer was named Geng Zhang.
He merely smiled indifferently.
Of course, I will report your contribution truthfully.
Wu Meng immediately smiled like a blooming flower,
scratching his head. That's good.
I have long heard that the Zhang family is magnificent and imposing,
with clear rewards and punishments. Truly one of the 3 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, and seeing it today, it is indeed so. He flattered, buttering them up. Then he eagerly stepped forward a few paces. Standing beside Geng Zhang, he looked at Ji Yao and Yanzei, his eyes filled with pride. Now that the Zhang family's experts had arrived, they had set up a net. These 3 little beasts were undoubtedly doomed. Suddenly, a dark red phantom sword blade condensed from midair. It pierced through Wu Meng's chest from behind. His vision blurred in an instant, and he knelt down, staring blankly at the side. Geng Zhang looked down at him, manipulating his disc. Master, why? He spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe it. Geng Zhang's expression was cold as he looked down at him. In his eyes, there was only disdain, as if looking at an ant. You, a lowly waste, think you can claim a reward?
The Zhang family arriving here has nothing to do with you.
It was all thanks to my great rain of falling yellow that I locked onto their location. Do you really think I would hand over such a heavy reward to a lowly rat like you? After saying this, Geng Zhang sneered and kicked Wu Meng in the face. Wu Meng was sent flying, spitting blood, with no strength left to stand. Geng Zhang shook his hand, wiping his disc as if he had a cleanliness obsession. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing met his gaze with determination, unyielding and composed. In that moment, her heart was filled with unwillingness. In her impression, her father had always been a symbol of intelligence, strength, and authority. Did her father really leave no backup plan? Why had she received no inheritance or treasures? If there had been an epic life-saving item, perhaps she could have turned the situation around and saved her companions. But her father had left her nothing at all. Even if the other party could block messages, they shouldn't have been able to block news from over 10 days ago, right? She clenched her fists tightly,
her nails digging into her flesh,
drawing blood. Gung Zhang looked at her expression and smiled faintly. He, Miss Jiang, I know what you're thinking. He stepped forward slowly, a mocking smile on his face. His next words aimed to completely shatter Jiang Yunqing's will. Your father indeed left a backup plan. Before he died, he distributed all his wealth, giving away countless equipment, items, and money. Even the least valuable of his relics was a mid-grade platinum item. A full 100 people received his inheritance, and he had only one request. Gung Zhang recounted slowly. That was to hope they would protect you and your sister after receiving the gifts. Among those people were your classmates, teachers, and former friends. There were business associates of Jiang Yangli from his lifetime, and powerful individuals he was familiar with. At this point, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. And guess where those people are now? Ha ha ha. After receiving your father's gifts, they all rushed to the Zhang family, demanding to know your whereabouts, hoping to get a share of the bounty. Now they are all in the dungeon, helping us find you. Everyone only wants the bounty. Jiang Yangli's gifts mean nothing to them. He really overestimated human nature. Ha 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 ha. At this, Gung Zhang couldn't help but double over with laughter. He noticed he had lost his composure and suddenly became serious, his expression turning extremely grave. His personality was somewhat neurotic, and he quickly adjusted his clothing and cleared his throat. It seemed he was very particular about his appearance, wanting to blend into the upper class of the Zhang family. After all, he didn't share the Zhang surname, he was merely a dog of the Zhang family. A dog wanting to please its master must integrate into the pack, hiding any trace of its lower class stench. Jiang Yunqing listened to all this, her face pale, instinctively taking 2 steps back. How could this be? In that moment, she felt despair for the world. Humanity, could it really be this cruel? Not a single person who helped her and her sister. But even if her father had given away all his wealth, he would surely have left a treasure for her and her sister. Why did she not have one? This was something she could never understand. As she pondered, Gung Zhang lightly tapped his fingers. Countless runes swirled, coalescing into a blood sword that pointed towards the 3. His eyes held a calm, killing intent as he said leisurely, to be honest, we found out that there is one more person who received your father's relics, but he hasn't approached the Zhang family. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere, enjoying wealth and glory. In any case, you have no hope left. He thoroughly enjoyed the gradually despairing look in Jiang Yunqing's eyes. This was even more exhilarating than killing. To kill, one must strike at the heart. Tell me, where is your sister? He stepped forward, his overwhelming presence pressing down as he demanded. He aimed to break Jiang Yunqing's will step by step, just to extract her sister's whereabouts. Jiang Yunqing's gaze trembled slightly. Her sister was still alive? This was precious information. She gritted her teeth, hesitating to speak. She had no idea where her sister Jianglan was, and even if she did, she couldn't possibly say it. She stared fiercely at Gung Zhang, her eyes filled with stubborn killing intent, continuously gathering. Gung Zhang's smile turned cold as he ordered the surrounding assassins. All right, I don't have much time to waste. Get to it, kill. His tone was light and airy. Since he couldn't get anything out of her, there was no need to waste time. With a single command, all the assassins moved at once. The 3 blood swords floating before him also swiftly slashed out. The terrifying flashes of blades and swords swept in, locking onto the 3. Under the close-range assault of so many elite 3rd-tier assassins, even a 4th-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare to claim they could escape unscathed. These few 2nd-tier youths were undoubtedly doomed. The overwhelming killing intent instantly enveloped the entire scene. Jiang Yunqing had long been restrained and controlled by the crowd, unable to escape. 2 long knives, wrapped in a bloody fierce light, slashed towards her neck. The 2 assassins behind her were the most elite assassins of the Zhang family, having used many rare materials to enhance their physical attributes, making their combat power far superior to others of the same realm. On the blades, spiritual energy flowed, and the violent killing aura was chillingly intense. Jiang Yunqing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness, yet powerless. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks. Along with the pain, there was also hatred. The Zhang family was cruel and shameless, even wanting to kill Wu Meng, who had helped them. She knew it was all over. She could no longer avenge her father, sister, or family. 2 close friends would also die because of her. If there were a next life, she would definitely become the strongest person and kill every member of the Zhang family. She was willing to become a vengeful spirit. Yanzei furrowed his brows, leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on the overwhelming attacks. Even at this last moment, he still hadn't given up, thinking of how to break the deadlock. But he also knew in his heart, it was all in vain. Ji Yao raised her head, gazing at the endless skills and attacks coming her way, slowly closing her eyes. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. But she had never regretted anything, because in this life, she had been fortunate. She had met true friends, had a loving family, and someone she liked who was so outstanding. She was content. In the moment before death, she held no grievances in her heart. She even revealed a faint smile of despair, her eyes showing a sense of freedom. In the darkness before her, she seemed to see Su Chen's blurred figure. She heard a familiar ethereal voice. "Hey, open your eyes, how can you give up?" That was the voice of the one she loved. The sound was elusive, hard to grasp, echoing in her ears. She knew it was an illusion, a figment of her imagination. But still, she gently opened her eyes. Even in death, she wanted to die with clarity. This was something Su Chen had once told her during school. The moment she opened her eyes, her gaze froze in shock. In her slightly reddened clear eyes, several violent sword energies were reflected. The scene before her was unforgettable for a lifetime. She saw a brilliant figure, wrapped in blood-colored thunder, rushing in like a storm from the end of her vision. He moved like a horizontal thunder, skimming the ground, his form reaching an unparalleled speed. Boom! Boom! The deafening roar of thunder approached rapidly, as if 9 heavens true thunder exploded beside her ears. The figure moved like a startled swan, leaving behind a charred path, creating a vast chasm. After passing several hundred meters, the withered grass was cut down by the storm-like sword energy. The corpses scattered across the village were shattered into powder by the thunder, black ash swirling in the air. It was too fast. Ji Yao had never seen a transmuter move with such speed in her life. It was almost like teleportation. In the next moment, the figure was right in front of her, standing before her with a sword in one hand. His long hair danced in the wind, his back illuminated against the light, wearing a tattered gray shirt that fluttered wildly. In his eyes, brilliant golden light flickered, as if he could see through all things in the world. Several blood-stained flying swords circled and danced around him. These blades had already pierced through several bodies in that brief moment. A small golden hourglass floated beside him, with golden sand flowing away. In that instant, it felt as if time had slowed down. What kind of great power was this? At this moment, that silhouette looked like an unparalleled sword god. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the killing intent in his gaze was like a raging sea of blood. The assassins only needed to glance at him to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies pierced by sharp blades. The terrifying pressure was released without concealment. Clearly just a third transition, yet the Azura aura around him made even the fourth transition Gengzheng unconsciously take half a step back. Only countless battles of life and death could forge such overwhelming pressure. This indicated that this person had unparalleled rich combat experience and absolute decisiveness in killing. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, and he raised his hand to grip. Swish! Buzz buzz buzz! The swords sang in harmony, filling the world. Several flying swords slashed out from beside him, spreading out with a thunderous roar. Each blade was wrapped in lightning, fierce thunder magic mixed with bloodlight. The thunder roared, emitting sharp sounds like 1,000 birds chirping. The sword's edge sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound as it cut through the assassin's throat. It shattered the blade's light, the gun's gleam, and the spells. All attacking forces crumbled and disintegrated. The flying sword danced chaotically, slashing through the heavens and the earth, spinning and killing. In just a brief moment, the entire dilapidated cabin was utterly shattered. As the dust settled, the place transformed into a flat expanse. The blood-red moonlight poured in, and the view became clear. Everything belonging to the Zhang family, their skills and weapons, was left in tatters. One person, breaking 100 techniques. Su Chen stood with his sword at an angle, his figure towering in the arena. The sword intent in his eyes was chaotic, and his voice was filled with boundless fury. Who dares to touch her? Who dares to touch her? Su Chen's expression was extremely calm, his gaze reflecting the blood-red hue. The anger in his eyes had ignited to the heavens. True anger, in fact, appeared incredibly calm. His voice resonated for 100 meters around, shaking the earth. Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Jiang Yunqing had hardly sustained any injuries. Only Jiang Yunqing had a line of blood appearing on her neck. A hair's breadth more, and she would have been beheaded. But Su Chen's sword was faster. The assassins attacking them had already been dismembered, their limbs falling to the ground. Blood spurted into the sky. In that instant, Su Chen had wielded his sword to kill 7 third-turn assassins, dismantling all offensive maneuvers. An absolute crushing force, an absolute suppression. The remaining 10 assassins stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The shock in their eyes had reached its peak, their pupils shaking violently. There are still experts. Gung Zhang's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward. He immediately raised his hand to grasp, a disc spinning in his palm, leaping before him. In an instant, the surrounding aura of rules began to tremble. The pressure of the fourth turn spread out without reservation. Several assassins were stunned, unable to regain their senses. It was only after Gung Zhang stepped forward that a few assassins dared to speak. "WH, who is making a move? I, Zhang family, am conducting business. Do you dare to obstruct?" The Zhang family, one of the greatest powers in the Dragon Kingdom. Sometimes, just these 2 words carried more deterrent force than the killing moves of a fourth-turn expert. After uttering the name of the Zhang family, the 10 assassins seemed to inexplicably gain confidence, gradually moving forward to surround Su Chen. Su Chen remained expressionless, silent, and did not respond to them at all. Because there was no need to converse with the dead. A voice echoed in his mind. Kill the third-turn shadow assassin, kill the third-turn blind fist master, kill the third turn. Su Chen gained a large amount of experience. In an instant, he leveled up to level 38. The experience gained from killing was the most substantial. He immediately allocated 10 points to luck. As a result, his luck attribute reached the significant threshold of 300. The critical hit rate was quite high. Moreover, even now, he had a chance to evade enemy skills while standing still. This was the effect of the luck attribute. Then, Su Chen took a deep breath. His fingers curled slightly. Several flying swords circled around Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunqing, protecting them within. In fact, he had arrived just in time. A few killing moves had already reached within 3 inches of Ji Yao's heart. If he had been even a moment later, they would have been annihilated. Even with Su Chen's 30-fold sword speed, it was impossible to intercept all the various skills and protect the 3 without injury in that instant. There were dozens of moves. Everyone was scrambling to be the first to kill Zhang Yunqing, so Su Chen could only activate his epic great item, the Time Sandblast. Within a 30-meter radius, time slowed down 9-fold, lasting for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds bought him the ultimate time. Only then could he perfectly shatter all skill attacks. Finally, he successfully saved the 3. The surface of his skin began to redden slightly, emitting white smoke, because his speed was simply too fast. With 350 points in agility, plus the diamond body technique, he moved like a ripple on the water. He even used the thunder enchantment sword spinning behind him, harnessing the brutal power of lightning to increase his speed. It was almost like flying close to the ground. The friction between his body and the air generated a tremendous amount of heat. From the moment he appeared in Ji Yao's line of sight to the time he approached this place, it took just over a second. As he put away the sandglass, Su Chen's gaze swept across the entire scene. In that instant, no one dared to make a move. His earlier ruthless slaughter had undoubtedly intimidated everyone. Yan Zhe sat against the wall, unable to believe what he was seeing, staring at Su Chen. Zhang Yunqing's tear-streaked face was dazed, nearly losing her balance. Su Chen? She murmured, her expression one of shock. Su Chen nodded. Ji Yao looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with an overwhelming shock that was hard to dissipate. Su Chen, is it really you? Her voice trembled with a mix of fear and emotion. She could hardly tell if this was an illusion or a dream. Yes, it's me. Those 3 short words were incredibly calm, yet they brought immense reassurance. Su Chen's voice was gentle as he turned to look at her. His gaze was clear and warm, as if it could isolate the murderous intent surrounding them. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was unable to speak through her sobs. All the despair in her eyes transformed into reassurance. Even covered in blood, she still managed to show a faint smile and return to her beloved. Su Chen took out a bright orange heart, pierced it with the black blade sword, letting a few drops of blood stain it, and then offered it to Ji Yao. She parted her red lips, allowing the blood from the blade to flow down her throat. Her pale face immediately regained its color. In the next moment, her injuries began to heal rapidly.
The speed of her recovery made her eyes flicker. The blurred consciousness from excessive blood loss suddenly cleared. That dreamlike feeling vanished without a trace. Everything felt so real. Could it be not an illusion? Her gaze trembled violently. Then, Su Chen controlled the golden scaled fish sword, condensing his thoughts into blades, which pierced into the orange blood heart. He delivered the top-tier healing blood to Jiang Yunqing and Yanzei with the sword's edge. The two swallowed the fresh blood without hesitation. No matter what, Su Chen would never harm them. Suddenly, their injuries began to recover rapidly. Jiang Yunqing's injuries were not very severe, and she returned to her peak condition in almost a second. As for Yanzei, his penetrating lung injury also healed immediately. The gruesome flesh at his severed arm visibly began to entwine with muscle fibers, undergoing self-healing and rebirth. However, the severity of the severed arm meant that even with the orange blood healing, it would still take some time to regrow. This miraculous item left Yanzei in a daze for a long time. Su Chen, how did you end up here? Jiang Yunqing stumbled over, rushing to Ji Yao's side to help her up, while shockingly asking Su Chen. Yanzei also shook as he stood up, staring at Su Chen. What on earth happened? How did you become so powerful? Could it be you have already broken through to the third transformation? No, that wasn't right. His gaze flickered, sinking into deep self-doubt. The third transformation could kill such a large wave of assassins of the same realm so quickly and protect the three of them without injury in an instant? Is this really something the third transformation can achieve? He and Yunqing, Ji Yao, were only at the second transformation. Thinking of this, a hint of tension arose in his eyes. Did that mean he would never be able to catch up to Su Chen? Su Chen walked up to Yanzei and gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you protected them with your life, no matter what. You will always be my friend, Su Chen said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Yanzei's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. Between men, there was no need for too many words. He picked up his bow. His mental energy was completely exhausted, but his body had healed significantly, so he could fight. Unable to use skills, he would rely on ordinary attacks. Gung Zhang's expression was cold as his fingers lightly tapped on his disc. Before long, countless intricate ancient runes floated in the air. The surrounding space was completely shrouded, and no one could escape. A massive pressure enveloped the area. All the assassins raised their weapons and quickly advanced. Just now, Su Chen's appearance had been so fast it was almost unbelievable. After activating his time sand hourglass, only he remained unaffected. Thus, to the perception of others, it seemed as if Su Chen's speed had suddenly increased ninefold. That overwhelming explosive killing power stunned the assassins for a few seconds, making them hesitate to act recklessly. But soon, their keen senses picked up on a detail. The golden hourglass beside Su Chen had dimmed and was now put away. It seemed that the hourglass was a one-time item. It must have been that item that allowed him to dominate the speed of the battlefield. Otherwise, a third transformation individual had no reason to be so powerful. This group of assassins shared information, and among them were scouts who had already discovered that Su Chen was not yet at the fourth transformation. Each assassin activated their skills and charged in to attack. They believed that Su Chen could no longer unleash the terrifying speed he had just displayed. They thought he had only relied on that item to possess such terrifying power. Now that the item was used up, he could only fight with his true strength as a third transformation individual. With this reasoning, they felt they had a chance. The assassins thought this way, attacking with all their might, without fear. Their eyes were filled with a thirst for rewards. Greed is humanity's most instinctual desire. In fact, Su Chen's full concealment skill could even hide his own level, but he deliberately revealed it to make the enemy underestimate him. His true combat power far exceeded his level. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, not retreating a step. He stood firm with his sword, his posture straight. There was a kind of determination that could hold back 1,000 men. He tightly gripped Frostfire Deathmark, shaking his hand. Crack! The sword's edge suddenly split open, spinning out to become a blade entwined with ice and fire, traversing the battlefield. In an instant, the sword energy, mixed with ice and fire, left afterimages lingering in the air. There was also the golden pattern scalefish sword, its blade soft, swimming in midair like a live fish. Yet it was a fast, deadly fish. It swam over the bodies of the assassins, greedily gnawing at their flesh and blood, piercing through their chests, and cutting into their bodies. The thought-condensed blade flickered with a deep blue light, slashing everywhere, spinning and creating a sound of breaking air. As Su Chen's chaotic thoughts drove it to hack wildly, multiple sharp blades dazzled the eyes, making it hard to defend against. Swirling through the sky, Yanzei also bent his bow and shot arrows to cover Su Chen. Although he had no skills, his second transformation profession, Demon Hunter Archer, was primarily focused on attack speed and physical damage. Therefore, his normal attack speed was very fast, able to shoot out more than 10 arrows in just 1 second. He had stored hundreds of arrows in his personal space, so he was not worried about running out. Jiang Yunqing quickly raised her small staff, using a buff skill to enhance her teammates. Jiao's mental energy was already exhausted. She could only raise her scythe and barely summon a flying undead insect to join the battle, to devour the assassin's flesh and skills. This summon was very small and consumed little mental energy, but the effect was still quite good. The four worked together, united in effort. In just a short moment, they had left all the assassins covered in wounds. Of course, the main fighting force was still Su Chen. Wah! How is he so fast? His sword technique speed has decreased slightly from before, but it's still so fast that my eyes can't capture it. Could this person be hiding his realm? What kind of sword technique is this? Only sword masters can fight while controlling their swords, but can a third transformation sword master control so many swords at once? Or is he not a sword master? No, it can't be. He's too troublesome. The faces of the crowd turned ugly, their voices trembling, mixed with painful groans. Not a single person could break through Su Chen's defense. Before long, 2 more were easily killed by Su Chen. The Frost Flame's death mark and broken sword were too swift. In the instant it pierced the skull, it could freeze and shatter the head, then burn it to ash. The assassins began to notice a buff appearing on themselves. Death mark? What is this buff? One person, covered in sword wounds, was gravely injured, his skin torn and bleeding, some wounds ablaze while others were frozen solid. The injuries caused by the Frost Flame sword were complex, dual elemental wounds. Thus, they were difficult to treat. Even drinking healing potions provided no relief, making him grimace in pain. He incredulously said, "W8, instant death at 100 layers? My current level is 25? A Phoenix warrior suddenly lunged towards Su Chen, wanting to engage in close combat. His fists were tightly clenched, pale winds swirling into a vortex of fist energy as he struck. Su Chen, expressionless and holding the broken sword, unleashed the stormy rain-shattering Phoenix sword. The terrifying sword wind poured down like a torrential rain, instantly cutting him to shreds. The attack was directly interrupted. Moreover, it triggered Su Chen's Shadow Sword Set equipment effect multiple times, activating the afterimage follow-up attack. Countless afterimages wielding ink-black long swords seemed to dance in mid-air, wildly slashing. In less than a second, he was reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. He glanced at his status bar and found that the death mark buff had stacked to 99 layers. This meant that in that instant, Su Chen had struck him nearly 100 times. 99 layers? He spat blood, his speech slurred as he mumbled. In the next moment, ding! Su Chen lightly touched the top of his head with his sword. The broken blade pierced a small hole in his brow. Just a gentle poke. Death mark level 100. Instant death, buzz. A strange sound of death echoed, and he fell straight down. His corpse emitted a puff of black smoke. This was the death mark. Everyone was stunned. 100 layers. Really dead? What kind of sword technique and equipment is this? Who is this person? Could he be a hidden master of the Yang family? The Yang family was one of the 3 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, but had always been at odds with the Zhang family. The assassins suddenly felt a bit hesitant. At this moment, the 4th-tier Geng Zhang's expression turned cold as he stepped forward to attack. Daring to save this Zhang family remnant at such a time. It seems you really are from the Yang family. Then we have nothing to discuss. Just kill him. Geng Zhang's face was icy as he made his move. Tap 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 tap. The precise sound of the disc rang out as he rapidly selected numerous keys. His withered hands struck the disc, countless symbols floating around him, ancient words of rules. Programmers could understand countless invisible and intangible basic energies as programming language, dismantling and arranging them to produce magnificent power. The attacks of this profession had no restrictions in attributes or forms. They could draw from the environment to unleash various elemental damages like ice, fire, electricity, thunder, decay, and death, condensing into swords, magical light waves, or even mental attacks, or directly influencing rules.
Everything depended on his programming skill. A high skill level could easily suppress experts of the same realm. A low skill level would struggle to influence rules. Even amplifying one's own power would be difficult. This profession had extremely variable combat power. A massive, pitch-black illusory hand appeared before Gung Zheng. The large hand was dark purple, filled with countless intricate runes, brimming with eerie power. It was evident that his programming skill was very high. The large hand reached for Su Chen. A tremendous wave of death magic power sweeping forth. Facing this strike, Su Chen remained calm. He raised his hand and slashed with the broken sword. Overbearing sword bounce. Boom! In an instant, an immensely powerful sword light shot through the air. In front of Su Chen, a semi-transparent sword energy membrane formed, swirling with a pale white sword aura, looking incredibly sharp. It directly isolated Gung Zheng's massive demonic claw outside. As the two moves clashed, Su Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. Gung Zheng's attack was heavier than he had imagined. After all, he was at the fourth transformation. How could it be easily countered? Su Chen's expression tightened. His wrist slightly twisted, executing a brilliant change in technique. He pointed the sword blade downward and struck down fiercely. In the sky, a gigantic stone sword tombstone fell from above. Heavenly falling sword tomb. With Su Chen's agility and mental attributes rising, the power of the skill was gradually increasing. This was reflected in the heavenly falling sword tomb, making the sword tomb larger and heavier. Moreover, this skill triggered a critical hit. The size of the sword tomb doubled. As it fell from the sky, a shadow could be seen. Boom! That enormous sword monument, towering over two people, crashed down, directly shattering the runic demonic claw into light powder, scattering in mid-air. The sword monument was heavy, embedding itself 2 meters deep into the ground. If a person stood here, even a defensive tank-type profession would likely be crushed into a pulp. But that wasn't the end. This move triggered Overlord Sword Counter. After the upgrade, the counter could now be triggered by skills. As long as the power could offset the enemy's attack, it could be countered back. The shattered magical runic energy in mid-air suddenly coalesced, transforming into a massive azure demonic claw. Reaching back toward Gung Zheng, the Overlord Sword Counter could return any attack at 90% of its power, and it retained all the special effects of this skill. Gung Zheng gasped at this move. All the assassins present, including Ji Yao and Yan Zhe, were dumbfounded. A complete counter? A swordsman-type attack profession could actually possess such a top-tier defensive counter skill. Logically, only extremely rare high-tier pure defensive tank professions would have such a high-intensity defensive skill. For example, Steel Shield Tower Warriors, Light Shield Guests, Protective Marvels, and Bloodthirsty Bull Warriors, all of which could only be transitioned into at the fourth realm. Yet Su Chen could now use such a skill as an output-type profession. It was hard to imagine what kind of opportunity he had. Gung Zheng's expression darkened, further confirming that this person was sent by the Yang family to stir up trouble. An ordinary transitional practitioner could never possess such powerful strength at such a young age. Moreover, aside from the Yang and Bailey families, who would dare to disrupt the Zhang family's affairs? Unless this person was a madman. Among the other two families, the Bailey family had long since closed its doors and secluded itself from the world decades ago. Only the Yang and Zhang families had been in constant conflict, with ongoing friction, so he could basically confirm, since it was the Yang family taking action, he had to handle this matter well. Otherwise, the higher-ups would definitely not spare him. Gung Zheng's anger surged, his fingers continuously tapping on the disc. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The glowing characters around him danced wildly, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Finally, a dozen massive illusory blades coalesced and shot out from behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp runic blades pierced the demonic hand, leaving it riddled with holes, nailing it to the ground, making it difficult to move. Then he lightly tapped his fingers, and several streams of light flickered, ancient text swirling around, disintegrating the demonic hand on the spot. This was an attack he created using his programming power, and he naturally knew how to dismantle it. But this also consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Su Chen watched his movements, feeling a surge of suspicion in his heart. He had fought against programmers before, but he had never seen anyone type this fast. He immediately scanned Gung Zheng's information. Ge Zheng, race, human, level, 43, 150, 000/4, 400,
000 experience points, occupation, ancient language programmer, strength, 7, constitution, 50, agility, 325, spirit, 378, luck, 7, skills, power of ancient language programming, diamond low grade. He can understand the profound and complex rules to a certain extent and reveal them in the form of ancient language runes. He can also consume spirit power to reorganize and rewrite them, generating various unpredictable rule powers.
Commonly used skill, Great Yellow Rain, summons a massive downpour covering hundreds of meters, capable of detecting enemy information and physical condition within the area.
Condensed Rule Blade, condenses the surrounding rules into a sword or knife,
shredding the enemy's body, depending on the world.
The properties and color of the rule blade vary. In the corrupted mountain village dungeon, the blade he conjured was blood-colored.
Communication blockade, locks onto a target within 10 kilometers in the same world, cutting off all their information exchange capabilities. Dungeon lockdown, envelopes an area with a diameter of 5 kilometers, designating it as a combat zone.
Finger Speed Strike, gold high grade, his 10 fingers can move at an incredibly terrifying speed, almost matching his thought speed. No wonder he types so fast. It turns out he has allocated agility points to 300,
almost on par with Su Chen.
This person has only 2 skills. Many of his methods are merely variations of the power of ancient language programming.
This is the advantage of ancient language programmers. As long as their programming ability is sufficient,
they can unleash any form of skill attack, so they don't need too many skills at their disposal.
One skill can branch into countless others.
They only need to pour all their resources into one skill. This way, they can quickly elevate the quality of a skill to the highest level. Therefore, Gu Zhang's core skill in ancient language programming has already reached Diamond.
The Lizard Man chief of the Wukka clan, Tuogang,
is also at the 4th transition and has reached level 49,
higher than Gu Zhang.
But Tuogang has no diamond skills, all are platinum level, simply because he has too many skills and his resources are scattered, which has led to his downfall. Su Chen's expression was grave as he pondered how to end the battle as quickly as possible while protecting the 3 of them, because in this corrupted mountain village world,
there are definitely more Zhang family pursuers than just Gu Zhang. The Zhang family's influence is too vast, towering like Mount Tai. Whatever they want to accomplish,
they will use the most extreme crushing methods to ensure nothing goes wrong.
To kill a 2nd transition person,
they would use 10 4th transition experts. They would never settle for just 9.
The Zhang family knows nothing of saving or limits. Lavishness is their greatest tactic.
This danger is definitely not as easy as the last time Su Chen was besieged by Zhang Tang's assassins.
Last time,
it was merely a young master's whim.
This time,
the Zhang family is hunting down the enemy's heir who can threaten their family interests.
It is absolutely not comparable.
It must have been meticulously planned,
laying down a net to completely seal off this dungeon.
If it drags on too long and other Zhang family assassins arrive,
then it will be over. Su Chen stared intently at Gu Zhang, his expression icy. Diamond quality ancient language programming skills can easily handle most forms of attack. Fighting against such a bizarre enemy is very troublesome. But Su Chen was not overly anxious. Although ancient language programmers are difficult to deal with, he is still only at the 4th transition.
He has not yet glimpsed the realm that can truly change the rules,
only able to barely influence them.
Therefore, he is not to be feared. Looking at Su Chen's sharp fighting spirit,
Gu Zhang's face turned fierce,
and his fingers clicked rapidly.
No matter what the true realm of this kid was, he had to crush the opponent. As a 4th transition,
he had once been considered a genius of his generation.
With his own pride,
Gung Zheng directly raised his hand, his fingers tapping wildly,
and in mid-air, countless characters emerged densely, revealing hundreds of ancient texts. In just a second or two,
he had unleashed several hundred ancient characters. The power of the rules constructed a blood-red twisted stance, enveloping the space within 50 meters around him.
Then, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended, causing Su Chen, Ji Yao, Zhang Yunqing, and Yan Zhe to feel a weight on their shoulders. Su Chen immediately noticed that a buff appeared on his status bar.
Weight shackles, your body is unbearably heavy. This meant that his speed would be significantly reduced.
Following that, countless illusory great blades coalesced, swirling in blood color. There were at least 60 or 70 great blades shooting towards Su Chen and the others. The overwhelming force was extremely oppressive. It was clear that Gung Zhang wanted to end this quickly. If it dragged on too long, other Zhang family assassins would arrive, and he might lose the credit. All the assassins saw their leader make a move and immediately joined in. Boom! Bang! Whoosh! Many skill attacks flew in. The shadow swordsman transformed into an invisible body. Approaching Jiang Yunqing, the ringed assassin wielded a large round blade. Attacking Jiang Yunqing, the card ranger used cards as blades, shooting out towards Ji Yao, the sharp edges of the cards creating a sound of breaking air. All the assassins focused on attacking the few people behind Su Chen. Because Su Chen was too strong, too difficult to kill, this one was left to the leader. Everyone knew the principle of picking soft persimmons. The various attacks dazzled the eyes, let alone easily dismantling them. Whoosh! With a command from Su Chen, the golden scale fish sword flew to his back, swimming beside Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing. Crackle, crackle, crackle. It moved like a live fish, flickering and tumbling in the air, and in a short moment, it devoured most of the great blades into its belly at an incredible speed. It barely saved a few people, but more attacks came crashing down like a torrential rain. Su Chen's gaze was resolute as he raised his hand to draw his sword. Buzz! With a clear sound, the sword tip flowed forward, embedding itself on the frost flame death mark. He raised his hand and executed the dragon slashing technique. Boom! A dragon's roar erupted as he swung his sword mightily. The massive golden sword energy instantly covered the space ahead for dozens of meters. A thin layer of sword energy, yet it was extremely solid, shining brilliantly. Except for the three teammates behind him, all the remaining assassins in front were within the attack range of this sword. In an instant, wails filled the air. Ah! A shadow swordsman caught in the shadows was directly severed. His head separated from his body. His scream cut short as he died on the spot. What kind of sword technique is this? A warrior was struck by the sword energy at chest height, screaming in agony, blood spraying as he died. Someone in high-grade heavy armor, with extremely high defense, was not completely cut open by the blade. Yet, he was struck hard, his armor dented, and then he flew back over 10 meters, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood as he died. The armor did not shatter, but his internal flesh had been sliced apart because Su Chen had 40% armor penetration. Under the enhancement of the source sword body's 30-fold power, just 40% of the dragon slashing technique's skill power was enough to kill someone of the same realm in an instant. Geng Zhang's dozens of rule blades also shattered, turning into blood-colored light spots that dissipated. All the third transition assassins were instantly annihilated. The three behind him were already dumbfounded. Jiang Yunqing wiped her tears, stunned on the spot, her staff dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. Ji Yao widened her eyes in shock, involuntarily taking a half step back. Su Chen's sword had just been swung right in front of her, almost within arm's reach. That terrifying sense of pressure, even if it wasn't directed at her, still made her feel an overwhelming fear. Yan Zhe's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Su Chen, had he actually reached this level already? At this moment, the three of them shared a common thought. This move could no longer be described as fierce, but it was furious. Geng Zhang was struck head-on by this sword. In the moment before being hit, he was drenched in sweat, subconsciously sensing a premonition of death approaching. He immediately realized that this young man was far more powerful than he had imagined. He could possibly be a hidden fourth transition. He hurriedly typed frantically, using his most powerful defensive programming skill, Life Fusion Shield. This was his self-created method. As the name suggests, it gathers all the invisible rules of nature around him, such as life, fusion, and nurturing, into a great shield. For example, soil carries the power to nourish plants and sustain life, possessing the ability to absorb and merge everything. Plants, too, need the nurturing of soil. To condense these natural rules into a method that rewrites characters, influences properties, and transforms into a way to absorb the enemy's attacks is extremely difficult. The Life Fusion Shield has strong defensive power, but it also has significant limitations. It is very hard to activate. Even Geng Zhang, with his high programming talent, had only used it a few times. He must instantly create thousands of rule runes in succession to unleash it. This defensive move is also incredibly powerful, not weaker than any pure defensive class's fourth transition skill. However, in a small instance world like the corrupted mountain village, the rules of heaven and earth are incomplete. It is nearly impossible to piece together this life-saving move using the surrounding rule runes. A few drops of cold sweat trickled down Geng Zhang's forehead. His physical attribute was only 50, and just looking at the number, it was even lower than some third transition practitioners.
Although he had a realm-level bonus that made his 50 points of physical attributes much stronger than those of a second transition practitioner with the same value. If he were hit by the dragon's slashing technique, he would still be severely injured or even killed. Faced with great danger, he gave it his all, concentrating all his spirit. Finally, it was done. In the face of death, anyone would unleash a power that surpasses their limits. Streams of green and red runes flowed, ultimately condensing into an illusory holy shield that firmly protected him. Boom! The moment the sword energy of the dragon's slashing technique made contact with the shield, the surrounding air suddenly trembled. The life fusion shield absorbed the attack, firmly withstanding the blow. Gung Zhang was not large in stature, so he did not trigger the affix effect of the dragon's slashing technique. Its power was just the normal diamond skill. Su Chen's expression was calm as he stared intently at Gung Zhang. He braced himself in place, being pushed back several dozen meters by the aftershock of the sword energy. The furious sword energy was indeed unmatched in sharpness, even carving a gap in his great shield. But even the golden sword energy of the dragon's slashing technique could not completely break through. Crack, 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 crack. Many cracks appeared on the surface of the shield. Although the cracks were dense, it held firm. The sword energy dissipated. Gung Zhang revealed a smile of survival, all the tension on his face disappearing. Ha ha ha, this should be your strongest sword, right? I withstood it. Fourth transition. Always fourth transition. The gap between the fourth and third transitions was too great. Even with the same attributes, the power of fourth transition skills would still be much stronger than those of the third realm. Not to mention, Gung Zhang was also a rare hidden programmer class, whose combat power was already among the best of all classes. A hint of confidence reappeared on Gung Zhang's face, for his rule shield was extremely solid. A cold smile appeared on his face as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, a hint of bloodthirst emerging in his eyes. With this great shield, you can't hurt me. This shield contains the power of the rules of life and will naturally recover, healing back to its original state in a short moment. And your golden sword energy must have consumed quite a bit, right? It will be hard to use it again. Just admit defeat. His expression was icy as he slammed his finger down on the mysterious disc. He once again condensed several rule shackles, wrapping around Su Chen, making him feel an increase in weight all over. This made Su Chen's movements even slower. His back even began to bend slightly. But Su Chen remained expressionless, quietly staring at him. He stepped forward, one step at a time. Those eyes seemed to be looking at a corpse. Such determination. Such an imposing gaze without anger. How could it belong to a mere third transition youth? Even the few clan protectors from the Zhang family might not possess such oppressive power. From the very beginning, Su Chen's indifferent gaze had infuriated Gung Zhang. As a fourth transition, he felt suppressed by the other party's aura. Thus, he desperately wanted to regain his dignity. I am a fourth transition, in terms of mental strength. How can you compare to me? I can outlast you. Gung Zhang gritted his teeth, a hint of confidence in his eyes. He spoke so much just to suppress Su Chen's arrogance in his own way. At that moment, Yan Zhe stepped forward slowly. Old man, after saying so much, can you take a look at your chest first? This statement left Gung Zhang somewhat bewildered. Moreover, this kid actually called me old man? I'm only 40. Gung Zhang felt a surge of anger but instinctively looked down. It was a mistake not to look. Upon seeing, his face turned ashen. It turned out, a sword mark had appeared on his chest without him realizing it. Golden sword energy had inexplicably broken through, leaving his chest a bloody mess. His ribs were all broken, and he could even see his exposed heart, battered and pulsating. Sharp stone ear pendant, 40% armor penetration. Gung Zhang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face looking extremely grim. At that moment, he felt his vision blur, a massive wave of weakness washing over him. He staggered backward, hurriedly taking out a healing potion to treat his injuries. Yan Zhe seized this opportunity, drawing his bow and shooting a black steel feather arrow, aiming to shatter that healing vial. Whoosh! The moment the arrow made contact with the living fusion shield, it disintegrated and was absorbed. Yan Zhe's gaze sharpened. The defense of the shield was so powerful, how did Su Chen penetrate it? In his shock, Su Chen struck again. His frost-flame deadly sword returned to its sheath, his posture slightly bending. Boom! In the next instant, he moved. It was as if all the weight pressing down on him had dissipated in that moment. He was almost too fast to be seen. Dust billowed behind him as Su Chen shot forward in a straight line. Sword hidden slash. This sword fell upon the living fusion shield. Frost and flame dual damage struck directly against the semi-transparent green rule shield. The shield immediately showed countless tiny cracks, the blade slicing deep into the center. This sword was intercepted once more. However, a massive diagonal tear suddenly appeared in Gung Zhang's chest cavity, forcing him back several steps before he collapsed to the ground. The intense pain made him let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth. How is this possible? The living fusion shield clearly blocked this sword. His face was grim, disbelief etched across it. He looked at his large shield, which began to heal, completely restoring itself in a few seconds. It could block every time, yet he was always left severely injured. Moreover, this guy's sword technique was incredibly fast, at least dozens of times faster than any swordsman of the same realm. Even though he had tried to suppress him with weight rules to slow him down, he was still too fast to see clearly. Who exactly is this person? Could he be the current heir of the Young family? Only the young master of the Young family could possibly possess such terrifying combat power at under 20 years of age. Only the three major families had such abundant resources to build up strength. This person might already be at the fourth transition. He looked at Su Chen, fear creeping into his eyes. He finally realized that this person was a tough opponent he couldn't handle. He gazed at Su Chen, straining to stand. At that moment, the pitch-black sharp stone ear pendant hanging from Su Chen's ear was glaringly eye-catching, its quality exceptional. How could he know that this was the true reason his large shield couldn't intercept Su Chen's sword technique? 40% armor penetration was simply unreasonable. After all, it was an epic-level item. Epic equipment is generally only qualified for 5-turn masters to possess. Su Chen stepped forward and raised his hand to turn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black-edged blood-sucking sword, the golden scaled sword, the mind blade, and the shadow flow long sword flew towards him. Under Su Chen's mental command, the four swords whirled and spiraled, directly surrounding Gung Zhang from all directions. The sword tips pointed at his head, beginning to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound. His life fusion shield could only protect the front, unable to encompass all sides. At this moment, Gung Zhang's heart was in his throat. He valued his life immensely, more than the average person, because he had once been at the bottom, enduring countless hardships before finally climbing to his current position. He worked harder than anyone else, abandoning dignity and humanity to achieve today. Working under the Zhang family's protection, he enjoyed it immensely, relishing the thrill of having the power of life and death over others. For instance, Wu Meng, he said kill and just killed, without a hint of hesitation. I can't die. He gritted his teeth, determined to fight to the death. His fingers tapped on the disc. Crack, crack, crack. Then, countless runes surged forth, coalescing into a 360-degree dark purple barrier that completely surrounded him. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly struck to suppress. The four swords lunged forward. Bang, 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 bang. A deafening sound erupted, and for a moment, the four flying swords couldn't penetrate his rune barrier. The intricate characters were densely packed, with tiny gaps, tightly pressed together, impenetrable and solid. Although the four sword blades triggered armor penetration, leaving 4 shallow sword marks on him, they ultimately could not kill him outright. The vitality of a 4-turn was indeed tenacious. It seemed that it was still too difficult for Su Chen to easily kill him. He raised his hand and grasped. The shadow flow long sword fell into his hand. The pitch-black illusory blade surged with mysterious sharp light. This sword was a mid-grade platinum weapon, now inferior to the diamond weapons Su Chen often used, but it had a very practical effect that Su Chen liked very much. Shadow slash. It could directly injure shadows. Moreover, this blade had no physical form, making it very effective at penetrating defenses. Su Chen gripped the sword and charged forward, unleashing the stormy rain-shattering phoenix sword. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of the sword slashes was like a furious storm, continuous as rain. The life fusion shield shattered inch by inch, gradually unable to hold up. The shadow sword could even penetrate the life fusion shield to a certain extent, directly striking Gung Zhang. Before long, countless sword marks appeared on his body, his face mutilated, blood and flesh a blur. Moreover, the shadow slash affix triggered, causing Gung Zhang's mental power to begin to drain rapidly, all defenses gradually collapsing. Unable to withstand it, the The rune array shield he temporarily activated was also being forcibly breached by several flying swords, especially the golden scaled fish sword. Its blade scales curled up like serrated teeth, seemingly sawing and devouring the ancient runes. Before long, a tiny ancient rune was successfully devoured by it. Then, amidst the countless gaps of scales, a purple light flickered, and the entire sword's color became somewhat magnificent, transforming from pure gold to a mixed appearance of rune traces, as if it had undergone an evolution. Subsequently, the golden pattern fish sword shook violently, shattering the surrounding runes, drilling through the gaps, and directly penetrating Gung Zhang's throat. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, a hint of desperate madness appearing in his eyes. He knew he was doomed. Since he was going to die, he would take you with him. His hair disheveled, he used the last bit of his life force. Boom, 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 boom. The violent power of the runes suddenly coalesced, the mysterious patterns intertwined, ultimately forming over 100 blood-colored long swords. This was his final strike. Expending all his mental power, without holding back, countless sword blades slashed directly towards Su Chen, Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunqing. Each sword was a massive illusory rule sword, with immense power. The final desperate counterattack of a 4-turn expert, exhausting their life force, is unimaginable in its power. Su Chen's heart sank, and he quickly took action. Whoosh! He commanded all his flying swords to shoot up, shattering and intercepting the overwhelming assault. At the same time, he activated the domineering sword bounce, using his sword control skill to trigger the bounce. In mid-air, a dazzling scene unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword blades clashed, then were bounced back, colliding with other blades. In the end, he barely managed to intercept and deflect all the large swords. Then Su Chen gripped the frost flame death scar broken sword and stepped forward to strike. Put! The blade pierced through the wobbling life fusion shield, directly embedding itself in Gung Zhang's heart. In that instant, Gung Zhang also produced an unremarkable small stone from his hand. At that moment, the stone shattered. A rule-based great sword coalesced and pierced through. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately redirected the blade of the frost flame death scar to block this sword. But this sneak attack was too insidious. Su Chen couldn't shatter it, only deflecting it slightly. The rule blade barely grazed Su Chen's shoulder, causing a very light injury, with a few drops of blood spilling out. Gung Zhang revealed a bloody, grim smile, as if he was satisfied just to have wounded Su Chen. In his dying moments, he had disguised one of the swords as a stone using rules to ambush Su Chen, which was truly hard to guard against. Su Chen sighed inwardly, no wonder he was under Sang's command. So shameless. Seizing the last moment of Gung Zhang's impending death, Su Chen raised his hand and activated the blood-sucking black-edged sword to strike. The pitch-black blade pierced through Gung Zhang's skull. The blade entered through the temple and emerged from his mouth. Thick blood flowed and dripped down. This final strike stacked his death scar count to 100. Death scar count 100. Instant death. Gung Zhang was already on the brink of death. And now with the death scar stacked, he collapsed to the ground, completely dead, dead beyond recovery. And the suffix of the black-edged sword successfully took effect. Blood Drinker absorbs the blood it touches, healing the holder's injuries. The rule sword shattered as Gung Zhang fell. Then Su Chen's injuries immediately healed. The platinum-level weapon suffix had a very strong healing ability. Not to mention, it was drawing from the life force of a 4-turn expert, making the effect even more pronounced. Soon, the small injury on his shoulder returned to normal. Su Chen had advanced a major realm, slaying a 4-turn expert without suffering any serious injuries. This was his current strength. At this moment, Su Chen noticed that his golden pattern fish sword seemed eager, rushing onto Gung Zhang's disc, starting to cling to it and gnaw frantically. The scales lifted, fiercely biting at the diamond-level rune disc. Su Chen did not stop it but allowed its gnawing. After all, the golden pattern fish sword had a chance to inherit the suffix and special effects of the consumed object, and he wanted to see how it would grow after devouring a diamond-level weapon. This thing was extremely hard. Even the golden pattern fish sword found it very difficult to gnaw. Crack, crack, the crisp sound echoed, and after a while, the golden pattern fish sword finally managed to gnaw the entire disc clean. Then, a voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. Golden pattern fish sword gained special effect, rune blade. Suddenly, dark purple runes emerged on the golden scaled sword blade, looking extremely mysterious. Rune blade, this sword can tear apart magic and shatter runes. This new effect was very strong.
Most magical attacks are illusory and lack physical form, but with the rune blade, they could be directly shattered. Then, Su Chen also gained a large amount of experience. Slayed a level 43 ancient language programmer, gained 730,000 experience, cross-border challenge reward 100,000, advanced to level 40. Su Chen directly leveled up twice, reaching level 40. Acquired 20 free attribute points, level reached 40. Learned new skill, lightning weapon instant movement, platinum quality, lightning weapon instant movement, platinum quality. You can transform into lightning and move to any sword within a 250-meter range in an instant. This skill has a 1-minute cooldown, a skill similar to teleportation. Lightning weapon instant movement can transform into lightning, which means it is on par with the speed of light. And there is not much difference from teleportation, both can reach their destination in an instant. This displacement skill has the ability to turn the tide of battle when used unexpectedly. If, after upgrading, the cooldown time of this skill could be eliminated, then Su Chen could continuously use lightning instant movement. The effect, just thinking about it, is terrifying. Su Chen then allocated the new attribute points to agility. His agility attribute immediately rose to 370. He checked his profile. Su Chen, carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Slayer, level 40, 4th transmutation quest in progress, profession, Sword God, mythical level, unique in the world. Curse Blacksmith, secondary profession, strength, 100, constitution, 100, agility, 370, spirit, 250, luck, 300, bloodline, immortal body, A, jade marrow bone, B, self-healing factor, C, talent, universal sublimation, original sword body, automatic cultivation, secondary profession unlock, God of Killing blade, all hidden, hidden God step, Eye of Insight, sword god, dominant sword rebound, dragon slaying technique, dual sword mastery, drunken sword style, lightning weapon instant movement, fierce thunder enchanted sword, hidden sword slash, holy weapon enchantment, raging rain shattered phoenix sword, sword martial master, technique, sword control, heavenly fallen sword tomb, intent condensed blade, wave step, curse blacksmith, forging power, transformation technique, permanent buff effects as follows, sharp stone earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. Su Chen had reached level 40, the peak limit of the 3rd transmutation, also known as half-step 4th transmutation. After completing the 4th transmutation quest, he could be promoted to level 41. By then, he would be a 4th transmutation sword god. Just thinking about it was exciting. 4th transmutation quest generated. Sword god quest, kill a boss of at least 4th transmutation, or kill a job changer of at least level 45, reward, promotion to 4th transmutation sword god. Talent, universal sublimation evolution. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. This breakthrough could actually come with an upgrade of universal sublimation. This was his most commonly used talent, and once upgraded, it was easy to imagine that its power would reach new heights. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation. Next was the 4th transmutation quest for the Curse Blacksmith, which was relatively simple. Curse Blacksmith quest, use forging power to enhance a piece of equipment to diamond quality, reward, promotion to 4th transmutation. Selectable job changes, Heart Demon Blacksmith, Blood Blacksmith, Curse Sword Blacksmith, etc. The Curse Blacksmith was not a mythical level profession, so the upgrade conditions were very simple and could be done at any time. However, upgrading the sword god was indeed a bit difficult and would likely require some preparation. Ji Yao ran over with a worried expression and tightly hugged Su Chen. Su Chen, are you okay? She asked with concern. Su Chen, smelling the familiar scent of her body, smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a small injury. He noticed that Ji Yao had lost quite a bit of weight, her thin clothes were all stained with blood, and she had indeed suffered a lot. Ji Yao quickly checked him over. But you were just slashed by a sword. He is at least 4th transmutation. She looked somewhat disbelieving. Su Chen awkwardly coughed, then directly opened his shirt, revealing skin that was incredibly tough, proving he was unscathed. Don't worry, I have strong healing abilities, Su Chen said calmly. Moreover, the opponent had only injured his shoulder. Ji Yao then cried tears of joy and hugged Su Chen tightly. Su Chen gently patted her head. All right, we can't rest yet. There are many people from the Zhang family. Moreover, there are many other rogue cultivators who want to capture Zhang Yunqing. Right now, we are surrounded by enemies from all sides.
we need to leave this place quickly, Su Chen said seriously. After the evolution of his golden pattern fish sword, it gained the ability to shatter magical energy and runes, which meant he could destroy formations. However, the physical manifestation of the formation was not nearby, so he couldn't break it in the short term. They had to leave as far as possible. If luck was on their side and they encountered a physical manifestation of a formation, then he could shatter it and successfully escape. Ji Yao nodded and softly replied, Zhang Yunqing stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Su Chen, how did you end up here? So handsome. Oh no, I mean so strong. As she spoke, Zhang Yunqing's face grew increasingly hot, slightly flushed, and she lowered her head. The last time, she had been saved by Su Chen in the goblin nest. Now, she had been saved again, twice in a row. Not to mention she was just a girl, even a guy would find it hard to control himself in such a situation. In a letter from Ji Yao, she casually mentioned she was in this instance, so I rushed over, Su Chen explained. As he spoke, he noticed countless messages suddenly appearing in his message inbox. These were all the previously blocked messages. With Geng Zheng's death, the message blocking barrier had disappeared, and these messages could finally be received normally. Yan Zhe sent 3 messages, expressing his hope that after his death, Su Chen would take care of his brother, and that he was happy to have met him. Zhang Yunqing sent 4 messages, saying she would bless Su Chen in the underworld to become the strongest swordmaster in the human realm and hoped he would take revenge for her after he grew stronger. Ji Yao only sent 1. She told Su Chen that she liked him. Just those 4 short words. The 3 of them left messages like last words, expressing their truest feelings. What warmed Su Chen's heart the most was that none of them asked him to save them. Not one of them revealed their coordinates. Not a single one. They did this to prevent Su Chen from coming to their rescue. Su Chen was strong, but he was still just a newcomer. Everyone thought he was powerless against the Zhang family, so they were unwilling to let him come to help until the very end. No one wanted to put their dear friend in such great danger. Yan Zhe had recovered some strength, but his arm was severely injured and still hadn't healed. He put away his bow, covering the serious wound on his severed arm, and stepped forward. He remained silent for a long time but couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, what level are you at? Su Chen shrugged. 3rd transcendence, I guess. He didn't specify because saying it would scare everyone to death. In reality, he was already level 40. Level 40, and he hadn't completed the 4th transcendence quest, so strictly speaking, it could indeed be considered 3rd transcendence. So, he wasn't wrong in what he said. Upon hearing the term 3rd transcendence, Ji Yao and Zhang Yunqing both trembled in their eyes. They had originally wanted to show off that they had broken through to 2nd transcendence. Now it seemed, they were being incredibly naive. Although Yan Zhe had anticipated this, he was still shocked for a long time. He then took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He walked in front of Su Chen, his gaze cautious as he said, Su Chen, we need to escape quickly. There is still a top assassin from the Zhang family here, a 5th transcendence powerhouse. My severed arm was crushed by him. The injury is severe and has not healed for a long time. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. 5th transcendence. Once one reached 5th transcendence, they could walk on air. They could be called a giant. They could establish their own sect and become a guest of honor among the great families. Some even said that before 5th transcendence, everyone was like ants. Only upon reaching 5th transcendence could one truly be considered a strong person in this world. Although he had long anticipated the Zhang family's ruthless methods, he truly hadn't expected them to send a 5th transcendence assassin to deal with a 2nd transcendence girl. It seems that having money really allows one to do as they please. You actually managed to escape from a 5th turn master. That's impressive, Su Chen murmured. Yan Zhe slowly shook his head and said, at that time, we were very far from him. We fled for our lives and barely managed to escape. Luck accounted for 90% of it. Let's hurry and leave, Su Chen said. The group opened the rules list and clicked to exit the dungeon, only to find that the option was grayed out. No, what's going on? We still can't exit? Could there be pursuers? Yan Zhe's expression darkened. Su Chen's gaze was serious, as if he had anticipated this, and he sighed. With so many assassins from the Zhang family, it's likely that more than just Geng Zheng set up the battle area barrier. So even if he's dead, we can't easily exit the dungeon. Forget about that for now. Let's leave this place and keep moving. Before Geng Zheng died, He definitely reported our location to the Zhang family. We must get away from here immediately.
Everyone nodded and quickly formed a team to escape. Su Chen had previously given everyone the blood of the orange blood heart, and Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing's injuries had already healed. Their mental strength had also recovered somewhat. With the agility boost buff provided by Jiang Yunqing, everyone moved quickly. The effects of this diamond-grade healing liquid were naturally beyond words. Only Yanzei's severed arm was too severe. It hadn't fully healed yet and was just stopped from bleeding. The wound was shattered by a fifth-turn master's skill, and a strange yin-yang energy was entwined around it, preventing his flesh from healing. Therefore, during the escape, Yanzei was the slowest. Su Chen took out the orange blood heart again and gave Yanzei a big gulp, nearly draining the heart. Since it could produce blood infinitely, he didn't mind. The scalding orange blood surged into Yanzei's body, and beneath his skin, orange blood patterns immediately emerged. The immense healing power gradually dissolved and consumed the strange energy at the wound. Finally, the injury to his severed arm began to heal at a visible speed. Of course, a severed arm couldn't regenerate in the blink of an eye. It was a complex injury that required reconstruction from nothing, and even the orange blood heart needed a little time to work. "Thank you," Yanzei said sincerely. He didn't know where Su Chen had obtained this item, but it certainly wasn't below diamond quality. He only knew that Su Chen was willing to use so much on him without a hint of reluctance. Just this alone was enough for him to remember it deeply. The group rushed forward. The usually lively Jiang Yunqing had also become quiet at this moment. She knew that it was because of her that everyone had fallen into danger, so she remained silent. "Yunqing, do you know why I saved you?" Su Chen asked as he ran, glancing at her despondent face. Jiang Yunqing shook her head. She rarely helped everyone. She felt like a burden in this team. Aside from adding some experience buffs and enhancement effects, she was really weak, just a small support. From any angle, Su Chen had no reason to take risks for her. Clearly, after saving Ji Yao and Yanzei, they could have left her behind and escaped. Now that she had lost her family, she was also a burden to her friends. At this moment, the grief of losing loved ones and the injustice of her family's downfall surged in her heart, overwhelming her with sadness. She couldn't help but redden her nose, almost crying out loud, but she bit her lip, stubbornly holding it back. "Why?" she asked Su Chen in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "We've already been seen by the Zhang family people. It's been recorded. Even if we don't take you with us, they will still hunt us down. So whether we take you or not, it's the same," Su Chen joked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes immediately dimmed, and her tears were almost about to spill. Originally wanting to lighten the mood, it seemed to have the opposite effect, and Su Chen quickly became serious. Su Chen's eyes were clear as he spoke softly. "All right, Yunqing, I was just joking." His gaze turned serious as he continued. "Your father entrusted me with taking good care of you before he passed. He gave me 2 gifts, both extremely valuable. One was a diamond-level gift, the other an epic-level gift. Chairman Jiang, a business tycoon, an elite, and a good father, was indeed generous. I accepted his gifts, so I cannot go back on it." Su Chen was a principled person. Accepting Jiang Yanli's gifts without returning them was already a form of commitment. Therefore, he had to protect Jiang Yunqing well. Su Chen looked at her and said gravely, "There's something even more important. You are my friend." Yanzei and Ji Yao also turned to her, their smiles warm. The two gently said, "Yunqing, you will always be our good friend." Those final words completely shattered Miss Zhang's psychological defenses. Jiang Yunqing could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "I love you all. I love you all. I want to be with you forever." As she ran, tears streamed down her face, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and suddenly hugged Ji Yao tightly. Watching this scene, Su Chen and Yanzei exchanged smiles. Then, Su Chen took out a terrifying scythe, gray-black and resembling a skeleton, from his personal space and handed it to Ji Yao. "What is this?" Ji Yao exclaimed in shock. The skeletal scythe was taller than her. She was 1.68 meters tall, not short by any means, but this scythe was nearly 1.7 meters long, with a blade almost a meter long, making it a giant blade. It only emphasized her petite figure. "A gift for you," Su Chen said with a slight smile. This scythe was a trophy he obtained after slaying the wraiths in the lizard ancestors' ruins during the Ice Sea Demon Nest dungeon. At that time, it was called the Grey Bone War Scythe, Platinum Low Grade. After his enhancement,
It had now become a diamond low-grade weapon, named Grey Ash Wraith Scythe. There were no level restrictions, but there were class restrictions. Only necromancer-type classes could use it. The handle was made of grey transparent crystal, slender and exquisite, embedded with grey dust resembling smoke. The blade was even more formidable, with serrated edges and skull-like patterns, looking like a terrifying weapon dug up from hell. Ji Yao, such a gentle girl, holding this weapon, created a bit of a contrast. Isn't this too precious? Ji Yao said, somewhat incredulously. Holding this weapon, she felt the material was extraordinary, far surpassing any equipment she had ever seen. Accepting such a valuable gift from Su Chun, was it really okay? If you refuse, I'll just leave you here and let the Zhang family assassins eat you, Su Chen said with a smile, his voice feigning terror, but it felt more like scaring a child. Zhang Yunqing, seeing this scene, also broke into laughter. Ji Yao had no choice but to nod. All right, I understand, I'll use it well. She hugged the large scythe, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit of joy in her heart. Although the scythe was huge, it felt weightless in her hands. This scythe had a special suffix. As long as the soul power was sufficient, it would feel extremely light. Moreover, the monsters summoned with it would all become undead, gaining the bonuses of the undead race. This meant that the red-armored Death Knights could be resurrected infinitely, as long as they weren't killed again by enemies during the resurrection period. It's not over yet. Su Chen took out a gray skill scroll. Soul-cutting side skill scroll, platinum high grade, only classes with soul power can use it, allowing them to infuse soul power into the scythe, creating a giant scythe illusion that directly injures the enemy's soul. Necromancers had soul power, so they could naturally use the skill. Ji Yao took the skill scroll, her expression somewhat shocked. A platinum-grade skill scroll. She had just reached the second transition. Su Chen's numerous gifts could no longer be described as luxurious. It was as if he had paved the way for her future. Su Chen, you are too good to me. No matter how I say it, I can't. Su Chen looked into her eyes and silently mouthed 4 words, I like you. Ji Yao's cheeks instantly flushed, almost steaming. This was the last message she had sent to Su Chen when she was being chased. She dared not say more, fearing that Su Chen would announce it to the world, letting Yanzei and Zhang Yunqing know how mushy she was. She could only stammer softly, thank you. After that, she learned the skill. With this weapon and platinum skill, her combat power immediately took a qualitative leap. Then, Su Chen took out a small diamond-grade wand and handed it to Zhang Yunqing. This wand was a short wooden stick, easily held with one hand, very light, unlike other wands that required both hands and were very heavy. After her second transition, Zhang Yunqing's profession was soul healer, a semi-support, semi-combat class that required maintaining movement speed while casting spells, making this weapon perfect for her. This short wand had dropped from the Zhang family assassin that Su Chen had just killed. It was originally a low-grade gold wand but had upgraded to a low-grade diamond wand after a wave of upgrades. It was named Spirit Step Wand. It came with an equipped skill, Spirit Step, allowing the holder to become ethereal, significantly increasing movement speed and greatly enhancing evasion probability. It was very useful for dodging enemy attacks or for quick pursuits. Moreover, this wand could enhance all her spells' effects, reduce casting time, and consume soul power to increase the power of a specific skill. Thank you, Zhang Yunqing said earnestly. She accepted the wand without much hesitation. She knew very well that she was currently too weak, the weakest in the team. She desperately needed stronger equipment to enhance her combat power. Otherwise, she would forever be a burden to everyone. For herself and for the team, she had to become stronger as soon as possible. Su Chen looked at Yanzei and said, Yanzei, I haven't found suitable equipment for you during this time, but next time, I will definitely get you something good. Yanzei nodded, but his expression was very serious. Su Chen, I'm not being friends with you just for your equipment. Even if you give me nothing, I still. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, okay, got it. Yanzei was meticulous and always so serious. Su Chen had gotten used to it. Whether you expect it or not, I will get you some top-tier stuff. Su Chen had the talent of universal ascension, allowing him to acquire a large amount of top-tier equipment in a very short time. Naturally, he couldn't waste this talent and intended to distribute the equipment to trustworthy friends to help them enhance their strength, which would also help himself. Su Chen's plan was very grand. He wanted to lay the groundwork slowly from the very beginning.
ultimately establishing a powerful force to take down the Zhang family, for which he needed many strong friends. In his previous life, Su Chen had been betrayed, making him even more aware of how precious trustworthy friends were. Ji Yao had risked her life to save him in his past life. It was she who had saved Su Chen's soul, preventing him from despairing of humanity. If Ji Yao hadn't made her final move in his past life, he would have undoubtedly turned completely dark in this life, becoming extremely cruel. He had too much equipment. Even if he distributed a few pieces, he could still sell the rest for tens of millions of descending coins and hundreds of thousands of various coins. Money was not an issue. The group's movement speed was very fast. In just 3 minutes, they rushed to a nearby desolate forest. This corrupt mountain village dungeon had a very complex environment, mostly consisting of village ruins and decaying villagers everywhere. After much effort, they finally found this patch of desolate forest. There are no monsters here. It's barren all around. We should be able to exit the dungeon now, Ji Yao said. Everyone tried for a while, but found that they still couldn't exit the instance. How could this be? Could it be that they have sealed off the entire instance? Even someone as calm as Su Chen couldn't help but look serious. He immediately activated his inside eye, scanning every blade of grass and tree in this world. Finally, he discovered something. Field status, domain sealed. A large formation set up by 467 formation professionals has designated a vast area within this instance as a combat zone. Anyone within this area cannot leave the instance. Diameter range, 1,100 kilometers. Su Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Formation masters. This is a lifestyle profession that possesses a certain level of combat power, and is an extremely rare hidden profession. Some combat professionals can also learn formation skills, but ultimately, it is the formation masters who are the true experts in formations. Setting up a formation requires a lot of time and resources, and once successfully established, the effects can be terrifying. They can easily lock onto a person within the formation area and scan all their information. They can designate an area that prevents anyone from exiting the instance. They can set up offensive formations to slaughter all living beings within the formation. They can even seal off a space, preventing people from using skills. These are the powerful abilities of formation masters, and 467 formation masters. It's as if they have set up this formation with the formation masters themselves as the focal point. This number cannot even be described as extravagant, it is simply madness. Even a powerful family like the Zhangs could not possibly have so many formation masters at their disposal. They must have spent a great deal to hire outside rogue formation masters. Su Chen couldn't even imagine how much money and treasures that would cost. Even the Zhang family would have to pay a heavy price. Su Chen shared this news with everyone. Yan Zhe frowned, stroking his chin. His severed arm injury had nearly healed, and a fair arm had grown back. He was meticulous in thought and said, "The Zhang family is too anxious. So many formation masters must have cost a lot of money. They are willing to pay such a price, desperately wanting to capture Yunqing, probably to use her to coerce her sister into appearing. Then they can catch both sisters in one fell swoop." What a clever plan. Yan Zhe's expression turned cold. His fists clenched. This big family was truly ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Even he, who was usually calm, felt a surge of anger for Jiang Yunqing. Earlier, Geng Zhang said they haven't captured my sister Jian Lan yet. Not even a hint of news. Jiang Yunqing nodded in agreement. The Zhang family has swallowed the Jiang group, seizing everything from the Yunqing family. They probably don't care about this cost at all. They will never lose out. Ji Yao's clear eyes showed a hint of anger. Using the wealth of Jiang Yunqing's family to lavishly spend money against the two sisters was simply too cruel. Ji Yao, who always hated evil, was even angrier than Jiang Yunqing at this moment, her gaze turning sharp. "Yunqing, when we become stronger, we must help you take revenge." She looked at Jiang Yunqing and said. Jiang Yunqing also nodded seriously. She would definitely settle accounts with the Zhang family. Su Chen's expression was grave as he rapidly thought of countermeasures. With a diameter range of over 1,000 kilometers, all of it was a sealed area. It seemed they would have to escape for a long time, and there was simply no time left. Was there any way to break this formation? Just as he was pondering, suddenly, a terrifying aura came from behind him. Su Chen immediately felt the hair on his body stand on end, almost shivering. What was happening? Who could possess such overwhelming pressure? This aura was more terrifying than anyone or any monster Su Chen had ever encountered. Stronger than the level 49 near-peak lizardman chief Tuogang. stronger than the oppressive force of the ancient programming master Gungjiang. It could even be compared to the boss of the 10,000 fish demon. A person's oppressive aura could rival that of a 4-turn boss. Su Chen looked at his companions beside him, Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunqing, who were all staring blankly at the sky, their bodies weak. It was as if they had simultaneously witnessed the most terrifying thing. Su Chen, Zhang Yunqing murmured, her eyes as lifeless as ashes. Su Chen suddenly turned around. There stood an old man with hair and beard all white, towering in the sky, his pitch-black eyes cold and indifferent like an abyss, gazing down at everyone. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal aura, seemingly unsupported yet suspended in midair. Dressed in luxurious black and white robes, he was immaculate, walking through the air. 5 turns. Su Chen was only at 3 turns now. Killing a 4-turn opponent was still somewhat possible, but to kill a 5-turn, that was a delusion. The gap between 3 turns and 5 turns was like that between man and God. 5 turns, in some places, were even referred to as the human sovereign. 5 turns represented the greatest hurdle, one of the most difficult realms to break through. The vast majority of geniuses ultimately get stuck at 4 turns, never breaking into 5 turns even until they grow old and die. These were truly rare experts, capable of extending their lifespan. A 5-turn expert could generally live for over 150 years. 4 turns were already strong, a rarity in 1,000, but at most could only be called a strong person, an expert, an elite among humans. 5 turns, however, represented a completely different concept. From 5 turns onward, every upgrade would grant 5 times the attribute points compared to before, depending on talent. For example, Su Chen, with his 10-star talent, once breaking into 5 turns, would gain 50 free attribute points with each upgrade. 1 level would be equivalent to 5 levels in other realms. The chasm of 5 turns was the divide that completely separated mortals from true great powers. Before 5 turns, everyone was merely mortal. Only upon reaching 5 turns could one begin to lay out grand plans for the world, establish sects, and claim to be a great power of their generation. Even Su Chen felt a sense of heart palpitations for the first time. With his current attributes, even his strongest legendary skill, the Killing God Blade, might not guarantee victory. This was a leap across 2 major realms. For the first time, Su Chen felt the approach of death. He immediately scanned the information of this person. Zhang Xiangxing, race, human, level, 53, 27. 5 million/53 million experience, class, Yin-Yang Fistmaster, strength, 691, constitution, 583, agility, 482, spirit, 328, luck, 100, chi power, 900/911, nearly full, skills, Yin-Yang internal skill, epic low-grade. The core passive skill of the Yin-Yang Fistmaster generates the professional resource chi power through breathing, which can significantly enhance overall defense and muscle strength, and can also be consumed to strengthen skills. Yin-Yang Fist Technique, Diamond Medium Grade. The left hand represents Yang, the right hand represents Yin. In the moment of merging the 2 fists, both rigidity and softness coexist, overwhelming all enemies. Using strength against strength, Diamond Medium Grade, a defensive technique that redirects the enemy's massive offensive force with minimal effort, completely defeating them. Body like flowing water, Diamond High Grade consumes chi power, allowing the body to move like flowing water, dissipating most of the attacking force, and moving at great speed. Sunshine Protection, Platinum High Grade chi power condenses on the skin, becoming as tough as rock, and can also amplify the power of fist techniques, consuming spirit power to restore chi during the duration. Gathering Chi. Solid Fist, Platinum Medium Grade gathers natural chi or one's own chi into a single fist, with immense power capable of shattering small peaks. Su Chen counted and found that this person's skills numbered over a dozen, both large and small. The class was an extremely rare Yin-Yang Fist Master. At 6 turns, one could choose to change classes to Broken Image Fist Sovereign, Taiji Fist Sovereign, and so on. This person's strength could easily suppress all 4-turn experts. Su Chen immediately took action, all his blades unsheathed, swirling in the air before him, their edges clashing to form a defensive sword array. Zhang Yunqing hurriedly took action, activating multiple enhancement buffs. Yan Zhe drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his expression extremely serious. Ji Yao raised her hand to cast a summoning spell, calling forth a skeletal version of a red-armored Death Knight, using its robust body to block in front of everyone. This summoned creature was originally a Death Knight,
so transforming into an undead form suited its attributes perfectly. Thus, the combat power of the undead knight received a significant boost, its armor turning a blood-gray color, and its original massive stone sword transforming into a skeletal giant sword. After seeing this, old man, you still have the courage to strike. Truly impressive for the younger generation. The old man chuckled lightly, seemingly quite appreciative of the four. In the next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. Only a flowing, shadowy trace remained in his place. Body transformed into long flow. Su Chen knew he had already made his move. The attack of a fifth-tier powerhouse could kill him in one blow. He had to block it. He had to use all his strength to resist. In an instant, Zhang Xiangsheng landed, throwing a seemingly ordinary punch straight ahead. His expression was emotionless, his movements slow and gentle, as if in slow motion, but the wind generated by his punch was as mighty as a mountain. That punch appeared slow, yet was actually incredibly fast. So fast that Su Chen found it hard to evade, and he couldn't dodge. If he did, everyone would die. He had to use all his blades to block in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The force of that punch was monumental, and before it even arrived, the wind alone had already blown down a dozen nearby dead trees. It was truly devastating. Everyone's hair was blown wildly, and they could barely stand. In the face of the overwhelming pressure from a fifth-tier powerhouse, the weak second-tier individuals could hardly resist the urge to kneel and crawl. If not for Su Chen standing in front of Yanzei and the others, bearing most of the pressure, they would have already knelt down, waiting for death, unable to even fight back. That punch was like a natural disaster. Its momentum too grand. One could even faintly see the punch's wind coalescing into a massive phantom fist. Su Chen's robes fluttered wildly as he quickly controlled several swords with his mind, activating the Thunderstorm enchantment sword skill, launching them forward. He also held the golden scalefish sword in his left hand and the Frostflame Deathmark in his right. Gripping both swords tightly, he activated the hidden sword slash, colliding head-on. With a thunderous roar, Su Chen transformed into a brilliant swordlight, cutting through. In that instant, he saw a terrifying sight. The red-armored undead knight raised its sword high, wanting to block Zhang Xiangsheng's punch for him, but it couldn't hold on for even a moment. The knight's body shattered into dust in an instant, scattering away. Then that punch landed solidly on Su Chen's dual swords. In that moment, Su Chen activated Overlord Sword Counter. He aimed to deflect all the force of the punch back. However, this punch was a skill of a fifth-tier powerhouse. Even with his mental blade, Shadow Flow Longsword, and blood-sucking black-edged sword assisting him, it was still hard to resist. Those flying swords were instantly sent flying backward by the force of the punch. Then, Su Chen's golden scale fish sword bent directly under the immense power. Crack! The blade of the Frostflame Deathmark actually broke apart, the sword tip shooting out and embedding itself in the ground far away. Su Chen was struck solidly in the chest by that punch. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward for dozens of meters. His back hit the ground, creating a deep trench. Zhang Xiangsheng's punch pierced right through him, from his chest to his back. His skin was torn open. Not to mention him, even Yan Zai, Ji Yao, and Zhang Yunqing behind him were all sent flying like dried twigs. Everyone spat out blood in unison. One punch, severely injuring all four. This power was simply overwhelming. Oh, a sword master. Ha! Interesting. To be so young and able to control 5 swords at once, you must have quite the fortune and have worked hard as well. Zhang Xiangsheng floated down, his expression calm, stepping forward slowly. His voice was aged, and in his eyes, there was a deep appreciation for Su Chen. Unfazed by strong enemies, he dared to strike even against a 5-transformation opponent, a boldness that reminded him of his younger self. If it weren't for our conflict, I would truly want to take you as my disciple. It's a pity that the world is vast, and one is not in control of their own fate. He sighed and smiled. In my youth, I was indebted to the Zhang family, and now I am constrained by that debt, forced to kill you. I can only say that fate plays tricks on people. I will try to make it quick and painless for you young ones. After all, we have no enmity. Zhang Xiangsheng said calmly. He then stepped forward and threw another punch, aimed directly at Su Chen. He already knew that Su Chen was the strongest person here. As long as he could kill this young man first, the remaining 3-second transformations would be like fish on a cutting board. Surrounding this punch was a pale white energy, causing the air to explode with a sound. Within the punch's force, there was both darkness and softness.
the two energies intertwining, truly profound and fierce. Su Chen's skills could not withstand it. The moment the sword energy struck, it would be absorbed by the opponent's punch force, as if it were cutting into cotton. This was the might of a yin-yang fist master. Su Chen's face turned icy, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to act. He raised his hand and shook it, the frost flame dead mark broken sword spinning back to him, reassembling perfectly. Dragon slashing technique. He raised his hand and slashed out a brilliant golden sword energy, like a dragon's roar. Within the sword light, the frost flame intertwined, one cold and one hot, with immense power. Seeing this move, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Xiangxing's aged eyes. A kid at the third transformation could unleash such a sword? Truly a pleasant surprise. If properly nurtured, this kid would surely have an unlimited future. Unfortunately, the world is complex, and even he at the fifth transformation could not act as he pleased. He had to kill. His punch force changed, his wrist turning soft, and he struck out fiercely. Boom! That dazzling golden sword energy was actually shattered. The golden sword energy broke apart, almost dyeing this small patch of sky in golden brilliance that rained down. The scene was magnificent. Then, the sword energy was completely absorbed by that punch force. Using strength against strength, a punch wrapped in golden light condensed into a phantom of a dragon in two colors, smashing hard into Su Chen's chest. Clang! In that instant, the golden patterned fish sword suddenly swam over, pressing against Su Chen's chest to block the blow. At the same time, the withered bone meteor chain hammer behind Su Chen activated the guardian spirit hammer, Athix, striking fiercely to assist its master. But even the defense of two diamond weapons could not completely dissipate this terrifying punch. The chain hammer was directly sent flying. The golden patterned fish sword also bent instantly. Unable to withstand the full force of the attack, Su Chen was once again sent flying over 100 meters, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. He was in a terrible state, covered in wooden splinters and stones, penetrating his body, riddled with wounds. His chest had turned into a mass of blood and mud. Su Chen was covered in blood, his pupils fixed on the powerful old man. This time, he was truly in a desperate situation. Alas, I didn't expect you to still have a breath left. Zhang Xiangxing sighed, his eyes filled with regret. If you faint now, perhaps I could pretend to overlook it and spare your life. No one wishes to personally kill a genius. Child, you are truly too stubborn. Saying this, Zhang Xiangxing shook his head and transformed into a flowing figure. He landed in front of Su Chen and threw another punch. With this punch, he intended to completely crush Su Chen into powder. Su Chen was drenched in sweat, wanting to counter, wanting to activate the electric weapon instant body skill he had just learned, to move to the distant position of the black-edged sword. But he found that his thoughts and movements were so slow that he simply couldn't make it in time. His expression darkened as he felt a sharp pain. It turned out his spine was broken. This meant that for a short time, he could not move. Was he really going to die? Yan Zhe gritted his teeth and shot an arrow, wanting to protect Su Chen, but his arrows couldn't even break through the energy barrier beside Zhang Xiangxing. In that moment, Su Chen's pupils suddenly dilated as he saw a graceful figure stepping forward. She wielded a scythe and cast a teleportation spell. Ji Yao landed in front of Su Chen, swinging her scythe to deliver a strike. This was the skill Ji Yao had just learned, the soul-cutting scythe, and she instantly consumed a large amount of soul power to unleash an attack. Whoosh! A dark purple giant scythe phantom slashed out with the power of death, aimed directly at Zhang Xiangxing's fist. A hint of helplessness appeared in Zhang Xiangxing's eyes. Resisting stubbornly was truly meaningless. Did these young people really not understand what the fifth transformation meant? Zhang Xiangxing raised his left hand and gently pointed. Boom! A ripple-like wave appeared in the air, directly shattering the soul-cutting scythe skill into nothingness. Then he stepped forward, lightly throwing a punch that pierced through Ji Yao's body. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering onto Su Chen. Ji Yao fell into Su Chen's arms, and he stared blankly, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Zhang Xiangxing did not stop, his fist continued to descend. He intended to kill two people with one punch. Just as that punch was about to strike Su Chen, he finally managed to barely activate the electric weapon instant body skill. An afterimage of electricity appeared in place. Su Chen, holding Ji Yao, had already appeared 100 meters away, next to the blood-sucking black blade on the ground. Su Chen was covered in blood, breathing heavily, and at that moment, his gaze was as cold as ice. There was no anger, no sadness, Only coldness. This utterly merciless gaze even made Zhang Xiangxing feel a momentary flicker of fear. How is this possible? How many years has it been since I felt this emotion? He then shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems I am getting old, experiencing illusions. He then slowly walked towards Su Chen and Ji Yao. His aura was overwhelming from start to finish, an absolute crushing force. Yan Zhe and Jiang Yunqing wanted to intervene but were knocked to the ground by the dispersing force of Zhang Xiangxing's raised hand. They were covered in blood but still gritted their teeth and stood up fiercely. Ignoring their severe injuries, the two staggered to protect Su Chen and Ji Yao. Yan Zhe and Jiang Yunqing had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, their strength waning, yet they still joined forces to attack Zhang Xiangxing, appearing utterly fearless. However, Yan Zhe's arrows were simply too weak against a fifth transformation. Upon contact with the protective aura beside Zhang Xiangxing, they were directly deflected. Jiang Yunqing's 10,000 ants devouring heart technique was her only offensive spell, but it was also ineffective. Zhang Xiangxing only needed to raise his hand to shatter that magic. It was simply impossible to fight back. Behind them, Su Chen held Ji Yao tightly. Why? Ji Yao's mouth bled as she gently touched Su Chen's face, smiling as she spoke. Because, like you. She didn't want her death to cause Su Chen too much sorrow, so she exerted all her strength to show a smile. Even in death, she cared for others tenderly. Cough cough. As she spoke, Ji Yao coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her forced smile could no longer be maintained. Then her gaze became vacant, and she lay down on the ground, breathless. Her life value had dropped to 0. How could a girl in the second transformation withstand the killing move of a fifth transformation powerhouse? Just one strike was enough to guarantee death, with no room for negotiation. A person whose life value reached 0 could not be revived even with the orange blood heart. They had to have at least 1% remaining. Now she was in a dying state, and in less than 3 seconds, she would completely become a cold corpse. A corpse, no matter how many methods you tried, was almost impossible to save. At that moment, Su Chen's heart turned icy to the extreme, and the anger in his eyes finally became impossible to suppress. Why? This scene felt eerily familiar. In his previous life, it was the same. When he was surrounded and killed by Zhang Tang and Rin Xiaoman, it was Ji Yao who used her life to buy him time. Now, everything was happening again? Whether in that world or this world, her love for herself has never changed. She has always been willing to risk her life without hesitation for herself. To live again. Can't everything be rewritten? I have come this far, yet I can't even protect the girl I love. What, then, is the purpose of my journey to this point? Blood tears flowed from Su Chen's eyes, his expression filled with rage like that of Ashura. Suddenly, his gaze became dazed, as if he had thought of something. With his last ounce of strength, he trembled as he took out a vial of potion and plunged it into his neck. His spine was already broken, and even moving was difficult. The potion surged through his body, his veins bulging, and his skin turned pale in an instant. A torrent of blood power rushed through his limbs and bones, clearing all his blood vessels, acupoints, and internal organs. In that moment, his body changed at the genetic level. Most of his attributes doubled in strength, and 2 sharp fangs grew from his mouth. He had transformed into a vampire. All his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Su Chen, in his blood-stained tattered robe, looked extremely ferocious. He had used the powerful vampire potion. For you, I am willing to become a demon. Without hesitation, Su Chen bit into Ji Yao's throat. In her moment of near death, he forced a few drops of blood infused with the essence of a servant-level vampire into her neck. Her body immediately began to tremble violently, and the blood-red color of maple appeared beneath her eyelids. This was the vampire transformation ritual. To save her, Su Chen had no choice but to do this. As long as she was not completely dead, there was a chance to reverse everything. This was the essence of vampire transformation. Then, Su Chen carefully laid Ji Yao, covered in blood, and dripped a few drops of healing orange blood into her mouth. Su Chen glared with eyes like hellfire and stood up to face Zhang Xiangxing. Zhang Xiangxing was about to throw a punch to kill Jiang Yunqing and Yan Zhe, the two blocking his way. Boom! In the next moment, a figure that had grown somewhat taller appeared before them. He gripped 2 swords tightly and barely managed to block the punch. It was Su Chen. After becoming a vampire, he had grown from 175 meters to 185 meters, becoming somewhat more robust. His muscles and physical abilities had greatly improved. His skin had turned as pale as snow, and the veins on his body were extremely prominent, giving him a somewhat eerie appearance. Although he still looked thin, the hidden power within that body was no longer what it used to be. The effects of the powerful vampire potion were too powerful. After drinking it, he transformed into a servant-level vampire within 1 hour. This was the second tier among vampires, allowing him to gain most of the innate enhancements of the vampire clan. Su-chen looked at his list of talents and found 3 new temporary talents. Sunlight Fear. Direct exposure to sunlight will cause your body to self-ignite and perish. Completely decaying, duration 1 hour, pale body, gain the powerful self-healing ability of a vampire, with all physical attributes, strength, and agility doubled. But your healing speed slows when severely injured by silver weapons, duration 1 hour, blood-sucking demon, you can drain the blood of any living creature, healing any injury, with a chance to steal a random skill from the target during the blood draining process, duration 1 hour, combat attributes doubled, plus the enhancement from the origin sword body. It could be said that Su-chen's swordsmanship was now 60 times stronger. Even a 5th transition would not be able to crush him like a bug, let alone the terrifying self-healing ability of the vampire clan. Although there was one drawback, exposure to sunlight would lead to immediate death. But this dungeon happened to be the corrupted village of Eternal Night, where it was always night and never day, giving Su-chen a significant advantage. Su-chen raised his hand and turned, roaring as he crossed the golden scale fish sword with the frost flame death mark, unleashing a powerful skill. His speed doubled, and in that instant, the speed of his sword became unparalleled. Even Zhang Xiangxing could not easily shake it off. The dual swords unleashed endless energy, repeatedly triggering the set's shadow-slash effect. Countless afterimages accompanied Su-chen's strikes, stacking together, their power shattering the air. With a 3rd transformation, he struck with the force of a 5th transformation. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Xiangxing was actually pushed back half a step. Su-chen, with his 3rd transformation cultivation, had pushed back a 5th transformation powerhouse. Although it was only half a step, it was enough to shock the world. A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Xiangxing's eyes, but there was no panic, he was merely a bit astonished. How could Su-chen's strength advance so rapidly? Moreover, all his injuries had completely healed. He suddenly changed his tactics, raising his hands to unleash his dual fists, fully deploying the yin-yang fist technique. This fist technique fused the forces of yin and yang, combining hardness with softness, unmatched in power, directly interrupting Su-chen's storm-shattering wind sword and forcing him back. But Su-chen, surprisingly, did not fall. His expression was extremely grim, the dual swords planted into the ground, carving 2 deep grooves, halting his retreat. He stood up, his gaze turning somewhat bloodthirsty and sinister. Su-chen's crimson eyes, along with his terrifying speed like the wind, made Zhang Xiangxing's expression tighten slightly. Then he noticed the faint purple veins writhing on his neck and his pale complexion. Zhang Xiangxing finally realized what this young man had fallen into. You have actually fallen into a vampire. Touching this great taboo power, it seems I have no choice but to kill you. The old man's gaze turned extremely cold, his killing intent finally solidifying. Until now, he had actually been somewhat lenient towards this young talent, Su-chen. But from the moment Su-chen transformed into a vampire, all mercy ceased to exist. Since ancient times, humans and vampires could not coexist. Su-chen straightened his body, his expression icy, his killing intent swirling in his eyes. He heard a voice. Storm-shattering wind sword proficiency increased. Promoted to Platinum Midgrade. 1000 Flow Dust Cutting Sword, Platinum Midgrade, Precise. Rapid Lethal Sword Technique. Capable of precisely splitting the dust in an area in half. Unleashed like a torrential storm. Continuous and unending. The skill had just leveled up, and Su-chen's eyes shone with fighting spirit. The vampire's healing speed was so fast that he need not worry about injuries. As long as he exerted all his strength to dodge and block, trying to prevent Zhang Xiangxing from killing him with a single punch, he could continuously heal. This meant he could barely withstand Zhang Xiangxing's onslaught for an hour. Of course, Su-chen would bear great risks. He had to remain focused at all times and exert all his effort to fight. If he was careless and was killed by a single blow from the opponent, he would still die. The vampire state was not invincible. Su-chen raised his hand, and all his sword blades flew around him, swirling at his side. He was about to officially battle Zhang Xiangxing. 3rd transformation body, fighting a 5th transformation. Ji Yao was in a near-death state. Whether she could survive this ordeal was still uncertain. Even if she survived, she would become a newborn-level vampire.
Becoming a vampire would indeed enhance her abilities in all aspects, but it would also mean she could no longer enjoy the sunlight. Moreover, once her identity was discovered by humans, she would immediately be hunted down. It could be said that from this moment on, she would be incredibly lonely. Su-chan made this decision without permission, unsure if it was right or wrong. Thus, his heart was in agony. The chilling killing intent in his eyes all converged on Zhang Xiangxing. He and the Zhang family could not coexist. He took out a flask of strong liquor and drank it all in one go. After becoming a vampire, his resistance to alcohol had increased, making it difficult to get drunk. Su-chen had to finish an entire flask of high-concentration liquor before finally entering a drunken state. Drunken sword style. All sword skills had a chance to carry sword energy. At the same time, Su-chen's gaze turned icy as he took out a dark purple scale and wedged it into the seam of the frost flame broken sword. Deadly Poison King Scale. An epic-level poisonous item. Suddenly, on the entire long sword, streams of black-purple liquid emerged, a sign of deadly poison flowing. Even Zhang Xiangsheng, if he were to be cut even once, would surely suffer severe injuries. Su-chen had almost exhausted all his trump cards. Zhang Xiangxing was a 5-turn powerhouse, even with his double attributes and the innate advantages of the vampire clan. Su-chen could only barely fight back. Killing the opponent was still unlikely. At most, he could hold on for a while. Therefore, his current thought was very simple. He needed to hold on while Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing took Ji Yao to escape. Yanzei, Yunqing, take Ji Yao and run. Su-chen shouted angrily behind him. The two clenched their fists and nodded. They had to move Ji Yao to safety. The two immediately supported Ji Yao and quickly retreated. But both were already severely injured, so they couldn't escape very fast. Zhang Xiangxing watched the scene, his expression turning extremely cold, and he directly transformed into a long stream of punches. The moment Su-chen turned into a vampire, Zhang Xiangxing had already shown no mercy to this stubborn young man. Bang! Su-chen blocked with his dual swords but was sent flying dozens of meters away, his ribs and arms all breaking apart, blood spraying into the air. Yet his expression remained ruthless as he staggered to his feet, all his injuries visibly beginning to heal at an astonishing speed. He was like an indestructible cockroach, standing up time and again, even taking the initiative to attack Zhang Xiangxing. He sheathed his dual swords, holding the golden pattern fish sword in Frostflame Deathmark, simultaneously activating the hidden sword slash. This strike was infused with the fierce thunder enchantment sword skill, and the blood-colored lightning spread out. At the same time, all the flying swords around Su-chen swirled in, launching an attack alongside him. Boom! He transformed into a brilliant thunder sword light, instantly slicing out. At the peak of swordsmanship, even Zhang Xiangxing couldn't help but admire it. No wonder he had fallen into a vampire. The combat power boost from such a high-level race was indeed terrifying, and the self-healing ability was unmatched. With a 3-turn body, he could execute such a level of swordsmanship. Had this young man not fallen into a vampire, he would surely become a great talent in the future. What a pity. This ends here. Zhang Xiangxing's expression was calm as he formed a mysterious hand gesture. Then, a vast force of yin and yang energy flowed out from his body, fatally forming a huge black and white image beneath his feet. Following that, his aura surged explosively. Yin-yang internal skill, consuming energy could greatly increase overall strength. This was Zhang Xiangxing at his peak. Under the enhancement of the yin-yang internal skill, the power of all his punches could be increased several times. In the next moment, Zhang Xiangxing moved, his speed instantly became unparalleled. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if the space itself had cracked, the air shattered, and the combined force of his punches flowed like a great river. Su-chen faced it directly, feeling every cell in his body tremble in fear, his swordsmanship involuntarily slowing down. Yet he resolutely charged in, determined to stop Zhang Xiangxing from killing Yanzei and the others. No matter what, in this life, he had to protect Ji Yao. Put! The sword energy of the hidden sword slash entered that river of punch force, immediately emitting a sharp cry. The sword energy struggled to cut through a few inches of punch force but only held for a moment before being shattered. The thunder of the fierce thunder enchantment sword was also neutralized by the yin and yang energy. Subsequently, Su-chen was sent flying back over 100 meters, crashing hard into a wooden stake, sharp wooden splinters piercing through his throat. His body was torn and mangled, half of him almost reduced to mush by the force of the punches. He became a bloodied figure, many muscles and internal organs exposed, every tremor splattering blood. Su Chen's face was twisted in pain as he struggled to stand. Cough. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but he would not fall, letting the blood spray. He still maintained a resolute expression. Su Chen had never known what it meant to give up. Persistence was his motto, just as he had once told that little orc, Leah. He would lead by example and put his words into action. Feeling his body rapidly healing, his injuries recovering, a voice echoed in his mind. Sword hidden slash. Thunderous enchantment sword proficiency maxed out. Skill upgraded. Broken steel hidden sword slash, platinum mid-tier, proficiency, 100. 000/200. 000, concealed sheath. Spirit gathering, accumulating power for a sudden burst. Blood thunder condensed edge sword, platinum mid-tier, proficiency, 100. 000/200. 000, crimson frenzy thunder. Entwined edge around sword, capable of breaking 1,000 defenses. Suddenly, the thunder entwined around Su Chen's sword blade transformed into pure blood red. It had originally only been mixed with a hint of red ferocity, but now, the lightning had turned into a color resembling pure, translucent blood, greatly increasing its power. Su Chen charged towards Zhang Xiangxing once more, utterly fearless. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiangxing's expression darkened, and his patience finally wore thin. Humph, an ant shaking a tree. He unleashed another punch. Gathering Chi solid punch, skill activated. The power of this punch was incomparable to all the previous moves. The overwhelming pure strength, enhanced by the yin-yang internal skill, became as heavy as Mount Tai. The surrounding wind vortex lifted several patches of turf, sending mud and dust flying. The air in the sky couldn't disperse in time but was instead compressed and exploded, producing a sound like a burst of air. That magnificent punch wind coalesced into a shadow of black and white energy, charging towards Su Chen fiercely, resembling a small mountain, casting a shadow that completely covered him, making him appear so insignificant. Su Chen's clothes rustled, his disheveled hair fluttering. He executed the wave step, trying to evade this punch. However, the punch wind had a binding effect, trapping him firmly in place. This combination of hardness and softness could absorb all resistance and escape forces, leaving him with no way to flee, as if his feet were shackled. Su Chen could use the hidden god step, which would surely allow him to evade, but once he activated the hidden god step, his mental energy would be exhausted, who would delay time for Yanzei and the others. Helpless, Su Chen had no choice but to activate the dragon's slashing technique and collide head-on with this punch. Boom! The dragon's roar trembled, and a massive golden sword aura slashed out. This sword carried the intoxication sword aura. The two diamond sword techniques overlapped, directly colliding with the punch's fierce wind. Boom boom boom! That punch shadow actually showed a tiny crack. Su Chen's dragon slashing technique was indeed powerful, far exceeding ordinary diamond skills, and could actually injure the punch shadow of a 5-turn powerhouse. The dragon slashing technique held on for a brief moment, but soon, that punch force shattered the golden sword aura, heading straight for Su Chen. A 5-turn punch could not even be resisted by the dragon slashing technique. Su Chen's expression turned grim, and he had to wield all his swords in front of him to resist. Crack! With a crisp sound, his blood-sucking black-edged sword actually broke apart, to shatter a platinum-level weapon. How much destructive power was needed? Su Chen himself was sent flying by this punch. As if struck hard, he coughed up blood continuously, crashing heavily to the ground. This was one of his most severe injuries, and he was slow to recover. Humph! It seems the mercy I showed you earlier was truly unnecessary. A young man who willingly falls to become a vampire, even if he grows in the future, will still be a great threat to humanity. Zhang Xiangxing landed in front of Su Chen, his expression cold, speaking slowly. Su Chen gritted his teeth, propping himself up with the frost flame death sword, barely managing to stand, always refusing to yield. At this moment, he felt a hint of despair in his heart. The layers of death marks on him had already accumulated to 5 layers. If he endured 5 more attacks, reaching 10 layers, he would be doomed. He had entered the vampire state, even if the 10,000 fish demon boss stood before him. Su Chen was confident he could fight, but this Zhang Xiangxing of the 5th transition is truly invincible. Su Chen has been passively taking hits, unable to harm his opponent with any of his skills. The armor penetration effect of the Fengshui earrings requires the enemy to be in defense to trigger. Yet Zhang Xiangxing has been on the offensive the entire time, perfectly neutralizing and countering all of Su Chen's attacks, so he simply cannot harm him at all.
Even in vampire mode, he cannot fight against someone of the fifth transition? The fifth transition is indeed the greatest watershed.
The fifth transition is supreme. Only from the fifth transition onward can one be considered a true powerhouse of the world.
In some places, ordinary people would kneel in reverence upon seeing one. A fifth transition can easily suppress a dozen fourth transitions. The classes after the fifth transition are all top-tier strong. Not to mention,
Zhang Xiangxing's profession is that of a yin-yang fist master.
A perfect blend of offense and defense, making it an exemplary profession. Don't struggle in vain. If you surrender, you might die a quicker death.
Those behind you cannot escape. Zhang Xiangxing brushed off the dust from his clothes.
Looking ahead with indifference, Su Chen turned to look.
He saw a large group of Zhang family assassins had already surrounded Yanzei and the others.
There were dozens of them,
along with several fourth transition experts and dozens of third transition experts. Some were assassins from the Zhang family, while others were rogue players who had come to this instance.
Yanzei, Zhang Yunqing,
and Ji Yao were already injured and had not managed to escape far,
so they were directly surrounded with no way out.
They had endured the residual force of the fifth transition's punch and, though they had not died on the spot, were severely injured,
limping as they moved, not to mention having to carry the unconscious Ji Yao.
Su Chen gritted his teeth, his face covered in blood. They were about to be completely wiped out. He could not accept this outcome.
At that moment, he noticed a pitch-black ring on his finger glowing.
A tiny spark of white light,
like a star, made Su Chen's soul tremble.
His whole body seemed to shudder.
He stared blankly at the ring, feeling its brilliance and splendor.
The top-tier artifact, the reverse Dao ring.
This faint light was far less dazzling than when he had picked it up years ago. Once it lit up,
it meant it had absorbed enough temporal power and could be used again.
Could it be that only the reverse Dao ring could change this situation? But it was only glowing faintly now.
Far from its peak, perhaps it could only reverse time for a very short duration.
3 days, 1 hour, 1 minute?
All unknowns. If it could only reverse a few minutes,
it would be utterly meaningless.
Su Chen did not immediately activate the reverse Dao ring but instead fixed his gaze on all the Zhang family experts present. His eyes were like a wolf, surveying the strong enemies around him. His aura extraordinary, bloodied yet slowly healing. This farce should come to an end, Zhang Xiangxing said flatly, his eyes swirling with killing intent. He stepped forward, moving like a flowing river, and actually passed over Su Chen. He threw a punch at Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yuncheng. Zhang Xiangxing's punch was not aimed at killing Su Chen but at killing Zhang Yuncheng.
The head of the Zhang family's original intention was to kill Zhang Yunqing,
and he needed to complete this quickly to avoid prolonged complications.
As for Su Chen, he could be dealt with slowly.
Although Zhang Xiangxing appeared to be ethereal and aloof, he was not a good person. He was an old loyal dog of the Zhang family, having committed countless evils over nearly 100 years.
Massacres and assassinations were his specialty.
Therefore, he had no hesitation in targeting an innocent girl like Zhang Yuncheng. Zhang Xiangxing's disciples were all notorious for their misdeeds, yet he had sheltered them for years.
Just now, he had pretended to show mercy to Su Chen,
refraining from killing him,
merely to gain Su Chen's trust. He wanted to take Su Chen as his disciple,
so he could seize the opportunity to interrogate him about where he had obtained such powerful sword techniques.
A third transition wielding such formidable sword energy was something Zhang Xiangxing was truly curious about. Only by establishing a bond could he extract the answers. Unfortunately, Su Chen was truly resolute, not the naive rookie he once was.
His mind was tough,
showing no signs of wavering,
so Zhang Xiangxing lost interest in pretending. He would first kill Zhang Yunqing and then slowly interrogate this boy afterward.
At the same moment, all the assassins also moved into action. Countless deadly moves flooded the entire sky.
The chaotic flow of colors, dazzling to the extreme, surged forth with lethal intent. The skills of dozens, even hundreds, of job changers were a murderous glare that human vision could hardly bear. There were magical mental attacks, flying axes from warriors, ice spikes from mages, and flying blades from swordsmen. Su Chen's expression turned icy as he gripped the reverse path divine ring tightly. He could only take a gamble. He could no longer hold back from using it. Just as Yanzei and the others were feeling a bit desperate, a dark purple lightning bolt streaked across the distant sky, flashing into view. Boom! This true thunder was overwhelming, its power even more violent than Su Chen's blood thunder sword chi enchantment. The entire sky instantly lit up as if it were daytime. An inconspicuous old man, wearing a cloak with swirling electricity,
stepped through the air. His hair was slightly white, his face obscured, standing high in the sky with his hands forming seals. Suddenly, chains of lightning swept in, arriving in an instant, forming a membrane that blocked all the lethal skills. It protected Yan Zhe, Zhang Yunqing, and Ji Yao. In an instant, the lightning twisted and shattered all the deadly moves. Then, behind the old man, a purple lightning phantom coalesced, and with a punch, it collided head-on with Zhang Xiangxing's punch. Boom! Zhang Xiangxing's punch was also repelled by the mysterious figure, the two forces canceling each other out. Both fifth transformation fighters staggered back half a step, evenly matched. Fifth transformation? Zhang Xiangxing's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of shock in them. Who goes there? Only a fifth transformation could easily block so many lethal moves and simultaneously push him back. He had to treat this with caution. Unexpectedly, there was still a glimmer of hope, and Su Chen slowly lowered the finger that wore the reverse path divine ring. Standing on the ground, he looked up at the mysterious old man, activating his inside eye to scan his information. Lei Chen, race, human, level, 51, 100, 000/51, 000. 000 experience, class, Great Dark Thunder Sovereign, strength, 120, constitution, 90, agility, 999, spirit, 300, luck, 10, skills, Dark Underworld Thunder Movement, diamond quality. He can freely summon dark purple thunder to attack enemies, shaping any thunder into various forms. Truly deserving of the title Thunder Sovereign, Heart Shield Thunder, diamond quality condenses thunder into a barrier to resist all physical attacks. It can absorb mental and magical attacks. The thunder barrier shatters upon reaching its limit, causing indiscriminate electric attribute explosion damage, can harm allies. So caution is essential. Dark Thunder Heaven Cry, platinum medium quality, a large-scale indiscriminate killing move that turns raging thunder into a torrential rain falling from the sky, with immense mental energy consumption. Electric Body Thunder Movement, platinum medium quality. He can consume mental energy to turn matter into electric currents for movement, akin to teleportation. But this skill consumes a great deal of mental energy when moving matter other than himself. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Thunder Shadow Incarnation, diamond low quality, condenses thunder phantoms into a legal form, moving in unison, like the king of hell, capable of protecting oneself and annihilating enemies. It's Lei Chen, Zhang Yanli's old butler. He actually came to save Zhang Yunqing. Remembering back, he had promised the dying Zhang Yanli that he would protect his two daughters. Unexpectedly, this old man truly kept his promise. Wearing a hood, he must also be afraid of being discovered. Su Chen felt a surge of admiration in his heart. Unlike Zhang Xiangxing's balanced attribute distribution, Lei Chen had all his attributes primarily focused on agility, making the others seem a bit lower. Nearly 1,000 agility is truly terrifying, an extreme of the same type as Su Chen. Indeed, this perfectly aligns with Lei Chen's lightning attribute profession, which emphasizes speed and ferocity. Lei Chen's voice was aged as he gazed downwards, speaking to Zhang Yunqing from a distance. Go! Old Lei deliberately processed his voice to echo like thunder, so no one could tell who he was. But upon hearing this voice, Zhang Yunqing immediately froze, and in an instant, she recognized him. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she could hardly suppress the urge to scream from the depths of her heart, "Old Lei, why didn't you protect my father? Clearly, you promised me when I was a child." But she ultimately did not shout it out, because she understood that Old Lei might have his own difficulties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to save her today. She had matured a lot, remaining silent as she and Yanzei carried Ji Yao, limping away. Zhang Xiangxing's expression was grave, his energy surging violently, the yin and yang aura bursting forth. In an instant, he transformed into a flowing stream, landing right in front of Zhang Yunqing. The heart-protecting lightning barrier set by Lei Chen couldn't even stop him. This was the power of a yin-yang fist master, capable of absorbing and dissolving everything, using soft to overcome hard energy, able to tear open even the most violent dark purple lightning in the blink of an eye. Yet Lei Chen remained calm, landing on the ground in an instant, positioning himself in front of Zhang Yunqing, arriving before her. He was the embodiment of the Thunder Lord, his speed unmatched. In terms of speed, even Zhang Xiangxing, who was also at the fifth transformation, could not compete with him. Lei Chen's wrist flicked, and a flash of lightning flickered. In a split second, Zhang Yunqing, Ji Yao, Yanzei, and the others transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from the scene. faster than teleportation. Lei Chen whisked Zhang Yunqing, Ji Yao, and Yan Zhe away in the blink of an eye.
Zhang Xiangxing's punch hit nothing but air,
the ground cracking, thick smoke billowing.
His face was filled with anger. His fists clenched tightly,
staring fiercely at Lei Chen. I am originally an outsider.
Given the surname Zhang by the head of the Zhang family,
my full name is Zhang Xiangsheng. You dare to obstruct my Zhang family's affairs? Who exactly are you?
Zhang Xiangxing could hardly contain his fury.
Lei Chen remained expressionless and silent, not answering him at all.
He snapped his fingers, and the heart-protecting lightning shield shattered,
instantly killing a dozen people nearby.
Then he raised his hand,
condensing a dazzling dark purple lightning sword, gripping it in his hand.
His frail and aged body stood alone in front of all the assassins, just to protect the young lady unharmed.
No one is allowed to take a single step forward.
His voice was calm,
seasoned, and decisive, echoing through the heavens and earth.
Zhang Xiangxing realized that this person was uncommunicative,
and this battle was unavoidable.
The speed of this fifth transformation was as fast as lightning. If he did not kill him, it would be impossible to kill Zhang Yunqing.
Humph, I'm not in a hurry.
This instance has already set up a great formation, no one can leave.
Killing you,
then killing Zhang Yunqing,
is just a change in order. The result is no different. They can't escape. Zhang Xiangxing's expression was icy,
white mist swirling around his fists, his demeanor akin to a grandmaster.
With a single command,
all the loose cultivators and Zhang family assassins,
whether at the fourth, third, or second transformation, all attacked Lei Chen together. Everyone wanted to take credit, to share in the spoils.
A tremendous noise spread throughout the surrounding area,
shaking the very ground. Zhang Xiangxing's fists transformed into yin and yang postures, charging fiercely at Lei Chen, engaging him in battle. Boom! Bang 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 bang!
The terrifying sounds echoed around, the ground cracking open with countless charge fissures.
In mid-air, thunder roared, continuous and dense, leaving blackened traces in the air. The battle between the two fifth transformation powerhouses was indeed magnificent, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it. Lei Chen transformed into a streak of lightning, facing all opponents alone. Anyone attempting to pursue Zhang Yunqing would be intercepted and killed by him, and in an instant, corpses were strewn everywhere, screams echoing.
Not a single person could cross the line marked by his lightning. The speed of Lei Chen was absurdly fast. The same person could almost appear in several places at once,
like a lightning shadow clone. But there were too many enemies, not to mention, there was Zhang Xiangsheng, a five-turner of a higher level than him. Alone, he was truly struggling. Soon,
Lei Chen found himself at a disadvantage. A certain mage had cast a binding chain on him,
and it took a moment to break free.
But that moment allowed Zhang Xiangxing to land a punch on him. He staggered back 3 steps, blood trickling from his mouth.
Lei Chen's expression was cold,
his eyes hidden beneath his hood, and he did not retreat. He continued to fight. At the very least, he had to hold on for 10 minutes. That was the bottom line he set for himself.
Su Chen was not sent away by Lei Chen's skills because he was still some distance away from Zhang Yunqing.
Looking at the dense crowd of assassins,
he raised his hand and clenched it. Crack!
The broken blood-sucking black blade flew back and reassembled. Then he took out a piece of high-grade black steel and wedged it into the blade's fracture. Using his forging power,
he directly repaired it,
restoring it to its original state. The mental energy used to repair a weapon was not as much as that required to create one,
so it could be used in battle. At this moment,
he stood several dozen meters away from Lei Chen, with a large group of assassins rushing towards him,
unleashing their killing moves. Su Chen was currently in vampire mode,
with terrifying attributes.
Thus,
his killing was incredibly frenzied. In just a few seconds, he slaughtered a 4-turner and more than a dozen 3-turners.
He resembled a demon,
opening his blood-filled maw to tear at the throats of those assassins, draining their blood and flesh,
absorbing their nutrients to heal his wounds and restore his stamina.
A few people were drained to the point of becoming mummies right on the spot. Slayed a 4-turn light spear warrior, slayed a 3-turn bard swordsman, slayed a 3-turn rainforest archer, slayed a 3-turn great blade knight, slayed.
Experience plus 680.
000, experience plus 100. 000, experience. Loot acquired, bard sword, high quality gold, X1, endless quiver, low quality gold, X1.
Zhang Xiangxing heavily injured Lei Chen,
revealing a hint of a faint smile and confidence in his eyes. This old man was a yin-yang fistmaster. He only became a taiji fistmaster at 6 turns.
with a higher potential for career growth, and could break through to 7 turns in the future, with limitless prospects. In contrast, the mysterious old man became a Thunder Master at 5 turns. With his limit almost only reaching 6 turns in the future, how could he compete with himself? He felt proud in his heart. While pondering, Zhang Xiangxing's gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw Su Chen among the crowd, and instantly, a chilling killing intent surged, his eyes revealing a hint of unmasked anger. He thought to himself, it was this young man who made me have improper thoughts earlier, wasting too much time on him instead of swiftly dealing with Zhang Yuncheng. Truly detestable. Zhang Xiangxing was well aware that this was also due to his own greed. Su Chen's swordsmanship was at least diamond level, which had great appeal even to 5-turners, capable of selling for tens of millions of descending coins, so he had done unnecessary things, leading to the current situation. But no matter what, people would not blame themselves first, it was an instinct. He could easily kill this kid with a raise of his hand, why not eliminate him first? Moreover, this sword master kid was also a significant variable. If he allowed him to kill too many subordinates, the pressure on that 5-turn Thunder Master would lessen. Killing this kid first was the optimal solution. Zhang Xiangxing transformed into a flowing stream, rushing forward in an instant, his fists transforming into a soft, flowing punch wind, striking fiercely. Su Chen stared intently at Zhang Xiangxing. The layers of death marks on him had already accumulated to 8. If he took 2 more hits, he would be completely buried. At that moment, he tightly gripped his ring, and a mad idea appeared in his mind. Since the reverse Dao Divine Ring was still with him, he could reverse time without fear of messing up. Why not go all out one last time and exhaust his mental energy? Use a Killing God Blade. He definitely couldn't kill Zhang Xiangxing, but he could surely heavily injure this old man. This old man had severely injured Ji Yao. How could Su Chen not seek revenge? Moreover, old Butler Lei faced so many people alone. If he didn't use the Killing God Blade to severely injure Zhang Xiangxing, Lei Chen would inevitably die here in the end. Su Chen knew very well that using the Killing God Blade would exhaust his strength and put him in danger. But his nature was that of a mad killing god, so he chose the most shocking method of attack. Ding! A crisp sound of the sword echoed throughout the venue. The blade of the Frost Flame Death Scar sword shattered and flew into the wild grass behind. Then, Su Chen gripped the dagger-like broken sword and charged forward. The Killing God Blade was activated. Su Chen slashed at Zhang Xiangxing. A blood-red cold light surged on the blade, the color of death. Wang Shua. In an instant, a torrent of blood-colored killing intent swept away, condensing into a simple and unadorned thin line. Su Chen's body transformed into a blurred red afterimage. Crossing through, Su Chen charged and slashed. The terrifying killing aura spread, instantly shocking everyone present. The third transformations were momentarily stunned, and the fourth transformations also had their eyes widened slightly. In that moment, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, as if there was an illusion that they were already dead. When they saw that the strike was aimed at Zhang Xiangxing, they realized they were still alive. Zhang Xiangxing felt a bit startled. This boy doesn't evade or hide, but instead dares to actively attack me? When he saw the Killing God Blade, a trace of instinctive shock and fear emerged in his aged eyes. Even a fifth transformation would be intimidated by this legendary skill. In that instant, he was drenched in sweat. Even when facing the same realm fifth transformation Lei Zun, he had never felt such fear. Zhang Xiangxing held his breath, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. In the next moment, that sword was already approaching. The Killing God Blade was too fast. Zhang Xiangxing didn't even have time to dodge and could only activate his defensive skill, Sangshan Protection, turning his body as hard as gray stone. Shwa! So fast it was unbelievable. As if a blood-colored lightning had crossed the sky, the sword directly shattered Zhang Xiangxing's chest. A sharp blood-colored sword mark appeared diagonally from his chest. He suddenly knelt down, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The old man's eyes were dazed, filled with overwhelming horror. He never expected that this vampire kid could unleash a sword that rivaled the fifth transformation. It directly severely injured him, even penetrating his defense. This strike finally triggered a 40% armor penetration because Zhang Xiangxing defended but couldn't negate this skill with an attacking method. Therefore, his injuries were very serious. Su Chen had already penetrated behind Zhang Xiangxing, his whole body smoking, his tattered robe rustling. This strike was too fast. Not only did it severely injure Zhang Xiangxing, but it also killed a level 46 expert behind him, dressed in tight clothing and holding countless flying daggers. he was pierced through the neck by the killing god blade. Then, dark purple poison gushed from his throat, and he screamed in agony, his body turning to pus and dying, because on Su Chen's blade, the deadly Poison King scale was stuck. Killed a level 46 hidden weapon master, gained 540,000 experience points, cross-border bonus experience 50,000, gained loot, hidden weapon 1000 fingers skill scroll, diamond low grade. Su Chen immediately gained a large amount of experience. Sword God 4th transformation task completed. Successfully broke through to level 41. Gained 10 free attribute points, promoted to 4th transformation Sword God. All attributes plus 10, source sword body all bonuses reach 40 times. Talent, universal sublimation unlocks new effect, can sublimate or indirectly sublimate any item once, gained a roulette draw opportunity. Su Chen's pupils slightly widened. The universal sublimation actually had no restrictions on loot. This meant that whether it was items from the shop, finished products forged by blacksmiths, or drops from dungeons, all items could be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Of course, if the materials used to forge a piece of equipment have been sublimated, then the finished product cannot be sublimated either. The indirect limitation still exists. But Su Chen was already very satisfied. After being promoted to the 4th transformation, he felt a powerful force surging into his body. Even with the same attributes, the combat power of the 3rd transformation and the 4th transformation was not on the same level. Due to the suppression of levels, Su Chen immediately allocated 10 free attribute points to his spirit. He recovered a tiny bit of spirit. However, he had just used the god-slaying blade and was already exhausted. Even if he recovered 10 points of spiritual power, it was merely a drop in the bucket. At most, he could use one last minor skill. A major move like the dragon-slaying technique could not be used again. Su Chen turned to Zhang Shangsheng. This old man had wounds that were festering, and his entire body was paralyzed by epic-level poison. Su Chen's blood-red eyes suddenly sparked a cruel idea. He charged forward and bit down on Zhang Shangsheng's shoulder. Crack, crack, crack. Su Chen frantically drained his blood. Zhang Shangsheng was furious. His expression almost twisted. He never expected that this little beast would dare to suck his blood. This was a great humiliation. He suddenly took out a high-level detoxification item, crushed it, and a blue glow enveloped his body, dispersing the poison for a moment. But the next moment it was as if maggots were crawling all over him again. He was utterly shocked. What kind of poison is this, that even a diamond detoxifier cannot remove? He gritted his teeth and forcibly operated his yin-yang internal power to suppress the surface injuries all over his body. But internally, the venom was still harming his body. He couldn't care about that anymore. He forced his energy, suddenly stood up, and punched Su Chen away. Su Chen fell to the ground, got up covered in blood, and instead grinned savagely. Zhang Shangsheng's movements were somewhat awkward, panting heavily, his white hair in disarray. As a 5th transformation powerhouse, he hadn't been this disheveled in decades. Su Chen, with blood all over his mouth, spat suddenly. Such old blood. The taste is really not great. His gaze was icy as he spoke. This remark only fueled Zhang Shangsheng's rage, making his breath turn into a buzzing sound, and his fists trembled. At that moment, he wished he could skin Su Chen alive and eat his flesh. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Successfully acquired permanent skill, yin-yang fist technique, diamond midgrade. Countless yin-yang energy skills surged into his body. Su Chen was slightly astonished. He had actually seized a diamond midgrade skill from Zhang Shangsheng. He originally just wanted to drain blood and severely injure Zhang Shangsheng to relieve some combat pressure for Lei Chen. He never expected to accidentally acquire a skill. After his luck attribute increased, good things indeed kept happening. His vampire state had a temporary talent called Blood Draining Demon. One of its effects was, draining blood had an extremely low probability of seizing a random skill from the opponent. This probability could be as low as 1 in a billion, almost negligible, and could be said to be nearly impossible to occur. Su Chen had even overlooked this effect because the probability was too low. Historically, there had been very few cases of low-level vampires seizing skills from others. Logically, at least a high-level elder vampire would have precedence for seizing others' skills. Su Chen's luck was truly off the charts. He looked at Zhang Shangsheng, his eyes filled with mockery. "Thanks for your skill." He smiled widely, covered in blood. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Shangsheng suddenly broke free from the paralysis of the venom and charged over, roaring, "Kill him for me!" A group of assassins received the order and immediately surrounded Su Chen.
Su Chen's expression was calm, he merely moved his fingers slightly. Whoosh! His body transformed into a shadowy electric current, appearing over 200 meters away at a broken sword. Electric weapon instant movement. He had previously set up the Frost Flame Deathscar broken sword's blade at the edge of the battlefield. This way, he could immediately escape after using the God-slaying blade. Seeing Su Chen's fluid escape movements, Lei Chen, who was caught in the chaos nearby, also had a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Young friend, thank you, he said softly to Su Chen from over 100 meters away. Although he did not know Su Chen, he was very grateful for the assistance of this stranger. Su Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement and immediately fled the battlefield. His mental energy had been completely exhausted, and the number of death marks had reached 9 layers. If he were hit again, he would surely die. Even a vampire would perish, so he had to escape. Zhang Xiangxing was heavily injured, although he was not dead. The pressure on Lei Chen had significantly lessened for the time being, and he should be able to hold on through this battle. However, with Lei's 5th turn expert, he could count them on one hand. The Zhang family would likely discover what Lei Chen had done. The fate of this old steward was hard to say. Su Chen's own power was also quite limited, he could only do so much. Next, he needed to find a place to rest. Su Chen rushed away, distancing himself from the battlefield, heading towards Yanzei and the others. At this moment, on the battlefield, Zhang Xiangxing discovered that he could not use one of his core skills, the yin-yang fist technique. It was as if it had been directly deleted. Could it be the paralysis effect of this poison? He trembled with anger, nearly fainting. Ignoring the poison, he attacked Lei Chen along with everyone else, launching a powerful offensive, completely disregarding the onset of the poison. He had lost his rationality, vowing to crush Lei Chen, then kill Jiang Yunqing, and finally hunt down Su Chen. The humiliation Su Chen had brought him today was something this 5th turn expert could not swallow. However, the area around his wounds was wrapped in top-tier killing intent, and he was poisoned, making it difficult to heal. Thus, Zhang Xiangxing's combat power had diminished significantly, and for a moment, Lei Chen was able to handle the situation with ease. Su Chen rushed through the desolate village, and after a few minutes, he finally found Yanzei and the others. Yanzei and Ji Yao were carrying Jiang Yunqing, trying their best to escape into the distance. Upon seeing Su Chen, both were startled, and Jiang Yunqing was overjoyed to the point of tears. Su Chen, you're still alive, Jiang Yunqing said, her eyes red and glistening with tears. Su Chen had risked his life to protect them, and she was already deeply moved. Yes, I'm still alive, but there's no time to waste, that 5th turn mysterious expert may not hold on for much longer. Have you found a way to leave, or have you seen the array's physical form? Su Chen asked, panting. His mental energy was depleted, and he felt every cell in his body was extremely fatigued, with blood trickling from his nose. Even standing was a struggle. The only good news was that after leaving the battle, the 9 layers of death marks had returned to 0. Yanzei's expression was grave as he shook his head. Ji Yao is unconscious, and our speed is too slow. We are still far from the area where we can exit the instance. Moreover, the array's physical form is very concealed, and we haven't discovered it. At this point, Yanzei clenched his fists, feeling it was truly troublesome. Everyone fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a low voice emerged from the nearby ruins. Hey! The group turned towards the sound. They saw a woman in a black cloak lurking in the ruins of the village by the roadside. For some reason, Su Chen felt her voice was somewhat familiar. She stepped forward, holding a short gun in her hand. Who are you? Yanzei asked warily, almost ready to draw his bow. The mysterious cloaked woman said nothing and slowly walked up to Jiang Yunqing. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Jiang Yunqing was clearly stunned. Then, Jiang Lan removed her hood, revealing her cool, sophisticated beauty, exuding an intellectual charm. Sister! Jiang Yunqing exclaimed in disbelief, then rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Yanzei was taken aback, and Su Chen was also somewhat shocked. This girl in black was actually Jiang Yunqing's sister, the former vice chairman of the Jiangyan group, Jiang Lan. She had unexpectedly appeared here, reuniting with her long-lost sister. Jiang Lan's eyes also turned slightly red. Yunqing, I finally see you. She held Jiang Yunqing tightly, all her worries collapsing in that moment. You are still alive. That's good. It was old butler Lei who saved you, right? Yes. Jiang Yunqing wiped her tears and said. After the two sisters separated, Jiang Lan immediately took out a necklace and handed it to Jiang Yunqing.
Yunqing, this is the relic our father left for us. You must keep it safe. He didn't send you a letter because he anticipated that someone would block your correspondence. Jiang Yunqing suddenly understood and took the necklace. It turned out, father had left something for her, entrusted to her sister to hand over personally. The necklace was exquisitely crafted, embedded with a maple red gemstone that swirled with mysterious smoke, clearly of exceptional quality. Su Chen noticed that this necklace seemed to be a pair because Jiang Lan was also wearing a very similar one, but its color was gray-black. He immediately scanned the information on the pair of necklaces, wanting to see what kind of relic the chairman of the Jiangyan group would leave for his two daughters before his death. The necklace around Jiang Yunqing's neck was called Tongsheng.
Tongsheng necklace, ancient superior, sisters born together. Though worlds apart, their love remains unbroken. Suffix Tongsheng, when the wearer's biological sister simultaneously wears the Tongxi necklace, both will simultaneously gain the effect, resurrection after death, excluding natural death due to lifespan limits. This effect can only be triggered once per person per week. Jiang Lan's gray-black necklace was called Tongxi. Tongxi necklace, ancient superior, sister dies together. Life is merciless, their hearts unextinguished, engraved in spirit. Suffix Tongxi, when the wearer's biological sister simultaneously wears the Tongxing necklace, both will simultaneously gain the effect. If both sisters die at the same time, the two necklaces will immediately shatter, and all effects will disappear. Su Chen's expression was stunned. The Tongsheng and Tongxi necklaces, top-tier equipment, absolutely top-tier. Artifacts capable of resurrecting life are already extremely rare, almost non-existent. However, strictly speaking, this pair of necklaces only prevents death. One must be on the verge of death to trigger it. It cannot be considered true resurrection, as it cannot revive a body that has already died. Moreover, the restrictions on this necklace are significant. Only biological sisters can use it, brothers cannot. It must be sisters. As long as both wear them simultaneously, they can resurrect once a week. However, if both are killed at the same time, the necklaces will be destroyed, and the effect will vanish. This means the two cannot die at the same time. Su Chen's expression grew serious. Although this necklace had many limitations, its effects were still incredibly powerful. A father's love is indeed like a mountain. Chairman Jiang truly left his two daughters a pair of top-tier treasures. After father died, it was old butler Lei who protected my safety, Jiang Lan said, staring at Yunqing earnestly. Then old Lei told me that the Zhang family had located you, right here in this instance. So he immediately brought me to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing was shocked. Old butler Lei had been secretly protecting her sister all along. Now follow me. I know a place where we can escape this instance. Jiang Lan led everyone away quickly. When she saw Su Chen, her eyes widened slightly. This boy was often mentioned by her father during his lifetime. Jiang Lan herself had had some minor conflicts with Su Chen at the weapon shop. However, now, all past grievances had vanished. Su Chen had protected her sister, and for that alone, she held no doubts or hostility towards him. As they hurried along, they suddenly encountered a fork in the village road. We absolutely cannot take that road, Jiang Lan said seriously. That is the location of the instance boss. If we go there, we will be entangled for a long time, and we won't be able to escape. She had passed by there on her way and encountered the instance boss area. Follow me down this small path. There is a gap in the formation that allows us to exit the instance. Hearing this, everyone nodded. However, Su Chen's expression was serious as he gazed at the mountain path leading to the boss and the village. Miss Jiang Lan, how far is this small path to the gap in the formation? Su Chen asked, his voice steady. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan's expression became somewhat strange. Why did it feel so familiar? This voice of Su Chen's? It wasn't just from the weapon shop. It seemed they had met somewhere else too. In this urgent situation, she had no time to think deeply and immediately provided an answer. It's about 40 kilometers. Su Chen shook his head. No, that's too far. The Zhang family assassins and rogue players are hunting us. Not to mention there are many rotting villagers obstructing us along the way. And we have to take Jia with us, which slows us down too much. The longer we delay, the more likely unexpected changes will occur. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with sharpness, and after a moment of thought, he asked, how far is the road to the boss? About 3 kilometers. Jiang Lan replied. At this, everyone was somewhat surprised. 3 kilometers compared to 40 kilometers clearly made the path to the boss much closer and quicker.
Su Chen, you don't mean you want to kill the boss to exit the dungeon, do you? Zhang Yunqing's small face showed some astonishment. After defeating the boss, everyone in the dungeon would exit this world and return to reality.
This meant that if they exited the dungeon by killing the boss, they could ignore the Formation Master's blockade.
Moreover, they could also save the old butler Lei Chen.
He was holding off Zhang Shangxing and so many experts alone, which was extremely dangerous. If they could kill the boss, it would also allow him to leave the dungeon and return to a safe area.
Zhang Lan's expression was grave as she said, "Right now, your mental energy is exhausted. My sister
and the young brother Yan Zhe are both injured and not in good condition.
Challenging the boss would actually be slower, and we might even be wiped out by the boss."
The difficulty of the boss in the second turn dungeon was definitely not on the same level as that of the novice dungeon.
So everyone hesitated. "Have you forgotten something?" Su Chen said meaningfully. He looked at Jiang Lan, his gaze as calm as water, his voice cold. "Jiang Lan, you are 23 years old, and your talent was no less than your sister's back then. You awakened 5 years earlier than us, so your realm must far exceed ours. With you here, is it really impossible to fight the boss in the second turn dungeon?" Su Chen observed her and asked. Jiang Lan's expression stiffened. She really hadn't thought of this point.
Because she had devoted herself to the business world early on,
wholeheartedly assisting her father and the family business, she had almost forgotten about dungeons, battles, and leveling up, having not fought with anyone or any monsters for years,
so she had nearly overlooked her own combat abilities.
"What you said does make some sense. I am already level 37. Fighting an E-level boss in a second turn dungeon should be possible."
Jiang Lan tightly gripped the white rose gun in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed,
feeling quite unconfident. "But my combat experience is really..." At this moment, Yan Zhe stepped forward. "Miss Jiang Lan, what is your profession?" Jiang Lan presented the silver-white firearm she was holding to everyone. "Crystal Core Gunner," she stated seriously. Her gun was short, resembling the handguns commonly used by humans before the Awakening Day.
But this gun didn't have many complex modifications. It was pure white,
engraved with a few light-colored roses. Very exquisite. The core power of the bullets came from the beast crystal core embedded in the gun body, requiring no reloading, only consuming mental energy to fire. This was her profession's exclusive weapon, which others generally could not use. Crystal Core Gunner. This profession has very strong ranged output capabilities, Yan Zhe said, stroking his chin cautiously. Then he looked at Jiang Lan. "You and I are both ranged attackers, our professions have commonalities. Miss Jiang, how about I guide you in battle?" he said earnestly. Yan Zhe had a wealth of combat experience, and having him around might help Jiang Lan regain her fighting skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan hesitated, her gaze flickering. "Sister, I agree with Su Chen. Let's challenge the boss. This way, old Butler Lei can also exit the dungeon at the same time, and everyone will be safe." Zhang Yunqing looked at her sister and said, gripping her staff tightly, her eyes filled with determination. She also wanted to defeat the boss, gain experience and equipment, so she could become stronger faster and no longer be a burden. After everything that had happened in the past few days, she wanted to become powerful more than ever. She wanted revenge. There was a hint of hidden surprise in Jiang Lan's eyes. She didn't expect Su Chen to have such strong cohesion. Both her sister and Yan Zhe trusted him so much. She pondered for a second, and also felt that this idea was feasible. "All right, follow me." She was not one to be indecisive. She was always decisive and immediately led everyone to the boss area. It was very close, and if the boss was killed quickly, they could indeed leave the dungeon faster. Su Chen looked at Yan Zhe and Zhang Yunqing and said, "Yan Zhe, Yunqing, put Ji Yao on my back. I'll carry her. I've recovered a bit of stamina, and my injuries have completely healed. Although my mental energy is exhausted and I can't use skills for a while, my agility is very high, and I can run fast even while carrying her," Su Chen said seriously. He was still in vampire mode, with physical abilities twice that of normal, so having him carry Ji Yao was clearly a better choice. "Okay," the two responded, carefully placing the unconscious Ji Yao on Su Chen's back. Her cold body leaned against him, fragrant and soft, but Su Chen had no time to feel it now. Her face was pale, with purple and red veins coursing and trembling all over her body, which was extremely cold.
Su Chen was filled with worry and dripped the last few drops of orange blood heart into her mouth.
No matter what, he had to save Ji Yao.
The orange blood heart finally shriveled completely. It would probably take several hours to produce new blood, but he still had many healing potions.
Su Chen took out a few bottles of healing potions and gave them to Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing. You two drink these to recover from your injuries. Keep the excess for later when we fight the boss. Then everyone continued on their way. Su Chen carried Ji Yao, closely following Jianglan. Along the way, Ji Yao occasionally let out faint, painful moans,
her breath barely there.
At least, she was still alive.
Su Chen felt some worry, but they had to return to the Tower of Heaven to find a way to save her.
I've waited over,
and your plan is indeed better.
While on the road, Jianglan suddenly said.
Her voice was crisp and capable,
dressed in a black robe.
Even with the concealing black cloak, it was hard to hide her curvaceous mature figure.
When she lowered her head, no one saw her eyes turn a bit cold.
She suddenly felt that after so many years of business dealings, she had become as rigid as those high-ranking elders and company bosses.
Being with these young people today finally allowed her to regain some of her bloodiness.
She had been too conventional in the past,
afraid to take risks, and now, she wanted to return to the mindset of a job changer.
Now that the family has fallen,
there's no one to rely on.
I really need to regain some combat skills.
Jianglan knew very well the situation she and her sister were in. Without power, they couldn't protect themselves at all.
She gripped her firearm tightly and ran at the front.
After leading everyone through a desolate graveyard,
a horrifying scene came into view.
Ahead,
a large pit for burning corpses appeared before them. A circular pit with a diameter of 10 meters,
about 5 meters deep,
was filled with the decaying corpses of sick villagers,
all charred. Flies swarmed, and the ground was covered with wriggling maggots, the pus-like liquid seeming to have a life of its own. The pit was not wide, but it was disgusting enough.
Although these remains have been burned, it is clear that the corrupting virus within the bodies has not been completely eradicated.
The pit is filled with ashes and charred flesh, emitting a strong stench. Even Su Chen feels a churn in his stomach.
This pit is the boss area,
but the boss hasn't appeared yet. Jianglan said. Once you are ready, step forward,
and you should be able to provoke the boss.
Sister,
since the boss hasn't been triggered,
how do you know this is the boss area? Jiang Yunqing asked, holding her staff. A bit confused,
Jianglan took out a small pendant from her waist,
which glowed red. This pendant was a gift from my father the day before my awakening at 18. It was to help me achieve good results in the novice dungeon.
Her eyes fell into memories as she spoke.
When approaching the boss area,
it will start to tremble violently,
and if you enter the boss battle area, it will emit a red light. However, it only works for E-level dungeons and below. Hidden boss cannot be detected.
It only works for regular boss,
but that's enough. Jianglan put away the pendant.
It's good that the boss hasn't been triggered. That way,
no one will come over and interfere, Yanzei said, taking out his bow,
a murderous intent already rising in his eyes. If the boss's location had been discovered, then the Zhang family and other solo players might also think that everyone would try to escape by killing the boss, and would set up an ambush in advance.
So this is a good thing for everyone. Su Chen took out a dark blue quiver and handed it to Yanzei. This was equipment he obtained after slaying a bowman. After sublimation, it reached the mid-grade platinum level. This quiver is called Endless Blue Radiance. It allows you to draw arrows infinitely by consuming mental power, and the arrows inside will have water attribute enchantment attacks. Moreover, once equipped, this quiver also provides a 5% critical hit chance. Yanzei nodded, accepted it,
and strapped it to his back.
At this point, the relationship among the few of them no longer required any words of thanks. Su Chen gently placed Ji Yao behind a tree,
letting her lean against it to sit comfortably. He then walked to the corpse pit and drew his frost flame deathmark sword.
Are you ready? Su Chen looked around at everyone, his gaze sharp.
Everyone nodded, although Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing's mental power had not recovered much. There was no time to waste, they had to engage in battle immediately.
Su Chen stepped forward,
and his overwhelming aura immediately disturbed the boss in the area.
With a loud crack, in the next moment,
a dazzling burst of fiery light erupted from the rotting corpse pit.
Intense heat surged forth, thick smoke and foul odors billowed, and countless corpses made cracking sounds. The pitch-black charred bones twisted and writhed, gathering towards the center.
Eventually, they coalesced into a rotting giant made entirely of countless bodies. The corpse giant stood over 6 meters tall, covered in pus and maggots. Since it was made of charred, decaying bodies, its entire body was densely packed with human skulls, hands, feet, and arms, hanging off it like the terrifying legs of a spider. World boss has appeared. Coordinates. Suddenly, this news was broadcast to all players in the server. Su Chen immediately scanned the boss's information, praying there was no second phase, so they could kill it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the news of the world rules spread, other players would soon rush over. Source of corruption, corpse-burning giant, boss, infected corpses were discarded in this deep pit. Yet the villagers did not know that fire could not eradicate the corruption within the bodies. Thus, the corruption within the bodies coalesced over the years, ultimately infecting everything and spreading out, becoming what it is now. Level, 28 current health, 100% strength, 652 constitution, 425 agility, 131 spirit, 2 luck, 10 skill. Source of corruption, it is the source of the corruption disease, capable of commanding all corrupted villagers, and its blood, pus, and remnants of corpses are all infused with the corruption virus. Once contaminated, one immediately falls ill. Mouth of fire sores, born from flames. It can spew forth green flames of corpse-burning poison, with flames that inflict rotting damage. Fragile flesh, a negative passive skill. Its entire body is composed of charred corpses, making it extremely fragile against blunt weapons and impact damage. And it has no self-healing ability. Rotten wail, it kneels and howls, emitting a wave of rotting sound attacks that cause excruciating pain and skin rot to those who hear it. Giant hammer strike, its hands come together to form a hammer, raised high, and then smashed down violently. The second turn boss was indeed as I had imagined, not very powerful. It even has a negative passive skill that weakens its combat ability. This makes things easier. A boss that cannot self-heal can be quickly defeated with a few people working together. Yen Zhe directly knocked an arrow. In his right hand was the spirit-subduing corruption bow, and in his left hand was the black steel great bow, both hovering in front of him. He drew both bows simultaneously and shot arrows at the boss. Boom! His arrows had a strong impact, directly embedding themselves into the boss's body, causing several pieces of black skeletal ash to fall to the ground. At the same time, Yen Zhe said to Jian Lan beside him, "Miss Jiang, use your charged heavy shot skill to attack the boss's head. If the effect is significant, then continue attacking the head with exorcism fireball. If the boss's weakness is not its head and the attack effect is minimal, then use deadly lotus fire for a wide-range continuous shot, trying to find its weak points," Yen Zhe said. During their journey earlier, the two had already discussed their skills. Yen Zhe was now well acquainted with Jiang Lan, which allowed him to command so smoothly. Jiang Lan nodded and immediately followed Yen Zhe's command to attack. As expected, the effect was very clear. Her third turn strength made her bullets powerful, and the boss's health dropped rapidly. The skeletal giant immediately showed many injuries, with hundreds of rotting limbs writhing all over its body, pus splattering everywhere. Jiang Lan secretly admired Yen Zhe. At such a young age, he had such decisive combat command ability. It was truly fortunate for her sister to have a friend like him. Zhang Yunqing raised her staff and used a buff skill on everyone. Block chance increase, agility boost, experience bonus. Additionally, she used an extra skill, Soul Demon Conversion, on Su Chen, which could convert her soul power into spirit power to nourish her teammates. This was a mental recovery skill she had just learned recently and had not had the chance to use. Since there had been no corpses along the way for her to draw soul power from, she had been unable to use this skill. Now, in this deep pit, buried with hundreds and thousands of rotting corpses, she could draw a large amount of soul power, practically inexhaustible, allowing her to spend it freely. However, the efficiency of low-level individuals restoring soul power to high-level ones was somewhat low, so she felt that Su Chen was a bottomless pit. After consuming a lot of soul power, Su Chen might have only restored about a quarter of his spirit power. Her little mouth was stubborn, and her staff trembled as she strained to activate the skill. She felt too weak and knew she had to work harder. Su Chen felt a warmth throughout his body and was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Yunqing to have such a precious skill for restoring spirit power. Seeing her stubborn expression, Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl had no idea that he was already at the fourth turn. For a second turn to restore spirit power to a fourth turn, achieving this effect was already quite impressive. Even among all the soul healers of the same age across the entire Blue Star, Jiang Yunqing's displayed strength should be considered exceptional.
Su Chen tightly gripped his frost flame Deathscar sword, a great confidence appearing in his eyes. With mental power, he could unleash skills, making this boss even less likely to be his match. Its weakness is blunt weapons and impact damage. Yen Zhe, it's best to attack it with heavy arrows, Su Chen said, already holding his sword and charging forward fearlessly. Yen Zhe immediately nodded and attacked with heavy arrows. Now, Su Chen's swordsmanship had a 40-fold enhancement from the origin sword body, so even with insufficient mental power, he could easily deal heavy damage to the boss. Moreover, he was in vampire mode, doubling all his attributes. Even with just normal attacks, he could make the boss lose its way. Not to mention, Zhang Yunqing had already restored his mental power, meaning he could use skills. Roar! The boss, enraged by the combined ranged assault from Yen Zhe and Zhang Lan, let out a roar and then opened its massive mouth. From the giant's mouth, a fiery tongue spewed forth, enveloped in a strong stench of decay. The green flames erupted, thick as a fire dragon, shooting towards everyone. This flame was so powerful that it could even harm Ji Yao, who was under the tree behind. Seeing the boss so recklessly aggressive, Su Chen flicked his wrist, and the sword intent flickered in his eyes. Today, he would show this boss what cruelty meant. He raised his hand and struck with a single sword. The diamond-level skill, dragon slaying technique, was unleashed. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and a brilliant golden light extended for 100 meters, spreading out in an instant, the terrifying and violent sword energy directly piercing through the boss's body. Due to the boss's massive size, this sword triggered the affix effect of the dragon slaying technique. The power was directly increased by more than 2 times. Furthermore, this strike also resulted in a critical hit, doubling the power again. The charred and gigantic skeletal body instantly collapsed. The black corpse scattered in one place, falling back into the cremation pit, never to rise again. Even the residual decay and disease clinging to the bones were shattered by Su Chen's sword energy. Kill the second transformed boss, Cremation Giant. All participating players gain plus 18,092 experience points. Under normal circumstances, the total experience gained from killing a second transformed boss would only be around 30 to 40,000, divided among 4 people, with each person getting a maximum of 10,000. But this time, everyone received nearly 20,000 experience. Clearly, it was the effect of Zhang Yunqing's experience doubling skill. Zhang Yunqing and Yen Zhe both leveled up on the spot. The group followed Su Chen, slaying many corrupted corpses along the way, and also received a bit of experience from Su Chen's kills of those assassins. Therefore, Ji Yao, Yen Zhe, Zhang Yunqing, and others had all reached level 30, unlocking their job change quests. Although Ji Yao was unconscious, she could still gain experience, as she was part of the team. They were leveling up at an astonishing rate. However, this experience was too little for Zhang Lan, who was 3rd transformed, and Su Chen, who was 4th transformed. They still did not level up. Su Chen turned around, sheathing his sword, his expression calm. The 3 behind him were all dumbfounded. The usually calm and composed Zhang Lan couldn't help but slightly open her mouth, her face pale. Yen Zhe still held his bow and arrow, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Zhang Yunqing, holding her staff, looked at Su Chen as if she were seeing a ghost. They knew Su Chen was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. Su Chen had only struck once, 1 strike, and he had killed a second transformed boss. Even a 3rd transformed would probably not be able to do that, right? Just lucky, got a critical hit, Su Chen said, sheathing his sword with an innocent smile. The others were speechless. Can a critical hit explain this? If we got 10 critical hits, it probably wouldn't have this power, right? No wonder they were shocked. After all, the 40-fold power enhancement from the origin sword body meant 1 strike equaled 40 strikes. Su Chen, what level are you at now? Zhang Yunqing stepped forward, swallowing hard, and exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that your level is even higher than my sister's? Su Chen helplessly shrugged and said, about the same as your sister. He could only be vague to brush it off, otherwise, revealing that he was at the 4th transition would definitely crush everyone's confidence. At that moment, the loot list from the boss also appeared. 100 Feather Arrow Rain Skill Scroll, Silver Quality Skill Scroll, Corruption Curse Spell, Silver Low Quality, Rotting Corpse Summoning Spell, Gold Low Quality Skill Scroll, Bone Energy Gun Crystal Core Rifle, Platinum Low Quality, Bright Silver Sword Box, Silver Low Quality, 10,000 Races Currency x 100.
000. The boss at the second transition had loot that was basically at the platinum level. This time, their luck wasn't that great. They didn't get any equipment exceeding the mid-platinum quality. The best item was just the platinum low-quality bone energy gun. Su-chen turned away and secretly sublimated all the loot. Sublimation successful. Sky Rain Arrow Waterfall Skill Scroll, Diamond Low Quality Skill Scroll, Crimson Curse Skill Scroll, Platinum High Quality, Fire Corpse Swarm Summoning Spell, Platinum High Quality Skill Scroll, Condensed Soul Crystal Core Rifle, Diamond Mid Quality, Container C Sword Box, Gold Mid Quality. After sublimation, all items received significant upgrades. There were even 2 diamond level loot items. These items corresponded perfectly to the 5 professions. Su-chen immediately used his authority as the team leader to distribute these items among everyone. The 10,000 races currency was evenly divided, with each person getting about 20,000. Yanzei received the Sky Rain Arrow Waterfall Skill Scroll. Zhang Yunqing got the Crimson Curse Skill Scroll. Ji Yao received the Fire Corpse Swarm Summoning Spell, which directly entered her personal space. The Gray-Black Crystal Core Rifle was given to Jiang Lan. As for the Container C Sword Box, Su-chen kept it for himself. This sword box had a pretty good effect, but unfortunately, it was only of gold mid-quality. If the quality were a bit higher, the effect might have additional bonuses, but Su-chen was content with it now. Container C Sword Box, gold mid-quality, all rivers run into the sea, creating their own space. A sword box for storing weapons, overall black jade in color, with ocean-like patterns. Affix space in the box. This sword sheath contains a small space of 3 cubic meters, which can only store sword-type weapons. Other items cannot be placed inside. Box lock. Only the owner of this sword sheath can take out the sword within. Once the owner dies, the box lock is immediately released. Rapid draw. With just a slight thought or a touch of a finger, you can instantly draw the designated sword. The speed of drawing is extremely fast, far exceeding that of retrieving a sword from personal space. Lightweight equipment. As long as the total weight of the weapon stored in the sword box does not exceed 5,000 pounds, the weight of this sword box will always be 1 pound. The Container C Sword Box had an exaggerated name. In reality, it only had a space of 3 cubic meters, which could not possibly hold an ocean, but merely had ocean-like patterns on the exterior. 3 cubic meters of storage space is enough for me at the moment, Su-chen murmured. He didn't have many swords anyway. He then dismantled several sword sheaths he had handcrafted in the past, breaking them down into materials since he no longer needed them. From now on, one sword box could hold all his weapons. Su-chen strapped the Container C Sword Box to his back and proceeded to store all his swords inside, except for the Shadow Flow Longsword, as this sword could already be stored in shadows and didn't need to be placed in the sword box. After packing them up, he focused his mind and tried to draw a sword. Whoosh! The Frost Flame Deathscar broken sword instantly transformed into a 2-colored stream of light, flashing out and landing in his hand. Swish! The blood-sucking black-edged sword also turned into a black light, flying out of the sword box and hovering beside him. It really is fast. It was much quicker than retrieving items from personal space, almost like lightning. This way, it won't hinder the battle, and I can handle any unexpected situations. Plus, I only need to carry a sword sheath, which makes things much easier and more efficient. Su-chen felt lighter overall. Suddenly, Su-chen sensed a wriggling sensation behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find the golden pattern fish sword still refusing to enter the sword box. It was a dull space, surrounded by nothingness, and it didn't want to go in. Like before, it spiraled around the outside of the Ronghai sword box, tightly adhering to it, almost blending in like a pattern, with no sense of incongruity. This sword was more like a peculiar pet, possessing a bit of self-awareness, and would occasionally throw a small tantrum. If Su-chen insisted, it would obediently go inside, but after thinking it over, he decided that letting it coil outside wouldn't have any impact, so he allowed it to stay. After all, during significant events, the golden pattern fish sword had always been loyal, and this small request could be accommodated. Su-chen turned to look at the others. He saw them all staring in shock at the spoils in their hands. This skill scroll is actually diamond grade, and there are no learning level restrictions. I can learn it right now at second transition. Yanzei stared intently at the brown scroll in his hand, astonished. This Scarlet Curse skill can directly cause the physical decay of multiple enemies, significantly reducing their defense? Zhang Yunqing's eyes trembled with surprise. Area attack skills were truly rare for someone like her, who played a support role.
The rifle given to me is actually diamond quality. Can a second transition boss drop such high-quality equipment? How strange. Jianlan stroked her chin, pondering the rifle in her hand, murmuring. She remembered that a second transition boss could at most drop platinum-grade equipment, right? This rifle was about 30 centimeters long, entirely gray-black, embedded with a concentrated crystal core of bones, containing the power of death. As long as she killed an enemy, it could instantly refill the bullets. If she didn't kill an enemy, she could also consume her own health and mental power to fire, with tremendous power, and it could fire continuously. We are lucky, this boss dropped a critical loot. Su Chen didn't know how to explain it, so he attributed it to luck again. Loot can also have critical drops? That was truly unheard of. The group was somewhat speechless and didn't say anything further. Following Su Chen, they had been shocked too many times. Everyone had become somewhat numb. Jianlan put away her weapon and quickly walked up to Su Chen. Su Chen, Yan Zhe, thank you for taking care of my sister these days. I hope in the future, you can continue as always. Yan Zhe nodded. Su Chen replied calmly, don't worry. Hearing Su Chen's voice up close, Jianlan suddenly froze for a moment. Then, her face turned slightly red, and a hint of shame and anger welled up in her eyes. She finally recognized Su Chen's voice. She finally understood why it felt somewhat familiar all along. It turned out that this guy's voice had appeared not only during the weapon shop incident but also at the Fat Goose Inn. At that time, she was changing clothes behind a screen, and someone disguised as the Fat Goose's steward came in to take a look. She still clearly remembered Su Chen's words. Quack, quack, quack. What goose would say quack, quack, quack? She felt something was off at that moment. Now, she finally recalled that it was Su Chen. Seeing her expression, Su Chen looked puzzled. Oh, is there something wrong, Miss Jianlan? He wore an innocent expression, seemingly having forgotten about the incident entirely, not connecting it to himself at all. Jianlan clenched her fists, biting her silver teeth, and ultimately could only swallow her anger. Control your anger. Control your anger. I can endure. For my sister, I can endure. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's nothing. Then Jianlan quickly walked to Zhang Yunqing's side, her expression turning serious. Yunqing, the dungeon settlement is about to happen. I have to leave you. Her tone was somewhat serious and heavy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing was taken aback. Why, sister? We've only just met not long ago. Zhang Lan's eyes also held a hint of hidden reluctance, but she had to do this. She said seriously, Yunqing, you should have seen the effect of the necklace our father left us. As long as we don't die at the same time, we can survive. So, we can't give the enemy a chance to take us out all at once. We must separate by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of miles, as far as the ends of the earth. That way, no one can kill us both at the same time, and we can survive, grow stronger, and avenge our father and mother. Moreover, as she spoke, Jianlan glanced at Su Chen out of the corner of her eye, seemingly wanting to remind her sister to be wary of this guy. But she thought about it and realized that without Su Chen, her sister would have died 1,000 times over. Even if, hypothetically, her sister did give him something. So what? Life is more important than anything else. And in the end, she kept her mouth shut. Zhang Yunqing's eyes turned red, understanding her sister's meaning, but she still felt a bit reluctant. Sister, when will I be able to see you again? Jianlan's eyes also glistened slightly as she gently stroked her sister's hair, forcing a bitter smile as she said, in the next moment, a flash of white light flickered, and the instance concluded. Everyone left this instance world. Zhang Yunqing ultimately didn't get to hear her sister's last words. The two sisters parted ways from now on. Seizing the last moment before his body disappeared, Su Chen activated the Lingbo Weibo, moving to Ji Yao's side and embracing her. This way, he could take her along for the conclusion, preventing her from returning alone to the initial location in the outside world. As long as they were teammates in the same party, this operation was possible. In the distant battlefield, Lei Chen transformed into thunder. Still entangled with countless masters, the Zhang family's assassins kept pouring in from all directions to surround and kill him. The Yin-Yang Fist master Zhang Xiangxing also used a very high-level antidote to temporarily resist the toxicity of the deadly Poison King scale, regaining a considerable amount of combat power. After all, he was a fifth-turn master. Not to mention he had been serving the Zhang family for so long,
he wouldn't lack high-level items on him. Even if he was poisoned by an epic-level item, he had things to temporarily alleviate it. After Zhang Xiangxing regained his strength, he joined forces with several masters to push Lei Chen back step by step. Without Zhang Xiangxing, Lei Chen, with his 5th turn realm, could have easily suppressed all the 3rd and 4th turn players. Unfortunately, with Zhang Xiangxing holding him back, he found himself in a very passive situation. Blood trickled from the corner of Lei Chen's mouth, and he felt his mental energy dwindling. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. World boss has been defeated. Beginning settlement. Lei Chen was utterly shocked. Everyone in the arena also trembled in disbelief. Zhang Xiangxing's expression darkened, almost unable to suppress a low growl in his heart, just when he was about to crush this troublesome Lei Zun. The instance was settling at this moment? The assassins and casual players were also dumbfounded. It's actually time to settle the instance. All our efforts have been in vain? Damn! My brothers died in this battle just to capture that woman and seize the bounty. Now, all is lost. There was no time for complaints, soon the instance closed. A white light enveloped everyone's bodies. Then, they each appeared separately in a white void space. This instance was completely finished, and all players were forcibly exited. Su Chen stood in the settlement space, holding the unconscious Ji Yao. Ji Yao was in extremely poor condition, trembling all over, her fair skin covered with dense purple veins. Normally, vampire transformation occurs while the person is still alive. However, Ji Yao was injected with vampire essence blood while in a near-death state, a rare occurrence in the world. Su Chen couldn't predict what changes would happen to her, so at this moment, he was extremely worried. At that moment, the settlement information for the instance popped up. Player, Killing God, Slay Corrupted Villager X88, Slay Boss Burning Giant. Su Chen's score slowly rose. One-hit kill boss, high-level players challenge low-level dungeons. Score reduction. Final evaluation, B grade, settlement reward, strength amplification pill, this time in the Corrupted Mountain Village dungeon. Su Chen did not come for loot, but to save people. So he hardly killed many monsters or explored much treasure. Just hurried through. Since it was a second-turn dungeon, he didn't expect to obtain any precious treasures. He was content with this reward. He scanned the pill in his hand to check its effects. Strength amplification pill, Golden Superior, after use, can permanently slightly increase one's strength attribute. It was very similar to the Strong Marrow pill, but this pill only enhanced one attribute, making its effect more concentrated. Su Chen had previously used the Millennium Purple Veinlingji, which enhanced all his attributes. Now with this pill, his attributes would be much higher than those of players at the same level. He directly underwent sublimation. Then, a brown-black pill fell into his hand. Ancient Rhinoceros Power Pill, Epic Medium, Muscles Strong as a Dragon. One swallow uproots willows, made from the bone blood of ancient giant rhinoceroses, combined with ginseng, frenzied meat-eating grass, iron bone flowers, and various other materials. This pill is powerful and can permanently enhance the user's strength attribute. It can only take effect once in a lifetime. Su Chen immediately swallowed it. Suddenly, an unprecedented scorching power surged into his limbs and bones. Su Chen's muscles slightly swelled, and the overflowing strength began to sweep through his bones and limbs like flowing water. The violet muscle blood energy surged to the top of his head, making him shiver all over. Ji Yao, in his arms, let out a muffled groan from the heat of his body. After more than 10 seconds, the scorching power of the pill was completely absorbed by Su Chen. Strength attribute plus 100, directly increased his strength attribute by 100 points, equivalent to Su Chen's effort at level 10. At level 1, only 10 free attributes were available, which was like leveling up 10 times. This was the effect of an epic medium item, and it was permanent. Unfortunately, such items that permanently increase attributes are truly rare. Otherwise, just popping pills could produce a peerless genius. Su Chen looked at his personal profile and upgraded the skill, Yin Yang Fist Technique, that he had just obtained from Zhang Xiangxing. Sublimation successful. After the upgrade of Su Chen's all things sublimation talent through the 4th turn, there were no longer any restrictions on loot. Skills obtained could also be sublimated. A brand new skill appeared before his eyes. Yin Yang Sword Style, Diamond Superior, Proficiency, 0 of 3, 000, 000, in the midst of the void. The sword embodies yin and yang. The sword moves without form, driven by thought, in accordance with the principles of nature, embracing yin and holding yang, capable of being both hard and soft. Yin Yang Sword Style? This skill had actually sublimated into a sword technique, becoming extremely suitable for Su Chen to use. If this skill continued to upgrade to epic or ancient levels, could it possibly transform into the legendary Taiji sword technique? Su Chen felt a hint of anticipation. The growth potential of this skill might be the strongest among all his skills. Then he took out a skill scroll from his backpack. Hidden Weapon Thousand Fingers Finger Technique Scroll, Diamond Inferior, Class Restriction, Hidden Weapon Class Change. This was a scroll he obtained from killing a high-level assassination-type professional. A finger technique skill. Su Chen did not hesitate at all and directly underwent sublimation. Sublimation successful. Heaven and Earth One Throw Skill Scroll, Epic Inferior, Class Restriction, None. Su Chen's eyes widened. It actually sublimated into an epic inferior finger technique. His current skills basically had no epic level. Drunken sword style, dragon slaying technique, were all just diamond level. He hadn't planned to learn this skill. After all, finger techniques were not his specialty. And now, he had to learn it. The allure of an epic level skill was something Su Chen could not resist. After all, having more skills wouldn't hurt. So Su Chen crushed the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, a clear, dark blue light surged into his mind, filled with complex incantations and hand gestures. Soon after, he completely mastered this powerful skill. His finger joints became much more slender and fair, slightly elongated, perfectly suited for the execution of this skill. He looked at the information about this skill. Heaven and Earth's Last Throw, Epic Low Grade, Proficiency, 0/10, 000 sideways. The world becomes a last gamble. With a flick of the finger, the graveyard is laid to waste. An epic level finger technique that can cause tremendous impact damage to any object thrown. Even a drop of blood from the fingertip can possess lethal power. The more mental energy consumed, the greater the power. Before he could even feel joy for the powerful skill he had just learned, Su Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The two sharp fangs in his mouth had actually grown a few millimeters longer, and a frenzied thirst surged within him. He felt that his rationality was on the verge of losing control of his body. Su Chen was still in a vampire state. He had been severely injured earlier and had forcefully used skills multiple times when his mental energy was depleted. This had caused his body to require a large amount of nourishment to recover from his injuries. For a vampire, the source of nourishment was blood. Even though he had just taken a small sip of blood from Zhang Xiangsheng, a fifth-turn powerhouse, it was still not enough. Suddenly, Su Chen's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Ji Yao. He could hardly resist the urge to fiercely suck her blood. The frenzy hidden within his genes made Su Chen's teeth tremble, making it hard to resist. Once a vampire's bloodlust strikes, no matter how strong the willpower, it cannot be countered. Su Chen's expression darkened as he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to wake up for a moment. But soon, that thirst surged back like a tide. No, I absolutely cannot give in. His voice was filled with rage as he pounded his fists against himself. Ji Yao was extremely weak now. If she were to be drained of blood, it would truly be dire. Su Chen used the iron willpower of his 2 lifetimes to resist. He drifted in and out of consciousness, not knowing how long it had been. For a moment, he felt as if he would bite down. Finally, the vampire state receded. The purple blood vessels throughout Su Chen's body faded, and the overwhelming double attribute power suddenly dissipated. His height returned to about 175 centimeters. He felt a sense of relief. I'm glad I made it through. This vampire state was a double-edged sword. The feeling of bloodthirst is so painful. Is this what Ji Yao will face in the future? Su Chen clenched his fists, filled with sorrow. If Ji Yao could survive, he vowed to find a way to return her to normal. This world is full of wonders. He believed there must be such a treasure. Su Chen looked at his personal information. Su Chen, title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Slayer, level, 41, 30, 000/4, 100, 000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical, unique in the world. Curse Blacksmith, secondary profession, strength, 210, constitution, 110, agility, 380, spirit, 270, luck, 310, bloodline, immortal body, A. Jade marrow bone, B. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, sublimation of all things. Original sword body, automatic cultivation. Secondary profession unlock, God of Killing blade, all hidden. Hidden God step, Eye of Insight, Sword God, Heaven and Earth toss. Yin Yang sword style, overbearing sword rebound,
dragon slaying technique, dual sword mastery, drunken sword style, electric weapon instant body,
blood thunder condensing edge sword,
broken steel hidden sword slash, holy weapon enchantment,
thousand flow dust sword,
sword martial grandmaster, technique, sword control, heaven falls sword tomb, thought condensing blade, lingbo microstep, curse blacksmith, forging power,
transformation technique, permanent buff effects as follows: edgestone earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration, agility close to 400,
strength exceeding 200, at level 41. Possessing such attribute values is indeed monstrous. Fast speed, great strength.
He felt the sword in his hand had become much lighter,
and combined with his agility attribute,
his combat power had significantly increased.
I've been in this settlement space for a little while,
and my mental power has recovered somewhat.
Even if there are special circumstances after going out, I should be able to protect Ji Yao, Su Chen murmured. Let's exit. In the next moment, he left the settlement space along with Ji Yao in his arms. When he reappeared, it was already in a small alley of the tower world. Su Chen's agility attribute was so high that his movement speed was absurdly fast, even without using footwork. He seemed to fly. To passers-by, he appeared as a blur. This way, he could avoid detection. After all, Ji Yao was in a vampire transformation state, and if discovered, she would be captured and executed.
Humanity has always been extremely fearful of vampires,
and once discovered,
they would swarm to attack.
Even in the tower world, she might not be safe. Holding Ji Yao,
he quickly arrived at the entrance of the Fat Goose Inn.
As he approached, he saw an extraordinarily beautiful woman, who could be described as enchanting,
confronting the Fat Goose steward.
Old goose, how could you make such a low-level mistake?
He heard her furious reprimand from afar.
Do you really not believe that I would throw you back into the bottle prison to enjoy my grace?
Her expression was cold, and she kicked the old goose in the face,
shouting angrily. She had a hot figure, youthful looks, and long legs, truly a top-notch beauty. Her narrow, peach blossom eyes made it hard to look away. The Fat Goose steward looked nervous, lowering his head and not daring to turn his face, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, master. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. Please forgive me.
His body trembled, seemingly terrified of punishment.
He said solemnly.
Only then did the woman slowly move her foot away. Su Chen had never seen this woman before and began to speculate in his heart.
Could it be she is the owner of the Fat Goose Inn?
The owner of the Fat Goose Inn was somewhat mysterious, and very few had seen her in person.
Su Chen didn't have time to think deeply. He had to settle Ji Yao immediately. He entered the inn and said to the old goose, "Old goose, open a regular refuge room." Then, he handed over 120,000 descending coins, booking several days at once, showing great generosity.
The old goose looked surprised, seemingly not expecting to see Su Chen again so soon.
This young job changer could take out so much money so quickly. Hadn't he just been fined? Could this young man be a hidden rich second generation?
The old goose had his professional ethics and didn't ask too many questions.
Immediately preparing the room, the woman beside them, seeing Ji Yao in Su Chen's arms, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Then, she walked over with a seductive gait. "Youth, I must remind you of something. The girl in your arms is a vampire."
As she spoke, she raised her hand and closed the inn's door, preventing anyone on the street from seeing the vampire.
Su Chen's expression was cold, his body still stained with blood, exuding an air of oppression. "What does it have to do with you?" he retorted, his voice icy. "Brother, don't be so angry,"
she said with a smile.
"Sorry,
I forgot to introduce myself." She smiled gracefully, her eyes filled with charm.
"I am the owner of this inn. If you want to harbor a vampire in my inn, it could bring trouble to my establishment, so I naturally have the right to inquire." She wore a faint smile,
but her words carried a hint of threat. Su Chen immediately realized that this woman was cunning and not to be trifled with.
"So what if she is a vampire?" He frowned and said firmly. "Fei Inn is well known for catering to guests with special needs. Murderers, treasure hunters, spies, thieves, they are all your clientele. If you expose me today and attract the tower guardians, do you think your inn will still be able to operate? It would probably be infamous." Su Chen's expression was as cold as water as he gazed at her. At the same time, he concealed all his attributes, including his level.
Yu discovered that she could not see Su Chen's true information, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. It seemed that this was not an ordinary youth. She walked closer, a fragrant scent wafting through the air. A hint of interest seemed to appear on her charming face. Once a vampire grows and blends into the human population, it will be extremely difficult to trace. Brother, protecting her is much harder than protecting a murderer. However, I won't expose you, because I just realized she is bound to die. A vampire's corpse won't bring me trouble. You can go into the room, I won't stop you. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she said with a smile. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. She actually concluded that Ji Yao was destined to die. Could it be that her profession was related to this? He immediately scanned this woman's information. Yi Zi, race, human, title, Dark Witch, obtained by killing the sea-level dungeon Dark Prison boss Kato. Title effect, provides skill Dark Enchantment, level, 56, 39. 72 million/56 million experience, profession, Dark Realm Alchemist, strength, 40, constitution, 70, agility, 90, spirit, 1103, luck, 10, skills, potion brewing, epic mid. She can brew various magical potions based on existing materials, with the highest quality not exceeding epic low, cannot brew normal potions, such as healing potions, painkillers, etc. Dark barrier arrangement, diamond uppers. She can consume materials to arrange various dark barriers, cannot arrange normal barriers, such as healing barriers, defensive barriers, holy barriers, etc. Dark enchantment, diamond uppers. She can add multiple dark attribute curse effects to the potion she brews and the barriers she arranges. Dark disguise, diamond uppers. She can permanently change her appearance at the cost of other beings' painful emotions, and can also change it back at will. Witch's charm, diamond mid. She designates all units in a small area to undergo a mental power assessment. Units with mental power lower than hers will be immediately enchanted by her, with only a very small chance of failure, consuming a large amount of mental power during the duration. Life-saving spell machine, diamond mid. A life-saving skill that automatically uses a preset life-saving potion when she is in life-threatening danger, with only one chance to take effect within 7 days. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. A Dark Realm Alchemist is an extremely rare high-level profession, possessing the dual abilities of brewing potions and arranging barriers. However, they could only concoct evil-type potions and set up evil-type barriers. For example, the barrier of many wounds, the soul collapse barrier, pain potions, torture elixirs, and highly toxic potions, among others. Strictly speaking, this is a type of lifestyle profession, with skills that lack direct offensive capabilities. But her potions and barriers are indeed aggressive. All her skilled abilities revolve around dark, evil formations and potions. This is a forbidden profession. Her other attributes are very low, seemingly only enhancing her mental power, which has exceeded 1,000. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be such a witch. Moreover, her name is different from the one she reported. She is called Yi Zi. Yu is clearly a false name, and even her appearance might be fabricated. Why does she want to hide her true name? Su Chen fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he remembered something. There is a wanted criminal on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list with the exact same name. Black Witch Yi Zi, ranked 187th on the wanted list, with a bounty level of B. It is said that she had poisoned several major figures in the business world, seizing enormous wealth. She has also set up barriers in dungeons multiple times, slaughtering many job changers. Killing in dungeons theoretically does not register as a crime, but she has set up barriers repeatedly, harming far too many people, perhaps hundreds. This number can no longer be ignored by the authorities. Anyone who can make it into the top 500 of the wanted list is undoubtedly ruthless. This seemingly beautiful and alluring woman, mature and sexy like a fox spirit, is actually a wanted criminal? All the information clearly matches, including title, profession, and name. Su Chen's gaze gradually darkened, and his expression turned considerably cold. He had basically completed his judgment and could confirm that the female owner of the Fat Goose Inn is that B-level fugitive. Su Chen remained still, temporarily not revealing the information he had grasped. Instead, he asked in a serious tone, "How can you be so sure she will die?" As he spoke, Su Chen gently caressed Ji Yao's face. In that instant, he felt a breath of death surge from his fingertips to his heart. He had once been a god of death, bathing in death throughout his life, having killed countless people, and was most sensitive to the aura of death. She seems to be telling the truth. Yi Zi smiled gently and said, "She is in a near-death state. It is inherently very difficult to save her. If it were a higher-level vampire transformation ritual,
perhaps she could survive. But from the looks of it, she has only accepted the blood of a servant-level vampire. The level is too low to pull her back from the brink of death. At a glance, she can only last one more day. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Is there any way you can save her? Yi Zi shook her head. I would like to save her, but she is a vampire. If I save her, it would only bring me harm, not benefit. Sorry, little brother. She shook her head inside, her eyes sparkling with charm, seemingly quite fond of Su Chen. The old goose butler beside them saw this scene and trembled with his fingers. He knew best how cruel the heart hidden beneath the master's beautiful exterior was. If this young man, Su Chen, fell for her tricks, it would be worse than death for him. The old goose secretly contorted his face, frantically signaling Su Chen, as if to say, little brother, you must not mention the matter of me reducing your fine, or I won't have a good outcome. Su Chen ignored the old goose. Of course, he wouldn't say anything. The urgent matter now is to save the person. Hearing her words, a hint of impatience appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Since you can see she is doomed, you must have a way to save her. I implore you, to show me a way. Yi Zi pressed her finger to her lips, pondering for a moment, then suddenly said, all right, then call me sister, and I might give you away. Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately said, sister you. Yi Zi wore a triumphant smile, letting out a somewhat frivolous laugh as she couldn't help but pinch Su Chen's face. Even with her fingers stained in blood, she was completely unconcerned, almost like a madwoman. All right, I'll tell you how to save her. You need to find a noble-level century-old vampire and inject her with pure blood. She will definitely be able to complete the transformation. Or, you could find a seventh-turn healing saint and forcibly pull her back from the brink of death. Su Chen's eyelids twitched at the mention of its seventh turn. That was nearly the pinnacle of human levels. Where could he possibly find one? Such powerful beings were as elusive as dragons. And even if he spent millions of descending coins, they might not take action. A noble-level vampire was even more impossible. Vampires hid their identities and were extremely rare, nearly extinct. The two options she provided were both impossible. Su Chen's expression turned icy, feeling as if he had been played. You really don't want to save her? He pressed at last. It's impossible, brother, she replied decisively. That's a fake name, isn't it? Su Chen suddenly sneered. At this, Yi Zi's eyes widened in shock. Even if I announce to the world that you are the Dark Witch Yi Zi, you still won't save her? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and then spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the plump goose butler shivered in fear, nearly losing his balance. Yi Zi's charm and smile vanished in an instant. Her entire demeanor shifted, becoming extremely serious. Her gaze turned dark and sinister. She rushed forward, grabbing Su Chen by the neck. How do you know? In this inn, it was her world. She was the master. Her barrier amplified her power and speed countless times, while suppressing Su Chen's strength. Coupled with her fifth-turn level pressure, Su Chen found it difficult to evade. Her delicate hand was icy as it tightened around Su Chen's throat. He remained expressionless and said, I have sent this message to my close friend. If I do not contact him in 10 seconds, he will immediately send this information to the Dragon Kingdom's officials and the Tower Guard. Yi Zi's eyes widened in horror. She had also set up a message-blocking barrier in this inn, but she hadn't activated it. After all, guests sometimes needed to send messages to the outside world, so it wasn't always on. If Su Chen had already sent it out, she wouldn't have time to stop it now. A flicker of solid killing intent flashed in her eyes, cold and chilling. At the same time, her other hand had already reached for a bottle of dark potion at her waist. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he sneered. In your barrier territory, I might indeed be at a disadvantage, but this is the Tower Realm, one of the safest and most heavily guarded places in the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, do you think you can escape? Even if you are fifth turn, you will be sealed by space and killed on the spot. Sister Yi, you need to think this through. As he spoke, Su Chen revealed a harmless smile, yet his eyes were filled with threat. Yi Zi was momentarily taken aback, then loosened her grip. Ah, such a clever brother. The killing intent in her eyes completely dissipated. Beneath such a youthful face lies such a strong will, unafraid even in the face of me. A hint of a smile reappeared in her dark blue eyes. A trace of appreciation began to surface on her face. But you underestimate me. Even if I kill you, I have ways to escape this Tower Realm and find another place to live. However, while I can abandon this inn, discard my current name, and start anew, she continued, slowly shaking her head with a sigh. I have managed this place for too long, it has become my little home, and I am unwilling to give it up easily. This inn was the main core of her intelligence network, and nearly all her connections with transmuters were built through it. Moreover, this place is a money-making machine, arguably one of the most profitable inns in the Tower realm. If she were to give it up, all her years of hard work would be in vain. She never expected to be outmaneuvered by such a little brother. She suddenly felt that her 29 years of life experience were somewhat insufficient. There's no helping it, you win, she said, her expression relaxed, without a trace of panic or regret. Speaking calmly, I won't kill you, nor will I touch your little vampire sister. But I am really curious, how did you know? In Yi Zi's eyes, there was endless suspicion and imagination. She had hidden her true identity very well, apart from the old goose slave. Hardly anyone knew. Moreover, she had forced the fat goose butler to take a dark potion, sealing its soul, so much so that even if others tried to search its soul, they wouldn't be able to extract anything. It would immediately explode and die. If you save her, I'll tell you. Su Chen, holding Ji Yao in his arms, spoke coldly. You have my secret now, we are mutually constrained. But you should be careful, if you make too excessive demands, I will still kill you. As she spoke, Yi Zi licked her lips, a hint of cruelty flashing in her eyes. I could save her, but I need extremely precious materials. I'm afraid you won't be able to provide them. Little brother. Yi Zi's beauty was stunning, a natural enchantress. Every frown and smile of hers was captivating, easily stirring a man's heart. It seemed she knew how to manipulate men to achieve her goals. But Su Chen, from beginning to end, was like an Iron Man. In his eyes, there was only Ji Yao. What materials? He asked. Rare materials that can only be found on mid to high level undead. The soul dust of skeletal undead. Yi Zi said, her eyes narrowing as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Once, in a dungeon, he had slain an undead and obtained a material with a very similar name, called Elite Undead Soul Dust. After sublimation, it transformed into a top-grade alchemical material, interest-free dead soul. He had never used it and had kept it in his personal space. Little brother, don't think about it, that thing is valuable but hard to find. Even if you slay 1,000 undead, it's unlikely to drop. By the time you farm it, she would have. She was halfway through her sentence when Su Chen took out a dark silver transparent soul dust from his personal space. The material was at the boundary between powder and soul form, looking airy and profound, as if it was still faintly trembling. Yi Zi's eyes widened in shock, her brows furrowing tightly. Interest-free dead soul? A top-grade alchemical material? A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Even she, who was usually composed, couldn't help but be surprised. She had been searching for this. It was far superior to the soul dust of skeletal undead, she mentioned. Its efficacy was countless times stronger. Can this replace it? Su Chen held the item in front of Yi Zi and asked. Not just can it. She stepped forward, unconcerned about her fair legs showing from her skirt. This interest-free dead soul only needs half to concoct a potion that will save her life. I only need 8 hours to make it. Su Chen's heart suddenly warmed. Finally, there was a way. Then please save her, she is very important to me. Su Chen's tone became more polite. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi smiled charmingly. It seemed the position had shifted from defense to offense. All right, but I have 2 conditions. First, the remaining interest-free dead soul belongs entirely to me. Second, from now on, you must call me Sister Yi. She leaned closer, smiling sweetly. Su Chen hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. This woman was really taking advantage of him time and again. But there was no choice now, he could only let her be arrogant. All right, Sister Yi. Su Chen sighed. Then, Yi Zi led Su Chen and Ji Yao to a regular refuge room. Su Chen gently placed Ji Yao on the bed, then dripped a drop of fresh orange blood into her mouth. Ji Yao was covered in purple veins, her body icy cold, her face contorted in pain, and she lay unconscious. She kept murmuring something under her breath. Ji Yao, don't worry, I will definitely wake you up. Su Chen thought to himself, if he couldn't save her now, he would wait 10 years, 100 years. Once the reverse path divine ring was fully recharged again, Su Chen would rather be reborn than not save her. This was his determination. Before handing over the silent soul to Yi Zi, he took one last look at the information on this item.
Silent Soul Alchemy material, diamond grade, possesses immense power when mixed into a potion. It can provide temporary immunity to death for 0.1 to 1 second. If ingested directly without proper preparation, it will result in immediate death. Using it directly would lead to death. It was indeed an excellent tool for suicide. This thing is so dangerous. Are you sure you can save her? Su Chen frowned, filled with doubt. Yi Zi snatched the Silent Soul, playing with it in her hand, a faint smile on her lips. The nature of materials is not fixed, as long as it is handled by an experienced alchemist and combined with compatible materials, it can produce entirely different miraculous effects. Don't worry, I will definitely save her, she assured him. What are the odds? Su Chen pressed on, his brow furrowed. There are no certainties in this world. When someone claims certainty, it is often false. Yi Zi's smile gradually faded, and her expression became serious. She realized that this girl was very important to Su Chen. If she deceived him, this young man might retaliate in a crazed manner. The whole world was hunting her down, one more person didn't matter. However, she had walked the martial world for many years, relying not on poison or barriers, but on her character and conduct. Relying solely on killing methods would not get one far. She understood very well that having one more enemy was not as good as having one more friend. Moreover, he had brought her the Silent Soul she had been searching for many years, which made him a benefactor. She said earnestly, 90% certainty. All right, let's do it. Su Chen nodded. Yi Zi immediately took out a small black crucible and placed it in the room. The crucible was dark and unremarkable, but after Su Chen scanned it with his insightful gaze, he discovered that it was actually an epic quality crucible, highly effective for brewing potions. Her expression serious, she took out over 100 different herbs and materials. With extremely skilled hands, she began to mix and process them. These materials were bizarre and varied. There were dried black centipedes, rotting scorpion tails, giant killer bee stingers, second-turn snake gallbladders, and so on, resembling a treasure trove of poisonous creatures. Among them was even the ashes of a centenarian. It was the first time Su Chen had seen ashes used for potion brewing, the black which truly lived up to her name, creating something so sinister. Then, a full 10 hours passed, far exceeding her expected time. Ji Yao's condition gradually worsened, her life signs becoming weaker and weaker. The black which was drenched in fragrant sweat, finally presenting a small vial of black-silver potion in her hand. It's done. She held the potion up to her eyes, gazing through her clear eyes as if checking for impurities. Perfect. It can be counted among my masterpieces. A potion of this quality, even I rarely brew. She was very confident as she handed the potion to Su Chen. Give it to her. Within 10 minutes, she will completely transform into a vampire and escape her near-death state. Her gaze was extremely confident, with a hint of pride. This was her specialty, and it would surely open the eyes of this young man, making him willingly call her sister witch. Su Chen's eyes were wary, and he did not immediately rush to give Ji Yao the potion. Instead, she used her discerning eye to check her potion, just in case she tried any tricks. Suspended life potion, diamond quality, a potion brewed primarily from high-level magical materials. The formless dead soul, capable of establishing a retroactive death reversal pathway in a dying body, allowing it to escape the near-death state for 0.8 seconds. Curse affix frenzied poison gaze. This potion is filled with many types of extreme poisons. Theoretically, the toxic effects would dissolve into each other, but there remains a 10% chance of causing the user's soul to collapse. Su Chen's expression grew serious. The potion brewed by the dark witch indeed contained a curse. Her claim of a 90% success rate was not unfounded. However, the 10% chance of soul collapse could not be ignored. Fortunately, it was a toxic curse, which made it manageable. If that 10% chance were to trigger, Su Chen still had the ancient serpent's poison antidote, an epic quality item that could easily neutralize the toxicity of the diamond potion. This potion can bring her back for 0.8 seconds. That 0.8 seconds is enough for the vampire blood within her to completely permeate her genes, fully transforming her into a vampire. In that case, she will survive. Yi Zi said lazily. Su Chen stepped in front of Ji Yao and quickly took out the ancient serpent's poison antidote, dripping 3 drops into Ji Yao's mouth in advance. His agility was high, and his movements were as quick as lightning, combined with his concealed technique and clothing, so the dark witch should not have seen it. Otherwise, if she caught sight of it, Su Chen would likely not be able to keep it, an epic level item would definitely be snatched by a 5th turn master.
Innocent bystanders are guilty for possessing treasures. Afterward, Su Chen poured the potion into Ji Yao's mouth,
forcing her to drink it all.
A gray-black flash suddenly passed through Ji Yao's body,
activating her near-death flesh and essence. Her breathing and heartbeat regained strength. The dark magical power flowed through her veins,
making Su Chen's heart race. Fortunately,
there was no danger. The 10% chance did not trigger.
Ji Yao's body temperature gradually returned.
The vampire blood within her began to surge, taking this opportunity to transform her body. The purple veins on her body started to gradually merge with her flesh,
slowly calming down.
This meant that her transformation process was nearly complete.
Su Chen's anxious heart finally settled. All right, our transaction is complete.
As she spoke, the Dark Witch glanced at the remaining formless dead soul in her hand.
I originally wanted to keep half,
but there's only 1/5 left,
which is enough. After all, saving such a little beauty, I can't say I lost out, she said languidly,
her gaze filled with charm.
Brother, the sister is leaving now, okay? Next time you come to my inn, you'll get a 50% discount.
Then, she smiled and disappeared from the scene.
Su Chen felt an ominous premonition. What would happen after handing the formless dead soul to such a dark witch? No one knew, but being able to save Ji Yao, Su Chen had no regrets. Su Chen looked at Ji Yao on the bed.
Her face had calmed somewhat, but there were still fine beads of sweat on her forehead. A hint of blood-red light emerged beneath her eyelids.
Woo woo, woo woo. Su Chen couldn't hear what she was mumbling,
so he leaned closer.
Woo woo, hungry, hungry, so hungry.
Su Chen immediately used his sword to cut his wrist and offered it to her mouth. She kept her eyes closed, immediately sucking eagerly like a little kitten.
After several seconds, she finally stopped.
Ji Yao's complexion had turned much rosier, and her entire state was instantly restored. After all, vampires recover their strength by consuming blood. Her powerful self-healing ability instantly reshaped and healed her body's injuries. She opened her hazy eyes and looked at Su Chen in front of her. Suddenly startled, she did not know what she had just done. She only felt that her body had undergone some changes.
Su Chen, are we really still alive?
She fully regained her senses and immediately embraced Su Chen. Her beautiful face was filled with tears.
It's okay now. Su Chen gently patted her back, comforting her. At that moment, Ji Yao noticed the blood on Su Chen's wrist. Suddenly,
a hint of the unique bloodlust characteristic of the vampire elite surged in her eyes. She felt an almost primal urge to bite him.
What's happening to me?
She looked at her hands in disbelief. Her skin was still fair,
seemingly unchanged.
Su Chen's expression grew serious as he took a deep breath and used his healing factor to mend his wrist.
Ji Yao, you are now a vampire.
Su Chen looked at her earnestly.
Ji Yao was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a legendary monster? Does this race really exist? She blinked, unable to believe it.
Yes, they are one of the many races, rare in number and very powerful. You should be able to see that you have gained many attributes, Su Chen said. Ji Yao immediately checked her status. Ji Yao, race, half-vampire, servant level, level 30, third transition quest in progress, class, undead summoner, strength, 50, constitution, 70, agility, 45, spirit, 289, luck, 7, talent, sunburnt being. She has half-human blood and half-vampire blood flowing in her veins. When directly exposed to sunlight, she can consume mental will to resist it, but if her spirit is exhausted and she is hit by sunlight, she will still self-ignite and perish, completely disintegrating. Pale body, the blood of a half-vampire flows within her, causing her overall constitution, strength, and agility attributes to surge by 1.5 times. Blood-sucking demon, the blood of a servant-level half-vampire flows within her, allowing her to drain the blood of any living creature, rapidly healing any injuries, and with an extremely low probability of stealing a random skill from the target. Additionally, she can transform some units of a level not exceeding her own into vampires at the cost of her own vitality.
Skills: Red Armored Death Knight Summoning, Bone Swallowing Hell Worm Summoning, Low-Level Corpse Awakening, Skeleton Minion Summoning,
Soul Reaping Scythe, Permanent Buff, Bone Ash Death Scythe Weapon Affix Undead Transformation. All her summons gain the undead race talent Undying Body. After their death, their bones will gradually reassemble and return to life, unless they suffer further severe damage or are completely obliterated during the resurrection process.
Upon seeing her information,
Su Chen's gaze sharpened.
Half-vampire? That was indeed novel. Su Chen had once seen a race that was half human, half elf, a disheartened youth named Yumian, but a half vampire.
This was his first encounter.
Moreover, Ji Yao was actually a servant-level vampire. Logically, after being transformed by her servant-level vampire blood, she should have been a weak newborn-level vampire. Yet she had directly become a servant-level. It was speculated that the combination of the ancient snake's toxic gall, the Black Witch's potion, and her transformation in a near-death state created a delicate balance that led to the current result. Ji Yao accidentally becoming a half-vampire wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Being a half-vampire meant she could temporarily withstand sunlight. Sunlight was a fatal weakness for vampires, a rule-level vulnerability. Even elder-level vampires could not resist sunlight and would be reduced to ashes. Thus, sunlight exposure was the simplest way to identify a vampire. If she could endure sunlight, Ji Yao would be able to blend better into human society, avoiding the need to hide as she had previously feared. If anyone suspected her, she only needed to step into the sunlight to prove she was human. Ji Yao looked at her attributes, her face a bit shocked. All my attributes except luck have actually increased to 1. 5 times? How? How could this happen? She sat up abruptly from the bed, her expression horrified. At the same time, she felt a tremendous power flowing within her. The half-vampire attributes made her combat power incomparable to before, coupled with the effect of the bone-gray scythe that Su Chen had given her earlier, which turned all summoned creatures into undead. She could now easily crush players of the same realm. Of course, dealing with someone like Zhang Xiangsheng, who was at the 5th transition, was still unlikely. Back then, when Ji Yao used the red-armored Death Knight to block Zhang Xiangsheng, the undead knight was obliterated by a single punch, unable to even resurrect. However, in her current realm, she was already quite invincible. Her strength was definitely above Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing. The biggest difference between the undead summoner she chose at the 2nd transition and the undead summoner was that she could awaken some corpses to fight temporarily for her. But the level of the awakened corpses was limited, their level in life could not exceed hers. Ji Yao got up and walked to the mirror, looking at her reflection. Her skin had turned a sickly pale, her lips were as red as blood, and her eyes had taken on a maple red hue. This added a touch of sinister beauty to her originally pure appearance. The most eye-catching were the 2 small fangs in her mouth, resembling tiger teeth. I have really become a vampire. She stared intently at the mirror, murmuring, covering her mouth, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Seeing her so distressed, Su Chen felt a pang in his heart. I'm sorry, Ji Yao. There was a hint of deep sorrow in his eyes as he spoke. You were on the brink of death, and this was the only way to save you. I had to take the risk. I will definitely make you human again. He stepped forward and gently embraced Ji Yao. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao was slightly taken aback. Ha, Su Chen, what are you talking about? I don't want to become human. She grinned widely. Being a vampire is just too cool. She leaned in and said. Hearing her words, Su Chen was shocked. This girl, could it be that being on the brink of death for too long had messed with her head? Vampires were an extremely evil race, historically. This race had even kept humans as livestock and had always been seen as the enemy of humanity. I've become stronger, gained power, and can protect those around me. That's a good thing. She felt the power coursing through her limbs and bones, the red waves shimmering in her eyes. So what if I'm a vampire? There are no evil races, only evil people. As long as I don't harm the innocent, I am still the same me. Ji Yao looked at Su Chen seriously. Su Chen, don't blame yourself. You saved me. And now I can see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the world. And I can go on adventures with Yanzei and Yunqing. I can see my grandmother, mother, and father, be by their side, and not be separated forever. With this power, I can take revenge with Yunqing and uphold justice. My appearance hasn't changed much, others won't notice I'm a vampire. She smiled slightly, her eyes full of joy. Su Chen's gaze flickered. He truly hadn't expected Ji Yao to think so clearly and freely. No wonder she was the girl he had taken a liking to. Then, a hint of vampiric charm flashed in Ji Yao's eyes, and she suddenly pounced on Su Chen. It was as if her personality had completely changed. The two spent a wonderful night together. Su Chen was covered in blood, the scene chaotic and bloody. A few hours later, Ji Yao seemed to regain her clarity. Just now, under the influence of the vampire genes within her, her personality had become extremely oppressive. After venting, she finally returned to normal, and recalling her earlier actions, Her entire face turned crimson. Ji Yao, you just became a vampire and are not yet familiar with your powers. You should stay here for now, this hotel is very safe, and no one can find you. Su Chen looked at her gently, a faint smile on his face. I need to go out for a bit, but I'll be back soon, he instructed. Ji Yao nodded, burying her face in the blanket. All the facilities here are complete. There's a training ground where you can summon puppets to practice your skills. This scroll was just dropped in the dungeon, you can take this opportunity to learn something. As he spoke, Su Chen tossed out a skill scroll. Fire Corp Swarm Summoning Technique, Platinum Quality Skill Scroll. Ji Yao took the scroll and nodded. Okay, I just generated a third turn quest, so I'll take this time to study what profession to change to. With that, Su Chen left the room. The hotel owner, the Dark Witch Yi Zi, should have no connection to the Zhang family, so Ji Yao was very safe here. Moreover, the Tower Realm is not a dungeon, you can't kill indiscriminately, and even the Zhang family wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Ji Yao was saved, and the heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. Now, it was time to go to the auction house and deal with his overflowing backpack. He had washed away all the dirty blood and felt much refreshed. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared ahead on the street, both wearing simple masks. Even with the masks, Su Chen recognized them. It was Yan Zhe and Zhang Yuncheng. The two jogged over. They arrived at a small alley and talked for a while. Su Chen, you really are here. Well, it's safer in the Tower Realm. Su Chen nodded. Their thoughts aligned perfectly, they all chose to come here for refuge. How is Ji Yao doing? Zhang Yunqing asked with great concern. After all, it was her who had attracted the Zhang family's assassins, leading to her partner being seriously injured, so she felt immense guilt. Don't worry, she has already woken up. Her condition is even better than before. Su Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Phew, that's good. If anything happened to Ji Yao, I really. As she spoke, Zhang Yunqing's eyes turned fierce with killing intent. Her hatred for the Zhang family had reached a breaking point. What are your plans now? Su Chen asked. Yunqing and I are going to submit a task to the Tower Association. After all, we initially went to the corrupted mountain village dungeon to complete an E-rank hunting task. Yan Zhe said. As long as the captain submits the task, everyone can receive the rewards, even if Ji Yao stays in the hotel without going out. Then I'll upgrade my equipment and accompany Yunqing to find a way to buy some disguises and information hiding gear. Otherwise, she will face endless pursuit from the Zhang family. Yan Zhe's expression was serious as he spoke. That's a correct decision. You two be careful, it's best not to take off your masks. There are quite a few spies in the Tower Realm. Su Chen observed the surroundings and said. The two nodded. I need to go to the auction house and we'll meet up at the hotel later to discuss other plans, Su Chen said, just about to turn around. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the alley. He moved silently, like a gust of wind, and came before the three. Like lightning, he looked old, wearing a hood, covered in blood, making it impossible to tell whose it was. Seeing the fifth turn up close, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Miss, it's good that you're okay. Lei Chen's eyes, hidden in the shadow of the hood, looked deep and weary. Seeing Zhang Yunqing escape safely, he finally felt relieved. Lei, old Lei. Zhang Yunqing's eyes turned red as she hurried forward. She had so many questions. Old Lei, what exactly happened? Why did my father die? Why did the Zhang family crush our family so quickly? All of this is just too sudden. Lei Chen shook his head inside. I'm sorry. Then, a hint of sadness emerged in his murky eyes. Miss, it was I who personally killed the chairman. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing's eyes went blank. Impossible. Old Lei, you must be lying to me, right? Her first reaction was disbelief. It's true. Lei Chen's tone was firm as he gazed into Zhang Yunqing's eyes. The Zhang family is ruthless. In just a few years, they have dismantled all our power. The collapse of the Zhang'an consortium was like a building falling down. The chairman tried everything in his power while alive, but it was all in vain. If it continued like that, there would be no one left, so I had no choice but to betray. You could say, I am a coward who fears for his life. At this point, endless guilt surged in Lei Chen's eyes. In front of Zhang Yunqing, he did not appear as a formidable five-turn expert but rather like a devoted old steward. Zhang Yunqing did not blame, insult, or accuse him. She simply stepped forward with tear-filled eyes and asked, Old Lei, if that's the case, why did you save my sister and me?
Her clear eyes glistened with tears as she questioned. Steward Lei had always been a teacher to the sisters Jiang Lan and Jiang Yunqing, teaching them many things, like a second father to them. Therefore, Jiang Yunqing did not lose her composure. After experiencing all this, she had matured significantly. She just wanted to know why. Upon hearing her words, Lei Chen fell silent for a long time, unable to provide an answer. Humans are complex, and he himself could not explain it. Jiang Yunqing looked at him and provided her own answer. Old Lei, if you hadn't turned against us and infiltrated the Zhang family to save your own life, no one would be able to protect my sister and me. So, you must have had this purpose in mind when you betrayed us, right? Perhaps my father had already anticipated this, which is why he tacitly allowed your actions. My father is so dignified and intelligent, how could he not know that you had already betrayed us? Jiang Yunqing forced a smile, but her eyes were already blurred with tears. She finally saw through it. If old Lei did not kill her father, it would not change the outcome. Someone else would simply take action instead. The root cause of all this, my true enemy, has always been the Zhang family. So, old Lei, you don't need to blame yourself anymore. These words touched Lei Chen's heart. His betrayal had always been his inner demon, leaving this old man's heart riddled with wounds, almost consumed by the abyss of guilt. In that moment, Jiang Yunqing's words saved him. His murky gaze suddenly became a bit clearer, as if his realm had solidified further. Miss, thank you. Lei Chen's expression changed, and he spoke with a slight tremor. But no matter what, it was my hand that acted. This cannot be changed. I owe a debt to the chairman. I still need to stabilize the Zhang family. You must protect yourself in the coming days. I fear I won't be able to act again for a while, Lei Chen said. I will be careful. I still want revenge. I will never die early. Jiang Yunqing wiped her tears and said with determination. Then, Lei Chen glanced at the others. When he saw Su Chen, he nodded slightly. This young man, with both courage and strength, left a deep impression on him. With these close friends accompanying the miss, he felt a bit more at ease. Farewell, young friends. Lei Chen deeply remembered everyone's faces, and in the next moment, he vanished from the spot, moving at an incredible speed. Yan Zhe looked at Jiang Yunqing, somewhat stunned. Yunqing actually forgave the murderer of her father. Such open-mindedness and courage were something even Yan Zhe himself might not be able to achieve. It seemed that after all this, she had truly matured, transforming from the once carefree girl into a resilient young woman capable of bearing great responsibilities, able to see through the bigger picture and the essence of things. Jiang Yunqing wiped her tears and tightened her mask even more. All right, let's split up and meet later, she said with a forced smile. Then, Yan Zhe left with her. Su Chen watched their figures retreat, his expression serious. In fact, he had been secretly weighing the gap in strength between himself and Lei Chen. Now that he was at the fourth transition, did he have a chance to win against a fifth transition? When he fought Zhang Xiangsheng, he was at the third transition and was crushed. Now that he was at the fourth transition, perhaps, he really had a chance. Thinking of this, he licked his lips. In the future, he must completely eliminate that loyal dog of the Zhang family. Su Chen walked slowly towards the auction house. It was the beginning of the month, the time when the auction house had the most rare treasures. Participating now would surely allow him to buy many good items, and there would be more dignitaries attending, which would also fetch a good price for his equipment. While on his way, Su Chen suddenly received a video message. Upon opening the video, it was actually Fang Mifeng, the second in command of the Black Kill Association. She was dressed in a black robe, carrying a large sniper rifle, her short hair neat and tidy, with a hint of masculine vigor in her brows. Her expression was serious. Su Chen, the girl you saved, Bu Ju, has reported the situation that occurred in the instance to the guild. The Shadow Stick warrior Wang Yanghui betrayed the team and abandoned his teammates. It was you who stepped in to stop him and save that girl. Although our Black Kill Association has always emphasized freedom and raising newcomers, we still must eliminate traitors, no matter how far they are. Since you took on this task and saved an organization member, it counts as a great achievement. I have sent you a reward in the name of the guild. Please check it. Then, the video immediately cut off. Without any closing remarks, people from the Black Kill Association were always so decisive. Without any pleasantries, Su Chen opened the message to check, and his eyes brightened. The Black Kill Association had given him 2 rewards. One-time qualification to enter C-level and below instances directly. This meant he wouldn't have to pay.
saving some descent coins. The other reward was a platinum-level skill scroll. Shadow Step, platinum low grade. Su-chen immediately upgraded it. Demon Shadow 6 Transition Step, platinum mid-grade. Class restriction, Demon Path class, like a ghostly step. Can be used 6 times in a battle. This skill scroll was not very useful. Su-chen already had the diamond-level Lingbo Weibo and the legendary level Insure Step. Learning this skill felt a bit redundant. Moreover, with the class restriction, he couldn't learn it anyway. Only sword techniques could be learned without any conditions. I should find a time to sell it, this thing is quite valuable, Su-chen said flatly, murmuring. At this moment, within the Black Kill organization, I didn't expect Wang Yanghui to betray his teammates. My Black Kill actually has such a waist. Fang Nifeng stood in the hall, her face extremely cold, her fists clenched. She carried a large sniper rifle on her back, exuding a fierce aura. She was the second in command of the organization. Although she was a woman, her strength was second only to the leader, making her an authoritative figure in the Black Kill organization. The reason for her anger was that the middle-aged captain in Wang Yanghui's team was her friend. He had protected his teammates and resolutely died in battle, a true man, but the person he protected turned out to be a cowardly traitor, which was a great insult to his death. At this moment, she felt restless. Sister Feng, a dead person cannot be brought back to life. A tall man in black steel armor leaned against a pillar beside her, his expression steady. The reward has also been given to that newcomer. This matter can be set aside for now. It's best to handle the guild affairs first, after the leader's departure. You are fully responsible. His name was Wan Tai, and his profession was steel armor master. He was strong, with a shiny bald head, looking very robust. There are only 10 days left for the newcomer competition. The winning guild can gain access to many instances, enough to save years of expenses and obtain epic level equipment. We have prepared for many years, yet we have never won the championship, and this year is the most hopeful one. That newcomer is ridiculously strong, but now he is dead. Even if the leader intervenes, it's likely he can't be saved. We need to find a way to handle the impact of this matter, he said seriously. Fang Nifeng sighed, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her heart. With the leader absent, she needed to take charge of the internal affairs of the Black Kill Guild and bear the responsibility. Well, but there are only 10 days left until this year's newcomer battle competition, and there's no time to choose someone else. Our Black Kill Guild has always recruited very few people each year. Her expression was serious, her brows furrowed, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. In the corner, a young man leaned against the wall, lazily playing with a dagger in his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, seemingly with a somewhat cynical personality. Sister Feng, there's no need to be tangled up. I think we don't need to participate in this year's competition. As he spoke, he revealed a somewhat mocking smile. After all, the newcomer personally chosen by the leader has already encountered trouble in the instance. Even if the leader personally goes to check the situation, he can probably only bring back a corpse. The emerald green dagger seemed to have a life of its own, dancing and spinning in his hand, showcasing his exceptional skill. It was clear he was a high-level assassin. We in Black Kill raise our newcomers in a loose manner. If he is dead, it usually just means he was too weak. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to alarm the leader to check personally. But this time, the leader intervened personally, which is indeed strange. There must be special circumstances. Wan Tai, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Well, now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. It's possible that the newcomer's death was not an accident, but an assassination by the hostile Xianjing Guild? After all, we in Black Kill have a wealth of talent, but they are a strong opponent in the competition. The bloodthirsty assassin Zaida smiled slightly upon hearing this. Wan Tai, you seem simple-minded but are actually quite clever. In any case, no matter what, we don't need to think about this year's competition, Zaida said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Fang Nifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. No, perhaps there's still one candidate. The championship is out of reach, but maybe we can aim for the top 10. That newcomer's strength should not be on par with the one chosen by the leader. But, Sister Feng, you're not referring to. At this moment, in the Tower Realm, Su-chen walked straight towards the auction house. At the same time, he secretly opened his system lottery wheel. Every time he leveled up, he would receive a chance to spin the wheel, but he had been too busy and dangerous to do so before.
Now he finally had some free time.
Su Chen's mind stirred, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. The colorful treasures flickered, and finally, the golden pointer stopped on an ancient level talent. Heart of Purity, Ancient Superior, you are unconditionally immune to the vast majority of memory probing effects. Unless the source of that effect is of higher quality than this talent, he immediately activated the talent of Universal Sublimation. After 4 turns, Universal Sublimation could even enhance the wheel rewards, as there were no restrictions on loot. Pure Soul, Legendary, holy as pure water without impurities. All laws cannot extinguish this heart and soul. Suffix Absolute Clarity, immune to all memory and soul probing effects. Immune to all soul enslavement effects. Peaceful, you have top-level resistance to all will-influencing effects. Legendary level talent. Su Chen was somewhat shocked. Everything before the ancient level was divided into 3 small qualities, upper, middle, and lower. But at the legendary level, there was only one quality. Legendary is legendary. In this world, there are many soul-searching skills and poisons. There are too many ways to secretly probe a person's memory and know their deepest secrets. With this permanent talent, I will be immune to all types of memory probing skills. What does this mean? It means that even if the opponent possesses a higher quality, myth-level memory probing technique, it will not affect Su Chen. This is immunity to the rules. Su Chen no longer has to worry about his thoughts being spied on. Very good. He couldn't help but smile faintly and quickly walked towards the entrance of the auction house. At the same time, Su Chen was secretly calculating in his heart. The Zhang family has just swallowed the Zhangin consortium, and it will take some time to digest. Now they have spent a huge cost trying to kill Jiang Yunqing, but failed. Even with the Zhang family's immense financial resources, they probably won't make any new moves in the short term. Hundreds of array masters, 5-turn powerhouses, and countless assassins acted simultaneously. It was as if they were burning money like paper. Su Chen predicted that the Zhang family would be quiet for a while. But he would not be quiet, because now is the best time to kill Zhang Tang. The Zhang family's entire attention is focused on Jiang Yunqing and her sister, so Zhang Tang's defenses might be weak. Su Chen had already made up his mind. He would purchase some new equipment at the auction house and clean out his backpack. Then, he would immediately set off to hunt down Zhang Tang and retaliate against the Zhang family. He speculated that Zhang Tang's personal servant should be around 4 to 5 turns in strength. Now Su Chen was already at 4 turns. Even with 5-turn protection, he was confident he could kill Zhang Tang and retreat safely. After all, his main profession in his previous life was an assassin. This kind of thing was his old trade. 5 turns are indeed hard to kill, so I won't kill them, just Zhang Tang, Su Chen thought as he quickly walked towards the resplendent auction house. At the same time, he casually took out a black hood and put it on, making him appear somewhat mysterious. The Zhang family should already know what he looks like. It's best to keep a low profile, or it could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. The surrounding area was bustling with voices, with many dignitaries and high-level transmuters present. Su Chen moved swiftly, directly entering through the main door like a gust of wind. His agility was so high that his walking speed was incomparable to ordinary people. Once inside, a beautiful woman with a hot figure approached to guide Su Chen. "Hello, are you here to attend the auction?" She bowed slightly, smiling brightly, her movements very professional. "Yes, and I also have some items to auction, so please take me to the appraisal room first," Su Chen said in a deep voice. When her gaze fell on the token at Su Chen's waist, her eyes immediately showed some surprise. "Diamond Hunter? This is extremely rare. Generally, only powerhouses above 4 turns can be classified as diamond hunters. The value is naturally beyond words." What shocked her even more was that this person was so young. Just looking at the outline of the face under the hood revealed he was handsome and youthful. At this age, to already be a diamond hunter, he was undoubtedly a promising young talent. Her smile instantly became even more alluring as she said, "All right, please follow me. I will take you to a one-on-one exclusive room." Soon, she led Su Chen to a dedicated appraisal room. This was a privilege exclusive to diamond hunters. Others had to wait in line for a month in advance to appraise their treasures for auction, but Su Chen could appraise his treasures on the same day, and if the quality was good, he could even put them up for auction that very day. The connection was also one-on-one with a dedicated person, saving a lot of time. Su Chen entered the room, and the woman waited outside. The appraisal room was not large, but it was incredibly luxurious, with the floor inlaid with emeralds, said to heal diseases and slow aging. The walls were adorned with a dazzling array of equipment and props, all items for this auction. The appraiser was a middle-aged man with a shrewd appearance, sitting at the table, staring intently at Su Chen. "May I ask what type of items you wish to appraise?" he said seriously. As Su Chen approached, he immediately felt a powerful omen of death. But the source was not this person, but rather the interior of the room. He looked at the walls and discovered that a high-level formation had been set up in this room. Anyone with ill intentions would be instantly subdued. Su Chen remained unfazed, looking at the appraiser, and calmly said, "I might have quite a few items." The appraiser, Wang Ye, remained as calm as water upon hearing this. "Just take them out," he said flatly, "but I must remind you, if the items are too poor, we won't accept them." Wang Ye's expression was serious, revealing that he was quite a rigid person. Additionally, the list of treasures for today's large auction is already full. Even if I successfully appraise your items, they cannot be listed for auction today. You'll have to wait a month, he said coldly. As an appraiser at the auction house, Wang Ye had worked here for decades and was very experienced. He thought that this young man, being so young, would probably struggle to produce any high-end treasures. Therefore, he did not hold out much hope. However, when Su Chen took out the first item, he was shocked. A high-quality platinum axe. It landed heavily on the table with a clang. The axe handle was made of some kind of jade-like steel, while the blade was made of dark red beast bone, looking extremely wild. Upon seeing this weapon, Wang Ye immediately felt a sense of respect. It seemed he had underestimated this young man. Platinum quality. The blade made from the spine of a bloodfawn beast. The handle is made of soft jade steel. Very good. And it has a combat type suffix, along with a 30-point strength attribute bonus. The starting price should be around 1.89 million ascendant coins. He hadn't finished speaking when Su Chen took out 3 more pieces of equipment, piling them on the table. Undead armor, platinum quality, dark moon great shield, mid-tier platinum, rhinoceros bone greatsword, platinum quality, 3 whole pieces of platinum level equipment. These items were originally silver and gold level, but after Su Chen's enhancement, they had directly reached platinum level. This was the true value of the sublimation of all things. The equipment he didn't want held no meaning, so he decided to appraise everything today and auction it off for money. Upon seeing these items, Wang Ye's eyes trembled slightly. To pull out so many platinum pieces in one breath? Who exactly was this young man? He was filled with astonishment and carefully examined, only to discover a diamond hunting token at Su Chen's waist that he hadn't noticed before. All his previous disdain vanished in an instant. So it turned out, he was a diamond hunter, truly a young hero. No wonder he could produce so many high-level pieces. His attitude changed immediately. The previously cold gaze became warm. This undead armor has a special material that can actually resist corruption damage? Hiss. The Dark Moon Great Shield actually has 2 suffixes. Truly a rare good item. Tisk. This rhinoceros bone greatsword has a sharp handle, resembling a rhino horn, and can provide a 68-point strength attribute bonus? His gaze grew increasingly bright and fervent. Seeing good items naturally excited him. After all, he chose to become an appraiser to see treasures from all over the world, which was why he pursued this profession. He awakened as a lifestyle-type professional, with no particularly strong talent, knowing he could never reach a higher realm in this life. The only path to touch these rare treasures was through this route. These few pieces of equipment will surely fetch a good price. Currently, I roughly estimate that together, they should sell for about 5.89 million ascendant coins. The appraiser looked at Su Chen and said with a slight smile. Su Chen nodded. Then, like a merciless treasure extracting machine, he continued to pull out a large pile of equipment and items. Silver, gold, platinum levels, everything was present. The gold level was the most, with over 100 pieces, and there were more than 40 pieces of platinum level equipment. There were light boots, a staff, skill scrolls, some forging materials, and various herbs, all dropped from monsters, some even from killing players. These items piled up on the floor of the appraisal room, almost forming a small mountain. Generally, a regular person in a dungeon might kill dozens of small monsters at most, and that would be considered a bountiful harvest. But Su Chen? In the dungeon, he not only had to kill at least hundreds of small monsters but also slaughter many elite monsters. In the end, he would even take down the boss. Therefore, the rewards he received each time in the dungeon were extraordinarily rich, far surpassing those of ordinary people. After his equipment was upgraded through the talent of universal sublimation,
the number of high-level items he possessed was, of course, terrifying. Upon seeing the equipment scattered all over the ground,
Wanya was instantly stunned, completely dumbfounded. Was it a bit too exaggerated?
He stared blankly at the pile of equipment for a long time,
unable to regain his senses. Even a diamond-level hunter couldn't possibly pull out so many platinum-level items at will.
Many experienced diamond hunters were still using platinum-level equipment, and some were even using gold-level gear,
because the drop rate for platinum equipment was really too low. What kind of opportunity did this young man have? Wanya's expression suddenly became serious,
and his attitude towards Su Chen immediately turned respectful.
As a professional appraiser at the auction house,
his social status was actually not inferior to that of a diamond hunter, but the fact that Su Chen could produce so many high-level items was enough for him to lower his stance. The other party might be a disciple of some extraordinary powerhouse or a young master from a prominent family.
May I ask, which family are you from?
He directly left his seat,
approached Su Chen, cupped his hands, and asked tentatively. Su Chen's expression was calm as he replied, Mr. Wang, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just an auction dealer, specifically listing equipment for those who cannot come to the auction house in person, and I only take a commission from it. He casually fabricated an identity. Otherwise, if he pulled out so many top-tier items without an explanation, it would be too ostentatious. Theoretically, all owner information of the equipment in the auction house was hidden, maintaining absolute privacy. But Su Chen was used to being cautious. He preferred to keep a low profile. Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation,
Wanya let out a sigh of relief,
realizing the situation. However, even if he was just an auction dealer, someone who could produce so many platinum items should not be underestimated.
His respect remained undiminished, and he was very courteous to Su Chen.
He walked up to the mountain of equipment and began to appraise them personally. After 2 hours, he finally completed the appraisal and carefully organized the items. Each one was placed in a silk box.
You have a total of 337 treasures,
of which 147 are of silver quality, over 100 are of gold quality,
and nearly 50 are platinum items.
After the auction, our auction house will take a 20% commission based on the price. But since you are a diamond-level hunter, you can get a discount to 14%, roughly estimated. Altogether, they should sell for 97.98 million arrival coins in total. In your hands, that would be 67.0628 million arrival coins,
but the price may fluctuate depending on the auction situation.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Su Chen meticulously.
Although he enjoyed this line of work, appraising hundreds of items in one go was still a bit overwhelming.
Very well, thank you for your trouble. Su Chen smiled slightly and said.
Just when Wanya thought it was time to conclude,
Su Chen unexpectedly waved his hand and pulled out a few more items. Young friend, can you take them all at once? Otherwise, my heart really can't take it,
he said with an awkward smile, then sighed and stepped forward to pick up one of the long spears. The workload for today was equivalent to what he would do in over 10 days. Wanya carefully examined the dark blue spear, which seemed to be entwined with a white dragon,
in his hands.
He didn't think much of it at first, but once he looked, he was instantly petrified, his whole body stiffening. The shock in his eyes was beyond words.
Just a moment ago,
he had been merely startled,
but now, he was completely overwhelmed.
This was actually a piece of diamond equipment, light as a feather. It felt weightless in his hand. Blue-silver patterned dragon spear, diamond quality, strength plus 89, agility plus 50, crafted from 17 types of platinum-grade steel and 3 types of low-grade diamond steel. With a white dragon carved on the grip, the spear tip is inscribed with powerful penetrating force, providing this weapon with 10% armor penetration affix, cloud-piercing edge. The wind generated by this spear carries a sharp effect, extending the spear's wind blade, making it incredibly powerful. Jewel silver rare steel, forged from rare silver materials. This weapon deals 50% extra damage to evil creatures. Transform rod into dragon, skill type affix. When wielding this spear, it temporarily grants you a low-grade diamond skill. Dragon Shadow Piercing Spear, strikes out an illusory dragon shadow to pierce and kill enemies. Dragon Courage, when holding this weapon, your courage increases, making you less susceptible to negative states like charm and fear. Seeing this beautifully shaped treasure-level weapon,
Wanya's eyes widened. A diamond-level weapon could easily sell for tens of millions of arrival coins. This was enough for a person. No, a small family, to live without worry for a lifetime. This weapon. I set the starting price at 23.06 million arrival coins, he said, looking at Su Chen and swallowing hard. That's about what I estimated. Su Chen nodded. He was experienced and had a good sense of what these items should be worth. If Wang Ye dared to set a ridiculous starting price to deliberately lower the value of his equipment, Su Chen would not be pleased. Also, please appraise those few items for me, Su Chen said, pointing to the other pieces of equipment he had just taken out. One by one, they were all diamond level. There were a total of 8 diamond level pieces of equipment. Su Chen had killed too many of the Zhang family's assassins, looting their personal spaces, and had made a fortune. Seeing the rest of the diamond equipment, Wang Ye's expression went completely blank. At that moment, a sense of numbness washed over his eyes. He stared intently at those items, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Those are all diamond treasures? He asked, incredulous. Su Chen nodded. How is that possible? He nearly lost his balance. As an appraiser, Wang Ye had only ever seen epic-level treasures in his life. There was a particularly unique necklace that supposedly amplified spell effects, which had sold for over 100 million at an astronomical price. He had only appraised a few dozen diamond treasures in his lifetime, averaging only a few each year. The Arrival Merchant Association had more than one appraiser, so although he had only seen a few dozen diamond treasures, the number auctioned off here was countless. However, in over 20 years of work, despite having appraised dozens of diamond equipment, he had never seen anyone pull out so many diamond pieces at once. Could it be that this guy was wholesale shopping from dungeons? The shock in Wang Ye's heart made it feel like his heart was pounding, and his breathing was becoming a bit labored. He moved very gently, slowly picking up those diamond pieces, carefully appraising them, afraid of being deceived. It took him a full hour to appraise these 8 diamond pieces. Finally, he let out a deep breath and looked at Su Chen. These items are indeed all diamond equipment. Swords, axes, halberds, defensive gear, skill scrolls, spell scrolls, a wide variety. Among them, there are 3 high-grade diamonds, 4 mid-grade, and 1 low-grade. He arrived in front of a screen and hurriedly began to calculate. Soon, a shocking number appeared on the screen. 130 million arrival coins, coupled with the platinum and gold equipment that Su Chen had sold earlier. If all of this were successfully auctioned, Su Chen would be able to earn about 200 million arrival coins, converted into the absolute circulating currency of the myriad races. That would be a full 20 million. 20 million of the myriad races' currency was already enough to purchase an epic-level piece of equipment. Su Chen was truly soaring to great heights. All of your items can be listed for auction, Wang Ye said cautiously, a smile on his face. His attitude towards Su Chen had become extremely careful. He had already realized that this young man was definitely not an ordinary auction intermediary. It was even possible that the other party was a fifth-turn powerhouse, disguised in low-key. Therefore, his demeanor was extremely humble, fearing to provoke the other party. However, our auction has many tiers. Your items of gold quality and below can only be listed in the lowest tier auction, which may take more than 20 days to sell. Su Chen's expression was calm as he nodded. No problem, I can wait, but can my platinum and diamond level treasures be listed in tonight's large monthly auction? Wang Ye nodded repeatedly, his smile natural. Yes, of course, why not? I will arrange for you immediately to register these treasures for tonight's auction. Upon hearing this, Su Chen also smiled lightly. Mr. Wang, didn't you just say that today's auction item list was full? How can it be possible now? His words immediately made Wang Ye feel awkward. He regretted underestimating Su Chen at the beginning. Such a big client. He was eager to curry favor. Sorry, I didn't explain clearly. As long as the quality of the treasures is good enough, our Arrival Merchant Association can replace the items on the auction list at any time with higher quality items to surprise the professionals participating in tonight's bidding. And your treasures are obviously very suitable. I will start arranging it immediately. Please rest assured. Platinum and diamond level equipment, barring any accidents, can all be auctioned off tonight. If they do not sell, they will be returned to you via a rules letter within 7 working days. He smiled apologetically. Su Chen's gaze was calm as he added, by the way, all my platinum and above treasures will be prioritized for bidding in myriad races currency. While the trash of gold and silver can be bid with arrival coins, The myriad races currency was the real hard currency, capable of trading with other races and purchasing everything in the myriad world's shops. In contrast, arrival coins were somewhat inferior. Alright, that is your right, I will register it for you. Su Chen nodded and said, very well, appraiser, thank you. He did not want to make things difficult for the appraiser. After all, he had not made any major mistakes. Additionally, I will also participate in the auction later. Can the costs of my bidding be registered against the earnings from the sale of my listed equipment? He asked seriously. Wang Ye immediately nodded. This kind of thing happened often. After all, even members of large families might not be able to pull out tens of millions of arrival coins on hand. In many cases, this method was used for bidding. Su Chen, as a diamond hunter, had this privilege. Please hand me the hunting token, I will register it for you. Su Chen took off the token in his hand and handed it to Wang Ye. Wang Ye took the token and immediately placed it on the screen in front of him to operate. Soon, all the procedures were completed. He saw Su Chen's age on the screen. 18 years old? This person was really only 18? Too young. His eyes concealed surprise as he respectfully returned the token. Alright, all the proceeds from your listed treasures will be sent to your account 7 days after the sale. And during today's auction, all your transaction records will be logged in the backend. And we will deduct from your auction item earnings internally. Su Chen nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Thank you very much, he said politely to Wang Ye. The auction will start in an hour, shall I take you to your seat? Wang Ye personally came to the door and said. Following him, Su Chen made his way to the auction venue. The receptionist waiting outside looked astonished. To her, the esteemed appraiser Mr. Wang was personally leading this young man to the auction. Who exactly was he? Could he be the legitimate heir of the Zhang family? One of the three great families of the Dragon Kingdom, young Master Zhang? Recently, she had heard news that he would also be attending the auction. Could it really be him? Thinking of this, her heart raced. If she could get close to young Master Zhang, she wouldn't have to spend her days here smiling and fawning. She would rise to prominence immediately. However, it was ultimately just a thought. She sighed and returned to the entrance. Wang Ye led Su Chen into a large, luxurious room. Ahead was the opulent auction venue, which was already filled with people. In the room where Su Chen was, one wall was empty, directly facing the center of the auction hall, providing an unobstructed view. Su Chen's position was in a high, private booth, allowing him to avoid the crowd. This was the privilege of a diamond hunter. He could sip on a drink here and quietly enjoy tonight's auction. Please wait here for a moment, the auction will start soon, and I will take my leave, Wang Ye said, then quickly departed. After Wang Ye left, Su Chen looked at his messages. The auction house had sent him a message detailing all his auction items, skill scrolls, equipment, weapons, materials, and props, all listed without exception. The quality, attributes, affixes, effects, and ratings of the equipment were all explained in detail. The starting price and the final estimated auction price were also included. The final estimated price is 200 million arrival coins, which converts to 20,010,000 races coins. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. This amount of money could greatly enhance his strength. He had already begun to think about how to utilize this sum. Su Chen didn't wait long. Soon, the auction began. The venue instantly darkened. Only the stage remained bright. The audience below was as silent as the Dead Sea, all eyes fervently fixed on the high platform, each person eagerly anticipating tonight's treasures. A spotlight shone down, and a woman in a red dress, stepping on an illusory staircase, gracefully ascended to the center of the stage. She wore a red gown, and a refreshing smile graced her red lips. Welcome, all class changers, to our monthly large-scale auction held by the Arrival Chamber of Commerce. The auction is not just a selection event for purchasing desired treasures. It is also a grand show, showcasing the depth of our Arrival Chamber of Commerce and the splendor of rare treasures. It will definitely provide everyone with a visual feast. After all, apart from us, you won't find so many treasures anywhere else. The beautiful host, with a confident smile, spoke. In terms of looks, she was perhaps only slightly inferior to the Dark Witch, and her voice was extremely pleasant to hear. Although our Arrival Chamber of Commerce is named as such, many treasures in the monthly auction only support transactions in 10,000 races coins, so please prepare in advance. She was indeed a professional host. Her body language and the naturalness of her smile were perfect. After saying some inconsequential hosting lines, she quickly got to the main topic. Two dancers, with formal smiles, presented a delicate brocade box and placed it on the treasure display. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first auction item of the night. Golden top grade, Dragon Lake corner knife. Below Su Chen's private room, several middle-aged job changers sitting in the hall immediately fixed their eyes on the golden grade equipment. The first one is golden equipment. The value of the monthly auction is indeed not comparable to those small auctions held every day. No kidding, otherwise how could I bring you here? Old Wang, just watch. Even if we can't afford it, we can still gain some motivation for leveling up. The two uncles smiled faintly. Su Chen's expression remained calm. Golden grade? Just an appetizer. The monthly auction. How could it only have such equipment? From gold to platinum, to diamond grade, rising layer by layer. The final highlight item was what Su Chen looked forward to the most. This earthy yellow long knife, although it is only golden grade equipment, possesses 3 affixes, which is quite rare, the host said fluently. All its attacks will carry an earth attribute enhancement enchantment, and it also comes with a skill, suspended turbid earth penetration, which is not to be missed. All detailed information has been presented in the tower tokens of the guests, please check it yourself. Su Chen took off his token, and as expected, a lifelike projection of a long knife immediately appeared, followed by all the information about the long knife automatically displayed on the virtual screen beside it, including attributes, affixes, and so on. Starting bid, 13 million ethnic coins. This starting price was undoubtedly a surprising figure. Golden equipment originally started at 100,000 descending coins, which translates to over 10,000 ethnic coins, and for golden mid-grade equipment, it would take at least 20,000 to buy. But this time, the starting price was only 13 million ethnic coins, which undoubtedly aroused everyone's bidding desire. Su Chen's expression was indifferent, with no emotional fluctuations. After all, the starting price was not the final price. It didn't matter how low it was set, he had long been accustomed to such tricks. I bid 14 million ethnic coins. 15 million. People kept calling out bids, one after another. Those who used knives found it hard to ignore the temptation of this long knife. However, for those who had changed jobs 3 times or more, golden grade weapons were not that enticing. After 8 rounds of bidding, the long knife was bought by a brave knife master. This was just an appetizer. Please look forward to our next collection, the female host said brightly, smiling. Then, surprisingly, 4 strong men carried in a huge cage. Inside, there was a giant armored elephant imprisoned. Moo! It let out a low roar that echoed throughout the venue, shaking everyone's eardrums. The second auction item is a mudskin armored giant elephant. It is a very rare exotic pet, reaching platinum mid-grade quality, with powerful combat capabilities, able to protect you in dungeons. Don't be fooled by its towering size, it is actually very easy to carry because it has a racial skill that allows it to transform into a mudworm and hide in your sleeve. Currently, its combat power is equivalent to a peak 3 job changer, and this is still in its juvenile state. Once it fully matures, it can become even more ferocious, even rivaling a 4 job changer. Additionally, since the owner of this collection urgently needs money, there is no requirement to trade in ethnic coins. Starting bid, 4 million descending coins or 230,000 ethnic coins. Soon, many people began to place bids. This elephant was only the second collection, yet it was so attractive. Who wouldn't want a giant elephant to protect them in dungeons? That was a full sense of security, especially for those awakened ones with a bit of money in their families but just changed jobs. They loved this kind of exotic pet the most. I bid 45 million descending coins. 5 million descending coins. Su Chen remained calm in the room, watching everyone call out bids. He was completely uninterested in this elephant. The power of exotic pets was ultimately external. He only believed in his own strength. Indeed, if we can trade with arrival coins, then everyone will bid with arrival coins. After all, the 10,000 races coins are even more precious and scarce. Su Chen said calmly, it should be about right. If the price goes any higher, it won't be worth it at all. Su Chen said with a serious tone. After all, it was just a platinum-level exotic pet. Suddenly, a woman below shouted loudly, 3,010,000 races coins. She directly raised the price sharply, and it was still in 10,000 races coins.
Bidding for an item that could be traded with arrival coins but using 10,000 races coins to bid is a common intimidation tactic in auctions. She wanted to express her strong economic power. As soon as this price was announced, everyone immediately fell silent, and no one else dared to bid, creating a moment of silence, because any higher would not be worth it. No one made another move. Moreover, seeing this lady bid with 10,000 races coins, she appeared determined to win, and the crowd did not want to clash with her. Su Chen looked at the woman and suddenly found her somewhat familiar. Mo Mei from the Mo family? No wonder she had such strength. A month ago, Su Chen had tricked her out of 100,000 arrival coins, so they had met before. Alright, next up is the third item, the female host on stage said with a smile. Then, a dancer came on stage, holding a steel-crafted sword, performing a dance. The graceful movements of the sword dance were breathtaking, leaving the audience unsure whether to watch the sword or the dancer. After the dance, the sword was presented on the high platform. Our third item, Platinum Grade. The Bard's Sword. Extremely suitable for Bard professionals. Once equipped, the buff you provide to your teammates will have an 80% chance to enhance the effect by 40%. Moreover, all your poetic chanting time can be replaced with sword dance, allowing for silent casting. Starting bid, 240,000 10,000 races coins. This sword was indeed the auction item Su Chen had put up. It was the sword he obtained by killing a Bard swordsman in the corrupt mountain village dungeon. Originally just a gold grade item, it became platinum grade after he upgraded it. Although this sword was a weapon, it was not suitable for Su Chen at all. It was not a lethal weapon but more like a supportive equipment. The quality of a sword matters more than its quantity. 10 ordinary swords cannot compare to a sword that can pierce an enemy's armor. So he chose to sell this sword for tangible monetary gain. I bid 243,000 10,000 races coins. An elderly man said flatly. 250,000, said a mysterious man in a hood. 260,000. After several rounds, the sword was sold to a blood spirit bard for a final price of 280,000 10,000 races coins. After deducting the Arrival Merchant Association's commission, it was still a very good profit for Su Chen. Later, there were more than a dozen rounds of items, including even diamond grade items, but Su Chen never placed a bid, because he had the ability to transcend all things. He had already seen countless treasures. Ordinary items were truly hard to catch his eye. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is absolutely incomparable to all the previous items. Please welcome the blue-silver patterned dragon spear, the female host said with a smile. Then, two enchanting young women carried a long golden brocade box and placed it on the high platform. Blue-silver patterned dragon spear. Diamond grade. A weapon with a total of 4 affixes. Definitely a treasure among treasures. The host's introduction made all the audience's eyes blaze with excitement. Even those who did not use spears found it hard to resist such temptation. Diamond weapons typically have 2 or 3 affixes, and those with 4 affixes are extremely rare high-level treasures. This spear is as light as a feather, almost weightless, allowing you to maximize your agility, and it also has a power enhancement attribute of up to 89, with agility enhancement reaching 50 points. Crafted from 17 types of platinum-grade steel, plus 3 types of low-grade diamond steel, painstakingly forged. At the grip, a long-tailed white dragon is carved, its eyes like stars, perfectly matching your top-notch marksmanship. The tip of the gun is inscribed with a powerful penetrating force, providing this weapon with 10% armor penetration. As soon as the hostess finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. 10% armor penetration? This is an extremely rare attribute. A platinum weapon with just 5% armor penetration can rival a diamond weapon in value. Not to mention this weapon has 10% armor penetration. It will definitely fetch a terrifying price at auction. Even those who do not use guns can wield this weapon. They can pay a high price to have a blacksmith transform it into a weapon type they can use. As long as it has 10% armor penetration, the value of this gun will not be low. The effects of the other 4 affixes of this spear are already displayed in your Tower of Heaven tokens. Please check them yourself. Starting bid, 3 million won clan coins. As soon as this was announced, the audience immediately began to frantically bid. I bid 3, 1 million, 3, 4 million. I, Wang Ming of the Wang family, bid 3, 6 million. I, Mo Mei of the Mo family, bid 4 million. Some family members even began to use their family names to compete for this weapon.
Su Chen watched this scene with a slightly furrowed brow. This weapon was listed by him, and at that time, the appraiser Wang Ye set the starting price at 23.06 million descending coins, which is about 306 million won clan coins.
Now the trading company has clearly raised the starting price a bit without permission.
It makes sense, this way, their profit can be maximized. It doesn't matter, Su Chen can still earn more.
He watched the scene of people bidding for his equipment with great interest, his gaze sharp and calm.
10% armor penetration is so sought after?
How much could his sharp stone earring,
which provides 40% armor penetration, sell for? If he took it out, everyone would probably go crazy. Moreover,
the most impressive aspect of the sharp stone earring is that it is not limited to weapons. All of Su Chen's skills and weapons can gain this penetration bonus.
Meanwhile,
this spear can only penetrate damage dealt by itself.
At the same time, Su Chen secretly resolved to keep his rare equipment well hidden, otherwise, once discovered, it could attract more trouble. The people below were examining the affix effects of this spear. Their faces pale.
Jiaoyin rare steel,
cloud-piercing edge, transforming rod into dragon, dragon's gallbladder, TSK.
These 4 affixes are all strong.
None are useless.
No wonder it's the descending trading company. They truly have great capabilities to acquire such high-tier equipment.
Indeed, for a 4th-turn gun user, this spear is basically graduation equipment.
It won't need to be replaced for years.
Even if one advances to the 5th turn in the future, it can still be used. The scene suddenly became noisy, people whispering and discussing this weapon. Anyone with the means would occasionally place a bid.
If this weapon were enhanced and then resold,
the price might even rise further. 4.03 million. 4.1 million.
The price soared, creating a spectacular scene.
The hostess, seeing this, also felt her cheeks flush, utterly enchanted. The best part of her job is right here. She loves to see the eager, desperate eyes of people fighting over treasures. The Zheng family bids 5 million. At that moment,
a calm voice came from another private room,
less than 100 meters away from Su Chen. His eyes narrowed, looking in the direction of the voice. In the distance, in the private room,
young Master Zhang Tang had a slight smirk on his lips,
holding a glass of red wine. Zhang Tang actually came too, and coincidentally, he was in the same venue as himself. What a narrow path for enemies.
A chilling killing intent gradually solidified in Su Chen's eyes. The auction was not limited to a single venue, there were possibly dozens of locations, as adventurers from all corners of the world would participate, and even some from other countries came to witness the event.
Therefore, Su Chen did not see all of his items on display, as some were in different venues. However, he truly did not expect to see that guy Zhang Tang here. As soon as the Zhang family name was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Recently, the Zhang family had just swallowed the Zhangin consortium, and their power was on the rise. This was common knowledge, and no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, the Zhang family was one of the 3 major old families of Long Country. Such a formidable family influence allowed Zhang Tang to walk around with unrestrained arrogance. Even Mo Mei snorted coldly, sitting back in her chair, no longer vying for the long spear. Although the Mo family was a historically significant family, they were still not a match for the Zhang family. Most importantly, Zhang Tang's bid was not low, it had actually reached 5 million. For a mid-grade diamond equipment to sell at this price, even with a 10% armor penetration effect, it was still too outrageous. Rational people unanimously chose to withdraw. The originally bustling venue suddenly cooled down. 5 million once, 5 million twice. The female host raised a small hammer, about to bring it down. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, a hoarse voice came from the corner. I bid 5 million. A middle-aged man with a long spear on his back said expressionlessly. This man was unkempt, covered in dirt, with a scruffy beard. Upon seeing his appearance, Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. This uncle was named Bu Chunfeng, a very famous bounty hunter known for hunting down wanted criminals. He was a distinguished epic-level hunter, a master among masters. It was said that his level had reached the peak of the 5th transition. He did not rely on any guild, family, or major power, but carved out a path for himself with just his long spear. It was said that he was upright and never played by the rules of society, making him extremely reclusive. No wonder he dared to confront the Zhang family head-on. Moreover, as an epic-level hunter, he should have been entitled to a private room. but he chose to sit among everyone in the hall. He truly had no airs about him. Upon hearing his bid, Zhang Tang's expression darkened, but he did not continue to compete. He knew very well that this price was the limit for the long spear, although his family had just acquired the Jiang'an consortium. Money was not something to be squandered, or else he would inevitably be reprimanded by his father and the council of elders. Thus, the long spear was won by Bu Chunfeng. Behind Zhang Tang stood two old servants, standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an impressive aura. Zhang Tang's face was cold as he casually asked one of the old servants behind him, "Xing Lao, who is that person? How dare he compete with me?" "Young master, this person is an extremely reclusive bounty hunter who knows nothing of family and face, he is just a rough man." The old servant replied respectfully. "Ha, no wonder," Zhang Tang sneered, downing a glass of red wine. "Without a family and power, one cannot go far alone. Since he has no power or backing to support him, then it's simple. That long spear, just give it to him." Zhang Tang then turned his gaze to another old servant behind him. This man was dressed in a blood-red robe, thin in stature, carrying a long staff on his back, with a fierce aura evident between his brows. Su Chen checked and found that his profession was Blood Rage Monk. This profession could convert the blood of enemies into power during battle, and his level was also as high as the 5th transition. No wonder the young master of the Zhang family had two 5th transition experts escorting him. "Sha Lao, I want you to follow this person. Find a time when he is in a dungeon battling ferocious beasts to the point of mutual destruction, and then ambush and kill him. Take all his possessions and equipment, and hand them over to the family. The entire fortune of a 5-turn master is undoubtedly worth a considerable amount, and it may even include epic-level equipment. Even for the large Zhang family, it would be a significant unexpected income." Although Zhang Tang is the legitimate eldest son of the family, his talent is not particularly strong within the family. He only possesses an 8-star talent. For an ordinary person, this level of talent would be considered a brilliant star, but his identity as the young master of the Zhang family sets a different standard. In the novice dungeon, he was thoroughly crushed by his classmates. As a result, his father and the elders were extremely disappointed in him. His strength is even inferior to that of a few cousins. Although Zhang Tang still holds the right to inherit the family, he is unwilling to accept it. He has ambition and is eager to prove himself. Therefore, he chooses to make full use of the resources at his disposal, strategizing to gain benefits for the family. This is the only way to earn the respect of his father and the elders. Chao Sha, upon hearing this, showed no surprise. He was already accustomed to the young master's way of doing things. "But young master, the family has been making significant moves recently, and the outside world is in turmoil. I think it's best for me to stay by your side to protect you. Otherwise." Zhang Tang was completely unconcerned, merely smiling arrogantly. He, Sha Lao, I think you're confused. I am the young master of the Zhang family, the legitimate eldest son of Zhang Mingjue. Who in this world would dare to touch me? Even those few from the Dragon Kingdom would have to think twice. Moreover, after you leave, there will still be Elder Qing to protect me. Who could kill me under the watchful eyes of a 5-turn master? You can rest assured. Go ahead, Zhang Tang said indifferently. Chao Sha could only nod. To kill a 5-turn master with a spear. Truly arrogant. However, the young master has always been like this, harming innocent people in droves, but it has all been suppressed by the family. His desire to prove himself has almost reached a pathological level. 5-turn masters are not so easy to kill. Remember, you must be patient and wait until he is severely injured before striking to reap the benefits. Zhang Tang instructed as Chao Sha was about to leave. Understood, Chao Sha replied respectfully, after turning away. However, his gaze turned cold. The old man is a 5-turn master. Does he really need a young brat like you to remind him about combat? But he could only bury this thought deep inside. The reason is simple, he is a servant. Decades ago, when he was young and naive, he chose to ally with the Zhang family, swallowing a cursed insect to become a servant. Although he gained countless family resources, his soul was also imprisoned. Even now, despite being a 5-turn master, it is difficult to escape, but he has never regretted it. If he hadn't made that decision back then, he might still be struggling at 4 turns now. In the face of power, what is dignity? Su Chen watched the scene from a distance, his eyes gleaming with insight, a sharp light flickering within. A 5-turn master just left? This is simply a blessing from the heavens. The distance was too far, and the other party spoke too softly, so Su Chen couldn't hear their words. However, he had long mastered the skill of reading lips. Standing in the private room, he immediately scanned Zhang Tang's information. Zhang Tang race, human level, 40, 4-turn quest in progress, class, martial soul hammer demon strength, 580 constitution, 200 agility, 50 spirit, 50 luck, 80 skills martial soul hammer, diamond superior the core skill of the martial soul hammer demon class. He condenses a magical warhammer bound to him with his own life and soul. The stronger he is, the more powerful this magic hammer becomes. At the same time, he can feed this hammer with exotic metals and treasures to enhance its power. The stronger the magic hammer, the stronger he becomes. Frenzied Dark Wave, Diamond Inferior quickly swings the warhammer, creating a blunt wave in front of him that crushes all living beings before him. Purple Shadow Hammer Technique, Diamond Medium contains 96 advanced hammer techniques, including defense, clang, kill, dismantle, smash, and more, capable of handling all types of combat. Shadow Step, Diamond Low Grade, an extremely fast movement technique that leaves a residual shadow for a moment, which can last for 3 seconds and mimic all skills used afterward with 30% of their power. Life-Saving Hammer Phoenix, Diamond Low Grade. He briefly transforms the magic hammer in his hand into a magical barrier to resist attacks. Permanent BUFF Drinking Purple Lotus, he once consumed an ancient purple lotus, gaining a permanent buff effect that increases his strength attribute by 300 points. Seeing Zhang Tang's attributes, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit surprised. It turned out that, within a month after awakening, he had already reached half-step fourth transition, almost on par with himself. After overcoming one more hurdle and completing the task, he would truly be a fourth transition master. This rate of progress was indeed astonishing. No wonder he was the young master of the Zhang family. The family resources were poured into him without reservation. All skills started at the diamond level. Even Su Chen didn't have such exaggeration. Moreover, with the ancient level Purple Lotus, he directly obtained a permanent buff that increased his strength attribute by 300 points. It was simply terrifying. However, the buff effect could be temporarily sealed, so it wasn't as good as those effects that increased attributes permanently, but it was still very formidable. Su Chen then looked at the old servant beside Zhang Tang and used his insight eye to check his attributes. Meng Qingtian race, human level, 53, 10, 08 million/53 million, profession, Stormlord strength, 308 constitution, 327 agility, 50 spirit, 596 luck, 30 skill storm guidance, epic middle grade the core skill of the Stormlord. He can consume spirit power to change the weather in a large area to one of the following 4 types: hail, thunder, gale, or heavy rain. This skill can be stacked in an area, with spirit power consumption increasing exponentially. Elemental manipulation, diamond middle grade. He can manipulate any of the 4 elements, thunder, ice, wind, rain, into any shape he desires. Thunder control, diamond low grade. He can consume spirit power to command the thunder in an area to attack enemies or lock onto a designated enemy for concentrated automatic attacks. Ice control, diamond low grade. He can command the hail in an area to lock onto an enemy and fall. Phoenix control, platinum upper grade. He can command the wind blades in an area to lock onto an enemy for attack or change the shape of the wind into a harmless breeze, allowing himself or allies to move. Rain control, platinum middle grade. He can make the heavy rain in an area inflict corrosive damage that only harms enemies, having no effect on allies. Natural affinity, platinum low grade. When activated, he can be immune to all weather damage he generates and reduce natural weather damage by 50%. Mist form, platinum low grade. He can consume spirit power to briefly transform his body into mist, ignoring 99% of physical damage during this time, but each use causes him to lose 1% of his health. Permanent BUFF Sky Water Affinity, he is immune to all weather damage he generates. But attributes and skills of this person made Su Chen's eyes widen slightly. How could he be so powerful? The Storm Lord was not a single combat profession. In a one-on-one situation, this profession's combat power should be weaker than that of a 5th transition in the same realm. Su Chen believed that the Yin-Yang Fist Master Zhang Shangxing and the butler Lei Chen of Jian Yunqing could easily defeat this person. But in a one-to-many situation, the Storm Lord was an absolute killing machine. One person could change the weather within hundreds of meters, turning it into a raging storm and continuous heavy rain. Everyone caught in it would be annihilated. In fact, there was a historical account of a 6th transition storm master who single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of monsters during a beast tide at the border. Meng Qingtian. The name is indeed imposing. But unfortunately, he is just a mere servant. Su Chen gazed at the old servant, his voice indifferent. After this auction, he would follow Zhang Tang, waiting for the right moment to strike. The auction continued, but Su Chen had lost interest in the upcoming items. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on Zhang Tang. He recalled Ji Yao, gravely injured, suffering from a punch of the fifth transformation for his sake. He thought of Jiang Yunqing, whose family had been destroyed. He remembered his past life, the endless humiliation, the bitterness and anger of betrayal, all of which would erupt today. Su Chen's gaze was fiery, almost burning. He had even begun to plan in his heart how to assassinate Zhang Tang later. With only one fifth transformation expert protecting him, there was definitely a chance. It could even be said that this would be the best opportunity in many years. But Zhang Tang must have many life-saving items on him. After all, he was the only precious legitimate son of Zhang Mingjue, the current head of the Zhang family. Therefore, Su Chen had to be fully prepared to ensure a single fatal blow. If Zhang Tang escaped, then with the Zhang family's power, they would undoubtedly retaliate against Su Chen and everyone around him in a devastating manner. Even Ji Yao's parents and Yan Zhe's sister would suffer the cruel slaughter of the Zhang family. Su Chen had to avoid this situation. Back in the novice dungeon, he had experienced something similar. Just as he was about to slay the blade maniac Li Qingguang, he had used a teleportation life-saving item to escape. This time, it must not be repeated. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Zhang Tang gazed at the treasures in the auction hall, occasionally placing bids. Every time he spoke, no one dared to make a sound. Soon, several diamond-grade items were added to his collection. Suddenly, Zhang Tang's eyes brightened, then darkened, as if he remembered something. By the way, Shang Tian, do you have any news about that sword master classmate Su Chen who defeated me in the rankings back in the novice dungeon? He suddenly recalled this matter and asked the old servant behind him. This had always been a thorn in his heart. He had been extremely confident, believing that even with an 8-star talent, he could rely on his family's support to become the top of the dungeon. Even if Su Chen had a 10-star talent, he was not overly anxious, even calmly sending his sycophant girl to seduce Su Chen, hoping to build a relationship and wait for Su Chen to grow before reaping all his rewards. A genius with 10-star talent, once grown, would undoubtedly possess many treasures. This plan, spanning several years, even a decade, was enough to showcase his strategic foresight, and at that time, his father and family would surely look at him differently. However, the turning point came too quickly. First, his father said that the novice dungeon would not provide him much help and urged him to prove his worth with his own strength. Then, Ren Xiaoman went silent, and Su Chen did not fall for the trap. Finally, he was crushed by Su Chen in the rankings of the novice dungeon, suffering a direct defeat. This matter had kept him awake countless nights. Even now that he had reached half-step fourth transformation, he was definitely far beyond that orphaned poor boy. Yet he still felt a lingering resentment, like a thorn in his heart. Even the assassins he sent to kill Su Chen last time had gone silent. All of this made him harbor even more hatred towards Su Chen, and his killing intent had long been fully drawn. He was the esteemed young master of the Zhang family, who could survive if he wanted them dead. Time and again, he had plotted against Su Chen, only to have all his schemes effortlessly thwarted by Su Chen, making him feel that whether it was combat strength, talent, or his most proud intelligence, all were ignored or even surpassed by Su Chen. This made him, who was already vengeful and narrow-minded, unable to bear it. The old servant behind Zhang Tang had a serious expression, slightly bowing, and spoke softly. "Young master, I have been investigating Su Chen's whereabouts for the past month, but I have not been able to find any information about him. It seems he is using some means to conceal his information, so his true name does not appear in the dungeon." Meng Qingtian furrowed his brows and said in a low voice. He was well aware that this matter had already become a thorn in the young master's heart, or perhaps, he has long since died in the instance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tang's brows remained tightly knit. "No, that guy's gaze and demeanor always give me a sense that he is not simple. He definitely wouldn't die so quietly. Old Meng, mobilize all the family's resources to find him. He must die. I want him to know that a single person cannot stand against an entire family. I am Zhang Tang, how dare he surpass my rank? After we find him, I want you to take me to personally eliminate him." The more Zhang Tang thought about it, the angrier he became, issuing such an order. Then, his gaze turned somewhat bloodthirsty as he licked his lips and smiled coldly.
I want to step on his head and tell him personally that a 10-star talent is worthless in front of the mighty Zhang family. I want to see the despair and panic fill his originally indifferent eyes. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingtian's expression grew serious, and he decided to reveal what he knew. Young master, according to a fifth-turn expert in the family, Zhang Xiangsheng, he saw a young man in the instance who looked very much like Su Chun. When he mentioned Zhang Xiangsheng's name, a hint of jealousy surged in Meng Qingtian's eyes. Clearly, they were of the same realm, but Zhang Xiangsheng was not a servant. He had been granted the surname Zhang and had become a true member of the Zhang family. All of this was because Zhang Xiangsheng had stronger talent back then and had more powerful negotiating capital. As soon as this was said, Zhang Tang's eyes instantly filled with a cold killing intent as he asked, "Old Qingtian, is this true?" Meng Qingtian pondered for a moment and replied, "What old Zhang said is naturally true. His profession is formidable, and his strength is above mine. But it is said that this person possesses terrifying strength, easily able to eliminate fourth-turn experts, and even severely injured the fifth-turn yin-yang master Zhang Xiangsheng. Do you think a young man of your age could possibly have such strength?" "Most likely. He just looks similar," Meng Qingtian said earnestly. In fact, he did not want to face that person because that person could even severely injure Zhang Xiangsheng. If he faced him, he would probably be heavily injured as well, which is why he had not spoken up at first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tang's expression grew grave. "If he can injure a fifth-turn expert, then he must not be Su Qin," he said in a deep voice. "I am only half a step into the fourth turn. How could an orphan without a family break through to the fourth turn? Ha ha, that's too ridiculous." He self-deprecatingly smiled and shook his head. Then, he shifted his tone. "But, old Qingtian, I still want you to take me to eliminate that guy." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingtian's eyes sharpened. "Young master, why?" Zhang Tang's expression turned cold as he said, "That person dares to protect someone the Zhang family wants to kill and even dares to injure our people. If we do not retaliate, what remains of the family's dignity?" His voice was icy, and his fists were tightly clenched. Meng Qingtian trembled at these words. He was unwilling to take such a great risk, but the worm within him compelled him to obey the young master's orders. "But young master, the family has recently been in turmoil. Just joining forces with countless experts to besiege the two daughters of the Zhang family, our vitality has not yet recovered. Not just Zhang Xiangsheng, we have mobilized several fifth-turn experts. Not to mention, we still need to stabilize things on the dragon countryside. After all, we have mobilized so many people to besiege innocent people. Even if it is theoretically innocent in the instance, it is hard to avoid leaving behind a handle. In this turbulent situation, such a risk is probably." However, Zhang Tang raised his hand to silence Meng Qingtian. "Old Qingtian, no need to say more. I have made up my mind about this matter. That person was severely injured by our family's fifth-turn expert, and it hasn't been long. His injuries are probably not fully healed, making it the best time to strike. If he really is fifth-turn, then you can cripple him, and I will deliver the final blow. Wouldn't that allow me to directly level up several ranks?" At this point, the greed in Zhang Tang's eyes could no longer be suppressed. "By the way, I can also show results and prove my strength to the family." Hearing Zhang Tang's words, Meng Qingtian sighed and could only nod. The young master was too eager to prove himself, too desperate to become stronger. It had reached a pathological level. Ever since he was defeated in the novice dungeon, Zhang Tang had become this way. The person's name is hidden, but the title is God of Killing. I immediately arranged for someone to investigate, Meng Qingtian said, his brow furrowed. In the distance, Su Chen saw the conversation between Zhang Tang and Meng Qingtian, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. He had originally thought about putting in the effort to find Zhang Tang, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. There was no need for him to seek out Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang would come looking for him. This guy's hatred for him seemed incredibly intense, almost irrational. Zhang Tang still didn't realize who the hunter was and who the prey was. The next item for auction is a high-quality diamond-grade disposable item. On stage, the host was enthusiastically introducing the treasure. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen's heart was already filled with murderous intent. A sweet-looking girl placed a plate of tender pink fruits on the treasure platform. The fruit was crystal clear, resembling a hairless peach, swirling with a hint of magical vortex. This item is called the Tian Pan Beast Fruit. It is only useful for exotic pets and has no effect on us humans. After being consumed by exotic beasts, it can greatly enhance their physique and attributes.
and there is even a chance to directly allow the exotic pet to undergo an evolution. Starting bid, 3. 85 million tribe coins. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. A fruit specifically for exotic beasts? This was quite novel. He immediately checked the information about this item on the Tian Tower token. Tianpan beast fruit, quality, high-quality diamond, an extraordinary fruit that only appears in the burial grounds of fortune ferocious beasts. With harsh growth conditions, it is only effective for exotic beasts. After consumption, it can quickly increase the strength of the exotic beast and refine its body. Suffix, legacy of dead beasts. Exotic beasts of diamond quality and below have a very low chance of directly completing an evolution after consumption. Su Chen's expression grew serious. He felt this item was worth buying. His golden pattern fish sword could consume it and would definitely become sharper. Moreover, he had a small maggot egg hidden in his sleeve, which was about to hatch. Once it hatched, that maggot might also need some food. It was a maggot that could manipulate the will of its enemies, a very rare type of exotic pet. All of Su Chen's skills and equipment were focused on violent offensive methods, and he had very few means of attack related to mental power. With that maggot, he could fill this gap. Additionally, Su Chen had an S-grade exotic beast egg. Underworld bird egg. S-grade exotic beast can hatch into a murderous underworld bird to help you eliminate enemies on the battlefield. Hatching time, 57 days remaining. This bird egg was a reward given to him by the city after he won first place in the novice dungeon. After leveling up, it became S-grade. Initially, it required 3 months to hatch, and now more than a month had passed, so it was almost time. Once successfully hatched, this little bird would likely possess the combat power of a silver-grade exotic beast right from birth, which was already terrifying. Once fully grown, it could directly possess the combat power of a 6-turn or even 7-turn class changer. Exotic beasts grew very quickly, as long as the nutrition was sufficient. It might take less than 3 years to reach full maturity. Therefore, Su Chen was filled with anticipation for this bird. In the future, it would definitely become a significant asset by his side. Looking at the Tianpan beast fruit on stage, Su Chen's expression was serious. He was very tempted by this fruit. He quietly waited for the others to bid, not speaking immediately. I bid 3. 9 million. I bid 4. 0.5 million. A woman in white, a beast master, said firmly, seemingly determined to acquire this fruit. 4. 1 million. People gradually began to raise their bids. The auction house was indeed a highly profitable industry. As could be seen from this, because you don't need to do excessive selling, people will spontaneously compete and raise the prices themselves. Thus, the descendant merchants have become one of the wealthiest forces within the Dragon Kingdom. They possess countless riches and treasures, and have formed a strong alliance with the Dragon Kingdom's officials to establish the Descendant Store, which, under the world's rules, offers a variety of goods second only to the Universal Store. Countless job changers purchase supplies at the Descendant Store before setting out. In terms of financial power, the Jiangyan Consortium is likely slightly inferior. Only the 3 major families, the Zhang, Yang, and Bailey families, have the strength to compete. Su Chen gazed at the fruit on the stage, waiting for a long time. It wasn't until no one raised the bid for a while, and the host was about to bring down the hammer, that he suddenly made his move. I bid 4. 5 million. His voice was very calm, echoing throughout the venue. When everyone else's bidding had weakened, making a significant raise at this moment would greatly intimidate the other bidders. This was a small trick of auctioning. Su Chen thought he had it secured. I bid 4. 7 million. The white-clad beast master surprisingly raised the bid again. It was clear that she really wanted this fruit. At this point, she even raised the bid by 200,000 in one breath. It seems we should give this beast master lady the win. Indeed. After all, anything higher wouldn't be worth it. It's just a one-time item, not equipment. Right, people whispered. Those who buy such things are all cowards. True strong ones should rely solely on their own strength, not on any pets. A bald man carrying a huge stick sneered. What my brother said is right. Beast masters are not fit to be combat professionals. They should be classified as lifestyle professionals. Another ugly man with a long spear on his back echoed. The white-clad beast master merely sneered at their words, her eyes filled with disdain. Those who discriminate against professions are the true weaklings. She gently stroked the giant snow ferret beside her, which was even taller than her, with a cold smile. If it really came to a fight, she believed her beloved pet, the luminous snow ferret, could bite them to death in one go.
She was also a diamond hunter.
Standing in the private room with an impressive aura, listening to the people's words, Su Chen's expression remained calm.
This beast master girl was indeed quite beautiful. If it were someone else, they might have softened their heart for her.
Unfortunately, Su Chen had no idea what it meant to cherish beauty. Now that he was about to have 20 million in universal currency, why should he be constrained by money? What he wanted, he would buy. Money is the true charm of a man. I bid 5 million.
His voice was steady, as if there was not a trace of fluctuation in his heart.
As soon as he spoke, the entire venue was slightly shaken. 5 million universal currency for a one-time fruit that can only be fed to pets? Who is this? Divine being? Even diamond-grade equipment rarely sells for this price, right? Could this person be a fool? Someone questioned. Are you crazy? How dare you speculate?
Maybe he is the young master of some big family. Someone quickly advised.
No, you haven't been paying attention.
This fruit has a chance to enhance the quality of exotic pets, meaning that a diamond-grade exotic pet could directly evolve to epic quality after eating it.
Even if the probability is low, it is still very powerful, an informed person analyzed.
So, I believe this price is indeed at the limit and not a total loss.
The crowd nodded, feeling that perhaps this fruit was indeed worth the price.
The female beast master frowned slightly and surprisingly raised the bid again.
I bid 3 million. Then, she looked up at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling. Little brother, could you let me win this item? Because I really need it.
Her eyes were tinged with anxiety and pity,
completely different from the earlier coldness. What a clever person, skillfully using the advantages of her gender.
Su Chen smiled indifferently and ruthlessly raised the bid again.
I offer 5 million.
Money gives men courage, with money in hand.
Su Chen was naturally extravagant.
He was not like those miserly people who only earned without spending. He would immediately convert most of the money into tangible equipment and items to enhance his strength. Even if he spent it all, he wouldn't feel a twinge of regret.
Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of the female beast master instantly vanished,
replaced by a hint of displeasure.
TSK, you're ruthless. Then I won't want it.
Her expression changed faster than flipping a book, as she abruptly turned her head away,
looking sulky. All the feigned delicacy disappeared. These damn rich people, she muttered coldly as she turned her back. Watching this scene, Su Chen remained expressionless, secretly sneering. The feeling of being rich is truly wonderful. Congratulations, this fruit has been purchased by a diamond-level hunter. The female host beamed, having just witnessed an exciting bidding war.
When she heard Su Chen's bid, Zhang Tang's gaze suddenly sharpened and turned towards him.
Su Chen wore a hood that concealed his true appearance,
making it hard for him to see clearly, but he felt that this voice was very familiar.
Very familiar.
It made him restless, stirring an inexplicable urge to kill within him.
Su Chen sensed that burning gaze, the corners of his mouth curling up as he looked back.
His eyes, hidden beneath the hood, appeared very mysterious.
At this moment, Zhang Tang finally noticed the diamond-level hunter token at Su Chen's waist.
He naturally took Su Chen's faint smile as a compliment directed at himself.
Humph, just a little diamond-level hunter. Really has no guts, can only smile at me.
Zhang Tang sneered inwardly, taking a deep breath to suppress the murderous intent in his heart.
He didn't even think about why he felt inexplicably irritated and familiar upon hearing that voice. He simply brushed it aside. At this moment, he was even distracted from the auction. His mind filled with thoughts of how many levels he could gain after killing that master known as the God of Death with Old Qing. Glancing at Zhang Tang's smile, Su Chen's eyes turned cold.
Smile all you want, you won't be able to for long. Zhang Tang had done too many bad things in his life,
not just to Su Chen,
but to countless innocent people who had suffered at his hands.
Relying on his family's power, this spoiled young master didn't regard the lives of ordinary people as lives at all. He had even once ordered someone to beat a poor, frail girl to death during high school. In the end, that incident was suppressed.
Su Chen judged that it must be due to his family's immense size and his lack of parental love since childhood that led to such a psychological distortion.
Desperately wanting to prove himself and seek attention.
But the reason didn't matter, he only needed to be responsible for sending Zhang Tang to meet the King of Hell. Listening to his confession was the job of the Virgin Mary, it had nothing to do with Su Chen.
Soon after, the next item surfaced.
Several dancers carried a golden cage adorned with jade onto the high platform. Inside the cage was a beautiful girl, clearly imprisoned. Heavy shackles locked around her neck.
leaving red marks, indicating she had likely been imprisoned for many years. She was frail, covered in wounds, with whip marks all over her back. Her small cheeks were streaked with tears. On her head were a pair of small deer antlers, suggesting she was a half-beast of the deer species. Her eyes were frantic, filled with confusion as she gazed at the world outside the cage. In the venue of thousands, everyone was staring at her, which terrified her, causing her to curl up in the farthest corner of the cage. She looked to be only about 16 or 17 years old. The most eye-catching feature was the slender tail behind her. At the tip of that tail was a flower-like fleshy bud, blood red in color. This collection features a half-orc slave. It is worth mentioning that, after testing by the slave master, there flows within her a trace of extremely subtle succubus blood, perhaps as thin as 1 in several 100,000. But no matter how little, as long as there is succubus blood, she is a natural beauty. I'm sure all of you have seen her stunning appearance. Even I, the host, feel inferior. As she spoke, the host displayed a wounded and aggrieved expression, prompting another round of laughter from the audience. Then, her expression shifted, and she beamed, declaring loudly, "Little slave, so charming and pitiable. I ask all you gentlemen not to miss out. The starting bid is 100,000 arrival coins. A platinum-grade piece of equipment costs 1,000,000 arrival coins. Yet, a living person is only worth 100,000. Indeed, this is the cruel reality of this world. This girl has no combat ability, she is merely beautiful, and once sold, her fate is easy to imagine." People began to bid frantically, the calls echoing one after another. I bid 130,000, 150,000, 180,000, 000. I bid 250,000, 000. The young woman in white, a beast master, stepped forward and said firmly, she was just a woman, yet she wanted to buy this little slave, and her bid was not low. This immediately drew strange looks from the surrounding men. They were too lazy to guess whether she had a special preference or was simply feeling soft-hearted and wanted to save the girl. In any case, they mocked her. Humph, a woman's heart. On the half-orc side, how many of our human women have been captured and turned into slaves? Ignore her, let's keep bidding. Hearing this, the young woman in white stepped forward, her eyes narrowing, and calmly said, "Then let me ask, is the half-orc who captured our human race that girl on stage?" "No, that's not the case," someone instinctively replied. "Then why blame her for the sins of others? Just because she is a half-orc, must she bear all the sins of half-orcs? Our human race has also had great sinners. Does that mean everyone present must share the blame?" Her words were sharp as she surveyed the crowd, coldly stating. Suddenly, the people around her were somewhat at a loss for words. The Beastmaster's argument was quite reasonable and hard to refute. After a long pause, someone coldly remarked, "Humph, silver-tongued. We'll continue bidding, who cares about you, no matter how much reasoning you present. It's meaningless, whoever wins the bid can deal with this little slave." Since they couldn't argue against her reasoning, they chose not to. "He, the little girl has quite the personality. Why don't you replace that little slave and come with me?" Some began to look at her, licking their lips. The young woman in white maintained a calm expression, no longer paying attention to these people. For a moment, she became the public enemy of the crowd. Perhaps her reasoning was correct, but sometimes, it's better not to speak it out loud. Mo May from the Mo family seemed to ponder, glancing at her from afar. It seemed this girl had piqued her interest. Su Chen watched the scene, his eyes showing no emotional fluctuations. He had no intention of stepping in to save this slave. There were too many slaves like this little girl in the world. Even if he could save this one, he couldn't save them all. And on the half-orc side, they would also capture humans as slaves. Everything was reciprocal. This world was ruled by strength, a complete survival of the fittest. If he had absolute power, Su Chen might step in to change the underlying rules, allowing the weak to live happily. But for now, he chose to take care of himself first. 270, 000, 280, 000, 300, 000. I bid 350, 000. The Zhang family bids 500, 000. Suddenly, Zheng Tang made another move. Upon hearing the name Zhang family, everyone fell silent, no longer attempting to raise their bids. Even if you bid 10 times that amount, the Zheng family could still afford it. Why bother? The young woman in white had no choice but to give up. Although she wanted to save her, she couldn't afford to pay an exorbitant price. Moreover,
Offending the Zhang family was a consequence she could not bear at this moment.
500,000 once, twice, 3 times.
The female host was very perceptive. This time her hammering action was swift,
seemingly wanting to please Zhang Tang. Congratulations, this little slave has been purchased by you. A dedicated person will take the slave for registration with the slave seal shortly. She then cleared her throat and asked someone to carry the little slave away. In that moment,
Su Chen caught a hint of disdain and disgust in her eyes.
The slave was filthy and reeked,
so the host had been enduring it all along.
As for pity? Ha! Not in the slightest.
Having reached her position, she had long grown accustomed to unfairness. Auctioning slaves was nothing unusual. She had seen even more brutal things.
This was the gap between the upper and lower classes. The next item is very mysterious. 4 platinum-grade bracelets.
Her smile returned as she spoke. They are called refugee bracelets.
When equipped,
they can continuously consume mental power to condense an invisible barrier that envelopes the entire body,
hiding one's name, attributes, profession, and other information.
Perfect for those who need to kill and loot discreetly, the female host said with a smile.
This was a little joke. As soon as she said it, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became lively,
and the job changers all smiled faintly.
However, among those laughs, some were mocking the host's naivety and ignorance of the world. In her eyes, it was just a small joke. What she didn't know was that job changers appeared glamorous on the surface. Behind the scenes, as she said, they were indeed killing and looting. In this venue, if not many, at least 1 in 10 had killed someone.
The world of job changers was extremely cruel.
Resources were limited, and constant competition was necessary.
Killing indiscriminately was not allowed on Blue Star.
But in dungeons, there were no rules. 4 pieces, just enough to form a 4-person team,
only available for bundled purchase.
Starting price, 3 million descending coins. Adding it all up,
3 million was quite a favorable price.
However, this was just the starting price. Sure enough, the price quickly soared. 3, 1 million, 3, 5 million, 3, 88 million.
Voices rose and fell among the crowd.
Job changers, to some extent,
all had needs in this regard. Being able to hide their identity made everything much easier.
Even if they weren't fugitives, they would still need equipment to conceal their identity. 4 pieces of identity hiding equipment were just right for Ji Yao, Jiang Yunqing, and the others, right? Su Chen's mind stirred, and he immediately became interested. He secretly checked the information on this item.
Refugee bracelet, platinum grade, a bracelet made from various materials such as phantom steel,
dream powder, and pure blue jade. When worn, it consumes a small amount of mental power to provide a disguise buff, consuming 5 mental power every 10 minutes.
Disguise condenses an invisible barrier that hides part of your information. Only skills of higher quality than this item or individuals of a higher realm can break the barrier to see your true information. Su Chen's expression grew serious. He felt the mental power consumption was still a bit high.
5 points of mental power every 10 minutes.
So wearing it for a day would require over 700 points of mental power. Although mental power would slowly recover on its own.
In battle, this would become an additional huge burden. However,
I have universal sublimation. I can sublimate it and then give it to them.
Su Chen believed that after sublimation,
the effect should be enhanced somewhat. Such good hiding equipment, and there were exactly 4 pieces,
was not to be missed.
After waiting for a while, he directly participated in the bidding.
I bid 4 million, Su Chen said loudly. But soon, the bids from others drowned him out.
Because this kind of equipment was too sought after, everyone wanted a piece.
I bid 1 million, Mo Mei from the Mo family said.
When she placed her bid,
she even glanced back at Su Chen. Just now, Su Chen's extravagant move to bid high for the Tianpan beast fruit left a deep impression on everyone present. Mo Mei noticed that Su Chen was wearing a hood and had no bodyguards behind him, immediately realizing that he must be a free-spirited practitioner, as he lacked any escort.
Mo Mei had seen Zhang Tang before.
After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Mo family. With a higher status, she naturally encountered many people that ordinary folks had never seen. Zhang Tang was always high profile, and whenever he went out,
he was accompanied by bodyguards.
But Su Chen had no escort, which clearly ruled out the possibility of him being that young master from the Zhang family.
Then her gaze shifted slightly, and she spotted Zhang Tang in another private room.
Their eyes met,
and they exchanged nods and smiles. So this young Master Zhang was in that position.
Mo Mei maintained a calm smile on the surface,
but her heart was expressionless and icy. A typical case of a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was independent by nature and looked down upon those who completely relied on family power. What she truly admired were men like Shinichi, who climbed up from the bottom solely through their own strength. However, the Zhang family was powerful and deeply rooted, even if not for herself. For the family's sake, she could not show the slightest hint of disdain. She had not forgotten the cautionary tale of the Jiang and consortium. Her smile towards Zhang Tang showed no trace of displeasure, which made Zhang Tang smile knowingly. A hint of confidence arose in Zhang Tang's eyes. As a young master of the Zhang family, wherever he went, there would be people flattering him. Even the proud eldest daughter of the Mo family could only nod and smile at him. This feeling made him feel elated, and his character gradually became one that looked down on everything. 5 million. Immediately after, another guest placed a bid. Hiss, that one seems to be Son, a killer from the Xianjing Guild. No wonder he's so extravagant, directly raising the price by 400,000. The Xianjing Guild is also a major force, although it can't compare to those ancient families. It has a scale of hundreds, with each member being an elite. Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice. In another distant private room stood a man dressed in a luxurious black robe. He had a delicate appearance, with cold and piercing eyes, and a hint of cunning. The Xianjing Guild was the sworn enemy of the Dark Killers. The original founders of the two organizations were mortal enemies, and even now, although the successors had changed, friction between the two guilds continued. Since there was a possibility of dealing with people from the Xianjing Guild in the future, Su Chen had checked his information in advance. Yuan Tang race, human level, 48, 100, 000/4, 8 million, profession, cold drop killer strength, 280 constitution, 108 agility, 127 spirit, 326 luck, 15 skills cold condensation drop, diamond low grade. He can consume spiritual power to extract water molecules from the air, condensing them into highly penetrating and fast-moving water droplets that shoot at enemies, with frost and piercing damage attached. Dark water condensation, platinum high grade. He can condense water droplets into a dark water flow barrier to resist and neutralize enemy attacks. This skill can counter fire attribute damage, reducing its damage by 30% unconditionally. Poison attachment, platinum mid-grade. He can attach poison attribute effects to his skills, paralyzing the enemy's body, preventing wounds from healing, and causing the enemy to bleed continuously. Assassination steps, platinum mid-grade. He can move like a ghost, during which his steps make no sound, and his movement speed increases, resembling a shadow. This person is a cold drop killer, a practitioner who, as the name suggests, kills using cold water droplets. Upon seeing this profession, Su Chen had already guessed his skills with a high degree of accuracy. It could even be said that Su Chen understood his profession better than Yuan Tang himself. The only thing to be wary of was his poison attachment. If he were to battle this person in the future, Su Chen would have complete confidence. However, Su Chen was not prepared to wait long in the Black Kill. After all, he had only joined initially for the entry rights to the D-level instance, the Sea of Corpses and Ice Nest. If a suitable opportunity arose, he might switch to another guild. But for now, there was no need. It was best to stay steady for the time being. After Yuan Tang made his bid, the pace of bidding slowed considerably. He had raised the price too much in one go. I bid for 53 million, someone said hesitantly. 6 million, Mo Mei immediately replied. 61 million, Yuan Tang said, his voice firm. This time he only increased it by 10,000, and it was clear he felt the pinch. The price was nearing its limit. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. This was definitely the best opportunity. If he raised the price by 100,000 now, it should be his for the taking. 7 million, Su Chen declared loudly. As soon as he spoke, both Mo Mei and Yuan Tang fell silent. Yuan Tang's eagle-like eyes turned toward him, a hint of coldness in them. However, seeing that Su Chen was also a diamond-level hunter, he had to suppress his anger. A rational person would not easily provoke a master of the same realm. Moreover, he already had a hidden identity item. After all, he had assassinated many people. This time he wanted to buy it just to try out a better hidden identity item, not because he absolutely needed it. 7 million once. 7 million twice. The female host on stage smiled brightly, about to strike the gavel.
the higher the price, the more she enjoyed it. Because the final auction price was higher, her salary would also be higher. She could receive some extremely low kickbacks, possibly only 0.0000 something percent or even lower, but it was better than nothing, so she always did her best to liven up the atmosphere, encouraging people to bid enthusiastically. Just when Su Chen thought that these 4 bracelets would soon be his, an untimely voice rang out. 7 million. Zhang Tang stood up from his chair, coldly stating. At the same time, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen. Suddenly, the entire room was in an uproar. A set of homogeneous platinum equipment, with no offensive capabilities, could auction for 7 million descending coins. This price was exceedingly high. The most terrifying part was that his bid had directly increased by 1 million. The minimum increment was 10,000, leaving a significant buffer. Someone who dared to raise the price by 1 million clearly did not regard this amount of money lightly. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked back. This Zhang Tang really loved to stir up trouble. Zhang Tang looked at Su Chen, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although Su Chen had just smiled at him, he felt an inexplicable annoyance toward this person. He didn't know why, but he just felt irritated and restless. It was as if he had seen this mysterious hooded youth somewhere before. Therefore, he decided to make sure the other party couldn't get what he wanted, to alleviate his own displeasure. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, but as the future young master of the Zhang family, why should he worry? This was how the Zhang family showed their dominance. 1 million was just a drop in the bucket. Watching the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhang Tang felt quite pleased, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The calm expression of the mysterious hooded man reminded him of Su Chen, whose always unperturbed face infuriated him greatly, so he was willing to use any means necessary, just to see that hooded man take off his cloak and respectfully call him young Master Zhang. In that case, he might even consider giving up the bracelet and handing it over willingly. The entire room turned to look, their eyes filled with astonishment. 7 million descending coins? Converted to myriad race coins, that was already 570,000, double that, and one could buy a diamond-level piece of equipment. Young Master Zhang is indeed generous. Look at that old servant behind him, his murky eyes revealing a sharp glint, his demeanor quite extraordinary. He must be a 5-turn master. People gazed at Zhang Tang, whispering among themselves, the 3 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, which one is not deeply rooted and powerful? Just a little slip from their fingers would be enough for us to live several lifetimes. Reincarnation, perhaps it's also an art. Someone sighed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tang's expression visibly twitched. Reincarnation? Did these lower-class people really think they had come this far just because of a fortunate birth? Anger surged within Zhang Tang, but he couldn't show it. Otherwise, it would only confirm their claims. He often heard criticisms that all his achievements were given to him by his family. This was a thorn in his heart, and he felt a strong desire to prove himself. By the way, what do you think Zhang Xiao needs the identity-concealing bracelet for? Does he still need to hide his identity? His identity is his best equipment, no matter where he goes. Whether it's the Dragon Kingdom officials, the job changers, or the major guilds, they all have to give him face. People were somewhat puzzled. Ah, you don't understand the world of the big families. Just keep watching the auction. The 3 great families had always kept a low profile, but everyone knew how powerful they were. If one could curry favor with any of the young masters from these families, life would be worry-free. Zhang Xiao is really generous with his bids. This kind of increase, I'm afraid that hooded youth will have to give up. Yeah, even if he raises the bid again, it won't matter. His financial power can't possibly compete with the Zhang family. Those with insight will know when to back off. Just right to give it to Zhang Xiao. And maybe they'll get to know him in the future? That's a good thought. You're a genius. Truly a genius at climbing the social ladder. People gave him a thumbs up. But soon, Su Chen did something that left everyone baffled. I bid 71 million. Su Chen said with a blank expression. Smiling, his bid was firmly above the minimum price. This was an obvious provocation. Zhang Tang's gaze instantly turned cold. It seemed, this hooded man was indeed somewhat arrogant. He was not afraid of death. To raise the bid like this was clearly to show he didn't want Zhang Tang to win, and yet he dared to do so. If he lost today, where would he put his face? 7 million. He stepped forward, his voice icy, directly raising the price by over 1 million.
for identical platinum-grade items auctioned for a high price of 7 million.
This was likely a rare occurrence. I bid 7.01 million. Su Chen continued without pause, raising the bid again.
If the first increase was just a preliminary test,
then the second round of a mere 10,000
was a blatant provocation.
Completely unmasked,
Zhang Tang's eyes turned completely cold.
8 million.
He looked at the female host, his gaze becoming somewhat terrifying.
The female host, however,
was grinning from ear to ear. Her anger had nothing to do with her,
as she was only responsible for making money. With these two competing, she was reaping the benefits.
8.01 million in celestial coins.
Su Chen almost immediately followed up.
There was not a moment's pause.
Upon hearing that Su Chen dared to continue, Zhang Tang's face turned a shade of iron blue.
3 times was too much. This hooded man actually dared to raise the bid for the 3rd time.
And still by 10,000. How dare he directly challenge him? Who was this person? Could he be the mysterious young master of the Yang family? Thinking of this,
Zhang Tang recalled the news from his family a few days ago, which mentioned a very young sword master who had protected 2 daughters of the Zhang family in a dungeon.
Likely someone from the Yang family. With this in mind, Zhang Tang's competitive spirit was completely ignited.
The Zhang family bids 10 million. He directly shouted a price of 10 million, a terrifying number.
This price could already buy a diamond-grade item. Everyone looked at this scene, somewhat astonished. Who on earth is he to dare to provoke young Master Zhang directly? Young Master Zhang is probably serious this time. Tisk tsk. I can't even imagine the retaliation from the Zhang family. Is that person not afraid of death? Su Chen listened to the discussions around him,
the corners of his mouth still slightly raised.
His expression remained calm as he stepped forward and said flatly, 11 million.
The 4th price increase of 100,000. This was a no-holds-barred situation.
Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in an uproar.
Even the professional female host on stage had her smile freeze slightly.
Could this person be a madman? Or is he also a young master from one of the 3 major families? There are only these 2 possibilities. The Bailey family has been closed off for many years. Could this person be the young master of the Yang family?
It is said he has a 10-star talent but is extremely mysterious, and no one has ever seen him.
People began to speculate. Su Chen looked at Zhang Tang,
who had turned completely red, his eyes now filled with a hint of murderous intent,
completely enraged by him.
And this was exactly what he wanted.
Meng Qingtian, standing behind Zhang Tang, shook his head and advised, Young master, don't lose your composure. 11 million.
Zhang Tang interrupted him,
raising the bid again. He was practically going insane. Yet this time, Su Chen surprisingly did not raise the bid again.
He revealed a harmless smile and cupped his hands to Zhang Tang,
saying, in that case, I will give up this item and present it to young Master Zhang. Suddenly, the entire venue fell into dead silence.
Zhang Tang finally laughed heartily.
Ha ha, this kid has finally surrendered. Money is indeed omnipotent. However, at that moment,
he noticed that everyone in the audience was looking at him with awkward expressions.
Even the elder behind him, Sheng Tian, had a look in his eyes as if he were watching a fool. Young master, you've been played. Ha, didn't I win?
Zhang Tang smiled, still carrying the joy of victory.
Meng Qingtian sighed.
His young master had indeed been too well protected by the family.
He was quite foolish.
Young master, he intentionally raised your purchase price to make you bleed heavily.
Once the price exceeds 8 million,
this game becomes one where whoever buys loses. Perhaps at first,
this person did intend to buy the item, but after you intervened, he began to intentionally only raise the price by 100,000, just to provoke you, making you lose your composure in the bidding and ultimately driving the price up. With the insight of the experienced elder Qing Tian,
Zhang Tang finally realized.
So it turned out, he had been played, and in front of so many people. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged over him like a tide, making his heartbeat feel extremely powerful. His gaze instantly turned icy,
his fists clenched tightly,
his teeth trembling in anger.
Looking at the eyes of the entire audience fixed on him, Zhang Tang felt as if sharp knives were piercing his heart.
Damn it! I want him dead! Elder Qing Tian, after the auction ends, I want all his information. He gritted his teeth.
Meng Qingtian also breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to find the killer who severely injured Zhang Shangsheng.
Killing this diamond hunter should be much easier. Diamond hunters were generally at the fourth transition,
easily subdued with a wave of the hand.
Alright,
I'll start arranging it immediately,
Meng Qingtian said. Su Chen looked at the two,
a cold smile in his heart.
The fish has taken the bait.
He had provoked Zhang Tang step by step just to make the other party seek him out actively.